One day, suddenly a portal appeared in the world. Then similar cases were gradually recorded from all over the world. These common phenomena do not appear to be harmful to humans. And the causes leading to them have not yet been clarified. Even though people are increasingly worried, experts are still considering the possibility that strange alien creatures may be involved in this. Below a gate in the middle of the city, someone shouted happily, "Great, it's over." A girl carried a box of things and said, "This is the last set of cutlery." The uncle replied, "Okay, there's still some time left, so just take it slow." The girl looked behind and called, "Hey, do you have anything? Can you hear me?" Hanu Jin was sweating profusely, but still happily replied, "Yes, I'm here, let me move the last box first." The aunt added, "Hanu Jin, right, let's rest a bit before going." The man threw water to a boy and said, "I'm too tired to drink this water." Hanu Jin obediently took it. "Phew, thank you." The woman came forward and asked with concern, "Look at this young man, working hard, just really, is your hand okay?" Hanu Jin opened the water bottle and smiled lightly. The uncle conveniently asked, "What are you planning to do with your salary? Pay university tuition?" Hanu Jin replied, "Oh yes, your younger brother's tuition." My aunt was surprised. "You pay your younger brother's tuition?" Hanu Jin started talking. "My parents passed away when we were very young, now it's just the two of us left, so I dropped out of school and started working." My aunt was surprised. "Oh, work, it must have been very difficult for you when you were young." Hanu Jin happily replied, "Not really, do you want to see? This is my younger brother." On the phone screen is a picture of the two brothers being extremely happy. The aunt looked at her and could only praise, "Wow, he's so handsome, tall." Hanu Jin pointed at the screen and continued praising, "Yes, he's taller than me, he's a good kid, boy, babies can do everything from an early age." Hanu Jin happily boasted continuously, "He's very good, he's also honest, I'm telling the truth, if he wasn't good I wouldn't have dropped out of school to work. My brother is the perfect type." The boy developed very well, he ranked first in every test. During puberty, even though he grew up very quickly, he still ran around calling for his brother. As you all know, Hanu Jin talks so much that makes me feel depressed. My sister says yes, I know, my brother finds it interesting, he's always like that every time he talks about his younger brother. Hanu Jin is still very excited. My sister said that school will be out early today, so we will probably go eat barbecue or something delicious. Hanu Yun was sitting on the bus after school looking out the window. On the way, my aunt talked about the fact that it would be good to have more work to do. Now is not the time to move, but we still have to do this job. Hanu Jin's mouth curled up. "This must be thanks to you and your uncle, who runs a prosperous business." But the aunt smiled, "You're so clever with your words," and the brother was driving bored and shouted, "Oh crazy, probably because of that." Hanu Jin wondered again, "What is that?" The uncle replied, "That thing floating there, because of it, the number of people leaving because of worry is increasing. We don't even know what they are, it's such a bad omen." Hanu Jin looked out of the car and said, "I think there is one right on the road my sister takes home from school." My aunt guessed, "Could it be a hidden good omen? Or should we buy it? Let's live in that area." My uncle laughed, "Ha ha, do you think we have that much money?" The aunt replied, "If you do a few more jobs, you'll have enough money." Hanu Jin suddenly noticed something. The boy immediately asked, "That thing, is it always this color?" The uncle asked in bewilderment, "Huh?" It seemed that normally it was greener. The mysterious's wings gradually turned a dangerous dark red. Suddenly the car braked suddenly. The man was startled and asked, "Ah, what is that?" The woman looked behind. "Someone crashed into the back of my car." Hanu Jin quickly opened the door and said, "Let me go see, the car's trunk must be broken." Hanu Jin stood still. In front of him was a giant bird monster that was waiting to be eaten. Hanu Jin was so scared that he couldn't say anything. The monster suddenly rushed to attack. Hanu Jin was scared when he saw the monster rushing. Hanu Jin was lucky to avoid it. The monster only had time to stick its beak into the car door. Looking at the broken car, Hanu Jin worriedly called out, "Boss." From inside the car the owner's voice screamed, "Ah, bro. What a monster, what is that thing?" Hanu Jin was scared, her eyes were shocked. Everyone below the gate frantically ran away, everyone screamed loudly, "What is this punch?" From inside the gate, many monsters like just now flew out to attack everyone. The gates lead to another world called the dungeon, and through them, monsters from the dungeon pour out in droves. If left unmonitored or unhacked, they will go into a supersaturated state and explode. The dungeon explodes, which is when it gets tense and demons come out from it, and tons of things happen at the same time, causing a dungeon shock. There are millions of people injured nationwide, and there are up to 10,000 people died. and more. Hanu Jin grabbed a stick, rushed to the car and shouted, "Boss!" Looking at the monster, Hanu Jin shouted, "Stay away, you cruel beast, or I will." In front of him was a pair of sinewy hands clutching the monster's beak. "That's the owner," the uncle exclaimed in surprise, "my dear." While fighting, the ant tried to ask, "Are you okay? Run quickly." The uncle tried to escape and asked again, "My hand, what happened?" The ant just replied, "I don't know, my body suddenly controlled itself. Some people have awakened the power to fight monsters. Those who awaken their fighting ability will become hunters, specializing in hunting monsters from dungeons, and it will soon become one of the most important jobs." And my younger brother, Hanu Jin, a burning monster. His classmates were sitting in the rubble in utter amazement. What the heck? In front of his classmates was a student who had just finished fighting the monster. The blackening seal emitted on his hand, the younger brother I loved so much, had awakened into one of the world's first S-class hunters. 8 years later, in Korea, a person with magic power in his hands was extremely excited and said, "Do you see this?" The reporter replied in bewilderment, "No, I don't see it. Is there anything there?" The mysterious woman continued, "This is called the status window and only I can see it. At first, I thought I was in a video game. Status window displays information, turns on Luke Gyang's Sun E, skill causes trees to grow in a certain area." The woman explained, "In my status window, there was a list of skills that I could use, and I could use it, like this." The woman touched the ground and made a life. The net of tree roots surprised everyone. The reporter excitedly shouted, "Great, so this is the ability you use to save people." One person in the group explained, "Miss Dumi went hunting 8 years ago in the dungeon shock. Maybe that's why she lives in a musty green environment. She has awakened the ability to create vines, and recently she even saved people from a collapsed building." Dumi smiled shyly, "Hee, I was in such a hurry that I did it without thinking much." She became a hunter after that day, where she usually makes a living by raiding dungeons as part of a small guild. One person in the group stood up and said, "Materials taken from a dungeon can be sold, although it is quite dangerous, it brings a very high profit compared to other jobs, especially dungeons above level A, a treasure paradise." That's right, the new material from the dungeon that didn't exist in our world before, is mana crystals. Mana crystals in a dungeon are sold for thousands to hundreds of thousands. Thanks, professional hunters were massively digging for it, and if an S-class hunter could attack high-level dungeons, well, I guess I don't need to explain anymore, right? In Korea, hunter Han Do-hyun is especially famous. He awakened when he was just a high school student. He lost his parents when he was young and grew up in poverty. After awakening, he founded the Abyss clan and established himself as the youngest clan leader. At the age of 25, they said his fortune was enormous. The reporter suddenly asked, "What about you? Are you rich too, Hunter Dumi?" Dumi hesitantly replied, "Of course not, that's not real for an E-level hunter like me." Dumi answered excitedly, "But if I keep trying, I'm sure I'll be able to earn a lot of money. I hope I'll be able to earn enough money to pay my younger siblings' tuition." But right now on the bulletin board is a notice, "The hunter from the moment he died," the reporter announced. The hunter who appeared on this program died while attacking the dungeon. Hunter Dumi was taken to the hospital early in the morning, but she did not survive and the hunter industry is in the spotlight due to its high salaries, but at the same time, people have begun to realize the dangers of this industry and its dark corners. In another wing of the dungeon, many people gathered here, both reporters, citizens and guards. "There's a call, boss." "Hello, can you hear me, boss?" The other man replied, "What's wrong?" The red shirt soldier complained, "What do you mean by that? Why did you bring someone like him? Isn't that an F-rank Hanu Jin?" In the distance sitting there is Hunter Hanu Jin, level F, title of Nurturer. Hanu Jin took off his mask and said, "Ah, so you recognized me, ha ha, go easy on me, I need to go into the dungeon to make a living." The red-shirted soldier pointed his finger disdainfully, "I don't need it, but that's not the point." The boss walked over and patted the red-shirt soldier's shoulder to stop him. "Don't be like that, no hunter is as cheap as him." The red-shirt soldier replied, "Of course he would be cheap, otherwise who would harbor such rags like him? Truly trash, he is the one left after his guild was killed many times, that's the bad point, he is a parasite that sucks the blood of others." Hanu Jin just sits quietly listening to the insults, fig. The red-shirt soldier continued, "Otherwise why would he be abandoned by his younger brother?" One person saw the noise so he advised to stop it. "Hey, stop it, there's no need to mention his younger brother." The red-shirt soldier looked at the phone and answered, "Then, it seems he won't be back any day when this guy's foot falls." crushed. Look at this title, how trashy are you, even your younger brother. Before he could finish his sentence, the guy in the red shirt was grabbed by the neck and dragged out. Hanu Jin shouted angrily, "Can you shut up now? This guy and that bastard are different." The guy in the red shirt was a bit confused but still said, "Ah, ha ha, you're angry." Then he kicked Hanu Jin away and shouted, "How dare you touch me, you trash." Hanu Jin was grabbed by the neck and lifted up. The red shirt guy continued shouting, "This guy is crazy, look here. Don't you see the difference in strength between us, huh? How dare an F-level guy like you dare touch a D-level guy like me?" The red shirt guy threw Hanu Jin aside and left and said, "If you feel humiliated then go tell your younger brother." The person walking next to the red shirt guy also said contemptuously, "This guy, he's always like that, when others mention his younger brother." Hanu Jin stood up, he was angry, damn it, a hand performing a skill approached him. The uncle just came out to heal Hanu Jin, he said. Sigh, he was injured right before entering the dungeon. Hanu Jin was extremely surprised to see the uncle approaching. Uncle explained, "I've fixed the burned bones, this is my special skill, maybe I can't heal you, but at least you can move more easily for a few hours." Don't think much about what he said, there's no way. I'm a level F supported, so I need to restrain myself. I just saw Hanu Jin looking up and smiling happily. Hanu Jin immediately said, "Of course, I'm also excited that you let an F level like me go with you." The uncle bewilderedly exclaimed, "Ha, that's right." Hanu Jin said again, "I'm sure you had a hard time dispelling it for us. Please try your best, I'm always very grateful to you." Uncle felt surprised so he just said, "Yes, thank you, I'm the only one who recognizes your efforts." Hanu Jin laughed triumphantly and thought, "I'm done." Hanu Jin picked up his baseball cap. And the uncle walked up to the guy in red and hit him on the head and shouted, "You bastard, stop bullying Du Chin, don't you know how much knowledge Du Chin has about dungeons and monsters?" Guy in red bewilderedly asked again, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Meanwhile, Hanu Jin opened the screen and checked the affected target. The arrow pointed to the boss and a notification appeared. Gang boss Lim Shok Gu had been added to the target of influence. In his mind was a stream of thoughts: rag, bad omen, damn, blood-sucking parasite. Otherwise, none of those words are wrong. The boss immediately called, "Okay, let's come in, Du Chin, let's come in quickly." Hanu Jin thought, because I can always survive, thanks to this skill. Inside the prison, the monsters saw humans and immediately rushed to attack. H Company stood in front to block the attack, while the person possessing magic power stood behind and attacked from afar. The assassin attacks directly, and the backline healer is responsible for healing everyone. Someone warned, "Don't let your guard down, you won't know where the monsters will come from." One person didn't care much. "Hey, we've been here many times, monsters come out, how strong can one be from this small dike level dungeon?" Everyone was in a very good mood. "Ha ha, man, we were shaking when we saw this group during the last dungeon earthquake." After the monster's body disappeared, leaving behind a crystal. The boss picked up the crystal, but couldn't believe that this thing could bring me so much money. The red shirt put his head in to see. Wow, it's so big, even though it's just mana crystals, it's classy but it's still worth a few $1,000s. He looked at Eugene and shouted, "Hey boss, are you digging properly? You know 80% of what you dig is paid for by commission, right?" Eugene dug up a crystal. "Ha, wait a minute, this tiny thing." The red shirt scowled and reminded, "Everything that falls from the monsters is all ours, so try to dig up as much as possible if you don't want to starve to death." Hanu Jin replied with a sound in his throat as if he understood. The red hair did not forget to threaten, "If we catch you stealing it, we will strip your clothes off and bury them in a hole." Hanu Jin couldn't help but think of the image of her stepmother and cruel stepsister. "You swing the hammer and dig, you bastards, just keep ordering me around like that." He sang, "I am Cinderella. Orphaned, from childhood." The lyrics are like Hanu Jin's life. "I lost my parents, and was also estranged from my own younger brother. After waking up, my younger brother also left the house. Ignore all my advice, that is very dangerous. During that time, I was drafted into the army. That bastard gathered the hunters, formed the Apen Guild, and then became an even harder to approach presence when a bit became the band, the most powerful association in the country. And I, who was left alone. At that time, he hated me. If I could wake up, I went looking for an agent who said they could give me a false awakening when I quit my job and then took all the money I had. I signed a contract with them without a second thought when they flattered me and said he would protect me because I was the page brother of a low-ranking hunter. I did all the humiliating things and then finally woke up. The sound of ridicule appeared. What a low-ranking guy, thinking you, I said he was the older brother of a first-class hunter. It's obvious he had to beg to be accepted. A small-ranking guy should know his place. We sponsored you just because you said you were the boss's brother. Please pay the compensation. After being battered by the media and having to sit on a pile of debt, a cold voice asked indifferently, "Are you causing trouble again? When will you stop expecting me to support you?" Rank Hunter, Hanu Jin, clearly the title you earned after awakening is that of Nurturer, because you are the one who raised a poor hunter. Every word of questioning seemed to tear into Hanu Jin's mind. Isn't that name embarrassing? Because the younger brother he is so proud of, the one who raised the devil, he is just getting in my way. My unhappiness increased. I was worried about both my legs from the injury that happened in a dungeon, and then my brother said, "What about healing support? Do you think I will provide you with that?" Which was a good thing, because he couldn't move, and there was no telling whether he'd ever enter the dungeon again. His cold eyes looked at him without any warmth. "Please live quietly, don't get in my way anymore." The pickaxe stuck firmly into the rock layer. Hanu Jin's eyes were empty. He mocked himself. Yes, I deserve to be thrown away. An incompetent older brother of a successful S-class hunter, someone who tries to gain some benefit from his younger brother like a parasite, that's not wrong. The reason why a top-ranked hunter like me can still live until now, in dungeons where people die every day, is because of my skill in gathering benefits from others. Title of Nurturer. The ability I received that I awakened was the skill that affected the environment around me. With relatives like my younger brother, whom I single-handedly took care of and raised. And with strangers, people I became friends with and opened my heart to. If I just say my keywords to those people, they will become influenced. Sending them a little strength to grow is the basic skill of a nurturer. Hanu Jin thought, there is no way I have a chance to survive in this terrain with that ability. What good is support coming from a small-ranked guy? A parasite that survives alone, even when all its comrades die, a parasite. It wasn't because of luck or because I was behind that I escaped death. To tell the truth, the nurturer also possesses another skill, a skill that can help me survive whenever I encounter danger. The real reason I'm still alive, while all my teammates are dead, is that, to be. The system's mechanical sound rang out. The effect of the Nurturer title was activated, activating the final bonus skill. Hanu Jin was terrified. What, now? The system continued to say, the skills and stats of the affected target user were transferred with double power. Hanu Jin can feel the energy flowing into his body. The power is flowing into his body. This power belongs to the boss. His rank has now changed from pressure to dike. The axe in his hand fell hard. Hanu Jin hurriedly moved with her crutch. No, this is unreasonable. What is the danger in a low-class dungeon? Hidden skill, final reward, is a skill that allows me to use the target user's abilities when affected by me, temporarily gaining double the power. If the target user's speed is 100, I can run up to 200, and if they possess a lot of strength, then I can fight with twice their strength. Thanks to that skill, I always survive. However, this is a completely worrying skill, because of the conditions that trigger this skill. The conditions for activating this skill are: he trembled. No way, boss. The tip of his shoe touched a pool of blood. The target user must die. Boss lying in a large pool of blood, Hanu Jin called with a trembling voice, boss. Someone shouted in panic, help me. The red shirt was held tightly in its mouth by the huge monster, and there was a scene where his hand was bitten off. He was confused. No way, why would something like this appear in a low-class dungeon? He keeps blaming that damn tyrant. It's on that bitch, because he got us involved. Fresh blood poured down with desperate moans, help. Hanu Jin recognized these monsters, the poisonous cursed dragon King Lakitas. The first-class dragon is said to be difficult to exterminate. No one has been able to defeat it until now. Why is such a monster here? The three-headed dragon is completely exposed in front of Han Dudi. It's impossible. The dragon's eyes had noticed him. This was a low-level dungeon. One of its heads attacked downward, forcing Hanu Jin to dodge. Why is a first-class dragon monster like wiping me here? He used the leg-raising skill. Hanu Jin jumped up and jumped into the narrow path. My uncle's skill is level bone strengthening, and I should double the effect immediately. The exit was in front of him. Run at this speed to a place where it couldn't get in, hide, and find a way out. But right after that, the dragon's tail whipped and collapsed large rocks. The dragon blocked Hanu Jin's path. One of the three heads growled and bit. Hanu Jin quickly came up with a countermeasure. It's coming, if I strengthen my arm and stop it. But soon his whole body was thrown away by the dragon. Hanu Jin rolled around on the ground. Huh. Fresh blood flowed out of his mouth and fell. His body trembled, he coughed. I couldn't beat it, even with double the boss's original skill. His memories before he died are being transferred to me. The boss treats the injured. One recovery potion is not enough. The red shirt rushes forward. I will try to hold out even if I do. His sentence was interrupted by screams and thick spurts of blood. Hanu Jin crawled on the ground. Damn it, my legs are like that so I can't run. He looked at the dragon opening its mouth and reaching out. This is the way. Am I going to die? Hanu Jin closed her eyes tightly, not wanting to witness this terrifying moment. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred on the dragon's body. Hanu Jin was hugged and lifted away from the explosion. He was surprised. Hanu Hyun. How did you get here? Yu Hyun put me in a safe place, face down. Hanu Jin shouted, what? Wait, even if it was me, I'd duel with the three heads. Before he could finish speaking, Yu Hyun was standing in front of the dragon. He activates the skill, Blue Willow Leaf. Layer upon layer of green bamboo leaves formed moving bands around his body. Hanu Hyun stepped on the formation. He turned around in the air and slashed at the dragon. His left hand transformed into a long bar of magic power. Energy is injected into the sword held in the right hand. Hanu Hyun lifted his sword and stabbed it hard at the dragon's head. Hanu Jin had to exclaim, so fast. This is how S ranks fight. Yu Hyun's vision shifted, another dragon's head appeared with blue smoke. Yu Hyun jumped up to avoid the poison that this head spewed out. Han Du-yun shouted loudly, be careful, it is a deadly poison that Eve Na cannot cure, if touched, the poison will be. His words were cut off when he saw the poison shooting towards him. Hanu Jin sighed. The giant shield was activated. Han Du-yun stood in front blocking the poison. But a few drops splashed on him, causing his shirt to burn and spread to his body. Hanu Jin called worriedly, Du-yun. He swung his sword and slashed out a large amount of energy to blow away the poison. Han Du-yun's blade is corroded. Hanu Jin also discovered this problem, the blade. I watched him continue to fight the dragon. Did that happen because he was trying to protect himself? Is that why he couldn't fight comfortably? Because of me. He called out loudly. Han Du-yun roared angrily, why are you in the dungeon again? Broken leg isn't enough to wake you up. Don't you think about how weak you are? Now look at how things ended. How much longer do I have to follow and clean up the consequences for you? How many times have I told you, don't cause trouble and live in peace? Hanu Jin laughed self-deprecatingly. Ha, you came just to tell me that. Han Du-yun doesn't care about his brother. Stop talking and hide in the corner. Hanu Jin pushed himself up. I was wondering why you came. Are you worried that I will get in your way again? What do I hope for? Do I hope that boy will come to save me just because I'm his brother? No way. Look back at your identity. He looked at the dragon. Was it exhausted? Hanu Jin dragged her ruined feet, moving step by step. A sword that I used my little strength to create. You must be very tired when your brother always doesn't know his position and just keeps causing trouble, right? So why do you still come here? There is a much simpler way. Han Du-yun's face turned pale. I told you to stay away, do something. Hanu Jin used all his strength to run towards the dragon. He stabbed the sword hard into its leg. A dragon head noticed him so he turned. Du-yun hurriedly, what did you just do? Hanu Jin let go of the sword. We can do this. My will to survive quickly disappears. Even if you save me, I'll only get in your way again. Just let me die here. If you die in the dungeon, I won't have to do complicated things like funeral arrangements. I remember when I was alone, looking at my younger brother walking in the opposite direction. I was so tired. Since when did we? Hanu Jin let go. Isn't it? Won't the people in hell also feel happy? So stop worrying about me. The dragon opened its mouth wide and bit. Hanu Jin closed her eyes tightly. That's why he didn't see Han Du-yun rushing in panic. He put all his strength towards him. A terrible collision sound rang out. Fresh blood dripped down. Hanu Jin's eyes opened. Then, bewildered, he saw Han Du-yun lying next to him, his arms still wrapped around his body. When did we get this wrong? No one can replace the brotherly love between us, at least since our parents passed away. Brother, are you okay? Hanu Jin, no matter how painful it is, tries to smile. I'm okay, Du-yun. Young Han Du-yun cares about his brother. Are you hungry? Can you eat something? There's only two of us left in this world. Blood kept dripping. Big brother, are you okay? Hanu Jin's eyes opened wide. What, Han Du-yun? Why are you? Words come to my mouth but I can't say them out. The dragon's head that attacked me was burned by a huge fire, making it howl in pain. Han Jin tried to stand up, but blood flowed out from the wound. Listen carefully to what I say. Raptors will sleep every 5 hours, so you just need to hide somewhere for a few more hours. It will be time for it to sleep. Let's take that opportunity to get out of here. In Hanu Jin's head there was a voice that kept screaming, no, it's not like that. When you broke your leg, I didn't go to the hospital to visit you even once. You cruelly pushed me away even when I begged you for help. I left you alone and told you not to bring me trouble. So why are you here? You smile at me like that. Han Jin gave me a gem. Take it, this is a gem, use it to escape from here. He carefully placed it in his brother's hands. Hanu Jin caught his brother. You should be the one to use it, not me. Besides, now we need to do something about your wound. Han replied gently, it was of no use. Only now did Hanu Jin see the deep wound on his brother's back. 2 sharp claws were still sticking through his skin and inside. Duyun laughed, I don't think I can use it. The weight of the body pressed on Hanu Jin's hand. Duyun's body collapsed onto his shoulder. There was no movement for a long time. Hanu Jin called out, hey, Han Duyun. His eyes were dull. Notification system, title activation, nurturer, additional skills of the last nurturer title have been activated. The power and skill of pseudo-awakening Han Duyun transfers to your body twofold. The dragon stomped his foot down on the 2 people. Hanu Jin hugged his younger brother's body and jumped away. At the same time, he activated the blue bamboo leaf to bind the dragon's legs. Hanu Jin hugged her younger brother tightly, this idiot. I can feel the energy flowing through my body. A magical spear was drawn from Han Duyun's body. Hanu Jin holds it tight, you're the one who has to do this, until the end. The dragon growled and rushed towards him. Hanu Jin stood up. He jumped up and stabbed the spear down on its head, causing the dragon to roar in pain. Yujin said, you're too slow, I'm twice stronger than him now. After saying that, he put all his strength into stabbing the spear down again. A severed dragon head. Poor with strength, her memories are also all over my body. My brother is an F-rank awakened fake, so he must not have anything to do with me. I need to stay away from him, even more than before. If they know he is my weakness, they will come and hurt you, even if we have to break off our brotherhood, again. Hanu Jin continued to rush towards the dragon. He swung his spear to attack, and a dragon head was spotted opening its mouth to bite. Please keep an eye on him and let me know immediately if anything happens. Once he becomes a hunter, he will not be protected by the law. Han Duyun's mood was angry, damn it, why couldn't I stop it from happening? So be careful with those guys, those bastards made my brother like that. A spear swung down and split the dragon's body in half. Tell them I can't cure him, send him away and just give him pension, and make sure I only do it because he's my brother. That's the better way, than by letting him enter another dungeon. I'm sorry, brother, I'm really sorry. I beg you, don't go into the dungeon again, brother. Heavy rain poured down. Hanu Jin stood on the dragon's corpse. But my mood is extremely painful. Ha ha, who do you think you are? You won't even tell me, idiot. I used both hands to support the spear to be able to stand. Why did you do that? I didn't know anything, and was only good at getting in your way. The time of final gratitude has ended. Once the time is up, I will die from the poisonous gas of the vegetable. I guess I have no reason to continue living anymore. I will die this way, the system announced. This is a miracle, you killed a dragon yourself. You have achieved the title of Legendary Dragon Slayer. You receive a reward of 10 gate stones, 5 first-level essences, a red dragon greatsword, and also a wishing stone. Grant any wish you want. Hanu Jin looked at the wishing stone and quickly asked, will it grant all wishes? He leaned in, really, then bring my brother back, the system told him. However, it couldn't bring a dead person back to life.
Hanu Jin almost roared, damn it, so what exactly can you do? What kind of wish can you grant? I just want.
If I can grant every wish, it can make me stronger than you, I can become the strongest hunter, become a new hero, and also, I will gain pride from a position that I've been envious of for a long time. No, that honor is the greatest. He said, please turn back time, let me return to the time before my brother died. I'll live a peaceful life without having to mess with any damn dungeons, so let's go back to before I came here. No, let's go back to before I became a consciousness, fake awakening. Even if I regret my decision, the system confirms, do you want to go back in time, right? Hanu Jin affirmed, yes, the power radiates from the wishing stone. Hanu Jin calmly closed her eyes, I will also make sure that I will not let this happen again. Hanu Jin gasped and woke up. He looked around, where he was. The space made him realize, this is where the Duyun gang is. Have I really gone back in time? I can't open the status window anymore. I checked the time on my phone. Wow, it was actually 5 years ago, but why am I here? Oh, that's right, this is the day I went to find that broker. I came here with a large amount of money without knowing that I would be scammed, and then dragged along. I thought that there was no way I could become someone like her. What an idiot, pathetic. He put his hands on his hands. Wait, that means. Soon, right here the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. Brother, how many times have I told you? I told you not to do anything that would bring you here. Steam covered Hanu Jin's eyes. I'm back. Hanu Jin rushed to hug his younger brother. I'm really back. Han Du-yun was stunned. Big brother, in his mind Hanu Jin silently thanked. What a relief, he's alive, Du-yun is alive. I'm sorry. Hanu Jin said, it's all my fault, I'm sorry for everything. Han Du-yun was worried. What, did you cause something else? Jin quickly said, it's not like that. He patted Du-hyung's head. He just suddenly thought like that on the way here. I'm 20 years old. No, I'm almost 20. I miss your brother's memories, but you went through a lot alone, trying to manage the guild and the dungeons. As your brother, I should have known what you were going through. What? I'm sorry, I won't bring you any more trouble. You won't have to worry about me anymore, okay? Han Du-yun was stunned. Bro. He turned around and hugged his brother. I understand, thank you, for telling me. Hanu Jin breathed a sigh of relief. I felt much more secure, even though it was a bit embarrassing to talk to her like that. I'm glad that I can still prevent it from happening. That's right, we are inseparable. I look at you lovingly, my little brother Han Du-yun. I love you. I will forget everything about hunters and fake awakenings, and quietly live my life, like I used to have. The system suddenly appeared. Hanu Jin was registered as a false awakening. The expression on his face stiffened. Grant the legendary title of Dragon Slayer and Perfect Nurturer. Activate additional skill. My kid is the best. Depending on Han Du-yun's growth speed increases by 100%. Hanu Jin naive came out like nothing, huh? Han Du-yun was in the kitchen cooking food. He turned his head to look at his brother. Sit down and rest. I'm almost done cooking. Jin nodded. Okay. He said that, but now he feels extremely awkward. Before I went back in time, we had an argument and I left right after. But now, I looked at my brother's back. It's good that we made up. I just didn't expect to have dinner together. He opened the system window, but his status window. I don't think I'll awaken again, and this time it's different. What's the name? He speculated. L-Class Dragon Slayer, proof of the warrior who personally slayed a high-class dragon. Is it because I killed Roktors that I got this title? I thought it would be looked down upon because I went back in time. Is it okay? It looks strange. He clicked on the title, and if it said rank L, then it probably meant legendary level, even higher than rank S. Skills appear. There are 4 more skills included with this title. He was startled. The attribute resistance skills were rated as rank L. This is the first time I've seen something like this. It means I can resist all skills below rank L. 4 skills. The skills are, in turn, poison resistance, curse effect resistance, fear effect resistance. Natural enemies of the vegetable are level 2 at. The remaining 3 skills above are all legendary level, and if there is a confrontation with the vegetable, this skill will help me deal double damage to that dragon. He clenched his hands. Maybe he did become the strongest after going back in time. He imagined the scenario of a ferocious dragon attacking the player. Han Du-yun was scared. Oh, he's too strong, others are desperate. We're dead. If the dragon's poison touches us, everyone backs away, and the dragon releases a hot fireball. Han Du-yun was surprised to see someone protecting him. What, big brother? Then Hanu Jin will say the classic line, I'm here, what if I get poisoned? For a real hunter it's just like a bucket of cold water. Han Du-yun will look at you with admiration. You're so cool. The legend of the Dragon Slayer Hanu Jin officially begins. He cheers, humph, just like that, and becomes the most famous hunter. So I can also be S rank, or even higher, L rank. The summary chart appeared. Stamina 6, Strength 4, Dexterity 5, Spirit 4, Magic Power 2. Hanu Jin cried. The dragon knocked him away with one strike and declared, if you can dream, you are only at rank F. He held his head. His physical condition was still the same, so how should he use those skills? Hanu Jin was depressed. Just as I thought, this time nothing changed. My dexterity and spirit have both increased, I guess it's quite similar to my previous skills. And the title of Nurturer also increased to rank L. To his surprise, this title also has 4 skills. Repaying the legendary level for the last time, this skill is best not to be used. What kind of moves are these? Such nonsense names. Let's see, my kid is the best. My brat is a legendary level 1, enhances a target's growth with a related keyword, duration is 3 days. Jin holds his chin, same as the Nurturer title. See, come on, how much can I increase my growth ability? He was startled and exclaimed, twice as much. This also means that the time it takes for the hero to become stronger will be twice as fast as other hunters, and if I combine it with other skills, then, when it comes to keywords, stats and skill effects of that object will be increased by a percentage of the number of people present. So if I encourage Duwin in front of 50 people, he will increase 1.5 times. Well, then if it is in front of 100 people, in humans, the efficiency will be 100%, which means twice as strong. It's only a matter of time before you become the strongest. That's not right, not just you, but all the hunters in the Lahone clan. Everyone will look at them and say, wow, that's the Lahone clan, in a deep environment, twice as powerful and agile. In just a few years, they will grow into the strongest guild. And the person behind that success is me. If that happens, I can live a powerful life. The system displays the keyword I love you. Hanu Jin held her head and screamed in her heart, why did she give keywords like this? I guess the keyword changed after I woke up. That's when you said, my little brother, I love you. I imagine, if I go around and say these keywords to everyone, I love you, you love me, then I really like you. Jin cries, I will definitely be arrested. Don't say create a buzz. He clicked on the window. It definitely wouldn't work. It was completely hopeless. The nature of this skill is so great that no one can use it. Is this the last one? Promising preschool. Can I identify people with potential and soon awaken, and those affected by keywords will awaken to the best potential? These skills are quite good. Du Hyung put the pot of soup on the heating pad on the table. Here, let's eat. Give my brother a bowl of rice. Is this enough rice to eat? Jin took it. Yeah, that's enough. Thank you for the meal. Duyun said, I tried to cook with what I know, so I don't know how it tastes anymore. Jin tried a piece of food. He exclaimed, it's so delicious. Duyun is happy? Really, I'm so happy. There's a lot of rice left. Let me know if you want to eat. Jin complimented, I didn't know you were such a good cook. Duyun told me, your cooking has improved while trying to survive. Jin paid attention. What's wrong? Outside food is problem. Duyun shared that cooking for yourself is safer. Now the world has antidotes and drugs, but before there were none. Jin was silent. Someone poisoned my food. Duyun doesn't seem to care much. Ever since he was a kid playing around, no one has paid any attention to him. Guilds conspire with famous corporations to expand their power, but I don't join any guild and tell everyone I will form my own guild. If I join a mid-range guild, I'm sure things will go more smoothly. His face was suddenly hugged by his brother's hand. I blame you, crazy kid, why don't you say anything to me? Du Hyung lowered his eyes, don't make such an expression, big brother, it's the result of my choice, but there are some things that have been bothering me all this time. Jin paid attention. What is it? Duyun expressed that because of it, our relationship had difficulties. I've monitored you and cut off contact with you, so they can't find you. Big brother, I'm avoiding you on purpose, just in case they find you. Jin patted his shoulder. I should tell you too, Duyun said softly, I didn't want you to get hurt, and I didn't think you would understand me easily, but I was wrong. He placed his hand on his brother's hand. I'm always thinking and worrying about you. I'm sorry and I love you too. Thank you for always taking care of this stubborn younger brother. Big brother, touched Jin, Du Hyung. I keep seeing food for my brother. What do you mean when you say thank you? You've been through a lot. Hey, eat, this and this too. Du Hyung looks at the food piled up so high mountain. Wow, thank you. The two brothers talked happily to each other. I'm glad I turned back time. It was the wisest decision of my life. Deween's phone rang. He looked at it and said, well, I have to go. There are some things I have to deal with. Big brother, there's one more thing I want to say before leaving. Are you serious? Delete the contact information with that broker, even if you call them. I'm sure they won't be able to pick up the phone anymore. Jin took out his phone. I know. So under the attentive gaze of Jin's younger brother, he deleted the broker's information. It's gone. You see, I hope he doesn't end up dead. Duyun put on his jacket and said, I'll go then. Jin waved his hand. Yes, go to work carefully. Before leaving, I'll clean everything up for you. Duyun suddenly asked, What are you talking about? Where are you planning to go? Yujin doesn't quite understand. Why? Diyun said, Big brother, you can't leave here anymore. I won't go anywhere, from now on I can live here. Yujin was stunned, the expression on his face stiffened. Tell me again, what? He raised his voice, wait, what do you say? What do you mean, can't I leave here? Diyun replied frankly, it's very dangerous out there, I can't go out. Yujin thought he heard wrong. What? What do you mean, dangerous? This morning I walked normally. Diyun rubbed his chin, the situation is different from this morning, because I'm staying next to you, so I won't be as safe as before. The reason you've been safe up until now is because I've completely cut ties with you, but now your enemies will start targeting you, and your life could be taken at any moment. When? How can I feel secure in leaving you alone? That's why I can't go anywhere, I will continue to live here starting from now on. Yujin was stunned. What? I boldly walked out the door. What the hell are you talking about? Are you crazy? I'll get out of here. But the iron bars blocking the path made him lose his eyes for a moment. Ah. The courier asked, Are you Han Yujin? Yujin was startled and shouted loudly, Hey, the courier gave you the documents. We have delivered all the belongings, just as you requested. Please sign here. Yujin horizontal number. Hey, you said furniture. Ah, the boxes containing your personal belongings were sent. Diyun announced, There's no point in returning home now. This will be my new home me. Yujin shouted, You crazy bastard, what the hell are you doing? Diyun argued eloquently, What? He said he had no problem with that. You said you were sorry and that you loved me, and you said you'd look back at everything I'd done for you so far. He wiped his nose, it was similar to giving permission. Yujin's face turned gray. Does that sound reasonable at all? He was lying on the floor. Remember my brother's words, don't step out of that house. What's wrong with you? Is this a side effect of turning back time? No, now is not the time to lie down like this. I packed my things into my backpack, we should get the necessary things and get out of here before she comes home. Otherwise I will be imprisoned forever. The sharp gaze of the tall man standing outside the door looking down made him stiffen. He frowned. What's wrong? Yujin crouched. Hello. This is the level A hunter of La Huang Huang, Kim Sung Han, Deween's confidant, who possesses outstanding defense skills. He softly said, Excuse me, can you move a little? He said firmly, No. He stood blocking the door. The gang leader asked me not to let him out. Yujin held the door to steady him. Did he even arrange a level A bodyguard? You and this person were arguing. I'll be back soon, firmly determined. I said no. You raised your voice. Ah, where I go won't have any effect. Kim Sung Han rubbed the side of his face. Ha. He put his hand on Yujin's shoulder. I won't say it again. Please go back to your room. Don't force me to throw you there. Kim Sung Han's aura made Yujin sweat. Damn, it felt like my whole body was being crushed. This special pressure that only came from a high-level hunter. As if I was a herbivore standing in front of a carnivore. He thought of himself as a cowardly and weak rabbit and Kim Sung Han as a vicious bear. Yujin tried to calm down. Don't be afraid, don't. System reminder, fear effect resistance has been activated, pressure will be disabled. Fear resistance skill is turned on. Is it that skill? I don't feel trembling anymore, my eyes. Kim Sung Han can be seen as a gentle puppy. So the weak rabbit became aggressive? Damn it, get your hands off me, what are you trying to do? Yujin thinks he's cool and points at his chest. Ha, Kim Sung Han, don't you know what the law is? There's such a thing as personal freedom, so the detention this crime is also considered a crime. Ha, do you want to go to jail? I'll call the police. Yujin's collar was lifted. Kim Sung Han grabbed you like a chicken. Do you like drinking alcohol? Do you like me throwing you into the room like that? Hey no. Yujin immediately changed his tone. No, I'm sorry, he thought dumbly. What is the purpose of this skill, when I can't even do anything? Kim Sung Han reminded him to come inside. Please come inside immediately. Yujin struggled. Wait, he tried to think, is there really no other way? I possess a lot of skills. System prompt, the prospective kindergarten is activated. Yujin stares at it, there will probably be something useful. He grabbed Kim Sung Han's face and pulled him over. Wait, what is this? Kim Sung Han was startled by being pulled. What? His series of stats appeared in front of Yujin's eyes without missing anything. His A-level awakening ability was huge, meaning he could become an S-level hunter, which also meant there would be 2 members, S-level in his deep environment. He was so jealous he pulled Kim Sung Han's hair by the ear. It was so embarrassing. Why couldn't he be the only one with his skills? Kim Sung Han was confused. He was doing it. Hey. System prompt, the target user is not yet completely affected. after affecting the target with the keyword. Thanks to my brat skill is the best you can acquire S-rank skills. Jin took a deep breath. Damn, that means I can change it. Okay, the answer is influence. He will listen to every word I say when I can influence him, discover an S-class hunter, and regain his freedom.
He raised his head. If I want to do that, damn, keyword, I really have to tell him that why?
He was determined. I have to say I love you. Kim Sung-han's face was grim. What are you doing, Hanu Jin? Jin is serious. Look here, Kim Sung-han. He raised one hand to release his heart. Kim Sung-han was doubtful. Seeing that it didn't work, Jin used both hands to form a larger heart. The blue veins on Kim Sung-han's forehead appeared. Hanu Jin was thrown inside. Please don't act offensively and go back inside. Jin is miserable and kneeling on the ground. Change my keywords. At night, Han Do-yeon also came home. Big brother, I'm home. He looked at his brother lying on the floor. Are you resting? Jin weakly replied. Can't you see I'm slowly dying? Do-hyung helped his brother up. He hasn't rearranged his furniture yet. He really wants to live with me here instead of the old place, right? I'll reserve a room for you, so please move there. Okay. Jin's body is as soft as vermicelli. Just do as I say. You're just a prisoner anyway. Do-yeon chuckled. Try harder. I'll let you out soon. Jin woke up. What? Can you go out? When? Do-hyung reassured. Calm down and listen to me. Right now there are many enemies still eyeing hell. But when we return, so be stronger. No one will dare to touch us recklessly. When that time comes, you can go out. He scratched his cheek. Then let's wait until the situation becomes the strongest guild in the country. Jin is devastated. That will be many years in the future. Do-yeon comforted. Just wait a year. We will wipe them all out in just 1 year. Jin thought without faith. Maybe it will take 3 years. Do-yeon didn't know what was in his heart and continued. I'll still take you out a few times, but only if I'm with you or if I go with you. Jin imagined. You mean like taking the dog out for a walk, star? Do-hui calculated that we can't take you out often, because clearing the dungeon takes several days, and I also can't let hunters lower in level stay with you. Jin suddenly thought, wait, can't I do something with my skills? I've been looking for information about hunters every day. I know exactly which hunters will become high-level hunters. I just need to find out sooner and awaken them after careful nurturing, and I will force them to sign a commitment to become their bodyguards to repay the favor. If I can create my own army, then you won't be able to complain anymore. It's completely possible with my skills and title. Then, Jin suggested, he will find level A hunters. Do-hui thought he heard wrong. What would he do? Jin has more confidence. That's right. Okay, let's look for future A to S level awakened fakes. If possible, find a child who will be easier to convince. I'll raise them very well and make them your exclusive hunters. I said, yes, if I can find myself a level A bodyguard, then let me go around freely. Do-yeon asked, how are you going to find out? Jin was confused. You have to find your own way. Do-yeon's eyes were sharp. Big brother, have you awakened? Jin was startled. What? Do-yeon asked, is that a skill that helps you find superior people or awaken them? When did you awaken? Not when you met the brokers this morning, then after you met me. What kind of skill is that? Do you know what to do if there are more people following you now? Jin cried, you know everything already. I can't tell him the truth, never. If I tell him that I received a legendary skill, I will be locked up for life. I imagine Do-hui tied me up. I said, this way you will be safe, and Kim Sung-han will stand next to you and take care of you. So he quickly said, it's an F rank, a mediocre force rank, and its only use is to distinguish between weak and strong, and you can only awaken one person a month. Do-yeon calmed down. If that's all, he probably won't be in sight. He revealed, soon there will be a replacement for that. Jin was curious. Instead, Do-hyung explained, an Awakening Center Institute will be established, and the awakening devices there will be can show a high degree of predictability. Jin remembered, oh yes, this was before the other centers were built. Do-hyeon continued, once the center has finished manufacturing, everyone will be safely awakened, so there will be fewer fake awakened desecrators, and the number of people targeting that skill of yours will also be the same, will decrease. Jin is happy, that's good. He cheered, it's just a useless skill, so there's nothing to worry about. I'll find a level A, so give me a chance. Do-yeon reluctantly agreed, okay, but it's not easy to hunt, but only if I can find it. Before that, I'll pack my luggage and go to my house first. Okay. Jin jumped up. Okay, duh. I secretly calculate, do you think I will let you lock me up at will? Just wait and see. I will bring back a hunter from level A to S level for you to be surprised. I'll hire them and make all my own decisions. What if I end up joining a guild that's bigger than La Hone? He. The next day, the civil registration office of the Korean Hunter Association. Everyone excitedly turned their heads to look. Wasn't that person Kim Sung-han, the shield of Luo Huang Tin, the hunter Kim Sung-han? Who is the person next to him? A newbie. If he is accompanied by a level A hunter like that, he must be a formidable person. If another new level recruit appears today, what about ya? Information retriever informs, Sir Hanu Jin, you are now registered as an F rank awakener. Everyone was disappointed. What's wrong? He's not an S rank, so why act like I'm a S rank? He doesn't have anything worth paying attention to. So disappointing. Eugene scolded in his mind. I acted like ever. I took out the envelope that Duwian gave me this morning, but first, since the registration procedure has been completed, I probably have to go get the equipment. Duwian has already given me the money, but how much is in here? Looking at the number 1 with 6 zeros behind it made Eugene's eyes drop a little. Han Du-yun, this psycho bastard. He went to the hunter's shopping district. The staff is very polite and welcoming. Which equipment do you want to see first? Here are all high-end equipment. We have also prepared things that you can usually bring with you. In a moment, Eugene is full of flashy and bold equipment. What about simple things? Moreover, no. The staff took out the equipment, with simpler jewelry. This was the last sample we had. Dark fairy earrings, magic power plus 29. Eugene put it on her ear. Well, if it's just earrings, that's fine. Manticore leather gloves, vitality increased 61, strength increased 20, belt buckle, dexterity increased 16. Eugene opened the specs table. Okay, if it's like this, then my stats will probably be in the car class. That's the power of money. He calculated, with the remaining money, I need to buy a few more contracts and a few more bottles of poison, plus. Kim Sung-hun was waiting. Where did you go? Eugene sat in the car. I went shopping in the building. At least let me do those things. Kim Sung reminded me, when you go somewhere, please let me know in advance. If there's nothing else to do, let's go home. Eugene stopped. No, there's one more place I want to go. He propped his chin up and looked outside. The Parc de Rim, which must live somewhere nearby. If I remember correctly, she definitely lives with a relative who opened a barbecue restaurant in Yeouido. Even in a group of A-rank hunters, she's still too talented, so if it was her, then you probably wouldn't complain. She awakened her ability 3 years earlier, when she was only just turned 18, so she's probably in high school now. I have to quickly find her and regain my freedom. The woman shook her head. Parc de Rim, I don't know who that is. The shop owner also said, there is no one with that name in our shop. Eugene held a bowl in her hand and looked around. There were more barbecue shops than I thought. Should I check all of them? He took a deep breath. Every time we passed by, oh my, the smell of meat wafting on the grill, he called, Kim Sung-han, aren't you hungry? We should go eat. He replied, no, I'm fine. Eugene is manipulative. Don't be like that. Kim Sung-han doesn't understand, but why do we have to be here? If it's a barbecue restaurant, there are a lot of them around La Hone, Eugene said, because here I feel a very strong presence, paralysis. Sung-han frowned. You talk like a religious person. Eugene shouted, hey, I heard that. He wondered, should I eat dinner first and then observe later? I wanted to eat grilled pork intestines so much. At this moment, someone raised his voice loudly. It's always my fault. Eugene looked that way. A grumpy girl. How many times do I have to tell you? It's that bitch Park So-chun's fault. Eugene was startled. Is that it? A man came out of the shop. How dare you scold me like that? Come here quickly, angry girl. I'm really fed up. Go away and die go. After scolding her, she ran past Eugene and found him. He quickly called after him. Please excuse me. Seeing that he couldn't call, he gave the unfinished song to Sung-han. Kim Sung-han, hold this for me. He didn't understand. Are you planning to call? Eugene chased after her. Why is she so fast? She's not even a fake awakened yet, but still, the B-level equipment belt that increases dexterity by 16 is effective. Eugene launched himself. If I had this equipment now, that speed wouldn't matter at all. When he moved, he even created a small wind that made people around him scream. Wow, what is that? So fast. That wind, Eugene silently applauded. These equipment are really good. I looked around. It was clearly this direction. She was there. I spotted her in the crowd. I saw her. Eugene called out, Parc de Rim, you are Parc de Rim right? Saw someone calling her to stop. Eugene ran over. Please talk to me for a moment. Girl, be alert. what is it? Did my uncle send you here? She crossed the street. Go away, old uncle, I won't come back. Yujin suddenly, old uncle, I'm still young. He was shocked and careful with the car. A car drove straight to the Parc de Rim. Because she was surprised, she couldn't take any action to avoid it. The sound of impact rang out. Yujin hugged the little girl who was hit by a car. He shot out and hit the ground hard. The driver felt scared when he bumped into someone and started sweating. Parc de Rim heard the old man save him and asked, "Are you okay? You're not hurt anywhere. It would have been better if the road surface was also cold, but..." Parc de Rim was surprised. "What is it? Are you a hunter, old uncle?" Yujin suggested. "Before that, can you get off of me?" The fragrant smell of grilled meat emitted. Hanu Jin's mouth watered. "Wow, look at this pile of grilled tripe, it looks so delicious. It's been a long time since I've eaten Korean beef." He picked up a large piece of meat and bowled it to the little girl. "Eat it and boil it, you can also order more." The little girl did not hesitate to accept it. "Okay," Yujin thought, "she eats so well. Luckily, I have the company's card." "Thai." I asked, "Is it okay to eat here? You said earlier that your uncle also opened a barbecue restaurant." De Rim didn't care at all. That place is very boring, old man, don't go there, it's just a waste of money." "Okay," Yujin reminded, "I told you not to call me uncle." De Rin is interested. "By the way, tell me, seeing that you are the brother of the gang leader is a deep situation. So why does someone like you come to me?" Yujin clasped her hands under her chin and smiled brightly. "Well, maybe it's because I feel your good energy." De Rim was about to stand up. "I'm not that superstitious, thank you for the meal." Yujin quickly called back, "Hey, I'm not like that. I made up a touching story. Actually, I knew your parents. When my parents passed away, my aunt and uncle helped me a lot. So even though it's a bit late, I still wanted to come to repay the favor. Because I was so busy, I only met her now. It's true that I'm ashamed. This reason was temporarily accepted by her. It's okay, there are many people, or pretend to be an acquaintance and then stab me in the back, so this is nothing." Yujin sighed. "Really, thank you for understanding me." He explained, "When I came, I discovered your ability, that's why I really wanted to help you." De Rim doubt, "Natural talent." Yujin put her hands in front of her chest. "I'm talking about your ability to awaken, that's my job, I can make others awaken." "I confirm, Parc de Rim, you can awaken at least B level. And since I have banned La Hone's back, I can help you become a hunter. If you think it's okay, then I'm willing to be your helper." I reached out my hand. "What do you think? Do you want to make a contract with me and become a hunter?" De Rim bewildered. "I, become a star hunter?" Yujin thought, she'll take the bait, with kids these days, this is a very popular profession, I guess I have to show it off a bit more. So I took out a pen and paper from the system. "Yes, do you want to take a look?" De Rim was surprised. "Wow, what is that? Where did you get that? Is that an inventory?" "Right." Yujin wrote something on paper. "Ha ha, if I wake up I will have a wife. This contract is unique, created as a byproduct of that dungeon." After writing it, I gave the contract to her. All she needed to do was sign the name Parc de Rim. The girl read the contract. The terms here were, agree with La Hone, always keep Hanu Jin's abilities a secret, and be responsible for protecting Hanu Jin for 1 year. Yujin acted like, "Yes, I need a protector, just a weak pressure, but there are people who want to harm me." De Rim asked, "Aren't you embarrassed to be protected by a high school brat, study like me? For Hanu Jin, this is truly a fatal blow." He smiled awkwardly. "There's nothing to be ashamed of. If you awaken, you're obviously stronger than me." De Rim wants to know, if I awaken, will I be independent? Yujin was surprised. "Ha, independent?" Yujin replied, "Of course, for those who are awakened, it's the same no matter how big or small." She took the pen, "Then I agree to the contract." Yujin reached out to stop. Hey, wait a minute." De Rim is confused. "What's wrong? I just need to write my name here, right?" Hanu Jin reminded. "No, at least read it carefully. Yes, the terms for you are still missing." Yujin carefully pointed it out to her. "Well, come on, what if you signed and got scammed?" He explained attentively. "Okay, look here, you have to make sure that all the contracts are satisfactory. At your age you probably aren't used to these things, so you need a guardian." Parc de Rim, I don't know what the mixed emotions in my heart are right now. Yujin looked over. "Even if you were independent, it would be good." She suddenly asked, "What if that guardian exploits me?" He looked at her intently. "What do you mean?" De Rim didn't look at him. "There's no point in having a guardian if that person exploits me. What the hell is a contract worth doing? Everyone just uses me anyway." Maybe because she was sitting across from her, Yujin didn't see her hands clutching her skirt tightly. Darim, what are you talking about? The sound of a man cursing grumpily. Park Darim, dog, where are you? I heard someone say they saw you walk in here. This person is none other than the girl's uncle. Yujin stood up to say hello. Hello, I'm the helper. This uncle didn't pay any attention to his presence but aggressively walked towards Darim, not doing what I did wrong but instead wandering around the place. What the heck? He grabbed her arm and pulled her up. Stand up and follow me now. I will teach you a lesson. Yujin tried to dissuade her. Wait, Uncle Darim, please calm down. He held tight, took his wrist. The uncle scowled. Ha, who are you? Are you making out with this whore? Yujin was stunned. No, what's wrong with you? The uncle screamed. Let go. How can a skinny guy like you be so strong? Yujin thought to himself, geez, really armed with potatoes. Uncle used his other hand to push his hand away, but he still didn't let go. Darim raised his voice. Who are you to come and pick trouble with us? Only then did Yujin pay close attention to the girl, seeing her old clothes, with tattered shoes that did not fit my feet. He also remembered the first image when he saw her. Yujin's heart was clear. Ah, now I understand what you mean, Darim. You said it would be better without a guardian like him, right? The little girl condemned. Yes, he is the devil. He took all my parents' inheritance money and didn't even give me a penny. Even when it was stormy, he only gave me a few cheap umbrellas, and then they broke and didn't bother to buy another one, so I had to walk around with a plastic bag on my head. People around me could hear it. The story is disgusting. What? It's so barbaric. It's no different than child abuse. Angry uncle, you dare to humiliate me. He pushed Yujin aside and then aggressively walked over. Come here, I'll break your mouth. Darim cowered in fear. Suddenly Hanu Jin fell to the ground. Darim is worried, uncle, and uncle doesn't understand anything. Eh? The little girl asked if her uncle was okay. Hanu Jin rolled around on the ground and screamed, ah, uncle is beating this person. Uncle didn't think of this situation. What? He was confused. I didn't do anything. Yujin propped himself up with his hands. His pitiful eyes and weak expression appeared. The gentleman was silent and did not do anything. Why did you hit someone? I just trying to protect this little sister. Yujin accused. You beat that weak high school girl, just like you beat me, right? Uncle was so angry that many people looked at him and accused him. He blushed. You. He grabbed my collar and lifted me up. How dare you try to blame me like that? Yujin's eyes flashed with calculation. He took advantage of the moment no one was paying attention to kick his leg. The uncle lost his balance and fell onto the table behind him. Oh. Yujin pretended to pick up the can of soda. Oh my god, you have to be careful, because the soda spilled. The floor was very slippery. There was meat sauce on his face. This bastard. Yujin didn't hold back and grabbed his head and pushed him down. The uncle yelled, ah, the sauce got on my nose. Yujin acted innocent. Oh god, I slipped again. Is the uncle okay? He told Rim to stop laughing. Hanu Jin bent down and threatened in a low voice, you should be ashamed for using a little girl like her, you should be torn to pieces. Under his head was a smoking grill that scared the uncle. Let me out. Yujin warned, if you dare to do anything to her anymore. A loud noise made him stop. What? Darim was excited. Wow, I heard him hitting the table, like wrestling. Yujin said, it wasn't me who did it. I thought that sound was coming from outside. What was going on? The ground suddenly shook, making everyone panic. Ah, what's going on? An earthquake? Is there a war breaking out? What the hell is going on? Kim Sung-han rushed in. Hanu Jin, I don't know who shouted, it's dangerous everyone, run now. A monster, black tentacles with bright yellow eyes burst out from underground. Its big mouth full of teeth opened wide. It appeared, a dungeon escape happened near this place. Everyone panicked. Ah, let's run, it's running towards us. Yujin was scared. A dungeon escape, Kim Sung-han reminded, stay back, it's very dangerous. You activate your power and rush forward, I'll take care of things here. A powerful punch hits the ground, level A head skill, Earth Shield. The wall rose from the ground to block the attack of the monster at the other end. Kim Sung reminded, run now. Yujin was worried, I had no memory that this would happen, why would a monster suddenly appear here like that? Is it true that there is a dungeon escape happening nearby at this time? Kim Sung-han has no time to distract, please run quickly. He jumped up onto his shield. Kim Sung-han kicked out his legs and kicked the monster hard. But very quickly he discovered, it had no main body. Kim Sung-han could only avoid being attacked by countless animals. The earth shield vibrated violently. Everyone panicked. Ah, it's going over the walls. Running, my uncle also ran away. Ah, what the hell is going on? Darim unfortunately stepped on a thick rope while evacuating. The girl fell hard to the ground. My uncle saw it, but immediately turned around and ran away. Darim takes all this action into his eyes. The tentacles rushed towards the girl. She closed her eyes tightly in fear. The tentacle hit the shield hard. Darim opened his eyes wide in surprise. Uncle, Yujin quickly said, run, run until the evacuation shelter. He grabbed the girl and pulled her away, looking at the hand holding his hand tightly. Darim was momentarily stunned. She pursed her lips tightly. Yujin asked, is that an evacuation shelter, an underground shopping mall? Darim replied, yes, that's right. After taking her to the entrance he turned around and ran back down. Hurry up. Darim saw that and quickly asked, what about you? Yujin's eyes were determined, I had to go back there. That monster, I've seen it before, even though it's not strong alone, it'll be a big nuisance if it can't be eliminated in one move. I have to find a way to solve this. My arm was pulled back. Uncle, let me go with you, please wake me up, if only I can participate in the fight. Yujin doesn't agree. What? How can that be? You haven't signed that contract yet. Darim is confused. Ah, are you worried that I'll turn my back on you once I wake up? You won't. Don't go back on your word, please do it quickly, the situation is very dangerous now. Yujin was determined, that's why I can't let you do this, you're still young. He advised her, once you've awakened, can you fight competently? I want to awaken you in a safe environment, I have no intention of letting you fight like this. I remember my brother's lonely back, I won't let a kid like you fight alone. The adults will do what they can, just evacuate to a safe place, understand? Darim stood and watched his uncle leave. He ran in the opposite direction of the moving crowd, thinking Hanu Jin. You've been a hunter for over 5 years, haven't you? You should be able to find a way to escape even in your current situation, right? He ran back to the shield. Hunter Kim Sung-han. Kim Sung-han was startled. He was confused. Why are you here? It's very dangerous here. Yujin doesn't talk much, please use your shield skills. Kim Sung-han replied, what? It's useless, even if you try to build a defensive barrier, I can't give it to the whole town. Yujin is determined, that skill is good enough, I have an idea. Kim Sung-han looked at him suspiciously. Han Du-chin quickly caught up, approaching from behind, breathing heavily. Sung-han turned his head to look at him, panicked and asked, why are you here? I told you it was very dangerous, he said with a serious face. Use your great earth blocking skill. Sung-han replied a bit surprised, it's no use, even if I put up another barrier, I can't block it for the whole city. It's okay if he urges that skill, I have a plan. The two of them climbed up a high cliff to look down at the chaotic scene below. Sung-han threw his fist. Appeared a shield to block the giant monster. It sank several inches deep into the ground. Looking at the subsidence of the ground, he secretly thought about using a skill like this. Han Du-chin raised his leg and said, I'll start moving now. Then jump up high to approach the monster. He jumped in the air and calculated, yes, the shield is like a solid wall, so if you can use it to surround monsters, it will become a giant cage. And all the items I bought at the Hunter Association before. Grade A poisonous item, black poison. Luckily I bought it to prevent emergencies. If I blow this thing up in the shield and seal that area, I can wipe them all out with a single attack. He approached the rut and suddenly discovered that it was empty inside. He mumbled, what? It's gone. The next second, it used its tentacles to wrap around his legs, hanging him upside down in the air. He seemed to understand implicitly that it escaped through the sewers. I didn't expect this, because there are sewers in the working dungeon, am I finished? Suddenly Darim appeared in front of him with an umbrella in his hand and shouted loudly, Uncle, he suddenly shouted her name. She swung her umbrella and hit the beast hard. It changed its target, released him, and aimed at her. She started to run, not forgetting to glance at him as a signal to run, towards this alley. He quickly caught up with her, the two of them were closely pursued by the monster. He asked and told me to run away. What are you doing? You're just a civilian, she firmly replied. So what about you? You're just an F-rank guy. At least I'm an adult, and I'm still an awakened messenger, she stubbornly said. Don't make me laugh anymore, before that you had to ask a middle school student to protect you. He sighed and said, I told you, I'm still young, so. I know she interrupted him, but that's also the reason why I need strength to the point of risking my life like this. In her memory, she sadly said that when he saved me, I felt very secure, there was someone who truly wanted to protect me. But that also makes me angry. I have to rely on others to protect me, because I don't have enough strength to protect myself. That's why I want to become stronger, at times like these. Just because I'm young, I can't do anything. Besides praying for someone to protect me. The power to protect yourself and to make your own decisions. That's what you told me, uncle, that I had the strength to do those things, that I could be strong. So teach me, show me how strong I can be. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised her head and the monster's tentacles were almost touching her. She unconsciously raised her hand to block it. Suddenly a white light surrounded her. Its tentacles instantly froze. Sung Han turned to them in surprise and asked what just happened. What the hell is this? Notification system ice skill, icy breath has been activated, registration of awakening messenger pack to Rim completed. She happily shouted to her uncle, I have received the S license. My skills are unbelievable, have icy breath, and, Han Du-chin quickly stopped her, hey, you shouldn't show off your skills like that. Asked why, there is this, and, from the pile of rocks behind, another monster crawled up from the ground, it quickly attacked her. He shouted a warning behind you, there's still a monster, be careful, Rim. She screamed loudly, Mom, and at the same time waved her hand vigorously. Surprisingly, just one swing of her hand sent the monster flying far away, disintegrating into pieces. She turned her head, went from a state of surprise to excitement, so this is the power of the S-class, then spoke up. Okay, I'll take care of this from now on. She approached and borrowed the iron in Han Sung's hand and said, could you lend me this weapon? He gave it to her and gently said okay. She pushed the iron rod hard against the ground. The power she unleashed was so destructive that Sung Han had to use a barrier to protect his and Han Du-chin's safety. Han Du-chin shouted, help me, while holding his head with both hands. Rim quickly unlocks the player's shoes skill. Thousands of fragments crashed into the shield. Han Du-chin shouted, Rim, be careful, you'll bury us all. She scratched her head shyly and said, oh, sorry everyone, I'm still a bit clumsy when controlling my power. He smiled and looked at the girl with affectionate eyes. He thought she was a hunter named the Ice Witch. But it turned out to be just a little girl with such a bright smile. He said I didn't expect her to awaken like that. If she had an O skill that would be good, would she? At that moment, Du-hyeon appeared and said leave this to me. Then he raised his hand and set fire to burn the monsters in the blink of an eye. What was Rim standing at a distance, exclaiming, he burned all that down with just one move. Han Du-chin said Du-hyeon, so you have arrived. The other person's face was cold, he turned his head, his gaze was cold, he lowered his voice. Do you know how nervous I was on the way here? This is why I always told you to stay home. You know what, I really should lock you up. To help his brother calm down, Han Du-chin quickly changed the subject. It's okay, you don't need to worry anymore, I found it. Level S just awakened, packed a Rim. She walked up and politely said, nice to meet you. I secretly admired that he was the leader of the Abit Guild. Han Du-chin continued, she said she would sign a contract with me, how about that? No need to worry anymore because I already have an S-level bodyguard. Du-hyeon said she seems underage, what about her guardian? He replied that her guardian was a hateful person, so he was thinking about becoming her guardian. The other person lost his temper and shouted loudly, what are you talking about, not only supporting but also sponsoring. Meanwhile, Rim gave the weapon back to Sung Han and said, thank you for letting me borrow it, and at the same time asked in a low voice, isn't support and sponsorship the same thing? The other person replied that the support person simply cannot interfere in your affairs, so even if you sign an unfair contract, they cannot protect you. However, the sponsor is the legal guardian of the underage hunter, essentially taking on the role of the child's parents. Out of surprise, she loudly said to her parents. Are you serious? You don't have to go that far. I agree, Mr. Hi, why do you have to take care of someone else? Han Du-chin calmly replied, how can I leave it alone when you're a bastard, but the decision is entirely yours. Du-hyeon came to strongly oppose me, I do not agree with this, for my brother's safety. There have been many incidents of high-level awakened people bullying their low-level sponsors. An S-level person cannot follow an F-level person like you, big brother. What if this girl hits you? She angrily replied, I wouldn't do that, I'm a good girl, you know what the hell. He said it would be better for me to become her sponsor than you, Mr. Hi. She scowled, dissatisfied, and firmly said no, my uncle said he would become my sponsor. He shouted, who knows if at some point you will change your mind and do something to my brother. She snapped, I won't do that, the contract is to protect him, are you sure you're not the one who wants to do that? Han Chin said helplessly, hey, everyone. Du Hyeon pulled him away, leaving a cold word that we're done, let's go, Mr. Hi. De Rim was confused and ran after him saying, where do you think you're going, so don't stick your nose in and take the uncle away. The two struggled, with their S-level strength making Han Chin feel like he wanted to die 1,000 times from injury. Seeing him limp, they were worried and some anxiously asked him, are you okay? Others were screaming, Uncle, he weakly said to both of you, leave me alone. His close younger brother said, are you okay, big brother, should I call the healer, do you want some medicine? He raised his hand to signal, Han Hyeon, did I teach you like that? The matter related to the sponsor is De Rim's right, why are you poking your nose into words, besides, you are a clan leader, you should be happy because I brought you an S-level person. Du Hyeon silence he said yes, but. He interrupted his younger brother and why are we going home, aren't you going to resolve this situation, look at the day Han is standing there waiting for you, do your job boss. The other person obediently left, not forgetting the instructions, let's talk later, I'll be done soon. De Rim looked at the stubborn boy who had just left and grumbled what was wrong with his boss, he was far from his public image, I used to like him because of his handsome looks, he turned around and scolded me, also, De Rim, sit over there and don't come close to me. She was startled and flustered, mumbling, sorry, I'm having trouble controlling my strength, is your shoulder okay? He leaned over and said yes, it just broke off, anyway. He picked up her shoe, bent down and knelt at her feet to put it on for her, at the same time, he said this is your shoe, I will help you put it on because you are still not used to controlling your strength. It's worn out, and it's wrong, I can't believe my bastard uncle gave me this. Let's go buy a new pair of shoes tomorrow. She smiled brightly and said innocently, doesn't this make his heart beat faster? He calmly replied, why is that? She innocently said to him, you know, in some TV series, they. Suddenly she smacked him hard in the face and said there's this fly. He spat blood, sat back and said God, yes, now my heart is beating fast, she fussed, sorry, I'll be more careful. He tied her shoelaces and whispered that I will become a busy person, she asked why, he said before you ask me why I went so far for you. Is because I can understand you, I also had a hard time after my parents passed away. I wished I had a reliable pillar to support us at that time. I'm sure I don't look that trustworthy, but. Her eyes were sad, sympathizing with him, not letting him say any more self-degrading words, she quickly spoke up, I think you are very trustworthy, uncle. He raised his head and asked, is that so, you think so? She turned her head the other way to hide her blushing face and said even though you are an adult waiting for a middle school girl to protect you, anyway, take good care of me, okay, Mr. Sponsor. At the same time, he raised his hand forward to signal as if establishing an intimate contract between the two of them. He also raised his hand, touched her hand and said yes, me too. Probably not as much as my parents. But De Rim, I love you very much. Her nose suddenly felt stinging, she smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling with tears as she said it was so unexpected. S-Pack De Rim level awakener notification system has been affected by the keyword. But, at this moment her obnoxious uncle appeared and called her name loudly. So you're here, I was so worried. But is it true that you have awakened? I heard awakened people can make a lot of money. They forgot there was still a problem with this troubled man. He said, suddenly I couldn't see you anywhere in the middle, I panicked to death. But I'm really awake. She hesitantly replied, yes, I have an S level, he happily said to the master, so we have a lot of money. She turned her head and looked at Han Chin confidently, strongly declaring that there was more, I would move out, I had signed a contract with this guy, he was angry and shouted something. What the hell are you talking about, why the hell would a 16-year-old kid choose to go out, he's only 15. Han Chin stood in front of the girl and told her that according to a special law, hunters could be independent from the age of 14. He paused for a moment and then shouted loudly, what special rule, I've never heard of it before, stop talking nonsense, there's more. Han Chin took out his phone and played back the recording, which was his broken voice on the day of the dispute, you should have used words, why did you hit someone like that, I bet you used to be good at it too, hitting a high school girl like that, right, what is he shouting? He said I would also collect the CCTV name at the restaurant as evidence. De Rim looked at him and asked when he recorded that, he loudly criticized the middle-aged man, the fact that he was an unqualified guardian had been exposed, he even ran away first and left her here, he shouted to explain when I did that. He said not only that, do you see her as a tool to make money, how much more do you plan to extract from her, he shouted shut up, Who do you think is the one who feeds him and takes care of him? At the same time, he rushed forward and tried to snatch the phone and throw it away. He moved faster, retreated to his side and said forget it. If he approached Darim again, he grabbed his shirt and lifted it up, threatening, you bastard, you planned it from the beginning. I will sue and expose your true face. Darim held the umbrella and stuck it hard in front of the two men, making them startled and let each other go. What is your uncle shouting? Hanu Jin gently reminded her that the fake awakening could not harm civilians. She said with an innocent expression. Oh my God, uncle, why do you keep using violence? He was surprised by her reaction and said, What are you talking about? I saw it too, this bastard planned everything. She violently broke the umbrella in her hand, crumpling it into a pile of scrap metal. I don't know what you're talking about anymore. You pushed this uncle and fell yourself, right? At the same time, she approached her uncle with an oppressive atmosphere, staring at him, making him suddenly feel guilty and step back to think. What's wrong with him? Is he really the high school kid I know? I felt like I was standing in front of a beast. System informs Hanu Jin, fear resistance has been used, has been activated. He scratched his head and thought that this murderous aura was truly S-level. Darim said, it's clear to you, you're not qualified to receive my gratitude. What kind of guardian are you? You can't even buy me a decent umbrella. I don't want anything except making Uncle Tan like this to pay for everything he has done. But I will forgive you. Do you know the reason? Because these are just trivial matters, you are not even worthy of my attention. Remember, just continue to be an ordinary person with me. If you don't feel at ease and still want to hinder me, or cause trouble with this uncle and create trouble for me, then I won't leave it alone. The middle-aged man sat down on the ground with a scared expression, unable to utter any objections. Just silently watched the two people disappear. Darim walked away proudly saying, Uncle, I followed your example. Did I do well? Hanu Jin's face turned gray and he thought he should really become a good example in front of the children. Anyway, after this incident, Darim turned on his family, and he successfully escaped prison, but returning to his home, while he was still sleeping, suddenly his bedroom door was opened. He asked sleepily, What is that? Do hi on, what is it? It's early in the morning. Before he could finish his sentence, his younger brother raised his hand and said with a serious face, Give here what you bought yesterday. He stammered, afraid to say something, Are you talking about the items in the Hunter shopping mall? I bought too many. I thought I could use up all my money. The other person replied that it was not that, it was a black poison mist. He took it out of his pocket and quickly handed it to his brother, saying, Black poison mist, this. The other person blinked, looked down at the poison pill, and pondered for a few seconds. He asked, What's wrong? Ah no, how did you find out I bought this? Do Hyeon sobbed like he was about to cry, crying and saying to me, Are you really not trustworthy? He asked confusedly what I was doing. Suddenly it hugged him. He silently asked, Do Hyeon, what are you doing? The enemy chirped me, I bought it to commit suicide, right? Because if my enemies start targeting me, then I will become your weak point. If I get taken hostage, I will use this to not be taken advantage of. He hugged it and thought to himself, but I didn't think like that. Do Hyeon sincerely said, I think too much for you, but don't use things like this. He explained, No, that. But it didn't give him a chance to explain. It looked at him with a loving look, comforting him. No matter what happens, I will come to save you. He felt guilty, thinking he bought it to secretly scan. Hong and Gu is alone, but I can't say I possess level L poison resistance. Then I said yes, thank you, my brother. He thought it seemed like the misunderstandings were piling up more and more. The two of them walked out of the apartment together. He asked, Has Darim's matter been resolved yet? Do Hyeon replied, Okay, yesterday Captain Sak stopped by their house. The girl's other uncle tried everything to hold her, but it seems he took millions of one of her inheritance money to take care of his own business. He signed a contract promising not to come near or contact her again. In exchange we won't sue him. We even gave him some extra money, so he will don't bother anymore. He asked if Darim really wasn't going to sue about her inheritance money. Do Hyeon said yes. She said she didn't want to get involved with him anymore. He answered correctly, from now on she will easily earn that amount of money. Do Hyeon looked at the clock and said maybe she's used to her stats now. She was in the practice room all night. Because this room is designed to handle S-class power, she can use it without any worries. The two of them left the elevator and opened the practice room door. Before their eyes was a pitiful pile of ruins. Hanu Jin said with a bitter smile, This room is designed to accommodate the power of the S rank. His younger brother was also quite surprised that he didn't know what race he was, just hummed yes, but Rim jumped freely in the air at breakneck speed. She somersaulted a few times and then landed. As soon as she hit the sandbag, she blocked it and punched it to pieces. She threw a blow at the Japanese image. The surrounding airdrops, all people and objects within a nearby radius are held tightly. Hanu Jin hugs his body and says, "What's going on here? The training room is completely broken. Could it be that something happened to Rim?" Then he discovered his body couldn't move. She didn't know there was someone else in this room, so she coldly activated the freezing skill. "If you're worried, please call me." She kicked hard on the ground and jumped. Punch down. The surrounding soil and rocks fell everywhere. Feeling tired, she wiped her sweat, suddenly heard movement from afar and a soft voice calling him, keeping calm. She turned around and called her uncle. Hanu Jin trembled and said, "I'm stronger, Rim." Do-Hyun hugged him worriedly and shouted loudly, "Don't die, bro." She worriedly approached him and frantically told her uncle to wake up. "Is the uncle okay?" At the same time, he took off his hat. Her face was bright, her hair was neatly trimmed, revealing her white skin and beautiful facial features. He suddenly asked me who I was. She became even more worried, asking if she had lost her memory. "Don't you remember me? I'm Rim," he confusedly said. "Of course I still remember. You changed so much that at first I didn't recognize you." Do-Hyun on the other side said she was just changed by the coordinator to change her style. She happily showed him that she had just been told to change her style, because she was going to the Hunter Association soon. He gave a very fitting compliment. "You're like an energy drink advertising model." She smiled and replied that they told me to stay in shape because I would be doing commercials, pursuing the style of a slim god, just like my skills. He asked me if I did the same thing. In the end, every S-level person will become a celebrity. She gave him the application form and explained that she also filled out an application to become a hunter and submitted it there. She just tested her skills to learn about them. "But I don't know when the uncle came in, so it should be." He held out his hand to take her application and said, "So you just used your skill. What kind of skill is that?" The first she answered was the ice-type skill, called Frost Breath. "You saw it last time." She can also fly and move the view with her shoes. And Infinite Shadow is a skill with area of effect and special effects. It helps increase certain stats and attribute skill effects significantly every time you use it. Moreover, it can absorb enemy shadows and make them slower, as well as gain beam power corresponding to the amount absorbed. He asked, "So you got stronger by absorbing the power around you? Surely that's why the training room was completely destroyed." She lowered her head to think and said there was still one last move, White Corpse, which is a skill that can get information from corpses. He commented that that was quite unlucky. She smiled bitterly and agreed, "I should have had attack skills or something similar." He said, "From now on, let's hide the White Corpse first." She was quite confused and asked why it was hidden. He held the pen and wrote quickly, explaining that when registering there was no need to reveal all his skills. "Let's see. I'm just going to hide a few more of your tricks. We'll just write a doll effect for the Japanese image, and a flying effect for the soft shoes. Let's set their levels around this." Seeing his devoted appearance, she felt extremely warm in her heart. She chuckled and praised her uncle for being so good at doing these things, like an expert, and at the same time wanted to jump into his arms. He smiled and said, "It's no big deal, now you can control your power." But before they could even have intimate contact, Do-Hyun stood in the middle and said, "He's so good because he took care of me. Please keep your distance." Rim impatiently shouted at me for not asking you. "President, why are you interrupting?" Do-Hyun said, "I didn't interfere, I was just explaining, because he is my brother." Hanu Jin spoke helplessly, "Both of you, stop it." Silently wondering if it's okay. "That's right, is it okay?" The next day, the day Rim appeared in public, the car of the A-Bit Guild arrived. She got out of the car. The journalists surrounding her were racing to take pictures of her. There was a commotion everywhere. The new Ranko, Miss Pak Rim, had appeared. "This is the 8th S-rank combat hunter in our country, Miss Pak Rim. There are 3 starting skills." Hanu Jin stood from afar, out of sight, wearing a mask, silently observing her and exclaiming how cool she was. "Rim, great job." Sung Han asked him, "If you're going to do this, why don't you come along?" She was very sad because you didn't come along. He smiled and replied that I had some unpleasant memories of crowds. After the crowd gradually disappeared, he pulled down his mask and continued, "No problem, she won't be sad for long. After she becomes famous and starts a luxurious life, she won't even bother. Take one more look at me. She will live well on her own, that's the best." He silently recalled. However, too many things had changed. The cold and arrogant Pak Rim he knew in the future was no longer there. Instead, there was always a Pak Rim high school hunter, confident and have a smile on your face. And the explosion that happened a few days ago never happened in the past. Is the future that I know is changing this much okay? Then he pulled down his hat, put on his mask, and shook his head as if kicking away the worries in his heart. He calmed himself down. No, there's no problem. Good things will be good, and now that I'm in the association, let's find some more talented people. He looked around, making a quick assessment that they were all almost F level. I thought it would be difficult to find another Dick, thanks to such luck. There's no way a high-level hunter would be hanging around this place. Then ran away and disappeared. Sung Han was startled and looked after him, calling out to him, Han Du-chin, where are you going? And he whispered, thinking, why not, I originally went back in time to save my brother. If I can help Darim and Du Hyun become better, moreover if a buried gem appears before me, then my skill may have been given to me to help that gem shine. He ran so fast that he threw off his hat and mask, pulling the hand of the man in front of him. That man is the awakened fake Du Myung-gu, current level F, level that can be awakened F, optimal starting skill that can be awakened level SS. The other person turned his head to look at him and asked who he was. He pretended to know the other person, his warm attitude as if meeting an old friend again. His voice happily said, I'm Myung-gu, right? Myung-gu, long time no see, you don't recognize me, why? I'm Du-chin, Han Du-chin here. The other person shyly replied and apologized, I really don't remember. He waved his hand with a friendly smile, it's okay, it's been a long time since I've seen you, I understand. He thought to himself that I actually don't know you. His eyes saw through the potential of the young man in front of him. He silently exclaimed, look at this guy's skills, master of the SS level golden furnace. If you just look at the name, it seems like this is a specialized skill for creating equipment, and it's SS level. An SS level blacksmith can make equipment that costs billions of dollars and is hard to buy. An awakened person with such skills will not appear for another 5 years. People all over the world would pay you tons of money if you had skills like that. With someone who seems to be living such a difficult life. He glanced at the pile of papers in your hand and asked if you were okay. Have you also woken up? The other person replied dejectedly, okay, but it's only F level. They said if you register as a hunter you'll be paid 1 million won, so. He replied, me too, I'm also level F, do you want to learn the basics with me? Myung-gu had a sad face and refused, no, I just came to receive benefits. I had to pay to receive basic education, which, even if I studied, with an F level, it's useless. I'm really strapped for money right now. He grabbed the other guy's hand and said excitedly, so let's go to my guild. I guarantee it's free, just saying. Sung Han promptly appeared, picked up his collar and dragged him away, with a cold face warning Han Du-chin that only guild members could receive new hunter instructions. He just looked pitiful and begged, it was okay to have one more person. Sung Han didn't know how to refuse, hesitating but following the rules. Myung-gu said Kim Sung Han of the guild a bit. How do you know him? Han Du-chin proudly said, that's it. The guild president a bit is actually my younger brother. You covered your eyes with your hand, what did you say? The guild leader ached, suddenly, why are you so bright? He smirked, this is the effect of having power. I'll choose a good word for the guild, so let's go together, I'll lend you my equipment too. The opponent is gradually being persuaded by him to even equip himself, is that really okay? But I don't even remember who you are. He grabbed your hand and reassured you not to worry, just accept it, because you're a good person so I just want to help you, okay? You deserve to be treated kindly. Myung-gu stammer, I really deserve it, why? Then he knelt down and cried like a child. After a while, waiting until the young man regained his composure, he brought a cup of hot tea in front of the other person and said, drink it, it's hot. Myung-gu reached out to take it, the mirror shyly said, okay, this is fine. He asked if he had calmed down yet. Myung-gu wiped away her tears and replied, I'm sorry for suddenly doing that, it's been a long time since someone said something like that to me. He used sympathetic eyes to ask if your life must be very difficult. Myung-gu sadly remembers the past. Well, the thing is, I've been very skillful since I was little, and I've received a lot of rewards, too. But when I grew up, my parents told me those things were just useless. Everyone told me to stop playing around and learn. Then from that point on everything went downhill. I had no academic talent at all. My grades in college were extremely bad. I couldn't get a job in my family. By the time I woke up, I was deep in debt. I became a failure with nowhere to go. He bowed his head and said, I also know that feeling. He recalled the bad things in his memories. He thought that even after this world changed, it would be no different for me. He remembered the tall guy grabbed him by the neck, lifted him up, and insulted him, saying how could an F rank dare to confront an A rank? People are divided by rank. The awakened crowd always looked at him and sneered at a support guy like him. What good is that? He knew only those with fighting or healing skills were welcome. If you're both not, in this society you're just an F class and a hunter. I wonder if what happened to Do Myung-gu hasn't changed at all. He would never have the chance to use his talent and it would stay that way. He propped himself up on his knees to regain his composure, forcing himself to get rid of negative thoughts. It's okay now, at least now I can. He stood up straight and raised his voice. Don't cower anymore. If no one sees your true value, it doesn't matter, no matter how confident you are, this world will be difficult to live in. Raise your head confidently. If you spend your whole life cowering and crouching, the result will only be receiving a bill for spinal surgery. The other person mumbled, I understand. He raised his hand high, looked at the sky arrogantly and said I was very special, people just didn't realize it, I love myself very much. That's what we should think about, don't you understand? I love you too, dear friend. Myung-gu gratefully said yes, I should be like that, thank you Do Chin. Fake awakening notification system. Do Myung-gu has been affected by keywords. Han Do Chin thought I thought it would be smooth sailing from here on, who would have thought? When the two of them arrived at the guild's human resources captain, a bit, Seo Sim-dung, coldly said no. How can we let the most unfamiliar person guide the guild's newbie? Han Do Chin smiled and said come on, just this once. The captain insisted that it couldn't be, the guide for new guild members is equivalent to a reference document, and we can't give that to a trash person, I don't know where you got it from. Han Do Chin said your words are too harsh, how can you call him trash? The captain turned around and said, I mean people usually say things like that. He begged me not to do that, believe me, he really has a lot of potential. The captain wiped his glasses, then put them on and said of course I know you have very good eyesight, the fact that you trained Pak de Rim is excellent. But that could just be a coincidence I guess, he shouted loudly, what is that finger? Seo Sim-dung replied honestly, I don't understand what you're trying to do, a few days ago you were tricked by a broker, and now you're flattering the hall for personal gain, and you're in love, I hope my faith in you skyrockets like that. For someone who's trying to protect him, this isn't good enough, he stammered, that's it. Myung-gu felt guilty thinking Do Chin was being humiliated because of him. Then hugged his face and left, shouting loudly please stop, I'm leaving. The two of them left the guild, Han Do Chin screaming at Seo Sim-dung, that bastard always speaks harshly. Myung-gu replied he was scary. Han Do Chin said just wait, I will ask my brother directly, and at the same time took out his phone to dial Do Hyun, the other party can't stop it, it's okay, you don't have to do that. You said I was valuable, that was enough for me. Thanks to you I have more will to live, I won't shrink anymore, but will do everything I can, actually, there is a place they say will provide jobs for F-level people like me. He asked really, is there such a place? As soon as they said this, a black car was coming towards them. Myung-gu is right, that place said they would come pick me up here. As soon as he finished speaking, people in a black car appeared, all men with chubby faces and tattoos all over their bodies, calling loudly, Myung-gu. If you've become a hunter, you should pay your debt already, he smiled and said I'm going, I'll contact you again after I earn the money. And Do Chin had a bad feeling, thinking to himself, doesn't he look extremely suspicious? The other group of people came closer and patted your shoulder and whispered, you got your allowance, it's time to pay your debt. He held out the money envelope and said here. Still haven't understood what tower, right? At the same time, he urged him to get in the car. Han Do Chin quickly spoke up wait, who are you? Loan sharks, where are you taking your stupid eyes? Those people glared and shouted, it has nothing to do with you. Han Do Chin hesitated because I wanted to go with him. The two of them were finally thrown into the car, sitting among the big guys. Han Do Chin quietly asked him to borrow money from you, those guys are really terrible. Myung-gu replied that the bank refused to lend me the loan, but why did you come with me, you don't know anything. He replied, how can I leave you alone? A big guy looked at him and asked, so you know Myung-gu is it also a fake awakening? He was startled and said yes, I am level F. Myung-gu intended to speak up Do Chin with the guild A. Before he could finish his sentence, he covered his mouth. He quickly continued, we were childhood friends, we met again at the Hunter Association. He told me about the jobs for F ranks, and I was very curious. The other guys laughed and said well, my friend, how about you come with us to the dungeon to mine stone magic? You know that guilds usually don't accept F ranks, right? But we'd be happy to. He seemed innocent enough to ask. They said because you are Myung-gu's friend, we will let you come along, if you want to go. He quickly replied, yes, please take me along. I thought you guys were scary guys, but you turned out to be good people. They both burst out laughing. Now let's go sign the contract. He also followed suit. Thank you for this good job, I thought to myself, so this is a mining contract. I was tricked by this contract before. They forced an F level without equipment and experience, then forced them to dig minerals while real guild members hunted. This was an unfair contract. They took from 70 to 80% of protection fee. However, being injured or killed by monster attacks is still common. In the future, would you die being exploited in a place like that, unable to show off your talent? The driver turned around and said, you just need to pick up some things that look valuable. I bet you'll be rich. Hanu Jin said, so I just need to pick up things. What a light job with high salary, silently cursing those damn scammers. Then he asked where the guild office was. They replied, me on Mo Dong, not very far. Then they stopped in front of a building saying arrived. He pretended to be excited about running errands. What a great name. A guy in front opened the door and said, come in. He happily followed the leader. The building was a bit shabby, but I could feel hope. The office is open on the second floor. There must be a lot of sunlight, but the stairs. Suddenly he was kicked hard from behind, causing him to fall forward. He rubbed his hands and said, why did he push me? Then he looked over and saw his friend being beaten up. He shouted loudly, what do you think you are doing? They immediately turned around and said, I'm sorry to see that you don't have any debt and are still being dragged into this matter, but question yourself for putting your head in a trap. When you arrive, you have a choice, but when you leave, that's not the case. Myung-gu said with tears in her eyes, I'm sorry Du Chin, I should have solved the problem myself, but in the end I dragged you into this mess. A strong guy picked him up by the collar, sat down on the sofa and said, come on, come here, we need to make a contract. Sign here, quickly. Minus all fees, we will give you 20% of the money you earn, because you have no debt, so you call me very generous. This is a contract reserved for fake awakenings. If you violate the contract, you will end up with a D-class curse. It's better now, don't even think about breaking the contract and tearing it up. Meanwhile, Myung-gu was thrust into another contract and urged to quickly sign it. Hanu Jin said, can I ask your permission for something? The boss said, no matter how much you beg, we won't let you escape easily. He said, no. Can I compare his contract with mine? If our terms are the same, it won't be very good. I'm not in debt like him. They laughed and said he was smart. Before deciding, we should also check it carefully. Here, take a look, then give him your contract. Seeing that he was looking very attentively, what did the other person ask? He said, Myung-gu only get 10%, see, that 10% is only used to reduce its debt. He said this was basically a slave contract. How dare you guys take advantage of me and force me to do something like that, while tearing up the contract in your hand? They were extremely surprised by his actions. What did they say? Did he tear up the contract? And what about the curse? Pen notification system. D-level curse is activated from contract cancellation. D-level curse has been disabled by level 1 curse resistance skill. He raised his foot and kicked the leader, causing the entire guild to turn pale and shout loudly for president. The leader was grabbed by his hair and immediately said, this son of a bitch is probably not level F. He punched that guy unconscious and then calmly said, I was level F. Just a little overdone. They enthusiastically climbed up to attack and shouted at this guy, you're definitely dead. Hanu Jin put the phone in front of his face. They said it was too late to call the police. He said, I didn't call the police. Kim Sung-han, my assistant, will be here soon. At the same time, he held out the phone that he had connected right from the moment he got into the car with them. The thugs exclaimed in surprise, what the hell? He also has accomplices, that's all. Before the fat thug could finish his sentence, he immediately threw a punch. The fat thug fainted on the spot even though he used an iron rod to fend him off. He was sent flying to the ceiling in front of the other thugs' horror. The thugs were trembling in fear. Boss, boss. Sung-han turned back coldly, I'm coming to pick you up, Du Chin. Some thugs around shouted loudly, how dare you do that to Big Brother? Then all we could hear was their screams because they were beaten. Du Myung-gu asked in bewilderment, how to do it? Hanu Jin replied, well, as soon as I got in the car I immediately called. He must have immediately understood what the situation was, and since I also described where we were going exactly, finding us was a piece of cake. Meanwhile, Sung-han is still taking out each of them one by one punch at a time. An angry thug, he shouted, you. The dog, he pulled out a small knife from the back of his pants pocket, intending to secretly stab it, bitch, look what you can do after being stabbed. Du Myung-gu quickly shouted, "No," he was holding a knife and rushing towards him. The thug approached him, his expression cold and cheerful. Du Myung-gu quickly shouted, "No," he was holding a knife and rushing towards him. Sung Han put his finger on the thug's forehead and said coldly, "You should have used a weapon that can be used at level A level." One snap caused the thug to fall to the ground. The remaining thugs were scared. Level A, wait, that's the face. This bastard, this guy is the guild's Kim Sung Han. Sung Han glared and shouted, kneeling down immediately. All the thugs knelt down and trembled. Sung Han looked at Du Myung-gu and asked, "Are you hurt?" Myung-gu replied, "Yes, something like that." Sung Han turned to Han Du-chin and asked, "How should we resolve this?" Han Du-chin simply replied, I'm also wondering, there is a saying, blood debt must be paid with blood. Han Du-chin held out a piece of sparkling yellow paper. Du-chin gave it to the thug and said, "Here, sign, it's a land grant contract." The leader looked at the paper bewilderedly and asked again, "What does that mean? We have to pay 90% of our profits within 50 years, this is a complete scam." Du-chin smiled happily and replied, "Scam, that sounds so stressful, I thought you said this was a very good deal, just take something that looks cheap and you can get rich." The people below were scared and said to each other, 50 years, no way, stop babbling, you're basically telling us to die. It's been a long time since I signed a slave contract like this. As soon as I finished speaking, a stack of papers was thrown in my face. Many contracts were scattered on the floor, and the leader was bewildered. He didn't understand what was going on when Du-chin explained, "These things are in our filing cabinet." The contracts of F-level people were deceived, about 30 people. "How many of those people are still fine and healthy?" The leader replied bewilderedly, "How do I know? They all voluntarily went to the dungeon, so we have no responsibility for them at all. Furthermore, less than half of them are still alive." Du-chin, give that guy a kick too. He covered his face in pain. Du-chin shouted angrily, "You scum. You mean it's okay if they die because they're only F-class, right? You're using them as cheap items, because if you promise to lead them to the dungeon, there will be a lot of F-class people coming to you. I understand that rank is the most important thing, but they are still people, this damn murderer." Hearing these words, both Sung Han and Myung-gu were speechless. Myung-gu just softly called Du's name, Chin. Han Du-chin looked at the pile of papers and continued, "Now it's time for you to experience the same hardship as them, that will help you realize the crime you have committed. But, I don't want to do anything other than throw you all into a high-level dungeon." One of the guys heard that and exclaimed in fear, "Wait, I'm sorry, we were wrong, we will apologize, but, please raise your voice and hit us softly just this once, please. It's a bit too much, please have mercy." Du-chin smiled and replied, "Very good." Du-chin grabbed one guy's head and said, because he knew his mistake, "So you guys will happily accept your punishment, right?" When that guy heard that, he was even more scared. "Drag them away." On the car back, happily talking to someone on the phone, "Yes, we have handed them over to the Hunter Federation. Their revenue will be used to compensate the victims. I will submit a separate report about this to you later." Du-chin sat in the back seat and sighed tiredly. Today was really crazy. Myung-gu suddenly said, "Thank you, Du-chin." He bewilderedly asked again, "Thank you for what?" About today, don't worry, it's nothing," Myung-gu said again. "Why don't I mind? I was." While Myung-gu was talking, Du-chin thought, "When you wake up, there will be a big profit." Tears from his eyes fell onto his hands. He said, "I was saved by him twice. I don't know where my life would go without you." Du-chin said awkwardly, "Why are you crying again? Calm down." "It's nothing really." Myung-gu rushed forward to hug Du-chin and screamed, "Wow, Du-chin, you are truly my hero." Du-chin shouted, Don't hug so tightly, and thank you, Sung Han, let's go. If you see any noise, tell me." "Both of you, please put on your seat belts. Return to the headquarters building." Du-chin said that after returning, he immediately went to look for the Myrtle. "I was so confused that I got a dormitory using my position as Darim's guardian. And so, I suddenly exclaimed, wow, this is the dorm room. It looks like a luxury apartment." Du-chin looked at the instruction sheet in his hand and continued, "There are 4 more rooms." Myung-gu immediately asked, "Am I here, and can I also participate in the training course?" Du-chin also asked again, "Oh yes, Myung-gu, about that case." "You know what to do," Myung-gu replied, I know how to cook yeast noodles." Du-chin continued, "Outsiders are not allowed to stay in this dormitory, but maids are an exception. How do you feel about staying here after the training by pretending to be my maid?" Myung-gu faltered in replying, Du Chin, about that. Seeing my bewilderment, Ung-gu Du Chin frantically added, of course, you don't really have to do any housework. Because it will take him quite a while to recover. Talking about this brings tears to my eyes. Myung-gu rushed to hug Du Chin and cried, Du Chin, you are really a good friend, very good. Du Chin screamed, ah, you're crying again, get away. A while later, when you fell asleep. Du Chin peeked through the door and thought to himself, he's sleeping right away, he must be very tired. You're talking in your sleep, let me do all the housework. Du Chin, you want to take a shower first? No, do you want to have dinner first, or leave it to me? Du Chin said to himself, I should go to Du Hyun's place to get my things, I bet once Du Hyun finds out I'm moving. Du Chin said to himself, I should go to Du Hyun's place to get my things, I bet once Du Hyun finds out I'm moving. Du Chin frantically said, how, did Du Hyun send you to arrest me? Sung Han replied, no, not. This time I came for something different, cheerfully pointing into the distance. No need to make a big deal out of it, just follow me. Move to a rundown bar. The waiter looked towards the door and said warmly, welcome, how many guests? Suddenly the waiter was startled by the large and scary appearance of Sung Han. Sung Han lifted his sunglasses and asked coldly, do you know Kim Mi-nui? The waiter stammered in fear, yes, we received your call, please come this way, I'll take you to a quieter place. The surrounding guests looked at the two people with lightning eyes, they whispered to each other, who are they? They must have come here to collect debt and collect money. On the table are extremely attractive dishes, the waiter said, we have prepared the most popular dishes on the menu. Please call if you two need anything. Du Chin looked around and thought to himself, why did he bring me to this regular gathering place for children? Sung Han began to say, this is the place where the Kim Mi-nui hunter on the edge of the world introduced him. Introducing, she's about your age, she said this place is a famous gathering place for her with friends. Du Chin replied, is that so? That's right, I'm also in my 20s. Sung Han's face was serious, well, there's no need to be nervous, just relax. Looking at Sung Han's serious face, Jin was speechless and didn't know what to say. Du Chin opened an open bottle of wine and asked, but first, why did you bring me here? Sung Han grabbed the bottle of wine and said, give it to me, let me pour you a glass. While pouring wine, Sung Han immediately said, I want to apologize as soon as possible. Du Chin was extremely bewildered. Sung Han continued, to put it bluntly, you have been unreliable for a long time, you are like a rock blocking the president's path. Hearing these words, Du Chin was extremely upset, what the hell, I wanted to apologize but now I'm provoking myself. After pouring the wine, I said cheerfully, but it seems I misjudged you. You are a good person, Hanu Jin. Du Chin was even more bewildered. Sung Han remembered what happened before, he said, you tried to save me when the dungeon collapsed. Gain the trust of Ems, packed a rim and sign a contract with her, solving the detention problem that could cause trouble in the future. And even risked his life to save his friend. How should I put it, I think you are someone I can trust and rely on. Du Chin thought bewilderedly, I misunderstood. No, this is the opportunity, if I can take advantage of this opportunity to activate the skill on him and use the keyword. Du Chin smiled happily and clinked glasses with Sung Han, ha ha ha, you're too complimentary, but I really appreciate it. Du Chin secretly thought, okay, tonight I will strengthen the relationship between me and Mr. Kim Prosperous. Sung Han also picked up his glass of wine, you handled the situation today really impressively, didn't you already have a plan to deal with that awakening broker a few days ago? Du Chin stammered in response, of course, let's just say I have a few things to investigate. Sung Han continued asking, but wouldn't it be too risky for an F level to act like that? Du Chin replied, of course, I still did it and was sure that Yu Hyun wouldn't sit still either. But it's true that I was arrested faster than I thought. Yu Hyun was also very worried about me, and happily continued to talk, after all, you are his only relative. I'm in the same situation so I understand. Because I was an orphan, my grandfather single-handedly raised me. Hearing that, Du Chin was a bit surprised. Sung Han continued, after growing up, I always visited him for a few vacations, and I was also awakened one time to protect him from an earthquake. After my grandfather passed away due to illness, the president helped me a lot, he even invited a doctor specializing in nursing from abroad to work for him. He is someone who understands the importance of family, happily telling stories with an extremely proud expression, different from his usual coldness. Please don't think bad about him, even though he worries too much. Du Chin held out his cup and replied, yes, I'm the one who should feel at ease. because the person who knows her so well like you is her wingman, her powerful right hand. Please rely on me and everyone from now on, both of you clink your glasses and drink happily. Suddenly cheerfully said, oh besides, you're more of an alcoholic than I thought. Du Chin replied, no, my tolerance to alcohol is not very good, besides, after drinking I get shy easily. In his mind he thought, I have to make up a reason first, then I will say the keyword in when pretending to be drunk. Sung Han looked at the pile of wine bottles in front of him and said, even though he said that, he still drank quite a bit. Du Chin was also surprised by the amount of wine he drank. He exclaimed, since when do I drink so much, like this? Du Chin asked himself in bewilderment. Why am I not drunk yet? Is it because of that, the poison resistance skill, so no matter how much I drink, I can't get drunk? No, I don't want to say that while I'm awake. He held his head in confusion and asked curiously, what's going on? Du Chin turned back and replied, just thinking nonsense, turn off the anti-poison function. Damn it, can I turn this off, please? Turn off poison resistance, turn it off. It was really off. Du Chin's wine cup fell down. Sung Han asked worriedly, Uncle Hanu Jin. Are you okay? Du Chin's face turned red and looked like he was drunk. Du Chin sighed, damn it. The drunkenness came at the same time, and he looked at Du Chin in bewilderment. Du Chin collapsed at the table. Sung Han was startled and shouted, you Hanu Jin. Cut to the next morning. Du Chin woke up startled. He whined, my head. I'm dying. I didn't expect the skill to suddenly turn off like that. He approached and asked, are you awake? I've prepared water for you to wipe your face. Du Chin was extremely surprised. Sung Han is taking care of Du Chin. Du Chin quickly stood up. Sung Han opened his mouth. Basic training will start today, so get ready. Du Chin looked at the control panel and suddenly thought, what, why is Kim Sung Han here so early in the morning, together like this? While bewildered, he immediately asked, don't you remember what happened last night? Sung Han reached out to Du Chin and said, you must be feeling very nauseous. Let's see. Du Chin is still confused. What the hell happened so dark? Du Chin screamed, I'm sorry, but I don't like it. Then Du Chin drank that bag of water again and again. Sung Han said, that's starch juice, it's a very good hangover cure. I heard that if you massage this area, you can get rid of hangovers very quickly. While saying goodbye, use your hands to massage Du Chin's feet. Sung Han took out another shiny yellow urn and said, if you can't walk very well, then use this instead of the toilet. Du Chin felt awkward and shouted, what's wrong? Treat me like this again. Sung Han replied, it seems you don't remember anything. Last night. The story goes back to last night. Sung Han kept calling Hanu Jin's name. Are you okay? I just saw Hanu Jin lying down on the table and moaning. Sung Han came next to him and picked up Du Chin and said, you're very drunk, let's go home. Suddenly Du Chin grabbed Sung Han's wrist. Sung Han bewilderedly called Hanu Jin's name. In a drunken state, Du Chin immediately said, Mr. Kim Sung Han, I have something to tell you, please listen carefully. I love you. Sung Han was stunned. He asked again, what? Du Chin held his head and replied, in the end, why, I don't want this either, but have I told you I love you? Sung Han replied, he already said that. Du Chin's face was full of shame and confusion. Du Chin continued, really, it's crazy, but I still have to say I love you. Sung Han continued to talk, and he said he loved me about 30 times. Du Chin knelt down on the bed in shame and quickly said, I'm so sorry, I really committed a heinous crime. Sung Han panicked, no, it's okay. Actually, I even like it, Du Chin exclaimed in surprise, what are you talking about? Sung Han answered, it sounded a bit strange, but at that time, Sung Han helped Du Chin stand up and kept calling, please wake up, Uncle Hanu Jin. Du Chin was still mumbling, brother Sung Han, I love you. Sung Han laughed, TSK, this is the shameful drunken habit you mentioned. Du Chin continued to talk, please don't laugh, just listen to me, I love you, Kim Sung Han. The words I love you Sung Han helped Sung Han remember old memories. He also once helped his drunk grandfather home. At that time he also grumbled, why did he drink so much? His grandfather smiled happily and replied, KK, what's the point of a drink or two? If you have a trustworthy nephew like this, why worry? You shouldn't care about other people saying you don't have parents or anything. In my eyes, you are number one, I love you very much, nephew, he said happily while rubbing his head. Sung Han replied, hey, you're doing that drunk thing again. The two of us happily went home. He kept saying, he loves you very much, Sung Han, Do you know, let's go, let's go. Back to reality, Sung Han said, you remind me of my late grandfather. Du Chin was bewildered, what, I remind you of my brother? His grandfather, Sung Han quietly replied, yes. Du Chin rubbed his face in bewilderment and said, I'm only in my 30s, no, 20 years old, do I look that old? Sung Han shook his head, I know it's a bit strange, you're not my grandfather but. It's been a long time since I felt this light, like I was with him. That's why I take care of you like this, I won't say anything strange in front of everyone. Is it okay if I stop by and take care of you for a bit? Sung Han reached out to Du Chin, I want to express my regrets to the person who raised me. Du Chin thought to himself, the person who raised me. As a nurturer, is this the effect of the perfect nurturer skill? Words related to love remind people of the person who raised them, and then their image overlaps with that person who raised them. If that's the case, then the goodwill that Darim and Myung-gu have shown towards me is completely reasonable. Like ducklings, they treat me like the person who raised them, influencing me. Yu-hyun is even stronger because I'm already the one who raised her, so here it is. Du Chin waved goodbye to Sung Han, Myung-gu peeked behind but was trembling. Myung-gu rushed in and grabbed Du Chin and screamed, I'm so scared. Kim Sung Han suddenly came to the dorm. Pak Darim suddenly broke the door and rushed in happily, Uncle, I heard you moved into the dormitory, the room, right next to me. Du Chin reminded, hey, you have to knock on the door first. Darim grabbed Myung-gu's collar and shouted, what is this, why is this thing sticking to my uncle like that? Myung-gu bewilderedly called Du Chin. Du Chin continued to talk as he hit him, what do you mean by this? He is my friend. Du Chin thought, this is not an influence skill, but a brainwashing skill, a skill that makes even the superiors also followed me without any doubt. Isn't this an extremely dangerous skill? What was the system thinking, giving me a skill like this? While thinking, Du Chin did not forget to turn on the anti-poison skill again. A few days later, in front of him was a table of extremely attractive food. Du Chin exclaimed in surprise, that's amazing, your cooking skills have improved so quickly, Myung-gu. You don't have to cook for me like this every day, Myung-gu just replied, why not, I can stay at your house without having to pay anything. I tried to follow the recipes online that. Darim also said, that's right, why not? At least if you live with your uncle, he has to take care of the cooking, you also live independently, when you take a bite of Darim, you have to say, it's so delicious. Myung-gu wondered, that reminds me, didn't Kim Sung Han come today? Yesterday he brought red ginseng here. Du Chi immediately answered, he and Yu-hyun went to practice in the dungeon, it takes a few days. Darim, I'm sure soon I'll be strong enough to go to the dungeon and be on TV. When Darim heard that, he felt happy and his face lit up, of course, I'll destroy that place and take all the magic stones, you will be rich. Darim started talking about his ambitions again, I'm going to become very rich and buy a big house, so instead of living with Uncle Myung-gu, please come live with me. Myung-gu with Du it's hard to say anything, just whisper softly, Darim, the food is about to get cold, stop talking like that, from now on just get along with each other and you'll be fine. After all, the two of you will be able to enter the training course for new hunters together. Hearing that, you were surprised and pointed at Darim, what's wrong with this girl? Darim was also surprised, with this uncle. Darim angrily stomped on the table, making you scared, I thought it was just the two of us studying, but there was this uncle too. Du Chin was so scared that he sneaked away under the pretense of having guests over. Du Chin immediately opened the door and said, you two should stop immediately, the person outside the door said before even looking at your face, how bustling it is, it's only early in the morning. Du Chin exclaimed in surprise, he gave Du Chin a document and said, the new hunter training course was supposed to start today, right? But the plan has changed a bit, so I came here directly to pick you up, the person responsible for teaching theory will be late this time. So before learning the theory, we will start with a basic training exercise. All three people have changed clothes, holding weapons but still bewildered. The loudspeaker announces, please don't worry, this practice is simple, a few howls of wild wolves can be heard in the forest. The wolves are extremely hungry. The speaker continued, everyone just needs to defeat the monster in front of everyone, simple isn't it? But in front of the three Du Chin people was a pack of hundreds of wolves. While in the closed practice room, there were many monsters that seemed to be moles rushing towards the group of Hanu Jin, MW, and Park Yi-rim. They were amazed at the number of monsters before their eyes. Both Hanu Jin and MW were scared. MW was so scared that he hid behind Hanu Jin's body. Hanu Jin was also scared and raised his spear towards the monsters to prevent them from rushing this way. He angrily asked Chief Sok Si Myung, this is basic training, doesn't that mean taking down one monster at a time, but for the number of monsters in front of him? In contrast to Hanu Jin and Yum Young Woo's fearful attitude, Park Yi-rim was calm and felt that there was nothing special and asked Hanu Jin again, we just have to defeat them. And head Sok Si-myung was in the practice room observing them and announcing to the group, Hanu Jin, no matter what, this is a practical class to help you get used to the monsters. Getting used to it is a good thing, don't you think so? But looking at these monsters in front of me, Hanu Jin got angry and questioned department head Sok Si-myung, what was the reason? But at this moment Park Yi-rim stepped out again. She confidently and excitedly rushed towards the monsters to fight and told Hanu Jin, don't worry, I will cut them all down in one move. Said done, Park Yi-rim immediately rushed forward, just as she said, with just one blow from her, Park Yi-rim killed 3 monsters in front of her eyes. And then Park Yi-rim immediately launched a new move of his, wrapping all the monsters in a circle, and creating a wave of power right there. Seeing that both Hanu Jin and Yum Young Woo immediately had to quickly cover his eyes with his hand and was surprised by Park Yi-rim's strength, Hanu Jin was also surprised and told Yum Young Woo, she is so spirited. At this time, Park Yi-rim used his spear and skewered the monsters in front of Hanu Jin. He also happily held it up and said to me, Uncle, I wonder if this thing will taste good when grilled. That's it. Hearing that, Hanu Jin was helpless and said to Park Yi-rim, what kind of occupational disease is it? Put it down. Hearing that, Park Yi-rim obediently followed Hanu Jin to put down those monsters, and she looked interested and said to Hanu Jin, oh yes, you have to try your skills a bit. Looking at everything through the screen, at this time from the observation room, a woman walked in and commented on Park Yi-rim and told department head Sok Si-myung, what a different S-level, her power is in a completely different level, even though it's just a new ghost. Seeing the new person coming, head of department Sok Si-myung happily turned around and said to that person, he's here. The mysterious newcomer entered the observation screen and immediately said to department head Sok Si-myung, isn't it dangerous for beginners to deal with such a large number of monsters even in basic training? The manager, Sok Si-myung, looked at the situation in the cafeteria and said to that mysterious person, you don't have to worry about that. Instead, I'm worried that the other 2 don't have any monsters to fight. Currently inside the practice room, Park Yi-rim has killed all the monsters, and arranged them into a mountaintop, then placed stars on it and excitedly told Hanu Jin, I have a Christmas tree. Seeing this, both Hanu Jin and Yum Young Woo were surprised and helpless at this and didn't know what to say. And currently, from among those monster mountains, there is still another monster alive. It was trying to crawl out. Seeing that, Park Yi-rim just calmly said, there's still one left. And then the ferocious monster Kai jumped up, rushing to attack towards Yum Young Woo. Yum Young Woo was surprised and panicked by this, and Hanu Jin quickly worried and called out in panic, Yum Young Woo, stab the spear, skewer it. However, when looking at this ferocious monster in front of him, Yum Young Woo still could not be confident or unleash his strength, but he was scared, threw his spear down, and ran away in fear, but shouted in panic, save me. Seeing Yum Young Woo scared and being chased by that monster like that, Hanu Jin immediately got worried and shouted at Yum Young Woo, to remind him to wake up to fight that monster. But Yum Young Woo is now so scared that he can only run and cry to get as far away from that monster as possible, and scared to tell Hanu Jin, I can't do it, I can't do something like that. It's catching up. Seeing that the situation had become dangerous when the monster had caught up with Yum Young Woo, Hanu Jin quickly ran over and grabbed Yum Young Woo, pulling him down to the ground to avoid the monster's attack. That monster. Yum Young Woo was saved in a moment. He was surprised to see Hanu Jin came to save him and said Yu Jin, as for Hanu Jin, he is always on high alert before this monster in front of him. He is always ready to fight, but he still does not forget to remind Yum Young Woo and tell him, how can you hold a weapon? Is my gas going like that? They are F-class monsters, called rat teeth. They only attacked him in a straight direction because their vision was very poor. You just need to thrust your spear straight forward to win. Get up, it's coming again. And at this time, the angry monster rushed to Hanu Jin's place. From the observation room, department head Sok Si-myung always carefully observed every action and reaction of Hanu Jin, and when he saw this quick reaction of Hanu Jin, department manager Sok Si-myung immediately told the mystic is in his room, besides Hunter Hanu Jin. I also want to see how he would react in such a situation. He is extremely skilled at his craft. Not only is he very knowledgeable about monsters, the contract he signed with Ms. Yi-rim was professional, as if he was hiding something. The story returns to the events inside the training room, when the mole monster angrily rushes straight towards Hanu Jin and Yum Young Woo. Hanu Jin is extremely alert and raises his javelin forward to receive the monster rushing towards him. Yum Young Woo immediately turned around and asked, Hanu Jin, are you okay Jin? Hanu Jin calmly said to Myung Woo, don't worry, even though I'm just a level force but something like this. Seeing Hanu Jin's calm and extremely calm reaction when facing such a monster, Myung Woo was surprised and praised him and said to Hanu Jin, you are amazing, not afraid at all, it's like you've been a hunter for many years. Seeing that even the stupid Myung Woo had doubts about his identity, Hanu Jin was surprised, confused, and worried. He immediately tried to find a way to deal with it, thinking, okay, that's how it looks, if I kill it, will it look too suspicious, let's act like a ghost, so that Myung Woo's pride won't be hurt. Thinking about it, Hanu Jin immediately threw away the spear in his hand and let the mole monster climb on his head to attack, and he quickly shouted to Myung Woo, I'm so scared. Seeing that, Myung Woo also felt helpless and worried and said, Jin. And Park Yi-rim panicked and quickly rushed to Hanu Jin and told him, Uncle, I'm here to save you. Looking at the situation that suddenly happened like that, the mysterious person above the tower felt speechless, and even the head of department Sok Si-myung was helpless to say to that person, I must be wrong. After a while, the practice room on this side finally opened. Park Yi-rim excitedly walked and warmed up her arm muscles, but with a bit of regret she said to Hanu Jin, is it over? I used my skills until I was satisfied, I want to do more hazing. In contrast to Park Yi-rim's excited spirit, Myung Woo was extremely lethargic and looked like he was exhausted and had to be helped out by Hanu Jin. Hanu Jin worriedly asked Myung Woo again, are you okay Myung Woo? Myung Woo weakly felt guilty and said to Hanu Jin, sorry, you were the one who was bitten but I was the one who was helped. Seeing that, Hanu Jin didn't blame him, but just told Myung Woo, it seems like you're not suitable for fighting. Hearing that, Park Yi-rim happily turned around and said to Hanu Jin, I'm better than him, do see. Hearing that, Hanu Jin was dissatisfied and turned to Park Yi-rim, why are you comparing, you guys should work together. However, at this moment all three people suddenly noticed, when they saw the head of department Sok Si-myung walking closer towards them, he said to Hanu Jin's group, you three did well. You have safely completed basic training. Even though Miss Yi-rim is good enough to not need further validation, I thought you two were hopeless. Hearing Sok Si-myung say that to him, Hanu Jin immediately became angry and said to him, what, I will tell my brother about what you said. And now, when he heard the footsteps approaching, the head of department Sok Si-myung immediately turned and told Hanu Jin's group, from tomorrow, theory teaching will begin as planned, this is Professor Sok Ha-yan, who will be in charge of teaching. And at this moment, a gentle but serious girl walked up and said to Hanu Jin group, I am Sok Ha-yan, I ask you to take care of me. Seeing that the newcomer was such a young female professor, Park Yi-rim immediately pondered for a moment and said to Hanu Jin, wow, she's so young, but she's a professor, great. As for Hanu Jin, when he saw that female professor, he was surprised and said to Park Yi-rim, I know this person. Hanu Jin immediately recalled the information of Professor Sok Ha-yan in her past life and thought, an expert in the study of dungeons, she was a young genius who came to America and discovered the origin of the universe, Eon Formation. The name everyone called her when she became world famous was. And then Hanu Jin couldn't hide his surprise and blurted out, Dr. Goai. Seeing that Hanu Jin could know his nickname, Professor Sok Ha-yan immediately felt excited and said to Hanu Jin, oh my gosh, not many people call me by that name anymore. Seeing this, fearing that her identity would be exposed, Hanu Jin immediately panicked and came up with a reason to tell Sok Ha-yan, I'm very interested in this field. Then Hanu Jin thought in confusion, is it still like that before she became famous? And at this moment, he looked at Sok Ha-yan, looked at Hanu Jin with profound eyes and said to Hanu Jin, you know quite a bit, Hanu Jin, I heard it from my uncle, no, from the leader of the singing team, Touch. Seeing that, Hanu Jin immediately became confused and he was immediately surprised to discover something and panicked and said to Captain Sok Si-myung, you, Captain Sok Si-myung, now that you mentioned it, you two have same last name. Hearing that, Captain Sok Si-myung proudly pushed up his glasses and said to Hanu Jin, tell him, she worked hard to get here, so don't misunderstand. Professor Sok Ha-yan also happily said to Hanu Jin, I stayed in the fringe world because of a research, I will see you guys quite often, I ask you to take care of me. Hanu Jin also happily and excitedly shook hands with Professor Sok Ha-yan and told her, oh I will. In his heart, he was happily thinking, what's going on, could it be, my destiny has come, it can't be. In another development, and currently the situation is in Han Yu-yun's dark dungeon, he and his teammates after killing the monsters here, other players from the economy, looking at the corpse of the dungeon crawler in surprise, they talk to each other in surprise, did you kill it? I think so, I don't feel any signs of life. I thought I was going to die, this thing was terrible, Even though it was a monster, I told you, how Tam can't do anything to the gang leader. And at this time, both Hanu Jin and his other teammate also walked closer to the corpse of the dungeon crawler to confirm whether it was finally completely dead. The other teammate seriously asked Yu Yun, "What do we do with this, gang leader?" Hanu Jin calmly approached the dungeon monster. He immediately picked up its body. Below, he could see a small fox monster in the hands of this monster. It seemed that this was the monster, is the son of a dungeon crawler. Looking at the small appearance of this monster, the other teammate immediately said to Hanu Jin, "It seems to be a baby." When dungeons first appeared in this world, and humans, like the prehistoric humans who first discovered it, everyone was in a commotion, both alert and curious. After that, the dungeon that was saturated and gradually lethargic, began to explode one by one, and cause monsters to spread out like a flood. That event is called dungeon explosion, and when all the explosions go off at once, will cause dungeon shock. However, many people became falsely awakened and started fighting even in such danger. Many new elements and techniques have been developed using the new power source of magic stones. Humanity has quickly adapted to the changed world. Hunter associations were established in each country to manage false awakenings. Most hunters work under an association or guild, and the country's S-level hunter association has linked up with businesses to form large guilds. It turns out that these are the contents of the lesson that Sok Ha Yan is presenting to the group of Hanu Jin people. Sok Ha Yan continues his lecture and tells the group of Hanu Jin people, "Next, I will talk about false awakening." Looking at the contents of the lecture that Sok Ha Yan shared, Hanu Jin immediately thought, hearing about it like this, it's really touching. On the podium, Sok Ha Yan continued his lecture and told the group of Hanu Jin people, the level of the pseudo-awakened is determined by taking a comprehensive look at their stats and skill levels, and above it is displayed, F-level stats, DK-level skills, approximately E-level. And in class, Hanu Jin just listened to Sok Ha Yan's lecture. Skills are the special abilities of each individual, and are expressed in countless forms as a way to protect themselves from danger. Hanu Jin listened and looked at the documents that Sok Ha Yan provided. He silently evaluated and thought, she lectured well, the explanation was easy to understand, but there were some parts that were not correct, because since 5 years ago. Hanu Jin immediately remembered the words that Sok Ha Yan had spoken at a conference in the past in his previous life. I wondered if it was because I lived in a friendly environment full of moss and mold. I was awakened to the skill of being able to grow woody stems. Skills only change based on your aptitude and living environment. Seeing Hanu Jin attentively looking at the lecture and thinking about going somewhere else without listening to her lecture, Sok Ha Yan suddenly walked up to him and asked Hanu Jin, "Is there something wrong here?" Seeing Sok Ha Yan suddenly appear in front of her, Hanu Jin was startled and stepped back, confused by Sok Ha Yan's sudden appearance. At this time, Sok Ha Yan spoke up and asked Yu Jin, "He has eyes like my professor. You made that face because you discovered something was wrong, right?" While next to Park, Yerim did not concentrate on studying but sat drawing random things. He was immediately startled to see Professor Sok Ha Yan next to him. He thought that the professor had discovered that he was not concentrating, but fortunately, it turned out that the professor had discovered that he was not concentrating. Monk Sok Ha Yan didn't come to my place but to Hanu Jin's place. She sighed and thought, I thought she caught me in the act. And next to Hanu Jin, facing this question from Professor Sok Ha Yan, he was confused and tried to avoid it and told Professor Sok Ha Yan, that thing. Just my personal opinion, but still. Isn't it a bit too much to say that skills are used in dangerous situations to protect oneself? There are ways to perform skills that are not related to combat at all, so, I think the self-protection mechanism is really not quite right. It seems like before, they were in a dangerous situation with dungeon explosions happening every now and then, so I'm suspecting there were some other factors that determine their skills. Seeing that, Professor Sok Ha Yan immediately thought about Hanu Jin's opinion and said, Seeing that, Hanu Jin immediately put on a confused look and said to Professor Sok Ha Yan, well, please forget about this, but in his heart, he was calculating and thinking, saying this much should be enough. And when Professor Sok Ha Yan understood something, she excitedly held Hanu Jin's hand. Told me, I didn't expect that I even knew about the current trend of the skills displayed by awakened fakers. What a surprise. I understand why my uncle keeps an eye on you. Are you doing personal research? If possible, would you like to talk about this meeting? It's only about an hour or so. Seeing that, Hanu Jin immediately became confused and helpless and told Professor Sok Ha Yan, no way. Yes, Yi Rim, do you have anything to say to the teacher? Hanu Jin quickly turned to ask for help and spoke to Park Yi Rim. However, Park Yi Rim was startled when her name was mentioned. She immediately calmed down, silently signaled OK to Hanu Jin and turned to tell Professor Sok Ha Yan. Well, I'm a little curious about how much S-level students can earn. Hearing that, Professor Sok Ha Yan immediately showed a satisfied look on her face. She pulled out a money gun, shot out a lot of bills and said to her, Parky Rim, a foo-foo, this question is very important. The basic net worth of an S-level hunter is $10 million a year. Hearing such a large amount of money, Parky Rim immediately felt excited and looking forward to it. She was surprised and said wow. As for Hanu Jin, he felt helpless with Professor Sok Ha Yan's overreaction and thought to himself, did she prepare that in advance? And when he saw Sok Ha Yan, he no longer paid attention to his profound knowledge and instead focused on explaining to Parky Rim about the regimes that S-level agents receive. Hanu Jin I felt a bit speechless and helpless, but also felt relieved and thought, thank God, I got away. On the other side, Professor Sok Ha Yan was still happily and excitedly telling Parky Rim about the benefits that S-level awakened people receive. Clearly you will be treated wonderfully. Level Hunter S are super rare, so much so that I can count the number of each country on one hand. The current official number of S-rank hunters in each country in the world is only a few, all under 10 people. They not only protect the people by fighting monsters in high-level dungeons, scary, but the items they brought back from S-class dungeons were all of great value. Magic stones, flora and fauna, rare fruits, and even the occasional living demon. And back to reality, currently at Hanu Yun's house, there is also a monster in the dungeon that is constantly growling and threatening Hanu Jin's group. Looking at this monster in front of him, Hanu Jin was both confused and surprised and asked Hanu Yun, I brought that thing back from an S-class dungeon. Hanu Yun stood vigilantly in front of protecting Hanu Jin and told him, that he was a newborn fire master, you can tame it yourself and use it as a mount. Hearing that, Hanu Jin immediately seemed to understand something. He observed the dungeon monster closely, thinking about it as he evaluated it. It had horns on its head, red fur, and a fox-like tail. Fire-horned lion, belonging to the level 2 unicorn branch. They have high stats, are very sensitive, and have strong fire-type skills, a dangerous monster that even S-level monsters can have difficulty confronting alone. And there is a newborn here, and when he looked at this newborn hornet in front of him, it was growling, he said to Hanu Yun and Hanu Jin. But it looks like it can't be tamed. Hearing that, Hanu Jin immediately asked his younger brother Hanu Yun, is there no hunter with taming skills? Hanu Yun looked at the magic stone in his hand, and said to Hanu Jin, yes, they have tried the basic methods, I even received the owner's item code, but I don't think this can solve anything. Currently in Hanu Yun's hand is an emerald stone, the owner's token that makes monsters recognize the owner of the rope as its owner, and then Hanu Yun immediately held up this master's horse stone in front of the newborn fire horn master in front of him and said to it, get down here. Seeing the owner's horse, the newborn fire horn master became more obedient, slowly walking in front of Hanu Yun. Seeing it approaching him like that, Hanu Jin was both confused and wary, but also surprised and said to Hanu Yun, wow, I think it's listening to your command, it's effective. Seeing that Hanu Yun instinctively wanted to protect his Hanu Jin, he quickly pushed Hanu Jin behind him, angrily saying Hanu Yun, damn, that's dangerous, please step back. Immediately after that, Hanu Yun released a fire energy source. This is the energy source he currently possesses. Looking at this powerful source of energy burning the tiny newborn fire horn creature, Hanu Jin worriedly said to Hanu Yun, wait, Yun doesn't need to burn it like that. At that moment, Hanu Yun's flame shot out in the direction of the newborn fire horn master, whose silhouette was looming, and then less than a second later, the newborn fire horn master appears behind that flame. Because attacking the fire system has no effect on fire masters. And then this newborn fire lion rushed forward and unexpectedly scratched Hanu Yun's body. Looking at such a dangerous situation, Hanu Jin immediately worried and shouted, Yun. And after a while of struggling with it, Hanu Yun made the newborn fire lion obediently lie in his hands. It looked at Hanu Jin with eyes full of anger and caution, and then, Hanu Yun threw this newborn hornet into his garden and told Hanu Jin, I will lock it in the garden. So tiny yet so ferocious. And then after being thrown into the garden, the newborn fire-horned lion looked warily in the direction of Hanu Yun and Hanu Jin, and Hanu Jin looked at this newborn fire lion in the garden insecurely and asked Yun, will you be okay, even though it has a code, it's still so ferocious. Hanu Yun looked at his clothes that had been scratched by the newborn fire lion and said to Hanu Jin, I don't expect much anyway, I should just throw it away. Hanu Jin was curious and asked Hanu Yun, why are you throwing it away, are you planning on auctioning it off or something? Hanu Yun calmly told Hanu Jin, no, you need to kill it, if someone else touches it, there will be trouble. Hearing that, Hanu Jin immediately became confused and asked Hanu Yun again, kill. Perhaps because he felt sorry for this creature, he looked at that newborn fire horn monster and thought, I don't think it can be avoided, but, what a waste, if only it could be tamed. Turns out it's good for Hanu Yun. Hanu Jin is looking at the information lines that the system is displaying of that newborn fire horn master with character stats. Newborn fire horn master, current stat level is C, stat level that can be detected level A to level S, fire resistance achieved, fire breathing level S, fire attack level A, giant transformation level A, achieved after growing up. Seeing that, Hanu Jin felt sad and thought, there has never been anyone who has been able to tame monsters in this country, even after 5 years, and at this time, the system suddenly appeared with a notification for Hanu Yun. The subject was not affected by the keyword. Seeing that, Hanu Jin was surprised and looked at the newborn fire horn master. He was confused and thought, can I use the skill to influence it too much? Seeing Hanu Jin suddenly so excited, Hanu Yun immediately felt curious and called Hanu Jin, Hyung. Hanu Jin was immersed in his thoughts about the newborn fire lion and suddenly thought, if it was possible, Yu Yun would. And then Hanu Jin spoke up and said to Hanu Yun, Yu Yun, is there any guild that has animals to ride? Hearing that, even though he felt confused by Hanu Jin's question, Hanu Yun still obediently answered and told Hanu Jin, yes, but only low-level people, so there was no one. I don't know much about the fire master. Hearing that, Hanu Jin immediately felt satisfied with this answer. He smiled and turned to talk to Hanu Yun. So can you try taking care of it? In his mind, Hanu Jin thought, maybe this will become a plus point, if I go in the right direction, maybe it will become the only high-level mount in the world. Hanu Jin began to analyze and told Hanu Jin that the existence of demons, also known as monsters, entities that only appeared in stories, had now become real since the dungeon appeared. Most of them were targets of conquests. But occasionally, someone will tame them into mounts. Extremely valuable mounts, because the high-level dungeon is very large. Owning a mount will give you an advantage. And then it can't resist fire anymore. If you remove it, it's a waste. It would be perfect if it became my mount. Let's think about it. Even if you plan to find another one, do you think it can withstand your fire-type skills? For example, when you have a chicken monster as a player, but due to the nature of your damage, it will immediately turn into a roast chicken. Hearing Hanu Jin define and say it so reasonably, Hanu Yun immediately pondered and thought about it and told Hanu Jin, you are right. Hanu Jin continued to convince Hanu Yun. A high-level mount appeared for the first time and possessed fire resistance. If we can tame it properly, then we will have unparalleled power. And you will receive a huge benefit from taming it. However, looking at this ferocious newborn hornet in front of him, Hanu Yun immediately returned to reality and curiously asked, Hanu Jin, but how do you plan to tame it? Hanu Jin immediately smiled and sighed. He took out a spoon and put it on his apron and firmly told Hanu Yun, starting with the food first, if you feed it well, you will definitely have a plus point. Seeing that, Hanu Yun immediately felt surprised and helpless before this, but he still obediently followed and went into the kitchen to help Ji. Currently, Hanu Jin calmly gave Hanu Yun the bowl of food from the newborn fire guru and told Hanu Yun, this is good food. What does it eat? Is it cat food? Hanu Yun also immediately responded and told Hanu Jin, that monster's meat, but it will only eat if you mix it with magic stone, so every meal requires sea-level magic stones. Hearing that, Hanu Jin was so surprised that he choked on his water. He calculated and thought, a sea-level magic stone costs $100. Sparkling magic stones sprinkled on processed monster meat, filled with love and money, this is food for high-class monsters. Even if it's only fed once a day, it costs $3.6 million a month, $3.6 million a year. If you eat 3 times a day, it will be $1 million a year. Looking at the sullen face as if he had died while wasting money on food of that newborn good monk, Hanu Jin looked very emaciated. Looking at Hanu Jin's pitiful face and feeling so sorry for money, Hanu Yun couldn't bear it anymore and told me, I will pay for his food, so please control it, brother. However, when he saw that the newborn fire lion was constantly wagging its tail because it was eating well, Hanu Jin immediately felt warm and somewhat comforted. He thought about the next step, but looked at it. This looks so cute. Keyword, I don't know if this word understands what I love you. Even if the key word is cheer up, we still have to be able to convey it to be effective, so every time I feed you, I'll say I love you. I think the first step is to make him like you. After thinking about it, Hanu Jin suddenly went to the garden door and opened it. He was slowly walking closer to this newborn fire horn monster. Seeing that, the newborn fire lion was immediately alert and angry. It swung out its claws, angry, and rushed forward to attack Hanu Jin. but Hanu Jin was also prepared. He quickly took out the grade B rope and thought about a plan to play around after feeding to get used to it. And then the newborn fire-horned lion jumped up and bit into Hanu Jin's B grade rope.
Seeing this action immediately made Hanu Jin gasp in surprise. As for Hanu Jin, he was imagining that the newborn firehorn monster would be like a dog chewing on a rope, thinking proudly, a guy who has tried enough part-time jobs, also worked at the zoo, why, the pets will like it if we play tug-of-war like this.
However, the reality was the opposite of Hanu Jin's thoughts. The situation was completely reversed. When this life-and-death tug-of-war, the initiative was not in Hanu Jin's hands, but he was caught by the monster. The newborn fire mage bit the rope and threw him everywhere. Looking at Hanu Jin being tortured like that by that newborn hornet, Hanu Jin was immediately worried and quickly looked into the garden and hastily shouted to Hanu Jin, "Are you okay?" Hanu Jin struggled with that newborn firehorn monster. Even though he was tormented by it, Hanu Jin still felt fine. He calmly told Hanu Jin that he was okay. "Hey, kid, look here." Then Hanu Jin took out the stone that the master received, brought it in front of the newborn firehorn monster and told it, "I will be your new master Payet. Yet, just a moment ago, that newborn firehorn master was fiercely looking at Hanu Jin, but now, after looking at this master's magic stone, it immediately became docile, accepting, sat down next to Hanu Jin, and at the same time Hanu Jin also received a notification from the system. The title of Perfect Nanny was increasing the owner's necklace effect, and at the same time Hanu Jin sat down next to Hanu Jin. Jin also received a notification from the system. The title of Perfect Nanny is increasing the owner's necklace effect. Hearing that, Hanu Jin was excited and happily said, "Oh, because I didn't think it would work so quickly." Next, just a few seconds later, Hanu Jin received another notification from the system. The target liked you. And at that time, the newborn firehorn was wiggling in front of Hanu Jin, making a valley. This made Hanu Jin's heart beat uncontrollably. He thought in excitement, "So cute." Even Hanu Jin was surprised by this situation and told Hanu Jin, "That's cool, I've never seen it do that." And then Hanu Jin happily held the newborn firehorn monster in her arms and said to it, Okay, I'll carry you." It's so cute. Even though he saw that he liked Hanu Jin more, he was still a level A dungeon monster, so Hanu Jin was still worried about Hanu Jin and held out his hand towards Hanu Jin, and tell me, "Be careful, it's still a monster." Hanu Jin had just finished speaking when he was bitten on the arm by the newborn firehorn monster. Seeing that, Hanu Jin immediately got worried and shouted, "Yu Jin," and then he immediately turned around and said to that newborn fire lion monster, "Hey, that's very bad, you can't bite people." Hearing that, the newborn firehorn monster immediately looked at Hanu Jin in confusion and pitiful expression. And Hanu Jin also helplessly looked at this scene. Then he sighed and told Hanu Jin, "If you become an S level, you will get scars. It's okay, I'm glad he wasn't violent towards you. Raise it well, even though it can't be a mount, at least it will protect you." Hearing that, Hanu Jin hugged and caressed the newborn firehorn monster in his arms and happily said to Hanu Jin, "Yes, I will try to raise it well." And at that moment, the newborn firehorn monster was also lying cradled against Hanu Jin's hand. This made Hanu Jin happily think, "Yes, deified monsters would be better than deified humans." Brainwashing. If I succeed, I'll probably be able to tame a bunch of young monsters and keep them around. At that time, my nickname will be Monster Tamer. Sounds so cool. Singing celebrity, Monster Hunter Hanu Jin. And now Hanu Jin stood up while holding the newborn firehorn monster and said to Hanu Jin, "Okay, I will come pick it up as soon as possible." Hearing that, Hanu Jin was confused and asked Hanu Jin, "Won't you raise it here?" Hanu Jin stood up and walked out of the garden and said to Hanu Jin, "After all, my dorm is quite large." Seeing that, Hanu Jin panicked and chased after her and asked Hanu Jin, "Are you really planning on not living with me?" Hanu Jin thought in his heart, "I know if I stay here, you will lock me up again," but on the outside, he was still happy to go back and talk to Hanu Jin. He thought it would be better. He also had Jim Young Woo and Yi Rim. However, when he heard this sentence, Hanu Yun's expression immediately became sad. Seeing that, Hanu Jin was confused and asked Hanu Jin, "Yu Yun, what's wrong?" Hanu Jin immediately felt sorry for himself and said to Hanu Jin, "It will be difficult for us to make peace with each other, but we haven't even met each other many times. I know you have your own life, but still. I still think we can live together like before." Thanks to that, Hanu Jin immediately softened his heart and thought. He remembered the words that his entrustor in his previous life had told him. He was someone who understood very well the importance of bloodline. Even though he thought he was "I'm worrying too much about you, please try to understand him." Thinking back, Hanu Jin immediately felt more sorry for Hanu Yun. He rubbed Hanu Yun's head and thought, I guess it's not your fault. If you think about it, it's the fault of my skills and the state of this world. Then Hanu Jin patted Hanu Yun's head and told him, you didn't say you were moving out. I mean, I'll be in both places. I'll come here a lot, okay? I will play with you a lot as soon as I complete the training. And as he said that, Hanu Jin happily patted Hanu Yun's back to comfort Hanu Yun. Then he remembered something and said to Hanu Yun, ah, that's right, are you free tomorrow night? Hanu Yun obediently said to Hanu Jin, you can leave your calendar empty at that time, what's wrong? Hanu Jin immediately said to Hanu Yun, do you want to drink with me tomorrow after completing the dungeon? Hearing that, Hanu Yun was confused and asked Hanu Jin, drinking? Hanu Jin was a bit embarrassed and said to Hanu Yun, yes, we have never had a drink together even though I'm old enough now. In my heart, I remembered the memories of my previous life and thought, if the world was still peaceful, I'm sure we would have shared beer cans when living in the same house. Seeing that it's rare for Hanu Jin to proactively want to be alone with her like that, Hanu Yun immediately responded happily without thinking and said to Hanu Jin, okay, I'm looking forward to it. After saying that, Hanu Jin brought the newborn fire horn monster in front of Hanu Yun and told him, that's right, we have to name it. Hanu Yun immediately responded and asked Hanu Jin what he was going to give her. Hanu Jin smiled and held the newborn fire lion monster in his arms and said to Hanu Yun, let's say peace, the world should be full of love and peace. There is nothing difficult to understand here, we are brothers who have reconciled after many years, and brothers should walk together. That was Hanu Jin's thoughts, however back to reality, and now the next dungeon hunt was about to begin. Seeing the surprising appearance of Hanu Yun here, Hanu Yun is still smiling. Hanu Jin immediately felt surprised and confused. Park Yi Rim was also surprised and said to Hanu Jin, what is going on? Why did the president come to the dungeon with us? Hanu Yun calmly told Park Yi Rim, I'm really looking forward to today. And then Hanu Yun turned and said to Hanu Jin, please take care of me, Hyung. Thanks to that, both Park Yi Rim and Myung Woo were surprised and speechless, and Hanu Jin was confused and thought, no, my younger brother is too difficult to understand. With the situation at that time, it was possible to see the appearance of two S-level hunters at the same time, and the reporters immediately surrounded each other to take pictures of the two. The reporters continued to instruct and told the two of them, let's take pictures now, you two, please look this way. Hanu Yun is very natural when posing in front of the camera, only Park Yi Rim feels uncomfortable with the number of reporters taking pictures, and the presence of Hanu Yun next to her, but seeing the two of them standing together, the reporters only felt that their relationship was very good and spoke up to interview Hanu Yun. In the end, he personally stepped in to help Hunter Park Yi Rim during the raid, first dungeon. Hanu Yun was confident in his aura and frankly admitted that he calmly replied to the reporter, I want to guide the new S-rank hunter through her first dungeon. This is something I should do as an S-level senior as well as the president. Hearing that, Park Yi Rim could only laugh helplessly at Hanu Yun's complacency, and the look on her face right now was very I want to hit Hanu Yun once. And Hanu Jin was also helpless in front of this arrogant statement, but quickly covered his face and told Myung Woo that this was her way of promoting her image. Even a stupid person like Myung Woo commented in confusion and said it to Hanu Jin, it sounds so touching. Looking at the current lineup with two S-level hunters, Hanu Yun and Park Yi Rim, Hanu Jin immediately thought, wow, what a perfect combination. Not only do the two of them possess two opposing fire and ice attributes, but Myung Woo can also make equipment, and if Kim Sung Han has S-level self-defense skills then. Just thinking about that, Hanu Jin happily turned around and patted Myung Woo's shoulder and said, I'm looking forward to it. Looking at Hanu Jin's actions and confusing words, Myung Woo immediately felt curious and confused, not understanding what Hanu Jin was saying and what he expected. A moment later both Myung Woo and Hanu Jin were led to the weapons warehouse. Over there, looking at the pile of weapons pre-equipped for them, they were all high-level equipment, and the manager also told Hanu Jin and Myung Woo's group, the equipment would be rented for free, please return it after clearing the dungeon. Looking at this pile of high-end equipment, both Hanu Jin and Myung Woo couldn't help but be surprised. They excitedly ran to this weapon. At that time, Hanu Jin chose a sword and exclaimed, wow, what a big guild, they really have a lot of good stuff. Over there, Myung Woo also enjoyed touching a sword and said wow. However, at this time, the manager of this pile of weapons and items stepped forward and told Myung Woo that if he broke it, he would have to pay. Hearing that, Myung Woo immediately stepped back. Hanu Jin looked over and saw that Myung Woo was still shy and self-conscious and looked down upon by the manager, so he immediately thought, in the future he will create better things. Then Hanu Jin gave a spear to Myung Woo and told him, don't be afraid, just choose something good, the higher the item, the longer it can endure, understand? Yu Myung-woo carefully took the spear from Hanu Jin's hand and said to Hanu Jin, okay. Then Hanu Jin turned to Yu Myung-woo and said, take a few more recovery potions, these magic potions are also free. The dungeon's armory manager responded and told Hanu Jin that the magic potion is a consumable item, so if you are not a guild member, you need to pay for it. Hearing that, Hanu Jin immediately turned to tell Park Yi-rim, Yi-rim, take all those magic potions under your name and give them to us. Hearing that, Park Yi-rim did not object, but excitedly took a few more bottles of magic medicine, filled his arms, hugged a bunch of bottles of magic medicine and replied to Hanu Jin, okay uncle. Seeing that, the dungeon's weapons manager was also helpless with this action of Hanu Jin and Park Yi-rim. And when Park Yi-rim took out a huge and fierce axe with 3 eyes on it, she proudly said to Hanu Jin, help me choose a weapon too, how about this one? Looking at the axe that Park Yi-rim chose, Hanu Jin also helplessly said to Park Yi-rim, where did you get that disgusting thing? You have to focus on that skill, so choose something that suits your physical condition. At that time, Hanu Yun was being interviewed by a reporter, but he was paying attention to Hanu Jin's girlfriend and lost focus during his interview. So at this time, the reporter was still continuing the interview, asking Yu Yun about the future plans that the association was aiming for. However, at this time, Hanu Yun still did not pay attention to the reporter's question but was focusing on thinking about Hanu Jin's recent actions and thinking, just like Captain Sok said, he is too experienced compared to Hanu Yun, a new hunter, that experience, it's impossible. He is diligently searching for information related to hunters for himself, and at this moment, thinking about that, Hanu Yun couldn't control himself and chuckled happily. Seeing that, the reporter was surprised and couldn't believe it and said, why is he smiling? The guild president is smiling. Surely the future prospects are bright, announce it to everyone, buy any shares. After those reporters excitedly ran to buy stocks, Hanu Yun immediately walked up to Hanu Jin and said to his brother, you've been waiting for a long time, right? Let's go, brother. Hanu Jin was a little embarrassed and replied to Hanu Yun, okay, and Park Yi-rim seemed annoyed with the appearance of Hanu Yun and Yu Myung-woo and told them, these two people are troublemakers. Looking at the gate of the dungeon in front of him, because he thought Hanu Jin had never been to a dungeon before, Hanu Yun worriedly told him that underneath that gate was a dangerous, low-level dungeon that was quite safe. All OC area go. The gate will close 1 hour after entering, and will not open until the hunter is defeated or the hunter inside is killed. Although he could use this stone to escape in an emergency, this was an item that was very difficult to find in this country. Looking at this rare gem in front of Hanu Yun, Hanu Jin immediately exclaimed and said to Hanu Yun, oh, so you have something like that? Hanu Yun immediately replied and told Hanu Jin, so it's better. But while he was in the middle of speaking, Hanu Yun noticed that Hanu Jin was not paying attention and was looking somewhere, so Hanu Yun was confused and called Hanu Jin, Mr. At this time, Hanu Jin did not pay attention to everything outside. He was looking at the spear in his hand, remembering the life he had experienced in his previous life and thinking to himself, I felt like I was being treated like trash and kept thinking, running around the dungeon seemed like just yesterday. But now it's different, I'm no longer in debt, nor cursed, and I'm entering the dungeon with my brother. Even those who worry about me, that dark future will no longer exist, it will never happen, as I always wanted. And at that time, in front of the dungeon door, both Park Yi-rim and Hanu Yun, Yu Myung-woo were waiting for Hanu Jin to enter together, but seeing Hanu Jin still standing there, Park Yi-rim immediately called out loudly, tell Hanu Jin, let's go, uncle. Seeing that, Hanu Jin immediately smiled with satisfaction and replied to Park Yi-rim, "Da, I'm coming." As he spoke, Hanu Jin ran to the front of the dungeon, where his relatives were waiting for him, and would also be the place where a new beginning for Hanu Jin would begin. And then after entering that dungeon door, with the majestic mountain scene in front of him, contrary to the scene in his mind, Park Yi-rim couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, so this is a dungeon. The first time I saw this scene, it was like another world, can't take pictures, sorry. Seeing that, Hanu Yun was seriously alert, preparing to pull out his sword and tell Park Yi-rim, we didn't come here to play, don't think you're going on a nature trip, stand back. After saying that, Hanu Yun immediately pulled out his sword, he strongly slashed forward. Seeing that, Hanu Jin's group immediately exclaimed and were surprised by this power. But then Park Yi-rim angrily said to Hanu Yun, you. What the hell are you doing? It turns out that with Hanu Yun's recent slash, the whole garden burned down. Currently, Park Yi-rim is very dissatisfied with this action of Hanu Yun. She angrily pointed at the fire and questioned Hanu Yun, why did you burn all those things? Don't you know how to protect the environment? If you have any problem, just say it. But at this time, Hanu Jin stepped up to explain and told Park Yi-rim, it's not like that, look over there. Hearing that, Park Yi-rim immediately looked in the direction that Hanu Jin pointed. She immediately saw that several wild boar monsters had been burned in Hanu Yun's fire, so Park Yi-rim was surprised and said, is there a monster hiding? Hanu Yun calmly sheathed his sword and explained to Park Yi-rim that the first thing she should do when entering a dungeon is to ensure her safety, because she couldn't know what the current situation was, nor whether there were monsters lurking outside or not. That's why the strongest always go first and clean things up. Didn't you learn these basic things in theory class? Hearing that, Park Yi-rim suddenly felt confused and wanted to cover it up and tell Hanu Yun, yes of course, if only I had this skill then I would. This is a wide-range attack skill, and at this time, Hanu Jin spoke up and comforted Park Yi-rim, saying, yes Yi-rim, I guarantee that if you level up, you will receive it. Hearing that, Park Yi-rim was surprised and happily asked Hanu Jin if he could get a new skill. Hearing that, Hanu Yun could only sigh helplessly. Hanu Jin was also helpless and questioned Park Yi-rim, you really don't pay attention to studying at all, right? If you keep killing monsters you will be promoted to level 1. That is the main goal of today's practice session, but no one knows what skills I will receive. And now Hanu Jin is looking at the information on her system board and thinking, let me choose for you. Now the system has sent Hanu Jin a message, please choose the optimal skill that Park Yi-rim will learn. And then Hanu Jin immediately remembered the characteristics of the skills. He searched for it on the system and thought, here it is, Lam Vu, it must be this, Park Yi-rim's signature Ice Witch skill, I will choose this one. And right after that, the system immediately sent a notification to Hanu Jin, focusing on developing the single blue dance skill on the target Park Yi-rim. Then Hanu Jin happily spoke up and said to Park Yi-rim, I have a hunch that you will receive a special skill. Hearing that, Park Yi-rim happily and excitedly said to Hanu Jin, really, I will be level 1 in the blink of an eye and help my uncle level up too. But Park Yi-rim's dream was harshly denied by Hanu Yun, who told her to help the monkey. The experience points needed to level up between level S and level F are very different. Not only do you need 5 times more than level F, but the higher your level will be, the more points you will have. Even if she were to monopolize this dungeon, she wouldn't be able to reach level 1. I'll help you, so just focus on taking care of yourself. Hearing that, Hanu Jin was immediately confused and quickly spoke up to tell Hanu Yun, Yun, what you said was a bit too much. As for Park Yi-rim, seeing that she was being looked down upon like that, she got angry and said to Hanu Yun, you've been declaring war on me since early on. I'm so close to my uncle that it makes you angry. My uncle is my guardian. But contrary to Park Yi-rim's hot-tempered attitude, Hanu Yun very calmly crossed his arms and told Park Yi-rim, I'm not declaring war, I'm just helping you self-aware of your S level. Park Yi-rim immediately ruffled his feathers and said, Hanu Yun, I will study in my own way. Hanu Yun immediately responded and said to Park Yi-rim, his mouth said that, why do you keep sticking to my brother so much? Seeing them arguing like that, Hanu Jin quickly spoke up to stop them and told them, hey. But the two of them were so busy arguing that they didn't pay attention to Hanu Jin. Park Yi-rim responded quickly and said to Hanu Yun, look at yourself, I tried everything to follow my uncle here. Hanu Yun immediately responded and told Park Yi-rim, it's not that I don't want to stay away from him, it's because of me. Seeing that, Hanu Jin felt helpless and angry, pinched both of their cheeks and told them, there you go again, stop, what the hell are you two doing in the dungeon? Hearing that, Hanu Yun immediately showed resentment, pointed at Park Yi-rim and said to Hanu Jin, but hey, Miss Yi-rim. Park Yi-rim also did not give up, pointed at Hanu Yun and said to Hanu Jin, the president. Hearing that, Hanu Jin got even angrier and shouted at the two of them, if you two keep arguing in front of me, go away, both of you, go away quickly. Myung-woo is on the side, confused with the current situation. Hanu Jin was still angry and said to Hanu Yun, answer me Hanu Yun, what are you doing here? Hanu Yun immediately felt confused and told Hanu Jin to guide him in practice. After hearing Hanu Yun's answer, Hanu Jin immediately turned to ask Park Yi-rim, and Yi-rim. Park Yi-rim also obediently told Hanu Jin to promote himself. And then Hanu Jin was angry and helpless and said to Hanu Yun and Park Yi-rim, so focus on hunting those damn monsters. Even at level F you have to hunt tons of monsters to get to level 1. Just treat each other like you did during the interview earlier. If you two keep arguing like this, then I won't look at your faces anymore. Hearing that, Hanu Yun and Park Yi-rim were both startled. They looked at each other with fiery eyes and said, I can't help it. Park Yi-rim immediately showed a disapproving expression but still obediently extended his hand to make peace and said to Hanu Yun, so let's get along well from now on. Yu Yun. Han Yu Yun was no less, showing an arrogant and challenging expression and reaching out his hand to make peace with Park Yi Rim. I won't use honorifics anymore, please teach me Yi Rim. Seeing that, thinking they had reconciled, Han Yu Jin breathed a sigh of relief, propped himself up on both hands and said to Yu Myung-woo, that's right, if it keeps like this, the two of us will get closer. But Yu Myung-woo could still see the fire of battle around them. He also felt helpless and confused. And then Han Yu Jin spoke up and told Han Yu Yun and Park Yi Rim, no matter what, this is a dungeon, so don't let your guard down, and help him and Yu Myung-woo level up. No. However, at this time, a monster or someone ran by and said they were standing, instantly regained the focus and vigilance of Han Yu Yun and Park Yi Rim. And then both of them hastily and fiercely grabbed their weapons and rushed to fight. Park Yi Rim was full of determination and told Han Yu Jin, I will catch them and bring them to uncle. Han Yu Yun was no less, he boldly went hunting confidently and challenged Park Yi Rim, don't dream, I told him I would help him. And then when the two of them, both S-level hunters, rushed to fight and compete with each other, it caused an explosion around here. Looking at the explosion in front of him, Yu Myung-woo was scared and teary-eyed, and Han Yu Jin was shocked and helpless as he thought, a combination of ideas, the two of them will be closer in the future, I don't know, will that future ever come? Scene change, and then in another place, someone came to report to his master. It seems he entered the dungeon. Hearing that, the owner was curious and confused and asked his subordinate, who? The other person immediately told his teammate, you know, the one who returned to the past. Hearing that, the other person was surprised and shouted to the other person, really, where is he? Let's go find him. And the other teammate was calmly watching on the screen and replied to the other, just wait, what dungeon am I looking for? But the other person couldn't wait to tell her, hurry up, the only time we can intervene is when he enters the dungeon. I'm waiting for you, baby. And now on their screen there was a live image of Han Yu Jin in the dungeon. It seemed the person they were talking about in the conversation was Han Yu Jin. And the current situation inside the D-class dungeon right now, where the monsters are still enjoying their meal without knowing that death is near them. And then when they were eating deliciously, suddenly Park Yi Rim rushed in and froze them. Park Yi Rim confidently said, it's a small matter, I will freeze them and hand them over to uncle. And not to be outdone, Han Yu Yun also used his monster rope item to tie up the monsters at once and burn their skin, arrogantly challenging and telling Park Yi Rim, she thought he can stab chunks of ice with that spear. She had to burn its skin, so he could easily stab it with his spear. And then at the same time, both Han Yu Yun and Park Yi Rim threw the monsters in front of Han Yu Jin and told me, they're still breathing, just stab them, uncle, stab them. Looking at the number of monsters tied up in front of Yu Myung-woo by two people, Han Yu Yun and Park Yi Rim, he was surprised and told Han Yu Jin, they were all frozen and burned, that's amazing. And seeing Han Yu Jin dying nearby, Han Yu Yun immediately asked him, what are you doing Yo Jin? Han Yu Jin held the magic stones in his hand and said to Yu Myung-woo, you have to protect the magic stones from that monster, these S-level guys are really rich, I wonder how much they are worth. Hearing that, Han Yu Yun felt embarrassed and said duh. And then Han Yu Jin extended his hand towards Yu Myung-woo and told him, hey Yu Myung-woo, you also need to level up, go stab them. Even though he answered and told Han Yu Jin and duh, Yu Myung-woo was still confused and worried. After thinking, Yu Myung-woo asked Yu Jin, do you think if I try to level up, I will also get a good skill? Hearing that, Han Yu Jin happily looked at the system and said to Yu Myung-woo, what are you worried about? Of course it is. And then at this time the system was displaying information about Hunter Yu Myung-woo, with active skill, S-level Alchemy Master S verified the gathering conditions, and so Han Yu Jin immediately thought to himself, as soon as he reaches level 1, he will receive the S-level crafting skill, there's another condition to get this skill, let's see. And then the system displayed a line of information to Han Yu Jin, S-level Alchemy Master, collection conditions, reaching level 10, progress 1 in 10, Ga Sanda 1000 weapons. Seeing this line of conditions, Han Yu Jin immediately felt confused. At the same time, after stabbing to death the monsters that Han Yu Yun and Park Yi Rim's group brought, Yu Myung-woo happily looked at his system notification panel and said to Han Yu Jin, oh that worked, as a result, my experience points have increased. But at this time, Han Yu Jin was not happy with this news, he was confused and immersed in the system's recent notification, thinking, what is that? Typing error, the system also has a typo, are those hand imported or something? And now after completing the goal, Yu Myung-woo happily looked at the system notification, but he was happy for less than 3 seconds before he broke down and said to Han Yu Jin, it's done, I've been promoted, to level 1 no, wait, but why don't I get any skills? Seeing Yu Myung-woo so depressed, Hanu Jin could only pat Yu Myung-woo's shoulder to comfort him, while in his mind he was feeling confused, thinking, so who wrote those things? Even in the future, we cannot discover anything about the system. Many people see it as a miracle from God that changed the world, but secretly, I also typed it wrong. And then at this time Park Yi-rim jumped up high and pointed at a mountain and said to Hanu Jin, I thought about the last part. Hanu Yun was also interested and asked Hanu Jin, how is everything? What level are you currently at? Hanu Jin immediately looked at his status board on the system and told Hanu Yun, Yu Myung-woo has completed successfully, you are also about to reach level 1. And then the system suddenly informed Hanu Jin that it had been found. So Hanu Jin looked at that notification in confusion and said, what is that? Hearing that, Yu Myung-woo immediately felt curious and asked Hanu Jin, what's wrong? Hanu Jin immediately looked at the notification from his system, I'm sorry but felt confused and told Yu Myung-woo, no, it's just that my status window is a bit strange. Sorry, what is that? And at this time, both Hanu Yun and Park Yi-rim were both worried and quickly ran to Hanu Jin's place and shouted at him, be careful. When Hanu Jin was still feeling confused, Hanu Yun rushed to hug him and protect him in her arms. Park Yi-rim quickly launched an ice shield to block a powerful fire that was attacking Hanu Jin's direction. And then Hanu Yun was worried and asked Hanu Jin, are you okay, are you injured? And Hanu Jin felt confused, wondering what was going on. Park Yi-rim stopped the fire from reaching Hanu Jin and said to Hanu Jin, it was an attack from a monster. Hearing that, Hanu Jin was surprised and told them, monsters, but monsters in rank D dungeons shouldn't be able to use attacks like that, right? Hanu Yun immediately recounted the situation and told Hanu Jin that the goat was originally a giant mountain goat, but the other bird suddenly rushed forward and knocked down the bird. Looking at the dungeon's new monster, a giant phoenix, Park Yi-rim worriedly asked Hanu Yun, what should we do? Won't the gate appear once the monster is beaten? Why fail? Hanu Yun immediately explained to Park Yi-rim, even though it died, the exit gate still didn't appear. Maybe that bird replaced the old bird and became the new bird, so that means we need to defeat that monster to get out of here. But looking at this new beast, it was crazy and strong. Hanu Yun was worried. He took out the magic stone and gave it to Hanu Jin and said to Hanu Jin, I have never seen it before, I don't know how strong it is, take it, brother, if it's not okay, at least you just, what's wrong with you? But at this moment, Hanu Jin could not calm down, he was confused and worried, drowning in the memories of his previous life. The situation at that time was not much different from now, so I panicked and thought, isn't this very similar to before? A super strong monster appeared, and my younger brother died. At this time, Hanu Yun still brought the magic stone in front of Hanu Jin and worriedly said to him, are you okay, take it and. But Hanu Jin was calm, his voice was low, he held Hanu Yun's hand, held the stone tightly and told Hanu Yun, no, you don't need to. That thing is much weaker than me. It's a level 2 monster, a gold-beak monster, as you can see, it's a fire type, and this bird is the boss of a level A dungeon, the beak is its main weapon, and the main weak point is the skull because compared to the sturdy back and abdomen, the skull is much softer, it has 2 pairs of wings so attack its head instead of its wings. Seeing that Hanu Jin was able to understand that monster, and also knew its tactics and weaknesses, Hanu Yun was confused and surprised and asked Hanu Jin, how do you know everything, all those things? Hearing that, Hanu Jin was confused, but he still tried to calm down and said to Hanu Yun, what's wrong, are you suspicious? After killing it, we'll talk later. And then Hanu Jin calmed down and became more confident, looking at that dungeon and thinking, this time we will win, this time everything will be different, I will not let the past happen again. After thinking about it, Hanu Jin started implementing the plan, he immediately commanded the battle and said to the group of people, Yi-rim, use icy breath to create a barrier. Park Yi-rim immediately responded confused and said to Hanu Jin, oh yes. But she still obediently followed Hanu Jin's instructions and activated her icy breath, creating a layer of ice shield over their heads. After finishing the defense step, when it was time to attack, Hanu Jin immediately turned to tell Hanu Yun, Yu Yunam, please take care of that damn bird's hairy head. Hanu Yun immediately pulled out his sword and told Hanu Jin, it was clear. And then Hanu Yun turned back and said to Park Yi-rim, I'll leave the matter here to you. Park Yi-rim then firmly told Hanu Yun, don't worry about us. But then Hanu Yun still turned around and gave Hanu Jin the magic stone and told me, I can't completely rest assured, so please keep this stone. Seeing that Hanu Yun did not completely believe in his abilities, Park Yi-rim couldn't help but get angry and glared at him. And then now Hanu Yun also rushed forward to fight, attacking that dungeon crawler. Hanu Jin shouted loudly to Hanu Yun, "Aim for its head, Yun, you can do it, right, or not?" Seeing Hanu Jin dividing the plan like that, Park Yi-rim immediately spoke up feeling confused and said to Hanu Jin, "Will he be okay? Wouldn't it be better if I went? I have flying skills." Hanu Jin focused on observing the current situation while explaining to Park Yi-rim, "Otherwise she will burn to death. The fire emitted by monsters needs people with fire resistance like Yun to handle it. Even though she doesn't have flying skills, she has the same." And the current situation in the fight between Hanu Yun and that dungeon monster, he created a circle of fire to attract its attention. And then when the dungeon monster rushed to attack Hanu Yun's direction, he quickly jumped up, causing the dungeon crawler to miss its attack and stick its beak into the ground. Seeing that, Hanu Jin was satisfied and shouted to Hanu Yun, "Okay," it flew down. Along with that, while the confused dungeon crawler had no time to explain his current situation, he was faced with Hanu Yun's cold eyes, and a powerful slash from Hanu Jin. But this slash was not according to Hanu Jin's original plan. So Myung Woo immediately felt confused and asked Yun, "Hey, why did you cut its wing?" Hanu Jin was also worried and shouted at Hanu Yun, "I told you that it wouldn't work, it has 2 pairs of wings. It's strange, why is she still on the ground?" And the current situation, even though 1 pair of wings was cut off by Hanu Yun, the dungeon crawler quickly ignored the pain and grew a 2nd pair of wings. It looked hatefully in Hanu Yun's direction, and angrily released a stream of fire to hit Hanu Yun's position. Seeing that, Hanu Yun immediately felt confused with the current situation, and then the dungeon crawler released a powerful flame that burned towards Hanu Yun. And Hanu Yun stood still and suffered in that fire. Seeing that, Hanu Jin was immediately confused, worried, and found it incomprehensible, thinking that he could just jump up and slash its head once. She just needs to use the willow leaf skill to replace the flying skill. Wait, or she hasn't acquired that skill yet, it can't be, hope she will be successful. But just now that dungeon crawler suddenly changed direction of attack, it suddenly changed direction and flew towards Hanu Jin's group. Seeing that, Hanu Yun immediately got worried and panicked and shouted, "Hyung." Even Hanu Jin, Myung Woo and Park Yi-rim were also worried and confused. Park Yi-rim immediately turned blue and panicked and asked Hanu Jin, "Uncle, what should we do? It's flying towards us." That's right now that dungeon crawler is opening its mouth, preparing to spit out fire and flying aggressively towards Hanu Jin's group. The guy Hanu Jin standing in front reached out his hand to stop it and said loudly, "Ah, you think I can stop it with my icy breath? What should I do now, Uncle?" Your eyes are filled with tears. His mouth opened wide, looking both pitiful and humorous. The 2 guys behind him were also crying short tears, long tears. "Wow, Jin, there, wait a minute." At this time, Hanu Yun approached. He used his hands to control and adjust the icy breath mode strongly by creating small, bright green leaves. Those are beautiful, mysterious blue willow leaves. These leaves soared into the air, encountering that giant, ferocious beast. The little boy and the man who were hugging each other in fear just now gradually regained their composure. Wait, it turns out he can use it too, so huh? Only Hanu Jin still stood there dumbfounded because of Hanu Yun's actions just now. What the hell are you doing? They were all busy instructing each other. "Hey, don't do it like that, step on it, jump up by stepping on those leaves." Hearing that, Hanu Yun was a bit dazed. Step on it, jump up by stepping on those leaves. Hanu Yun was a bit dazed when he heard that. After that, he also followed the other boys' instructions. His feet began to step on the first willow leaves, and at the place where his feet touched, a bright light emitted. After that, Hanu Yun just walked step by step as if walking on feathers. Each step was light but steady. Then suddenly Hanu Yun looked down. His face was slightly confused. There was this. The beast below began to move more flexibly. Its head also turned to one side, causing Hanu Yun to quickly step by step on the willow leaves. Then suddenly the giant phoenix beast opened its mouth wide and spit out a golden elixir that was as bright as the sun. But Hanu Yun definitely refused to give in. He held his sword and shouted loudly, "This fire is nothing." From Hanu Yun's sword appeared a dazzling purple-pink magical light. It passed through that giant fireball and rushed straight to the beast's throat, at an amazingly fast speed. The battle continued to be extremely tense. With his powerful moves, judgment, Hanu Yun's light reached the beast's throat and exploded like an atomic bomb. Hanu Jin, along with 2 girls and boys behind him, stood watching the battle in the air and could only hold their heads in fear and tremble. It's exploding, bear with it Yi-rim, without you we wouldn't, we'll die. Immediately the phoenix beast was defeated and fell to the ground. Hanu Jin followed suit and slowly landed safely under the willow leaves. He looks extremely cool right now. Suddenly there was a call, Yu Yun. At this time his face had a few scratches. The expression on his face was also somewhat tired. He looked towards the direction of the voice. Hanu Jin hurriedly ran to Hanu Jin and said, "Are you okay? You're not hurt anywhere, right?" Hanu Jin turned to look at him and replied, "I." Hanu Jin was happy, "Thanks to you." Hanu Jin also used both hands to hold on to his shoulder blades and said, "Great, bro, how could you come up with such a great idea, using skills willow leaves to replace the flying skill?" "Huh, I thought you always used it like that." "No, you never thought about it. I always feel like I'm lacking the most important flying skill, and you gave me a solution to this problem, so, it's really nothing." Yu Myung-woo and Park Yi-rim stood on one side, looking embarrassed and confused, thinking, "Since you caught the ball, I'll let you go this time." Hanu Jin also said, "Why is it okay? It's like you just received a completely new skill." Hanu Jin's mind immediately flashed thoughts, "Ha ha, look at her so happy, this is good. It's like a child receiving a birthday present and a Christmas present at the same time." On the other side, Hanu Jin still keeps on chattering like a child, "Thanks to you, you are truly the best in the world. When we get out of here, I'll take a look at your other skills." "Really, thank you, uncle, take a look at mine too," and just like that they chatted happily. On the other side, at the academy, everyone worriedly asked, "Are you okay, President?" "We were very worried because the dungeon level suddenly changed." Hanu Jin replied that it was because a level a wolf flew from nowhere, that's why it was like that. "We're glad you're okay too," Hunter Yi salted. After that, the guy Hanu Jin stepped aside thinking, "It's best for me to stay away for a bit," while the guy Hanu Jin still kept talking. "First, report this to the association." Hanu Jin, "When I can stay away from Hanu Jin for a bit, I should return my equipment early so that I don't get noticed and quickly go there." Suddenly, a man in a white shirt with a panicked face ran over. As he ran he shouted, "Yu Jin." When he ran closer, he knelt down and fell to the ground and said loudly, "Are you okay? I should have gone with you." Hanu Jin panicked, "Oh, what's wrong with you?" "I'm fine." Everyone standing around also noticed them. Hanu Jin's plan to avoid attention failed. The other man continued talking. His attitude was extremely hasty. "Climb on my back, go home quickly so you can rest." The guy Yu Myung-woo standing on the side also had a face, and Hanu Jin's face turned pale and said, "I told you, I'm fine." That night in the most luxurious high-rise building in Korea, their voices were loud. "Your brother had returned, Yu Hyun. The management office treated us so well. Look at these things, very expensive." The guy Hanu Jin looked around the room. Was she taking a bath? She must have had a lot of blood on her earlier. Then he excitedly went to the balcony, so while he waited, he would play with this boy. A small orange unicorn excitedly rushed to Hanu Jin's place. Because its attack was too fast and strong, Hanu Jin was sent flying backwards. A mouthful of blood spewed out from his mouth. "How are you, Pi AC?" Then when Hanu Jin held the rope, the little unicorn kept shaking, causing him to spin like a pinwheel. "I love you, Pi." Then he fed it, let it lie on him. He looked miserable because of it. Even the balcony full of flowers and leaves was destroyed. "I love you, Pi, that's enough playing with it, right? I'm about to die. But I really think I'm going to die today." Today there were a lot of strange things, from the system's typographical errors, to receiving a message sent through the chat window. Not to mention, a higher level monster suddenly appeared in the dungeon. Something like that is very rare in just a few years. Then Hanu Jin suddenly sat up and sent the little unicorn on his chest flying away. He turned pale thinking about a possibility. Could it be, do they all have something to turn back time? He reached out to caress and comfort the little unicorn. Something went wrong when time was turned back. So what should have happened in a few years is happening right now. That's why the system is trying to tell me. Hanu Jin spoke faintly, "Here. It's not my fault. If this could happen, you should have explained it from the beginning. The system was already too harsh in the first place. Like, which skill to start with? If it was explained properly, I would have never chosen a keyword like that." Suddenly, a giant mysterious book emitting blinding light appeared in front of Hanu Jin. He asked in panic, "What's wrong with the status window?" "In the mysterious book there are people from the system doing the operations. Do you think it was sent properly?" "The intervention time was too short. It couldn't be done otherwise, because we used force to open a tunnel from our side. It would be better if we could explain more specifically." A girl with silver hair spoke up, "I wrote it hastily, but he can probably understand it. I tried to make it as intuitive as possible, in a shape that would be recognizable in your world, Ta." the affected targets appeared on the screen, including Hanu Yun and Hanu Jin. Hanu Jin, sitting on the ground looking at each page of the book, was also confused when he saw the content. What is this? Some form of attendance, like something used in kindergartens. He just pointed at the book. What was the creator of the system thinking? Targets are completely affected, doesn't it only show S ranks? I think I'm right, because Myung Woo and Sung Han are not seen here. Plus there are 50 seats, good luck. Hey, this is it. Han Yu-yun came out of the shower, wiped his head and said, "Oh, are you here? Sorry I took a long shower." At this time he was only wearing a pair of black pants, his upper body was bare, revealing his amazing six-pack muscles. Pretty. Han Yu-yun saw the abnormality and asked, "What's wrong? You don't look very hot." Han Yu-jin replied, "Aha, is this thing telling me to raise 5 S rankers?" On the other side, there is a beast with a hideous bear shape locked in an iron cage. It also aggressively rushed towards the small orange fox. Day 2 of using the magical beast taming skill on the newborn fire master of the level 2 unicorn subspecies. It is currently 51 centimeters long, weighs 5.6 kilograms, and doubled in size in just 2 days. Han Yu-jin took off the helmet on his head. He said an exclamation, "Go-oh, I think it's no longer a wild animal." He reached out to pick it up, the little unicorn also happily swooped into his arms. Han Yu-jin complimented him, "Very good pie." But he was immediately startled by the enormous power it created when it placed its paws on his chest. Han Yu-jin took a breath, "Ha ha, it's okay. I borrowed all the physical and strength equipment." He looks free in the halo of light, physical strength plus 904, strength plus 45. The night before, they had drank together and talked for a long time, a monster tamer. Han Yu-jin said, "Damn, that's the skill he possessed when he reached level 1, he held the cup in his hand with an expression, "Why is there so much?" Han Yu-yun said with a gesture that drinking too much is not good. "What does that skill do?" Han Yu-jin thought to himself, it's better to use it as a new skill to defend, after all, I can't tell her this is an influence skill. Then he replied politely, he can raise monsters in a tame state with his power, this is an S-rank skill, so he can use it on high-level monsters. Han Yu-yun was extremely surprised, sorry. His face gradually became dark, his body was tense, but he possessed S-rank skills, and in a dangerous world like this, not only that, it was also a unique skill. Dude, quickly use rope to tie Han Yu-jin up. Han Yu-jin was speechless and asked him, Hey, are you going to lock me up too?" Han Yu-jin said irritably, "We should use it instead of hiding it. You can raise Pi and then let me ride on its back in the dungeon. You can even raise another mount too. There are so many S-rank people in need of high-level mounts right now. What if all A-by guild members received high-level mounts? It would feel like after a long time walking in a large dungeon, when I grow up, I suddenly get to ride a horse." With skills like this, the motivation to clear the dungeon will completely change. Fortunately, Pi has been influenced, he even knows how to play fetching objects like a dog. And if I have to apply 50 more S levels like the system wants, it's better to brainwash monsters than humans. In the training room, Han Yu-jin was lying face down on the ground, exhausted. And the little unicorn named Pi freely stomped on him without the slightest hesitation. Han Yu-jin asked, "Aren't you tired, Pi?" He replied very innocently, "Kyung, I intend to make a lot of money but not like this. Once we have more mounts and dungeon raiding efficiency gets better, the frequency of dungeon raids will decrease and this world will get better, especially in recent years, the number of dungeons has increased greatly." Han Yu-jin screamed when the little unicorn jumped on her, "My health doesn't allow me to play anymore." Then suddenly someone spoke up, "Great, Han Yu-jin." The guy panicked, Sok Sim-young. That man stood and applauded, but he didn't expect that right after the practice session ended, he would continue to practice in a place like this. Han Yu-jin sat up and asked, "What? Yu-yun said I could use this place." Sok Sim-young said, "I'm not here to chase you away, don't worry. But even though it's tiring, it's only been a day of using the skill and the newborn monster has already grown this much." Then he bowed his head and said, not only was he extremely impressed, I was thinking again, Han Yu-jin. Han Yu-jin's face turned pale, "What? Why are you behaving like that?" Sok Sim-young replied, "I'm sorry for always treating you disrespectfully, the deep understanding and analytical skills you've shown, as well as the new skills are amazing." Han Yu-jin found it annoying and used his strength to pry him off of him. He was irritated, Don't be like that, let me go," Sok Sim-young said as if begging, "I beg you to join the guild Abai and breathe the new breeze into the world of hunters." Han Yu-jin waved his hand to deny the change, "No, I can't do it, I don't have that ability." Sok Sim-young still insisted on explaining, we need your skills, Jin. After understanding it, I only wrote down the answer sheet for the future. Moreover, I really hate him, I don't want to associate with him. I don't know how worried I was every time I went to a Bai's guild just because of his behavior. Please reconsider, Hanu Jin. I guarantee to give you everything, from transportation of this newborn beast, to food, taming fees, and everything else you need. Oh, that's right, things like before don't happen in this life. Sok Sim Young no longer remembers his lowly past, instead, I am currently the one above him. Hanu Jin was just cold and contemptuous as if petrified. I don't need it. Mr. Sok Sim Young was stunned when he heard this blunt refusal. Mr. Hanu Jin, the guy sitting in the chair. Hanu Jin smiled innocently. After all, Yun had said he would pay all the expenses. Well, you already have a dorm room, so there's no need to discuss this issue anymore. Oh. Then Mr. Sok Sim Young raised his hand and showed a bright notification screen. So let's sign right away. But not as a hunter but just as a permanent employee. I plan to become a freelance hunter, Hanu Jin said to Sok Sim Young while stroking the little unicorn. Then he held the little unicorn up high and happily said, then I can raise mounts for other guilds and make a lot of money. Jin and Abai's future. Oh, I forgot the problem more importantly. After all, Abai is not the strongest guild in our country, so you can't sign an exclusive contract with me. I also know very well how important this mount taming skill is. As long as I take advantage of this skill, the effectiveness of dungeon raids will increase significantly. I will definitely become a golden egg among high-level hunters, but the Abai guild wants to own this skill exclusively. How will the other guilds react? Surely there will be hundreds of people trying to harm what they don't have. I heard that there are many people who are willing to kill others by poisoning food. I'm just forcing them, so if that happens, I will definitely dead, right? Wouldn't it be better if I became a free hunter, and I'd be able to say things like if you guarantee my safety, I'll raise one for each guild, even though then I will receive money for each case. The fox even looked bored and yawned. Hanu Jin gave his fingerprints, but anyway I will raise pie for you guys so I just need to join as an employee. Okay, you guys please support me behind my back, and work hard to negotiate with other guilds. Help me too. And also include social insurance, salary and bonuses. Sok Sim Young laughed. Haha, it seems I can't win against you. Good job, Hanu Jin. Then he pointed at the camera and asked, can I take this training card to negotiate? Hanu Jin freely agreed. Okay, just take it. One more thing. If the Abai guild becomes the strongest guild in the country, to the point where meddling with other guilds isn't a problem, then will you sign a contract as a hunter at that time? Hanu Jin calmly replied, let me think. Are you going to record again? Sok Sim Young adjusted his glasses and replied, you guessed right. Hanu Jin smacked his lips. Really? There's nothing good about you recruiting me. Hanu Jin happily smiled and said, anyway, you guys have already benefited from my skills. There's nothing else to take advantage of. I'm not responsible if you regret hiring me. Sok Sim Young replied, haha, what a surprise. Is there nothing else to take advantage of? Hunter Hanu Jin has such a lack of self-awareness. Instead, every time I see you, I'm surprised. After that, Hanu Jin lay down on the floor and played with the little unicorn pie. Ho-Ray had a salary and social insurance. Did you see how Sok Sim Young was shaken? People who possess unique skills are not aware of their surroundings. That's because they are blinded by their power. I have seen countless awakened people like that. Hanu Jin also seems to act very arrogantly, but he is different from the rest. He calmly predicts the situation and successfully turns the negotiation in his favor. He is as talented as ever. At this level, because his younger brother's brilliance overwhelmed me, I didn't have time to pay attention to him. Sok Sim Young calmly adjusted his glasses, but if he becomes our exclusive hunter, other guilds will definitely get involved. The Abai guild is ready to face that threat. But if Hanu Jin remains a free hunter, everything will change. All eyes will be on Hanu Jin himself, not the guild. Pros and cons. Is he still not aware of the gravity of this because he doesn't know what the world of high-level hunters is like? Or he wants to protect his younger brother? No matter what, the three guilds and the whole world will come to Hanu Jin's attention. Everyone in the Abai guild focused their attention on Hanu Jin. His every move was shown on the big screen. A secret man even exclaimed, this is interesting. I will go to the Abai guild as soon as I have free time. He will soon discover how much the cards he holds are worth. Hanu Jin on the side, after a while of wrestling, was very satisfied with the results of his labor. It was a small house for the little unicorn pie. He told it, here it is, the cave for pie has been installed. Do you like it? Now you will live here with me, little unicorn pie walking around sniffing forever. Park Yi-rim suddenly appeared behind him very excitedly. I wonder if this place will be cramped when he grows up. If so, Goa, who is that, uncle? Yu Myung-woo even exclaimed, he is not. What the heck? The kitten is so cute. Yi-rim, it's not a cat. Ah, save me, Yu-rin, it's biting me. Pie, he's not food. They gathered together around the little unicorn pie worth love. Suddenly Hanu Yun appeared. He called Hanu Jin. Hanu Jin raised her head to look at him and asked, hey, Yu Yun, what's wrong? Do you have time? For now. As expected, there's been a change. What? The guild masters are coming to see you. You can refuse, you have no obligation to meet them, but how can you do that? Han Yu-yun followed behind his brother and explained, they are S-class hunters. For most low-level hunters, just talking to them is very difficult. Han Yu-jin said lightly, TSK, I'm not wrong. Han Yu-yun looked like he had a headache. See, let me tell them to go back. My brother immediately grabbed his shoulder to stop him. Stop there, as a president, why do you keep behaving like this? Think about what the public would think if the presidents of the major guilds all personally came to Abai. They would say, wow, Abai is the best. Isn't that a good reason to meet them? Han Yu-jin said, it's okay if you show your face. Han Yu-yun hesitated, but, from now on you're forbidden to say but in front of me, but also. Han Yu-jin walked forward, little unicorn pie sitting around his neck like a scarf. If we're going to negotiate, it'd be best to personally inspect the customer. The two cousins went together to the meeting room of the Abai Guild. There were poised men sitting with their eyes focused on them. Truly tight as a string, fearless, aroused, Han Yu-yun said to everyone, let me introduce you to Hunter Han Yu-yun. A man wearing dark glasses came and said to Han Yu-jin, sorry, but can I hold your hand for a moment? He asked again, why do you want my hand? Doing this so I can evaluate your skills before we negotiate. After saying that, he raised his hand to show a magical light screen. Han Yu-jin also automatically raised his hand. I understand already. But when shaking hands with the man, Han Yu-jin got angry. What? You forcefully pushed his hand away. Oh my god, how can you hold a man's hand like that? The other man was also surprised. What? Damn, I didn't expect they'd bring a skill appraiser here. That appraiser would reveal all of my S-level skills, and if they found out they weren't tame skills but the skill of influence. The other man explained, I only need a few seconds, so please give me your hand. Han Yu-jin was confused. That? The unicorn pie also growled, looking dissatisfied with that man. Then it jumped up and screamed loudly at the man, startling him. Then it also landed very gently. Han Yu-jin had to calm him down. It's okay, Pie, he's not a bad person, Pie shouted angrily. The men in the meeting room panicked. The president of the Hunter Association said, it discovered that there was a skill being used on its owner. The president of Han Shin Park Min-gyu replied, it's still young, maybe it's just a rank and file, but I didn't expect it to be at this level. A beautiful and temperamental girl appeared. I think there's no need to prove it anymore. Looking at the way she aggressively protects her owner is enough. I think there's no need to evaluate her skills anymore. She is the president of the club Moon Yun. The girl said freely, am I wrong, animal tamer? He silently evaluated her. She's so big, it's really a crazy figure. Moon Yun said with a smile, I didn't know that the young president of Abai had a brother like you. Han Yu-jin secretly thought, I wonder if S levels are like her. If so, then Yi-rim is also taller than me. Moon Yun said, a horned fire master. It seems that when he grows up, it will be a dungeon level, right? The unicorn named Pi raised his face and looked at her gently. So boy, if it's still this young, why don't you just give it to us? Han Yu-yun replied, we won't give it for free, we are planning to exchange it for a newborn monster of the highest level mount that possesses ice resistance. Moon Yun propped her hands on Han Yu-jin's chair and replied, aha, so you want us to bring a mount that Yi-rim can use, aren't you being too greedy? A chubby man continued to speak, 7 high-level newborn monsters and 1 highest-level newborn monster. Abai's guild has wiped out all newborn monsters on the market. How can you have the shame to ask for an exchange? He is the president of my poker club Sok 1. Han Yu-yun said, there's already one in the dungeon, you guys can just change it, Mr. Choi. Sok 1 angrily hit the table, are you kidding me? Are you saying that if we want to have mounts, we should do everything you guys do? Are you being arrogant because of your brother's position? Then he pointed straight at Han Yu-jin and shouted, don't think I don't know that your brother's lack of involvement with the guild is just a trick. He's your brother, of course he does, somewhat involved in the Abai Association. Moon Yun said to lighten the mood, you guys are enough. Han Yu-jin explained, me and Abai are just going back and forth. Because I couldn't manage it alone, I asked them for help, it's thanks to them that we have this meeting. If I wanted to shake hands with my younger brother in the first place, I would just raise this beast and give it to the guild and that's it. Why would we have this meeting? There are limits to the animals I can raise. After saying that, he poked the pie unicorn with his hand, making it respond lovingly, Q. Let's look at reality. If this goes well, you guys will be able to own mounts sooner than any other guild in the world, just like the A-Bai guild. Hanu Jin smiled, isn't it worth negotiating? It's a pleasure to welcome you here. Choi Sok-woo was still thinking uncomfortably. Hanu Jin cursed under his breath. He was so hot-tempered, different from when he was on TV. I used to be his partner when he was a member of the Korean soccer team, before awakening again. Suddenly a finger poked him in the face. Moon Yun-ah praised him. Wow, you're not only strong but also good at negotiating, huh? Moon Yun-ah caressed his face like she was holding a flower. There was the younger brother of the guild president. He was also the sponsor of a super strong rookie. The pet was also cute. I fell in love with him more and more every day, uncle. If I had you, I would have all those things. Do you want to join the team? Hanu Jin was confused. What the hell? I told you, I won't take any side. Besides, I'm not a display product. I don't have any freebies. I'm not selling. What about your sister? Look closely. This kid is quite pretty, okay? Wait, Yu Yun. Don't suddenly go naked here. Behind the guy Han Yu Yun looks like he's about to burst into anger behind them. Ni Jin smiled gently and raised his hand to refuse, waiting for his younger brother to become the strongest person in the country before deciding. Strongest in the country. The handsome guy, the president of Dupito's guild, Sung Hyun Jae, calmly said, do you think that now the Dupito guild can buy you? Han Yu Jin was dumbfounded. Ah. Dupito's guild is the strongest guild in the country. Not only the guild's president is also the top of the top. That way your safety can be guaranteed. But he has been silent all this time. Why suddenly speak up at this time? Be a little more subtle, bro. If I agree, I don't know what will happen. Han Yu Jin raised a finger to explain, only my younger brother can do that, but the other person must win the world championship too. The girl Moon Yun-ah came to beat up the guy Han Yu Jin and wanted internal injuries. What did she eat to make her so confident? Would she rather die than join any guild? Stubborn and stiff-necked, just wanting to do things on his own. We're so similar. Han Yu Jin laughed out loud. In his heart, he thought, this is terrible. If I didn't have the ability to resist fear, I would have been crushed to death by the pressure in this place. It's said that the janitors are always on the brink of life and death, so they're not very normal, but how can they secretly put pressure on each other with this smiling face? Yu Yun, how can you stand these monsters? They talk to you so rudely. Is it because they think you're still young? Another guy spoke up. Apparently it's because of an older brother like this that a newbie like him was able to form a guild, but he seems much more docile than his younger brother. Han Yu Jin smiled and asked a fatal question. What do you think about my younger brother? My younger brother understands much more than me, even more than all of you here. Everyone heard that like they were spraying glue. What? Are you serious? What's wrong? Han Yu Jin's face is blank, like I said something wrong. In Han Yu Jin's memory, Han Yu Yun is a kind little brother, nothing can replace him. There is a small boy who always waits for him to return after a long, tiring day of work, welcoming him with a bright smile and rushing to hug him. He often wondered every time the boy jumped into his arms, I'm about to go out. What's wrong, Han Yu Yun? One time, the boy gave him a card he made with his own hands. His face lit up and said, here, happy birthday. He remembered that even when he was young, he cared for his brother. A sweet little boy kept calling him, with a bright smile, even when he was an adult. At his graduation ceremony, he still didn't forget to look at him with sincere eyes and say that if he was going to take a picture, let's take it together. He held the exam paper with a perfect score and proudly told him I would get into medical school and then make a ton of money, so you don't need to worry anymore. Even though since his parents passed away, he couldn't take much care of her because he was too busy making money, but instead of being impulsive, she was very kind and obedient and didn't cause much trouble. For him, there is no more docile child than that. The group of people in the meeting room suddenly burst into laughter. He felt confused and asked me if I said something wrong or why. They laughed so hard, they stopped talking and he said Du Hyun was easy on Bao. Today I keep wondering why he is so polite. It turns out it's because of him. Then they secretly think that the president Ju Pai Ter is really. The long-haired young man among them pointed straight at the president and said that Crazy Dog is showing off his charm in front of his brother. Han Yu Jin shouted loudly, how dare you call Du Hyun a crazy dog? Aren't you insulting her just because she is still young? The other person looked awkward and smiled awkwardly. Man, come on. The others laughed until tears came to their eyes. The association president raised his glasses and said, whatever, as long as he treats his brother well, he has a good younger brother. Obediently, the person sitting next to him smiled and reminded him to wipe away his tears before talking. Mr. Association President. They gave him a piece of paper and said, "Thanks to you, I had a good laugh. Here, let's end this contract." Hanu Jin frowned, wondering what their reaction would be. So, what's wrong with my Hanu Yun? Maybe she can't act politely because she's still young and has become the president, but... The long-haired young man spoke up. Most of us had reached an agreement before the two of them arrived. Please read carefully, and if you need anything, let us know. Hanu Jin read attentively and answered at the same time. Coming to the detailed terms, what is he complaining about here? So, it says that my building, the 5 great guilds, will ensure the safety of Hanu Jin and his building. The long-haired young man looked a bit surprised and asked, "Haven't you heard what Seo Sim Dung said?" The guild master explained that he needed a place to raise monsters, so he built a building near this area for that purpose and put it in his name. Hanu Jin felt extremely grateful and thought, well done Seo Sim Dung. And this is the summary of the negotiation written in the contract. The 5 great guilds will ensure the safety of Hanu Jin and his building. Hanu Jin will prioritize the missions of the 5 great guilds. The construction of the Taming facility will be through the investment of the 4 guilds except a bit. The ownership of this building will belong to Hanu Jin. Hanu Yun said, and finally once signed here. Seeing his brother's deformed face, he worriedly asked him what was wrong with his lips. Hanu Jin smiled and replied, "Because I'm so worried, that's why his mouth is like that." He thought to himself, why can't I laugh in this situation? I'm about to become the owner of a building. A huge building right in the center of Seoul will be mine. Let's break this tense atmosphere. I will bow to everyone, my distinguished guests. The building in his name will be protected by the 5 national guilds. I'll take Myung-gu to that place and open an equipment factory. I should also convince Seo Ha-dan too. If she does her research here instead of going to America, then. He secretly thought when the reporters surrounding him asked him that Hanu Jin, a 2-year-old real estate owner, has the secret to helping him change his life from a construction worker to a millionaire, right? He will smile calmly and answer that there is no secret, it's just me. Dedicated to serving my distinguished guests as best I could, maybe that's it. He thought that if he just took the rent money without doing anything, he would still be able to retire. The long-haired young man patted his shoulder and said, "So we're going, today was really fun, brother." He replied, "Yes, take care." The man with golden hair looked at him and told me to remember the exception clause, "See you later." He replied, and silently watched the guild members leave. Hanu Yun called him brother. He turned to his younger brother and praised him for doing a good job. He was so distracted that he didn't even know the negotiation had ended. He shyly replied, "Don't care about what the other presidents say about you. At least I've never done anything bad." He smiled and patted his brother's back encouragingly. "Who cares? No president can live without ruffling feathers. Then hug your pet and pet pie. You also did well. I didn't expect you to lie still for so long." Whatever he thinks, today is a success. I can't ask for better terms. Suddenly this world became so beautiful. Then he happily returned to his apartment, looking at the delicious food beautifully arranged on the table. He said, "What is this? It's all delicious food. Isn't today a special day?" Myung-gu replied in a soft voice, "I just made a few dishes you might like." "Because you deserve this treatment," he replied bewilderedly. "Well, thank you too." As soon as he brought the food to his mouth, he immediately felt happy and thought it was so delicious, it immediately melted in his mouth after eating one bite. Then he said, "Yes Myung-gu, I don't have any luggage, right?" The other person asked again, "But, why?" He said, "It's nothing special, we just need to prepare to move out of here soon. There's going to be a new building built recently, and..." Before he could finish his sentence, his friend sat down and cried, "It turned out I was being sent away." He frantically asked, "What do you mean?" He said confusedly, "What's going on? I'm also an F level." "Don't cry," Myung-gu said, "that even though we are both F level, it is clear that we are two different people. You protected me without fear from high-ranking hunters. And you can even give your S-level younger brother advice, you're truly special. But I can't get even level 1 skills." He was dumbfounded, thinking it was all just his trick. Then spoke up to comfort him, "Don't be like that." On Myung-gu, the other guy wiped his tears with his hand and said, "Exactly as I thought, I'm not good at all. I think I just need to accept, like you said. I thank you for everything good so far, then prepare your luggage to leave." Hanu Jin clung to the other person thinking, "No, please, don't be like that." Then spoke up, "Where did he think he was going? He didn't have anywhere to go." Myung-gu said, "Even so I can't let you waste your time on someone like me. He quickly replied, "It's not a waste of time." He thinks you are the one who will receive the SS level skill. If you can forge that tool, you are an important part of helping me ensure a wonderful retirement life, but he would believe it if I told him no. He said you have the talent to possess SS level skills, but Myung-gu still refused to believe it and said you don't need to try to comfort me, goodbye. He thought awkwardly that even so he couldn't reveal his skill. Then released his hand, bowed his head and pretended to be sad and said, "I think I can't force you to stay by my side. I feel very sorry for making him suffer so much in an already difficult life." The other person apologetically said, "No, Do-chin, it was just bad luck." He turned on deep voice mode again and said, "After I found out some information that could be extremely valuable to you. No matter how valuable that information is, I can't force you to hear something you don't want to hear." Seeing his thoughtful expression, you started to wonder what was going on. Seeing that the other person was taking the bait, he turned around and made up a reasonable story. "I was about to share this with you, but I really shouldn't." You asked enthusiastically, "What is it? Just say it." He replied, "So do you want to hear it before you leave?" "I heard Ms. Seo Ha-dan say there is a training that can help awaken if you possess special skills." He secretly calculated that using authority figures as shields was the best way to make him trust him. "Please allow me to borrow your name, Seo Ha-dan. I will definitely repay you later." Meanwhile in the laboratory, Seo Ha-dan was intently researching. Until late at night, she stretched and said that with this, the entire necessary process was completed, not knowing if the answer would really appear. Hanu Jin poured out the pile of rusty knives he had collected and said, "This is a great opportunity to practice. But you mustn't say that someone told you, especially Ms. Ha-dan." Myung-gu replied, "Yes, but why is that? What about these knives?" He said they were the materials we needed. "You have the ability to supplement weapons, use it to sharpen your knife." Myung-gu hesitated for a few seconds then answered. "Then sharpen the knife as Hanu Jin instructed." He looked at his friend with satisfaction, thinking if he sharpened his weapon like this. "Great, here's the counter." Then spoke up, she said that if you keep sharpening your weapons like this, you will gain weapon-oriented skills, which are mythological skills that can support you for the rest of your life. Myung-gu was surprised and asked, "What, really?" He leaned close to the other person's ear and whispered the truth, "Even though it's a bit extreme to grind to one no points, if you can persevere for a whole year." Myung-gu smiled brightly and said there was only one no. "Do it within 1 day and it's done." He asked, "1 no day, do you intend to eat all day and sharpen your knife?" Myung-gu replied, "It's okay, I don't lack anything but perseverance. Wait for me, just 1 note," at the same time holding out the shining knife that has been sharpened, his face full of excitement. Looking at the shining knife in his hand, he was a little panicked and said, "What's wrong?" He put down the knife and said slowly. Myung-gu full of hope said, "I promise to practice hard to repay." He wiped his nose with his hand, thinking there was something in return. "Well, you alone are enough to make my retirement fund number 1, now let's move on to fund number 2. Returning to Seo Ha-dan's study room, she excitedly looked at him, her eyes were as bright as the stars, saying it was great to be able to have a smooth exchange like this. "You know a lot about dungeons, you've probably done some research before. Do you want to come study at my research school, or cooperate with me to open a research lab?" He thought dejectedly, "It's been several hours now, please forgive me." While still drawing a few scribbles of some monsters, she said, "The problem is that people always say that everything in the dungeon is unpredictable. No one wants to do research about things they already know." He replied, "But that was just a hypothesis, there wasn't enough data to prove it, especially since there weren't enough dungeons in the country to research." She felt like she had found someone who had the same opinion as her. She excitedly said, "Exactly, our country is too small, so the number of dungeons is insignificant. Anyone who heard about it would probably stone me through the head." He saw her shy face and said, "It's okay, I understand what you mean. If we can research more dungeons then we can analyze the data set." She nodded yes. "Why don't some countries let people from other countries do research? Should I really join some research association abroad?" He thought, looking at her serious face, and then Ha-dan came to America. 3 years later, her research team came to a conclusion about the rules for creating dungeons, and then America received a huge portion of the royalties. If the principle had been discovered in Korea, it would be great, too. "So?" She held out a piece of gray buckwheat and said, "So I prepared this." He asked, "It's a Korean food made from grains, beans or starchy grains like buckwheat," she said, "if prepared to scoop in Ma Gio Lee, Dakabi's favorite food on the last night of every month." He asked Dakabi. She smiled and explained that the hunters suddenly appeared and disappeared. "Have you heard of them?" Dakabi are creatures that dress very strangely. Until now no one knows their exact names and genders. The only thing they know about Dakabi is the ability to teleport. That ability allows them to move anywhere they want. They are famous for saving many people's lives during dungeon explosions and natural disasters. Although that ability is also a bit dangerous. According to what she heard, there was a group of hunters sharing money. When they saw the movement, they looked up and discovered that it was Dakabi. He caught them off guard. Then stood at the boss's gunpoint, calmly said, "I know you are very afraid of my ability. Lowly people, listen here. I know all the secrets, but as long as I am safe, they will never be revealed, then disappear into nothingness." The Dakabi skills not only make them not easy to capture, but also, there is no organization in this world that doesn't have some secrets, so in the end the Dakabi are safe, free to move around without being subject to any binding. She exclaimed that I think Dakabi is probably very familiar with all kinds of dungeons. As she said that, she quickly sprinkled roasted buckwheat everywhere. With that joy, she explained that I had gone online to look up how to summon Dakabi. Hanu Jin was quite suspicious when he learned that she got information from online sources. Looking at her hopeful appearance and her words, "What should I ask before meeting him?" he quickly wanted to drag her back to reality. "But he's not a real Dakabi. I think it might be better to ask her for direct help." Suddenly the surroundings became dark, the light in the room was turned off. She looked around and asked if the power was out. He opened the phone and said, "I think the power is really out, let me turn on the phone's light." After turning on the phone light, he looked up to see her blank face, as if she had lost her soul. He softly called her name, "Miss Ha Dan." "What's wrong? Your face, is something wrong?" Suddenly sweat poured down her face, she screamed loudly and lost consciousness. He followed her gaze and turned back, the ghostly mannequin was close to his face. He quickly ran back to help her, at the same time wondering what was going on. Anti-fear notification system activated, he regained his original appearance and thought, "Calm down, as if there are still ghosts these days. Well, monsters do exist, this must be a prank to scare someone. The culprit is probably," then he shouted, "Stop it, Dakabi." The opponent shows his true form and says, "Don't get angry. I only came here because she said she wanted to see me. That was a bit too much, I swear I didn't think she would faint. Let's say it clearly." Hanu Jin remained silent, using the system to secretly investigate Dakabi's identity. The character status in front of him was done, current level was B, and the ability to increase to level B, the target was not affected, he thought to himself, so he can control him. A hunter who doesn't belong to any organization, who can go or do whatever he wants, is very attractive. With his help, Ha Dan wouldn't have to go to America. "This is the opportunity," then arrogantly spoke up, "I'm not afraid of your tricks, so why don't you knock me out already?" Dakabi was attacked, said he was lying. "I saw you shaking like a leaf." Hanu Jin replied that it was because I was surprised. Dakabi shouted, "See, you're scared, you rabbit, chicken." He stood up and said, "I said I'm not scared, do you think I will fall for that childish trick?" Dakabi is angry at me for saying childish things. "Do you think that's classic?" he thought with a slight smile. Dakabi is said to like to play pranks and like to scare others. He raised his hand and said, "Do you want to bet? I bet you can't scare me, you've met your match." At this time, Ha Dan was placed neatly on the bed to rest. Not long after, she woke up and eagerly asked where Dakabi was. Hanu Jin frankly replied that Dakabi is back. She turned to look at him. He silently spoke the truth as if letting everyone other than the two of them hear about the Dakabi's fashion. "That's a disaster, blue clothes and a red mask, do you think you're a Korean flag or something? He's gone so it's so quiet." She raised her hand to reassure her brother, "Oh my God, it's true." Then sighed and said, "I'm sorry, I still have a lot of things I want to ask. My national research paper is stuck, so I'm trying to find a way to overcome it, but..." He interrupted her about it, "Seo Ha Dan, I think I can help you." She excitedly rushed towards him and asked him if he was going to college. He replied, No, I can give you more information. You said data collection is the biggest problem, right? I mean, no, there's a way to get that information." He remembered that night when she was unconscious. Hearing his offer, Dakabi asked for a bet. He heard, "What do you want to bet?" He said, "If I'm scared, I'll become your subordinate, if not, you'll become my subordinate for 3 years." Dakabi laughed loudly and scorned the lowly F-rank guy who wanted me, a Dakabi, to be your subordinate for 3 years. Even if you are the elder brother of the president, you must at least be my subordinate for 20 years to be fair. He smiled as if he knew me very well. Then show the commitment and say more. Okay, then I'll write the contract. Why is Dakabi in a hurry to stop it? wait, that's really strange, suspicious, signing a contract even though you know you'll lose star. You're hiding some evil motive, right? It seems like you don't have any skills, awesome, F level, so it must be an item, right? He secretly felt guilty as he thought, he didn't know his skills, fear resistance had made him immune to all threats and fears from myth level and below, right from the moment he was trapped and suffered. If you bet with me, you'll already lose. Then gave a plausible sounding reason, to be honest, I had a motive. Dikebi replied, I know, why, what is it? He looked embarrassed, to be honest, it's because he's so cool. You're amazing, you've just saved people hundreds of times. And also claimed to hold a lot of secrets, super cool. So I don't have anything to lose, right? If I win, it's only a part. If I lose, I can also become Dikebi's subordinate. Dikebi laughed with satisfaction, that's right, I'm perfect, extremely cool. You're funny, I would have just smirked if you begged to be my subordinate, but you also made a bet and offered me a contract, I already like you. He confidently replied saying that, but I'm confident I won't lose. Dikebi excitedly replied okay, bet 3 times, in a week starting from now, if you are scared but not afraid then I will become your number 1 subordinate. End of flashback. Hanu Jin tells Ha Dan I can't tell you how I will get that information, but I will definitely give enough data to be able to do a national level research, mine. Burying my head in books is not my forte. So if you find out the principle of dungeon formation using the data I give you, then you just need to share the profits with me, how about that? She was grateful that he was really kind, but there was a possibility that this research wouldn't yield any results. He confidently replied I'm sure you will succeed, Ams, Seo Ha Dan. She smiled shyly. God, you're making me shy. He's serious, I'm not joking. Wait, what day is it again? That's right, let's do that. Recently a new A-class dungeon has just been discovered in Aceh province. The province says Eonggi. The environment of that dungeon will be humid or coastal. She wondered how he knew that. How? He thought to himself, I got the answer from the future, then didn't answer your question but said directly, if that's the truth, then please think about my proposal, seriously, okay. I make a suggestion because I'm pretty sure you can do it, so don't worry about the research results, okay? And remember to tell your uncle to take over the management of that dungeon. He left the room with curious eyes from her and walked out the door. He thinks it will be fine, right? I told her that it will be fine, all that's left now is to play with that Dikebi for a week. When I got back to the apartment, the first night Dikebi appeared outside the window with a strange face and a cold voice, do you want red pants or blue pants? Hanu Jin calmly looked at his pet and said don't worry about those old-fashioned ghosts, Pi. Dikebi's first attempt failed. The next day, he came in with a cardboard box, walked in through the door and said I'm home, are you at home? I just picked up a few more blunt knives from this second-hand store. A mannequin came from the closet, reached out and grabbed his leg, saying give me the leg. He fell down, angry and shouted loudly. Hey, I said scare me, not kill me. Dikebi cringed in confusion and said sorry, I didn't know you fell so easily. He scowled, don't underestimate the level of F-level weakness. The second attempt failed. And one rainy night, he was sleepy and opened the refrigerator to find water. Seeing the mannequin covered in red food coloring, he calmly said oh my god. I actually used it 3 times already. But I still don't. Behind him appeared a strange mannequin. He calmly said it was a double attack. Then used to neutralize the fear, he consoled me and said that he could scare me. Suddenly Myung-gu appeared with a knife in hand, causing Dikebi to jump back and scream what is that? Hanu Jin turned around and asked if you were Ung-gu. The other person replied I couldn't sleep, so I planned to sharpen a few more knives. He turned around and scoffed, Dikebi, what are you so scared of? Myung-gu turned around and asked Dikebi. As soon as I looked into the distance, I shouted loudly. Then he lost consciousness, leaving him and Dikebi bewildered. The third attempt failed, and Dikebi lost. Yun cried and said, ah, I lost. After that, he was scolded by his subordinates for hastily signing the contract. Hanu Jin replied, so you have a subordinate too, I think it's because you didn't consider it carefully. Yun threw himself on the ground, if I go back they will roast me alive. I can't go back, I won't go back, I want to live here. Hanu Jin immediately reassured him, don't cry anymore, have you lost your age, you're not young anymore. Yun sadly replied, I'm over 100 years old, stop joking. Really, I'm that Baidaki, it's just an act, how can a real Baidaki exist? Dungeons and false awakenings still exist, you also have a younger brother who can breathe fire, it's because of the system. Having said that, Hanu Jin was secretly thinking, I think it's right. Isn't Daki's tragedy with ghosts more believable than a dungeon with a fake awakener suddenly appearing? But isn't this guy a fake awakener? But this name is a bit strange to people. Hanu Jin thought and asked again suspiciously, are you really not human? Okay, betting is betting, so I'll tell you Boss Kim, in Korea because there are many people with the Kim family name, the way to call post time here is to call it generic. I'm over 100 years old, and at the same time I'm only 3 years old. 3 years old, 3 years. 3 years since the dungeon and system first appeared. You were born with the system, exactly. Originally Daki Bai were entities born from souls residing in old objects. The power of a dungeon penetrated and awakened me. A person who has been sleeping soundly for 10 years. Hearing that, Hanu Jin thought to himself, it makes sense, if so, then his teleportation skill makes more sense. Because the power of the system is what can connect one space to another. I was really surprised, I didn't expect it to be a tragic Daki. Hanu Jin continued, my name is Yun Yun, so the first Yun is the family name and the second Yun is the wheel, so you must be the old watermill in Yun village, Daki Bai exclaimed in surprise, how you know, great, you're also a Bai Daki boss, like those old bells at the temple, right? Hanu Jin immediately replied, no, after saying that he turned around and left, thinking to himself, am I right? Then Hanu Jin took a tablet from the table and added, well, after all, I'm your skilled boss. I have a job for you, subordinate Daki Bai. Seeing Yun Yun's face grimace, Hanu Jin immediately said, what's with that expression? Daki rolled down on the ground whining, what are you asking me to do again? I don't do those boring things. With that attitude you can call him a subordinate. The mission is to investigate dungeons in other countries. I've written down the things you need to investigate. After all, foreigners are usually banned from entering dungeons, but with your teleportation and stealth skills, it's as easy as candy, right? Of course, but why? Of course to make him a greater hero. If you collect data then we will be able to find out the reason for the formation of the dungeon, right? Then the negative effects caused by the dungeon explosion will gradually decrease, right? So in short, that is, this investigation is to study the world. So what about Daki Bai who collected the data, is the hero of the world, right? Wow, did you hear that cheer? Did you see those brands with the Daki Bai logo? Thinking of that scenario, Yun Yun immediately held the mission in his hand and said happily, then I think I have no other choice, I will go home right away. Hanu Jin behind him immediately smiled happily, hey. Looking at the mission board, Daki Bai said a little worriedly, but I really have to go to another country, it's so far away. Hanu Jin suddenly froze and continued, you can't teleport there, you can't go that far. Hanu Jin thought to himself, so he can't teleport super long distances yet, thinking about it, that skill really isn't on the list, if so. Hey, bye Daki, ha. Oh love you, I will help you until your skills level up. Hearing these words, Yun Yun immediately froze. When he regained his composure, he frowned and said, what the hell are you talking about all of a sudden? Hanu Jin replied in amusement, I don't know, usually Daki Bai has a lot of feelings, even many anecdotes. It's said that the Bai Daki turned into a beauty to seduce others. I looked it up on the internet. A truly tragic Daki must get used to love. Yun Yun was scared and exclaimed, is that true? Yeah, let's greet each other like this from now on. I love you Yun Yun, now it's your turn. Daki said in fear, I love. I'm leaving, damn it's so embarrassing. After saying that, Daki immediately ran away on 3 legs. Hanu Jin looked thoughtfully and said, from now on it's all up to you, my dear subordinate. The next morning, a call from outside suddenly rang out, Mr. Du Chin. Sok Hyen and Seo Sim Dung excitedly ran over and called out, Uncle Hanu Jin. You're right, it's very true. That's right, that's a slime dungeon. The two of them happily threw Hanu Jin up high as they said that. At first I was a bit skeptical when placing the bet, but who would have thought that we would be together? Please let me down, calm down, peace. ABYSS Guild has earned a large amount of money thanks to you Du Chin. Are all of these places worth money? Yeah, those are quite rare materials. From now on we don't need to worry about funds anymore. Seo Sim Dung looked at Hanu Jin with sparkling eyes and added, I don't know where a treasure like you comes from. The guy saw that and thought with a smile, I feel so heavy. Sok Hyen immediately continued, I will accept Du Chin's proposal, I will try my best. Wow, thank you. The uncle seriously added, we will put a tracking device on you so we can protect you anytime, anywhere. What the hell, are you crazy? Hearing that, Hanu Jin angrily picked up Peace and said, "Stop saying what Yun would say, bite him, Peace, but we can't leave a precious talent like you alone. Talent or whatever, I can't make accurate predictions, and Sok Hyun will do the research for me, let the guild support her research." "Oh, I only know how to tame magical beasts." After saying that, the guy immediately ran away, leaving the two of them standing in bewilderment calling after him. Hanu Jin ran to sweat and thought to herself, "Do you think I will believe that flattery? No, I will live a peaceful life. So I predicted correctly, from now on a lot of things will change, so I have to refuse to avoid being turned into a liar." Sok Hyun said with admiring eyes, "He is truly a true researcher, someone who only cares about helping with his upcoming research instead of his own contribution." Seo Sim Dung continued smiling slightly, "Even though you don't show it, but I know you care about the guild more than anyone, and the misunderstandings go further and further. Today's mission is to escape the pet maze. Glass walls and toys to distract, even dogs and cats take up to 3 minutes to get out. I don't know how long it will take the fire-horned lion." As soon as he finished speaking, the little lion had successfully escaped from the maze. "Wow, it escaped before I finished explaining. New record, as expected of a high-level demonic beast, its intelligence is incomparable." Hanu Jin hugged Peace in her arms and happily praised it. "Well done, Peace." The MC immediately continued, "Please give a round of applause to Peace and Hunter Hanu Jin." Hanu Jin smiled awkwardly and said, "Thank you, why am I on TV?" Seo Dim Sung then said, "Please join the game show." "Why so suddenly? We need to let you be known. No matter how we try to hide it, information about you will soon spread around the world. It's better for everyone to recognize you. The more attention you attract, the safer you are," so I agreed, "But I don't like this, I don't have any good memories of appearing on TV, I might get cursed again." Everyone was melted by Peace and exclaimed, "So cute, this is the first time I've seen such a cute monster, this is my best moment on television, seeing with my own eyes the worth of a monster, love this." Hanu Jin high-fived Peace proudly and secretly cheered, "Long live the television broadcast." A moment later, the game show director announced that we would take a short break. Hanu Jin lay back on the chair exhausted but with a very happy face. "I thoroughly showed off my child. As expected, I'm not the only one who finds Peace adorable, hiding this cuteness is a crime against his humanity. I remember what the audience said, are you going to create a social account for him? Peace is so cute." Hanu Jin thought to herself, "Should I set up a social account, then sell albums and imitation goods, and Peace will become a world star when she grows up. I even had a good time as a manager and trainer of magical beasts." Thinking of this, the guy suddenly smiled happily, come on, if you want an autograph, you have to line up, okay, I'll be the first." A strange voice suddenly rang out, a girl standing behind bent down to look at Hanu Jin and continued. "Peace's signature must be a nail print, right?" The guy was surprised and shouted, "Ah! Hey brother of the Apocalypse Hall." Hanu Jin replied with a smile, "Why are you here in the Breaker Guild Hall? Don't you know, there must be at least 3 S-level hunters present if you want to record a magical beast, so I used that as an excuse to come meet Uncle." Seeing her present in the studio, everyone shouted with joy, "Oh, it's Moon Yun Ah, the president of the Breaker Group." She reached out her hand to Hanu Jin and said gently, "Come on, get up." Hanu Jin sat motionless and thought, what a temperament. Moon Yun Ah saw you didn't react and continued, "Don't you want to hold my hand? Or should I solemnly lift you up with a princess hug? I don't need that." Everyone was looking, so she better not do anything that could cause misunderstandings. The next second she wrapped her arms around Hanu Jin's shoulders and replied, "Look, who cares, you will be the one to raise my child," the guy quickly said with a frown, "that's what's causing the misunderstanding. Ha ha, I really like you, do you want to come to my guild? Then why don't you respond to my request first? What about the way you respond without any fear? Why should I be afraid? My younger brother is also an S level. We are the same, we are all human. I like your way of using words, but still be cautious. Uncle, I brought you a drink." The next second her eyes showed surprise when she saw Moon Yun Ah was with Hanu Jin. She quickly rushed forward, "Hey, what?" The president of the Breaker Guild gestured to Pak De Rim and said, "Let me borrow him for 5 minutes. "Oh, I just finished a barrier created by Moon Yun Ah." Hanu Jin looked around and thought, the airflow was a barrier. He shouted angrily, "What else?" Moon Yun Ah replied, "Soundproofing, a simple but effective skill, I will let my people explain it to Yi Rim, so don't worry." The guy thought with a smile, simple monkey. It seems like her current ability to use skills is extremely good, I can't believe that even an S-level De Rim couldn't react in time, Moon Yun-ah crossed her arms over her chest and smiled softly and said, "Now we have, you can talk in peace now." "Ha ha, what secret are you planning on revealing?" "More than a secret, it should be said as a safe measure when talking about your younger brother behind someone's back. I'm a little worried because you know so little about him." "See it. I haven't said anything yet and you're already like this." Peace suddenly rushed towards the girl. Seeing that, Moon Yun-ah immediately said, "Calm down, I have no bad intentions. I don't intend to interfere in your affairs. But brother, you really should learn a little about your brother." I laughed throughout the compromise process because I was surprised. "But you should know if you want to continue this job. Do you trust your younger brother? Do you think that your kind younger brother actually built a guild with just ability? An obedient younger brother born into a poor family without parents, even in fairy tales this doesn't exist, it's unrealistic." Quickly replied, "It was because of Han Yu-yun." Before he could finish his words, Moon Yun-ah added, "Ah, I understand, because he is an angel that fell from the sky. But, you don't know that. Angels will not step on others just to build their own guild. Should I tell you what your younger brother's life as a hunter has been like? After awakening, I couldn't continue being an athlete, and was eventually promoted to the position of president, but how can someone like me who has been an athlete all his life manage a guild? Choi Sok-won and I all cooperate with the corporation and are just people worth more than puppets, just a little, so, that's why the real presidents of the 5 great guilds are Jupiter's Sung Yun Jae, and Han Yu-yun of ABYSS, you unreasonable brat, you should be grateful that I was asked to sponsor you. A high school student is trying to build his own guild, ignoring all the big guys reaching out to him. I thought he was some kid who didn't know his identity, and thought he would collapse soon. I even heard that people tried to poison him to death. What's more funny is that I was still naive at that time, so I decided to stop this. Have you forgotten that the current boundaries of this world have been shattered? No matter how much you hate that boy, how is that possible? At that time he was still a child without identification, so I thought it would be very cruel to take his life. At that time, the entire mansion of a big man was on fire. Dead bodies lying on the floor. What the hell, did the devil do it?" A trembling sound rang out, "Please forgive me, Han Yu-yun. I won't do that again, I'll never come near you again. So please forgive him." Before he could finish his words, Yu-yun logged him out. It was a massacre caused by only one side. I went up to him and said, "Hey, are you okay?" His eyes looked at Moon Yun-ah like a devil. The next second, he swung a blood-stained sword towards her. Moon Yun-ah blocked the attack and then sneered and said, "Ha ha, how stupid. I didn't expect that I would worry about this child. You are the child of the beast." That incident was covered up under the pretext of a gas explosion, and those who helped in that incident were dealt with in secret, one by one. In the end, the ABYSS guild seized power one by how to make them kneel before ABISS. Han Jin heard this and immediately said thoughtfully, "What's going on?" Moon Yun-ah interrupted him, "Surely this is hard to believe, but that's really what an S-level awakening would be like. I heard rumors that you two haven't lived together for a while. Isn't he very different now from his younger brother before he awakened?" After saying that, she immediately walked over and put her hand on his shoulder. "Think carefully, brother. At least, the face I saw from him was very different from the younger brother he used to know. He was just a monster. Right now he was just pretending to be a kind younger brother. But you never know when he will show his true colors to you. Being too close can be dangerous." At this moment, Moon Yun-ah's phone suddenly rang. Looking at the text displayed on the screen, she smiled softly and said, "It seemed like he had sensed that something was going on here." She looked at Han Jin and asked, "What do you want to do? If you want to keep a distance from him, I can help." Han Jin's voice suddenly lowered and replied, "I knew it, so she also had to go through this mess." After finishing speaking, he immediately snatched the phone from Moon Yun-ah's hand, making her eyes widen in surprise. The next second, Han Jin calmly picked up the phone and said, "Hello." On the other end of the second there was a cursing sound. "Moon Yun-ah, my child." Recognizing the familiar voice, the younger brother immediately asked, "Are you okay? Did that woman say anything strange to you?" Han Jin did not rush to answer but thought, "A monster brother, those people, if you want to climb to her current position, you have to have your hands covered in blood and step on other people's bodies." Thinking about it, he said, "Yeah, she said some bad things about you." Han Jin secretly thought, "So what? It's true that my sister has become a bit strange, but you think I really don't know how this world works after going through the chaos of the past 5 years. It's not like my hands have never been stained with blood. Not only that. What kind of brother would let go of his younger brother's hand after witnessing that scene?" The next second, he looked at Moon Yun and smiled softly, continuing, "He thought he was being underestimated. I'll also talk bad about her behind her back. No, it seems like I'll say it to her face, right? About a year ago, specifically in April of last year, upon hearing this, Moon Yun-ah immediately gasped in horror. Moon Yun-ah's dark past over the past 4 years was discovered by everyone in the country. On April 2nd at 5 o'clock at CS convenience store in Incheon, Gyeonggi Province, she immediately rushed to snatch the phone from Hanu Jin's hand. She angrily crushed the phone and said coldly, "You, how to do it? No one should have known about this. Where did you hear that news? Tell me quickly, it's just a coincidence, it's a secret. Damn it, I wish I could destroy this mouth. Don't you need a mount anymore, just kill it. This is the price you have to pay for speaking ill of my brother. Why don't we both shut up? If that's the case then I'll accept the loss, damn it, watch out." Moon Yun-ah hugged his face and smiled bitterly as he continued, "Leave, I have misjudged your younger brother," Kim Do-chin thought in his heart, "don't be afraid that it will be revealed later." After a moment of contemplation, the president's face suddenly changed. She snapped her fingers to remove the barrier and said, "Since you look more innocent than him, I'll try to test you. But it seems like even if other presidents approach you, you won't have any problems. So they're all so annoying." After the barrier was removed, the mask immediately frowned and shouted, "Uncle, Sister Yun-ah. You promised not to lay a hand on your uncle. I'm fine Yi Rim, yeah, we're just talking as two adults." Then she whispered to Kim Do-chin, "If you say anything, I will kill you." Pak Yi Rim angrily rushed towards her sister and shouted, "You did it again, what are you planning to do to him? I will punish you if you touch him, do you want to run?" A station employee walked over and gave water to Hanu Jin and announced, "We will continue in 5 minutes, please drink water." "Oh okay, thank you." Looking at the two noisy people in front, he thought to himself, since when did the two of them become so close? Maybe it's because they are the only two S-level women in our country. After the contract ends, she won't go to the Breaker Guild. But Breaker will soon disappear. In the end, Moon Yun-ah can't stand this small country, neither can Choi Sok-won, so in a few years MKC and Breaker will disband. Should I cast more Moon Yun-ah? Moon Yun-ah's powerful attack skill is very suitable for Darim, and I will also affect more S levels, even though I don't know what the system wants. Surely Darim would be happier having a woman as a guide rather than an old uncle like me. Pak Darim clenched his fists angrily and said, "It's not just your child, my uncle will raise my child too. Stay away from Moon Yun-ah, go away Yi Rim, she's not good, he'll raise our child, let's move on." And the performance then took place. The TV is showing the image of Hanu Jin smiling happily, holding peace up and saying, "Peace, you have to listen to your father. Uncle is the father of that monster." Where did the title of Demon Tamer go? But it's good that Do-chin has been deeply imprinted in the hearts of every citizen. The materials maintenance department will lend us a place to work. I asked them because you can't just sharpen kitchen knives forever. Yu Myung-woo replied. Hanu Jin, you're right, not to mention we also scared your friend, and I even fainted. I lied about the goblins being my friends. Hanu Jin happily continued, it would be good if you became close with the staff of the materials maintenance department. You guys could become colleagues in the future. I hope so. To be honest, I don't want to conquer dungeons anymore. Yeah, I don't think you're suitable for that job. In his heart, he secretly thought, what if it doesn't fit? Fate plays its cards right. You will become an S-class blacksmith. You will go to places like this more than dungeons. A moment later they arrived at the supplies maintenance room. Opening the door and entering, the two of them immediately felt the temperature inside. It was so hot, wow. So this is the equipment maintenance room. They're all very serious. I heard that the staff here are all awakened people of rank E or higher. Yu Myung-woo is attracted by something sparkling displayed right in the middle of the entrance. Is this also a magic stone? Seeing the guy's hand about to touch the stone, a scowling voice immediately rang out, "You guy, don't touch it arbitrarily. You guys can't come in here without permission." Hearing that, Hanu Jin immediately replied, "Hello, HR must have contacted you, about providing work for my friend." The other man paused for a second then bowed his head and replied, "Yes, I heard that you have a knack for sharpening knives." Hanu Jin next to him thought to himself, look at the physical difference, you can really become a blacksmith. Then the man led them inside. Do you know how to use a grinder? I used to use it when I was young. Oh, a special crusher. Yu Myung-woo's eyes sparkled when he saw these modern devices. I saw it on the internet, it can sharpen itself with just one operation. The uncle frowned uncomfortably and said, "Don't touch it, it's ours, I've prepared a space for you." After finishing speaking, the uncle immediately opened the door next to it. Inside is a pile of old scrap metal. The man continued, you can use a regular grinder over there. You said you know how to use it, so I'll leave, Hanu Jin said in bewilderment. Wait a minute. It's a bit impolite, you leave a person alone in this dark, cramped room. Myung-woo hastily stopped him. Don't you dare. The uncle did not answer but just glanced at the guy once and then went out. Everyone started looking at them with critical eyes. Is it him, the president's brother's friend? I heard he's an F rank. Our guild doesn't even recruit F ranks. Damn, we have enough power busy already. Myung-woo said, it's normal, in their eyes I'm the one who got in by luck, Hanu Jin replied sadly. Myung-woo. The guy chuckled and added, being able to use the equipment is already a blessing for me, I will work hard. Look, it seems like I have to sit here. Hanu Jin silently blamed himself. I still feel guilty because I'm the one who brought him here. He walked next to Myung-woo and asked, are you okay? You also said you haven't used this for a long time. Well, I'll still try it a bit. Then the guy started stepping on the grinder's start button. Oh, it's turned. Sparks flew from the grinder when the knife touched the stone. Looking at his coefficient, Du Chin thought to himself, it still counts as sharpening a weapon. Du Myung-chun checked the knife and said, yes, it works. And conventional equipment like this will be more efficient than the pile of machinery outside. Myung-woo tied her hair up neatly. The guy attentively sharpened each knife. Hanu Jin said worriedly, be careful not to get hurt. Looking at each sharpened knife, Hanu Jin was a little surprised and thought, what is that? Myung-woo also has that kind of expression sometimes. Myung-woo that I know. Always very scared and depressed. I've never seen him so calm before. A long time later, Hanu Jin's phone suddenly rang. The guy said to Myung-woo, Myung-woo, I have to go home, it's almost pieces training time. Myung-woo looked up at his friend and smiled softly, ah, are you still here? Time flies so fast. Sorry for taking up so much of your time, do you need me to see you off? I'll see you later. Hanu Jin is extremely happy in his heart, I really want to observe him more. I wonder if a fish struggling to survive in a murky puddle will look like that when it returns to the vast ocean. Even someone like me who is not as sharp can see that this is his natural talent, from now on he will probably be fine. But the next day, Myung-woo was lying flat on the bed with plasters all over his body. The guy smiled bitterly and said, after just one day, I really couldn't do anything well, he had to stay home because of serious muscle damage. In the equipment maintenance room, people also started talking about Myung-woo's absence. Is he not coming today? That kid who borrowed our grinder, oh, the prime example of authority. He said he couldn't come because he was sick. Haha, it's only been a day, are you sure that kid isn't lying? He must have felt desperate because he couldn't use his power to get a leisurely position. The uncle from the other day suddenly spoke up, come over here and take a look, she thinks a person who likes leisure can do something like that, like this. What do you mean? That kid sharpened 1,000 blades in just one day. About a week later, the whole room was filled with carefully honed knives. Everyone in the maintenance department was amazed at this huge number. Myung-woo is still diligently working on each knife. Myung-woo's knife sharpening process has reached 5,600 out of 1,000. A sumptuous table of food was served on the table. Wow, what's with all this food? Hanu Jin said in surprise, it's glowing. Did the knife sharpening skill help you improve your cooking skills? Pak De-rim couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, what is this? Let's live together forever, my love. After eating one piece of soup, she was so happy that she had tears in her eyes. Wow, she called me brother. Just eating one bite changed her attitude so much. Yi-rim said while eating, I have to eat more, once I enter the dungeon I won't be able to eat such delicious food. That's right, I'm going to the dungeon today, right? She immediately replied, yeah, to be honest, I've been feeling very bored lately. Since I was young, they only let me enter dungeons below level B, but I still needed to level up quickly so I could get new skills and become richer. I don't know if I can progress if I raid multiple dungeons every day. If I just use all my skills at once, I can clear several dungeons in one day. You shouldn't do that. Where? It's easy to notice if your physical strength is weak, but when your mana is low, it won't be easy to detect. Imagine if you fainted while raiding a dungeon due to lack of mana and see what would happen. Even if I use the magic potion, wait a minute, Yi-rim, how much is your mana? 102. Hearing that, Hanu Jin could only laugh bitterly. He was in a completely different class, 2 mana plus 29 from equipment. Who is the one who decides this? Her stats are 5 times higher than mine. Even if I add up all the other stats, my mana is still 5 times higher. Having said this, Yi-rim immediately thought of something. Miss, she excitedly asked Myung-gu, that's right Myung-gu, are you not planning to raid the dungeon anymore? No, I. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Rim interrupted, if you were just a chef, you would make a ton of money, honestly, now you just need to open a restaurant here, ha ha, let me consider. With this skill, you don't need to become a hunter anymore. Hanu Jin said, but haven't you been pushing yourself too much lately? All day you only focus on sharpening knives and cooking. It's okay, I do it because I like it. At least use this, I'll let you borrow it. Holding the gloves, Yu Myung-woo replied in shock. Aren't these gloves of yours a super expensive item? You said it was a class A item. I haven't been using it lately because it's too hot. You can borrow it until you finish sharpening all your knives. Hearing that, Yu Myung-woo was extremely touched. He hugged Hanu Jin and said, Do Chin, I will use it well. I will never take it off my hand. Du Chin grimaced and replied, hey, to stay away, if you want to take a shower then you have to take it off out, and little by little. Yu Myung-woo put a box of old knives on the ground and said, this is enough for the afternoon. Looking at the forge next to him, he immediately wiped the sweat from his face and thought to himself, it's too hot, which is understandable because this place uses fire. Suddenly a person came and gave him a towel and said, use it. This is a towel made of magic stone so it can keep us warm. It's so hot here, I hesitantly accepted the towel and replied, thank you. The process became more and more smooth. After sharpening those rusty knives, Yu Myung-woo was also tired. The guy stretched and said, hey, I'm really tired. Look what time it is. After saying that, Yu Myung-woo immediately stood up and went out. Everyone's gone home. His eyes were once again attracted to that high-class stone. Myung-gu came closer to observe attentively and then suddenly said, it glows on its own, really cool. The loud voice from behind rang out, even if you want, don't touch it. Yu Myung-woo was startled and quickly replied, I didn't touch him. The other uncle continued, it's a pressure-level magic stone, worth at least $1 million, wow really. A preserved stone of this size is very rare, we left it because we weren't sure whether we should refine it or not. It's a pity, even if the equipment team of a big opportunity like ABISS, no one can refine this thing. This is something that the press is not qualified to dream of. I'm sure you find it very difficult from the sarcastic comments because you got this job because of your relationship, it's okay, we are people who always look at skills, if not selected according to the standard process then we will not recognize that person. Yu Myung-woo scratched his head thoughtfully and replied, I understand. The uncle continued, but occasionally, in this life there are some people who deserve to be given a chance because they have been buried in the rocks. I heard that yesterday you were sharpening equipment for our staff. I went to check it out and discovered that it looked like a new product. It seems like you've been very persistent about it, so please continue to prove that you're not someone who only relies on relationships. If you want to continue working here, then do so. The missing stats can be compensated by using power equipment. I will work hard. Everything was going very well, until that happened. A person hurriedly went to the maintenance room and said, is there a hunter here? A female bodyguard said in panic, you are a Du Myung-gu hunter, right? Please follow us, what's going on? Hunter Hanu Jin has disappeared. So we need to investigate you. Hearing that, Myung-gu immediately stood still in surprise. What happened to Du Chin? Yu Myung-woo exclaimed in horror, he's missing. Du Chin said he was at ABYSS all day today. I also didn't see him being approached by someone strange anymore, so didn't he just disappear automatically? Pak Yi Rim also ran over at this time. She said in panic, what happened to you, uncle like that? Myung uncle saw the girl and immediately asked, De Rim, I thought you were going to raid the dungeon today. I was on my way there when I was called and immediately rushed here. Then the two bodyguards hurriedly left with Pak De Rim, please go this way, the president has returned. What is the current situation? Wait, yes we have confirmed nothing is strange. If there's anything you need my help with, please stay here, it'll be safer, and I'm sorry to say, you can't help. Hearing that, Yu Myung-woo immediately froze. Few hours ago. Hanu Jin is lying on the sofa enjoying herself, it's so peaceful, both Hanu Yun and Yi Rim are doing very well. I also invited Sok Haeun. As for Myung-gu, it's only a matter of time before you can awaken your skills. Right now there's nothing, no need to worry, just lie down on the couch in peace. Peace climbed up and patted Hanu Jin's head. Seeing that, he smiled happily and said, okay, you're really upset being locked up, aren't you? How about we go downstairs and practice? After that, the guy immediately walked out the door and told the bodyguard that I was about to go downstairs. The bodyguard immediately asked again, where are you going? Hanu Jin secretly thought, This is a bit troublesome. After negotiating with the guilds to send bodyguards to follow him, perhaps the purpose was to both watch over him and protect his identity. This person is my B-level bodyguard, he informed his superiors. Yes, we are planning to go down. Stepping into the elevator, the bodyguard immediately asked, are you going to the practice room? That's right, that's the second basement. As soon as the words ended, Peace immediately used his foot to press the button. Hanu Jin excitedly exclaimed, Peace, oh my god, did you press the elevator button yourself? The guy proudly turned to the bodyguard and said, look how smart our little friend is. The bodyguard attentively dialed the phone without paying attention to Hanu Jin. Seeing that, the guy immediately smiled and thought to himself, the last bodyguard liked peace very much, surely not everyone likes it. Seeing that, the guy immediately smiled and thought to himself, the last bodyguard liked peace very much, surely not everyone likes it. Sorry, my luggage is a bit big, oh it's okay. Then Hanu Jin started analyzing them. According to their level, they probably weren't ABYSS people. Are you guys from another guild? Oh, we're from a guild down here. Tons of armor and stuff taking up this space were taken in that dungeon, every time we borrowed their training room to test the items. They've already checked and we're not suspicious people, haha, you guys must be working very hard. At this time the elevator has reached floor B2. Everyone went out together and said goodbye, so we're leaving, have a good day, yes goodbye. Although the guy looks very calm on the outside, he is secretly thinking, they are really suspicious. Why don't you praise peace as lovely? No, I'm being ridiculous, something like that can happen, there's no law forcing everyone to praise peace. Arriving at peace, he happily jumped down. Hanu Jin also happily said loudly, we're here. Okay, you want to play tug of war first, right? Wait a minute so I can get ready. Why did a shadow suddenly appear on the guy's back? Hanu Jin turned around in bewilderment and said, what? Immediately, some kind of red powder was thrown at him. The guy was terrified and thought, what is that, this powder? The system immediately displays a notification that the security fruit item has been activated, activating poison resistance and cancelling the item's effects. Peace was now starting to get dizzy. The next second it lay motionless on the floor. Hanu Jin panicked and called peace, then stood up and tried to run out. But as soon as he finished speaking, someone behind him used a towel to cover his mouth. Seeing the guy still awake after a while, he grimaced and said, it's an intermediate sleeping powder, why is he still awake? Another guy continued, he was given some antidotes by ABYSS. Hanu Jin thought to himself, they were the guys from Bricks earlier. Why are they here? How did they get in? At this moment, the guy immediately launched a kick to kick the guy who was about to hit his arm back. What the heck? Isn't his status level F? I just need to go out the door. Hanu Jin hurriedly ran out to find a bodyguard. Please help me, there's a stranger. Before he could finish his words, the bodyguard gave him a strong blow in the stomach. Hanu Jin fell to the ground in pain. The big bodyguard scowled and said, can't you guys do this properly? He only has items, his brother probably gave him some good items, so let's equip them first. What the hell is it? Stood still, immediately followed by a series of notifications from the system. The enhanced leather gloves were removed, the strength had decreased by 2 years, the current index was 4, the thin cloth belt was removed, the agility has decreased by 16, current stats are 4, MKC betrayed, those bastards sent spies instead of bodyguards, I have to get out of here somehow. A blonde guy leaned close to the guy's ear and said, could this earring be the antidote? After saying that, he yanked the piercing down. Hanu Jin was scared and thought to himself, wait, no. The black fairy earrings have been removed, mana has decreased by 2/9, how many skills have I used up until now? If they take out the earrings then my remaining mana, so to speak, is your stamina will be consumed instead of mana. Imagine what the dungeon would be like if you ran out of mana and fainted, it's not even 10%, seeing that Hanu Jin was no longer moving, they immediately said, finally quieted down, tied him and that monster into the luggage, when we went in they had already checked so they probably won't do it again. Hanu Jin's mind is still thinking, damn, I should have known, since they didn't show their love for peace. Hanu Jin then lay unconscious on the ground, the cold water made him gradually conscious. Looking at her tied hands, Hanu Jin said in horror, what? A savage voice rang out, you finally woke up. A large man was sitting looking at him, smiling strangely. You're sleeping so noisily, so I'll let you wash your face. Looking at him, Hanu Jin silently thought, Kim Woo Jae, I don't remember this name, is he from the kidnapping guild? If he's level B, he's probably the president or vice president. Suddenly he stood up and grabbed Hanu Jin's hair and yanked it back. I feel so sorry for this humiliated F-rank guy, so I'll get straight to the point. About that one-horned fire monster you're raising, you keep the owner's code, right? Hand it over here. Kim Woo-jae smiled savagely and said, give up hope that someone will come and save you. And submit the owner code here. Hanu Jin thought to himself, he wants the owner code, that means he hasn't killed Peace yet. Looking at the way they said it, it seems like Peace was also brought here. After thinking about it, he said, looking at how relaxed he is like this, he must be thinking that he can handle this problem, right? You also know what the 5 great guilds and associations will do after knowing about this, right? He read the newly sent message and smiled softly and replied, I don't know yet, it's just a matter of time. See, it's a message from your bodyguard, he's still guarding the practice room and no one knows you've been kidnapped. Even if they discovered it, how could they find this place? There are tons of containers, while they were searching aimlessly, we could have sailed to Japan. Hearing this, Hanu Jin exclaimed in horror, Japan, is it the Japanese who have supported you? The other guy immediately replied, there is no conflict at all, it's just an auction place, if I can hand you over, I promise, we'll receive a decent amount of money, plus half of your auction value. Hanu Jin pondered in his heart, I understand, because they can't cause trouble with me in this country, so they plan to sell it abroad, so this is how they lured the bodyguards and small guilds to cooperate. Will I be rescued in time, once I know I've been kidnapped, even if I have to mobilize the navy, the guilds and associations will still search for me, but if the boat reaches international waters, everything will happen, it will be very complicated. I have to buy time until then, Kim Woo-jae continued, so why don't you give up and hand over the owner code? Hanu Jin suddenly burst out laughing. Kim Woo-jae said in confusion, what's so funny? Do you think I'm so stupid? Do you really think I'll hand over the owner code after saying those words? What, you just admitted that I'm a valuable person, now I know you can't touch me so there's no need to be afraid. Aren't you so smart, what an idiot who doesn't know how to think clearly, poor thing, ugly mouth with a brain that has nothing in it. Even if I hand over the owner code, what can I do with that stupid mind? As soon as he finished speaking, Kim Woo-jae punched him in the stomach. He said angrily, if you talk to that extent then you probably don't understand your own position clearly. Hanu Jin replied, location, haha of course I know. I'm smarter than that stupid guy standing in front of me, I also have better skills, a calf-level combat hunter like you is very ordinary, even with a truckload of people like that, I can't compare to him, Before he could finish his sentence, Kim Woo-jae stepped on him. The guy screamed in pain. He greedily stepped on Hanu Jin's foot and said, that's right, you're so precious that we can't destroy you, it's a pity that I can only do this much for you. Hanu Jin thought to himself, go ahead, go a little further, grab my neck higher or punch me in the stomach, I need you to put me in such a critical state that I have to go to the hospital or something to prolong it, time. Kim Woo-jae grabbed his collar and dragged him away, let me introduce you to my new friend. Then he threw Hanu Jin in a bag on the ground. In the dark room Kim Woo-jae said coldly, we are also raising monsters, The next second, Du Chin felt something moving on his body, a long purple-black tentacle appeared, making him pale in fear. The kidnapper continued triumphantly, finally, you're scared. It's a level CK Rike dungeon monster, it will cast a curse on its prey with the toxins on its tentacles. The pain it creates is quite terrible, in just 3 minutes everyone will surrender and beg. Now let's see how a valuable thing like you begs and cries. I'll let you have fun for 30 minutes, after saying that, he immediately left, leaving behind a scared Hanu Jin, wrapped around his body by tentacles. The scene changes to the Pac de Rim, the frowning girl walks towards Hanu Yun. Seeing her, the guy wiped his hands and said, you're new here, Hunter de Rim, I just got contacted by the guild. Before he could finish his words, a hand grabbed his collar, Pac de Rim angrily said, apologize. You told me security in the ABISS guild was very tight, you told me that uncle's safety would be fine, and now look what happened. Hanu Yun calmly replied, this incident is a bit unreasonable, so what's wrong with it? There is very little chance of the direct subordinates of S-class hunters betraying, especially those who raid S-class dungeons together, just like wild beasts often follow the leader to survive, they cannot look down on the ones in the lead. That's why we limited my brother's bodyguards to the president's direct subordinates, so why was uncle kidnapped? Perhaps that bodyguard was not the one originally assigned to protect her. Someone inside MKC caused this change. MKC Guild is funded by powerless unconscious people, unlike the hunter-centric ABYSS, The power within MKC is split. This must be the action of one of the sponsors who investigated my brother. That's also the sign why Choi Sok-won lost control of the guild and was held back by sponsors. I knew that one day the two factions would confront each other. But I didn't expect them to join hands with one of our sub-guilds. I also didn't think they would use low-level hunters. Du Chin only forced me to level up. I should have been wary of those hunters. Hunting is correct. Pak De-rim continued, so what did the president say? Where is he now? Hanu Jin replied with a sigh, that's what we have to keep looking for. And that's why I called you here. Can you use white corpse? Hearing this, Pak Re-dim frowned and said, no wonder I keep smelling blood, so you want me to read the memories of the bodyguard in this room, right? That's right, let's find out where they can keep him. I informed MKC that ABYSS would deal with that bodyguard, he said as he opened the door to the room and walked in. I think this way will be more effective than asking for the crime. The bodyguard was now lying motionless in a pool of fresh blood. Hanu Jin added, keep it a secret from him, of course. On this side, the clock on the phone showed 7:04 and 2 minutes. The kidnapper said a little worriedly, that's strange, doesn't this bastard have to send me the usual text message? He thought to himself, have we been discovered? Well, whatever, as long as I get the master token, even if the rest of the plan fails, I'll still make a profit. After saying that, he excitedly opened the door to the room from before. Did you have fun? Seeing Du Chin lying motionless on the floor, he triumphantly said, what the hell is that? The black curse has exhausted him. Hey, wake up, ha ha, or you can't stand up anymore. Hanu Jin replied grimacing, sing something. Now Enki, the kidnapper didn't hear what he said, so he smiled softly and asked again, what are you talking about? Kim Woo-jae was scared and quickly dodged the beast. Looking at his hand wrapped tightly by tentacles, he grimaced and said, what is it? What the hell is going on? Unbelievable. I thought you only raised newborn monsters. Hanu Jin sat proudly in front of the monster and happily replied, you know we shouldn't reveal all about our skills, go print key, come and bite him. Kim Woo-jae looked at the tentacle wrapped around his hand and said in fear, damn, this is very different from what I heard. I've never heard that you can do things like this. Hanu Jin immediately replied, you don't know that a low-level F can do this, right? Actually I know how to do a lot of things. 3 minutes ago. Looking at the giant sea-level monster, Hanu Jin exclaimed in horror, it's terrible, what are those tentacles? I'll be fine thanks to the curse-resistant skill, but what should I do if it attacks directly? Thinking about it, the guy ran back into the distance. Then I took out an ingredient and silently thanked God that I could still use the inventory. But can I use this 30 minutes to deal with sea-level monsters? Hanu Jin's face suddenly showed surprise. It backed away, why is that happening? It seemed like it was afraid of me, I was just forcing it. At this time, the system suddenly displays a notification, activating the effect of dragon slaying and natural enemies of Roktors, increasing the effects of all skills by 2 times when facing C-Re-K. Now Hanu Jin understood the reason why the monster suddenly retreated, it was because of the Dragon Slayer title. Level L kill proves that you have single-handedly killed a level 1 dragon, the natural enemy of level S Roktors. All skill stats increase by 2 times when fighting Roktors or dragons. This is the title I obtained after killing a dragon that used curses and poisons, so it also affects other dragons that use curses and poisons. Despite having no attack skills. But the effect increase also applies to influence skills, right? After thinking about it, he immediately threw the knife in his hand aside. Hanu Jin took out a bottle of something blue and said, that's good, C-Re-K. If you want to eat it, it's a C-grade magic stone underground. Back to the present, Hanu Jin happily said to Kim Woo-jae, well I can't tell you the details, but I guess I was lucky because I met the right situation. I also have a new friend, thank you very much. The next second he pointed at the kidnapper and gave orders. Bite him C-Re-K. The beast immediately rushed forward to swallow his right arm. Kim Woo-jae angrily used his magic power to cut off the ropes on his hand, these tentacles are of no use to me. As soon as the tentacle on his hand disappeared, Hanu Jin stabbed him from behind, damn you bastard, how dare you? What the hell do you think you're doing? Kim Woo-jae reflexively knocked the guy away and fell to the floor. Hanu Jin laughed loudly and said, ha ha, even a small knife is effective on a level B guy weakened by poison. Hearing that, Kim Woo-jae immediately gritted his teeth and exclaimed, you son of a bitch. Hanu Jin continued to give orders, more C-Re-K. The robber raised his hand in front of him, a yellow light immediately appeared, he shouted loudly, even if he did that, it would still be nothing but a sea-level monster. One hand was enough, a long iron knife and axe was taken out by him. He swung his hand and slashed a line into the sea Rike. One blow caused the monster to break in half. The robber glanced at the motionless monster on the floor and said triumphantly, "Ha ha, do you really think you can do something with him alone? No matter what low-level brats like you do, you can't defeat level B. You will pay the price." In the next second, his face changed 180 degrees. He looked at the mana emitting from the monster and exclaimed in horror. "What the hell, I must have killed it, that curse has a lower level than me." Hanu Jin's system sound appears once again, activating the ultimate gratitude skill, converting all skills and stats of E-Rike monsters with 2 times the effect. Activates Roctor's natural enemy, increasing the effect of the final albumin skill by 2 times. Because the skill effect has doubled, it's quite painful. Right now I'm just doing the exact same things you did to me, so this is just considered self-defense, right? Hanu Jin's eyes suddenly became extremely strange as he looked at the kidnapper who continued, "Why are you trying to lay your hands on someone who wants to live peacefully?" He grabbed his hair and said angrily, "Now let me ask you a question, where are you keeping the peace, honey?" Kim Woo-jae replied without fear, "You son of a bitch. Who the hell are you, you fucking animal, I'll kill you, mark my words." "It seems like you won't say it, since you've said it, I probably have no reason to forgive you anymore." As soon as he finished speaking, a black liquid slowly flowed down the robber's face, he was extremely frightened and did not understand what was happening. The system displays a notification, activating the sticky poison skill. Hanu Jin coldly continued, "I'm sorry, but my skills, especially my gratitude, are not revealed to others." "Who said kidnap me? At first I didn't think I would kill anyone in this life." Wherever the slime goes, Kim Woo-jae's body is destroyed. Hanu Jin coldly walked out with 4 long tentacles on his back. I really wanted to leave his corpse intact, but unfortunately we have a young girl with the ability to read the memories of corpses. Closing the door, Yoo-jin looked into the distance and thought, "Dude, can't you control your power yourself? Thanks to that last gratitude, all your stats increased rapidly. This mood is about to last 7 days, before it only lasted an hour, when I come back I have to hide it very carefully." Then he opened the system window and said, "By the way, let's see if there is anything useful in C-Rike's skills. Level D Thorn Trap, Level C Sticky Poison, Level D Claws, Wall Lizards. This is a stealth skill, using this to sneak somewhere is perfect. Lizards stick to walls, assimilate with the surrounding environment to hide their presence, and also the hunch of the weak. Thanks to it, I don't have to worry about accidentally encountering high-level hunters." Hanu Jin thought and then lifted his foot to leave. But the feeling of numbness below made him immediately say, "Ah, it hurts so much." "Well, thanks to the increased stats, it's not so painful that I can't walk." Then he opened the system to launch a certain skill, a large blue circle immediately appeared. In the blink of an eye, Hanu Jin successfully became invisible. "So now let's go find peace." In the train car opposite, the guys in red shirts were sitting and chatting happily. "Ha ha, so, oh, what time is it? We'll get out safely, right? Of course the train is coming." Before they could finish their sentence, invisible tentacles wrapped around their necks. I exclaimed in panic, there was something around my neck, there was someone. I walked one by one to the end of the train. A guy wearing sunglasses and a yellow shirt heard the noise and shouted loudly, "What the hell is that?" Han-di-chun cancelled the invisibility skill and kicked the door in. The yellow shirt asked in fear, "Who are you?" The victim was kidnapped by him. "You seem to hold the highest position among the remaining guys, man, how did you escape?" "It's none of your business, where is the horned fire master?" If he handed it over, before he could finish his words, the yellow shirt guy picked up the box next to him and threw it at Du Chin. Hanu Jin quickly moved aside to avoid the attack. He frowned at him and said in a voice full of disgust, "An F-level guy like you can only escape by luck, right? You should have run away, why did you come here regardless, huh?" The yellow shirt bent his arms and performed the skill as he continued, "The horned fire master, he's been locked up really well, so what if I still keep the draw here? Why don't you come here and take the lock away from a sea-level hunter like me? This person is the Bloody Axe, Park Sang-hoon." As soon as he finished speaking, a tentacle hit him in the face until he vomited blood. "You will regret it." Followed by a series of kicks that made him collapse on the ground, Hanu Jin coldly said, handed over the key and quickly confessed. Axe Shuyan Vu exclaimed in surprise, "What the heck? Is that an item? You should have hidden, wait. After being repeatedly beaten by the tentacles, he was completely injured. He grimaced and cursed, "You bastard was caught on purpose, right?" Hanu Jin scratched his head with a fake innocent expression, "It's not your business to give me the key." Seeing Park Sang-hoon lying on the ground speechless, he continued, "I don't want to torture you like this." After saying that, he immediately picked up his iron axe from earlier. The guy smiled slightly and said, "But I don't only have that skill, you obediently listen, or..." The next second the whole axe was covered in black slime. Looking at the ghostly fluid flowing onto the floor, Park Sang-hoon immediately gasped in horror. He said trembling, "I will give you the lock, the cage is in the middle of the first side of the ship, okay, give it here." Park Sung-hun took out a yellow contract and added, "In return, sign the contract before I hand it over to you. Please guarantee my safety with this promise, I will give you the key, so please sign here that you will not attack me." Hanu Jin didn't think too much and replied, "Okay, plus you can't say anything about me." Hearing that, he happily replied, "Yes." Hanu Jin didn't think too much and replied, "Okay, plus you can't say anything about me." Hearing that, he happily replied, "Yes." And the guy Hanu Jin immediately said urgently, "Okay, I'll go pick up Peace. So you can take care of it yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, Park Sung-hun rushed forward with the devil's hand squeezing his neck. He laughed triumphantly, "Ha ha, you're so easy to fool, what are you going to do? You can't attack me anymore, right? This contract was created by a very effective curse, if you attack me you will be compensated for violating the contract's curse. You should have thought about it a bit, maybe I expected too much from a ghost like you who was just entering a dungeon for the first time." But in the next second, that contract was torn in half by Hanu Jin. The system immediately displayed a notification, activating the curse of losing sight due to contract violation. The curse of losing sight was negated due to curse resistance. Hanu Jin's pupils had now turned a strange golden color. "Sorry to disillusion, but I'm not a new ghost, I have many most experienced here." A scream rang out and then died out immediately. Hanu Jin walked on those strange black and purple mucus and sighed and said, "Hey, I knew this would happen. But I never intended to fight him. No one thought they would do all this, right? Looks like a civil war." Looking past the group of people in red shirts lying unconscious on the floor, Hanu Jin thought to himself, "Since they haven't seen me use my skills yet, I'll forgive you this time. I'm sure ABISS will handle it when they come to save me." And, he opened the door to the room and looked at CREK's body on the floor, thinking, "CREK. If I left it, it would be tortured and sold as raw material, instead of leaving it like this." He placed his hand on the CREK to handle its body. "Thank you CREK." A moment later the sea-level monster transformed into a red jelly stone. After that, Hanu Jin continued to search for Peace. In a dark cell, Peace was lying motionless there. Hanu Jin saw this and quickly called, "Peace, Dad, it's here." Seeing that it wasn't moving at all, the guy called out louder, "Peace, are you still sleeping?" In his heart, he thought to himself, "I want to bring it out but doing so will attract suspicion." Du-chin picked up Peace and said, "Do you want to stay here with Dad while waiting for someone else to come save you?" "Ha ha, look at it sleeping and stick your tongue out. Okay, everyone will come save us while you're sleeping. I'm glad you're okay, don't die before me." A moment later, the sound of loud footsteps approached. The bodyguard happily announced that she had found it. "In the middle of the first ship we found Hunter Hanu Jin and the Horned Firemaster. Here, the President here." Hanu Jin's new skill that he got from CREK also announced, "The S-level awakening is coming, the guy is just now gradually waking up. Did I just fall asleep? You know, this newspaper is Yu Hyun, right?" A muffled call came from outside, "You." Hanu Hyun worriedly helped his brother sit up. "Wake up, are you okay?" Hanu Jin smiled happily and said, "I came to save you." Pak De-rim also ran over in panic at this time. "Is the uncle okay?" Yu Hyun continued, "Are you not in pain anywhere? Can you stand up?" Du-chin thought to himself, "They all came here in a hurry. It seems I have become an important person." Hanu Jin weakly stood up. But when he took 1 or 2 steps, he staggered and almost fell. Everyone panicked and said, "Bro, where are you hurt? Who the hell did that to you? Wait here and I'll call a fake healer." Hanu Jin waved her hand and replied, "It's okay, it's not so bad that she can't go." As soon as the words ended, Yu Hyun picked up her brother and went out. The guy said with a frown, "The fake recovery is ready, right? Call here right away." "Yes sir." Du-chin felt moved and thought, "What a kind younger brother, he knows how to take care of his older brother so much, but it's a bit embarrassing." Pak Ri-dim nervously waved to Du Chin through the car door. I'll go home as soon as I've investigated the scene and cleaned up. Remember to rest well. Okay, thank you. On the way back, Du Chin pondered, investigating the scene. Will she use bhakti? Give her that quite difficult task. Han Yu-hyun coldly told the driver, go to the hospital first. Come on, we need to check to make sure nothing bad happened. Hearing that, Du Chin immediately exclaimed in panic. Why did you go to the hospital? The fake recovery already cured you. You don't know. Let's have a general health check. Du Chin's arms tightened on the chair, thinking nervously, it couldn't be like that, otherwise they would discover that their stats had increased due to their gratitude. Can you not go? If you go to the hospital, you will have to meet strangers. You don't want to have to be injected with anesthesia or examined or anything. Sorry guys, I'm too short-sighted, let's go home, the driver above immediately replied, I will turn around right away, sir. Yu-hyun looked sideways and worriedly said, but you're really okay, aren't you? You're okay, ha, I told you I'm okay. The younger brother rubbed his nose and said suspiciously, no, there's something very strange, there's a fishy smell of reptiles on him. Hearing this, Du Chin's face suddenly darkened and he thought, he's so sharp. Activate wall lizard invisibility skill. Then Han Yu-jin replied, little brother, we just passed this dike, maybe it's just the smell of the sea, anyway I'll go take a shower when I get home. I'm sure you're right, I don't hear anything anymore. And so a long day ended. MKC is temporarily deprived of the right to provide security. This is an obvious result. They have also tightened security for visitors, and for the newly appointed guards, the captain personally checks their identities. Furthermore, a series of images from that day suddenly rewinded like a movie. Han Yu-jin sat up in panic. Looking at the quiet room, he breathed a sigh of relief. What was that? Was it a dream? He held his head and said, no, it's from the skill. I still have Inky's memories before he died. This is something I have experienced a lot, but now I have forgotten. It hasn't been too long since I went back in time. But low-level hunters died countless times. At that time, I was stuck at home for more than a week doing nothing but drinking. Suddenly someone rushed in and took me to the hospital. Now that I think about it, maybe those people were sent by Yu-hyun. It's okay, now that doesn't happen anymore. S-level doesn't die that easily, but you're still ungrateful. Walking up the stairs, his eyes suddenly looked to his friend Yum Young-woo's room. Du Chin thought to himself in bewilderment, oh, where did he go when he didn't sleep? Scene changed to the maintenance room. Myung-gu is diligently sharpening rusty knives. The sound of the grinder emitted beat by beat accompanied by light created by the iron ghost of the metal bar. Later, another knife was sharpened. Holding another blunt knife in hand, Han Yu-hyun-gu said, this is 9,980. The guy suddenly smiled bitterly and slammed his hands on the table helplessly. You pathetic bastard, what's the point in doing these things? Your friend is kidnapped and in imminent danger, but you only know how to do these things. I can't do anything. He remembered when the bodyguards came to find him when Du Chin was kidnapped. He said at that time, if there is anything you need my help with. The bodyguard immediately interrupted him, please stay here, it will be safer. I'm sorry to say this, I can't help you. Also, be wise, we have investigated your abilities, even though you two are good friends for a long time, we don't see any connection between you and Han Yu-jin. I don't know if there was some misunderstanding, but how could we entrust this to a complete stranger? Not only, at this moment, I was so helpless that I burst into tears. I can't do anything, and I'm really nothing. The phone bell rang. Yu-hyun picked up the phone and said, hello, what's going on? The other end of the line immediately heard a shrill sound. Hey, you left again. Maybe he just went out for a while. That's not it, he definitely left home. He even cooked beef rib soup before leaving. Seriously, beef rib soup, does that mean he won't come back anymore? What if he's kidnapped again while he's wandering around? Yum Young-woo is currently walking on the street thinking, every time I face Du Chin I feel so embarrassed. Not only was I unable to help him when he was kidnapped, I wasn't really his friend, but I have nowhere to go. While thinking, he discovered that the shoelace had been untied. He immediately sat down to tie it, but unfortunately the contents of the bag fell out. The guy smiled bitterly, thinking to himself, nothing good happened. Everyone on the street suddenly stopped and stared at him. One person was surprised, oh look. Is the access card of the guild ABYSS. The girl in purple quickly picked up the card and said in surprise, how cool, are you a hunter of the ABYSS guild? The boy next to him immediately continued, my dream is to enter the ABYSS guild. What's your level? What's the highest level dungeon you've ever been in? Do you know Han Yu-hyun? Have you ever seen him use fire? Everyone looked at him curiously. Silently, ABYSS Hunter, is that kitchen knife his weapon? Yu Myung-woo cried and quickly waved his hand to explain, no it's just. I'm just the housekeeper of the ABYS Guild dormitory. Hearing that, the two kids from before stood still for a few seconds and then said, so you haven't awakened yet? No, I've awakened but, what skills do you have? I have level F weapon buff power. The next words were like sharp arrows stabbing straight into your heart, what the hell, you're so useless. The boy from earlier turned to the assistant next to him and said in disappointment, Mom said that the forced hunters are worthless, yeah, they can't even enter dungeons or make money. Even if you awaken, if you don't have fighting skills, you're useless, you can't make money, right? How much is your annual salary? You're useless, listen to this. Yu Myung-woo immediately waited to fall. He thought sadly to himself, you know that right, even other people think you're useless and don't see progress. Even someone like you would sharpen 1,000 knives to acquire new skills. At this moment, the system suddenly announced, what bad luck, a trash skill has appeared. Trash skill F is just a useless skill. Yu Hyun's voice suddenly appeared in his mind, see, I told you it was useless. Du Chin smiled slightly and looked at him and said, I don't think I can do anything. Sorry, I didn't think you would be that useless, hee hee. What a waste of time. As soon as that image disappeared, Yu Myung-woo immediately bent down and covered his face, sobbing, ha-hoo, I knew it would happen, what was that? The boy opened his mouth in surprise and asked, why are you crying? Yu immediately replied, because my future is so dark. The girl next to her frowned and whispered, hey uncle is crying because of me, what am I going to do now because so, should I help? Help. We have a way, follow us, we will help you find a good skill. And so the help I received from these kids was, water torture. Was pushed down from the second floor. Isn't this supposed to be violence? The girl excitedly pulled your hand and said, next was the other side. The guy who was following the kids thought sadly, you're ungrateful to this pathetic bastard. Even when you go to the children's house, they still bully you, what the hell are you doing? Now coming to this side, crossing the 8-lane road, hearing that, the guy immediately exclaimed in horror, what? I'll show my uncle the sample. He quickly grabbed the boy's collar and stopped. The boy was pulled tightly and gasped, what are you doing? I'm about to die, he replied angrily, that's what I said, why do you two only do dangerous things like that? The girl frowned and said, we already told you, we are just helping you. The skill will appear when your life is in danger, I'm sure a good fighting skill will appear if we keep doing things like this. When your life is in danger. Hearing that, Dumi Dung and Gu absent-mindedly said, that, I think is similar to when I woke up, see, we're right. But this one is a bit. Don't tell me you two kids do these things every day, that's right, if you want to be hunters, don't you have to at least do this? It's very dangerous, instead of doing dangerous things like this, let's study, come on, why study? If you do that, you won't be able to make a living, everyone says so. They say being a combat hunter is the best. Yu Myung-woo thought to himself, his focus has shifted from studying to being a hunter, nothing has changed at all. Suddenly a loud explosion sounded behind them. When the three people were confused and didn't understand what was going on, the sound from the television station rang out, a dungeon explosion has occurred, we request all citizens to quickly evacuate to the nearest shelter, dungeon explosion. Right where we are, after saying that, Myung-gu immediately took out his phone to see, an emergency disaster notice was sent from the Seoul government, there was a dungeon explosion in Gangnam district, all people in the area should move to the center. Evacuate to the nearest area and remain there until further instructions are received. The kid was not afraid at all but excitedly ran away, let's go, maybe we will wake up. Yu Myung-woo was surprised and suddenly ran after them to stop them, wait, they couldn't leave. Dangerous. The road surface crumbled as the beast passed by. A bright red light illuminated the giant crystal spider below. The city's helicopters are hovering in the air reporting, we will show everyone the current situation of the bunker explosion. The city is now covered in spider webs everywhere, giant spider monsters have appeared. A situation like this was caused by a portal that had formed in an abandoned shopping mall, and caused the dungeon to explode because it wasn't discovered in time. The cameraman suddenly changed his face and exclaimed in horror, wait down there. There are still people who haven't evacuated, and that person is none other than Yu Myung-woo and those two kids. One child screamed in fear, ah, those spiders are so scary, so disgusting. Ah, I think they're all dead, what do we do now? And Yu Myung-woo was running and crying and whining, I shouldn't have followed you two here, we're all doomed, wow, that's so scary, the girl said angrily, what the hell is wrong with you two, we came here to wake up, why are you still hesitant at this point? But at this time, a monster came forward, it widened its red eyes to confirm its target. Myung-gu held her head in utter terror and exclaimed, "We're about to die, can someone help?" The girl stepped forward and said, "Don't be a coward and stand behind me. I will finish it off with the ultimate punch that I have practiced for many years, the S-level dragon and pan head." Before he could move his arms and legs, he was attacked by a spider ejecting silk, causing him to fly backwards. The boy panicked and called after him, "Sister! Sis, are you okay?" Looking at her hand, the girl exclaimed in horror, "What the hell is this?" "No, not like this." In the moment that giant leg was about to crash down, Myung-woo, holding the girl with one hand and pulling the boy with the other, quickly ran away. "We'll run up those stairs." Then went to the rooftop and called for help. The boy ran and said worriedly, "Are you okay? Can you carry your sister up there?" Myung-woo's face was sweating because he was tired, but he still replied, "Of course." The little girl's voice suddenly rang out, "Just leave me alone." The child cried and added, "Just leave me alone, my life is over. I just woke up, it's just a pressure." Gu bewilderedly replied, "Why are you?" The boy suddenly screamed loudly, "Look at that, uncle. The monster has found its way here. Quickly run to the rooftop." His legs were now shaking, the weight on his legs felt heavier and heavier. The little girl grabbed her shirt and said firmly, "I told you to leave me alone, it's all up to me. If I carry you like this, I won't be able to get to the rooftop. If I just force you, my life will be over, and I have no fighting skills at all. I'm not worthy of you risking your life like that, so just leave me and run away." Right after that, Myung-gu let her sit on the ground. He quickly pulled out a knife from his backpack. His eyes filled with determination as he walked towards the beast, to the surprise of the two children. "Uncle," Myung-woo held the knife tightly in his hand, tears kept flowing and said, "I will hold him back, you two go ahead." What are you talking about, you little brats, like you two? Don't say things like that. End of life or should be left behind," he said as he remembered Du Chin's energetic appearance. Weren't there still many other things that the two of them could do? Even if not like that, their lives would still be valuable. So get up, go find rescue, then come back here. While running, please support each other well. Scat. Hearing that, the two children obediently left. "Our uncle will come back, don't die." Myung-woo was extremely scared but still tried to reassure himself, "Damn it, I can't die." "But who do you think you are? You're clearly not her opponent, but you have to move forward, because a kid like that girl said something like that." But then, when the knife had not yet touched the beast's body, he was thrown out of the window with one blow. Myung-gu just fell down from a height of 10 meters, "Did you see? It's over, just like I thought, I have no use for anything." In the moment he fell freely, Du Chin's image once again appeared before his eyes. "Thank you for everything until this moment, Du Chin. I see you because life is rewinding before my eyes. I'm so glad I could still see you at the end." But it wasn't a dream. Hanu Jin held out his hand towards Gu and quickly said, "Grab it quickly." The guy closed his eyes and sobbed, "Why are you always there?" Du Chin was lucky enough to grab Myung-gu's arm. "I really don't remember much at all." Giant spider. Du Chin hugged himself tightly with long tentacles behind his back. The guy screamed in horror, "What is this?" "There's something behind you. Is it a tentacle?" Du Chin held him and smiled softly, "I think you're delusional, just ignore it." "But how can I ignore it? Is it a skill, or have you always had it?" "What the hell?" In the middle of talking, Gu was knocked unconscious by your friend. "You don't need to know, just sleep for a while. Because the memory is cut off right at that part." Myung-woo sat up in fear. He looked around in bewilderment and said, "Is this a dormitory? New news. But the rescued child is still safe and alive." Myung-woo sat blankly in front of the TV screen, looking at the image of two children and said, "So it's not a dream, so how come I'm finally awake?" Gu suddenly called, "Du Chin. You're the one who saved me, right? And there's something like a tentacle on your back." Putting the food on the table, the guy calmly replied, "She too. What are you talking about? Are you having a nightmare?" The hunters of the APISS guild were the ones who saved him and brought him home. "Really, I don't remember anything." Du Chin grabbed his friend's collar and said angrily, "Anyway, you're really miserable. What the hell were you thinking, walking around like that? Do you know how dangerous it is? At any rate, it's lucky he was noticed by the news team, otherwise who knows what would have happened." Gu replied bitterly, "I'm sorry. It's best that you stop thinking about yourself and leave home. Do you know how worried I am at the thought of not being able to see you again? Hearing these words, Myung-woo suddenly froze for a few seconds, then burst into tears. Du-chin spoke softly in bewilderment. Why are you crying? Where are you hurting? Do you want me to call someone to heal? Not just. It feels like the burden that has been pressing down on me has finally disappeared. Du-chin, even if, after sharpening 1,000 knives I still get a useless skill, will you still be my friend? Hanu Jin put his hand on his shoulder and replied with a frown. I thought he was talking about something. You ran away from home because you were worried about things like that, yeah. Du-chin added, even if you don't have the skills, you're still doing well now. I even heard that you were recruited by the equipment maintenance department a few days ago. That's true, but anyway, I wanted to make such a request. I don't think I can eat food cooked by anyone other than you. Even if you succeed, don't leave me, or at least come by often and make me food. I promise I won't be picky. I'll pay you too, but it's best that you continue to live with me. Myung-woo smiled happily and immediately replied, whatever you ask, I will continue to make the food you want to eat. Finally, I was convinced. There's no need to feel disappointed or worried. Because Du-chin always, Myung-woo looks serious and diligently working in the maintenance room. The guy remembers himself from the past. The notification sound from the system rang out. The registration process of False Awakening Myung-woo was completed, activating the level E skill Whetstone. I woke up in a cramped, dirty apartment. That was also the day I cut myself to end my life. This is a subsidy of $1,000 to register as a hunter. The person who signed up then said, I'm sorry but it's not a very useful skill, you'd better find a job there instead of being a hunter. After the night I woke up life hasn't changed. What? He stepped outside and thought to himself, it's been a long time since I've seen the sunlight. If I use this money to pay rent and debt, I don't have much hope to get started. Seeing a girl being sought after by a reporter, he immediately turned around. There were too many people here. Someone must have awakened as a high-level hunter. We should go out the back door. Because I have never been the main character, life has no one by my side and nothing in my hands. I only know how to breathe. I don't know what else to do. My life is only extended for a moment due to awakening, but continuing to live has no meaning. At that time I met you. I was very skeptical at first. Is it okay? There's no way I can deserve that. I'm both scared and grateful. Unlike you, I don't know how to do much, and I can't become someone like the president or Dim. Even if I sharpened my knife day and night, I still couldn't imagine that I possessed a cool skill. But, the girl then said, my life is not worth saving, just let me down and go. At that time, I thought to myself, no, I can't do that. Only after hearing that girl say that did I realize that I was wrong. And that's when I realized, from the beginning you never considered me inferior to you. You also didn't force me to get used to fighting, something that didn't suit me. You just made me believe that I can do what I like, so I can focus wholeheartedly on my strengths. All the time recently. You cheered me up. You put your trust in me even though I didn't believe in myself. That's why I don't feel scared anymore. I think I can see the path ahead for myself. Oh, I want to become stronger than Du-chin. Not like you or Rim. But I'll do my best, in my own way. The 1,000th knife has been polished to a bright shine. The trust you have in me, I want to show you that it's worth it. The system immediately displays a notification. You already possess the S-level skill, Master of the Gold Smelter. A silent scream rang out, ah! The maintenance manager immediately asked, what's going on? What's going on? She said in fear, the mana crystal was here just now. Someone must have stolen it in the middle of the night. The yellow hat guy smiled softly and replied, oh, you haven't heard anything yet. This story will soon be on the news. It has already found its owner. A glittering spear. As expected of an S-class weapon, it seems to be on a different level. Pak Rim looked at the spear in his hand and said, the item was made by Myung-gu himself, the Mach Tianj Fa Mini, the first test. The target will be that stream. She said excitedly, now why don't we take a look? How powerful is its power? After saying that, she immediately launched the spear straight into the air. A straight line of emerald green light surrounded by sparkling circles immediately appeared. Ice flowers soon appeared. Pak Rim exclaimed in surprise, oh how beautiful the icing is. Suddenly, surprise appeared in her eyes. From the stream, a giant snow runway rose. Pak Rim exclaimed, can my skills do that? You can clearly see the effect of upgrading F-level attributes. This is the 16th domestic S-class weapon, and its origin is not from the dungeon but from human hands. The MC excitedly introduced it at the launch press conference. After checking, it was almost certain that it was an S-class weapon, and the Korean Hunter Association certified that the inventor was Hunter Myung style. The TV station's MC is sitting above the audience commenting further, what is the highest quality item he can create? Hanu Hyung-gu in a dashing red suit replied, the weapons I created have no level limit. But after level SS, you need to master it. Everyone heard that and immediately started talking. What the heck is level SS? People all over the world are lining up, it's amazing. Sung Han sitting in the stands with Du Chin also exclaimed, Hunter Myung-gu might need security. Du Chin continued with an amused smile, haha don't worry, doesn't he look very trustworthy now? He said that's when I noticed, he looked much healthier than the first time I saw him. He did say that after creating items, the stats also increased, and now he should be level C. Sung Han exclaimed in surprise, what, could it be like that? I've never heard of stats being able to increase like that before. I know, this is a special case, he's shining right now. Few hours ago. Hanu Jin exclaimed in surprise when he saw Yu Myung-woo carrying a spear made of high-grade mana. What, as soon as he received the skill he made it, quite a coincidence, in the bag of ingredients has a pretty good material. After speaking, Ung-gu immediately took out the bag of ingredients to show Du Chin. This is a space bag containing S-level and S-level materials, it appears at the same time as the skill, so I used this ice branch with the mana crystal in the equipment room. There's even an encyclopedia to make crafting even easier, look. Hearing this, Du Chin immediately lay down on the sofa and silently lamented, why did one skill receive so many? The level L skill I received only had a single line of explanation, even my keyword was the same, damn it, you damn system guy, why are you so discriminating? You continued, do you want to visit the blacksmith workshop? Hearing that, Du Chin immediately turned his head and went to the blacksmith workshop. Ing-gu opened a sparkling golden door as he spoke, I thought golden smithy was just a skill name but. Come in, I can take others there. I don't think you're afraid of being kidnapped with something like this, Du Chin thought in his mind, if this were a movie or a novel. Isn't Myung-gu the main character? The image of the object inside made Du Chin exclaim in admiration, wow. That's a tree, don't you worry that forging will burn it, I also think it's cool. What else is this? It burns without any ingredients, oh that. The fire from that stove suddenly flared up close to Du Chin's face. The next second it burst into flames. Du Chin quickly stepped back and said, be careful, Ung-gu, get behind me. His friend smiled happily and replied, ha ha now I'm stronger than you. This is this fire element, the ash element. The fire suddenly appeared a face and said, welcome master, I am the fire element Ismur, I was born from the last breath of the creator. Hanu Jin stood still and said, is it a real element? I only saw it in the game. Myung-gu immediately replied, Ismur helped me make the weapon, the previous owner prepared it so I was able to learn from the basics of manufacturing. The old man before. Are there other hunters who also possess crafting skills? I thought you were the first, I don't know, these are all the things they left behind. A bouquet of flowers comes with the card. Du Chin said curiously, can you read it? I have never seen these characters before, cold I can understand a little, welcome my heir, perhaps the blessing of coal roses and molten metal have come to you. Occasionally traces of civilization are found in dungeons, the remains are similar to our world, but the houses and castles are completely different, so it has been hypothesized that there exists another civilization in another world. I wonder if the previous owner of this smithy was from that other world or not. And I think they left all of these behind so that their successors could learn the crafting skill. If the system, Du Chin was thinking, Myung-gu immediately gave the bouquet of flowers to him and said, take it from you. I received all of this, thanks to you. I will also make the equipment you want, if you want to go out on your own, I will go with you, if you want to stay, I will also stay, if I don't miss you. Hearing these words, Du Chin was extremely excited, everything was as planned, both Han and Myung-gu were on my side, now I just wanted to sit on the sofa and count money, but his face and said thoughtfully, you don't need to do that. Myung-gu exclaimed in bewilderment. What? I mean you don't have to worry about me, there's something I've always hidden from you. Du Chin scratched his head and said hesitantly, we really don't know anything about each other. You misunderstood me, obviously we only met in front of the Hunter Association not long ago. Myung-gu immediately replied, I know that too, I'm sorry, I know it's very terrible. Suddenly you ended up getting into a bunch of trouble because strangers lied to you, so you don't need to worry about me anymore, just do what you want. Hanu Jin thought in his heart, why am I like that? He is now a finished product, not only that, I also helped him gain great skills, but seeing him develop like this is also really happy. So instead of tying him up, it's better to let him go. Yu Myung-woo was silent for a moment, then thoughtfully said, "Du Chin, you said this skill is very strong, right? It would even help me create a greater influence than a guild, that's right. So I guess I don't need to think anymore and I don't have to worry about anything. Just let me give it to you, because if you leave it here it will be torn to pieces. I'm just doing what I want, like you said. I won't worry about you anymore and I'm only doing what I intend to do." Back to the press conference, Pak Re-dim was walking up to the stage with the introduction of the MC, Tan Bang Mok Tian Fa Mini. Will be given to the Pak de Rim Hunter of the ABYSS Guild. Because Hunter, Iung-gu, received a lot of help from the ABYSS Guild, so he decided to donate his first pressure weapon to this place. Hanu Jin below sighed and thought, "Why did I do that? I tore the bag of money in my hand. Well, whatever, at least, thanks to his aura I get less attention, life is easier now, and now we can listen to you too." Du Chin said, "Myung-gu really did it, I don't need to worry about him being alone anymore. Hunter Myung-gu plans to live alone instead of staying with you, maybe that's the case, anyway he will be welcomed wherever he goes. He is the only equipped craft hunter in the world, all the guilds and hunters will come to him soon. So why would he stay here? He should go to a new, better place. We may be friends, but we're not childhood friends or anything, we just met each other not too long ago." Sung Han next to me continued, "I had thought about it before, but you need this, Du Chin. Evil de Rim is speaking below right now, thank you very much, this is the most perfect weapon for me, I sincerely thank you again, Hunter Myung-gu. I also want to thank Hunter Hanu Jin." Hearing this, Du Chin almost choked on his water, he grimaced and complained. "Why do you mention my name again?" Ung-gu immediately followed the girl's words, "That's right, it was all thanks to Hunter Du Chin. The APISS Guild has helped me a lot in using this skill, but more than anything, the word benefactor is still not enough for me to describe what Hunter Du Chin has done for me." All eyes were now focused on Du Chin, and the guy was sitting down on the ground to avoid it. Sung Han looked at him and smiled softly, thinking, it turns out he didn't notice. "What do you mean to them?" Du Chin blushed and reproached, "Am I the parent of those two people or something? Instead of leaving you." The two of them under the stage thought to themselves, "We have already announced this to the public, so they must understand that if they touch Du Chin again they will be finished. Good job, Ung-gu." They see him as someone who must be protected, a family member more important than anyone else. The next few days were pretty quiet. Not only is security strict, but I also have no reason to go out. Myung-gu spends all day burying his head in the smithy, it's boring, but also peaceful. This cake is also delicious. He happily remembers Myung-gu's excited look. "I'll make you some cakes then eat it. The only problem is, we should go out today, peace." "Why are you so moody? You're not injured somewhere, are you?" "Being kidnapped is so scary, I thought you were sleeping so it would be okay. Let's go out and play football with Dad." Seeing him go out the door, the blonde girl said, "Are you going to the practice room? Let me go with you, this is today's bodyguard, Hunter Kang So-young. She is a level A hunter that the president of the Dupido Guild invited back from England. Sung Hyunji personally invited her because of her outstanding talent, even though she is only 19 years old. But most importantly, the hot news predicts the warm feelings between ABYSS and Dubai too. They have fallen in love, completely immersed in love. The news that President Han Yu-hyun and Hunter Kang So-young look like one heavenly pair. Later there will be love between her and Yu-hyun, or in other words she will become her sister-in-law. She touched him lightly so Peace smiled happily and said, "So you are Peace, nice to meet you. Are you going to take the elevator? Let me lead the way." Du Chin smiled happily and thought, "Yes, I leave it to you, please take good care of my little brother." Hi, when I heard about the kidnapping I was very shocked. Fortunately, you are still safe, you are my only hope. Hearing that, Du Chin asked in bewilderment, "What do you mean by hope?" Kang So-young immediately replied, "Actually I have an S-level skill, it is a monster taming skill called dragon riding. Dragons are a difficult species to tame, so owning a high-level mount suitable for level A hunters like a basic dragon is impossible. But if she could control a beast of that size, it would be easier for her to conquer the dungeon than anyone else." The girl hugged her face and sighed, it was so frustrating, she couldn't use anything. Du Chin continued, "It must be a headache. That's why I rely on your skills. Dragon caves will occasionally appear in dungeons managed by Dubai too. If they can hatch eggs then I will finally have a dragon. So excited, I don't know how adorable my newborn dragon is, I will take care of it like my own child." The more I look at Du Chin, the more I like this girl. my girlfriend Yuhyun is so cute. Kang So-young, waiting at the elevator door, smiled happily and said, so I have to protect you as best I can, you're the one raising my dragon. Hanu Jin replied with a dark face, why do you say that, everyone says that. After Hyuna said it a few times, it became famous. Du Chin grimaced and silently cursed, that damn breaker president is just waiting. After arriving at the practice room, Peace was still feeling depressed for a long time. Du Chin worriedly asked, Peace, what's wrong? Are you really going to continue like that? What should I do? He doesn't want to go anywhere, he must be so shocked that he was kidnapped. Go down, you need to walk around to collect energy. Kang So-young saw Peace naughtily climbing on Hanu Jin and thought to himself, but looking at this scene is so fun. Du Chin said casually, if we could walk that would be good, but unfortunately I can't go out with the monsters. Hearing that, she immediately came up with an idea, oh I know this place is very good, let me take you there, really? Yes, our guild has a very beautiful rooftop garden, let me call to make sure my president will be there soon. Upon hearing this, Du Chin quickly stopped me, in Dubai too, wait. Kang So-young quickly contacted the president, he immediately replied, okay let me call a car. He is always welcome. We need to prepare carefully for this special guest. A modern garden with unique architecture is the rooftop of Dubai to Assembly. Hanu Jin exclaimed in surprise, wow, I didn't expect there to be such a beautiful place on the rooftop of Dubai too. Kang So-young followed behind and continued, our guild even blocked all the entrances and exits for him, can be used comfortably too. Du Chin said to Peace, this is your first time coming to places like this, right? Okay, it's safe here. She's also a good person so don't worry. As soon as the words were spoken Kang So-young immediately put her hand on his shoulder and said, that's right Peace, I'm very kind, I won't hurt you look at us as this close. The next second, Kang So-young leaned down and gently kissed the guy's cheek. After that incident, Kang So-young was quite comfortable going to play with Peace, I will protect you so you can just play as you like, okay. Hanu Jin behind him was the complete opposite, he sat there dumbfounded, I thought to myself in horror, I can't do that, sister-in-law. Because she's a foreigner, does she think this is normal, what if it upsets her future? Kang So-young looked at Peace as he slowly walked and added, I think he understood what I said, luckily. You've never seen flowers before, right, you like them. A second later Peace was jumping up and down with excitement, So-young happily said, look at it full of energy, I'm so happy. Du Chin cried looking at the place where Peace flowers destroyed and said, I'm sorry he caused trouble already for you. It's okay, we can always replant it, hopefully in the future he and my baby dragon can play together, that's right, you also have a baby dragon that's about to hatch, can I ask, what species is it? Okay, it's a level 3 flying dragon, a dragon with black pointed wings. The outer skin is dark and very hard, there are pointed tips on the wings and ears, and the whole body exudes majesty. Isn't it cute just hearing the description? Kang So-young added with sparkling eyes, there's even poison in her ears, she's so charming, Du Chin thought with tears in her heart, her taste is really strange. She giggled and said, come visit often, we can walk and change the atmosphere together. I think it's good too. How long has it been since I last walked like this? Before I returned to the past, I never had leisure time for something like this. Since I can't go out comfortably anymore, it would be good to come back. Prache held a small bundle of fire and walked towards the guy. Du Chin received the gift and smiled softly, a piece, is this my gift? It's so cute, because this is someone else's guild, I'm a bit uncomfortable, but it looks like the guild master won't show up. At this moment, Hanu Jin's system suddenly displayed a notification, the week's instincts had detected a false awakening with S-level stats approaching. Kang So-young looked behind in bewilderment and said, President, why did you come here? Of course I had to come. This person is the guild master of Sunghaeonjar, who owns the country's top guild. His influence even extends beyond Korea. When he left Korea a few years ago his identity was still a mystery, he was always ranked number 1 on the volatile hunter rankings. This confirms that this is the strongest person in the world. And that person is now pouring tea in front of him. He smiled softly and reminded Du Chin, the tea is hot, be careful. Du Chin drank tea and thought to himself, why does this guy look so good at these things? He seems to be of a different class than me. Sunghaeonjar continued, yes, give this to the one-horned fire master. This is the dragon's wing bone. Looks like high-level monsters like it too. Peace saw the food with sparkling eyes and in 1 second ate that cactus. Du Chin smiled happily and exclaimed, wow, he really likes it. Then the guy thought to himself while eating the cake, He seems to be kinder than me. Normally I don't like sweets like that, definitely not as delicious as what Myung-gu makes, Sung Hyeon-jar said with a friendly smile. I'm really happy that you still look healthy. I heard you were kidnapped, it's okay, you don't need to come see me, sorry for bothering you. No, of course I have to come see you, you will be the one to raise my baby. Hearing this familiar sentence I immediately cursed in my heart, Hyeon, you have to pay for this. I don't say it for fun. He has the skill to tame monsters, is the babysitter of an S-level hunter, and is currently protected by the only blacksmith in the world. Now no one can compare to him. Due to the MKC Guild's stupid decision, the other guilds are going crazy because they have no chance to talk to him. No matter who or what you ask, they will definitely follow, so there's no need to be humble. No matter how selfish you are, everyone is willing to accommodate. Do you want to try? Du-chin immediately replied without thinking, no, this is a bit. In his heart he secretly thought, does he want me to act like a powerful person and insult my position? This guy's personality is really rotten. Thinking about it, Hanu Jin suddenly smiled foolishly and continued, I'm just an S-level weakling, so I'm very worried about my safety when doing what I want. Sung Hyeon-jar replied, if there is a monster, having a high level nearby can solve this problem immediately, which is why we are discussing using a second high level monster to protect you. Really? Oh my god, didn't you hear what your brother said? MCK will pay to cover the responsibility for the kidnapping. Let's just say they're being dealt with by everyone for that incident. I get it. Even without telling you this information, I know your brother will protect you closely. Oh my god, I hope I don't say the same thing. Hyeon, it's okay. It's true that Do Hyeon didn't tell me anything. She just shrugged whenever I asked about the kidnapping case, whether it was resolved or not. If time doesn't turn back and I only have one taming skill, I'll probably be locked up and live without knowing anything. Sung Hyeon-jar put the teacup on the table and said thoughtfully, I really don't understand Do Hyeon's actions lately. You now have enough power to create a guild that can compete with other top guilds. I've already built an organization with the previous negotiation, and if I continue to increase my forces, I might even have a monster squad. What a monster squad. I think it won't be legal to raise too many, maybe that's the problem now. But laws can only exist when there is a state and society. Currently we can manage dungeons and maintain social order. But you also know that the number and difficulty of those dungeons continue to increase. In my mind, within just 5 years everything will change dramatically. And then we will crave more force, whether it is a mount or something else. And in that situation you won't be like any other person. Someone who can reliably raise S-level and A-level monsters. Du Hyeon also knew that, but deliberately hid it from him. I think you two should go talk properly. Du-chin thought, what does he mean? He said it as if he was helping. But in reality it was contempt, like testing one's heart. Scene changes to ABYSS headquarters. President Han Du Hyeon said seriously, what did you just say about him? Pak De-rim immediately replied, I'm not sure, but I find it very annoying. Last time I used the white corpse, in the memory of the Bricks Guild member I read. They said that the sleeping pills should have worked immediately, but he was still fine, or did the ABISS give him anti-poison items? Pak De-rim continued, it's strange that you don't have any items like that, do you? It feels like the rich man is hiding something. When he was about to return, Du Bida said he would send a bodyguard stronger than level A. That bodyguard stronger than A level is none other than their president Sung Hyeon-jar. The driver smiled happily and said, I must personally take you home. Hanu Jin thought to himself, does he have nothing to do? S-level hunters really only do what they want, and even buy me flowers and tea. Thinking about it, Du-chin smiled happily and said, I really appreciate you doing this, but even if you do that, you won't get any more favorable terms. Sung Hyeon-jar's big hand suddenly came towards him, which made Du-chin a little surprised. The seat belt has been fastened. Sung Hyeon-jar smiled softly and replied, your stats are only level F, so you need to wear a seat belt. That's right. Let's just say it was because I couldn't help with that kidnapping. Ha ha, it's okay, Du-chin thought to himself, thinking to himself, I'm so scared. Anyway, it's my fault KC, you're right. But, thanks to that, you came to visit my guild. Sung Hyeon-jar's hand lightly tapped the steering wheel as he spoke, also, we found out that the MKCs are all rotten, so we need to get rid of them soon. Hearing this, Du-chin was surprised and stood still for a few seconds. He thought to himself, so MKC will collapse sooner than expected. It seems like this is the first guild to collapse before I go back in time. By the way, even before that I didn't know much about this guy. Even about his past before his awakening, no one knows, and because of his white skin, there are many rumors that he is a foreigner or a mixed child. Information about his birthplace or parents or even brothers and sisters are also unknown. Should I try using the promising preschool skills? I want to see what the status window of the top person in the world looks like. Maybe it will work, right? It seems like he doesn't care where I look. I just need to glance at it when the status window appears and that's it. Pretend you're reading the sign outside. I don't need to watch it all, just watch a little bit, don't roll your eyes too much, quickly. When Du Chin was about to act, Sung Hyeonjar's hand grabbed the back of his neck and pressed it down. It made Du Chin silently scream in bewilderment. What the hell is going on? If this guy tightens a little more, the system will suddenly display a notification. You can feel the overwhelming power, fear resistance has been activated. I will probably die. Damn, how could he find out? I haven't activated the skill yet. Du Chin smiled and looked at Sung Hyeonjar and said, I thought you were my bodyguard, but I didn't expect you to imitate me. Sung Hyeonjar raised the corners of his mouth and let go of Du Chin's neck. He patted Du Chin's shoulder and replied, What are you talking about? We didn't do anything. Oh, what's wrong with Hanu Jin? This bastard is really sensitive. A moment later, the two of them arrived at the headquarters of the ABYSS Guild. Sung Hyeonjar got out of the car and looked at the two people waiting at the door and said, Are you guys here to welcome him? Sung Hyeonjar walked over and opened the car door for Du Chin and said, Here you can get out. As soon as he stepped down from the Du Chin, he ran as fast as he could to where the two people from the guild ABYSS were. Seeing that, Sung Hyeonjar immediately burst out laughing, Oh my god, that was so fast. I forgot this bouquet of flowers. Why did you come here? If you visit without warning like this, it will be troublesome. Sung Hyeonjar immediately replied, Suk Sim, go to the head of HR department. Surely my staff has already informed everyone that there will be hunters higher than level A coming to visit. You know that's not what I mean. The Hunter Guild is a miniature army. Surely you know that S-class hunters rarely visit another S-class hunters guild. You also know what happened in the past on occasions like this. Hearing that, Du Chin thought in bewilderment, What, then why did he personally bring me here? Maybe that guy was trying to make them angry just for fun. Sung Hyeonjar looked at the flower in his hand and said, No need to pick it so badly. I promise I will ensure your safety. And I also want to give you this along with a bouquet of flowers. Just a small gift, it will increase your magic power and equip you with twice the barrier skills. I hope you will take care of So Young and take good care of it. Holding the gift in his hand, Du Chin thought to himself, a skill item, this thing is worth at least hundreds of thousands of dollars. Sung Hyeonjar added, I think he must have dropped the earrings, because since he was kidnapped until now I haven't seen him wearing them. Did he even notice? This gift is a bit big, so it still needs a lot of things to be effective. From now on I hope we can get closer to each other. Hanu Jin put on a red earring and looked at it. Then call Pai, come here, quickly. It happily rushed to jump into his arms, but was immediately knocked back by the barrier. He came closer, hugged it and said well done, so that barrier skill was quite effective. After saying that, he put his nose close to its body and sniffed it, then exclaimed, Wait, what's that smell? You're running around too much today, let's go. As he bathed it, he confided that I'm glad you got your energy back, Pai, I even got that mana equipment, this trip was a great harvest. He thought, but I don't want to go back to Chi Pyo anymore. Seo Sim Dung once got angry in front of him and said that insolent name, if the president appeared, this place would probably turn into a sea of fire. He asked innocently, it's not that tense. The other person replied seriously, I'm not joking, if those two clash, I don't know what will happen. Our president was arrested after visiting another guild. He asked in surprise, what is Han Yu-yun doing? At the end of the flashback, he worriedly wondered what Han Yu-yun had dragged himself into. The fact that he had to influence 5 of these dangerous people made him want to grab the system and process it. He was engrossed in thinking, while Pai had run out of patience. He hated bathing, suddenly struggled and tried to run away. He was startled and grabbed it and said, Wait, kid, where are you going? You have to blow dry your hair first. He suddenly discovered that in his hand was not a pie but a stuffed animal instead. What is he saying? It's a doll. Then he looked at his pet and asked if he had a clone skill or something. At this moment, Ka-e-bai appeared and spoke, That's the gift I brought, I'm back, master. Hanu Jin asked, Did you bring this doll here from Japan? Du Ka-e-bai replied that they don't sell pie dolls, they're just imitations of horned fire masters, but to be honest, it's similar, isn't it cute? Then he took out his backpack, put it on his head, and stuffed Pi stuffed animals ranging in size from large to small. Then he came next to me and put on the headband for Hanu Jin to add, "After you appeared on air, it became the hottest trend. You don't know, let me wear it for you too." Hanu Jin hesitantly acknowledged me, "I don't know, I actually don't use the internet much." "So what about your job? It's not like you just wander around, right?" Du Ka Bai gave him the file and said, "Of course not, who do you think I am?" Then he looked at Pi with interest, wrapped in a cotton towel with a water-absorbing function, and said that he was a real horned fire mage, so adorable. Hanu Jin looked at the data sheet and silently exclaimed that he really filled it in, more thoroughly than I thought. "But why is the data inside the dungeon so empty?" Du Ka Bai said it was because I couldn't enter the dungeon. He turned to ask, "What do you mean, you can't enter the dungeon?" Du Ka Bai replied, "I don't know why, but every time I enter the dungeon I get pushed out." He thought to himself, pushing it away, is it because he possesses the power of a dungeon, so it's impossible to put the power of a dungeon inside another dungeon? Wait, what if Dun Dun is treated like a dungeon? He immediately put down the investigation board and called out, "Du Ka Bai." Then he suddenly rushed forward and hugged the other person softly, saying, "Dun Dun my lovely." Du Ka Bai was startled and asked, "What does that mean?" Hanu Jin said, "What do you think? I'm just showing affection." Du Ka Bai retreats in panic and screams loudly to get away. Every time she touches someone, he kept clinging fiercely, saying, "Hey, don't be like that, just hug me for a while and then move away." The opponent was a bit confused about his sudden request and asked to teleport. "But why?" Hanu Jin raised a threatening tone, "Won't you do as master asks? If you don't, then I will hug you the whole time." Because Ka Bai hesitated and accepted for just a moment. Then teleported, causing the two of them to fall into the air, floating above the buildings, looking at the city from above. Hanu Jin thought to herself, "It feels exactly like when I walked through the dungeon gate." Because Ka Bai stomped her foot, the two of them teleported to another space. He looked around, silently thinking, "I see, no wonder why every time Dun Dun moves, it's like going through a dungeon." The two of them landed on the nose of a car on the side of the road. Hanu Jin apologized. Then he looked up at the sky and thought, "Let's see, so it's like when I entered the dungeon last time. Status window is changing. The system sent me a message while inside the dungeon, so if I borrow Dun Dun's power to teleport, I can fully communicate with the system." They left to the driver's surprise. He hugged Du Ka Bai's shoulders and said, "Okay, Dun Dun, just a few more times." Du Ka Bai's whole body suddenly sweated, trembling, and said, "I can't stand it anymore. If I carry someone else like this, it feels like I need to participate in wrestling, so, then grab Hanu Jin's belt and wrestle him down hard." I said with relief that I finally couldn't hold back anymore. Hanu Jin lies on the ground and whispers about wrestling. It's true that she's passionate. Because Ka Bai was worried and asked if the owner was okay, he wasn't hurt anywhere, right? Hanu Jin massaged her shoulder and thought to herself, "If I don't have the barrier skill, I'm screwed, but it should be enough time for the system to send me something, right?" He raised his hand to open the checking system. Growth effect feedback is active on Pi. Since the nanny has trained the target nurturing skill, the cooldown has been reduced, so the waiting time is shorter. Are you surprised to think that the words are in bold? The ability to edit communication status is so advanced that we can't talk directly like inside a dungeon. Now that I think about it, the message inside the dungeon was meant to say that it couldn't find me until I entered the dungeon, so couldn't there be anything more done in my world, if so? Du Ka Bai looked at him heartbroken and asked him if he wanted to drink the magic medicine. He reached out and rubbed his head, and Du Ka Bai reassured him that it's okay. "Oh, there's something that needs to be checked, and it's thanks to you that it went so smoothly." He secretly thought, "I guess I have no choice but to go back inside the dungeon," then signaled that "You can go now. If you need anything, I'll call you later." "You did well today, my lovely Dun Dun." Du Ka Bai bewildered, holding her head and wondering what. "Why, owner?" He remembered the familiar image of an old woman, turning her hunched back towards him and complaining about my back, that familiar face always smiling and encouraging him with compliments for always working hard, and all. He found it strange that he remembered his old landlady. He was startled back to reality, suddenly offering me to go with you, master. I will teleport back to your home. Hanu Jin was surprised by Du Ka's enthusiastic attitude. She asked him what was wrong, then quickly said, "Thank you, no one knows," and so, Dun Dun was finally affected. Return to Hanu Jin's apartment. He looked at the phone screen and said with satisfaction, "Almost there, a notification has arrived stating that you have won the bid for the opportunity to enter an exclusive F-rank dungeon." He wore black clothes, covered his face, looked in the mirror and said to himself like this, no one will recognize him. He thought, if I'm gone, then this will be my only chance because I still have the stealth skill. I was just going to the dungeon to talk for a while, I'm coming, damn system. He sneaked into the building with extremely funny somersaults. Then looked straight and said this is the first barrier. Notification system activates stealth skills, wall climbing lizards, skill effects will double twice due to the effects of the last commitment and the vegetable's natural enemy waiting for us. He looked at the open elevator door and thought, if the elevator door opened and no one was there, it would be very suspicious. Suddenly a waiter pushing a cart filled with food appeared, looked at the bodyguards, smiled and said I brought lunch, then walked in, the elevator door gradually closed. He took the opportunity to think that this time he had a clear target, and the skill effects had increased 4 times, so even if he was a level A hunter, he wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. Moreover, hiding is a rare skill, only monsters have it, and only high-level monsters can be hidden by Ka-e-bai. Thanks to the stealth skill, no one knew where someone had just come and gone. He easily slipped through the crowd of people into the building, then look at the protective fence, think of the second and final barrier. The man in front of him was conducting an inspection. He quickly rushed in when the staff reminded the other man to please raise his hands. He thought he just needed to get over there, then successfully sneaked inside while the staff heard the warning and stopped the man to check. The machine just made a sound. I asked for permission to quickly check, the man said worriedly, but I must have taken out the metal object. Hanu Jin felt guilty and thought sorry, once the gratitude is finally over, I will live quietly. Arriving at a deserted place, he breathed a sigh of relief and said why the road to get here was even more difficult than in a dungeon. Fortunately, no one was paying attention to the F-rank dungeon. I'll go in there to contact the system, and return home as soon as possible. Let's see, equipped with the elixir and stone of the Gate of Madness. He thought about his brother's words, and I still don't trust her very much, so please always carry her with me. He secretly felt relieved and thought, it's a good thing you gave it to me, thank you. My brother will only do this one thing and then live quietly, I promise. The dungeon opens. The view of a forest opens up. He ran as fast as he could, looked around and said, isn't this better than a forest dungeon? To see, system. You should at least tell me where to go. A group of apes with bloodshot eyes rushed up to attack him. Were immediately defeated en masse. He calmly said that this time it would take more time for them to find him like last time. He turned around and fought, challenging, hello Mr. System, I'm here. He turned around and spread the poison on the object, saying so show yourself. After defeating the monster, he shouted loudly to answer me, that damn system. At this rate, I'll wipe out the dungeon, F-rank magic stones aren't worth that much. Suddenly a series of signals from the system were given, he said startled, have you really come? He looked at the text running on the screen and felt extremely strange, scratching his head and saying, isn't it my fault? What are you saying? That strange character is not my fault. What are you saying? Why are you writing like that? He raised his hand and clicked, looking at the icon appearing before his eyes. He didn't know what it was this time. It is a mythical grade wishing stone, seems to grant wishes to the user, however, cannot revive the dead. He scratched his head and said wish stone, I remember it, but why? The words however, it is impossible to revive the dead gradually disappeared. He was surprised why it was deleted. The deleted text changed to an apology text. What the hell is he stopping for? What are you sorry for? Probably. Is it a lie to not be able to revive the dead? Damn, I knew it wasn't normal. If you can turn back time, how does it make sense to not be able to revive the dead? Why did you lie to me, you bastard? Give me a clear explanation. The system seems quiet. He got angry. You mean you can't speak? You can't write other characters besides these? Look at this more clearly. Even if there is a high-level monster like last time, I can still handle it. Just say what you want, and take out an emerald. The atmosphere was still quiet, without a single response. He hesitantly said so. Suddenly a series of characters appeared, making him dazzled. He said, what else is this? Is the system sending him a message saying don't be angry, we know you're upset, we also want to tell you everything? The lines of text ran so fast that it made him feel dizzy. He shouted, wait, slow down a bit. The system said, but we need a tribute for the live chat. Next time, it is necessary to prepare carefully. The more it is interfered with, the faster it will be discovered. If too much information is revealed, the danger is dangerous. Well prepared, 1 week. He was confused. Why was there so much? Hey, a week, you mean I'll come back a week later so you have time to prepare? He thought silently, But at that time, the gratitude will eventually disappear and I will become an F-class guy again. I have to find another way. Is it interference? Is it dangerous? What does that guy mean that it will be detected? Does that mean there is something other than the system? Also, the monsters that appear after the message appears, or why not? So that means the more they interfere by sending messages, the more dangerous it will be. The screen in front of him shattered. He covered his eyes with his hand and said something. A week's keywords are bolded. He cursed, damn it, it was crazy. Is it because they were forced to send the message? It seems like something bigger appeared this time. An extremely strong stream of blue light covers the entire space. He squinted his eyes and thought, the source of light is terrible, this monster is probably stronger than a vegetable. Finally, the white smoke disappeared. He looked at it curiously. Was it a mow branch? What the hell, is it a monster? The white bird chirped softly. He looked at it and silently exclaimed how cute it was. Standing behind a nearby bush, he raised his guard and thought, wait, don't let your guard down, it might just look like that, but it's actually very dangerous. Preschool activation notification system shows promise.
He thought it was level F. I didn't expect the system to have such an error and only normal monsters appeared. Should I kill it? But it's only tiny. The system didn't say anything else.
It was so hungry that it opened its mouth and without hesitation rushed in to eat the poison he threw on the ground. He ran to stop it and shouted loudly, be careful, there is toxic power surrounding here. No, you can't eat it. He cradled the little monster in his arms and breathed a sigh of relief that he had finally stopped it. So soft and adorable. Because he couldn't eat, he cried like a child. He pitied me and coaxed me not to cry. I did it because if you ate that thing, it would be very dangerous. Or do you want to eat mana crystal? Let's see if I have it. An ape rushed towards him. He quickly hugged the little animal and said, I can't let you get hurt. Looking at the sharp eyes aimed at him and the small animals, he said they had come here again. I'll quickly find food for you, so don't cry anymore. He accelerated, completely destroying the monsters in the dungeon. He stopped and thought, he had finally defeated the boss. As soon as the mana crystal fell, the little monster ate it all immediately. He held it in his hand and said, you were too greedy, but it was probably okay. It hugged the huge piece of spirit stone. He worriedly said, wait, are you planning to eat more? It's too big, you can't eat it. Let me break it down for you. Wait a minute. At this time, the system displays an amazing achievement notification. By using F-rank stats, attack skills, and using less than 3 items, you have successfully cleared the F-rank dungeon alone. Miraculous Rookie, you have received the title of Miraculous Rookie. He muttered, if he clears the dungeon alone, he would give something like this. Wait, sir. It's unbelievable that an F-class dungeon can receive an S-class title. He looked at the Miraculous Rookie title card. An amazing rookie hunter had single-handedly cleared the dungeon with only low stats. The dungeon reward would be doubled. He happily said, double the reward, that's good, but the reward for a low-level dungeon like this isn't much, not to mention the gratitude will end soon. I don't know if other dungeons give trophies when going on a solo raid. Now I can clear all D-level dungeons. I can't waste it. I'll go somewhere else and keep looking for more rewards. Give me the items, damn system. He noticed that the piece of spirit stone had been swallowed by a small animal. He was startled and said, have you finished eating? Are you a bird or a pig? Then he and the little animal returned to the apartment. He thought he had finally returned home safely. Look at the scene where Pi rushes to nibble on small animals. He sweated and wondered if it was just me thinking like that. I was wrong. Looking at the chaos before him, he didn't know what to do now. Pi, I'm so angry. He blamed himself. Why did I forget that we shouldn't keep cats and birds together? It's about to become Pi's food. I shouldn't have brought it back, but I couldn't leave the baby bird alone. If Pi calms down and listens to my explanation, he will understand. I can't split myself into two. While he was still having a hard time thinking about hugging the little animal, his younger brother had returned. Hanu Jin called him Big Brother. What are you doing outside? He was so startled that he dropped the small animal. The other person asked if it was a chick. It didn't seem like a normal chick. He replied that it was a monster. Hanu Jin asked in surprise, why are there monsters here? He replied that he brought it back here. His younger brother asked Mong it where he came from. Maybe he found a reason in the hallway. It must have been abandoned by someone. I feel so shocked. Abandoning animals is not a joke. We have to raise awareness about this. Hanu Jin said, by the way, I have something to ask you. He quickly grabbed his brother's hand and said, luckily I'm here, please help me calm down. His younger brother and the little animal went into the apartment and looked at Pi's angry appearance. He slowly explained, "Be good Pi, it's not food, he's your little brother, don't hurt him." However, Pi still insisted on rushing in to take the little animal from his hands. Hanu Jin said, "The reason I came here is related to the kidnapping. I'm also very shy to ask you because I know it's not easy for you. But I need confirmation." Although Hanu Jin patiently tried not to be affected by the chaos around him, in the end he could not keep calm and grabbed Pi by the neck and threw him far away. Then calmly finished speaking, "Now we can talk." Hanu Jin shouted loudly, "What do you mean, who do you think you are?" He was startled by his brother's anger. Yu Hyun patted the dust on her hand, "It's over, we can talk now." Yujin's face turned pale. He angrily scolded, "What do you mean you're done, who do you think you are?" Yu Hyun was startled by his brother's yelling. Yujin questioned, "Why did you throw the fire master away?" Yu Hyun didn't understand. What? Yujin grabbed her sister's shirt, "Don't tell me, don't you know what you just did wrong?" Yu Hyun was confused. "No, her stats are at level 1 so she won't be harmed." Peace landed without a scratch on the ground as proof of his words. But Yujin didn't ignore it. "Is it okay for you to argue like that? So if you have a high index you will freely throw it away like that?" Peace's eyes were suspicious, not knowing what was going on. Yu Hyun tried to calm down, "Brother, it's not like that, please calm down." And Yujin was angry, "Don't say anything, listen, sit down." Both Yu Hyun and Peace were sweating profusely. Both of them obediently sat down on the chairs and listened to the teachings. "Do you know what Hunter Kang So Young said? She said she would consider the mount her life partner and take care of it like her own child. Jupiter's guild bought gifts for Peace, but look at you." I was so angry that I put my hands on my hips. "Even if you were its owner and had the heart to throw it away like that, you wouldn't be interested in it anymore." Yu Hyun explained, "It's not that I'm not interested. Of course I'm very happy to have a high-level mount like this, it's a very valuable piece of equipment so from now on I'll take better care of it." Yujin thought he was about to have a stroke. "Equipment, do you only consider Peace as equipment?" He concluded, "No wonder it didn't listen to you at all." The little bird standing on his shoulder tried to help. Yu Hyun replied, "Just going to the dungeon once or twice will improve." Yujin got angry, "I told you, the problem is not there, the problem is your attitude. Have you done anything for Peace?" Yu Hyun replied, "I pay for his food." Yujin roared, "Is that enough for you? I'm asking what you did while I was trying to do everything to nurture Peace." The little bird also chirped in response. Yu Hyun, under his brother's anger, could only cower. He whispered, "I'm sorry." Yujin stared at him, seeing that he didn't understand anything. Since childhood, she has been like that, not caring about others, and often breaking big tree branches on the side of the road. He sighed, "Okay, let's hug each other." Yu Hyun stood up and opened her arms expectantly, looking at her brother. Yujin was speechless. It wasn't about hugging him, it was about Peace. The two hugged each other very reluctantly, but Yujin was satisfied. See how peaceful it looked. I sat down on the chair, hugged it more and became compatible with each other. Yu Hyun and Peace saw that I wasn't paying attention and avoided each other like evil. Peace turned to Yujin and called out 2 small sounds. I looked at her sparkling eyes and couldn't help but think, why does she look so sad? Does she think she will be estranged from Peepo? I brought the little bird to Peace. "You won't bully Peepo anymore, right?" Peace licked it once, making Peepo's fur stand on end. Yujin asked uncertainly, "You're not planning on eating it, are you?" Peace acted obedient. Yujin patted his head, "So you understand what I'm saying?" "Very obedient." "You're playing with Peace, I should still separate you two." "Let's see," Yu Hyun said, "in case anything goes wrong, you should do a basic check. I'll call someone over." More. Yujin remembered, "Ah yes, are you free next week? Let's go into the dungeon together, I'll help you with your skills. How about that? I'll take Peace with me so we can get closer to each other." Yu Hyun agreed, "Okay, I will arrange it." Covering up such an obvious lie, with absurd reasons. What are you hiding? After that, I entered the dungeon 2 more times, the E-level underground cave environment dungeon. Dike level lake environment dungeon. Every time I enter a dungeon, the system greets me. As for the normal part, notification system, amazing achievements, you single-handedly cleared a level E dungeon with only high-level stats and less than 5 items, high-level veteran hunter skills, your Superman has reached his peak as a level hunter, through sheer tenacity, your attack skills will be twice as effective. Yujin opened his eyes in surprise, "Are you guys crazy? I don't have any attack skills, this is completely useless to me." I said dry throat this time it gives something more useful. You single-handedly cleared a level E dungeon with only force level stats and less than 5 items. S rank cannot be detected. Just a top-level hunter can still clear a low-level dungeon alone. You are definitely a master of stealth. The skill comes with finding hidden images. There are even people who are actively hunting like this. It is very difficult to find you. The accompanying skill is S rank for no reason. You can share the effects of skills from S rank or lower or a title to someone you are in direct contact with. Continuing, Yujin temporarily accepted, not too surprised but also not ineffective. He thought, it would be great to use it for no reason to double Yuhyun's or Yerim's skills, but it could only be done through direct contact. If caught in battle too, I'm sure I'll die, but being invisible is useful. Peace sits next to me and eats my food. Peepo seems to really like his magic stone. He picked up the magic stone bottle that Peepo held tightly. It's not yours, Peepo. I don't know if there's something wrong with it, but Peepo has so many strange things. Not only does the hunter taming skill that Yuhyun called on have no effect, but I can't check its development status anymore, neither can my best child. But it seems like it's being influenced by my keyword, so just wait and see. Peepo trotted over to where Peace was yawning loudly. Peace was startled. He turned his head to see the Peepo climbing onto his stomach. Then, without fear, he squatted on its head. Yujin took out his phone, opened his camera, flew over, waited a moment, took a picture. Two faces appear in the lens. Peepo arrogantly spreads his two small eyes wide. Peace looks resigned and lets it sit on his head. Peepo slides down from on top of Peace. Because he lost his balance, he fell over, leaving his two small legs and round belly on the ground. Yujin loves to choose the first photo. I can use it as wallpaper, and finally create the long-awaited social network account. He was surprised, the number of followers increased so quickly, and his two babies were so cute. Yunyun suddenly appeared. Baby, follow me again. He pointed at Peepo. You must be Peepo. A new mochi ball has arrived. Everyone is crazy about how cute you are. Peepo made two noises as a greeting. Yunyun took out a precious crystal to offer. Wanted to eat crystal mana. Peepo immediately jumped up and sucked it. Yujin was startled. Ah, isn't that a grade A crystal mana stone? I warn you, kid, don't eat whatever anyone gives you, and you're not allowed to accept rare things. Yunyun somehow remembered his grandmother's teachings. He obediently said, okay, I will remember, grandmother. Yujin was startled. Grandmother. Yunyun was affected before I realized, and like that, everything progressed step by step. The sound of rain falling outside, the sound of the host coming from the TV. The animal taming department will be built next to the guild a bit. Thanks to calling on the construction team for a false awakening and using many of the guild's resources, the construction time was shortened to 2 weeks. Yujin watched the news while folding clothes and exclaimed, wow, really, I heard a lot of money was poured into this project. I think, when the construction is finished, there will be a lot of things that need to be done. I've already recruited Myungwoo and Hyan. The baby animals will be transferred here soon. About recruiting more people. I lay down on the ground. Oh, what am I doing? My dream is just to lie down and rest. I have to deal with each problem one by one. First, in the next few days, I have to go see the system. It's really annoying. I can ignore the fact that he tricked me by deleting the description of the wish stone, because in the end it didn't harm me at all. The wish stone is mythical level. It can grant anything, wish for the user, but not only knowing what happened before I went back in time. But the important thing is, the system said it wasn't its fault. Don't you always say that every time there's a problem? He continued folding clothes, looking at the way he started talking to him like that, wondering if anything would happen during the regression. Seconds later, Yujin was lying on the chair rolling around. Who knows, even thinking about it, he couldn't find the answer. He decided that next time he entered the dungeon, he would ask clearly. He should have been more alert then. Before falling into this fate with his younger brother, the fire burned the sky. Yuhyun coldly pointed the sword at his brother. And Yujin fell down and sat on the ground. I should have talked more honestly with her. Remember that day also like this. Hanu Jin smiled softly and said, you don't need to cook a big meal for me anymore. I really want to start working but my ability can only make fried eggs. Myungwoo immediately replied, that's what I want. So let's eat now. A sumptuous dinner table was set up. Yujin happily said, thank you for the meal. We have the opportunity to meet each other and become closer. Park Rim also continued to eat. Wow, Myungwoo is the best. Yujin looked at his younger brother and said, Yuhyun, try it, it's really delicious. My brother coldly replied, it's okay, eating my eggs is enough. As soon as it ended, the awkward atmosphere immediately enveloped the whole room. Yujin thought with tears in his eyes, try praising like Yerim did, that kid. Thinking about it, Yujin said, hey, don't be like that. Myungwoo quickly stopped, it's okay Yujin, Friendship can't be forced like that. Once we leave ABYSS we won't see him again anymore. Hearing that, Yi Rim immediately cried and exclaimed, "Oh my brother, Myung-woo." Hanu Yun frowned and said, "With me?" Jin replied, "Yes, Myung-woo agreed to go with me, I told him to stay but he chose to go with me." Yi Rim asked excitedly, "So the new building has a smithy and a beast cave too?" "That's a bit of an exaggeration, it's just a meeting place for high-quality human resources." Hanu Yun held the glass of water and said thoughtfully, "Probably so." In her heart, Jin thought, "Oh my god, she feels sad because she lost her talent. That's good, we have to become close to each other, please be more open with Myung-woo and compliment him." After that, he happily enjoyed the food and chatted with everyone. "When we move there, I will give you a penthouse room." Myung-woo smiled softly and replied, "Hey, there's no need." "Ah, that's right Jin, do you need any equipment so I can make it for you?" "Oh really then, let's see if there's an item falling from the sky. Think bar, armor or transformation skill, one of those two." Yun became more and more depressed day by day. The cup in his hand was held so tightly that it cracked. He thought to himself with great discomfort, "Dare to imitate what I am doing, this bastard." A while later the meal ended. "Wow, we didn't expect to eat all of it." Standing washing dishes with Yi Rim Han, Jin groaned boredly, "Yu Hyun, why does this kid have to be like that?" "That's right, he's been really cold lately." Jin thought to himself, "Even if Yi Hyun is shy with Myung-woo, I thought she would be very happy because no one can bother her Hyung anymore. Or maybe I'm jealous because I get more attention, that doesn't seem to be the case." Yi Rim continued, "Maybe because his uncle went out to become independent, he was a bit sad." "What, he's the one who went out to become independent? I'm your brother." There must be many reasons why he feels distant. She remembered what she said to the president before, "I think uncle is hiding something." Hearing that, Jin immediately asked again. There were many reasons. Yi Rim wanted to ask the uncle what he suspected but couldn't open his mouth, so he had to move on to something else. "Oh, it's nothing." "Ah, is it because of that?" After the uncle was kidnapped, the security at the guild entrance was strengthened, but because it was broken for 4 days in a row, he was upset. Hanu Jin felt guilty and coughed. Yi Rim asked worriedly, "Is uncle okay?" "It's okay. Suddenly my conscience is giving me a blow." "It's not your fault, it's because the president is so worried. Why don't you give up, him and me? Damn it, we all belong to that ABYSS guild." "But I still feel guilty because I think I'm also at fault." Jin proactively texted his younger brother, "Are you free next week? If you're busy then I'll go to the dungeon with Yi Rim." Yun just texted another short sentence, "No need, I have time." Time passed. Today was the day to enter the dungeon. Jin happily walked over with a bouquet of roses in her hand and said, "Hey, take it, it's a gift from me." But my brother's attitude still hasn't changed at all, he's still cold to the point of indifference. "What's that?" "You took the bouquet of flowers and gave it straight to the security guard. I'll take the time to help you keep it for me." Jin's hurt face darkened and she screamed in her heart, Hoo, don't do it." On the way, the atmosphere was still so tense. The older brother observed his younger brother and thought to himself, "I bought him a gift but he still hasn't changed at all." The Jupiter Guild president said giving flowers is very natural. I thought she would be very happy to receive the gift. Why is she so stressed? I think we need to talk seriously. Finally arrived at the dungeon, the charming scenery with rolling mountains and blue sea. Jin said to Peace, "Peace, this is a dungeon, you used to live in a place like this, do you remember?" Seeing that there was no reaction, the guy smiled softly and added, "I don't remember why, it's better that way." That memory isn't a pretty one either. Not long after, the monsters caught the scent and began to attack. Peace was so excited and fearless when he first went into battle that he rushed straight towards the group of monkeys. Han Yuhin looked at Peace and made all the monsters look miserable and immediately exclaimed, "Wow, that's really cool." Yu Yun continued coldly, which was normal. Most monsters of different species see each other as enemies, so they fight each other. It's more convenient for us. All species see each other as enemies, that's why they fight each other. It's more convenient for us. Hearing that, Jin smiled happily and followed his younger brother as he walked. He said, "That's good, Peace will level up quickly. I'm worried because lately it hasn't developed at all. I also need to level up." "That's it, the reason we came here." Jin thought boredly, "How long are you going to do this?" Then he quickly ran after his younger brother, who coldly turned around and walked away. A monkey monster suddenly rushed towards him. Jin said loudly while fighting, "Oh hey more, come here." Boom, the next second that monkey was waved out of the game by Han Yun. Another monkey monster rushed forward. Jin was in a ready position to fight. But before it could get close to him, it fell to the ground and died. Yu Yun even used his skill to cover his brother's eyes. Hanu Jin angrily shouted, "Why does this kid keep interrupting?" Yu Yun replied while fighting, "Please help me, it's very dangerous." Yu Jin stabbed straight at the non-resisting monster that his younger brother threw towards him, frowning and saying, "I thought you didn't know I had a problem with you." Your face showed clearly, if you're upset about something, just go ahead, say it straight, you bastard. You didn't even bother to say it directly from the beginning. The question was so full of meaning that Yu Jun didn't know what his younger brother was saying, so the two had a heated argument. "What about me? I don't even bother to open my mouth anymore." "Huh, this kid, I've heard it all, about that thing where you were causing trouble everywhere, he ate everything, he was imprisoned." These sentences have been distorted a bit. "I didn't tell you anything important, instead I just kept my mouth shut and," despite being scolded, Yun's expression remained cold. He threw the monster meat sword at Yu Jin's back and replied, "It's to protect you, to increase your influence. But now your foundation is too big. I know that meddling in your affairs like this is too much, I have to admit that it's beyond my power, but I still do it because I feel very uncomfortable." "Why do you say that?" "Family is about caring for each other as much as possible. What I'm saying is that you don't need to be so protective of me, with a foundation like this, no president can lay a hand on me." But Yun said, "It's not that." It makes Yu Jin really feel confused about what his younger brother is planning, so what is it? Yun turned around to kill the monster behind him. Then thoughtfully said, "Honey, can't you be satisfied with what you have? Don't go anywhere, don't do anything, I'll do everything you need. I won't ask you anything, so you have to do the same, at least don't go to the dungeon anymore." Saying these words, Yun's attitude is really very serious. Yu Jin also felt this conversation when Yun was very determined. "Please don't go into the dungeon again, please." "Yun, you probably have a reason why you can't say it, right?" At this time, the system suddenly sent a message, "Ready to chat." Seeing her body begin to disappear after that announcement, Hanu Jin exclaimed in surprise, "No wait, what is this?" Looking at his brother suddenly disappearing, Yun's eyes were cold and he screamed loudly, "Brother! So this is not the right time." Yun stood dumbfounded as he watched his brother disappear before his eyes. What happened? Yu Yun's eyes were cold but filled with worry and anger. A silent scream rang out, "Mr." As for Du Jin, after disappearing inside the dungeon, he was transported to another dimension. Inside there was nothing but streams of blue light. The guy said confusedly, "Where are you taking me? Why is this the right time?" After a while, strange system windows suddenly appeared, welcoming my baby. Du Jin exclaimed in bewilderment, "What is that?" A window shaped like a face is talking to Du Jin. But strange windows of other colors also appeared. They kept calling you baby. "I wonder if you saw us clearly." "You saw us?" "Yeah, so that's the system, right?" "Exactly. Nice to meet you, honey. You logged in here properly. You must have a lot of questions, right?" Wait, what do you mean, honey? I'm Han." Before he could finish his sentence, a symbol put his hand over his mouth and reminded him that he was not allowed to say his name. If the amount of information is overloaded, the connection between us will be broken. Names are extremely important information, so we have to hide them from them. Who are they? People are not allowed to say their names. Yu Jin heard this and thought to himself, is it Voldemort? Everyone knows who it is. An icon continued, "Oh yeah, sorry about the wishing stone, there's a reason why we had to do that. Oh, it's okay. Anyway, the outcome is not so bad, it works for us and others too. The more important thing is that my younger brother is waiting, so let's get straight to the point. How do you know the events that happened before going back in time? Because that's problematic. What's the matter?" "That's right, starting from now on, important things will happen. To put it simply, time only goes backwards on your side. Imagine each tree representing a world, for example if that tree is your world. Then when the wish stone is activated it will become like this." That tree suddenly shrank in Yu Jin's hand in his bewilderment. The system continued, only his world went back to 5 years ago. For those of us on the outside, it's still the same, and both the number and difficulty of the dungeons remain the same. So the dungeons are now increasing in difficulty and quantity faster than before. We are trying to slow down that process, but they are also expanding their influence through the dungeons. So there's something you need to do, honey. That is to use the keyword up to 50s level fake awakenings to influence them. If you do that, you will be able to protect your world, honey. Looking at the pile of books at Du Jin's feet, Du Jin wondered, what is this strange notebook for? The system replied, we tried to create something to fit your world. For that reason the new system resembles the status window in the game. We even plan to create a places like shrines and heroes, but once people get used to these things, they will all disappear." Hearing this, Du Jin exclaimed in surprise, "The status window will disappear." "That's right, it's just like a beginner's guide. Maybe it's convenient now, but in the future it will limit humans, like locking them into cramped boxes. Just like people often think that no matter how hard they try, it is difficult for a famous person to develop further, although there are still people around who have really broken the prejudice and escaped that closed box. Nothing is forever, including stats or skills. People are forced to always change." Then, hearing this, Du Jin thought of something and grabbed the system and said loudly, "Change the keyword first, bastard. If you've given me a mission, don't use that damn keyword. Calm down, honey." Influencing it to 50 people, you say I have to express my love to 50 people. What the hell kind of game is that? It's fine to use it with monsters instead of humans. Also, we don't set keywords, we just check skills and add names and descriptions. If you describe properly, we wouldn't use keywords like that. You show us. My friend Myung includes materials, elements and detailed instructions on the forging process. That thing. Because that skill had information saved from the previous world. You also know that another world exists, right? The gold forge was created there and transferred to that darling's world. There are very few cases where some beasts are transferred to another world, and the reason is that the previous owner of this skill used his own power as a sacrifice for the future of others. We only record according to available information, like classifying new animals according to existing ones. Even if it is inaccurate, we do not have the right to change keywords. Furthermore, this is the first time the perfect nanny has been created. So we don't have enough information, we can only guess further. L-level perfect nanny, evidence that the nanny raised someone extremely strong. It's even more than perfect because the nanny's previous stats were 100% better than the foster parents. The title of babysitter is already rare. You can only possess it if there is a born S-level awakened person who sees you as a babysitter. You have seen the promise of the kindergarten carefully before, right? Most S-level awakenings have awakening indexes ranging from A to S. Depending on the environment, they can awaken to become A-level or S-level. But it's very rare for people to be born with only S-level stats, so rare that only those who are superior to their own race can have them. But despite being so outstanding, they find it difficult to get along with their own race, so normal people, even their parents, feel uncomfortable around them. That's why the title of nanny is extremely rare. Yujin thought to herself, it feels difficult, but I don't feel that way about my younger brother. The system added that, moreover, the nanny's life is quite short, sometimes they are even targeted in the place where the S-level is born, or because of the difference in strength that the S-level's love has, can turn into hatred. We hope you will safely gather 50 S-levels within 5 years, please do it slowly and carefully. Then we'll take care of it. Ah, it seems like we've reached our limit, we'll take you home, it shouldn't be long, about 30 minutes. Du Jin saw that and quickly asked, wait. Can I tell my younger brother? He will probably be very worried if you send him a message. Don't say anything, just let him know that you're helping us. Are the rules for creating dungeons still the same? It's still the same. Occasionally there will be dungeons from 5 years later that appear, but we will deal with them immediately. As for monsters, don't worry, even if you don't want to know, you'll find out eventually, baby, you'll know everything anyway, when the time is right. The illusory space disappeared. Du Jin also returned to the real world healthy and safe. He quickly sat up. I was back, and where did Yuhyun go? If I don't reassure her and explain to her right away, at this moment the desolate and barren scene with large and small fires and purple flames all around makes Du Jin cry and think to herself. Where is this? I'm sure I've entered a forest dungeon. Did they accidentally send me to the wrong place? At least it was a lower level. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt an oppressive force behind him. A giant monster was rushing forward. Du Jin shouted in horror, this is definitely not a low-level monster. Du Jin thought he was being taken to the wrong dungeon and was confused about what had happened when from behind he heard the sound of monster footsteps rushing towards him. Looking back, Du Jin exclaimed in panic, this monster, not a low-level monster. It was a huge fire mage that was approaching. What should I do about its rank? His face suddenly showed surprise. Who what? Horned fire mage, mature monster piece, current stat level B, potential stat level A to S, peace. You are peace, but why? Before he could understand anything, an arm hugged him from behind. Then put him on his shoulder and carried him away like that. That person was none other than Du Yun. Yujin said bewilderedly, hey, what are you doing here, I thought. Hanu Jin was silent and didn't say anything but just acted taciturnly, which made Du Jin feel a bit scared. He looked back at the dungeon again, a green land that now only had the desolate and gloomy ruins filled with an air of death. Du Jin's voice trembled, as we entered the forest dungeon. This is because I burned all this place down. Yun still didn't reply a word, just Vasvu Jin just kept walking slowly. Du Jin quickly spoke up, wait, calm down, let me down. Yun replied coldly, now you can calm down, okay? Can you explain everything to me, Peace? Stop her, can you help me? Peace shook his head and backed away. Yujin kept reminding his brother to calm down. I know you're worried, but let me speak first. Actually, the more I talk, the worse the situation gets. Yun interrupted his brother with a harsh voice. I don't. If you need, please be quiet, otherwise I will cover your mouth for you. Honey, can you really see me going crazy? Hey, listen to me, shut up, that's enough. I thought I just needed to wait a little bit because you said you would take care of everything. I thought I could sit still and stop worrying about you, but... Having said this, Yun choked up and exclaimed, what the hell is this? Why is everything? His hand forcefully grabbed Du Jin's arm and then threw his brother hard to the ground. I had no other choice. Before Du Jin understood what was happening, the tip of the sword was placed right next to his neck. Yun said with cold eyes mixed with helplessness, so I have to kill you right here and now. Yujin couldn't believe his ears and exclaimed in surprise, what? If you let me live, many other strange things will happen. I'll tell everyone that you were killed by a boss monster. Maybe there will be some people who won't believe that I can't protect my brother in this Dike level dungeon. But just bring your hand or foot back as proof. It might hurt, but I will definitely protect you from now on. Just like what the system said, the good intentions of the S-class can be considered violence. At this moment, Yun was in that extreme state. He coldly swung his sword down and said, just wait a moment, I will definitely use the magic medicine to heal you right away. This time I really felt like death was at my neck, but luckily, at that moment, Du Jin's protective barrier was created, temporarily keeping Yujin alive. Having escaped a sword, Yujin immediately ran away with 3 legs and 4 legs. She was crazy. When he kept a certain distance, Yujin also realized that if he were to be blunt, he would have turned too positive. Yun was still hesitant. Du Jin also did not stand still and let his brother do whatever he wanted. He threw a few blows to prolong the conversation. Do you think I would be grateful for that, if you try to protect me in a way? If you're so extreme, I swear I won't look at your face again. Yun just brushed off Yujin's attack and expressed his frustration. Anyway, I have no intention of being by your side. From the beginning he hid everything. Yun grabbed Yujin's collar. He had no other choice but to use the Master Stone to command Peace, to stop her from going to Peace. As soon as the words ended, Peace immediately rushed to attack Yun. Its teeth bit hard into Yun's biceps. He gritted his teeth to endure the pain and said in a cold voice, do you think it can stop you? After saying that, Yun used the hilt of his sword to tap Peace's head hard, then turned around and swung his arm to strike hard. In the next second, Peace fell to the ground unconscious. Yujin worriedly shouted, Peace. What the hell? In the blink of an eye, Yun was using one hand to force him down on the ground and control him. The younger brother used his other hand to swing the sword straight down. This was the best. The sword stabbed down right next to Du Jin's ear. Yun was still hesitant to kill his brother. He lowered his head and said helplessly, I used to really like the feeling of making up with you and everything going back to the way it was. So even though you're strange, I still deliberately ignore it. But is anything you told me true? Even that Fire Master is the same. Is your monster taming skill really at level 1? If he knew how much effort it took to tame a monster, he wouldn't have chosen it. Then there's the smithy and even that bird. Forget about being in the dungeon. Why do you always go to the dungeon, even today? When you disappeared I couldn't do anything. I didn't know what was going on. How can I endure all of this? Speaking of this, tears welled up in Yun's eyes. You really love your brother so much. Yun choked up and continued, even though everything is like that, I don't think I can give up on you, so now I just take just a little blood. Hearing that, Yujin panicked and exclaimed, wait, I'll heal you right away. What? Du Jin's face turned pale and he shouted loudly, how much longer do I have to wait, system? A stream of blue light immediately appeared right after. It knocked Yun's sword aside. A status history window also appeared to Yun's surprise. What the heck? What the hell are you doing? Hanu Jin quickly stepped back to keep a safe distance. Realizing that his brother seemed to have calmed down a bit, Du Jin began to explain, that's why I said I would explain everything to you. Just like you thought, from the first time I met Peace I was planning to raise it. The skills I acquired over time are also S level. He also sneaked into the dungeon a few more times, so he had more chirpy. All of this is thanks to the system's help. Currently, he is secretly helping the system's founder. I was about to tell you these things, the person who created the system. No, wait. So why don't you wait for me to say it? If you do anything dangerous, I'll be the one who has to suffer, kid. Anyway, it's not like I'm hiding everything because I don't trust you. You are the person I trust the most in this world. If you have calmed down, please give me a bottle of magic medicine. I have to let Peace drink it. Hanu Jin obediently took out the magic medicine and gave it to him. Here, while giving Peace the magic medicine, Jin continued, it must be because of you that I have been worrying so much all this time. I also know that you are very worried about the security at the guild entrance, but it's not because it's a problem, because I use the hidden magic skill. Not only that, I also have the skill to resist poison and resist poison, curses, fear resistance and skill sharing too. Yun listened for a while and then calmly said, your skills are really strange. In her heart, Jin thought, I can't tell her about the keyword and my final gratitude, and I shouldn't talk about my past either. Jin thought and added, if you're still curious about anything, just ask me. I know you're feeling very confused, but it's true that the information I just told you is something I've been hiding from you. From now on, don't worry anymore. If you're curious, just ask me, you're my younger brother, understand, but don't lock me up. Hanu Jin looked down and said in a low voice, I'm sorry, I thought you didn't believe me, that's why. Looking at his younger brother like that, Jin breathed a sigh of relief. He smiled softly and thought, I thought just helping you Yun was enough, but it seems like that's still not enough. If I were you Yun and saw my brother disappear, I would go crazy too. He held out his hand and said in a low voice, come here. I'm sorry, when you disappeared, you were scared, weren't you? Hugging your brother, Yun replied emotionally, it was my fault, I'm sorry. Don't worry anymore, let's be closer to each other from now on. Hanu Jin hugged her younger brother in a low voice. Noism, I'm sorry, did my disappearance make you worry a lot, right? It's my fault, I'm sorry. No, it's okay, let's move closer. The two brothers took turns apologizing and exchanging words of love for each other. Peace was just miserable being stuck between these two generals, too depressed to have to witness this cheesy scene. Peace could no longer maintain his great body, grown up again. Jin saw that and immediately cried and said, no Peace, you've only grown up a little, so why are you so small again? Yun immediately explained, it only grows when necessary, you can't deliberately order it to grow, and if it's too big, how can you hug it, just for me to hug it Asian? Seeing Peace in my hands, I enjoyed it so much, Jin added affectionately, but Peace, you should at least let me know when you grow up. At this time in the system space they were still observing the situation. Jin frowned and said, in the end the level did not increase, oh right, apologize to Peace for hitting it earlier. Yun obediently bowed his head and said, I'm sorry, hey, who made you apologize like that, is it Sok Sim Young? A person in the system saw this and immediately exclaimed, it seemed like everything was going to be very difficult to resolve. But isn't my little brother a bit dangerous? Another person replied, he already risked his life to save his pet once, if he is raised well, he will probably become a great guardian. A person sitting far away heard that and spoke up, really, doesn't that blacksmith have more potential? There's not enough time left to wait for him to develop anymore, what a pity, if this world fails let's send him to the next world. So what about my baby, should we take him to that world? I want that too. But will he accept? If we consider the title, well, he will definitely refuse immediately. If we force him to, he won't listen. This feels a bit wrong. But it's better than no chance at all. He will also consider this a blessing. He has to give up small things to achieve big things. Another person in the system brought the girl who spoke a glass of wine and continued, wouldn't that be good for you? You will be promoted from rookie position. In the meantime decorate the department room, baby. In the meantime, let's have some fun, because the spoiled child is confined. Returning to Jin's life, after I returned everything went quite smoothly. My brother and I are closer to each other. Peace is also developing very quickly. Union also collected some documents. Reading the documents in her hand, she said bewilderedly, this is it. Jin smiled softly and replied, is there something missing? Union excitedly stood up and said loudly, no, that's enough, this document is more comprehensive than what I have. In such a short time, I was able to get such high-quality documents, more than what the association did for me. When you heard that, he immediately clapped his hands with joy and said, I'm glad it's useful for you. Union continued with sparkling eyes, it's really useful, I myself can only have limited documents, So my uncle said he would build a research center, but it feels like if it's connected to some guild, my research will be used for profit. Jin smiled softly and said, "That's why I made you a suggestion. I'll build you a research center right next to the place being built for monster breeding. Anyone can use the research results. If more hunters from around the world visit, it will be easier to collect dungeon information. I will also hire a few assistants. What do you think?" Hearing that, Yun immediately stood still for a few seconds. She stammered out, "It was so wonderful, but why are you?" She should know. "Research for world peace like this needs to be respected," Yun exclaimed with sparkling eyes full of admiration. Jin. After finishing speaking, she opened a photo on her phone and said, "Can I bring you here to work, research lab employee? Let me see." Hyan added, "This is a 2-year-old fake dungeon and awakening research group. If I said we could work together, they would definitely fly here right away, especially this person, Jaden. He likes researching about fake awakening very much." Looking at the photo in his hand, Jin's face appeared surprised. In his heart, he thought, "These people are dungeon people. This is the research group that will find the dungeon rules in the future." Miss Sok Hyan, "Yes. I really welcome them, please call them here." She was extremely happy when she heard that, the best Jin. Just like that, the two of them reached an agreement. Yes, this investment is extremely important. If it's true as the system says, the dungeons are growing faster, then even if I become a landowner, the buildings will collapse soon, so I need Sok Hyan to help speed up the research process, rescue, and contribute investment money instead of just waiting for buildings to turn a profit. I will use the remaining money to buy shares in a company that successfully produces anti-hair loss drugs, then these shares will also disappear into thin air, but let's talk about that in the future. And the most important thing is the S-level set. The next day at the harbor, Jin was waiting to receive the container. Park Yi-rim called loudly from behind, "Uncle, we're home." Jin immediately replied, "Yi-rim, you're home. I thought you were going somewhere. Why did you bring someone here?" Yi-rim ran towards him and answered, "I went out with these girls." Yun-ah just arrived with Yi-rim and said happily, "I gave this kid a very useful advice as a hunter." Yi-rim scrolled through the information on his phone and said excitedly, "I was introduced to you, recommend many delicious restaurants." Looking at the ship about to dock, Yun-ah added, "Is the situation okay? Are those 3 monsters?" Yun stared at the back and replied, "They are still loading goods, the ship just arrived." Suddenly, Yun-ah leaned close to Jin's ear and whispered, "Are you okay, big brother? Nothing happened." Jin tried to act cheerful and replied, "A lot of things happened but it's okay, everything's fine. I don't know what happened but he looked so gloomy." "Never mind, it's okay if you're healthy, and big brother." She hugged Jin once and made him feel like he was about to break his neck. Pressing Jin's head into his soul, Moon Yun-ah used a beautiful trick to seduce. "Can you give me those 3 new monsters?" Jin replied with a tearful expression, "That's a bit much." Yun-a's tantalizing action caused the younger brother standing outside to be filled with anger. If it wasn't for Jin trying to reach out to stop her, this harbor would have evaporated with the wind. "Calm down, her influence, that's a big one," Yun-ah continued. "After all, the highest level one belongs to you, just let me borrow it from time to time, we'll both benefit, right?" The guy smiled wryly and replied, "That's easy, you're our beloved customer, but it's not free." A soft hand immediately grabbed Jin's hand. "Hanu Jin, ah. Who's so young?" the girl said with tears in her eyes. "There's still some left for me, right? Even if you have 3 new monster babies, you'll still raise my monster, right?" "Yes, of course." Being stuck between the emotional displays of 2 S-level and A-level women made Jin feel like he was about to ascend to heaven. In his heart, he secretly thought, "I'll die if I'm forced to. There are so many strong people here, it's terrible." Park Yi-rim standing next to me excitedly exclaims, "He's like a flexible sume. I'm going to die, how can I handle this year with no one at the S-level?" Yun suddenly thoughtfully came to his brother's side. "Brother, what's wrong, Yun?" Taking it, Yun gently placed a necklace in his brother's hand and added, "This is an item that will help you translate. Once the monster breeding center opens, there will be a lot of foreigners coming, so you will need it. Even if you are worried, from now on I will not interfere too much in your affairs. Whenever you need help, please tell me, don't try to do it alone. I am the most important person to you, that's it, remember." A cheesy display of affection that made outsiders like Yun-a and Yi-rim feel chills, and Jin was extremely touched. Her younger brother has become a different person. "Yeah, that's right, my little brother has really grown up. I have to try." The dock staff's call rang out. The monster cage was moved down. Jin immediately stood up and replied, "Come here, I'm here." He was filled with anticipation and thought, I can't let the world come to an end. I will do everything to create a good world for Yu Yun. A man gave Yu Jin the necklace and said, here is their owner's badge. I'm sure raising them will be very difficult for you. Why? These guys are extremely hyperactive. As soon as they finished speaking, the scream of the staff behind rang out. What the hell? A monster ran away. From inside the container, a strong wind blew out, making normal people scared. A huge beast shaped like an eagle appeared. Yu Jin saw that and thought to himself, that's a griffin. A legendary monster with the body of a lion and the head of an eagle. Thanks to the dungeon, this legendary monster exists in real life. Moon Yuna said excitedly, I heard that if it fights in the air, it is a champion. I wish I could ride it. So Young continued, but a dragon is better. Yi Rim exclaimed excitedly, looking at the feathers, its creamy white color is so cute. Information suddenly popped up in Han Yu Jin's system. The perfect nanny title had increased the effect of the master badge. The target showed interest in the nanny. The griffin immediately rushed towards Yu Jin. But its excessive action made Du Jin a bit scared, thinking it was planning to attack him. The younger brother rushed to protect his brother. Please be careful. Yun conveniently slapped the griffin. The protective cover was a bit too much, causing him to crane his neck as if his soul had left his body. Are you okay? Everyone saw that and ran in panic. Yu Jin, this is the magic medicine man. While everyone rushed to call for emergency help for Du Jin, another box of monsters was brought down. I don't know what's inside, but it makes the griffin agitated. It roared and then flew straight towards the animal cage with the intention of attacking. Yi Rim saw that and cried, ah! Yuna reacted as quickly as lightning and created a wind shield to block the griffin. You can't go anywhere. But in the next second, the griffin escaped easily. Yuna stood there frozen, not believing his eyes. It had escaped. It definitely has the wind resistance skill, but it's okay, it's still very young. Yi Rim also used his flying skill to help. Let me. Come here, you troublemaker. I wanted to catch it and didn't want to hurt it, so it was quite difficult. The griffin just kept messing around. It flapped its wings and hit me in the face. When Yun saw that, he scowled and shouted, what is that S-level doing? What should I do with its wing? I have never had experience catching monsters like this before. Should I just let it freeze, harden it, right? The staff below heard that and immediately warned, no, take it away, don't kill it. Kang So Young also hurriedly pulled the cloth to help. Use this is the magic cloth from the dungeon. Oh, that's good, So Young. Some time later. Finally caught it. 2 S-level hunters and 1 A-level hunter had to work hard to catch the griffin. Looking at it wrapped in magic cloth like a baby, it looked so adorable. Moon Yuna lamented, hunting is easier. So Young continued, suddenly I feel like I no longer have any confidence. Can we tame monsters like this? After the dungeon opened, humans and dangerous creatures continued to kill each other, allowing them to suppress their instincts and become human companions, like a dream, illusory. Returning to the harbor, Yu Yun bluntly spoke up, it had already attacked him, so it's best to kill it. Yu Jin quickly grabbed his brother's hand to stop it. Who gave you permission to kill it? He hugged his almost broken neck and cried, even though it attacked him, it didn't seem to have any malicious intent. It's because this is the first time it's met a high-level hunter. Thanks to its observation skills, Du Jin learned about the character's character. It's a young golden griffin, its current stats are level, can develop C. The condition for growth is to digest a certain number of horse monsters. Du Jin continued, it doesn't know how to control its power against low-level hunters. He looked at the girls and smiled gently and said, Miss So Young, can you let the griffin go for a moment, and Yu Hyun too? Calm down. The younger brother asked curiously, what are you planning to do? Okay, position. Don't worry, I'm just going to teach him how to get along with us, because here I am the weakest person. Having finished mentally preparing, Yu Jin raised his hand to invite the griffin to come to him. Be good, be good. Come here. When released, the griffin, like a chick looking for its mother, happily flew towards him. Due to not being able to control its strength, its claws dug deep into Du Jin's hand, causing blood to splatter. The pale-faced guy tightly closed his mouth and tried to endure. But in the next second, blood continued to splash out with a loud scream. Ah, it hurts. Blood, blood, everyone called out in panic. Yu Jin. Holding his injured arm, he talked to the griffin. Do you understand? I'm very weak. Come on, come here again. More gently, moreover, each time blood splattered everywhere, the crowd standing outside could only open their mouths in horror. On Du Jin's side, the training is still going on intensely, although his body is nothing more than a rag, his spirit of determination has not diminished. Do you know what a weak person is like? Hearing that, Everyone immediately thought to themselves, is this something worth boasting about? Finally, after hardships and injuries to both arms, the griffin learned how to control his strength. Jin smiled happily and said, yes, you have to be gentle like that, very good. You learn quickly too, you're really smart. Kang So Young witnessed this scene and immediately exclaimed, so cute. Jin said, come on Yerim, do you want to keep it there for a while, covering its eyes like this? Yi Rim replied bewilderedly, I am. Is it okay, what if it becomes hyperactive again? If we cover its eyes like that and put it in another place, it will be fine. The reason the griffin is hyperactive is because of that thing. He looked at the two unicorns in the iron cage and slowly explained, dark unicorns. Moon Yuna said in surprise, so we also need to raise these two unicorns. That's right, the griffin is excited because of being in the same place with that unicorn. Normally griffins often eat monster stallions, like this unicorn. The condition for its development is to digest a certain number of horse monsters. Hearing this, Yun Ah immediately interrupted, meat, I have this in my guild dungeon, do you want some? In exchange I have to ride it. Okay, it's over. So Yuong continued, that's good, yes, I like that griffin very much. An F-rank guy with no power, Jin walked closer to the two unicorns and whispered, I know you're scared, it's okay now. The system displays a notification. The title of Perfect Nanny has increased the effect of the owner's badge. The target shows love and interest for the nanny. Is currently doing things that no one has been able to do before. Stroking the chin of the black horse, Jin happily said, yeah, very good. The guildmaster's brother ABYSS, no, Hunter Jin, I think I can trust him, Moon Yuna thought. Han Jin couldn't help but laugh. First he had to take these unicorns to the training room. Oh yeah, give them names. Let's call them Creamy and Sooty to make it easier. It's so country, uncle, that's a good name, except maybe it's his name. The scene changes to a place where many bricks have been broken. The man was being held high in the air by a person dressed as a soldier. The stranger coldly asked, do you really not know? Bricks brought that contract to me. It's protected by a high-level curse, but somehow it's been lifted. When I opened the store recently, I couldn't stop thinking about it. His hand tightened more and more. The guy replied in desperation and fear, I don't know, I swear, how would I know who wrote and tore up the contract? Even the hall died in that event. Really? So please release me. As soon as the man finished speaking, this person just replied coldly, poor thing, if he didn't know then why would he keep you? That big hand clenched coldly, without the slightest hesitation, cruelly took his life. The photo of Jin and Peace was also splashed with blood. This person bent down and used his big hand and fingers with sharp nails like a devil's hand to pick up that photo. The person who brought the contract here was dead and none of the kidnappers knew anything. So there's no other choice but to go find the kidnapped person and ask. The animals adapt very quickly to the new environment. Salt, salty, white, pepper, peppy, black. Because Yerim got mad, the unicorns had to change their names a bit, just change them to white and black. Jin replied wryly, it makes no difference, right? And the blue griffin, who caused trouble on the first day? Blue, I told you not to spread your wings on the dining table. The new life at the training area is not very good because of the hyperactivity of the monsters. Jin, in addition to being a nanny, also has to do housekeeping work. The guy is mopping the floor and complaining, I just cleaned it, even though the house is already cleaned. The flower vase is broken. While the griffin was happily playing around, there was a dissatisfied look staring at it. Big brother Peace sat like his father with an attitude that was not happy at all. Just look at that look, scared to turn pale. He hurriedly went to clean up with Jin. Seeing that, the guy thought to himself, I think thanks to Peace, he knows how to behave a little better. Right from the moment they returned home, Peace actively showed off their power. Only when these annoying animals go to sleep will I be at peace. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Jin sighed and sighed. Raising children is really tiring. Exhausted, he returned to his room and plopped down on the bed, not forgetting to complain, just now, he was tired to death, so what would happen to 50 children? Let's see, now what do I need to do next? Peace, chirpy, blue, white and black in the training room. His skill suddenly flashed a warning, the cursed poisonous dragon had been discovered. That's right, the cursed poisonous dragon. Jin was startled and sat up in a daze. He looks up and down to search. The ability notifies more, activates Rokter's natural enemy. When fighting with Dio Valsius, your skill effects will increase by 2 times. Thinking that a dungeon has just appeared around here, Jin quickly opened the phone. Look, read Cursed Dragon, has a dungeon appeared around here? No warning at all. Unexpectedly, from above his head, the space seemed to be torn apart, and a large body appeared and reached out to take his phone. Du Jin looked up in surprise. What was that? A pair of bright yellow eyes were now staring at him. This is the person who finished off the group of people last time. Looking at his phone, she smiled slightly and said, "That's great. How did you find out about me? It seems like you're hiding a special power." I forgot to wear my translator necklace." Du Jin stepped back and looked at the girl who was speaking a foreign language. The guy was extremely confused and thought to himself, "What is it, foreigner, how did you get in here?" "Miss, I'm a cursed poisonous dragon, but I look like a human." She used a necklace with a translation stone to talk. "What a beautiful night, baby." Du Jin used observation skills to learn that this girl's name was Riet. The character information was level S awakened, analysis type of awakening indicator available S. After reading it, he immediately gasped in surprise. He had an S level right from birth, just like Yu Yun and Sung Yun Jae. But in the future I have never heard this name, but... While he was thinking, Riet came close to his face and curiously asked with a somewhat menacing voice, what was he reading so enthusiastically, honey? Before Du Jin could react, she grabbed his head and pushed him hard on the bed. "Your eyes keep moving back and forth like you're reading something. Is there any information about me?" The guy heard that and immediately thought to himself in confusion, "She knows, so does the president of the Jupiter Guild. Maybe the S-level people can detect it right away, and she can also break into the security system easily, again. If I act rashly, she will kill me." After thinking about it, he tried to stay calm and said, "If you and I have anything to do, let's come see each other in the morning, Riet." Hearing these words, she seemed quite interested and removed her hand from him. At that time, the guilds kept following you closely. Even your younger brother went exploring around all day. Du Jin frowned and thought to himself, "It's true that my younger brother is different." Riet pointed straight at his forehead and added, "So I'm just going to sneak in to ask what I need to ask and then leave immediately. But it seems like you're not an ordinary F-rank person, right?" The menacing words and murderous aura radiating made Yu Jin feel like this girl wanted to kill him immediately. Would he die like this, right when my life was just getting better? Oh my god, if I had known that, I would have. Riet felt surprised that she intentionally did that without scaring Yu Jin. She suddenly said, It doesn't work, don't you see anything, what?" A bit curious about Du Jin Riet, he didn't hesitate to open his shirt. The guy shouted in horror, "What are you doing? It seems like you don't have any anti-poison or anti-myth items, right?" It must have been you who had all kinds of poison and curse-resistant skills. The one who tore up the contract was you, right? The first time he was attacked by a girl, Du Jin's fear-resistant skill was also helpless at this time. He sat down in a corner and hugged himself. He replied, "Contract, what is it? Win a business deal using my curse skills. Although they are illegal and do not receive official recognition, they are extremely useful, you understand." She took out a contract to show Du Jin. That contract would blind anyone if they destroyed it. Looking at the contract in front of Du Jin, he realized that it was the same contract from before. Riet looked at Du Jin with searching eyes and asked, "I don't know if you were the one who tore it up and betrayed the curse." Du Jin kept denying it. "I don't know what you're talking about, he's just a pressure-level shrimp." Hearing that, she suddenly burst out laughing. "So let's check it out." With her muscular strength, no matter what a muscular F-guy like Yu Jin does, he can't resist her. Riet stood behind and reached out to the front, grabbed Yu Jin's hand and placed it on the contract. "At most it's okay if you're blind." Du Jin cried out, "What? Wait, what the hell are you doing?" The next second the map was torn apart in the guy's struggle. The skill was immediately used, activating blindness resistance due to contract destruction, and the blindness was neutralized by L-level curse resistance. So she happily said, "I knew it right away," and Du Jin was now pale and exclaimed, "Crazy, you're crazy." In his heart, he secretly thought, where is she a crazy person from? What if I don't have the curse resistance? Who is she and what does she want? Maybe she doesn't want me to change the contract. In contrast to Du Jin Riet's worry, he smiled happily, "Don't worry, I won't harm you." Du Jin immediately snapped, "So what did you do just now?" "I just want to find out who tore up the contract. I want to see if there's anything wrong with my curse skill. It's the reward I got for defeating the boss in the abandoned dungeon." This was also the first time Du Jin heard there was an abandoned dungeon, so he was a bit surprised and asked again, "Abandoned dungeon?" Riet immediately told him, "Maybe it's okay if I tell you, after all, it doesn't have a name, can't believe it, after we finished the raid, it disappeared with squares like a computer error." "Do you believe it? Do you know anything related to it?" Du Jin replied seriously, "I also know a little. It must be the system. Sometimes there will be dungeons from 5 years from now that appear and we have to get rid of it as quickly as possible. That dungeon should have appeared 5 years later. I also don't know if there are any S-level hunters in the future who have poison or curse skills, so that means, because I went back in time, this person can possess skills that should have been there. There is no normal future. The reward for killing a boss monster that possesses poison and curse, so that boss is, when fighting with your skill effects will increase by 2. Du Jin thought, then glared and said, the poisonous dragon is cursed Dio Valschakels. That's right, how do you know that? The title of twin Dio Valschakels can only be obtained after you kill Dio Valschakels and his twin brother. My brother is also an F-rank hunter, so we both possess the power of dragons. So that's why I received a warning earlier about cursed dragons, half humans and half dragons who consume the power of dragons and transform themselves into dragons. A terrifying consequence of going back in time, and not just her but her younger brother as well. Du Jin was so engrossed in thought that he didn't know Riette was close to his face. She looked at him intently and said curiously, strangely enough, I didn't expect you to know everything. Riette's close and intimate action made Du Jin a bit confused and quickly moved his butt back to explain, I'm just human. It seems like you are also a dragon. I'm just human. She grabbed Du Jin's hand to control it, then put her face close to it and sniffed it. Right, this guy's smell, more like a natural enemy that can easily defeat Dio Valschakels. Wait, what are you planning to do? What? Du Jin thought to herself, is it because of Rochter's natural enemy title? I also killed a cursed poisonous dragon, but there's no way she could know. Hands roaming over his body. Et used her muscle strength to gently push Du Jin's chest, causing him to lie down on the bed. Then she jumped up, looked at him with bewildered eyes, and said, that's interesting, I have no one else to like me, ordinary humans too. That's great, it's been a long time since I've been this excited. She licked her lips sensually with desire and lust. Du Jin turned pale and thought to herself, what is she planning to do? Facing a situation where he was about to lose his innocence, but with the strength of a cockroach, Du Jin could not resist Riette, who was twice his size. Being a Westerner, Riette was quite open-minded to her. This was just entertainment. In contrast to Du Jin's bewildered state, Riette just kept coming forward, using her large hand to caress her, on his chest. Du Jin said in horror, wait, what are you planning to do? Riette leaned close to his face and replied, what do you mean? We are about to understand each other better. It's been a long time since I've wanted someone like this. Riette's boldness really made someone like him who had never experienced it feel scared. When his lips were close to his head, Du Jin jumped up and shouted loudly, no, if you're going to do that, then why are you going to bed, without taking off your shoes? Hearing that, she immediately let go of Du Jin and went to bed. Oh yes, this is Korea. That's too strict, why did you interrupt me like that? Du Jin immediately replied, because you committed an unforgivable act. If you got what you wanted, why haven't you come back yet? Riette remembered something and immediately turned around and said, oh yeah, there's one more thing. You will raise my animals, right? I thought I could get away with it, but I suddenly got involved in something else. Du Jin cursed in his heart, Moon Yun, this bastard, why are there so many things going on? Riette added, there is a newborn monster I want to entrust to you. Du Jin replied boredly, other guilds have already signed contracts with me. I know, that's why I secretly came here to ask for your help. As soon as she finished speaking, she held a knife to Du Jin's neck. The guy replied without fear, wow, you're asking me for help and have this attitude. He thought in his heart, but this proposal is not fair at all. A natural S-class person with the S-class title SS, it would be a pity to let her go. It's better like this, take good care of my baby, of course. That way, if anything bad happened, Riette would be the one to suffer the most. After thinking about it, he immediately said, okay, but tomorrow morning. Sung Hyun was free, so he bought some food to bring. Du Jin, did you sleep well? I bought more food in case you. While talking half-heartedly, the guy suddenly stopped because of the scene before his eyes. The room was turned upside down and Du Jin was lying flat on the floor. The guy ran over in panic. What happened last night? Du Jin replied tiredly, I'm exhausted from so many things. I finally agreed to her request and kept in secret contact with her. Via text message SNS, message from Riette sent last night, thank you honey, good night. I think the translation line doesn't apply to messages. That woman does everything she wants. Luckily everything was okay, otherwise I would have died. Furthermore, luckily when she arrived I was alone. Myung-woo was in there forging, and Yu-yun couldn't confront an S-level person with poison and curse skills while protecting himself. I should have used the impact skill. Skill effects will be doubled for cursed poison dragons, just say I love you once and it will work. No, no, she's very unpredictable, I can't act hastily. Looking at Du Jin, he just sat there muttering and then pondering as if he was facing something difficult, making Sung Hyun extremely worried. He walked over and kindly asked, "Yu Jin, what's wrong?" "No, I'm just thinking, since when do you think?" Seeing the messy room become shiny and neat in the blink of an eye made him surprised. Sung Hyun immediately replied, "I just cleaned it up a bit." I immediately grabbed Du Jin's hand to encourage him. Surely taking care of monsters made him very tired. "Whenever you feel tired, call me, I will run to help you." Hearing that, Du Jin was extremely touched. He said with tears in his eyes, "Sung Han, I love you, you are such a wonderful person." Du Jin hugged him and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "That's right, help those around you become the best first, think about Riet later." Suddenly the system window informs you that you have achieved the minimum requirements to develop the goal of Kim Sung Han. Du Jin quickly grabbed Sang Han's face and began to look sideways and observe. Once he meets the requirements, he will be able to possess S-level stats. S checks the development conditions. It's here, the day I make Sung Han level up has come. Then he immediately reported this to his younger brother. Yun was surprised and asked again, he could make Kim Sung Han become a master. "Is it possible?" Yu Jin immediately replied, "That's why I ran here, but the request is a bit complicated. Growth condition of target Kim Sung Han, complete one of the following conditions: defeat level A dungeon boss monsters with just one attack, hunt S-level monsters alone, hunt S-level S monsters with less than one no people." Yun rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, "Condition number 3 is the most feasible, but only foreign dungeons have S-level monsters." Du Jin quickly continued, "No, condition number 1 is also possible. The dungeon is urgent. It's true that Kim Sung Han has level A attack skills, but it's difficult to kill monsters with just one attack. I'm here, what about you?" Du Jin hung judge presence. "Here, listen here, the plan to turn Kim Sung Han into S level. 1. Equip him with an equipment with high defense power, the power will increase. 2. Yi Rim will buff that power with True Shadow. 3. And if you use the skill that doubles your defense power then." Before he could finish his words, Du Jin felt like a hand was strangling him. Yun glared and said, "Wait, why is he in there?" Du Jin firmly replied, "Of course you have to participate, are you crazy? You're being too harsh, Yu Yun. If I were you, how would you react if you heard the news of an F rank entering an A rank dungeon? Yu Yun, I'm going crazy if you want that. Hey, but you have a level B shield, you know it's useless. This time I entered the dungeon to fight monsters. You said skill sharing only works if you touch another person, so that means you always have to stay close to him when fighting that boss monster. With your F level stats you can't stand it, can't bear the consequences. Also, that shield won't work when you're touching him. Do you remember when the 4 of us had dinner together, and the item you asked Myung Woo to make?" Saying that he took out an item that looked like a bracelet for Yun Si. "Here it is, a new protection item." Yun immediately added, "What is it? Normal shields will not." My brother picked up the bracelet and observed it carefully. Anonymous bracelet of unknown level, used only once. Yu Yun exclaimed in surprise, negating all damage within 1 minute. "Is it possible like that?" Yu Jin replied triumphantly, "That's why I told you to pay attention to Myung Woo. Yu Yun, he will soon become S-class, an S-class defensive hunter. The ABYSS guild will become even stronger, I will make it happen." So that, then Yu Jin also met Sung Han and Myung Woo. It took quite a while to convince Myung Woo and Kim Sung Han, but we finally set a date to enter the dungeon. Sung Han is still not assured about Yu Jin's position. Will it really be okay? The guy smiled happily and replied, "Don't worry." Yi Rim next to him also continued, "We S-class hunters will stand by our side to protect them. Guard, she's here, another S-level hunter." Moon Yuna appeared in a red tracksuit and cool-looking sunglasses. She brushed her long hair back and said, "Boss, have you been waiting long? Just in case anything unexpected happens, we have recruited another S-level hunter." Looking at Peace, who was obediently in Du Jin's handcuffs, she excitedly said, "Hello Peace, do you want to let me ride you once? Haha, I still enjoy riding you so much." "These many members are enough." Suddenly a familiar but unpleasant voice rang out, "Am I the last to arrive?" "Our Hanu Jin. What are you planning?" This person is none other than a handsome guy from a rich family. The top 1 guild leader, Sung Yun Jae, is also present. Du Jin cried and thought to himself, why is there this person again? In the Black Golem City level A dungeon. Golems and undead legions were everywhere, an extremely scary dungeon. Sung Han said, the golems here are slow but very persistent, so our strategy is to separate them to make them easier to defeat. But looking at Yujin's eyes, maybe things didn't go according to plan, the guy exclaimed in a daze, strategy. I don't think this thing really exists. Inside the golem city is being destroyed by overbearing powers, ice and fire are screaming at each other. Yi Rim was excited as he hit the top and said, "Ha ha, you guys are so slow." Moon Yun-A, who is attacking below, also continued, "You said they are very durable, why do I feel like they are as fragile as a piece of tofu?" Sung Han saw that and immediately exclaimed, "This is a dungeon that even a level A hunter group would take a week to clear." For the first time I felt worried about those monsters. Du Jin next to me exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, this is the first time I've seen this trick." Rated a dungeon with 4 S-level hunters, even in the future, there won't be any team with that many S-levels. I didn't expect to be able to witness this rare event with my own eyes. Thinking of this, he happily said to Sung Han, "So wouldn't it be easy for a group of S-level hunters to clear this dungeon?" "Ah, that's right. But it was against the rules for S-rank hunters to enter the dungeon together like this." Du Jin continued, "We have to separate into different groups in case there's a dungeon explosion somewhere else, right? Partly like that, but look." Yujin picked up the binoculars to observe. The killer, all 3 S-level hunters are fighting. Everyone is very strong but they don't coordinate with each other at all. The guy grimaced and thought to himself, why don't they fight together at all? Don't they all have different roles? Furthermore, Yi Rim shouted excitedly, "Hee, I'll show you new skill that I just acquired a few days ago." After saying that, she immediately activated the wide area storm skill, and the golems below that were hit immediately became frozen. In the next second, an amount of black fire was released, causing those blocks of ice to melt. Yi Rim scowled and shouted loudly, "Hey President!" Yun was so busy fighting that he didn't pay attention to his sister. Yi Rim's eyes suddenly showed fear. She panicked and said loudly, "My ice is about to melt, so get away." "Ah, hot, Yun, your wind hit me right, I didn't know you were there, it should have been S-level so you should have avoided it yourself." "Hey, the golems that I froze all escaped." Du Jin, Sung Han and P stood to one side, crying and thinking, there was no spirit of teamwork at all. Du Jin said, "Maybe it's because everyone is so strong that's why. But the strongest person is probably that guy. Jupiter's president Sung Yun Jae, why did he come here and do nothing? He's also dressed neatly, it's all super good equipment, isn't it? I suddenly feel so annoyed. He's the only one who owns S-level equipment, that jacket. S-level fire-resistant equipment, the wings of the fire dragon Silikia, because of it my younger brother will have to suffer in the future. If it wasn't for the ratings battle a few years later, Yu Yun would have been the winner, not him. If possible, I want to take off that shirt and..." Sung Hyun Jae felt that he was being looked at and spoke up, "I can feel you glaring at me." Du Jin hurriedly put out the fire, "Ha, I just feel grateful that the respected president of Jupiter's guild came all the way here." Hyun Jae immediately replied, "Because you borrowed my guild's dungeon on me, just come check." On the outside, he was smiling but Yujin just wanted this guy to go home quickly. He rubbed his head and thought to himself, if only this wasn't that guy's dungeon. He replied Sung Hyun Jae, "We're okay, you can go home now." President Du Baida smiled happily and added, "That's really sad, isn't it time you should be more open with me, why don't you confess my confession?" Du Jin didn't know how to answer when the voice of Moon Yuna rang out, Stop. What are you doing Sung Yun Haya, did you just come to play, aren't you going to work, you're so old now that you don't have the strength." Sung Hyun Jae immediately replied, "Oh my god, it wouldn't have been possible without my help." Upon receiving the invitation to help Sung Yun Haya, he did not refuse, he gently snapped his fingers. A giant beam of bright yellow lightning struck from somewhere right where Yun-A was standing. This helping phase of going into the ground made Yujin turn pale and scream loudly, "Miss Moon Yun, no that's it." Hyun Jae smiled slightly and said, "I'm just helping a little." Hearing that, Yujin immediately reacted, "What the hell is helping? Did you do that to her on purpose, didn't you? So why did you do that? How could you attack your colleague?" In response to Yujin's questioning, the handsome guy just smiled lightly and said, "Colleague." When Du Jin heard that, he was extremely confused and thought, What's wrong with him?" Below, Yuna suddenly shouted loudly, "Hey Sung Yun Jae, you bastard." After helping, she was so angry that her face turned blue, "Damn you, if you want to provoke me like that. Activate wind." Yun-A was like an angry tigress, holding a weapon and rushing straight to the ledge above. You should at least use equipment of the same level. Yun Jae didn't react and just backed away from Yujin, making all three turn pale and scared. Yun-ah also startled and panicked when he saw that. Sung Han Vuij used all his strength to create a shield to protect the two people. Yun-ah above was trying his best to retract the attack and shouted loudly, "That stupid shield doesn't work, stay away, I'll stop." Yun-ah above was trying his best to retract the attack and shouted loudly, "That stupid shield doesn't work, stay away, I'll stop." Yun-ah landed with amazing force, causing the cliff to crumble. Luckily, she was able to stop her attack just one step away from Du Jin. She looked at the falling rocks and dirt behind her and said with a sigh of relief, feeling safe. Hanu Jin and Kim Sung Han hugged each other, trembling and repeatedly thanking their ancestors. Only Sung Yun Jae clapped happily behind him. "Good control," Yuna immediately replied, "The block name is my fault, yes, if you just stand there." A sound of scolding rang out, interrupting her words. "Why weren't you careful, Moon Yun?" Guild President ABYSS. The recent incident that put Du Jin in danger of course made one person unhappy. Han Yun said angrily, "Don't you see my brother is there? How can you act rashly like that?" Yun-ah frowned and immediately jumped into a war of words. "I've already stopped, what's the problem?" "Why?" Yu Jin from outside continued in panic. "Yes, it was because of the Ju Pedo Hall." Yun continued, "She should not have accepted those provocations. She also knew that, because of her hot temper, her attacks were not effective at all. Her attack direction was too predictable, even children can avoid it." "What did you just say? Why do you keep poking your nose into other people's business? Since we have this opportunity, why don't we challenge it?" After saying that, the two of them immediately started fighting. Yu Jin worriedly spoke up and asked Sung Hyun Jae, Yun-ah, "Stop them, President Ju Pedo, why do they keep provoking each other?" He replied gently, "We can't do anything, where S classes should work alone instead of working in groups. Although dungeons don't explode as often as before, S classes are still forbidden from entering dungeons together. They're all here. So now is the best opportunity for everyone to fight each other." Hearing that, Yu Jin was surprised to realize, "What? I thought of a reason to justify Yi Rim and Sung Han, but in the end another guild leader entered this dungeon without warning. Now I understand the reason why, we can't raid together anymore. I thought of a reason to justify Yi Rim and Sung Han, but in the end another guild leader entered this dungeon without warning. Now I understand the reason why, we can't raid together anymore. I am allowed to collect some magic stones here, then sell them, pay all the costs of installing the ice spear and own additional equipment." Suddenly a loud bang sounded, it immediately attracted her attention. The solo fight between Yun-ah and Yu Yun was still going on quite intensely. Yu Jin stood outside nervously thinking to herself, "What are they doing when they aren't hunting?" He slammed his hands on the ground helplessly and said, "What should we do? They are fighting." Sung Han quickly reminded, "It's very dangerous, Yu Jin. We can't stop them." Moon Yun-ah smirked and said, "I see, so you use turquoise willow leaves like this, but just a leaf like that is nothing to me." After finishing speaking, the two of them rushed to fight each other. Shock waves from the weapons' collisions spread out continuously, causing rocks and soil to crumble. Du Jin, thanks to Song Han's protective shield, is temporarily safe. As the battle became more and more fierce, Du Jin worried, if this continued, what if someone got hurt? But how could an F-level guy like me do that? Even though he had a shield, the shock power of the 2S levels still caused Du Jin pain. Yun realized his brother was suffering from the damage from the battle. He quickly stopped, leaving Hyuna standing there in a daze, and quickly ran to Du Jin's side. "Are you okay? Did you inhale the smoke?" "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." "Is your nose injured? While fighting, your opponent left." Moon Yun rushed after you, wanting to fight again. "Hey, why don't you fight?" "What game?" Yun turned around and said with a serious face, "There is my brother here, be more careful." Yun-ah replied with a smile, "What, be careful, do you hear him? Sung Yun Jae, watch how he behaves." Yu Yun didn't pay any attention to her but quickly took out a towel to wipe his brother's nose. Wipe his nose clean. Yu Jin's head suddenly jumped and thought to himself, "I forgot, this method is a bit cowardly but." Thinking of this, Yu Jin immediately fell to the ground, his whole body weak and moaning, "Oh my god, a fragile F-rank hunter like you will surely die. I'm so pitiful for someone who is forcing me, because the S-level people keep fighting and making me scared and worried to death. I can't even sleep anymore. Also, there is no fake healing here." As expected, Du Jin's excellent acting made his younger brother so worried that his face turned pale, and Yun's three aunts also felt guilty in this matter. "Oh normal, F-level is that weak, sorry, maybe we made the atmosphere too tense." Yun-A's words were like a convenient stepping stone for Yu Jin to add salt and salt. He rolled his eyes and shouted in irritation, of course, nothing else. You two should be ashamed of yourselves. Kim Sung, Han and Peace know how to behave better than those two. Let's focus on hunting, we still have to get out of there, you guys aren't children, arguing with each other all day, let's stop. He knew from somewhere Du Jin pulled out a hat with a majestic F rank symbol and placed it on his head. Holding the whistle in his hand, he started directing like a real coach. Miss Yun deal with the golems at 3 o'clock, Sung Yun Jae go check around the perimeter, Yu Yun also go to the back of that building, Guild President Ju Pito said while running away excitedly, that feels really new. Du Jin now breathed a sigh of relief when this troublemaker was resolved. Yes, I have to separate them like this so they don't quarrel anymore. The status window suddenly pops up with a notification. You have received an S-level skill reward, Scary Chicken Warden, a warden who can control false awakeners and always do what they want. Child, you don't like to listen, do you? If you have this skill, don't worry. After reading it, Du Jin immediately groaned and complained, what's wrong with the skill name and its description? A person in the system immediately replied, what's wrong with the name? The older sister also replied, feeling there was a problem, he knocked on her head and gave her a name. One was to cut off the horns and the other was to cut off the fingers. Which one to choose? Du Jin thought to himself, never mind, after all, I have received an additional S-level skill, S. Finally, a tiring and eventful day has passed. Inside the dungeon at night, although dilapidated, it is also poetic and peaceful. Sung Han brought Yu Jin a cup of hot coffee. Drink it, we will stay here tonight. Accept the cup of coffee, Yu Jin politely replied. Ah yes, thank you. Looking at the scene of the destroyed dungeon, Du Jin also felt emotional. At this rate we will soon be out of here, they are really great. At this time, the guy had time to look around the place where they were staying. Thanks to these pillars, we were able to rest. I think this used to be a castle or a church, Sung Han replied. It's unclear, we still haven't found any official documents. Du Jin enjoyed a cup of coffee while thinking about a destroyed city. Under the system, these are the remnants of another world that has collapsed. We cannot stop the rising categories, but there are always those who want to increase the impact of the dungeon. Will we be able to stop them or will we end up in the same situation? Really, just 5S levels will be able to stop that. People who can't control like this, Yi Rim blame, you guys are so selfish. What's the point of having fun that you just keep to yourself? I also want to fight. After a day of fighting, the whole group sits around the fire and chats quite amicably. Listen, Rim said so and Du Jin immediately reminded, no matter Yi Rim or even me. Yu Yun said, your skills and experience are still lacking. She quickly protested, I just lack equipment. Let's see, I'll sell these magic stones and buy equipment, then you guys will definitely die. Yuna happily jumped and teased, ah, that's why you braved this dirty face to go collect cross-star magic stones. Ah, your hair is on fire too, look, what's the matter, is it you, Sung Yun Jae, or is it the president? Hyena touched her burned hair and lamented, what should I do, this place is also damaged. Yerim immediately continued, you should just cut it off, otherwise your hair will be that long when you enter the dungeon, is it so annoying? Yuna smiled and replied, yes, but for commercial purposes I kept it there, the old people sponsoring the guild are all hateful people. They told her to maintain her virtue as an S-class female hunter. Yi Rim scratched her nose teasingly, what's wrong with female hunters? So the two sisters rushed at each other again, brat, just do what you want, don't care about this, I can't breathe. After a while, Yuna sighed and said, hey, sometimes I find the dungeon more pleasant. I hope one day I can punch those old guys, breakers should have become independent like you guys. Sung Yun Jae brought the cup of tea to his mouth, took a sip and replied, this life cannot live in chains forever. They only think about money, that's why they're causing such terrible things, and those who don't know about high-level dungeons will never understand us, those incompetent people can't be considered the same species, with us. Hearing Young Hyung Yujin's cold, deep and meaningful words, she immediately thought, after seeing them fight in the dungeon, I think I understand what Sung Yun Jae said. Their strength is significantly superior to that of ordinary people. Predators have the ability to control other creatures, and can stay in the dungeon all day, or sometimes even weeks or months. So my brother, I remember what Yuna said just now, but that young president really surprised me. When I stood in front of his brother, I couldn't even recognize him. So Yu Yun is just holding back. It's not because he's my kind younger brother, it's because I'm just a boss, so he's holding himself back from doing what he wants, for my sake. Du Jin's train of thought was interrupted when Yun asked, what's wrong? Are you tired? You don't look well. Du Jin quickly replied, oh no, it's just, Sung Han also worriedly said, you go rest, Yu Jin. Yi Rim threw a bunch of things at him and said, "Uncle, take this and go to sleep." "That's right, use that sleeping bag." "Yeah, no, that's it everyone." Yi Rim girl smiled happily and added, "We are S-class, so it's okay to stay up all night." Moon Yuna continued, "That's right, we will continue to raid the dungeon and take turns each group of 2 people. Looking at the whole group looking harmonious, Du Jin also felt happy. Everyone won't fight anymore, right? Hearing that, the 4 of them immediately pretended to chat with each other and said, "Oh Yi Rim, you have so much magic medicine, maybe it's because you're hungry. By the way, Sung Yun, why are you wearing gloves? Yu Yun too, you've been sharpening your knife all this time, that's why we were discovered because of you." Right after that, Du Jin seriously said, "Just hunt monsters, don't do anything else. If everyone keeps arguing again, I'll go tell Hunter Myung Woo." Yi Rim quickly replied, "Oh no, uncle, I only have this equipment, so stop arguing." Having said that, Du Jin left behind the troublemakers and immediately crawled into his sleeping bag. He sighed and thought, "Hey, 4 people are already tired enough, so what will it be like if there's no one left for the year? Can I trust the system? Well, now I have to trust it. If I slowly complete each little thing, then there's a chance I can gather 5 level zeros and save the world. But this is what a small thing it is." There was something huge standing in front of us. At Hunter Kim Sung Han's S-level promotion ceremony, Sol Sim Young stood up on the podium and spoke, and our Abyss Guild had a 3rd S-level hunter. Everyone cheered, "Wow, congratulations, congratulations." Hanu Jin held a bouquet of flowers and walked over to call Shongun, "Congratulations, I hope." Before he could finish his sentence, Shongun interrupted him, then threw the bouquet away and said he didn't need it. "Because today, I will leave this Abyss Guild, what's the use of being an S-class?" He called Shongun's name in panic, while the other person kept a cold attitude and continued to say, "President, let's do it." Yu Hyun immediately pulled out his sword and said, "It probably won't be very fun." The group of people from other guilds seemed extremely excited and rushed in to say, "It's so funny, I also want to fight again," despite Han Yujin's somewhat weak intervention. "No, these guys." Thus begins the war between S-rank hunters. Startled awake from the nightmare, sweat poured down Han Yujin's entire body like a shower. He shouted in panic, "Everyone, run away, the building is about to collapse, stop." Kim Sung Han was worried, went to sit down next to his sleeping bag and asked Yujin, "What's wrong?" So Shongun's call helped him wake up. He dreamily called Shongun's name. Then he sat up and shouted that if he had already been promoted to level S, he would not have to fight with the other guys anymore. Shongun bewildered and reassured him to calm down. "In the future, I will also continue to contribute to Abyss. Why did you suddenly say that?" He shyly scratched his head and laughed, "Ah ha ha, I was just half asleep, everyone was fighting in my dream and the whole building collapsed." Suddenly there was a strange noise. Yujin was surprised and said it was thunder, but it wasn't raining. Shongun seemed like he wanted to hide something, stammering out what he said. He continued, "It was real thunder. Wait, where is that castle over there? Has it collapsed?" Shongun hesitated. "That." He seemed to realize that it wasn't thunder, so he shouted, again, at the same time, "In the building he mentioned, there is currently a fight between Park Moon Yun Ah and Sung Hyunji." Hyunji spit out a mouthful of blood and said, "We don't have time to do these things." Moon Yun Ah replied while pouring medicine on his wound, "That's why I asked, why did you delay for so long? Because of Eugene, right? He has rare skills but is only an F-rank guy." Hyunji proudly told Moon Yun Ah, "You shouldn't differentiate based on rank. I guess it would be fun, but strangely he's not afraid of anything." She threw away the bottle of medicine in her hand and said, even more rudely, "Not only that." She left her sentence unfinished, just held the spear and rushed straight at Hyunji. "Face your opponent, threaten him, don't touch him, he's not a toy." He calmly blocked her spear and asked if that guy was your type, which was really unexpected. His words made her even angrier. She told him enough of his nonsense, "Just wait until I receive the beast, then your guild will be destroyed." The fight just became more fierce. Now Eugene and Shongun were also present. Eugene exclaimed in panic, "Damn, I can't understand what's going on, there's so much thunder." Shongun tells him to back off, he'll go talk. But when Shongun turned back to look at the fight between the other two, he was extremely surprised, thinking to himself, with his power, it turns out the fight between 2S-level hunters was so terrible, I couldn't get closer, let alone say talk to them. While he was still in shock, Eugene quickly shouted loudly. Eugene's scream interrupted Shongun's thoughts as well as the match. "Ah, how is that possible? There are rumors that you guys are using this dungeon is used as a training room." Everyone suddenly looked towards him. and the match between the two people also stopped. Moon Yun-ah rushed towards him. She called his name, then eagerly asked if he was awake. He angrily said, "I told you not to fight, why didn't you two listen? Look, you fought until your shirt burned," she stammered. "Ah, no, that." He continued to boo and grumble, "You guys are children, what if you get hurt?" She walked closer to Sung Hyun-jae and whispered, "It was really strange." Then thought to himself, just like what Hyun-jae said just now, "It feels like Yujin doesn't know what fear is." Yujin continued to say, "If you're the guild leader, you have to behave properly. The dungeon is a place where you can't predict what will happen." "What is it?" While Eugene was talking, he felt dizzy. "Warning system, stay away, don't worry." He couldn't understand what was going on and asked what it was this time again. Shongun ran over and asked, "What's wrong, Eugene?" He said, "I told them that the dungeon was an unpredictable place. Everyone, get out of the way, as quickly as possible." Only then did everyone feel the earthquake and said in unison what was going on. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook strongly. Everyone did not know what was going on. Then a rock fell, but luckily Shongun was able to catch it in time. He told everyone it was dangerous, "Stay back." The fear resistance system activated. Eugene suddenly discovered that he couldn't see his younger brother next to him. He looked around and asked where Yuyun was, shouting loudly. From afar, Yerim shouted loudly for him, "Uncle, everyone please go out, quickly." Moon Yun-ah still can't figure out what's going on, asks what's going on, "Is there an earthquake?" Yerim quickly warned them that it was not an earthquake. "Something is coming up from down there, run away." Everyone quickly ran away. Moon Yun-ah panicked and asked what was wrong. A giant creature appeared from the ground, causing everyone to wonder, "What the hell is that?" Moon Yun-ah exclaimed, "What a monster, I've never seen any kind of monster like this." Hanu Yun was skeptical, "But it was so big, could it be a monster?" Eugene replied, "That's right, it's a rank 1 giant toad, the Baver swallows high mountains." The system displays information showing that this monster's current stats are SS. An SS level monster has been discovered at the rock. Eugene was surprised, SS level, why did it appear in a level A dungeon? Hyunji muttered, thinking he must have noticed it before it appeared. If it's not a coincidence, then what else is he hiding this time? In the training room, the lion beast jumped and ran around with a large towel on its head. It screamed excitedly, saying hello. The care worker also had to be upset with it. "No, Ba Lu, you can't play with the towel." It used its wings to fly into the air, making it take her a lot of time to get up. Control. She turned to look at another small monster and complained, "Taking care of monsters is so hard." The little bird ran to the door chirping. Suddenly, a person came to open the door and spoke, making him startled and his face turned pale. He cried out, "Chip Pie, what's wrong? Do you want me to open the door to your father's room? He's not inside, there." While that man was engrossed in catching the lion from the shore, the little Chip Pie chicken was crying endlessly. He had to comfort him. "He will be back tomorrow, don't cry." "Ah Bo Lu, why are you like that again?" But Chip Pie is still sad and looks very pitiful. His tears kept falling. It raised its head and opened its beak, crying even louder. Suddenly, a bright light appeared behind it. The light screen appeared another mysterious magic circle. That is the ruler of the ignored space. Hanu Jin is now riding Unicorn Pie inside that magical space. When Pie saw this, he couldn't help but get excited. It shouted a few adorable chirps. Suddenly the light of magical space touched its slender legs. Wherever the monster appeared, it fell on Pie, causing him to fall in pain. The other man quickly ran over to ask, "Hey, Chip Pie, are you okay?" The other man fell backwards onto the floor without a trace. The space light of Hanu Jin and Pie the unicorn also disappeared. On the other side, people are going to conquer monsters in the ocean. The girl in red asked, "Why is there such a thing in a level A dungeon? Can we defeat it? At least it looks slow." The monster raised its hand. Then it hit the ground hard, causing people standing on the ground to panic. Its feet were black and rough with blisters. Han Yu-yun ran and turned around screaming, "It can't be, it just set foot on the ground and already created such terrible power. Just use the dungeon stones to get out." Han Yu-jin, who was sitting on the back of Pie the unicorn, also ran quickly so as not to be affected. He said, "No, we can't leave it alone. What if there's an explosion in the dungeon and it spills out?" A few years later, this exact thing would happen in a small town in China. Just passing through it caused terrible damage. Furthermore, this dungeon is right in the center of the city. If it were to explode, this entire area would definitely be destroyed. Han Yu-yun calmly said, "Let's try it." After that, the guy quickly jumped onto the high rocks and soared into the sky. He also left a few messages for Hanu Jin: "Come back, protect your uncle." Hanu Jin panicked, "Hey, wait." Park Yi-rim also followed suit, holding a long 3-piece bar and running after Hanu Yun. If you want to fight a S-level monster like it, you should use the S-level Bud skill. Without Shadow, Mana is used to buff stats and Fire will buff attributes. Then she used her huge trefoil to hit the ground hard. Immediately, a bright light appeared on the ground, illuminating the sky. "Let me guide you, President." Hanu Yun transformed from his hand into a purple darkness that gradually grew brighter and brighter. Then he decisively threw that ball towards the ugly black toad beast. The uncle and Hanu Jin standing on the side watching Hanu Yun's confrontation also had to exclaim, "The S-level black fire will definitely be effective. The back of the neck is its weak point. Aim for the nape of the neck, go." Hanu Yun now swung his black fire sword, intending to deliver a powerful S-level slash. I already know how to destroy it. The attack team members also have a great combination of skills, except for one thing, this is 5 years later. Hanu Yun's powerful slash on the back of the toad beast made its back seem to crack into many small pieces. Currently, their equipment stats and experience are still lacking. Suddenly, the girl in red rushed forward at an incredibly fast speed, holding a long spear in her hand. She said with an annoyed look, "Get out of the way, President, the back of its neck, right? Critical attacks are my specialty." Then she decisively rushed forward and used a long and sharp spear to stab straight at the monster's body. But her sharp spear had difficulty penetrating its rough, ugly black skin, from which emitted that light. Why is it so hard, huh? And best of all, that 3-va monster can regenerate in the blink of an eye. Indeed, the red crack created by the spear just now appeared immediately. The girl in red was both angry and surprised. This is, oh damn, if my spear was S rank I would have continued stabbing it. There you go ahead, use the chain level S, let's go. The blonde guy said, "If you can't pierce it." Then he skillfully swung his golden chain, then he used the chain to wrap around the body of the toad monster. He jumped into the air, a strong golden pulse of light emitted around him, his voice also echoed, "So this will work." Hanu Jin sat on the unicorn pie's back and thought, that monster is going to be difficult to eat, even if there was an attack from him. But the man in front spoke, "Goa, is it effective?" For the first time, that monster has a reaction. The Bava monster now slowly opened its eyes, a yellow electric light flashed in front of it. Suddenly it jumped into the air, the ground and rocks under its feet shattered like a bomb exploding. Everyone standing around was panicking, everyone was screaming, "Ah ah ah." After that jump, the toad monster jumped down and landed at a location not far away. The jump was like heaven falling, the whole ground shook and moved. The ground began to show huge cracks. The buildings also followed suit and collapsed to the ground. "Oh no," everyone started to stand up after the monster jumped. Sung Hyun-jae said, saying it's not good for us to attack hastily like that. The girl in red also continued, "Let's can't defeat it in just one attack. Look, it's done regenerating, ha ha, so how can we?" Hanu Yun helped Hanu Jin up and told her to go out first, "It's very dangerous." Hanu Jin replied, "No, listen to me, if everyone works together we can kill it. Surely normal skills wouldn't be able to pierce its skin, everyone needed to work together." Hanu Jin raised his head and said, "Yi-rim, you go first, slit his neck." Park Yi-rim asked suspiciously, Me? Hanu Jin ordered again, then Yu-yun would burn it immediately. Yi-rim replied, I know, it's like pouring boiling water into a glass of cold water, weaken it using the temperature difference. Jia, this is the most effective method to fight against it, its skin." Sung Hyun-jae wondered, how could he know that information with just his crazy training skills? Hanu Jin replied, "Well, let's just say I have that ability." Hanu Jin turned to the girl in red and said, and then Yun-ah immediately interrupted him, "Wait, will it work? You also saw how quickly it regenerates. If we don't hurry up, it will regenerate before we can continue to attack. We've never even worked together before. If it goes crazy like before then it's a big deal, unless we have to practice. What if I tell you it will work?" Hanu Jin stood silently, "What?" Like Hyung just said, we need to repeat the attack at the appropriate time, we must have a connection with each other to understand the opponent's meaning. If there is no chemistry, it will not be possible, and I guarantee to help everyone get along well. It's a shame it's not an attack skill, but it's still useful in this attack. Hanu Jin said firmly, "I will use the skill. A skill I just received yesterday." Then he explained in detail that it was a special command technique that he had just received yesterday. He thought it would help our group activities. Hanu Jin asked suspiciously, "Did you receive a new skill yesterday?" Hanu Jin replied, "Yes, I think I met some conditions or something." He still thought to himself, "At least this explanation is much better than before." Then his new move mark also appeared. There is a big chicken and 3 chicks standing in the middle of the center circle, a scary S-level chicken warden, a prison warden who can control the false awakeners and always do what he wants. One child likes it, obedient right. If you have this skill, don't worry, if you use this skill, you will be able to connect countless people and make them work together in harmony, with the skill user in at the core. I feel like when it's naturally explained, the tone of the argument is completely different. There are still other explanations. First, it affects psychology and mana. Then Hanu Jin tilted her head back to drink the can of water in her hand. Yu Yun, stand right there, stand next to Yi Rim. Second, if the person being affected by the skill resists, then it can affect the skill user. Hanu Yun slowly moved one hand forward towards the book containing the new skill for controlling chickens, the other hand holding a transparent magic ball. Immediately under the feet of everyone present there was a large seal with a very eye-catching blue light. They were activating the scary chicken warden. In their eyes began to turn blue of this skill. Before Hanu Jin's eyes immediately appeared the image of the chicks that he would manage. In his hand he held a book to manage all of them. Hanu Jin realized, this is. I can feel it, I still know it. Moving in front of both of them, as if their bodies were his own. I can even tell that she will open her mouth to talk right now. Hanu Yun looked at his own hand and said, I don't think I feel anything. Hanu Jin asked again, you must think so. Ha, what was that just now? Hanu Jin was excited again. Now I will try to connect the two of you. When the soul connection was completed, they also realized something unexpected. The two people stood next to each other in surprise. Wow, this is really cool. The two flower-shaped seals under their feet are both starting to move. The Hyun girl on the side is also wondering, why is this happening? Yi Rim said, as if he was inside me, I could tell how he would move and how he would distribute his strength. Suddenly, Park Yi Rim thrust his sword hard at Hanu Yun's body. Like this, Hanu Yun was also very agile in reaching out his knife to block it. Suddenly there was a blinding light spreading in space. Yun asked, wow, what is that? The spear and the tip of the sword. Right now it's facing each other, the tip of the spear and the tip of the sword just barely touching. How could that happen? Yun excitedly told Hanu Jin, use it on me too. Quickly, Hanu Jin just calmly drank her bottle of water. Wait, I need another bottle of medicine. She will destroy Dad's skin right after you Yun. If she sits on Pai's back then she will be less affected by the fire. She will be even more excited. Can I ride Pai? Then she jumped like she was about to fly into the sky. I was so excited, I bought a saddle in case this happened. I even had a fire resistance item. Unicorn Pai looked at her with a look of disdain. Hanu Jin had no choice but to beg him, just this once, please Pai. And explain the third thing, take good care of it, and I have something to give you. Yun turned to look at him and asked, what's that? Its negative impact is reduced when the recipient of the skill has been affected by the keyword. Hanu Jin took out his hand that was making a heart-shaped sign. He winked and said sweetly, this is my heart, I love Miss Moon Yun In his heart he secretly thought, influencing Moon Yun now, the two of us are already quite close so if we joke.
But the result made him disappointed. Moon Yun vomited the whole rainbow out of his throat because it felt too cheesy. Hanu Jin weakly said, I mean, instead of saying thank you, Miss came with us to the dungeon.
And I know that I scolded you was very annoying and all, but you accepted it very graciously. Moon Yun just smiled faintly, what? She shyly wiped her nose, it's okay, I like it, you scolding me reminds me of a senior I once met. Hanu Jin's face is boring right now but she's fake awake. Moon Yun has been sincere. The lock worked, he thought, somehow it worked. Hanu Jin laughed it off. So the last remaining person is Sung Hyun Jae Guy. Standing on one side calmly said, it's my turn. Hanu Jin rated him as the person causing the most pressure. Fourth explanation, the higher the opponent's stats, the more pressure is placed on the skill user when using the skill. Hanu Jin is flirting with me again, dear Dupedo Guild President, a lover like Miss Yun Sung Hyun Jae is just cold, you can call me by my name. Hanu Jin should also follow him, yes, dear Sung Hyun Jae. He put his hand forward, the keyword still had no effect on him. As expected, he said, then I will use the skill, so please accept it. Sung Hyun Jae's face gradually turned black, then there was a bright light around his body. His eyes also gradually turned yellow. Hanu Jin, who was performing the skill, was startled and stopped, because the opponent refused the skill. After that, Hanu Jin bent down and coughed, coughing and coughing. Sung Hyun Jae cried out regretfully, "Oh no." Hanu Jin scolded, "I told you not to refuse it." Sung Hyun Jae calmly replied, "I just refused a little bit." This made Hanu Jin extremely angry. "Damn bastard." Hanu Yun walked over and asked, "What's wrong, are you okay?" Hanu Jin replied angrily, "Yes, if someone cooperated then that would be good." Sung Hyun Jae even secretly gave him his jacket. Here, wear this will help." Hanu Jin still thought to himself, "I was about to steal his shirt and run away." Suddenly a thought flashed through Hanu Jin's head. It's been years since the 4S level people and even Pi, it's been so hard. I'm a teacher who drank acid, I'm the one in charge of the dance, or what? Then he helplessly covered his head with his hands, at least he needed to cover his eyes. "Hurry up, I don't think I can keep this state for long." We managed to deal with the S-rank monster, but the goal is to turn Kim Sung-han into S-rank. So that Kim Sung-han will have to go first. On the other side, Kim Sung-han is still practicing archery on the big beach. His arrow is strong but only aims at the ground and flies. Park Hee-rim comes to that space and evaluates it. It probably won't do anything. He flew over, holding a large spear and excitedly said, "Well, the first move has been launched, so now it's Bowl's turn." The mana indicator was activating the Dark Knight, and then suddenly there was a bright light covering the entire space. Furthermore, Park Hee-rim continued to perform the move, activating his icy breath. He raised his spear high and shouted. Unique technique, absolute coldness. Thicker and sharper, his spear is also sharper and sharper, with a sparkling gem attached to it. Then Park Hee-rim thrust his spear forward. "Take this, Storm." Immediately, the whole area was covered with cold blue snow and ice crystals constantly. "Okay," Park Hee-rim turned around and told everyone, "It's frozen, so take care of the rest." The guy is using extra shoes to teleport. Hanu Yun on one side used his purple magical energy to attack vigorously for additional damage. When the purple light is enveloped, the space turns fiery red. It swirled and swirled like a tornado. Park Hee-rim sat on her spear and commented excitedly, "Wow, it melted in an instant, that's amazing, how hot must it be?" Hanu Jin closed her eyes and said leisurely, "This far away, it's already hard to breathe." Moon Yun-ah flew towards Pi the unicorn, in his hand also holding a long sharp spear. The aura was also extremely intimidating. "It's okay, a little burn is nothing, I'm quite strong. You said to destroy it when its skin is soft, isn't it? Isn't now the perfect time?" Hanu Jin silently stood to one side. Just like she said, now is the best time. But just a little more. After the fire subsided a bit, but before the awakened skin had recovered. Calculate the power of Pi's legs. The speed of Moon Yun-ah, the remaining fire from Yu Yun, and the moment Sung Hyun Jae will rush in. Because she was too lost in thought, Hanu Jin had a few drops of blood flow from her nose. Immediately, Sung Hyun Jae quickly came to help him. Hanu Jin was still surprised. "What's wrong?" Sung Hyun Jae calmly replied, "We also have to move soon. I think I know when I need to go in, so just focus on Moon Yun-ah." I have to make up for not listening to him before. Hanu Jin was a bit embarrassed but still praised him. "Okay, what a good student." Then I close my eyes, hold on tight, sharing the skill that only works when we touch each other. At this moment, Moon Yun-ah had the exact timing to rush towards the 3-Va monster. Attack speed, distance, remaining fire time, considering all those factors, right now. The battle entered a tense phase. Initially when the new dungeon exploded. Monsters flooded the world and caused serious damage, but at that time, most were just low-level monsters. As time passed, the dungeon difficulty began to increase. The S-rank hunters who are currently hunting alone will have to cooperate with each other soon. That's where control system skills come in. If someone of the same level controls one's body and thoughts, one will want to resist, but if it's a weak one, then there's no problem. And that skill would make the first cooperation between S-ranks go smoothly. Moon Yun-ah and Pi approached rapidly like a bright red rocket of the same color. She shouted, "Come on Pi." Moon Yun-ah took the opportunity to raise his sharp spear high, aiming at the 3-bump beast. This was the moment. When the spear is planted, the monster's huge back suddenly seemed to crack into 100 pieces. Its tough skin also began to show signs of destruction. Park Hee-rim started screaming, piercing through. It was amazing. Even though that fire was so hot, Moon Yun-ah was still in there laughing very heartily. "Ah ha ha ha, that feeling was so good. Both her body and the pie unicorn's body were also injured by the hot fire, it's blistered. From the spear that Moon Yun-ah had earlier stuck on the turtle's back, a gray-green liquid that looked very disgusting began to squirt out. Pie and Moon Yun-ah had to jump into the air to avoid it. Sung Hyun-jae and Hanu Jin stood on one side watching. He said, "I have to stab right there." Hanu Jin held the bracelet and said, "I will hold on to this bracelet. So please try your best. With Yi Rim's Bud skill. And most importantly, the veteran pressing level has been activated. Skill proficiency is increased by 2 times. An endless series of golden chains were shot at the wound of the toad beast, causing it to gasp in pain and open its large mouth. Hanu Jin leaned weakly on Sung Hyun-jae's shoulder. He coughed a few times, his eyes closed, but he remained conscious. That source of power. Sung Hyun-jae's face changed from surprise to a happy smile. From the wound of the 3-va beast emitted a dazzling light. When that light passed, the 3-va monster was only a weak body. Its eyes also gradually turned milky white. After that, the Bava monster couldn't keep its balance and fell to the floor. Park Yi Rim is happy, we did it, it's dead. When it fell, rocks and soil began to roll up as if a bomb had exploded. When Moon Yun-ah rode Pi the unicorn back, he also shouted, debris, the rock is broken. Mr. Kim Sung-han hurriedly rushed forward to tell everyone to step back. Everyone was running and worriedly turned to look at him. Mr. Sung-han. Kim Sung-han was now firmly standing there alone. The screen also appeared to notify him, "You are eligible for growth." The stats and skill proficiency of Sung-han Alchemy Awakening have increased. The falling rocks and soil were suddenly blocked by Kim Sung-han's huge yellow power. The stats and skill proficiency of Sung-han Alchemy Awakening have increased. The falling rocks and soil were suddenly blocked by Kim Sung-han's huge yellow power. Hanu Jin worriedly asked, is everyone okay? Then his nose bled again, causing him to no longer be conscious enough to tilt his head back and faint. "I'm going to die, I need to close my eyes and rest for a while, so no one should fight." When he stopped saying that, Hanu Jin also fainted, and Sung Hyun-jae had to use his hand to hold him so he wouldn't fall. The toad beast has truly been defeated, the group work session has been completed. The battle is over, but the emotions still linger. Moon Yun-ah has a body full of burns but still has a smile on her lips. She complimented, "Pi, you're great, so cute. Don't you want to come live with me, are you male or female?" After saying that, she lay down on his back, hugged and caressed him, making Pi's face extremely unhappy and disgusted. Excitement was high and anxiety was eased because a formidable enemy had been defeated. Park Yi Rim turned to Han Yu-yun and said, "We really did it. It was these hands that defeated that S-rank monster." They made a happy hand gesture. But suddenly embarrassed, everyone turned away in one direction. Strange feeling towards someone who worked together, as well. Kim Sung-han hurriedly ran to report the situation. The president of the Do-Pito Guild, Yu-jin. When he got there, he was also startled. On the other side, Han Yu-jin was lying unconscious. Sung Hyun-jae was on one side supporting him. He looked at his black hand, his joy at his strength doubled. And happy to have found a way to do it. Remember what Engineer Birch once said, I'm sure, he was aiming for Han Yu-jin. The space suddenly twisted. The monsters that should have appeared 5 years later came out right now, but the recovery still hasn't finished, right? Just wait, just a little more. Engineer Bok Duong said loudly, have they found out yet, those people who are trying to do bad things? Calm down, probably not yet. The targeted location is in Eugene world, those people are in that world. A mysterious girl told Engineer Bok that someone used the teleportation skill inside his world to find him, but who did? Engineer Bok thought thoughtfully, to use that skill, the user must be at least S at or low level. Ah, there it is again, the cold parallel world flashes back to the scene where they are. Oh, they defeated Dad, that's really fast. The shaggy-haired man said, I thought they would have a hard time, let's give them a big reward. Where? Why is the atmosphere so tense? The screen showed Han Yu-jin lying motionless on the ground. Then everyone has questions about Sung Hyun-jae. Where did he come from? If he only has magic to raise animals, then I just need to wait and see the outcome of the contract, but he is definitely hiding something much bigger. He acts as if he already knows of what's about to happen inside this dungeon. And control skills appeared at the right time. Furthermore, the ability to share skills can double attack power. Sung Hyun-jae's face darkened with dark thoughts in his mind. Can I go back to when I haven't experienced this power? Why is he human? If he is an item, then me. Hanu Jin walked behind Kim Sung Han and asked, "Are you okay, President?" Hanu Jin walked up to Sung Hyun Jae, who was holding Hanu Jin, and said, "Leave him to me." That dark guy asked again, "Why don't you let me take care of it?" Then he carried Hanu Jin on his back. "I will take good care of him. Leave this job to me." Sung Hyun Jae calmly stood and said in front of everyone, "I will take good care of him, just leave it to me." Moon Yun-ah stood behind and said one sentence, "That bastard is crazy." Park Yi-rim also jumped down to the ground and said harshly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Uncle is very tired, bring uncle here." Kim Sung Han had his bow and arrow ready in hand, just waiting to attack. Pi the unicorn also bared its teeth when it saw its owner in danger. Han Yu-yun held the sword in his hand and said firmly, "Give him back to me. I only saw the golden chains of that guy Sung Hyun Jae still floating around in space, they even grazed Han Yu-yun's head." He pondered, "Should I kill him? My damage doubling skill was still active. If I kill everyone here and blame it on the S-rank monsters, I'll have an easy time." A red-hot spear was stabbed straight into the ground in anger. Moon Yun-ah then picked it up and pointed it straight at Sung Hyun Jae's face. "That's enough. The people at A-Bai's guild are still hesitating because they're afraid of hurting you, Jin, but I'm different. If you dare to do anything, I'll take action immediately." Park Yi-rim is scared to stop, "Sister." Yun-ah's face hardened, his eyes became sharper with anger. "We're done here, so let's cooperate and listen to each other." The bracelet on Han Yu-jin's hand had changed, which Sung Hyun Jae also realized meant the bracelet was broken. He had to compromise and release Han Yu-jin and free him to return to his comrades. He probably had no other choice. "No one was on my side. I cooperated." Han Yu-yun was still alert with his sword held aloft. His sword almost touched Sung Hyun Jae. "His golden chain has stopped him, so give him back. You attacked me because you saw I wasn't equipped with fire resistance. Now I understand why your brother is like that." Han Yu-yun was a bit angry. He immediately used purple eye magic towards Sung Hyun Jae to attack. Sung Hyun Jae on this side was also ready with a golden chain in his hand. The two people were facing each other tensely when suddenly a stream of cold ice shot down from above and grazed their faces. Han Yu-yun was startled for a moment. It turned out that Park Yi-rim used the ice staff to release that big stream of cold ice. She screamed, "Stopped! We have to get uncle out of here." Moon Yun-ah took off Han Yu-jin's shirt to the side and said, "Sung Hyun Jae, act your age, stop blaming people who are old enough to be your younger siblings. Sung Hyun Jae holds the shirt, and you hold Yu-jin, otherwise I'll throw him to the ground." Han Yu-yun warned him, "Don't even think about getting close to my brother." Sung Hyun Jae replied with a smile, "It will probably be difficult, because I like him very much." Sung Hyun Jae and Han Yu-yun were fighting with each other. Moon Yun-ah got angry and told them to stop. "Don't accept what he does, President, just think positively. As long as he still likes your brother, Yu-jin's safety is guaranteed. Even Big Brother is stronger than he looks." Han Yu-jin weakly said, "I told you not to argue." At a magical door in the third dimension, a voice rang out, here it is, let's get out of here." The dungeon raid has ended. A few days later everyone was talking about it. News of a S-level monster appearing in a level A dungeon. Because we were afraid of being bothered by other hunters and the media, our personal information was not published, but Kim Sung-han's promotion to S rank was reported around the world. For those who entered the dungeon that day, a secretary walked in and reminded, "President, photo shoot tomorrow." Then she was startled, the president's hair. She had now trimmed her hair to look very skillful. She then calmly said, "I just cut a little bit, it's too hard to recover from burned and dry hair." The secretary was scared. "Those old guys will go crazy, will it be okay?" After saying that, Moon Yun-ah chose an outfit and then left. "Never mind, I'll leave half of it anyway, let them know so they'll be satisfied. This doesn't deserve to be complicated, everyone wants to change." The appearance of mounts and the presence of blacksmiths, the teamwork experience of S-class hunters who had never cooperated with each other before, opened the way for changes to the old system. Sung Hyun Jae called his assistant to inform him that the plan had changed. "Tell them to prepare to go back to Korea, the twins go and hide. The gears have begun to move. And while those changes take place." At the hospital, the sleeping Han Yu-jin was also disturbed by the chirpy sounds, pi da. His little chicken jumped up and pecked at his ear to wake him up. While Han Yu-jin was still confused, it flew up and kicked him in the face, startling him. Han Yu-jin held his head and sat up, still wearing a hospital gown. He complained, what's wrong Chip Pie, are you hungry?" Everyone in the Abai Guild saw this and immediately rushed to Hanu Jin's hospital bed and screamed, "Uncle, Uncle is awake." This made him also startled and stunned. He looked at the strange clothes on his body. "What is it? Why are everyone gathered here? I was so sleepy in the dungeon." Then Hanu Jin sheepishly scratched his head. "Did I sleep that long?" Myung-woo shouted indignantly, "It's been 2 days." Kim Sung-han was calmer. The doctor said there was nothing wrong with his body. Myung-woo's eyes flashed with anger. How much did he have to work so hard to sleep so long? There are 4 level 5 hunters but they still can't take care of him. The Hunter Guild all had to faint in fear at Myung-woo's expression. They weakly said, "We're sorry, how could he have turned into such a scary person in the blink of an eye?" Park Yi-rim used an excuse to run away. Ship Pai kept crying so we asked permission to bring him here. Or should I just take him home so Uncle can rest? Hanu Jin smiled gently, okay. He touched the little chicken's head to comfort him. "Ship Pai, you miss me so much, right?" "Oh right, what's wrong with Kim Sung-han?" Hanu Jin took out his notebook. "Oh, it was successful, he was promoted to S rank. But what's more noticeable is that next to him there is also a fox named Pai." Hanu Jin panicked and got up from the hospital bed. Pai also gave S. Myung-woo quickly advised him, "Jin." Hanu Jin's heart panicked. "What happened?" "While I was sleeping, he fully developed," he said. "I'm going to visit Pai." Myung-woo quickly explained, "They will stay until tomorrow." Kim Sung-han also said, "About that, Pai went on a raid with the president, with Yun." "That's right, she said she would conquer the S-class dungeon soon." "That's it." Kim Sung-han and Park Yi-rim looked at each other confused. It seemed like they had something difficult to say. After a while, Park Yi-rim said, "There were only 2 people together." Hanu Jin was surprised. "What?" "Well, before entering the dungeon, they were excited. Wow, this is my first time entering a dungeon with that Pai." But Pai the unicorn suddenly transformed into the appearance of a giant fire unicorn. Hanu Yun came over and asked, "What's going on? Pai looks so cool, the girl's eyes are shining, has it always been this big?" Hanu Yun was also surprised. "You have grown strong." He gritted his teeth and growled loudly, making Hanu Yun also realize the abnormality. He swung his sword in a circle around Pai's body. Some distance away from everyone, from there emitted dark purple light. Kim Sung-han panicked and asked, "President, what's wrong?" Hanu Yun only said one sentence, "Everyone go out, this time it's just me and Pai going into the dungeon." Hanu Jin grimaced and talked in his sleep. After that, Hanu Jin sat up. Yerim asked, "Uncle, have you calmed down now?" Hanu Jin was still tired, sighed and said, "How can I calm down? But there's nothing else I can do now, right? The gate is closed." Hanu Jin remembered the angry outburst 10 minutes ago. "Hanu Jin." Yerim kept Hanu Jin still when he got angry and said, "Where is that crazy bastard?" Yerim called Hanu Jin to calm him down. "Uncle." Still Hanu Jin also comforting and calm. Thinking about that, Hanu Jin suddenly became angry. He waved his arms and legs and shouted, "What the hell was Yun thinking? Calm down, uncle, take a deep breath." Shongun also frantically stopped him. "Hanu Jin, that's a breathing technique for pregnant women about to give birth." After Hanu Jin calmly lay down and thought, an S-class dungeon takes 10 days to clear. If it was just the 2 of them, they probably wouldn't be able to sleep. Sung Han comforted Hanu Jin, "It will be okay, that dungeon will seem to be uneventful, even he has the return stone." Yerim also said, "That's right uncle, don't worry too much." "That's right, what kind of reward did the uncle receive?" Hanu Jin asked in surprise. "Reward?" Yerim pointed to his earrings and said, "As a reward for defeating the Baver monster, I received SS level equipment, these earrings." Notification system, Chang Lang Mermaid Queen's earrings, said to help increase mana and intelligence. More specifically, it will help users move comfortably underwater. When entering the water, master the technique, ice and water energy will increase 30%. Hearing that, Eugene expressed admiration and said to Yerim, "That's really great, so when I get into the country, no one can translate you." Yerim proudly said to Han Eugene, "I plan to use it to raid the dungeon, under that water. If that's the case then I'll be able to pay off my debt quickly. Thanks to this dungeon I've already paid off half of it." But Yerim suddenly continued in a gloomy voice, "If I buy new equipment, I will become a debtor, but my team needs ice resistance items right now." Han Eugene smiled and comforted Yerim, "Kid, you have to keep working, it's a long job." Yerim held his head and cried, "Because my attributes and skills are completely opposite to the guildmaster's, so I can't borrow this equipment." Yerim's development is slow but steady. After awakening, Yerim became an S-class hunter. unlike other S-class hunters who only work independently, Yerim is growing partly thanks to the care of other seniors in the Abyss Guild. Hanu Jin was sitting there dumbfounded, thinking, I really want to see how much he can develop. Yerim from afar asked Sung Han softly, I'm distracting you, right? Shongun said to Yerim, and I received the gate stone. Sung Han also happily thought, I'm also very grateful to become an S-class. Yerim excitedly asked Eugene, what did he get? Curious too much, Han Eugene opened the search spreadsheet and said, wait a minute. Han Eugene pointed at the computer screen and said, is this the SS level? Yerim shouted with joy when he saw that. He also received the SS level award. Han Eugene pressed the reward button when a gear appeared, making everyone look bewildered. Han Eugene asked, this is the notification system, the old water wheel of the unknown demon king, SS. Han Eugene held the old water wheel of the unknown demon king with a blank face. Yerim asked, what is that? Han Eugene said, it seems to be a water wheel from ancient times of a certain demon king. Shongun thought about the ancient weaving machine and asked, for embroidery? Yerim asked suspiciously. It was surprising that the demon king had this hobby. Yerim placed the water wheel on Han Eugene's head and said, use it like this, right? Han Eugene replied, maybe not, it's probably the materials, not the equipment, right? Han Eugene looked at the water wheel and thought, surely the system gave it to me on purpose. Next time I enter the dungeon, I have to ask. But when he looked at Yerim and Sung Han, Han Eugene thought sadly, the dungeon, the S-class dungeon, there were only those two kids in the S-class dungeon. Han Eugene shouted loudly again, Han Yun-hyun, you damn bastard. Yerim calmed down again, uncle, it's happening again, calm down. In the hospital room, Shongun opened the door and saw that Han Eugene wasn't sleeping yet, so he asked. You don't sleep? Han Eugene saw Shongun and said, Mr. Shongun. Shongun said to Han Eugene, you just woke up. Han Eugene was about to do something when he thought, I'm just going to use the skill to check if it's okay or not. Shongun worriedly asked Eugene, I'm very worried about you, clearly this is the initial symptom of dementia. Han Eugene held the phone and said, definitely not, it's just because I can't sleep, I have to watch TV. The news reports that Hunter Kim Shongun of the Abyss Guild is preparing to be promoted to vice president this month. Hearing that, Han Eugene widened his eyes and asked Shongun, you are about to become vice president? Shongun scratched his head and replied, yes, maybe that's it. Park Yerim also has an S level, but because he is still in school, Han Eugene looked at Shongun with sparkling eyes of admiration and said, you are the most suitable for this position, it's worth looking forward to. Shongun replied, thank you. Han Eugene shouted, let's party. Shongun sheepishly scratched his head and replied, it's okay, many people congratulated me, the Hanshin Guild also gave me a flower basket. Han Eugene asked in surprise, Hanshin? Han Eugene thought to himself, who doesn't know that Park Ming-yu of Hanshin Guild pays a lot of attention to Shongun? Shongun said shyly, probably because I have a relationship with them, a long time ago, I used to belong to Hanshin. Han Eugene heard that and shouted in surprise, really? Shongun thought about the day before, there was a guy who came to talk to him, you know that the Hanshin Guild belongs to the Hanshin Group, right? Hunter Ming-yu and I used to be colleagues. Shongun continued, after awakening, I received an invitation from the company, they told me to marry the president's daughter, but after that, Park Ming-yu awakened to S level. So he went to meet that lady in my place, and in the end the two got engaged, Park Ming-yu became president. Since then, our relationship has been a bit tense. Han Eugene heard Shongun's story and imagined a romantic movie in his head. He thought again, no, this is not a movie. Han Eugene sat on the bed and excitedly said to Shongun, maybe it's because he's afraid that the position of the lady's fiancé will be taken away, Shongun replied. But at that time I was only level A. The greeting card told me to stay in the abyss for a long time. Han Eugene slammed his hand against the wall, turned away and thought, I'm right. Shongun sighed and said, that's good. Abyss is now more stable. Park Ming-yu telling me to stay here also means that he doesn't see the fact that our guild has 3 S levels as a threat. He doesn't like taking over the aura, so he won't try to go to Hanshin Guild that is stronger than the others. Where is the other guild? Others say I threw away a rare opportunity, but I feel satisfied with the present. Han Eugene heard that and thought, this person values the guild more than my feelings. Han Eugene continued, I don't want to be president, I'm more suitable for a supporting role than leading. I will definitely help the president with me, Han Eugene called out with sparkling eyes, Shongun see. Han Eugene thought to himself, in the dungeon, he took care of everyone, he was also very good at teamwork. Abyss's future is so bright. Han Eugene smiled widely and said, I'm so glad to have you by my side, Mr. Shongun. Suddenly a person with long white hair appeared outside the window and said, "That's right, it must be like that, look, he's a veteran." Hanu Jin heard a voice from outside the window. He was startled and turned around and shouted, "Dakabi." Dakabi said, "You're awake, Master Kim. I came to visit you. Oh, I can eat this, right? I bought it as a gift." Shongun looked at Dakabi and asked Eugene, "Is that Dakabi not dangerous?" Han Eugene smiled and replied, "It's okay, he's like my friend." Han Eugene said to Dakabi, "You worked hard to get here, I love you." Han Eugene gave the can of water to Dakabi, signaling him to drink it, thinking at the same time, "That's right, I influenced him, right? I don't know how the teleportation skills are now." Dakabi happily holds a can of drink. The notification system, the species is not complete. You need an item that is similar to the basic elements of each specific species, Dakabi thought while eating. I'm confusing them. Han Eugene heard the system notification and thought, what, the species is not yet complete. The basic element of each specific species is probably the basic element of Yun is the water wheel. An old item similar to a water wheel, that's right, that's the reward. Did the system give me this to use with him? Hunji took out the water wheel and asked Dakabi, Yun, do you need it? That's my dungeon reward. Yun held the water wheel and said, "The Demon King's water wheel, it's really the Demon King's. It's so old, even older than me." Hearing that, Han Eugene was surprised and asked, "Do you know it?" Yun said, "The Demon King is something very scary, has big horns, huge body and is strong." Han Eugene replied, "Probably so." Yun said to Han Eugene, "So, I will become the Demon King." Han Eugene still didn't know what happened, still smiling and said, "What are you talking about? Why did you suddenly change the species?" Yun held the water wheel and gathered strength, then from the water wheel emitted a stream of dark power that made Shongun scared and asked Eugene, what? Before he could finish his sentence, Shongun was tied up tightly by the black aura. Han Eugene called out in fear, "Mr. Shongun." Then Han Eugene turned around and called Yun. "What are you doing?" Yun replied, "The Demon King is really scary, I will become the Demon King." Yun turned into the Demon King after those words. Han Eugene thought to herself, Yun's shape, notification system, level 1 Devil, Demon King Yun, current stats, SS, potential stats, SS. Han Eugene looked at the notice board and thought, what, he really became the Demon King, I've never seen this before. After Yun transformed, he shouted, "I am the Demon King." Han Eugene sat on the bed in fear, thinking, system, what is this? At least that Baver is still easy to handle. Shongun was tied up tightly by the Demon King a while ago, now he can't stand it anymore, so he screams for, "Eugene see." Only then did Han Eugene notice and call, "Mr. Shongun." The Demon King smiled and said with a scary voice, "You're scared, right?" Han Eugene looked at the Demon King and thought, if this bastard goes crazy, this place will turn into ruins, even S-rank Kim Shongun won't be able to deal with him. But Han Eugene looked back at me and thought in surprise, wait a minute, but why am I still okay? Don't earrings only create level B self-defense rings? The aura emitted by Yun is powerful enough to destroy an entire city, but it can't block me or the areas around me. Han Eugene looked at Chirpy and thought, it can't be because of Chirpy's power, let alone the effect is still in effect. Han Eugene thought of Yun, this bastard, had even turned into a Demon King but still considers herself his grandmother. Han Eugene suddenly shouted, "What do you mean I'm scared, this brat?" The Demon King heard Han Eugene scream, then he stopped. Han Eugene continued, "Oh my god, you've caused a mess at the hospital, you bastard." Han Eugene took Peace's toy fishing rod and jumped to the Demon King's place and shouted, "Come here now, this kid, if the doctor sees this scene, he will be angry." Yun was hit on the leg by Han Eugene and said in fear, "Wait, ma'am, no Boss Kim. Weren't you very scared when you saw me turn into that thing?" Han Eugene shouted louder, "There's nothing to fear about that thing, it's just a normal pattern." After Han Eugene scolded Yun, he thought to himself, it seems that guy still likes to scare people. If he said these words, he would definitely like it a lot. Han Eugene threatened Yun again, "When you were a goblin, Mu Yingwu and Sok Hyan both fainted, see." Yun stammered in fear, "But you said you weren't afraid of me, Boss Kim." "Others do." When Shongun heard that, he also shouted loudly, "That's right, goblins are much scarier than that." At this moment, I was startled because I saw Eugene in danger. Han Eugene also followed Shongun. "See?" Yun asked suspiciously, "Really? Is that really like that? Seeing Yun hesitate to reconsider, Hanu Jin thought, okay, it worked. Hanu Jin spoke again, goblins are scarier, right? Shongun, chirp chirp also joined in, that's right, so scared, if they saw people, everyone would faint, they would tremble, there. Hanu Jin and Shongun looked at each other and said, it's so scary, I'm going to die. Please spare my life, I'll die, Yun happily said when he heard everyone say that, then I won't become a demon king anymore. Yun screamed loudly and then the black smoke around Shongun's body gradually disappeared. Shongun asked, the black smoke has disappeared, everything is gradually returning to normal. But Hanu Jin felt something was wrong, he said, instead of returning it normally, this is. Yun started to change species and said, instead of becoming the demon king, I will. Announcement, King Yun, Goblin King Yun. Yun turns into a handsome guy with white hair. After transforming, Yun happily said, the Goblin King has appeared. Hanu Jin saw Yun's new appearance and happily said, it seems like he has evolved. Shongun asked Eugene suspiciously, is everything normal now? Yun looked at the hand that still had the Demon King's power and said, I still have the Demon King's power in me, but now my power is stronger, so now everything is stable. Yun held the water wheel in his hand and said, I have decided to become the Goblin King. I also have a new skill, wanna see? Suddenly there is a knock on the door, patient, what's going on, are you okay? Hanu Jin asked Shongun for help, please say something to them, Shongun. Shongun was about to open the door but didn't feel secure, so he asked Hanu Jin again, will you be okay, is it okay if we're the only two here? Hanu Jin replied, it's okay, there's no need to worry anymore, because goblins don't harm people. Hanu Jin turned to look at Yun and said to Shongun, even though he destroyed this whole area, let's see the new skill. Hanu Jin's eyes widened when he saw Yun turn into someone exactly like him. Yun looked at Chirp Chirp and said to Hanu Jin, look, I'm you. This is a new transformation technique called Goblin Mask, but I can't imitate the skills or stats. Hanu Jin held Chirp Chirp in his hand and said to Yun, if you copy all of them, it won't be okay. Hanu Jin pointed at the blue dividing curtain and asked Yun, by the way, what is that? Is it a distance teleportation gate? Yun asked in admiration, Boss Kim, how do you know that? Yun talked about that gate, the Goblin Gate. Every 10 days, I can go somewhere far away, as if this gate is everywhere I want to go. Yun saw the image of a human at that distance teleportation gate and asked in surprise, what is that? Hanu Jin looked at Chirp Chirp crying and thought to himself, this long distance teleportation skill is really useful. Up until now I've been worried because that damn Demon King destroyed the hospital like this. But luckily, you did well, Yunjin, the system is great, with this skill, dungeon investigation will be a breeze. Hanu Jin offered to ask Yun, so let's go investigate the dungeon now, Yun said arrogantly, but I'm busy now. Hanu Jin was surprised by Yun's answer. Yun continued, because I am now the king, so I need to recruit subordinates, I have to go around to see if the buildings are abandoned. Hanu Jin said to Yun, subordinate, can you create goblins now? The gate opened, Yun flew in and said, yes, I am the king, this is my duty. I'm going, I have to go find my subordinates. Hanu Jin called Yun in vain, what, wait a minute. Hanu Jin thought, if I let people go, what about the rules for creating dungeons? Hanu Jin said to himself, why don't you just investigate the dungeon and look for your subordinates? Let's go to China and Japan, there are a lot of people there so it's easy to find you. Hanu Jin waved his hand and thought, don't forget we will go investigate the dungeon, promise. Yun replied, okay, nothing at all. So when I find a lot of subordinates, I will come back. Hanu Jin watched Yun fly away and sighed and said, it seems to be resolved a bit. But Hanu Jin thought of something and wondered, wait, how much is so much? What if he founded an entire goblin village, would that be okay, or should I buy him a territory to establish a goblin village? In the end, I deeply regretted letting Yun leave, but that regret only lasted a few months. In a tall building, a guy was on the phone, yes, Mr. President, I don't know why you contacted me. Hunter Hanu Jin will be discharged from the hospital today, and the training facility has been completed, so I was going to let you know. Suddenly the man changed his attitude and said, what? He threw the phone on the table and shouted. Urgent, how could this happen to Hunter Hanu Jin while the hall was away? The staff member sitting behind asked, what's going on? The man wearing glasses said, the association is about to send a representative. The employee asked, so what Wouldn't it be safer for a civil servant to come than another guild president? The man wearing glasses put his hand on his forehead and said in thought, no, the guild leader Jupiter and Breaker are dangerous, but this is a completely new danger. Head of the Awakening Management Department, that person is. At the hospital, where Hanu Jin is being treated. Yerim arrived and saw everything in chaos and asked, what happened last night? She looked at the ruins and screamed, how could a place that was specially built by the Hunter Association turn out like this? Hanu Jin said as she packed her things, it's nothing, look at me, it's fine. Yerim leaned close to Hanu Jin's face and said, no, it's not okay, you didn't sleep yesterday, right? There are dark circles down to your nose, Hanu Jin thought to himself, because I have to keep checking to see if my younger brother is still alive, live or not. Suddenly Hanu Jin pointed at Yerim who was carrying a school bag and shouted, why are you here today, not going to school? Yerim scratched his head shyly and replied, no teacher told me to come here, did he? Hanu Jin heard Yerim say that and imagined the teacher kicking Yerim out of the classroom. The teacher shouted, get out immediately. Yerim did not hesitate, but answered, yes. Hanu Jin said to Yerim, naturally guessing what happened, even if you are a hunter, you still have to follow the rules, you are still a minor. Yerim pointed at himself and asked Eugene again, juvenile crime. Hanu Jin shouted angrily, very proud. Yerim jumped up and down after Eugene. He told her, really, you have to go to school. Actually, it's not a laughing matter at all. Awakened people always have the ability to cross legal boundaries easily. Especially high-rank hunters, let alone S-rank. They are not bound by social regulations or physical limitations. In foreign countries, guilds with many high-ranking hunters have more power than the government. Or even bypass the government, holding the country in the palm of your hand. The reason this country can still function is because of his existence. Hanu Jin told Yerim, you should go to school, I will ask someone to drive us. Yerim wondered, who is coming? Eugene replied, the association sent someone to introduce the recently renovated training facilities to him. A red car stopped, the only S rank belonged to the country. The only civil servant who did not give up his job even after awakening, continuing to work for the Hunter Association amidst the invitations of major guilds. The former police officer once caught an S-rank hunter breaking the law. From afar, Yerim asked Eugene, you mean the song department head that Hyung's sister often mentioned? The man called out, Hunter Han Eugene. That tall man greeted Eugene, nice to meet you, I'm Song T1, head of the Fake Awakening Management Department under the Administrative Department of the Ministry of Public Security. Yerim and Eugene saw T1 and both said in unison, giant. T1 invited the two of them, please wait outside. Eugene thought to himself, knowing that S-rank people's size is larger than normal, but it's really unbelievable to be this big. T1 told the two of them, I'll go get the car, everyone wait here. Both Eugene and Yerim thought, it was like facing a giant rock, saw T1 having difficulty sitting in the car. Eugene said, why do we have to suffer so much, is it the suffering of civil servants? But he is also an S-rank hunter, why does he drive a car like that? Suddenly, from a distance, a black car drove straight into T1's car, causing serious damage to the car. Eugene was startled and thought, just met you and I already spent money on the funeral. But seeing T1 step down from the car, Eugene breathed a sigh of relief and thought, oh luckily, rank is different. Who is that bold? The man who drove into T1 opened the car door, got out and said, oh sorry, I didn't mean it. Every time I see him cram that massive body into the car, I can't help but press the gas pedal. T1 looked at him and said, Hunter Sung Hyunji. Yerim saw that scene and was angry and wanted to scream, but Eugene covered his mouth. She could only whisper, really, that crazy guy. The more he looked, the more he saw it. Eugene quickly stopped Yerim. Yerim remained silent. Evacuate the people in the hospital first. Eugene looked at the other two men and thought, yes, if it was Sung Hyunji then it would be possible. After all, Sung T1, who has the right to conduct special investigations on hunters, is also a thorn in everyone's side, big guilds. He still dares to be so blatantly provocative. Sung Hyunji asked T1, just send the repair bill to the guild, or do you want to take this car too? Eugene saw T1 looking at the car key that Hyunji gave him and he thought, surely Song T1 will not leave it alone. T1 told Hyunji, if I accept anything worth more than a certain amount of money, it will be considered a bribe. Please wait a moment, let me call the insurance company. Eugene saw T1 leaving so he called out to ask, wait, no fighting later, the strange rank S. Yerim next to him also added a few questions, yes, if it was Heine or the president, the hospital would have exploded long ago. Eugene and Yerim saw T1 cleaning up the pile of broken glass and exclaimed in surprise, he was cleaning up the pile of scrap metal. That image of T1 cleaning up was a model student. Eugene said admiringly, completely different, an S-rank police officer, he is completely different from the rest of the S-rank. T1 called and said, I want to report a traffic accident. Eugene thought, look at that calm demeanor, this definitely isn't the first time he's encountered this, especially because of Sung Hyunji. Hyunji turned to look at Eugene, smiled brightly, then walked over to say hello. Are you okay? I heard your story, Eugene hesitantly replied, ah, yes. Yerim grabbed the gift bag from Hyunji's hand and said, I heard that sweets help reduce stress. She ate her food and continued, how dare you show your face here, why are you visiting at this hour? Hyunji replied, you don't allow me to visit the sick. Eugene thought to himself, what is it, what happened while I was sleeping? Eugene forced a smile and said to Hyunji, what's wrong, why did you come here today, Hyunji? Kang So-young ran over and said, I'm here to pick up Dad, my newborn baby Thornwing is awake. Eugene asked, you mean Se-young's mount? Hyunji opened the car door and said to Eugene, Hunter Kang So-young must already be at the training base, do you want to come with me? We can visit around a few times. Yerim raised his hand to stop him and asked, with Hyunji. After answering the phone, T1 turned around and told Eugene, Hunter Sung Hyunji, I'm the one responsible for taking them to the training facility. Hyunji sarcastically asked T1, with that car? T1 looked back at his broken car and said nothing. Hyunji was able to continue speaking, how disappointing, are you planning to send Han Eugene away with that pile of scrap metal? Eugene in the back said, it's not your fault, Hyunji said arrogantly, mass production of rudiments is also a problem. Unexpectedly, he did not care about the safety of someone who possessed such an important skill. Civil servants are supposed to protect the weak, right? T1 heard that and bowed his head to apologize to Eugene, I was too short-sighted, please forgive me, Eugene shyly replied, hey, why do you have to apologize? Eugene looked at Hyunji and thought, go away, stop bullying civil servants. Then Eugene said to Hyunji, I will ask Abyss to bring the car, you must be busy too Mr. Sung Hyunji, if there is another girl Kang Se-young, it won't be enough, lost place. Hyunji looked disappointed and said, so sad, even though he had done this step, he was still rejected. Eugene saw Hyunji's expression and said, what are you doing, it's so disgusting. Hyunji said with a friendly expression, I thought we were closer, I treat you with all my heart, you know. Eugene thought again, so what, it seems to be right, snacks, cakes, and earrings. Yerim saw Eugene hesitate and told him to remember, don't give in to temptation, uncle. After finishing speaking, Eugene followed Hyunji into the car and said, let's go, we can all go together, right? Hyunji said, I'm very happy, and Yerim stood alone and said, that uncle is really. T1 looked at Eugene with sharp eyes as if he could say, stop causing trouble, stay still, you know. Yerim looked at T1 and thought, look at his expression. Are you still angry at Uncle Sesung? T1 thought to himself. I'm banned from fighting from now on, the new buildings will collapse. Yerim looked at T1 and thought, he's not looking at Uncle Sesung, but at my uncle, does that guy have any other intentions? When we arrived, T1 said, this is a center shaped like a dome building. Before he could finish speaking, Hyunji interrupted the introduction. This is a nurturing center that has just been completed. This is the center in the shape of a dome building. The upper floor can be used as a dormitory. Yerim asked, the building next to it. Hyunji also spoke faster than before. The building next to here already existed, so they told him to go to this same court too. T1 continued, the windows were all made of special glass to keep it safe, but everything Hyunji argued with T1, the windows were all made of special glass to keep it safe. Eugene saw this situation and thought to himself, is it okay to just let him interrupt like that? Kang Se-young ran from afar and called out, Han Eugene. You're here, I've been waiting for you forever. Han Eugene also replied, Miss So-young, you came so early, Cobb Se-young said excitedly, that's right, I was so excited that I couldn't accelerate on the way there. Oh Chief Song, I'm not going over the speed limit, please believe me, T1 told you, I'm not here to escort you. Eugene looked at this situation and thought, I guess it's Miss So-young often get into trouble with him. Eugene looked at the basket that Se-young was holding and asked, is this it, the female spiny-winged dragon? Se-young quickly replied, her name is Comet, I think it would be better if I named her, I think it would be better if I named this girl. Yerim encouraged, good job, sister. T1 also looked at the thorny dragon and asked, I heard it's a monster to ride, but it's quite small, So-young explained to him, she's much bigger, she's awake, look at her eyes, very pretty, right? Notification system, newborn female spiny-winged dragon character information, current rank index, D, possible rank index. A to S, acid breath, S, high speed flight, A, spike armor, A, poisonous scales, A, acquired after maturity. Eugene held the necklace with the blue stone and said to the baby dragon, nice to meet you, Comet. Notification system, the title of perfect nanny is increasing the effect of the owner's necklace, the target has a crush on the nanny. Comet flew onto Eugene's head, Kang Seong happily said, she just flew. So cute, she likes you so fast. T1 suddenly discovered a big bird flying towards him. It wants to fly and steal Comet. T1 warned everyone, it was dangerous, but that bird was friendly and landed on Eugene's shoulder. He asked that bird, are you here too? Eugene introduces Comet to the yellow bird, say hello, this girl is your new little sister. Remember to treat each other well. Suddenly Comet flew up, Eugene and everyone called out in surprise, Comet. My Comet, T1 reassured everyone, it's okay, it's just a form of tradition, no way. Hyunji then continued to introduce the center to Eugene, the wall that had just been destroyed was made of 2 layers of wood. Eugene angrily interrupted him, is this the time to explain the characteristics of the center? Eugene ordered Yerim and Seong, both of you, when I distract them, please capture them. Seong asked, distract, how? Eugene took out the dice ring and said, I always carry this with me in case something like this happens. Eugene tapped the dice in the admiration of Yerim and Seong, so professional. Yerim caught the yellow bird, ran to Eugene and said, I caught this guy, uncle. Eugene held the cage and replied, then put it in this lap, next to it. Seong also caught Comet and said, got it. T1 stood still, looking at the chaos that was happening. The voices of the other 3 people took turns saying, Eugene, one more time, Blue, this kid. T1 clenched his fist and said, something is definitely wrong. Seong said to Eugene with a face and fringed hair, so please take care of Comet. Just tell me anything you need, I'll come every day if I don't have to go destroy dungeons. Eugene also happily replied, okay, don't worry too much. Seong hugged Comet and told her to eat healthy and live happily, baby. Then Seong ran away and said, I'm going to get her house decorations. Eugene said goodbye and thought to herself, she is so kind. I wish I could be 1/10 as good to peace as her. Yu-Yun, I wonder what those guys are doing in the dungeon right now. Oh right, that reminds me. Eugene turned to ask T1 and Hyunji, you guys should go back too. Eugene thought to himself, I also need to get rid of these distractions too. Yerim happily pointed at the remaining people and said, that's right, you two should go home, but Eugene also pushed her away and said, you two, you need to go to school. Yerim asked boredly, why? Eugene said to Hyunji, you're busy too. Sung Hyunji, I have a department manager but told me the rest. Hyunji still said nostalgically, I don't think it's a waste of time to spend with you. Yerim also said to Eugene, me too, he thought tiredly, this couple. Yerim turned back and pointed at T1 and said, otherwise tell department head Song to go first, if he goes then I will go too. He just keeps staring at me and it annoys me to death. Eugene said helplessly, is that so? Eugene thought to himself, of course I know, I'm not that stupid. There is another reason for him to be here. Why is he here just to be a guide? I'm sure his purpose is related to my younger brother. Because he only comes here when Yu-Yun leaves, like a parent-teacher conference. Eugene thinks of his younger brother, his kid, oh no, my brother. Eugene thought again, I don't know why Sung Hyunji is here, but, Eugene pushed Yerim away and said, you're worried, Yerim, he's a public official, he won't kidnap me or not, nothing, okay. T1 also said, that's right, unless you did something illegal, I wouldn't do that. Eugene thought to himself, I've killed people, threatened and assaulted others, but he doesn't need to know. Eugene calmly said, then our beloved Jupiter Guildmaster, I heard you put a lot of effort into me. It's for me now that you're going home, is that okay? Eugene looked at Hyunji and thought, how can I be a precious individual who can raise your child? Hyunji left and reminded Eugene, I guess I have no other choice, I hope he doesn't have any bad thoughts in mind. Yerim also said, remember to call me if anything happens, promise please. Eugene said goodbye to the two of them and thought, I got rid of those distractions. Eugene asked T1, now, do you want some coffee? T1 replied, yes, please give me a cup. Eugene came to the coffee room and said, there's a restroom here. It's almost done, so please relax. T1 replied, "Thank you." Eugene thought while making coffee, "I'm ready, what will my Yuyun do this time?" Eugene asked T1, "You must have a lot of work to do when dealing with S-level people, right?" T1 replied, "It will definitely be more difficult since it's my job after all. It's okay these days there are less dungeon explosions than before. That's hardest to do when there are a lot of them. It used to be quite common for high-level hunters to get upset when dealing with dungeon explosions. When two S-level hunters were in the same area, then coping is impossible." Eugene drank water and said, "I understand so Yuyun too," but Eugene suddenly stopped thinking, "Does he have something to tell me about those things? I've heard quite a lot about what happened back then, so I'm pretty confident that I won't be shocked." T1 said to Eugene, "Your younger brother blew my arm off once." When Eugene heard that, he was so surprised that he fell backwards. T1 ran to help him and asked, "Are you okay? Do you need any help?" Eugene shyly replied, "No, I'm so embarrassed, my kid." T1 continued, "Don't worry, the arm can be reattached as long as there is medicine to restore it. It's your younger brother who got my arm back for me." The petrified Eugene said, "It's worse than a monster." T1 slammed his hand on the table and said, "Yes, that's why I was worried. When I heard that you were going to enter a dungeon with people like that," Eugene smiled and replied, "I understand." T1 said, "S-level awakened people can't be controlled, and even if he has special skills, he's still just an F-level guy, he's an easy target for them." Eugene replied, "Yes, that's right, that's why my younger brother often scolds me." E1 leaned closer to Eugene and said seriously, "The reason I came here today is to check on you. Please answer me and don't hide anything." T1 paused for a moment and then seriously asked, "Did he receive any physical or mental damage from them?" "Nothing happened in there at all." Eugene tasted the coffee and smiled and replied, "God, I worry too much. It took quite a bit of effort to stop those guys from fighting, but it wasn't like it was mentally traumatizing or anything." T1 suddenly pushed Eugene hard against the edge of the table, causing the coffee cup in his hand to fall to the ground. Eugene was strangled by T1 with both hands and tried to speak. Song department head. T1 slowly said, "I knew right away, I've been watching since I was at the hospital. But the problem here is you." Eugene was stunned and thought, what is he talking about? He didn't come here to talk about his younger brother. No, why did he suddenly strangle me like that? With the current situation where the department head suddenly strangled me, I couldn't help but make Hanu Jin confused and suspicious, thinking, why did he suddenly strangle me? And as department head Song used more and more force, causing the amount of oxygen in Hanu Jin's body to become less and less, he felt difficulty breathing, hesitating whether he should counterattack or not, thinking, should I resistance is not like that, can I do that, why did he do this, there is no reason. And now department head Song is looking at Hanu Jin with eyes filled with murderous intent and talking to Hanu Jin, even now. However, right at that moment, there was a sudden noise that broke this tense atmosphere. It was a bag of Kang So Young's toys that fell out. Because she was surprised by the scene before her eyes, she lost strength in her hands and couldn't hold the bag firmly. Seeing this sudden appearance, the manager Song did not let go of his hand holding Hanu Jin's neck but only turned back to talk to her, Hunter Kang So Young. As for Kang So Young, she quickly summoned her weapon. She angrily rushed towards the Song department head, and angrily asked him, "What are you doing?" Due to this unexpected blow, the manager Song had to quickly remove his hands that were strangling Hanu Jin to block Kang So Young's attack. As soon as he was released, Hanu Jin struggled to hold his neck. He tried to breathe to regain composure but still did not forget about the current situation and thought, no, she didn't do it, okay, just a level A hunter against Song Tae-won. Even if it's Miss So Young. And just like what Hanu Jin thought, as soon as Kang So Young threw his stick towards Song Tae-won, he gently used one hand to stop it. This made Kang So Young surprised and looked at Song Tae-won who was holding his stick tightly with one hand. And then Song Tae-won suddenly removed his hand and bowed to apologize and said to Hanu Jin, "I'm sorry." This sudden change of direction made Hanu Jin and Kang So Young stunned. That guy Sang Tae-won took out a bottle of medicine from his system, brought it in front of Hanu Jin and told him, "Hanu Jin, this is a recovery potion, please use it to treat him, your neck." Hanu Jin was also confused and bewildered, reaching out to receive the bottle of treatment medicine from Song Tae-won and awkwardly telling him, "Okay." But when she saw Hanu Jin still taking the medicine bottle from Song Tae-won's hand, Kang So Young was surprised. She quickly threw her hand away, breaking the medicine bottle and angrily said to Song Tae-won, "How dare you? You're so funny, you just strangled him, why did you immediately give him the recovery potion?" But with Kang So Young's suspicion, Hanu Jin is regretfully looking at the medicine bottle and thinking, poor medicine bottle. Seeing that, Kang So-young immediately turned around and angrily said to Hanu Jin, and you should have been careful too, Jin, who knows what's in that bottle of medicine. Hearing that, Hanu Jin quickly realized it was too late and said to Kang So-young, that's right. Along with that situation, Song Tae-won suddenly spoke up and reminded Hanu Jin that Hunter Kang So-young was right. Hearing that, both Hanu Jin and Kang So-young felt confused and asked Song Tae-won's name again. What? Song Tae-won calmly told Kang So-young that he should be more careful. I've been following him since he was in the hospital. He was always by the side of hunters and high-ranking monsters like it was nothing. I can understand why being with Hunter Park Yi-rim is the reason, because I heard that the two of them are very close to each other. But what about the high-class monster and the guildmaster Ju Pito? Hearing Song Tae-won say that, Hanu Jin immediately felt confused and asked Song Tae-won, what's wrong? Is it a bad thing for me to have a good relationship with them? Department head Song Tae-won immediately responded and told Hanu Jin, that's not a problem. I have seen countless hunters, and you are the only low-level hunter who can be comfortable being around monsters and high-level hunters. Just one dangerous-looking dog makes almost everyone tremble in fear, especially when that dog is loose and is slowly approaching them. So, how would a normal person feel if they were faced with a monster on a level far different from them? I saw the strength of the Ju Pito guild leader when we were in the dungeon, but he didn't look scared at all. Even when you were strangled by me. Hearing that, Hanu Jin was also confused and touched the neck that had just been strangled, and he immediately thought, it's because I have resistance to fear. And then remembering something, Hanu Jin was suddenly surprised and a little confused and thought, wait a minute. Before that, I received a notification window that fear resistance was activated. Fear resistance is a skill that activates when you feel a certain level of fear. But it's not activated either. Not only does it not work when he threatens me, it also doesn't work when I'm in front of a S-class demon king. And at this time, Song Tae-won was also skeptical and spoke up to give his thoughts and told Hanu Jin, that is completely different from what is called courage. This means your body's warning system is not working, you don't know when something becomes dangerous for you. Do you realize it? To such an extent, hearing Song Tae-won's name make sense like that, Hanu Jin also felt somewhat right and became confused, but hearing him give such an excuse, Kang So-young immediately angrily pointed the stick at Song Tae-won and questioned him. So that's a good reason for you to strangle him, why don't you go home? Head of the song department, looking at this fierce attitude of Kang So-young, Hanu Jin was also surprised. As for Song Tae-won, he was a little angry and spoke up to Kang So-young, the hunter Kang So-young. But Kang So-young still did not waver her will and calmly made her decision and told Song Tae-won, we will make an official complaint about this incident in the name of the guild. But Song Tae-won also calmly gave his reason and told Kang So-young, I'm trying to protect Hanu Jin from that guild too. And when the atmosphere was so tense, Hanu Jin stood up, he lowered the stick he was pointing at Kang So-young's manager Song Tae-won and said to the two of them, oh you two people, hey, you two are going to destroy this building with this tension. After listening to what you said, I admit that you're right. Hearing that, Kang So-young immediately did not agree, she was confused and told Hanu Jin, Jin. Hanu Jin immediately smiled and said to Song Tae-won, I really should have been more careful, thank you for pointing it out to me. Hearing that, Kang So-young immediately became angry and turned around and said to Hanu Jin, there it is again, why are you thanking him? Seeing that, Tae-won only calmed down a bit, then he calmly took out a card from his pocket, took out a pen and wrote something on a piece of paper. And tell Hanu Jin, you really are a strange person. Here, I'll leave my business card. Please call me whenever you need help. Even so, I hope you won't encounter a situation where you need to use this. After saying that, Song Tae-won turned around and left. And time has passed by. At this time, after taking a shower, Hanu Jin stood in front of the mirror, looked into the mirror and said, okay, all the marks are gone. Then Hanu Jin immediately remembered the situation that happened before, when Kang So-young tried to lift his shirt and wanted to take a photo of the mark on Hanu Jin's neck that Song Tae-won caused to take a photo, with Hanu Jin, photo evidence to put in the lawsuit. Then he helplessly said to Kang So-young, do you So-young? Then Hanu Jin got a little depressed and frustrated and thought, after that I had to spend quite a bit of effort to calm her down too. Then Hanu Jin dejectedly picked up the bottle of medicine on his desk and said, what a strange person, daring to strangle an anonymous citizen. I bet he provoked Yun to cut off his hand too. But he will die soon anyway. A few years from now, department head Song will die in a dungeon attack. After that incident, the Ju Pito Guild also left Korea without saying a word, so there were many rumors that Sung Yun Jae killed him. After that, the 8-bit guild developed so well that everyone started to doubt Yu Yun. Of course, my brother is far from doing that. It turns out that in Hanu Jin's mind, Hanu Yun has always been an obedient younger brother. Then Hanu Jin continued his thoughts and thought, even if the kid did that, he must have had some good reason. I don't know what the truth is. But he was someone who dealt with guilds enough that quite a few rumors seemed to start appearing after his death. That's also the reason why Sung Yun Jae kept interrupting him. And then Hanu Jin took the business card that Song Tae-won left for him and was immersed in his thoughts. He was pondering and thinking, but his attitude just now seemed, please call me whenever you need help, more like a concern for me than a threat, but the way he did it was a bit harsh. No, he just strangled me. What the hell am I talking about? I guess I'm rusty now. And then at this time Yu Myung-woo also came out, looked at the pile of empty boxes and messy papers and said to Han Yu-jin, "Yu-jin, this is all your stuff." Han Yu-jin immediately responded and said to Yu Myung-woo, "Yes." Then Yu Myung-woo immediately took out the items he had just created and walked in front of Han Yu-jin and said to Han Yu-jin, "Hey, those special ropes, I will keep them hidden until we get the building new." Looking at the new rope, all the items he had messed up were summed up in a blink of an eye. Han Yu-jin was surprised and said to Yu Myung-woo, "Wow, I created a cool item, it's gone again." "You've already moved in, right? Enter the highest apartment." Yu Myung-woo immediately replied and told Han Yu-jin, "Yes, it's great, it's so big that it almost makes me lost." Hearing that, Han Yu-jin did not hesitate and took out his room key card and said to Yu Myung-woo, "So come to my house when you feel lonely, take the space key." Hearing that, Yu Myung-woo was surprised and touched and said to Han Yu-jin, "What, really?" Han Yu-jin generously said to Yu Myung-woo, "Of course, but can you make a psychological enhancement device for me in your free time?" Yu Myung-woo also didn't find it difficult to agree to talk to Han Yu-jin. It was easy, but what was the point? Han Yu-jin didn't answer right away, but was just lost in his thoughts and thought, if my psychological state is high, the side effects of fear resistance will be reduced, and I won't need it when using the teaching skill, coax again. Seeing that Han Yu-jin didn't answer right away but was deep in thought like that, Yu Myung-woo also thought for a few seconds, then spoke up and said to Han Yu-jin, "You're in trouble again, right?" And at the same time, Park Yi-rim suddenly rushed to Han Yu-jin's place. She did not enter directly through the door but instead broke through the wall and entered. This could show that Park Yi-rim was in a hurry right now. To what extent? As soon as she arrived, she shouted to Han Yu-jin, "Uncle. I knew everything, that's why I said I'd stay." Seeing Park Yi-rim's appearance, Yu Myung-woo immediately turned around and told Park Yi-rim, "Yi-rim, I immediately knew something had happened." And seeing Park's sudden appearance and even breaking down this wall, Yi-rim, Han Yu-jin was a bit surprised and helpless. With Yu Myung-woo's question, Han Yu-jin was a little confused and told Yu Myung-woo everything and said to Yu Myung-woo, "Oh no." After hearing everything that happened to Han Yu-jin, Yu Myung-woo was surprised and disgruntled and asked Han Yu-jin in panic, "What, is he crazy? You give all hunters a level, when S leaves, he tries to kill you." But Han Yu-jin felt confused by their ridiculous over-the-top attitude, so he told Yu Myung-woo, "He was just worried about me." But before Han Yu-jin finished speaking, when he heard that Han Yu-jin was still defending Song Tae-won like that, Park Yi-rim got angry and questioned Han Yu-jin, "Did you strangle someone? Don't worry about them." Then Yu Myung-woo also felt helpless and said to Han Yu-jin, "Please be careful, Yu-jin." Park Yi-rim also felt worried. She tearfully said to Han Yu-jin, "I feel so bad when things like this happen. I promised to protect you, but I couldn't do anything when you were kidnapped, and it was the same today." Seeing Park Yi-rim suddenly so excited, Han Yu-jin was worried and called her, "Yi-rim." Park Yi-rim held Han Yu-jin's hand and told him worriedly, "And now the president is not here anymore. No matter what, I will protect you, really." Seeing Park Yi-rim worried about him like that, seeing that Park Yi-rim was still very childish, Han Yu-jin sighed helplessly. He lovingly patted Park Yi-rim's head and told her, "Thank you, okay, I will also be more careful." After seeing everyone worried and concerned about her like that, Han Yu-jin immediately thought to herself, "I think it's true that I've become very calloused. They all care about me so much, I really should pay more attention to myself." But just when I decided to pay more attention to myself, this happened. Currently, in front of the dungeon door, Park Yi-rim was seriously injured. She was bleeding a lot. She didn't even have the strength to stand and had to let Han Yu-jin quickly help her up. Han Yu-jin was worried about Park Yi-rim and shouted for her, "Yi-rim, Yi-rim, try harder." Then Han Yu-jin looked worried and confused at the scene before her eyes. Han Yu-jin remembered everything and thought, everything was fine until that morning. That day was also a peaceful day like any other day, when Park Yi-rim was holding 2 cups of coffee in front of the table in the garden. She looked at the monsters trained to be Hanu Jin's pets here and happily told Hanu Jin, they all seem to like their new home. There is also a garden on the rooftop. They are full of energy all morning, but when looking at Hanu Jin's exhausted and depressed appearance, Park Yi-rim immediately panicked and worried and shouted at Hanu Jin, "Oh my god. What's wrong? You're not sleeping anymore." Hanu Jin was exhausted but weakly said to Park Yi-rim, "Oh, they are so full of energy, and it turns out that Ko-meter is a night-active species. It turns out that the operating hours of the Black Dragon, Kang So-young's mount, are from 2400 hours midnight to 8 a.m. Then Park Yi-rim also looked at the actions of the monsters who were mischievously wreaking havoc here and agreed with Hanu Jin, "It's truly hell to be a parent." Bo Lu Duong also seems to be a troublemaker. Then Hanu Jin, even if he was helpless, had to accept them and speak up to Hanu Jin, "Okay, they have to play to be healthy, but he didn't go far because he wanted to be with you. Smart, isn't that right?" The animal that Hanu Jin mentioned was the yellow eagle. It seemed like it also sensed that Hanu Jin was talking about him, so it immediately turned around and looked at Hanu Jin affectionately. As for Park Yi-rim, he felt confused and spoke up to Hanu Jin, "The garden is being destroyed, why are you praising it?" Then Hanu Jin also smiled happily, took the flower brought by a small white bird and said to it, "Give it to me, thank you." Seeing this action of Hanu Jin, Park Yi-rim was also helpless to tell him, "Speaking of which, I think he was completely enchanted." And at this time, perhaps seeing that Hanu Jin was excited and thanked the little white bird for bringing him a flower branch, the eagle immediately learned and followed suit. It held a whole tree and flew in Hanu Jin's direction. However, that tree was destroyed by Park Yi-rim in an instant. Seeing that, Hanu Jin was surprised and said, "Oh." And Park Yi-rim got angry and grabbed the eagle's neck and said to it, "Are you going to do that all the time? I'm tired, and this garden is brand new." The eagle was strangled by Park Yi-rim. It was confused and had difficulty breathing. As for Hanu Jin, she smiled fondly as if nothing happened or was already too used to this and spoke up to Park Yi-rim, "Oh, it's okay, it's okay. This is normal for them, you can't put human expectations on them." Then Hanu Jin picked up a large flower branch that seemed to have been brought by that eagle. He held out his arm so that the eagle could perch on his hand. Looking at the eagle who was shedding tears, not knowing whether it was self-pity or pain, Hanu Jin happily asked it again, "Do you also want to give me flowers?" Then Hanu Jin took the eagle's wing and rubbed it on Park Yi-rim's head and told her, "Thank you for taking care of me, Yi-rim is such a good child." It was as if Hanu Jin spoke for the eagle, so the eagle smiled with satisfaction. As for Park Yi-rim, he was a bit embarrassed by Hanu Jin's action. Then she accepted, fixed her hair that had been done by Hanu Jin, picked up the feathers stuck in her hair and emotionally told Hanu Jin, "They must be very happy because they have you to take care of them. Can you leave them to me today and rest?" With this suggestion from Park Yi-rim, Hanu Jin drank energy drink to regain strength and spirit. While speaking to Park Yi-rim, he wanted the same, but today is the first day of opening the store. Then Hanu Jin remembered his current situation and seriously thought, "Yes, because now that I have my own building, it's time to get serious. I'm sure people from abroad will come to send their animals, S-level here. If I try to influence them little by little, I can easily obtain 5-0 from the magical beasts and hunters." Then Hanu Jin looked at the customer list on her phone. With the text message coming from the screen, she texted Hanu Jin the message. "Hello honey, my younger brother is coming to Korea tomorrow." Looking at it, Hanu Jin immediately thought, and today's first customer is Dio Va Cho, she's twin brother. In return for taking care of her animals, I asked to be introduced to her younger brother. Hanu Jin immediately remembered what happened that night. He asked again, "Your younger brother is also an S-level, right?" Sif T looked at the knife in her hand and said to Hanu Jin, That's right, it's very precious." Thinking of this, Hanu Jin immediately thought about it, and his natural enemy skills effect will double, and if I use keywords, I can easily add 1S rank in one move. But then Hanu Jin suddenly woke up and remembered the image of the Civ T licking the knife and threatened to say to Hanu Jin, "I raised my younger brother just like you, we make it perfect, little by little." Remembering that, Hanu Jin immediately became confused and worried, thinking that CCT's younger brother was also a big, crazy guy who was sweating profusely and thought, "Is that okay? Isn't her sister just as dangerous as her sister?" Extreme stress. But this time I have an S-rank guardian, thinking about Hanu Jin while looking at Park Yi-rim, and then Park Yi-rim also spoke up and told Hanu Jin, "They must have arrived, they are coming up. Come closer to me, don't go meet other people alone anymore." Then Park Yi-rim stood like a bodyguard in front of Hanu Jin. Hanu Jin also agreed with this opinion and said to Park Yi-rim, "Yes, yes." Then, because of Park Yi-rim's protection, Hanu Jin confidently thought to himself, no matter how terrible they were, and at this time, there was also the sound of footsteps approaching them, and at the same time the system also sent a notification to Hanu Jin, activating my natural enemy skill. If you encounter a monster, all skill effects will be doubled, and right now appearing in front of them was a young man wearing a light blue shirt with an attractive handsome face, along with a sunny smile, speaking to Hanu Jin. "It's nice to meet you, Hunter Hanu Jin, I'm Noah Lu Hai's younger brother." Looking at such a gentle, radiant smile, even Park Yi-rim had to quickly cover her eyes with her hands, and Hanu Jin, wearing glasses, was surprised and thought, "Angel." This was contrary to the image he had imagined of TCC's younger brother. Then when sitting at the table to discuss everything, Noah Lu Hai immediately spoke up and said to Hanu Jin, "Thank you for the invitation. First of all, I would like to apologize for my sister's rude behavior. I don't know the details, but I'm sure she acted aggressively." Looking at such a gentle person with a warm voice and polite behavior, Hanu Jin immediately exclaimed in surprise and thought, he is different from his older sister. As if reading Hanu Jin's thoughts, No Lu Hai immediately spoke up to explain and told Hanu Jin, "Well, we're not the same, because of the title, our appearance has changed." Hanu Jin also smiled politely and said to No Lu Hai, "It's not the same," and in his heart, he whispered comments and thought, not only about his appearance but also his personality. Then at this moment, Park Yi-rim couldn't help but be curious and asked Jin, "Uncle, how did you meet him? He is a foreigner." Hanu Jin immediately explained and told Park Yi-rim, "I am friends with his sister on social networks." Hearing that, Park Yi-rim immediately panicked and quickly shouted to Hanu Jin, "Social networks? You can't just meet everyone you know from social networks." Hearing that, Hanu Jin was immediately helpless with Park Yi-rim's worries, but turned around to talk to Park Yi-rim, "But I didn't expect to hear this from a high school student." And Slave A Lu Hai immediately spoke up, politely explained and told Park Yi-rim, "I'm not a suspicious person, I also work in a guild in France." Hearing that, Park Yi-rim was surprised and asked No Lu Hai, "Are you a president? But you look so young." Noah immediately responded and said to Park Yi-rim, "I am 19 years old this year." Hearing that, both Hanu Jin and Park Yi-rim were surprised, and Park Yi-rim exclaimed and said to Noah Lu Hai, "Oh, my president is 23 years old," and Hanu Jin was equally surprised and thought, "He is a president at that age, he is just like Yu Yun." And then Hanu Jin got excited and said to Lu Hai, "You two should be friends." Hearing that, Park Yi-rim felt a bit displeased and turned to look at Hanu Jin even though Hanu Jin was not paying attention to her and asked Hanu Jin again, "Is that okay?" And Noah Lu Hai was also happily embarrassed by their surprise, but then humbly spoke up to Hanu Jin, "It was a very small guild, not even comparable to this guild. It is an evil guild and specializes in auxiliary skills. By the time I received my title, we only had healing and support skills. Because there are no good attack skills, it is difficult to expand." Hearing that, Hanu Jin immediately became curious and asked No Lu Hai, "Don't you run it together with your sister?" Noah Lu Hai immediately responded and said to Hanu Jin, "It's not just me, my sister is too carefree. She only contacts me when she needs something. She usually doesn't like to care about my schedule and asks for help over and over again." Hearing that, Hanu Jin's thoughts seemed to be clear and he immediately thought in surprise, I understand. That's their relationship, the younger brother likes to help enslave his older sister. Haven't I won the lottery, a polite and helpful S-rank hunter? Hanu Jin thought so when she looked at No Lu Hai who was looking pitiful and said to herself, "I'm lacking a lot, so she helped me a lot." And then Hanu Jin immediately imagined the scene where Hanu Yun and Noah Lu Hai were close friends, happily cooperating together, thinking happily, and also having great personalities. Once influenced, he will see me as a sieve, so he will listen to me, right? If we get close, Yu Yun will have new friends. I don't know if I can still influence the sieves. It will definitely work. Thinking about it, Hanu Jin stood up excitedly and happily said to Noah Lu Hai, "It must be very difficult for you. I'm sure your sister forced you to come to Korea. I can help you arrange accommodation." But when he saw Hanu Jin so excited and enthusiastic, No Lu Hai was a little surprised. Then he smiled gently and said to Hanu Jin, "No, I happened to come to Korea because of work, just different." Then, Park Yi-rim got curious and asked No Lu Hai if he was going to stay long. "Do you want to know some good places to eat here?" Hanu Jin also continued and happily said to No Lu Hai, "That's right, just ask us if you need anything." Hearing that, Noah Lu Hai was immediately moved and said to Hanu Jin, "Thank you for everyone's concern, it's so kind." And then Hanu Jin was about to start acting on her plan thinking, "That's right, now I just need to be natural." Right after that, Hanu Jin happily extended his hand and said to No Lu Hai, no problem, because no, I love you because you're my customer." Just 1 second later, The system appeared and informed Hanu Jin that his natural enemy skill was being activated. The skill effect doubled. Noah has awakened to be influenced by keywords. And then finally the image of Noah Lu Hai appeared on Hanu Jin's system board. Therefore, Hanu Jin happily looked at this system board and thought, success, I got one on my first business day. It's really a good start. I wish every day was like today. But at this time, Park Yi-rim suddenly became dissatisfied and spoke up to Hanu Jin, Uncle, you said I like you so easily. I also said the same thing to Yun-A and the president. Hearing that, Hanu Jin just smiled and explained to Park Yi-rim, it's just work. But he didn't notice that Lu Hai's face turned dark when he heard Hanu Jin say that, so Hanu Jin still didn't know anything but smiled innocently and turned around to ask Noah Lu Hai, people say that's a common greeting in the West. Isn't that right, boy? But when he didn't hear anything that Lu Hai said, Hanu Jin was confused and called him, boy. But Slave still didn't say anything, just opened his mouth to say something. Seeing that, Hanu Jin gently spoke up and asked No Lu Hai, sorry, I didn't hear you clearly, is something wrong? Ah, if this bothers you. But Hanu Jin had not finished speaking when Slave A Lu Hai suddenly used more force on her hand. Immediately, Lu Hai's two hands were clinging to the table, causing the table to explode. And it seemed that he had sensed danger or something strange from Noah Lu Hai, so Park Yi-rim acted very quickly and promptly pulled Hanu Jin out of that explosion. And used myself as a shield in front of him. When suddenly pushed away, Hanu Jin was confused with the current situation and asked them. What? Something unexpected happened. And now Slave is standing in the middle of this explosion and he is the one who caused this explosion, and Park Yi-rim lay motionless nearby. Seeing that, Hanu Jin immediately panicked and shouted at Park Yi-rim, Yi-rim, are you okay? Then Hanu Jin was confused and asked again, No Lu Hai. Uncle, what's going on, Uncle, what's going on? At this time, Slave A Lu Hai's nails had grown longer and become sharp like those of a monster, and when he heard Hanu Jin ask him, Slave A Lu Hai's eyes now seemed to have changed, is no longer like before. There was no gentle warmth in it, only a heartless, emotionless look in Hanu Jin's direction. Then the Slave A Lu Hai suddenly rushed up and attacked Hanu Jin. Seeing that, Hanu Jin immediately felt confused and thought, haven't I successfully influenced him? What the hell keeps happening to all my customers? And just a few seconds later there was an explosion right above Hanu Jin's building. Hanu Jin looked at the change in Noah's appearance and thought to himself, what's going on? Did something happen to him? I definitely influenced him. Why did he attack me? The enemy rushed towards him. But halfway there, Yuri stopped me. She cursed this damn crazy guy. She rushed to block him. At the same time attacked Noah. The two sides fought fiercely. Suddenly she was hit by his attack. Blood spurted out on her arm. The wound and the toxins from that attack made sweat drenched, running down her face. He worriedly propped himself up and called her name. She shouted loudly, just stand still there. He couldn't think, the speed difference was still too big. Besides, you won't be able to use your ice skills to the fullest extent because I'm still here. Suddenly she felt dizzy, her strength seemed to be running out more and more, she hugged her arms and fell down, stuttering. He looked at her unusual expression. Then he noticed that his arm gradually turned from purple to black. He understood that it was poison, from the wound from the previous time. If things continue like this then Yerim will. Looking at Noah's claws getting closer and closer to Yerim, Hanu Jin shouted loudly, no, stop. Please stop, mister, no, ah. The opponent retreated, sat down on the side of the road, held his head in his hands. He wondered if his influence had already worked. But what's wrong with him? More importantly, I need to take advantage of this opportunity and I need to keep him here until help arrives. If I predict his attack using shared senses, dodging the attack will be easy. He turned around, used his skills, predicted the attack from the left, then dodged. But he still couldn't match his opponent's speed. Immediately being hit, he held the scratch on his chest that was bleeding and muttered to avoid that damn thing. If he was still awake, I would have returned to my grandparents by now. He thinks Hanu Jin, you have to concentrate, if you want to live. Focus on Noah's senses as best you can. He read the murderous intent from his thoughts of killing. Kill, right now he is weaker than me, I can kill him right now. Hanu Jin was startled and cursed silently, what the hell is that? This is Noah's perspective. Is he mistaking me for someone else? His guardian, Riet. Is that the person he wants to kill? While he was still surprised by what he could discover, the opponent had already rushed to attack him. Luckily at that moment, Kim Sung-han appeared and used a shield to protect him. At the same time say back. He looked at him, worriedly asking Hanu Jin, "Are you okay?" He looked at him with eyes full of appreciation. He spoke up to reassure the guy from the association who was on his way here. And Jupiter Merit. Before he could finish his sentence, Sung Hyun Jae appeared and controlled Noah. Stepped on that person's face and said it's a pity that the little master didn't pick up the phone. He was able to watch a good performance. Hanu Jin hurriedly ran to Yerim's side. She looked at him, her breath weakly protesting, "Don't come close to me, the antidote won't work." He reassured her, "Come here, kid, I have poison resistance." Sung Hyun Jae turned his head and wondered, is it anti-poison? At least S level, you really have a lot of talent, anyway. This is quite confusing for you. To think that you became so naughty when you first set foot in Korea. I should deal with him right here, as he said. He controlled and used a familiar technique to try to kill Noah. Hanu Jin quickly spoke up to stop him. Sung Hyun Jae, "Please wait, Sung Hyun Jae. I'm very grateful for your help, but please don't harm my guests." Kim Sung-han trembled and said, "It's dangerous, Jin." Sung Hyun Jae smiled and said, "I don't think this is something you should say with such an appearance, Jin." He replied that I probably used a potion. Sung Hyun Jae asked again, "Are you really protecting your guests despite the condition of this new building? You're really hopeless, Jin." He looked around hesitantly, "That's true, but..." Sung Hyun Jae said, "I want to know what happened." Hanu Jin immediately took the phone and called Riet saying, "I will check that right now."
At the other end of the second, a sweet voice rang out,
"Hello, baby."
Suddenly hearing that familiar sound, Noah was startled, his face suddenly turned pale.
A woman's voice rang out, "Do you need me for something? You've met my little brother, haven't you? It's cute, isn't it?" Hanu Jin replied, "Yes, he is here, but there is a little problem." "He attacked me," the other person asked in surprise. "He's not the type of person who would do that." Then called out loudly, "Did you hear my voice, little brother? Is what he said true?" Noah trembled and replied, "Yes, ma'am." She asked, "I thought I told you to behave well." Noah was so panicked that his voice became weak. "I'm sorry." Hanu Jin used his skills to probe Noah, just as he predicted. He thought he knew right away. "The ultimate fear I felt through sharing my senses, my younger brother fucking obeyed. He only obeyed because he was scared." And Noah's parameters changed from S level to A level. He is S level even though his awakening ability is only A level. According to common sense, this is impossible. Kim Sung-han is also an S level up from a level, but that's because his awakening ability is A to S. But in Noah's case, it's a different story. Somehow he forced his body to level S even though his limit was level A. Maturity broke the system's limits just 3 years after the dungeons were opened. He remembered Noah once told him, "I still had a lot of shortcomings, so you helped me a lot." He secretly imagined what those two people said, the Riet at that time, that I had perfected him to the point of perfection. And Noah's reaction. The fact that he tried to kill him right after judging that the opponent he thought was his sister was in a weak position. "Riet, what exactly did you do to him?" Not all caregivers have good intentions. A long time ago, in Noah's memories, Riet stepped on the corpses of the monsters she had dealt with, her whole body covered in their blood, and said, "So you're saying I can just fight the monsters or monsters like this?" That's right, I knew right away that this world would come to an end. From now on. In the middle of speaking, she looked at Noah and saw that he was using his strength to heal others. She asked with a serious face, "What are you doing, little brother? Are you okay? You've also awakened, right?" He stammered, "Yes." "I asked if you're S-class, right?" He replied, "No, I'm an A level. I don't have any fighting skills, but I can heal wounds." Hearing this, she suddenly seemed like a crazy person. "Rushed to beat my sister brutally, saying, 'Why do you always disappoint me? How are you going to survive in this world when you're just an A-level student? Look at that, those people ran away even after I helped them. Everyone should really know how to defend themselves.' It's okay, it's okay. Why are you crying, my lovely brother? My weak and fragile sister, you have nothing to worry about. I will definitely make you useful." Ending that statement, Noah felt like he was living in a prison. The training exercises his sister talked about would actually be a more accurate word than torture. He trembled back to reality because of his sister's words coming from the cell phone. "Are you listening, my weak sister? Why can't you do something right?" He panicked and said, "I'm sorry." Sung Hyun Jae spoke up, "I see that you met Jin when you were in Korea, Miss Riet." She replied, "Oh my, it's someone, an extremely dangerous person, walking with you, honey, that person is a bad person. Looking at Noah's frightened appearance, Hanu Jin lost patience and interrupted her. More importantly, Riet. It seems like your younger brother has a lot of negative feelings towards you. He thought to himself, it's my fault, I should think that not all parents are good people. She said no way, I raised him to be strong. He asked how to raise him. She replied yes, I raised her instead of throwing her away when she was still just a weak brat. He said he should have been an A level when he awakened. She replied that's not good enough, he is my younger brother. He thought he didn't know what to say about these feelings. She continued to tell me how hard it was for me to help him reach S level, because he was so weak that he couldn't do anything. He deeply felt when he looked at Noah's expression the anxiety and fear, the traces of violence that could not be hidden. Riet's words were like an attack on Noah. She said even today he made a mistake with you again. This weak person really can't be independent. What's the point of forming a private association? When will you really become useful, my weak sister? Maybe I would be crawling on the street right now if it weren't for you. Anyone else would have thrown you away. All of these things I do just because I love you, that's why. Hanu Jin reminded herself to calm down. I can take advantage of this situation. He swallowed his anger and said, Hunter Riet, I have a few words to say about this. She seemed quite surprised and asked why he sounded so angry. He said your younger brother harmed an awakened person in Korea, so I will ask the association to keep him here for a while. Just say it, can't you let it go just this once? He looked at Noah's pitiful appearance and thought that he might understand something, not only about Noah but also about Riet. He said and Riet this. I can ban you from entering the country if I report you on the grounds of a legal contract. She asked what, are you really planning to report me? He thought he had to be really careful with which card he was going to turn over. He said we could talk about the monster stuff later. She said wait, I already introduced my younger brother like you said. He thought again and let's not forget that she was the one who almost killed me. What did she say? Honey, are you angry because of my brother's mistake? My brother didn't do anything right? Wait, let me. He constantly reminded himself to be careful, and to be cautious. But he couldn't hold back anymore. He shouted, what do you mean? What's wrong? What's wrong here is that you're deceiving your younger brother to push the responsibility onto him. Noah's tears suddenly flowed when he heard what he said. He weakly looked up at him, looking extremely pitiful. Riet asked, why are you shouting? Sweetie, he shouted, are you crazy? How can you say such things while still pretending to love him? Can't you see he's dying in fear? Everyone present was surprised by his reaction. Even her, I can't see my sister from here, okay? You know what it's like to teach, love and punish him. If he says this, is it called pity and punishment? How can you bully a completely normal, innocent child? How much did you torture him to make him so scared? If he really awakens at the age of 19, then you are really crazy. If your little brother can't protect himself, you have to protect him. How can you do that to your little brother just because you think he's not doing well enough, and yet you still call me are you a sister? Don't even think about going to Korea before reflecting on yourself. Don't show your face here unless you intend to bow your head and apologize to your brother, she said wait. But he was so angry that he turned off the phone as soon as he finished saying what he wanted to say. The anger passed and he began to realize the situation. He thought he was dead. Missed calls pile up. He told himself, never mind, my light is off anyway, she won't kill me, especially since I'm still raising her monster. Noah stammered my sister. Then looked at Hanu Jin's serious face, swallowed the sound he was about to blurt out back inside, secretly thinking that my sister couldn't repeat a word he said, and Noah was escorted to the association shortly after. Kim Sung-han held his head helplessly and said there was no way a person could change overnight, even then you were truly hopeless. I will take Hunter Noah to a special cell for hunters, there will be no harm to the people around him so after the punishment period, you will receive a request to be placed under house arrest. If you want I can expel him right now, Hanu Jin spoke up to stop him, please don't expel him until we resolve the problem. Could you please ban Riet entry instead, to separate the two of them and also for my safety? He replied that it seemed better. He looked at Noah, reassuring him that he's fine now. Mr. Noah, your sister won't be able to come see you anymore. Let's talk about it after everything has been resolved. Then he turned away thinking he was wasting time. Now let's try to solve everything with words. I'll have to be on guard for a while. In the end, a lion healer from the Jupiter Guild healed him of his remaining injuries. He smiled and guided him this way. He watched him treat Yerim thinking how envious. As a healer, I can also take Noah in as a healer if everything goes well. After treating Yerim, the healer turned to him and politely said, here, let me see your wound. He replied, I just used a potion. Without letting him finish his sentence, Yerim girl rushed over and tore his shirt, telling him that he should heal all his wounds, no matter how small they were. Here. You really should be more careful, you should treat yourself better. He awkwardly covered his upper body with his hand and faltered, saying yes, thank you. She said, and he shouldn't go around saying love to everyone like that. He saw the people from before, they were crazy. He said he was reflecting on his behavior. I thought to myself, that's right, this is not the time to recruit a healer. I said the keyword too much without any fear. Is this the effect of fear resistance? I also said the keyword to Hyun-jae. What if I have to face the consequences? Am I crazy? He secretly thought about it and then found himself unable to accept the scene he imagined with that psychological attack. He thought about not dealing with S-rank hunters anymore. The healer left. He turned around and said, "Thank you, Yerim. Things could have gotten worse if it weren't for you." She took the things and gave them to him. Listening to what he said, her face turned slightly pink. She sat down on the chair, trying to hide her shy feelings, and told him I still had a long way to go. I finally made it, couldn't protect him to the end. The antidote that should have been there to heal him to level A, wasn't it effective? He said, I think Noah's poison skill is around S rank, maybe that's why the antidote isn't enough. She looked at him, her eyes filled with menace. So, what is your poison resistance level? I know you already have that skill. He thought, so the story comes down to this question, huh? Then he leaned close to her ear and honestly replied, don't tell anyone else. She mumbled in bewilderment, I didn't even know that level existed. He pondered to himself now that he thought about it. How did the guild's people tell Jupiter about his poison resistance skill level? He remembered Hyun-jae turning around and looking at him asking if he had poison resistance, at least S level. He vaguely guessed, didn't he also know about Noah's poison skill? It seems he also knows Riet. Does he know Noah? Meanwhile, at the Hunter Punishment Center. Hyun-jae walks into the detention room. Noah says it hasn't been long since we made you useful, right? Why have you caused so much trouble? You need to learn how to keep your promises. The other person sat blankly on the chair, looked up at him with tired eyes and replied that you are already here, Master. He asked, why did you do that? You've already caused trouble as soon as you flew here. You're making it difficult for yourself. You must remember your promise to return the favor. Noah angrily said, repaying the favor? You mean repaying the favor for showing me how to become stronger? After helping my sister obtain the star equivalent. He had to tell her about the dungeon where siblings had to act together to successfully destroy it. He sighed and said, I said I would help you become strong. Rather than helping you become stronger than Riet, Noah shouted, why? Then he was beaten until he fell to the ground. Hyun-jae said, it doesn't matter, I asked you twice already. Why did you attack Hanu Jin? He left the cell after hearing the answer from Noah. He said, I've had a strange feeling since I saw him. A poisonous cursed dragon like me and my sister, no, a higher rank. That's why I feel like he's like my sister, even though he's weak. Hyun-jae contemplates an exclusive long. Does he have a related title? I wonder how he has such high-level poison resistance. But how could someone with F-level stats have a title higher than SSS level Valscasis? But it seems like he doesn't have any attack skills. Suddenly he stopped, looked straight ahead and called for manager Song T1. The other person glared at him and said, I knew you were involved in this. He indifferently replied, I don't know what you're talking about, I just came to visit as someone who helped solve the case. The opponent made a request not to put Hunter Hanu Jin in danger. He said that's why I ended the situation at that time and brought along another healer. Of course, the actual situation when I got there was far from what I expected. That's interesting. I guess even Riet doesn't know what to do. Someone with F rank stats is no different from a commoner. Song T1 growled if he intentionally put him in unnecessary danger and took advantage of him. He put his hand on the other person's shoulder to interrupt. I'm really worried about him, right? I should learn from you. Should I try strangling him? Does he think he's not taking advantage of him? Using words like that isn't accurate for this matter. He looked at the message sent from his phone screen with the content that the Guild Master of the Abyss was out. He smiled happily and the conversation became more interesting. Hanu Jin, do you really think you're getting caught up in all of this? No, the person caught up in this is, in another development, in front of the dungeon, reporters gathered in large numbers to report live from the front of the dungeon building. They reported that he had been out of the dungeon for less than a week even though the dungeon was expected to take 10 days. Whether this is a record that was just set, or because he failed and used a gate stone to get out of there, he's S level, I think it's fine. If the damage is big, then. We are not sure about the current situation there. The hunter may still be excited after the intense battle and will attack, so we can't approach yet, and the security camera. Hanu Jin and Kim Sung Han arrived in front of the dungeon door. but he quickly rushed inside, making everyone quite surprised, as well as talking worriedly. They are entering. Hunter Kim Sung-han and the brother of the Abyss Guildmaster. Isn't this brother in F rank, so he's very dangerous. Kim Sung-han rushed forward to open the door and led the way for him. He didn't forget to remind him to be careful. You can't stand in front of me. A high-level hunter as soon as he broke through the dungeon. Seeing Hanu Jin appear with peace, Kim Sung-han secretly guessed that he had succeeded. Hanu Jin walked out and said hello. Did you come to pick me up? Hanu Jin immediately ran to hug her sister and told her to pick up that monkey. Hey, what happened to your potions? His younger brother asked why you two kept coming in like that. He wanted to work in peace, because he was an adult now, he replied. Even if he is an adult, he is still a child. Kim Sung-han breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed like he was okay. After careful observation, he quickly backed away but couldn't. Approaching him now is very dangerous. I know because I went to several dungeons with him. So how did he and Peace behave? Looking at Peace and Hanu Jin, he was obedient like a gentle puppy in front of Hanu Jin, letting him massage and examine his entire body. He didn't care, not surprised. During this time, Sung Hyun Jae seemed to be able to witness everything that happened in front of the dungeon that Hanu Jin had conquered. He looked up at the moonlight and said yes. In comparison, it was like a cat licking its fur, for tigers. That's why people are attracted to him, people who are outside the norms of society. The dungeon door opened slightly, the reporters rushed him out. Hunter Hanu Jin. You're fine, Guildmaster, we believe you. What he got was jealousy or maybe fear. Is it okay to get close to him? Has he succeeded? We must report immediately to the association. While they were still cautious, only concerned about the results of the Abyss Guild president's achievements, Hanu Jin was already close, put his coat on his younger brother, and gently said, let's figure it out tomorrow. She worked so hard that she couldn't sleep. At the same time, she hugged the sleeping Peace, used her body to block the reporters, and led them away. For someone like Hanu Jin to meet someone who treats him like a normal person, but also treats him like a child and worries about him like his older brother is doing. Meanwhile, sitting crouched in his cell, Noah hung his head and mumbled that he had ruined it. This is not what I want to do. His eyes were sad. He remembered his sister's words. See, what did I say? You can't do anything right, even if you're S-class. If you did it right, I wouldn't be locked up here, or angry about anything. It's all your fault. It's all because of you. He waved his hand and broke the chains. Stand up and say yes. I can't be like this. I have to fix the mistake somehow. While the media widely reported that the Abyss Guild had raided an S-class dungeon in just a short period of time, and this would greatly affect the public's opinion of dungeon management. Avoiding high-level dungeons will also work. Hanu Jin didn't care much. He slept peacefully because his only concern was that his younger brother and Peace had safely left the dungeon. He held the pet in his arms, leaned on his brother's shoulder and fell into a deep sleep. Kim Sung-han sat in the driver's seat, glanced at him and said he hadn't slept in a few nights. Maybe it was because of the new monster, but he was very worried about you. It's a bit strange, the whole world knows he's an S-class hunter, but he's still worried sick like a mother. Is it because you guys are a family? Hanu Jin's expression became more gentle. He said he's so strange. He looked at Peace sleeping in his brother's arms, thinking he was hugging me as if I were his child, but this child was much stronger than him. Before awakening, since we were children, as soon as others whispered, he would always. He remembers that even though his brother was weak, he still hugged him and protected him with all his life. Maybe that's why strange things always happen to him. Who will pay attention to that love and care? But it's better than him being passive and doing nothing. The more people like him, the more his safety is guaranteed. During the time I was away from him, while in the dungeon, my brother's safety is the top priority for me and Peace. Just for him. That terrifying beast accepted his suggestion that we should cooperate together, which would help both of us quickly become stronger. With that estimate, the time the two of them spent in the dungeon would decrease. So everything will be fine. Then he suddenly spoke up and asked, did nothing happen while I was gone? Kim Sung-han was startled by his sudden question and said slowly, actually, a lot of things happened. I will report to you in detail when we return. Suddenly his phone notified him that a picture message had been sent. He glanced and wondered what this was, a photo. As soon as he opened the message, he lost all composure when he saw the image of the wound on his brother's neck and chest. He crushed the phone in his hand. At this moment, Hanu Jin woke up, sleepily saying, when did he fall asleep, Yun? Seeing his brother's gloomy face, Hanu Jin flustered, sorry, I must be drooling. Suddenly Hanu Yun rushed towards him and ripped his shirt off. He was startled and shouted loudly, "Crazy guy, why did you ruin my clothes?" The other person roared, "What is your wound? Why is your chest full of blood? What happened?" He hummed, "It's okay, I'm okay now." The other person says, "What do you mean? He tried to kill you." He said it was just an accident. "Well, I got caught up in the fight between those two sisters." Hanu Yun shouted, "Are you sure? Who is that? Did they say anything strange? Like sect, Confucianism, and that kind of thing?" "Since when did he say Confucianism is a sect?" "That's Noah, he's the Art Guild president." "It's okay, Guildmaster Jupiter handled the situation at that time and even called in a healer." Hanu Yun clenched his fists into fists, blaming himself like that and saying it was nothing. "It wasn't even a week since you left and I was already injured. I even left Kim Sung Han, Park Yi Rim and the others behind just in case. Like this, what's the point of going into the dungeon?" He patted his younger brother's head and said, "That's why it's just the two of you in the dungeon, huh? Don't worry, Yerim and Sung Han protected you, right?" Kim Sung Han quickly coordinated and replied, "That's right." He said, "It's okay now, Noah was arrested." Hanu Yun growled, "Is he not dead yet?" He replied, "He's okay." Hanu Yun told Guildmaster Jupiter to let him live. He's definitely involved in this," he said. "Is that conclusion reasonable?" Hanu Yun's eyes became scary and said, "I will check it myself. Let's continue." "What is the mark on your neck?" he asked. "Do you already know this?" After explaining for a while, he concluded that it was like that. "My neck was injured because he wanted to teach me a lesson." Hanu Yun said, "I understand." He looked at his younger brother and thought, "I heard that he even cut off the department head's arm, but this time he didn't intend to kill him, right?" Then he said, "Don't be angry." Hanu Yun immediately agreed, "I understand." He was also surprised that his stubborn younger brother agreed so quickly. He asked again, "Really?" Hanu Yun said he was right. "You were weak and didn't know how to listen. He probably thought it was better to give you a little time to teach you a lesson." He replied that he understood. Hanu Yun thoughtfully said, "Since there are a lot of stalkers, if he can make him more cautious that way, then he has to pay the price for his strange thinking." Hanu Jin wondered unexpectedly, "Are there people stalking me? I guess just having a few people by my side won't solve the problem." By the way, the Confucianism theme seems to have nothing to do with hunters or guilds at all. He walked forward and opened the door, then stood there waiting for his younger brother and said, "Please come in, about the sect you talked about earlier." Suddenly there was a phone call. He picked up the phone and answered, "Yes, Manager Song, what's the matter?" The other end of the second asked if you were home yet. He replied, "Yes, just arrived." The other person then advised him not to go out. "Noah Lu here has disappeared. We also informed the Abyss Guild, so until we find him." Before he could finish his sentence, he realized that in a corner of his garden, the familiar figure of Noah, the character his brother had warned him about, was present in his yard. He calmly said, "Hello Noah. I thought you were being held captive." Seeing Noah approaching its owner, Peace transformed into a huge, growling body as a shield to protect its owner. It emitted a terrifying aura as if it could devour anyone who dared to come closer, or his bad intentions towards its owner. Hanu Yun glared warily. How could they stop a high-level awakened person from escaping? "So what are you here for?" Noah immediately knelt down, tears welling up, looking pitiful and apologizing. He asked him if he escaped from the cell just to apologize. The other person replied, "I know it's rude of me to suddenly appear here after all I've done, but I'll do anything, so please accept my apology and take on the monster of my sister." Hanu Yun lost patience and asked if it was him. Hanu Jin quickly raised his hand to stop his younger brother. "Hey, I'm in Yen, okay? Then tell you Noah, I'm not angry, so you can stand up. I'll talk to Riet." Noah happily asked, "Really?" He said, "Now you should go back and come back tomorrow to apologize to Yerim." Noah stared at Hanu Yun, asked, "Brother Eugene?" "He is," he replied, "this is my younger brother." Noah innocently asked his younger brother, "Were you bullied by your younger brother?" He quickly explained, "No, let me explain." Noah said in disbelief that he looked exactly like he was being bullied. Hanu Yun stood up and introduced himself as the president of the Abyss Guild. "I heard about what happened." Noah stepped back and trembled. "Such a person is your younger brother. Aren't you afraid of him? It's very dangerous. If only one of you is an S-class hunter, your end will be the same as mine." "No, but he's human, no." Hanu Jin turned to his younger brother and said, "See, you're scaring him." His younger brother steps forward, "Warn him, he looks a bit strange, please step back. You're too weak, so." This sentence of Hanu Jin seemed to touch deeply on the obsession of pulling Noah's leg. He remembered that his sister also told him that Noah, you are too weak, so. He lost all reason and rushed forward to attack Hanu Jin. At the same time, he shouted loudly to get his hands off Jin. Immediately, the president of the Abyss Guild did not hesitate and rushed forward to fight despite his brother helplessly calling after what he was doing. What will be the fate of this newly built building? At the same time, he shouted loudly to get his hands off Jin. Immediately, the president of the Abyss Guild did not hesitate and rushed forward to fight despite his brother helplessly calling after what he was doing. What will be the fate of this newly built building? Peace moved, shielding Hanu Jin. It spread its claws in a ready-to-fight position. Hanu Jin said there's something wrong with him, wouldn't it be dangerous to leave him alone? At the same time, he grabbed his opponent's head and pressed it hard to the ground. Hanu Jin enthusiastically said, hey, wait, let me explain. Hanu Jin coldly grabbed Noah's hand and coldly said, I still need an answer for what he did as the president. Is this the arm that injured Hunter Park Rim? That's right. Noah whips his tail and attacks his opponent from behind. Hanu Jin looked painfully at the wound on his younger brother's hand. Hanu Jin calmly said, I didn't know he even had a tail. Hanu Jin shouted, hey, there's poison. Hanu Jin leisurely said, really, it's okay. I just need to cut it off before the poison spreads. Knowing that he couldn't stop his younger brother, Hanu Jin helplessly called the phone. On the other end of the line, he just connected. He said, are you listening, Chief Song? The other person enthusiastically said, I'm coming right away. He said, if you don't hurry then maybe Noah will. Noah transformed himself into an animal form. He wondered if the transformation was complete, then what? I've never seen this form before. He can also fly. Physically he's at a disadvantage. Hanu Jin smiled and said, he's a monster now, can you kill him? At the same time, it activates the Jade Willow Leaf. He continuously attacks his opponent and says there is no room to fly here. Then he swung his sword and slashed down, causing poisonous blood to shoot out. He quickly dodged and said something poisonous again. This time it no longer affects me, I just need to get rid of it. He stabbed his sword into Noah and said, this is for my brother. Please pay with your own life. The opponent suddenly lost the ability to fight and said it was impossible. Me too. Then activate the healing hand. Then shouted, I'm also S-class now. Noah didn't mind and thought he couldn't lose like this. I can finally become S-class. I tried my best. So then my sister will. But unable to escape Hanu Jin's control, Noah struggled to remember his sister's words. What did I say? You are just a weak person. Hanu Jin looked at his opponent falling in front of him and said it would take a while to be able to defeat him without using skills. There is another way. Suddenly Hanu Jin shouted loudly, enough. If you don't stop, I'll send Noah your entire judgment. It would be unfair to Noah if he knew what I was about to do. Hanu Jin turned around and said, I guess you also used that skill to do that. Haven't you been covering for him a bit? He was the one who attacked first. Enough of him shouting at you, my place is about to be destroyed. Then he approached Noah and gently asked him if he was awake yet. Hanu Jin shouted not to get too close to him. Hanu Jin explained, don't misunderstand, my younger brother and I are very close. Noah suddenly returned to his human form in a naked state, making him a bit confused, and shouted out his belongings. He bowed his head sadly and said, why am I like this? You saved me even though you're only an F-class person. Noah thought to himself, I thought I would be able to escape my fate if I became an S-class, and she would acknowledge me when I became stronger, but even with a guild and a title. He shed tears of anger and said, I keep destroying everything before and now, every time I think of my sister I feel so scared that I can't think of anything. Sorry, it's all because I'm too weak, Hanu Jin said confusedly. What are you talking about? Who said it was your fault? It's not because you're weak, it's all because of Riet. Noah looked at the rubble in front of him and said, but I did all this. He replied, yes, you made some mistakes. Then he rolled his eyes and signaled his boyfriend to bring me something for him to wear. He put his coat on him and said, listen. I don't know you two very well, but I can tell that Riet is treating you the wrong way. Everyone can see that it's abusive, so it's only natural that you're afraid. How can you not feel fear when she keeps bullying you while having all that power? And in general, Riet is also scary, that's why no one dares to stop her from treating him like that. Noah talks about it with self-deprecation. But if I were a little stronger, he brushed it off, that's not the problem. Whether weak or not, you don't deserve to be treated like that. Plus, you're not weak. You always tried, You created a guild and got a title, you always tried to win Riet. You did very well, you are strong enough. You were fighting to protect me just now, right? A weak person would never do that. Noah started sobbing. No one had ever said these words to me before. He looked at him pitifully, thinking that no one had ever said nice things to him before. Anyone can feel the badness after seeing their relationship. He smiled and said it must be very difficult, but from now on try to stay away from Riet. Noah wiped his tears and begged, here. Can I stay here until I'm no longer afraid of my sister? He quickly softened and agreed, yes, okay. Hanu Jin clenched his fists, thinking that he should have killed him earlier. A moment later, the song department manager came to take Noah away. Kim Sung-han stood on one side and slowly said, then, we will proceed with the settlement tomorrow. It seemed he had evacuated everyone in the nearby area and contacted the neighboring buildings. He also instructed his subordinates to tell the evacuated people to return. Hanu Jin, on the side, looked at all the actions and thought to himself, he is truly a professional civil servant as expected. Yujin was a bit angry because the time department head Song strangled her, but everything was resolved. It was decided that Noah would stay here for a while and work as a security officer. One free S-class security officer to compensate for damages. Of course, the agreement with Yi Rim is also taken into account. Yi Rim forgave Noah more than she thought, then she said, I don't mind, it was an interesting match. Then she stood up and gesticulated, next time fight again, I will freeze your poison. Noah asked shyly, yeah, anytime. Hanu Jin was bored in her heart, here is how S-class is created. Noan left with a sentence, I will go handle the remaining paperwork. Yi Rim and Hanu Jin stood and waved goodbye to him. See you later. Noah guy still has a little formality with the staff, please sign here. And Park Yi Rim turned back while holding the ice cream and said to Hanu Jin, I'm fine, but are you really okay? Yujin was eating ice cream while looking at her side. Enjoy being attacked by a crazy person as soon as he meets you. His sister is probably also an S-class crazy person. Are you a rabbit? Don't know what fear is. Hanu Jin just smiled faintly. Park Yi Rim was still suspicious and took the flashlight to look straight at his eyes. Was he controlled by a skill or something else? Hanu Jin thought sadly in his heart, that's really what I did. So he immediately explained, because he felt sorry for him as he was still very young. It was also a good thing to help people. Park Yi Rim shouted angrily, you really have a problem. Then she pointed a finger, do you know how strong S level is? Everyone is scared when standing next to them. I also hid my abilities carefully at school so my friends wouldn't be afraid. Then Park Yi Rim pointed his finger at his imaginary self, imagining that the black rat munching on the ice cream was Hanu Jin, but he wasn't scared at all. Instead he felt sorry for them. Like a hamster, Silk worries about the animals. Sometimes he's really strange, Hanu Jin explained. He's not strange, it's because he's the same age as Yu Yun, so he's not a stranger. Park Yi Rim replied cutely, that's also very strange. What is the relationship between the brothers? You talk like you raised him, Hanu Jin said calmly. That's right. I raised her since preschool, she even gave me carnations on Parents' Day. Really? But at that time I had a family, weren't they good at that? Hanu Jin replied, no, they were very good. They often go out to eat and do some things together. They also passed away on a self-sufficient trip. Yi Rim sat down and asked thoughtfully, they left their uncle and younger brother at home. That's a bit strange. Hanu Jin put her hand on her chin and thought, so, I'm not sure. Then he returned to his smiling appearance, don't they also have other good sides? A cuckoo will lay its eggs in another bird's nest. The eggs look very similar. However, once they hatch, they are different birds. The hatched cuckoo will push the other eggs and the mother bird will feed the newly hatched cuckoo. When those newly hatched birds are much larger than it. Yujin back then had words like that from his parents. Yeah, it was very scary. He's a baby but he doesn't cry or laugh, but the hospital said there was nothing wrong. I know that. But it's also strange, that child is different from Yujin. It's crazy, I feel like it's not my child. I tried to think that that child would. That child will have one day. At that time, Hanu Jin was still very young. He heard his parents' strange story, so he went to the door and spread his legs to reach up to open the door. The story also followed and entered his thoughts. That's strange, why did mom and dad say those things? He put his face down on the crib where little Yu Yun was sleeping. Yu Yun was very cute and obedient. There was also a time when her mother asked Yujin, do you want to go out to dinner with mom and dad? He immediately asked back, what about Yu Yun? Yujin, do you want to go camping with mom and dad? What about Yu Yun? Just like that, every time his parents asked him, he remembered his younger brother. This makes her parents wonder why Yu Jin is not affected by it. He's very good to his little brother, and to us. Something is not right, the husband consoled, honey. But the devastated wife said loudly, it doesn't make any sense anymore, I gave birth to it, if others knew, they would think we were crazy, I know. He is also afraid of it. Why, he's just a kid. How could Yu Jin? When the father came to look, I only saw Yu Jin sitting next to a small shadow and reading a book with it, the scene was somewhat dark. Yu Jin asked, what's the matter dad, maybe he's not our second son, that's true, but also. This is the deposit, let's see which house. So Christmas came again, their whole family went to the square to see the tree. Yu Jin walked while holding her younger brother Han Yu Yun's hand and said, a trip on Christmas Day, our parents are very good to us. We can celebrate your birthday with just the two of us. Your birthday on Christmas Day is so sparkling, isn't it? I wonder where they sell birthday cakes on Christmas Day. On Han Yu Yun's side, he also looked at his hand. In self-blame. If I hadn't held that hand, my brother would have been able to live a normal, happy life. I know that, but me. Back in the lavish city, I heard that Noah caused a problem. Yeah, it's like we trained a dog, and in the end it ran away, that's why my flight was earlier than expected. Why did it do that? The guy replied, I don't know, but it seems to be related to Han Yu Jin, that monster trainer. I don't expect to tame him because he's half monster, that's interesting. He didn't seem too surprised. Then he gave a sinister smile. As fun as that is, I enjoy it even more when things don't turn out the way I expected. I want to complain to the new owner of that escaped dog. On the main road, Kang So Young walked happily and said, here it is, finally here he. It's a tower for dragons, not a tower for cats. She's also carrying big and small bags, at the same time about 259,347 dragon supplies and toys. It's better to have a dragon than to buy 1 million tonic coins, When she looked up, it looked like a person had committed suicide from a high floor of the skyscraper in front of her. Kang So Young panicked, someone is falling, should I save them? There was a dragon flapping its wings brightly in the sky, making her feel astonished. Kang So Young put all the things out of her hands. Her hands went up to cover her mouth in fear. There's another dragon, a human dragon, and like that, it's almost impossible for Hunter Kang So Young to become Han Yu Jin's sister-in-law. The dragons spread their wings and flew in the blue sky. How do you feel, Noah? Noah in the form of a dragon replied, great, it feels quite easy because Blue also has one leg and one pair of wings like me, flying helps me feel my senses a lot easier. Blue seeing that, he also replied, kyao. Han Yu Jin praised, good, Blue has a talent for flying, so you can learn from it. Let's try copying his wing movements. Noah also responded, it's getting easier and easier. Han Yu Jin praised, very good, Noah, an extremely excellent performance. Han Yu Jin suddenly thought, I feel quite strange trying to feel sensations from inside a part that doesn't exist. But feeling the wind and flying freely in the sky is quite relaxing, isn't it? The guy still closed his eyes, his face gradually turned pale, and he was also quite nauseous. Then Han Yu Jin scolded Blue loudly, Blue, I told you not to do dangerous things while flying, but it seemed like he didn't like to listen very much, just flying at high speed, it even did a few somersaults full of joy. They saw that Han Yu Jin's situation didn't look good, so they landed on the roof of that building immediately. Noah even transformed back into his human form and immediately ran over, are you okay Yu Jin? Han Yu Jin sat down on the ground and weakly said, I'm fine, what's the point? Noah turned around to see Blue landing behind him, let's just take it slow with the simple things, Blue, but Noah, first can you put some clothes on? Noah has begun training to get used to his dragon form. There are still some difficulties, but as I thought, having Noah here is like winning the jackpot. Instead of looking at the title, his skills are the most prominent, Awakening Noah Lu, hey, the awakening index level can reach A. Healing skills, this is just a basic skill, calf healing hands, most healers have very low physical attack points, but Noah is S level so there's no need to worry about him I'm injured. And a silent attack skill, with this skill, if he gets hurt, the opponent will get hurt. Noah explained after getting dressed, this skill only activates on the same parts, but the injured part this time is the wing so, Han Yu Jin timidly said, luckily you attack his wing, Yu Yun, if you attack another part, it's over. And more importantly. Noah once said, okay here I go. Strength Setting Index. He reached out and transmitted a stream of power into Hanu Jin's glowing chest. Activate stat borrowing. Hanu Jin raised her fist in determination. Okay, let's try. Hanu Jin then used that fist to punch the ground hard. The ground was cracked and broken into many pieces like a spider web. This makes him extremely excited. Really creepy. It seems that stat borrowing is still useful for most items. Stat borrowing can borrow or give away half of the stat once a day for 30 minutes. Hanu Jin excitedly made a beautiful boxer pose. Even though you are a healer, your strength is too formidable, Noah. Noah smiled gently. After all, I am S-class. So if I add amplification of my attack skills along with amplification of the skill effects of my natural enemies, it will be 4 times more effective than normal. If he activates his poison and lets me ride in dragon form, most monsters won't dare approach me anymore, and I can easily enter and exit high-level dungeons, right? Hanu Jin raised his finger to sign 5 curls. You are the best, Noah. Noah was so moved that he cried. This was the first time someone praised me like that, but anyway, it seemed like Noah felt comfortable with life in this place. Maybe it's because my child's skills are the best, but during the process of training with Noah, Blue has grown quite a bit. After that process, it seemed that Blue also had a bit of an illusion about his own strength. Seeing the unicorn Pie lying on the floor, Blue immediately flew down to threaten him. But Pie quickly realized it. He immediately turned black into a giant shape burning with fire and then beat Blue many times, making him cry. Everyone must quickly intervene. Oh no, Blue. Hanu Jin intervened. Come on Pie, let's make peace with you just this once. It seemed like Pie didn't like the fact that his father was busy with work and forgot to rest. Hanu Jin had to come and hug him, pressing his face against his thick, silky orange fur to comfort him. It's okay, it's work, there's nothing else to do. The series of beautiful and productive days continues. Sung Hyun Jae brought a basket of beautiful, colorful flowers with a bright smile. This is a gift to congratulate Blue on his growth. But there are still a few things to deal with. He saw Hanu Jin still pondering over the book page and said, with such a cold look, bro, this gift was given by So Young, please accept it. You're so busy with so much work but you still personally brought me a gift, it's so precious. Why did you waste so much effort when you could have used the shipping service? I think you're mixing up your words, and that's my thoughts. Hanu Jin is cold, so why are you here? Sung Hyun Jae replied, such a cold welcoming attitude hurts my feelings. As an investor, I just want to take that guy away from debt. Noah was practicing in the sky when he saw the two of them and immediately flew down. He explained, I never shirk my debt, I will keep my promise, Noah. Noah told that infamous Sung Hyun Jae again, don't drag Hanu Jin into this, but he still boldly spoke up, you should have talked about this before running away. Besides, you and Hanu Jin seem to be close, did he hire you as a pet? These words angered Noah, he said in a harsh voice, smirking, I am human. Hanu Jin saw that the situation was not okay and spoke up, stop Noah. I will take responsibility for him, because I was the one who invited him here. Noah still wants to explain, but Noah. Hanu Jin turned to tell him deeply, I'm the one who decided to hire you, so I'm also doing this for me, just let me go. After saying that, Hanu Jin turned around and left. Now we can't let Noah return to his human form, without Pi here to help shield him, it would be too obvious. He said, I don't know what the problem is between you two. But I want Noah to stay here. So let's discuss a bit about debt, dear investors. Hanu Jin looked stern and reached forward, he needed something to replace Noah. As for the previous incident of Dragon Noah, the guild affected by this incident has been chosen to disband. Some witnesses said that a yellow dragon appeared at the scene, and the cause of the incident was concluded to be a dungeon explosion. When Sung Hyun Jae heard the news on the news, he was extremely satisfied and called his assistant, okay, great job. He looked at the phone screen with satisfaction, his investment was finally profitable. Noah's poison skills are very good, but the most useful thing is his transformation skill. Up until now no hunter has been able to transform into a monster, so after defeating the target, all I need to do is just disguise myself as a dungeon explosion. He also calculated that S level seemed a bit difficult, but hunters below S level, or an ordinary politician, became easy prey. We will use him to destroy all those who support Han Shin and the opportunistic group, gradually weakening them, and then once again, I will have Hanu Jin's skills in hand. Can you hold it in your hand? I saw Sung Hyun Jae just holding the can of soft drink in his hand without saying anything. Hanu Jin immediately spoke up, last time I saw you drinking Earl Grey tea, so I brought a bunch of tea there, just choose freely, Sung Hyun-jae's heart was angry. Do you know that you just accidentally ruined my plan? Then he sat down and started telling me how much I invested in Noah. Can't tell you the details, but it has something to do with finding him a title. I think he will be very useful even in the support class, so I will help him form his own guild to escape the crisis. After that, Sung Hyun-jae raised his chin thoughtfully, but he came to his place to spend the night. Hanu Jin's face became tense. The A-Re-Z association was dissolved with just one phone call. Hanu Jin panicked. One phone call. No, said with starry eyes. Yes, because I decided to stay here. Hanu Jin looked at him with a critical look. Is it really okay? Sung Hyun-jae said faintly, I wanted you to think that the guild had nothing to do with my interests, but you realized it anyway. Hanu Jin's face was dark with the expression he just revealed himself. I only saw Noah speak angrily. I'm still an S-class hunter, I can pay the debt myself. Hanu Jin was a little surprised. Noah. If you want, I can even join the dungeon raid. Sung Hyun-jae held out his hand to refuse. I'm sorry, but the Dupedo Guild has no shortage of hunters. Moreover, you have no attraction to me, you don't have a guild, and now your transformation skill is no longer a secret. But you're still useful to Hanu Jin, right? If you have poison resistance, you can act freely. Hanu Jin still calmly replied to him. Noah is human, not poison resistance. If you go with him, you can enter high-level dungeons without flying beasts anymore. Hanu Jin remained calm. Why am I going to prison? He sadly raised his hand to scratch his head. This bastard saw through it. All my plans. He slowly asked, so what do you want? We just signed a monster training contract, so you don't need regular hunters anymore. The other Sung Hyun-jae thought proudly for a while, then raised 3 fingers, 3 times. Whenever I need you, please help me 3 times. Hanu Jin immediately stood up and bluntly said, it's too vague, write a more detailed contract. Sung Hyun-jae immediately responded, it's not necessary. So what if I just come and destroy you when you need me? The guy still answered coldly with his chin in his hands. Then I would be very hurt, Then Sung Hyun-jae smiled, I trusted you. Hanu Jin screamed inside, is he crazy? Transferring an S-class hunter with just a verbal promise, how confident is he? It's not even affected by me, it feels really uncomfortable, but there's nothing I can do about it. So Hanu Jin made a decision, okay, let's do it. This made Noah panic too. But I will refuse requests that are not within my ability or that affect others. Sung Hyun-jae is also ready to extend his hand. Don't worry, I have no intention of harming anyone. And then the two of them held each other's hands. That's right, the skill shared from last time has twice the destructive power. Can you use it only when there is an item that neutralizes the damage? Hanu Jin was bewildered. Okay, even though I still have that bracelet. Sung Hyun-jae laughed again. If Yu Myung-woo creates another item, please let me know. Noah in the back shed short tears, long tears. No, Yu Jin was taken advantage of, it's all my fault. Hanu Jin frowned and thought, I know, what he wants is my skills. Wake up you idiot, I will never help you, as if getting that kind of item is easy. A man who looked like he was working hard handed out a few marbles and said, take them, it's the same as the bracelet from last time, it's my father's marble, the classification is unclear, it's disposable. Hanu Jin admitted it and panicked. How hard did you work to get to this point? He was sleeping and talking. This guy turned out to be Yu Hyung-woo. He replied while sleeping, once the warehouse is finished, I will show it to you. Han Yu-yun looked around and said, this place is quite convenient, we can use it when raiding the dungeon. Yu Myung-woo, weak and sleep deprived, still tried to force himself to say, I don't want strangers coming in here. Han Yu-jin had no choice but to comfort him. I know, you let him in here because you respect me. Thank you very much, Myung-woo. More importantly, what is that thing? In his hand he held a red egg with delicate floral details. S-rank item, red egg, reward Yu-yun and Pai received in an S-rank dungeon. Before turning back time, egg-shaped items appeared very rarely. No one knew what their effects were, because they did not react to any environmental impact, and did not even break, but if it's Myung-woo and Hai-mwa, they'll probably know how to use it. And Yu-jin gritted her teeth and thought angrily, I arranged this date for you two to get to know each other. You two troublesome guys. Suddenly Han Yu-yun turned to look. Suddenly there was a stream. The fire shining through the door is extremely magical. The bright fire flared up, making Han Yu-yun's figure look even smaller. Hi Nu. That fire light transmitted from that red egg flared up. A young fire was here. The egg glowed with heat that could not be ignored. Then hundreds of cracks appeared. The broken egg appeared a small lizard whose whole body was as red as fire, lying in the palm of Han Yu-yun's hand. Hanu Jin was a little surprised. Did the lizard hatch from this egg? Maybe. The fire lizard raised its face to look at Hanu Yun, then it jumped up and gave a strong kick, causing Hanu Yun to fall backwards. Then it crawled into Hanu Yun's eyes. So the two Han brothers both opened their mouths in panic. Kue, Hanu Jin jumped up in panic. There are your eyes. Hanu Yun just reached out to catch the lizard. It's okay, it's out. It just goes in for a split second. It seems like it likes to get in the eye. Hanu Jin asked with a panicked face. What does that mean? What is this? The lizard looked up at his face with extremely adorable sparkling eyes. The current level fire spirit, with the fake contract Hanu Yun, is also a fire spirit. Yu Myung-woo turned back and asked, did it awaken thanks to Haimua's power? Hanu Jin thought, I guess that's why the egg-type item never hatched before. Because the world at that time did not have primitive spirits, another change occurs under the effect of turning back time. Hanu Yun started to pet it, a fire spirit. He even used one finger to play with its magical fire. Hanu Yun realized, it is completely resistant to fire. Is fire its food? Hanu Jin was excited, so you can easily feed it. Raising it is also fun. Moreover, this is a S-level egg. How about it become as strong as Haimua? Yu Myung-woo panicked, don't say that. Then he also jumped up. Ah, that's not true. Haimua, you are the strongest. That tiny thing can't be as strong as you. It turns out Haimua's fire got angry after hearing those words. Hanu Jin thought to himself, Myung-woo has paid too much. Anyway, bringing Yu Yun here is a good decision. I also have one more item to neutralize damage. Then Hanu Jin remembered Sung Hyun Jae's smiling face. He just said that not long ago. Hanu Yun realized there was something unusual and immediately turned back to ask Hanu Jin, what's wrong? Nothing. After that, he smiled widely. Thank Myung-woo. In his heart he said to himself, it's been a long time since I talked to him. If I want to go to the dungeon, I will go with my guild members. Was what Hanu Jin thought. The next day, they went to a picnic together, but Hanu Jin reluctantly went with Sung Hyun Jae. He smiled happily while Hanu Jin was not very bright. I already arranged lunch for us, but I ended up meeting him again. It all starts with paying attention to small changes. Moon Yun-ah happily came over. In her hand she was holding a super large piece of thigh meat. On her shoulder was carrying an equally large piece of meat, lamb. I've brought food for the monster. The blue monster on Hanu Jin's shoulder howled with joy. Hanu Jin spoke up, oh Yun-ah, your hair. Moon Yun-ah smiled generously. I just did it, the old guys just finished scolding me. So now these little monsters are rare all over the world. Blue happily enjoys his giant hams. Hanu Jin and Moon Yun-ah sat down to talk. Everyone tried to buy one to take with them during training, and I had to buy one too. Hanu Jin passionately drank a sip of Amy Ricano. Even if you say so, I won't be able to buy a new one next time. Moon Yun-ah said, you haven't forgotten your promise to let me marry the orchid when it's big. Just say when you need it, I'll give it to you. A normal hug can accidentally kill a pressure level. Then Moon Yun-ah give Hanu Jin a passionate hug. Then Moon Yun-ah also used her hand to squeeze Hanu Jin's face. That's right, you just became a senior dungeon hunter, right? I want to know what you get. Oh, want to see. I really have that good stuff. Hanu Jin silently thought, I already know what it is. White whale fish, a one-time use item that has the ability to combine ice-type skills into equipment. Moon Yun-ah put it up for sale at the auction because the skills she has are all wind type. Now I have Yi Rim, if I buy it and give it to her. Moon Yun-ah showed off the extremely delicate golden magical vase. Ida, here it is. Hanu Jin's eyes widened. Oh, Moon Yun-ah also added, it's very rare, this is much better than medicine, it's like a second life, the best in the country. It seems like Moon Yun-ah also cherishes this treasure very much. You asked for this, right? Hanu Jin was all upset. Don't you have anything else, something like an item that can combine skills? No, I only got one more pair of S-grade gloves. Hanu Jin's heart dropped. What, are the rewards different? But they're all in the same dungeon, the rewards have never changed before. Hanu Jin immediately stood up. Moon Yun-ah asked, what's wrong, brother? Why are you so dumbfounded? Could it be you? Moon Yun's voice, her voice is as soft as water. She has collapsed in your eyes. Hanu Jin grimaced, her face distorted. What's going on? Stop it now. Hanu Jin then sighed. That's it, I know from now on in the future a lot of things will change, even her current hair. Yi Rim once smiled happily at her. Hello. The fresh meat guy Noah also smiled. Hello. Even Yi Rim and Noah, everyone has changed a lot, in a positive way. Park Yi Rim went to see Lamb lying on his back with a belly as big as a drum. What's wrong with Lamb's belly? Moon Yun-ah saw Noah, His eyes were bright like stars, full of excitement. He was the legendary dragon boy. Okay. Hanu Jin quickly ran to cover Noah. I remember you wanted to ride the dragon, don't even think about that. So it's not strange that the rewards in dungeons change. White Cross Shield in America, Lullaby Book in Philippines and Palace Room in India. Hunter News, S-Rank Dungeon Reward Ranking. Hanu Jin lay leisurely on the couch reading the news. What? The rest of the dungeons all had the same rewards. Pai was sleeping at his feet. He thought, no, it's also possible, maybe this time there's only one dungeon that's different. His scowling ego asked, which dungeon to go to? So troublesome. After that they went out together. The streets of Seoul were extremely busy. What did he want to ask about the star system? Hanu Jin also brought the pie with him. It slept soundly in his arms. Well, about the pie chip and other things, he thought, I can't say I have returned to the past and now everything in the future is gradually changing, should be different from the past that we know. Skills have no effect on the pie chip and it cannot be developed like pie or lamb. Sometimes she's a little strange too. When Hanu Jin went home to sleep one night, he vaguely heard some information. The next news was, Hanu Jin sat up suspiciously. What is it, TV? He rubbed his eyes and asked, is it you, Myung-woo? The TV is still playing. The Dupedo Guild has brought an S-rank foreign hunter. EV Lin Mi Neglect is a freelance hunter specializing in long-range attacks. Hanu Jin was surprised when she looked at Chip Pie who was watching TV. Hanu Jin jumped up and scolded loudly, did you turn on the TV? How did you get on the sofa? I see you're using something crazy, are you a genius? The pie chip only makes a bland sound. My little genius, I'm proud of you. Would you like to eat a few pieces of mana stone? But it seems that Chip Pie also doesn't care about Hanu Jin's mana stone. He turned his head away without paying any attention. Heart. Hanu Jin was surprised and couldn't believe it. Chip Pie, is that you, Chip? Then she became stupid again and ran straight back to the mana rock. What's wrong with her? Does she have multiple personalities or something? It's possible. There are also some monsters out there that develop mentally when they grow up. They often have two separate personalities. Sometimes Chip Pie is like that too. Hanu Jin turned pale with fear. I don't know what you're feeling right now. I'm just asking. I can't raise her completely because she's only at the upper level and doesn't have any equipment. Pie, who was lying peacefully in Hanu Jin's lap, suddenly raised his head. It jumped up, staring at the fire lizard. Then Pie used his hand to touch his body. The fire lizard immediately climbed onto Hanu Yun's shoulder. Hanu Jin turned to ask his younger brother, is he also a subordinate? Can he follow? Hanu Yun explained, he is attached to you so he won't be harmed. Just get inside your skin and it will be safe immediately. After saying that, the fire lizard immediately hit itself on Hanu Yun's cheek. What's wrong? Hanu Jin hesitated, it's nothing, it's just. The boy also changed a lot. Hanu Yun said, you don't need to worry about me, you just need to stand close to me when we're in the dungeon. Hanu Jin laughed happily right away, okay, I really can trust you. Well, things are changing for the better. I made up with my brother and we're going into the dungeon together. I never dreamed of doing these things in my previous life. Suddenly Pai, who was sitting well, jumped on Hanu Yun, covering his entire face, startling Hanu Jin. He had to rush over to catch it. It seems like it wants to find that fire lizard. It's okay if other things change, at least my brother is okay. The time we separated, and the memories I never want to remember, have now become things that never happened. That's fine, what's the problem? The two Han brothers went together to a large area of ice and snow. Hanu Jin looked confused, why is there snow falling? This place must be a desert dungeon. Hanu Yun also said, I don't see any monsters here, what's going on? Hanu Jin happily used the pie to wrap it around her neck like a warm scarf. Could this be related to the system? Hanu Yun is still calmly considering everything. Then he said to his brother, let's get out of here. Hanu Jin was still confused. But if we wait a little more, the system will. Hanu Yun said, is the system really trustworthy? Aren't you sure it's not a trap? Maybe it's something created by people who want to kill you. Hanu Jin smiled gently, hey, no one can change a dungeon this much. Yu Yun. Hanu Jin's heart began to stir again. Why was the boy so worried? Even when there were many people who wanted to capture him, Hanu Yun once lost his temper and tore up paper and shouted at him. He knew this was a cult. Now he was frighteningly calm again. Hanu Jin immediately asked, are you hiding something? A normal hunter can't interfere in the dungeon. The person you're being wary of isn't a guild or a hunter, right? That's it. Is this related to a cult or something I mentioned before? Hanu Yun's dry voice replied, I can't tell you. Why? Hanu Yun looked behind and said, I signed a contract. Then Hanu Yun precisely raised his hand to block a long-range attack. His face was much more steely and dangerous. Hanu Jin panicked and called his brother's name. The bow and arrow that was shot passed through Hanu Yun's hand. Blood flowed onto the red ground. Hanu Yun remained calm. Quickly take the marble out. I also immediately transformed into a giant, ready to attack again. Hanu Jin was still standing there silently assessing. It went straight through the hand of an S level. Even higher level monsters were incapable of doing so. But their opponent gradually appeared, just a toy soldier using a bow and arrow to shoot mechanically. The two Han brothers were very surprised. A toy, not a monster, huh? What is this, that thing? Hanu Jin used his magic eyes to observe. It is a level 6 toy knight, the contractor is S level. It wasn't just one child, but a whole army of toys approaching that made them very surprised. What is number 6? Which means there are still 5 more left, or more. Just a few seconds later the Han brothers and the Pi Beast were surrounded by these strange toy knights. What the hell, this damn system. Hanu Jin was scared. All of them are S-class, is this a joke of the system? Yuyun's face was serious. Brother, run away, I'll take care of this place. Yujin scolded, are you crazy? How do I plan to deal with all these monsters alone? But before the two of them can talk back and forth, those toys rush in. Ah, they're here. A strong sound rang out, stopped, and the knights lost the ability to act. Kim Yujin and Kim Yuyun were confused and didn't understand what was going on. A box is opened, it all comes back. The knights were sucked inside the box. Soon the knights became inanimate toys in a box. A ball comes out of a box, it must be very scary, my dear. Yujin was skeptical, a volleyball, apologetic ball, sorry, I didn't know they would attack your brother. Yujin asked uncertainly, ah, it was you before, the system, right? The system winked, calling me a newbie. Yujin angrily hit it like a ball, damn, you put a hole in my brother's hand. The system was hit so dizzy, wow, but it was also partly because of your brother. Yujin is frowning, what is my brother doing? He was startled when he saw himself separated from Yu Yun and the Fire Master. Rather, Yu Yun and the Fire Master were trapped in a transparent ball and couldn't get out. Yujin called out in panic, Yu Yun, peace, what's going on? Calm system, I stopped them for a while, because they're not allowed to hear us talk. This place is special for you, my dear, I will not allow it to burn down like last time. Yujin gave his younger brother an okay sign. He thought, well, at that time, you guys kidnapped me. The system felt guilty, sorry for attacking your younger brother, because your younger brother was involved in the things that we are not allowed to mention it. Yujin was surprised, what, Yu Yun? He quickly asked, she also talked about that before, what cult are they related to? The system hesitated, well, I can't say. Yujin asked urgently, are they dangerous? My brother won't be in any danger, right? The system comforts, don't worry, they won't do anything to you or your brother. Using force directly is against the rules. Yujin jumped, but they can break the rules. The system replied, about that, a sudden tremor appeared. The system panics, see, talking about them is very dangerous, don't ask any more. Yujin's face was gray, what the heck, ah. These guys are following me and Yu Yun, they're not just a bunch of normal rebels, they're also anti-system, can we fight them? Even a ball like this is too strong my imagination, why are they related to my younger brother? Comfort system, don't worry, everything will be okay as long as we're together. Your beloved's safety also comes first. System prompt, anyway, there's not much time left, do you have any questions? Yujin reminded himself, I need to concentrate. Then, he said, I adopted a forced bird called Chirpy, its status window seems to be broken, and it's also a bit strange, the data retrieval system, Chirpy, let's see. After a moment of consideration, it replied, I can't see it, are you sure it's within your control range? Yujin was bewildered, that's impossible, the keyword works normally. The system is confusing, strange, next time let me take a look at it, Yujin asked, will you investigate for me? The system confirmed, yes, I will delete it for you. Before he could finish his sentence, Yujin angrily threw it away, delete the monkey, let it live in peace. The system jumped back on its own, what's wrong, trouble has to be dealt with, Yujin held his head, these crazy people. Can I believe him? The more I hear, the more worried I become, he attacked my brother and kept talking about killing Chirpies. The system tried to justify, well, I guess a level monster wouldn't be too troublesome. Yujin's face became uncomfortable. This reminded me of a scary story from when I was little. A story about a single-minded but emotionless god who wrongly grants wishes to humanity. These guys tricked me with the promised stone. If they didn't trick me with my wish, then... He tried to push away the thought in his head. No, it couldn't be. One more question. You faced the system. A reward in an S-class dungeon changed my life. He consoled himself. At least the outcome was still good. Unlike in the story, things seemed to get better. He asked, did it just happen, or was it because I had a regression? The system replied, is that a one-time reward? Then it's almost changed because it's already been used. Yujin doesn't understand. But this time I came back. In theory it should have been unused. The system replied, no. Ah, so my dear friend didn't know. Your regression doesn't mean that what happened didn't happen. Yujin was stunned. Huh. The system explains, to explain, it's like overwriting data. The world in the 5 years since your regression hasn't disappeared, it's just been overwritten with new data. Most of the things are the same, so we can combine them. Because you are a fake regression, you know the future 5 years from now. And for the rest, current information overrides future information. They are not aware that they have been merged with the original future. Perhaps some sensitive people will feel the familiarity. Basically, everyone has that predetermined future. But for articles that have been used, or persons who have died, those things were eliminated before time went back. When time goes back, that information will be eliminated from this world. You cannot fuse the dead with the living. Yujin knelt down, so. He had difficulty opening his mouth. Events that might happen in the future will be removed. And was it deleted? The system confirms, yes, they will disappear. So my younger brother died that day. 25-year-old Yuyun, who endured everything alone for 8 long years and sacrificed himself to protect himself. Would you go through that again? Will she fall in the dungeon where I left her, and be eliminated from this world? The system continued, the reward you mentioned had probably already been used, and it didn't exist in the world after your regression, so it would never appear again. Yujin touched the barrier separating his younger brother. Let me out. The system was stunned. What? His voice trembled. Why are you guys? His eyes were full of indignation. Separating us brothers without saying a word, releasing my sister immediately, instead of leaving her alone in a place like that. The system doesn't quite understand, but the barrier is gradually disappearing. Why? Okay, time is running out. After the barrier disappeared, Yuyun rushed over. Are you done? The system says goodbye, see you later, you can come back here if you knock on the door 3 times. After saying that, it disappeared. Yujin grabbed his brother's shoulder, his head bowed, apologizing. You seem to have a cold. Yuyun doesn't understand. You're an S rank, so it's like this. His brother's hand touched his cheek, making him worried. Yujin hugged his sister tightly. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Only Yujin himself knows how much pain he is in right now. He shouldn't have regressed so soon. At that time he should have prayed for me to be brought back to life with a wishing stone. My younger brother, the one who sacrificed himself, to save me. Her future is no longer bright because of me. What if she is still stuck somewhere? Shoes were thrown around the entrance. Then coats and belongings fell in the hallway. Han Yujin lies motionless on the floor. My younger brother is dead. I have a late younger brother. The younger brother struggled alone to protect his older brother for 8 years, and in the end he had to die alone. I used to think that everything that happened in my previous life was meaningless. Peace seemed to sense his owner's bad mood and worried. It rubbed its head against his face. Yujin raised his hand. He sat up and took Peace's front leg. Peace, are you worried about me? I'm okay. In his eyes was determination. That's right, this time he couldn't give up again. Although I was very shocked, I had to think about the immediate present. The suspicious people related to my younger brother were still alive. The power of those people could make the system developers pay attention. He remembered, on the way back, Yuyun also avoided answering. I only received a part of Yuyun's memories from the last appreciation. Besides me, the only person who knows about these people, the person on the other end of the phone happily said, you never took the initiative to call me. Yujin said, I want to ask you something. Do you know any sect similar to Confucianism? Sung Hyunji replied humorously. If I answer this question and then drag you in, the young master will be very angry. The man who even before the regression was very suspicious, I knew he would write this. Yujin asked back, if you don't answer my question I will be angrier, whichever is better. Hyunji replied, of course if he gets angry it will be more dangerous. I can't say it all, but I can show you. Prepare your bracelets and enhance your attack skills, Yujin replied. What about all the preparations? Hyunji's voice was filled with laughter. We're going to the high-level dungeon to prepare to cast the net. Yuyun was surprised. Do you want to go to a level A dungeon? Yujin hid his purpose. Because of the last dungeon, he has recently been quite interested in the ruins in the dungeon. Of course Sung Hyunji knows a good dungeon has a wall, Yuyun said. Then let me come along with. Yujin refused. There's no need, this time it's just like a picnic. I remember what Sung Hyunji told me before. If he wants to follow, remember to refuse. The bait can't be too strong like Yuyun, otherwise they won't take the bait, he thought. I'm not sure what he means by mentioning the bait, but I tried to convince my younger brother, but instead, Noah would come with me. I would be fine sitting on his back. I also have resistance skills and Charlotte's Stone along with the support of the system. Again, Yuyun still doesn't feel secure. What if this is a trap? Yujin replied in a firm tone. Why did they need to put in the effort to trap a high-ranking guy that they could kill with just a snap of their fingers? And this dungeon didn't belong to the Jupiter Guild but to Sudam, Yuyun noticed. Sudam. Yujin replied, that's right, they won't dig traps in another guild's dungeon. Yuyun put his chin in thought, that's right, if it's Sudam's then. Sudam, the only remaining S-rank hunters in the country that I haven't met yet, Yun Kyung-soo's guild. I'm also quite curious because he never comes to see me and follows other S-ranks. The young man with an unfriendly face crossed his arms and introduced, Yun Kyung-soo of the Sudam Guild. Yujin came up to say hello. It's a pleasure, I've always wanted to meet you. Yun Kyung-soo waved his hand warily. No, maybe I'll accidentally hurt you. He pointed to the gate behind him. We're just lending you the dungeon, I don't care if you guys go in or not. He even spat in annoyance. Tell your brother that I didn't even touch you, don't let him blabber again. Yujin guessed that the president of Sudam must be dissatisfied with the Deep Sea Guild. Sung Hyunji corrected him, saying that he hated it. Yujin didn't understand. Then why did we go into their dungeon? Sung Hyunji replied, that's exactly why we went into their dungeon. There is a high possibility that they will take advantage of this opportunity to attack, maybe they will even have support forces to consolidate their victory. He smiled with his eyes closed. Our goal is to lure out that support team. Yujin's face turned gray. We are fully aware that we will be attacked. This could be dangerous, I'd better be vigilant. Sung Hae held out a basket, take it. Yujin received it with a very confused expression. Even Noah was confused. What a picnic basket. Sung Hae was excited. There was also cake. I'm sure I'll do a good job as a tour guide. Don't you think this trip will be very interesting? Yujin thought, well, surely if I go with him, I'll be safe, no matter who attacks. There's a banner rally going on in the Delusional Hunter Council area. We need safety measures for the countryside dungeon immediately. Inciting high-ranking hunters to emigrate. Which side is the association on? There are only 2 S-rank hunters in the capital, whose eloquent voices are louder than those words. So, are you listening? This person with a bunch of luggage messy around him with his hands on his hips. Please complain to the Korean Hunter Association. The police inside this place are confused. That's it. The dragon woman was extremely upset. I was banned from entering and exiting the country just because of a few illegal signings. Isn't that a bit too much? The security staff turned pale. I don't have the ability to handle that. You see, we are in such a difficult situation, interrupted the dragon lady. That's why I told you to sneak in my documents while everything was chaotic. It's not like a disaster caused a dungeon explosion. Are you guys planning on continuing to behave like this? The security officer took out his notebook. I'll contact the superiors. If you wait a bit, blinding light flared up. There was a sudden explosion right where the security staff was. He lost his life on the spot. The dragon lady's sister had a lot of blood splashed on her body. What happened? A group of masked people came from outside. There was no doubt that this was a terrorist attack, punishing the association for their crimes. The dungeon explosion was the god's wish, no resistance was allowed. The security staff were in chaos. What the hell, it's terrorists, are they crazy? Now they're targeting the association. The dragon woman pulled up the bloody brocade shirt on her body. This is a souvenir, what a waste. The security staff panicked as they saw the situation getting more and more out of control. Call the police. The dragon lady threw down her shirt that she couldn't wear anymore. You also work here, right? Take a closer look. The energetic sister excitedly took out her weapons. I'll handle them for you, but you have to let me go into Korea. The older sister shouted, hey, get out of the way. After saying that, he jumped alone into the middle of the terrorist group. A powerful aura broke out. The terrorists were angry. What the hell, why did you interfere? The older sister didn't say much. Avoid it well. If I attack, there will be no difference between us, the system announced, activating goodbye. 2 sickles were raised, cutting 2 air currents, and the terrorists rushed in without understanding the problem. What the hell are you talking about? But soon they couldn't make a sound anymore. Their bodies were cut into pieces in the blink of an eye. Blood splattered and screams of panic. Ah! The dragon woman's sister gave a perverted smile that frightened the terrorists. Ah, she's crazy, a monster. The dragon lady even didn't care about the blood stains around her after finishing her work. Phew, it's all resolved, now I've done a good thing, right? Where did the sound come from? Riet, the dragon lady's expression, changed her face. She looked down at the head at her feet that was making a voice. Riet, I'll give you another chance. Indenture. Riet without hesitation crushed the head. She's full of murderous intent. You've been silent for a while, why are you here? I thought I warned you not to come near me or my brother again. The corpses of the terrorists stood up like zombies. Riet. Even the unfortunate security guards and civilians who died jumped up. I will give you another chance and make a contract with you. They flocked from all 4 directions towards the dragon lady's sister. Riet, contract, Riet, again. The older sister laughed. Shut up, I will tear your mouth out. Riet's body suddenly trembled, the firstborn of the cursed poisonous dragon Dio Valkysis. Her body somehow fell to her knees. Riet put her hands on the ground. What? Her legs collapsed on their own. The voice said, listen, blood of curses and poisons. Kill Jupiter Guild Sung Hyunji and bring back Han Yuyun's brother. Riet bit her lip. How dare you? Give me an order, the older sister roared and killed the zombies. She tried to stay awake. Damn it, her head hurt so much, it felt like it was cramping. No matter where she wanted to go now, she couldn't. Someone is coming, I can help. Riet's voice was full of doubts. The president of the poker guild, Choi Shokwon, he said, I have prepared a private plane recently, that talking corpse said. The current situation is inside the level A dungeon of Sudam, a place where if viewed from top to bottom, this is a place where the scenery is as poetic and beautiful as it is that the people living here have a good life, peaceful. But below, if we look closer, we will see that this place is completely opposite from the outside, as below is full of corpses of dungeon monsters. Standing and observing everything from above, Hanu Jin immediately commented and told Sung Hyun-jae that we have already eliminated all the monsters in the surrounding area. Sung Hyun-jae was worried and asked Hanu Jin, but is it really okay to leave those 2 alone? Hanu Jin immediately told Sung Hyun-jae that Yujin said they had something private to talk about. Sung Hyun-jae immediately looked regretful and sad and said to Hanu Jin, while I wasn't here, what a serious and dangerous conversation they had. Finally, Sung Hyun-jae became serious again. He looked at the scene before him and said to Hanu Jin, the lake in front of us has an area of 9.2 square kilometers and a depth of 2.5 meters. The creature inside is, but Hanu Jin was eating bread and coldly but indifferently asked Sung Hyun-jae, did you measure all of that? Sung Hyun-jae also calmly admitted and said to Hanu Jin, actually I was just talking nonsense. Hanu Jin also frankly told Sung Hyun-jae, he said he would become a tour guide, but he's more like a scammer. If only the service side was here, I would have called customer service to tell them to fire you. Then Sung Hyun-jae also calmly said, jokingly and smilingly, to Hanu Jin, yes, you have connected to Ju Pai 2's customer service. Seeing that he could still have such a thick skin, Hanu Jin felt disgusted and helpless and thought, is this really the kind of conversation I would have with the strongest person in the world? And then, ignoring this small talk, Hanu Jin became serious again and negotiated with Sung Hyun-jae, if we just loiter here, will Sudam really come? Sung Hyun-jae also seriously answered and told Hanu Jin, we will know soon, because the gate will close soon. The guild master's precious senior brother is here, isn't that the best opportunity for revenge? Hearing that, Hanu Jin also understood Sung Hyun-jae's intentions. He felt a bit helpless, but as he finished chewing his piece of bread, he thought, this bastard is using me as bait. Then Hanu Jin also calmly took out her luggage filled with food and still pretended to have nothing to say to Sung Hyun-jae. What kind of enmity do they have with the guild? What happened, come between them and Yu Yun-ha? Sung Hyun-jae also honestly told everything to Hanu Jin. That was what happened before, when the young master had just awakened. Yoon Kyung-soo underestimated the young master, and paid a heavy price. Seeing an S-class guy hospitalized was really fun, but Hanu Jin was just as calm as nothing, stuffing bread into his mouth and sighing as he said to Sung Hyun-jae, well, those were just the consequences of his own actions. Then Sung Hyun-jae tried to smile and talk to Hanu Jin. that kind of reaction was also very entertaining. After that, every time they met, young master acted like he was going to kill Yoon Kyung-soo, so basically Soo-dam was humiliated. Mainly for that reason, Soo-dam cannot develop, a subdued dog is very difficult to endure. That must be the reason why the young master agreed to send him here. But wouldn't it be a different story if they helped Soo-dam? And as he spoke, this guy Sung Hyun-jae also took out a watch to measure the time. Understanding his true intentions, Hanu Jin immediately thought to himself, that's why he was willing to use me as bait. Is this okay? He said he would explain about the cult, but it seems like he has a deeper connection with them than Yu Yun. There's no guarantee that he won't cooperate with them. But then this guy Sung Hyun-jae suddenly spoke up and said to Hanu Jin, they wanted to get rid of me too. Hearing that, Hanu Jin was surprised and couldn't help but be curious and asked Sung Hyun-jae again, I thought you were on the same side. But Sung Hyun-jae just looked up at the sky thinking and then said to Hanu Jin, it was quite difficult to say. I do have a contract with them, I was planning on leaving after a few years of getting information from them. But they noticed, their attitude towards me has completely changed. That was also the time when the young master and I reconciled. Seeing him reply as if he could read my thoughts, Hanu Jin glanced at him in confusion and thought, am I that easy to read? It must be due to regression. A few years later, Sung Hyun-jae will truly betray them, and even if I go back in time this time, they are still strangers to this world and will remember that information, and that's why did they turn their backs on him? And then Sung Hyun-jae gently turned around and smiled and said to Hanu Jin, after all, we are both delicious prey. You thought I was on their side, ha. Seeing her evil thoughts exposed like that, Hanu Jin shyly turned away and awkwardly explained to Sung Hyun-jae, well I was just thinking. Hearing that, Sung Hyun-jae immediately exclaimed and said to Hanu Jin, but you still came along, you really are. But at this time, Hanu Jin's pet monster, the golden dragon, was flying in the sky to observe the situation and announced to Hanu Jin that someone was coming. Those are the hunters of Soo-dam that you saw before entering there. And my team leader Choi Choi, and then from far away there was a purple-haired guy holding a sword, leading, followed by my team leader Choi Sok-won and their hunters followed. Seeing that, Sung Hyun-jae also immediately got into a battle-ready position, summoned his chains and let Hanu Jin stand back. The other golden dragon also stood next to Hanu Jin to help, ready to protect you in any situation. Looking at the strength of the enemy team, Hanu Jin was surprised and worried and told SJH, 2 levels S, but Sung Hyun-jae still calmly looked at them and said to Hanu Jin, they are here, merchants cannot be part of this tour guide. But it's less than I thought, 2S grade mechanical rubber mattresses, and some other decorative items. I don't know about other countries but Korean guided tours always include merchants, the stops contain ads. Sung Hyun-jae is making fun of this, and when he heard Sung Hyun-jae mocking him like that, his captain Sok-won got angry and asked Sung Hyun-jae, what rubber, and his teammate who was with him was also angry and impatient and said to Sung Hyun-jae, come down here Sung Hyun-jae, are you planning to run away? But on the contrary, Sung Hyun-jae still calmly mocked and told him, I was very excited to see who it was, but it turned out it was just you. I'm so disappointed and you guys underestimated me that much. Hearing that, the guy holding the sword immediately laughed mockingly and confidently said to Sung Hyun-jae, you're always such a bastard, aren't you? But you will change your mind after seeing this. Suddenly, a glass ball appeared in this guy's hand, from which a powerful source of energy emitted. It flew through the sky and created a barrier above it. Because of this barrier, the energy effect on Sung Hyun-jae's chain also disappeared. At the same time, the system also appeared and informed Sung Hyun-jae that the lightning skill had stopped working. Seeing that, Hanu Jin immediately panicked and worried and said to Sung Hyun-jae, break the chain, but in contrast to Hanu Jin's worried attitude, Sung Hyun-jae was extremely calm and calm. He looked at his chain that had lost its connecting energy as if it was nothing big to say to Hanu Jin, a ceiling prop, I didn't know they had that. Since they have cool props like this, maybe I'll free myself up a bit. And below, the group of people still did not know that something terrible was about to happen to them, but they only looked at the immediate benefits. When the Orb Master stopped Sung Hyun-jae's lightning skill from working, they immediately cheered and said, it's great. Sok-won, my captain, happily turned around and said to the other person, you have a great prop in your hands. And above, Hanu Jin worriedly turned to ask Sung Hyun-jae, are you okay? Do you want me to share the attack amplification skill? But Sung Hyun-jae refused. He shook his head and confidently said to Hanu Jin, I can take care of it myself. Do you want to try using the sense sharing skill from last time? Hearing that, Hanu Jin was surprised and confused by Sung Hyun-jae's statement. and Sung Hyun-jae confidently put on his coat and said to Hanu Jin, "I will show you something extremely cool, worthy of my tour guide title, just for you." After saying that, Sung Hyun-jae confidently jumped down to the group of people to prepare to give them a lesson. The group of people saw that Sung Hyun-jae had jumped down to confront them, so they quickly took out their weapons, pointed them at Sung Hyun-jae, and quickly signaled and told their accomplices, "He's coming, quickly." But just a second later, this group of people became confused and scared. They couldn't stand still and said in panic, "This pressure." It turned out that this was the pressure that Sung Hyun-jae was radiating, the pressure of having to fight the strongest S-level hunter in the world. Seeing that his group of people were still confused and scared even before confronting Sung Hyun-jae directly, they were afraid of the pressure he created. The Sudam quickly and panically reminded his group of hunters, "Don't be afraid, if we do as we practiced, nothing bad will happen." Hearing that, the group calmed down and said to him, "Yes, President. Build your shield first." Then this group of people joined forces to create a barrier circle, acting as a shield to protect them inside. At the same time, the system also notified them, activating the dome shield. After completing the first step, defense, the captain continued his plan and ordered his hunters, "Okay, everyone activate the pod." Seeing that, Hanu Jin was surprised and worried. Everyone activated their buds. The golden dragon next to him immediately said to Hanu Jin, "I've seen this before, if you give a hunter the maximum number of buds." And just a second later, the system appeared all at once and sent many notifications to them, applying the dull skill. Attack power increased by 15%, effects overlap, attack power increased by 30%. Overlapping effects, attack power increased by 4%, dexterity 1%, dexterity overlapping effects increased by 5%. Overlapping effect, physical strength increases by 45%. Thanks to these effects, the captain became suddenly and unusually strong. He was arrogant and quickly rushed towards Sung Hyun-jae and attacked him. He threw a powerful punch towards Sung Hyun-jae. But Sung Hyun-jae quickly dodged his attack, because even though he lost his lightning skills, he was still the strongest hunter in the world. But the captain of Choi Sok-won thought that with the plan, the amount of power he had just received would be stronger than Hanu Jin. So this Choi Sok-won arrogantly said to Sung Hyun-jae, "It's been a year since we last fought." Sung Hyun-jae was also not afraid when his captain Sok-won became so strong. Sung Hyun-jae spoke to him coldly and arrogantly, his voice filled with contempt, "I remember that time, already defeated you." Right after that, Choi Sok-won threw a strong fist at Sung Hyun-jae and confidently told him to see if it would happen again this time. But whether he increased his attack power by 45% or skillfully increased it by 55%, Sung Hyun-jae could still easily dodge his attacks. And this punch of Choi Sok-won immediately created a deep crack around the place where he punched, and then Choi Sok-won launched many attacks towards Sung Hyun-jae, but every attack was dodged by Sung Hyun-jae. The war continued like that. With Choi Sok-won's powerful attacks, he immediately created a shocking explosion there. Hanu Jin quickly raised his hands in front of him to cover it and said to the golden dragon next to him, "Even here I can still feel this impulse." The golden dragon used its two wings to hug Hanu Jin to keep him from flying away and said to Hanu Jin, "Climb on me, Yujin." On the other side, Choi Sok-won's accomplice looked at the current situation with interest and said to Choi Sok-won, "You will die with just one blow. Look at that guy Sung Hyun-jae running away. He couldn't even fight back." Looking at the current situation when Sung Hyun-jae continuously dodges attacks from Choi Sok-won without counterattacking, and explosions continuously occur, Hanu Jin and the Golden Dragon are observing everything, something high in the sky, and then the Golden Dragon was worried and asked Yujin, "Will he be okay? I don't think he will lose but." However, Hanu Jin believed in Sung Hyun-jae and told the Golden Dragon, "No need to worry." Hearing that, the Golden Dragon Noah suddenly turned back to look at Hanu Jin. Hanu Jin was a little surprised and couldn't believe his eyes and said to the Golden Dragon, "No, right now he is playing with him." Looking at every movement in the current battle, due to using the co-sensing skill, Hanu Jin can feel and know what Sung Hyun-jae is thinking. Therefore, Hanu Jin was surprised and couldn't believe the situation of the war at that time and thought, "What the hell am I seeing right now? Through Sung Hyun-jae's eyes like this. I can see, no, I can feel it. How the enemy moves. In what position, and how will he attack? All clear, one punch." It turned out that every attack of Choi Sok-won in Sung Hyun-jae's eyes became slow and he could predict his next move, so he could easily avoid it. During the match, because Sung Hyun-jae was constantly able to easily dodge his attacks, Choi Sok-won got angry and thought, "Damn, I can't hit him, he's like a mouse." As for Hanu Jin, He was still amazed at this skill of Sung Hyun-jae and thought, he cannot counter a skill like that, predicting his opponent's movements and attacks. Foresee the battle. No wonder he was so overwhelming. And below, Sung Hyun-jae was also enjoying this war and smiled happily at Choi Sok-won. The fight continued like that under the chase of Choi Sok-won, and Sung Hyun-jae was always able to gently dodge his attacks, so Choi Sok-won got angry and thought, damn, I can't hit him at all. And under Sung Hyun-jae's despicable smile and disdainful look, Hanu Jin, who was currently having the same feeling as Sung Hyun-jae, he thought in surprise, a skill of reading his movements and attacks, opponents, clairvoyant tactics. He would have no way to deal with that skill, especially for a hunter who specializes in close combat. That skill must be because he can become the strongest hunter. Besides, I can share it through the master skill. If I can acquire that skill, I can have an S-class army that works well together thanks to the ability to foresee the outcome of the battle, and with all the mounts, there is no such thing as a dungeon. I want it, I want to do anything to get it from him. Why is such a skill in the hands of a damn guy like him? And below, Choi Sok-won's stupid and overbearing teammate was eagerly waiting to see Sung Hyun-jae's defeated face and quickly gave orders to his other hunters, people in the long-range team, what are you waiting for, come on in. Even though those hunters had their bows ready to shoot in Sung Hyun-jae's direction, they still hesitated to shoot and told the other guy, about that, those two people were too close to each other, we couldn't aim. As for the situation down there, when the battle seems like the initiative and advantage is always in the hands of Choi Sok-won, but that is not the case, because Sung Hyun-jae always knows his next move. From then on, I easily dodged all of Choi Sok-won's attacks, that made Choi Sok-won even angrier. He put more and more force into punching attacks towards Sung Hyun-jae and told him, how long are you going to run away like a mouse, anymore? Seeing that enough playing around was enough, Sung Hyun-jae immediately took out the chain and swung it backwards, arrogantly and confidently saying to Choi Sok-won, PM if you like. And Sung Hyun-jae's chain immediately hit the ground, moving all over this desert land and continuously hitting back. Choi Sok-won's fellow hunters still didn't know anything. The purple-haired man holding the sword was still aggressively trying to run up to support Choi Sok-won but turned around and said to his fellow hunters, I will rush in, you guys, you provide support. But when I turned back to look at everyone, the purple-haired guy holding the knife was so surprised and confused that he couldn't speak. When all the fellow hunters he brought were beaten to death by Sung Hyun-jae's chains from the ground. Seeing that purple-haired guy holding a knife, he was confused and sweating profusely and said, what, everyone in the team is supporting. And on the other side, Sung Hyun-jae, who was holding the leash, full of arrogance and an expression filled with infamy, leisurely said to Choi Sok-won, that's enough joking. The next second, the system simultaneously appeared and informed them that the skill had been deleted, the attack power was decreasing, the skill was deleted, the speed was decreasing. Seeing that, Choi Sok-won could not help but be shocked, surprised and confused. But before he could stop being surprised, the system continued to notify him that the skill had been deleted and its power was decreasing. And then before his eyes, Sung Hyun-jae was vigorously swinging a fist in the direction of this guy Choi Sok-won, so Choi Sok-won quickly used his hand to shield himself in front of him, and couldn't believe it, thinking in fear, this can't be, but both of them are S-class. How can there be such a big difference in strength? And then after Sung Hyun-jae's punch, two powerful explosions occurred. Choi Sok-won was knocked down with just one punch and lay unconscious on the ground. As for Sung Hyun-jae, he arrogantly put his hands in his pockets, stood from above and looked down and said to that guy Choi Sok-won, if that's all you have, I'll feel disappointed. You're stronger than this, right? Then Sung Hyun-jae turned around and looked at the purple-haired guy holding the knife. Choi Sok-won's teammate, with this look immediately made him scared and startled. Even though this guy was scared by Sung Hyun-jae's power, he still tried to act calm, full of confidence, and angrily told Sung Hyun-jae, you weird bastard, this isn't over yet. Hearing that, Sung Hyun-jae was startled, he was confused as if he understood his intention. Sung Hyun-jae quickly looked up at the situation of Hanu Jin and the Golden Dragon Noa. When he discovered something unusual, Hanu Jin immediately panicked and shouted at the Golden Dragon Noa behind him. Hearing that, both Hanu Jin and the Golden Dragon turned around in confusion, and from behind them appeared a silhouette of a strong, muscular person. This person grabbed Hanu Jin and kicked the Golden Dragon Noa to the ground. The Golden Dragon was suddenly kicked to the ground, screaming in pain and anger. Who's that? At the same time, while up there, Hanu Jin suddenly received a notification from the system. All skill effects will be doubled when fighting with Go Ova Che Zai. Hearing that, Hanu Jin was surprised and confused. he was not sure, so he asked the other person again. Civ T. That's right, the person who is grabbing Hanu Jin is Civ T, and when they saw that T had arrived, Choi Sok Won's hunters happily said to T, I was wondering when you would come. Even Sung Hyun Jae could not believe the situation in front of him with the appearance of Tien Siu. This was unexpected. Hanu Jin was also confused and curious and asked again, why did she come here? Where was the ban? Are you on their team? ZT firmly spoke up and told Hanu Jin, I have something to deal with. We need to kill the president of Pu Pito Guild Sung Hyun Jae and capture Hanu Jin. Go with that, Hanu Jin. Hearing that, Hanu Jin was immediately confused and asked me again, what, take me, where to go? Noah was also confused and told T, sister, but Civ T pretended not to see her and told Hanu Jin, he will tell you when he gets there. Hanu Jin was confused and asked again, who? Civ T still coldly said to Hanu Jin, you don't need to know. And then Hanu Jin was confused and said to Siet T, hey. Why are you calling my name like that? Civ T remained cold and said nothing but looked straight into Hanu Jin's eyes. Seeing that, Hanu Jin immediately realized something strange. He was wary and suspicious and thought, something was wrong. She was too calm, her eyes weren't looking anywhere. Then Hanu Jin was somewhat suspicious and asked Siet T, what's wrong with you? Siet T, this doesn't look like you at all. Why would you team up with those weak people? Hearing that, Choi Sok Won's teammates below were surprised and angry and asked Hanu Jin, weakly, but then he was even more surprised and couldn't believe it when he told Hanu Jin, I agree. Hearing that, the other guy became even more confused and asked again, what is it? However, up there, Tai still coldly grabbed Hanu Jin's shirt and told him, but you need to come with me, as someone who is related by blood to the cursed poisonous dragon. Hearing that, Hanu Jin felt even more strange and suspicious and thought, she's not acting like her usual self, so maybe she's been brainwashed, or is this some psychological skill? And at this time, Civ T still coldly did not care and told Hanu Jin, just listen and do. But then she was suddenly surprised to see movement behind her, and then she turned around and saw the golden dragon opening its mouth towards her, intending to bite. But she still looked at me with disgusted eyes. Even though she bit my hand, it was as if nothing happened. This was just a trivial thing. As for Hanu Jin, he was surprised by this action of hers and said okay. Noah bit the Civ's hand and said to Hanu Jin, run now, Jin. But before seeing T's suggestion of this action towards her, Hanu Jin thought indignantly, ran. I'm the one forcing you on your head. Then to everyone's surprise, Hanu Jin did not run away, but on the contrary, he hugged the Civ tightly. Seeing that, Civ T immediately became confused and asked Hanu Jin, what are you doing? Hanu Jin didn't know where the tears came from, but when he raised his face to look at the Civ, 2 lines of tears had already fallen. Hanu Jin cried and said to the Civ T, calm down and go Civ T. Don't do that, we're all good friends. Faced with this sudden and unexpected action of Hanu Jin, everyone present was surprised and speechless. They seemed to never expect this situation to happen. Looking at everyone's faces, they were speechless, shock and helplessness to say the least. Shouted dumbly. As for Hanu Jin, he didn't care about their eyes. He continued to cry pitifully and said to ZT, don't you remember our friendship and warm memories? Look up at that blue sky, doesn't it make your heart skip a beat? Seeing that, Civ T only got more angry, pushed away the mouth that was biting her hand and angrily said to Hanu Jin, that's enough joking. Then when the Civ T was preparing to execute him, Hanu Jin was scared and thought, whatever, curse resistance skill or double effect, whatever, dispel the skill that was controlling her and immediately leave. And then in less than a second after that, a source of light immediately appeared between the two of them, and then when Hanu Jin was confused and scared, she was sweating a lot waiting for what happened next to her, but after seeing nothing happen, Hanu Jin immediately opened her eyes in confusion. He was surprised to see T-Civ smiling, holding his chin and saying to Hanu Jin, thank you, baby, thanks to you, my mind is clearer. Hearing that, Hanu Jin happily said to Sis T, are you back? Civ T blushed shyly and said to Hanu Jin, that's right, it's all thanks to that baby. Then Hanu Jin was also happy and cheerfully told Siet T, Civ T welcomed her back. And then there when the Civ T was happily holding Hanu Jin up high and spinning around, then I stood on the side helplessly looking at this scene and thinking, that's fine too. As for the group of hunters below, originally they were her comrades, he angrily jumped up and said to her, what are you doing? Quickly follow orders. But Sieti, who was holding Hanu Jin in her arms, felt disturbed, so she angrily told him, shut up, I won't listen to your orders anymore. Then Hanu Jin had her cheek squeezed by the Civ and told her, she's no longer on their side, right? T then pampered and said to Hanu Jin, Yes, of course, baby. But. Hearing the word but, Hanu Jin immediately saw an omen. His smiling face immediately stiffened, and just like Hanu Jin's bad feeling, when she licked him while talking to Hanu Jin, my attention fell on this funny situation. Seeing that, Hanu Jin was immediately confused and said to Ray T, "A." As for T, she placed her hand on lone Hanu Jin, her hand grew long claws, and while T developed her body physically, she said to Hanu Jin, "Do you know, honey? At 5 years old, my dream is to become an evil dragon like in a comic book I read. And kidnap the princess." As soon as she finished speaking, her whole body emitted a green light, then her whole body turned into a giant black dragon, grabbing Hanu Jin in her hand. Looking at the current situation, everyone can't help but be surprised, and Hanu Jin was confused and asked again, "I thought you two were twin dragons, why do you look like this?" It turns out that completely different from Noah, a lovely golden dragon, Siet T is a powerful giant black dragon. She is a roaring, invincible super black dragon. With just this roar of the T-Sieve, it brought a storm, causing the nearby hunters to be blown back. They were confused and frightened. How could there be a story anymore? What's happening? As for Sung Hyun Jae, he just calmly put his hand up to cover his eyes to keep the sand from flying into his eyes, and calmly acted as if it was nothing, as if this interesting situation had nothing to do with him. He knew that he should bring popcorn with him. As for Hanu Jin, his face turned blue in fear and he quickly spoke to the system, activating fear resistance. As for Siv T, he was still calmly playing around in his dragon form and said in a joking tone to Hanu Jin, "Sweetie said, please save me, Prince." Then, with everyone's confusion about this situation. Then, a giant black dragon grabbed Hanu Jin and ran towards the castle. Every step she took created a whirlwind, making the group of hunters unsteady and struggling. Then Tu T excitedly turned back and said to the other hunters, "I will take the princess away. If you want it back, go to the top of this tower." Looking at this situation, Siv T's original accomplice, the purple-haired guy holding the knife, clutched his head in confusion and said, "What the hell is going on?" The golden dragon also shouted worriedly, "Eugene." Only Sung Hyun Jae acted as if nothing happened, smiling happily, just like a fairy tale. In the face of surprise and disbelief at what had happened, Hanu Jin showed an expectant expression and thought, what will happen to Hanu Jin who was kidnapped? Riet then told a story about dragons. He said, since ancient times, evil dragons have always signaled the end of an adventure story. Riet arrogantly said that's why I really want to recreate those adventure stories. In her hand she was holding her brother and telling a fairy tale. Inside the tower when he had just woken up, she was running and shouting, "Honey, do you think this tower is cozy enough?" He quickly covered his eyes and screamed, "Wait, she can't suddenly turn into a human and quickly put on her clothes and go crazy." Riet immediately explained to him, "Just use the curse skill, can you tell it to your sister later?" Every once in a while, the feeling of playing the role of an evil dragon kidnapping a princess is truly wonderful. Meanwhile, he is sitting in the back complaining about not being a princess while congratulating her on achieving her dream. Suddenly Riet Ta turned back and said, "What should I do after kidnapping you, or should I kill you?" Hearing that, he immediately panicked and cried out, "No, we have to wait for someone to save me while waiting for the others to arrive. Tell me, how did you get to this place? Did you also sign a contract with that heretic?" She immediately replied that she had not signed a contract with the heretic and at the same time felt puzzled. "I also wondered that to myself. I definitely refused to sign that contract. Then some annoying bastards came to me the moment I was awakened. Also offered to give me items and information about the dungeon, but I immediately told them to go away." She looked clearly bored. "What a boring suggestion. I would change my mind if it was a duel and the loser had to become a slave to the winner. Anyway, I repeatedly refused them, and so they used my brother to threaten me." He wondered if the reason her younger brother was captured was because he was too weak. She immediately replied, "Yes, every time they try to pick a fight with me, I beat them to pieces and then they go quiet. Recently they appeared again. They kept calling me the firstborn child of the curse while giving me orders. Then for some reason I kept following their orders." He asked doubtfully, "Can he control the cursed dragon?" She replied with a strange thought, "It must be true, maybe he himself can read the cursed dragon." I felt a strange feeling. The familiar feeling of a high-level cursed dragon from them was similar to what I felt from you. After listening, he thought. That also explains why he was able to escape the command's control. It was a cursed dragon's curse that put him under control. Then the effect of his curse resistance skill I have been enhanced twice. Even though it was just a coincidence, at least it had some effect. Suddenly she pressed him down and said, "Anyway, thanks to you, my mind has become more alert. I knew there was something special about you. Let's continue what we missed last time." he shouted. Don't transform back into dragon form and wait next to the tower or do something like a real dragon. She licked her lips and said softly, you like my dragon form better, that's too salty taste. While she was lifting his shirt, Eugene suddenly knocked on the door and opened it. After a while of talking, the two men picked up their weapons and then flew in to want to fuck each other. He shouted that you two have a problem with your nerves, if you fight here, it's all over. The strength of the two of them was so terrible that with just a light attack, the house was blown away. Luckily at this time he fell on Noah's body. Looking at them fighting, he exclaimed, their strength is supercosmic, we can't stop the two of them. As soon as they flew, they said, they're just playing with each other, no one died or anything. Where? But at that time, if my sisters didn't wake up, it would have been much worse, he sighed and thought, thank God, but all of them were many opponents, a cursed dragon. Wait, is it really a coincidence? Haven't I encountered too many poisonous cursed dragons to call it a coincidence? The first time might be a coincidence, but the sect is also related to the cursed dragon. Should have never existed. The two looked towards the battle and exclaimed, brother. He thought of another problem and said, can you tell me more about the dungeon you went into to get that title? While the two were confiding about the battle, the other side was still fighting very hard. She picked up the glass of water and drank slowly. It feels like it's been a long time since I've had a good fight like this, even though I haven't been able to hit any really good shots. I don't know if the poison is effective, but come here, Prince. His hand is so severely poisoned that even the antidote is no longer effective. He couldn't avoid this poisonous mist even if he could see the battle situation. If other S ranks fought him, he would definitely be in quite a bit of danger. Suddenly a dragon shadow flew up and it turned out to be my brother. He jumped down and shouted, catch me. You immediately ran to help while she was still very surprised by this action. After catching him, he immediately used his mysterious power and cured all the poison on Yu's hand. After seeing that, he was very surprised. This F-rank hunter single-handedly ruined his long-standing plan. Quickly prepare your clothes, I have something to ask you, Hyunji. Was the information about the dungeon where Noah gained his title provided by that cult? It seems like Hyunj doesn't want to tell you the truth. There's no time for you to answer, please listen to me first. That guy in that sect is trying to get Riet under his command instead of you. But when Riet didn't accept his words, he pulled her sister in and used the dungeon as the cursed dragon to manipulate them again. They planned everything about the dungeon information that could reach you. In other words, they used you to destroy you, isn't that right? Did you know at that time that things would turn out like this? I think if they're using Sung Hyunji as a pawn, it means they're really meticulous about the way they create the dungeon. At first it was just a normal dungeon with a boss that looked like a tiger in the dungeon. But suddenly Dio Vasquez appeared and tore the monster into pieces and became the new boss. Bringing a cursed dragon into a normal dungeon that already has a boss in it. It's a D-rank dungeon. Rokters shouldn't have appeared in a dungeon like that, and Han Yu-yun came to save me like he already knew everything. He immediately looked begging, Sung Hyunji, please let me know. Tell me everything you know about those bastards. Was the dungeon where my brother died was made by them? Noah Dragon looked at Eugene, who was holding Hyunji's collar, and said to himself, I wonder why he suddenly jumped off my back like that. Riet suddenly appeared and grabbed Noah's neck and said, long time no see, Noah. Noah called your name, Riet. Riet said, what are you afraid of? If it's because of what happened before, don't worry, I forgive you. Noah was strangled. He said in a pleading voice, I'm the one who needs to be forgiven, let me go, I have to go to Eugene's place too. Riet said, you can't go near them now. They are having an important conversation. Eugene is still trying to get news about his younger brother from Hyunji. Tell me, Sung Hyunji. Tell me everything you know about those bastards. If you can't tell me because of the contract, then I'll neutralize it for you. Hyunji heard Eugene talk about voiding the contract and asked, nullifying the contract, so you also have the ability to resist the curse, right? Eugene was startled and replied, you already knew that. Hyunji adjusted his shirt, turned away and said, I don't think Riet will come back without a reason. I guess at least that skill must be porcelain level, or it's even level L. Eugene angrily thought to himself, he's so smart. But I need to find them, even if I have to tell him about my skill. Eugene reluctantly told Hyunji, that's a level L skill, I will use it to nullify the contract. So, Hyunji crossed his arms and said, great, but that's not enough. Eugene asked in surprise, what? Hyunji summoned his contract and told Eugene. This contract is also level L, so a resistance skill of the same level will not be able to neutralize it. My right hand and I are at risk now. Eugene asked him, why did he agree to such a contract? Riet sat up high, looked down, observed and told Noah, it was even stronger than her contracts. Riet thought to herself, I'll note it down. Below, Hyunji continued, their tricks are quite useful, saying I don't know them is a bit lame, besides, I'll still be safe as long as I trust them, a little bit. Eugene was startled and thought, did those bastards also give this contract to Yuyun? Eugene tried to convince Hyunji, my skill will be twice as effective against the poison dragon curse. With that, Hyunji interrupted Eugene, you're very impressive, but are you sure it works? No, I don't want to be a guinea pig. Eugene assured Hyunji, I will take responsibility. I will do everything I can to compensate you if something goes wrong, so tell me, or are you planning on living the rest of your life under their control? That's all. Before Eugene could finish speaking, Hyunji squeezed his neck. Noah stood from above and called down, Eugene. At this time, scary black smoke appeared around Hyunji. He said to Eugene, I really like you, Eugene. But not so much that I can give up a part of my body. Notification system, detects a strong threat, activates fear resistance. Eugene's voice was shaken by Hyunji's grip, really? It's just one hand and one eye, not your whole life. As soon as he finished speaking, Eugene grabbed Hyunji's collar and smirked, saying, you must be extremely curious about me to dare to risk that, you know how valuable I am, even maybe no better than myself. He said he signed it because he didn't want to live a life of ignorance. So take a risk with me, sung Hyunji, I'm still hiding a lot of things behind your back. So there are still many interesting things waiting for you. So please use me, and tell me who killed my brother. When Eugene finished speaking, Hyunji also let go of his neck and said, I hope that you are not lying. Hyunji adjusted his shirt and said, it's been a long time since I've bet, so I'm really worried. Eugene looked at the contract card in Hyunji's hand and asked him, did you agree? So now, Hyunji gave the contract card to Eugene and told him. But don't forget, even if you succeed in destroying this thing, I still risked my hands and eyes for you. I look forward to seeing how you can repay this debt. Eugene said firmly, I won't forget. Eugene thought, I was quite upset because he was the one who had to take the risk. Eugene said to Hyunji, then I will get involved now, so keep going. Noah asked Riet from above, will he be okay? Riet replied, will his hand disappear if he fails? I'm looking forward to it. Hyunji suddenly asked Eugene, how should I explain? What would you do if there were parents who wanted this world to end? Eugene was surprised when Hyunji asked. He said, what? Hyunji continued talking, and if they have a child, that child wants to see that wish come true. Eugene curiously asked Hyunji, why are you suddenly talking about those things? Hyunji said thoughtfully, that was their purpose and how I could explain them. But they can't directly influence this world, which is why they want us to sign contracts and use dungeons and items as bait. That's how they build their subordinates and spread their influence throughout the world, aiming to bring the world to destruction. Eugene was once again extremely surprised. He exclaimed, what? So why do people sign that contract? It only leads people to death. Hyunji replied, this world is gradually coming to an end. Everything will end if too many dungeons appear and floods appear, monsters become too strong. Eugene thought, the system also said something similar. Hyunji told Eugene, but they promised to help me leave this dying world if I help them. Eugene looked at the contract in his hand and thought, the contract is reacting. Eugene said while using his powers, help him escape from here. Hyunji still calmly said, yes, like a lifeboat. They simply ask us to do what they say in exchange for saving us. Collect minions to push the world to destruction and drop the key that could interrupt that process. That is the purpose of the so-called filial reverend. The contract was now emitting a tremendous amount of power. The system informs Eugene, the ruin curse is being activated due to contract violation, curse resistance is being activated. All skill effects will be doubled when facing the Dragon King exclusive owner. Both Eugene and Hyunji looked up at the sky, both had the same thought, Dragon King exclusive curse owner. Hyunji looked at his hand and said, I'm fine. Looks like we won the bet. Eugene looked at the falling crystals and thought, human, so you really exist. The owner of those damn reptiles killed my brother. Eugene asked Hyunji, did those hermits or whoever made you sign the contract take my brother to be their subordinate? Hyunji squeezed his wrist and replied, I won't consider him their subordinate, officer. Their relationship ended a long time ago. I was wondering why he didn't have much involvement in this, but it seemed like it was because of him. Because an F-rank brother like you can't leave him. Noah and Riet were still listening to the other two's conversation from above. Hunji said, someone with mediocre resistance like him wouldn't be able to cope with the shock of life leaving this world. That's why they only approached S-level people. His younger brother must have also cut off contact with them after finding out about this. Eugene clenched her fist and said, I also often wondered why she chose that path. Eugene thought about his younger brother's actions and words in the past. I don't want them to pay attention to you, so I deliberately keep my distance to keep them away from you. At first I didn't want to pressure you, and then later, I didn't think you would understand, Eugene told Hyunji. It's not because he's young and immature, Yoon. Eugene remembered what Hyunji said before, because of my level 1 contract, my right eye and right hand are in danger. Yoon's words appeared about, anyway I kept rejecting them, and they tried to use my brother against me. Eugene continued talking. Yoon already knew that he wouldn't be able to take him with him. But he also knew that, even after cutting off contact, he could still fall into danger, not even being able to talk about the contract, he said. Suddenly, a hand with long nails rose from the ground and grabbed Eugene's leg. A monster with great power flew up. Noah and Riet and the two men also shouted in surprise, What the hell, what the hell? That was a huge evil dragon. Eugene looked at the evil dragon and thought in fear. Is it because the contract was destroyed? Eugene notification system, powerful threat detection. Noah hurriedly called, Eugene. Riet saw the dangerous situation and told Noah, you stay there. Riet flew to the evil dragon and shouted loudly, Get your hands off him, the stinking lizard. Riet smacked the evil dragon's head, she thought. Since when was that? I didn't even have time to think about it when Riet was hit by the evil dragon and gave her a painful blow. It was very difficult for me to stop it even though I used chains, its speed and strength were terrible. Noah screamed towards Eugene, his feet. Eugene, stop Noah, don't come near me, Noah. Eugene looked at the evil dragon and thought, even a naturally S-class person can't defeat this thing. Notification system, character information, ancient dragon level 2, belongs to the line of cursed creatures. Classification of awakening index level can possess SS, awakening index level can possess S, dragon scales SS, the ruined city SS. Eugene thought in surprise, is the ancient dragon a SS level cursed creature? Riet hurt her arm and said, this is troublesome. Hyunji looked at the situation in front of him and thought, I can't find any way to get out of this situation, how to? Eugene lay on the ground thinking in pain, curse, was this also brought by the owner of that lizard? Is it following me? Then I will try my best to kill you, you scoundrel, just wait and see. Eugene shouted loudly to everyone, take this skill, notification system, activation, management chicken spear. Riet looked at the newly granted skill and excitedly said, what is this? Only Hunji was thinking, no, this skill is not enough. It's the same SS level but it's not the same as Baver, even though I used the clairvoyant strategy, I still couldn't keep up with its speed. Eugene bit the ancient dragon's leg and thought, moreover, I will put skills on him too. Faster than clairvoyance, if I can show these three people where it looks and what it does, along with all its senses. The system suddenly announced that the target had rejected the skill. Eugene gritted his teeth and said, so let's see. Notification system, activate the chicken warden. The effect of the skill has been doubled when used on Vicus. The target has rejected the skill, activate the chicken warden. The target has rejected the skill, activates the chicken warden. The effect of the skill has been doubled when used on Vicus. Eugene shouted, everyone take action. Destroy it. Riet was excited about her new skill, she thought. I can see it, no, I can feel it. With this, I can stop it. Even though there's no chance of winning. But if we can stop it. The ancient dragon raised his clawed hand in Riet's face, but she was not afraid to say, the purpose of rushing forward is not to win. Hyunji and everyone threw the golden chain around the ancient dragon, temporarily tying the dragon. Noah shouted, it worked but. The dragon was injured but suddenly opened its eyes. It screamed in protest. Riet looked at the ancient dragon with a steady gaze and said, I know it's not enough, but our goal is to get your baby back from you. Riet caused the injured dragon to bleed onto his face, she told the dragon. Now that we have achieved our goal, the real battle has just begun. The dragon roared and rushed towards Riet. She told him, where do you think you're going? Focus on me here. Now you won't be able to use that hand, so. She suddenly saw that the dragon's arm that she had just cut off had grown back. She thought to herself, what, has it regenerated? That dragon shouted and created a mist. Riette thought to herself, poisonous mist. Even if I were resistant to the poison, it would be difficult to fight it, I wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Riette's arm was injured by the poisonous mist, the system told her to activate the healing hand. Noah said loudly to her, avoid the fatal attacks, I will support you, Riette called out in surprise, Noah. Noah raised himself up and said to Riette, but you still haven't forgiven me for the pain, the current situation is too urgent so I just helped, I tried to tie his legs until Eugene was safe. Riette smiled and replied, okay, I'm more mature now. Hyunji caught Eugene, looked at the Riettes holding the dragon and said, thanks to them, we have more time. Hyunji helped Eugene lie down on the ground and asked, are you okay, do you have any injuries? Eugene painfully replied, just injured his leg, I used a stone to neutralize the damage to avoid all attacks, just got hit by a mosquito with the first shot. The bleeding probably won't stop, it must be treated immediately. Eugene's leg was stabbed by 2 dragon spikes, Eugene said to Hyunji, help me take this out, Hyunji said, what about painkillers? Eugene said, because there is antitoxin, it won't be there, it doesn't have any effect, and while I'm using the poison mist I can't deactivate it. Hyunji comforted Eugene, the wound seemed to be painful, with a level D level of pain to endure, Eugene grimaced and said, that's why I need your help, spitting it out quickly will only hurt once, and if I faint then remember to wake me up. There's no time left, 1, 2, Hyunji pulled that poisonous thorn out of Eugene's leg. Blood splashed, Eugene was in pain. Hyunji said to Eugene, it's over, I think you should rest. Let me take you to hide somewhere, Eugene shouted, rest your damn pants, we have to fight that bastard over there first, right? Eugene gave Hyunji 2 stones and said, this is a damage neutralizing stone, there are 2 stones, each stone is effective for 10 minutes, I've already used some so there should be about 17 minutes left for 2 stones, surely he could solve it in 10 minutes, no, it had to be more. Hyunji thought to himself, it must not have been long since he woke up. But the experience he possessed was like that of a veteran who had been in dungeons for many years, as if he had gone through countless battles. Seeing that Hyunji didn't say anything, Eugene called out, did you hear me? I'm saying I'll apply the skill that doubles the attack damage on. Hyunji looked at Eugene and thought, what is this F-level guy hiding? Here, I'm more and more curious. Hyunji helped Eugene fly up, Eugene called Noah. Noah, lend me some mana stats. Noah saw Eugene going out to fight and asked Eugene, are you okay? I'm still afraid that something bad will happen. Eugene touched Noah and comforted him, I'm fine, you did great, now let's finish dealing with that bastard and let's get out of here together.
Notification system, warrior level F, S, +1S, shares the effect of skills with double attack damage with allies you are in physical contact with.
Eugene held the damage neutralizing stone and told Hyunji, besides that skill, you can also use me as a shield. Hyunji replied, okay. Eugene patted Hyunji's shoulder and said, even if we come into contact with each other in a different location, the skill's double attack damage effect will still work. As long as I don't stand too far away from him, I can touch him anywhere, so instead of holding me tight like last time, just feel free. Hyunji asked Eugene, do you know how to dance? Eugene asked in surprise, what? Hyunji explained, there's nothing better than dancing together as a group. Eugene replied, is that so? I don't really know. Notification system, activated by borrowing stats, Eugene said to Hyunji, my life is not so leisurely that I have time to learn how to dance. Hyunji replied, I see, don't worry. You can study now. Hyunji used his strength to hit the chain binding the ancient dragon, seriously injuring it. Riette saw that power and thought, what is this? That's really strong power. Hyunji thought to himself, that's really impressive. Only Eugene standing next to him said in surprise, wait. That bastard isn't dead yet. That ancient dragon let out a weak cry towards Eugene and Hyunji. Eugene said in fear, he's still alive, we're done. Hyunji calmly supported Eugene and said, don't worry, relax here. Dance with me. Eugene was surprised when Hyunji said that. I said. What the fuck? Hyunji led Eugene to jump over the ancient dragon over and over again, causing Eugene to scream, what the hell is going on? Riette from afar saw that and was extremely excited and asked Noah, what's going on, baby, it looks so fun. Only Eugene grimaced and thought, damn, I don't want you to use your skills this way, where? Hyunji raised his hand and said, phone. Hyunji poked the ancient dragon with electricity and said, if I use it in the air, it will take a lot of effort because the electricity will be dissipated. So instead I have to use it like this. Finally, Hyunji inserted an electric needle into the ancient dragon's head. Riet observed that and realized something. She understood. Let me help. Notification system, triggering permanent separation. Riet stabbed the sword into the ancient dragon's back. Noah watched and said, such an attack group will not, so, doing so is to concentrate the power. Around Hyunji and Eugene concentrated a strong electric current that transmitted into the sword on the ancient dragon's body. Riet looked at that phenomenon and said, even the sword was burned. Hyunji held Eugene's hand and together they transferred their strength to the sword to deal with the dragon. Hyunji's electric current combined with Riet's sword strike controlled the cursed dragon in Eugene's surprise. He asked if it was over. The thunder and lightning seemed weaker than before. But it seemed his thinking was not correct. He looked at the dragon and thought, no, that's not it. The thunder and lightning that overwhelmed the sky just now were only concentrated in one place. Everyone was focused on it. At this moment, the dragon shouted loudly, surprising Eugene. He didn't expect that it had suffered such a big shock that it couldn't even feel the pain. After the dragon fell, Riet approached and asked if it was dead. Anyway, what was that skill just now? Suddenly the dragon moved. It used its sharp claws to attack Riet. Noah worriedly called her name, and at the same time crawled behind her to support her. Fortunately, she was able to dodge the dragon's attack in time, panicking and asking what the hell was possible. It was still alive. How can you stand after so many moves? Hyunji also has to praise him. That's a strong instinct. Eugene doesn't think so. No, that's not his will. It is required to obey the orders given to it, the orders from its master. It would be more accurate to say a curse. This time Hyunji continued to use electricity to attack the dragon, causing it to be seriously injured and collapse. Eugene secretly thought, Yun, why are you involved in this, and said, I wonder if he can understand me. Hyunji worriedly asked if approaching it would be okay. He replied yes, it won't be able to get up again. At the same time, he approached and began to perform skills on it. He thought if he focused on his training skills, he might have a clue about its owner. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared from the dragon's body, pulling him to another world, leaving him unable to react in time. He looked around, surprised to see there was no one around him. He said, What, Noah, Riet, sung Hyunji, I'm fine, what's going on? Then his foot touched the skeleton. He panicked, a dragon, are they all poisonous cursed dragons, are they all here? Where am I? Then suddenly a voice spoke, this is my consciousness, more precisely, our consciousnesses have overlapped. I'm happy to see you come here on your own. But you ruined my plan again. You caused so much damage that Vicus's level was lowered because of you, even though it was only temporary. The system displays the second class of ancient dragons, cursed species and poisonous Vicus. Eugene thought to himself, Vicus, the dragon was killed, the one who brought that dragon here was. And then he realized something and shouted loudly, are you the master of the cursed dragon? Did you send Rokters to the dungeon to kill my brother? The other guy became angry. With a wave of his hand, a dragon rushed forward and pinned Eugene to the ground. It said Han Yuyun's death was also something I didn't expect. At the same time, he rushed forward and grabbed Eugene's face and continued to say that the person who should have died was you, Han Eugene. Keep saying the person who should have died was you, Han Eugene. Eugene looked at it in surprise, stammering, what? No, continued, that dungeon was created from the beginning just to kill you. As long as you are alive, Han Yuyun will not be able to participate in the plan to end the world. Eugene angrily shouted, what the hell are you talking about? Ending the world is not her thing. He immediately interrupted Han Yuyun, who chose to die so you could live. If it weren't for you, Han Yuyun could have escaped this world safely. He can accept my contract and become stronger. No, even if he doesn't accept the contract, he can still freely choose without being held back by you weakling. He pointed a finger at Eugene and blamed him, you are an obstacle to Han Yuyun. Han Yuyun didn't have to die like this, you changed his life, and you still survived. Those harsh words of hers made him extremely panicked. He remembered that he had also been told the same thing. The crowd always looked at him with vicious eyes, gossiping behind his back that the Abyss Guild leader's brother was just an obstacle for his younger brother. I heard that he was only an F rank, but he spread his younger brother's name everywhere. No wonder he was rejected by his younger brother. Someone stood up and told him straight to his face that if you truly care about your brother, you should cut off all contact with the Abyss. How many times have I told you not to make your brother deal with the trouble you caused? Stop causing trouble. How many times have I told you? Don't pull your brother's leg back. Eugene bowed his head and said yes, then repeatedly punched the ground and said, you were right, I shouldn't have lived. Then he grabbed its leg and said, "That's why I'm seeking revenge on the owner of the lizard responsible for my brother's death," with a face filled with indignation. He laughed proudly, "Ha ha, what can an F-level guy like you do?" Eugene replied, "Your plan was destroyed twice by an F-rank guy. I made your lizard salad, and the remaining one was deep fried." Before he could finish his sentence, Eugene was picked up by the dragon and thrown aside, but he continued, "I should bring their bodies here for you to see." It looked at him with contemptuous, mocking eyes, "So touched, at least I can blame it on my profession, but perhaps you are too stupid for the profession you have." The dragon's throw just now injured him, but he still calmly smirked and thought to himself, "I know, it didn't intend to kill me, otherwise, I would have died." He wiped the blood from his mouth, looked at it proudly and told me that you gave Hyunji everything but still got rejected. You also couldn't convince Riet to your side, am I right? He continued his train of thought, "It wanted something from me." Then he continued, "Why don't you change your name? Instead of being a poisonous dragon, you should change your name to Stupid King." These words of his made it angry. It attacked him and said, "Yes, you stopped Riet, how could you go against my orders?" Then rushed in and grabbed Eugene's hair and continued to say, "And how could you destroy the rotters? Were those degenerate brats helping?" Eugene wondered, "What kind of degenerate brats are?" Replied the cursed dragon, "Those who created and maintained this system." Eugene laughed loudly, "Ha ha, that's a good nickname. You call them decadent because they want to stop the end of the world." Doc Shui Long immediately asked, "Do you know about them? Have you received anything from them? Why are they interested in an F level?" Eugene seemed to realize its intention. He thought to himself, "That's what he wanted to know. It knows neither its title nor its skills. It won't kill me until I find it, then." While Eugene was still engrossed in thinking, the poisonous dragon had lost all patience. He angrily said, "You were more naive than I thought." Eugene suddenly raised his middle finger to annoy him, saying, "What do you think I will answer? I'm sure you're too stupid, thinking you need to buy time and find an opportunity." But unlike what he expected, the dragon was already behind him and rushed forward to gnaw off one of his arms, causing him so much pain that he screamed. He shouted loudly, "Ah, my hand, my hand." Even though he struggled, he still calmly said, "Look carefully, your hand is not gone yet." Strangely enough, even he felt surprised because his arm was actually still there. The dragon rushed to attack again and continued to gnaw off one of his arms, causing him to scream in pain. The owner of the cursed dragon then explained, "You are in my mind, not reality. Which means I can make you suffer endless pain without dying." Then he smiled sinisterly and continued, "If you don't answer, I will tear you into 100 pieces." Eugene was surprised. Each scar was a curse from the cursed dragon. Then he touched Charlotte's pearl. It continued, "You can't use the item here because it's not real. Gems are immune to damage. They also gave it to you, but if that was all you wouldn't have been able to defeat Roctor. So please answer wisely." Even though he was still being bitten by the dragons, Eugene still firmly said, "No, go think for yourself, bastard. That's why it's even more brutal." Eugene screamed and thought, "Damn it, why would my younger brother get involved with someone like this?" Meanwhile in the real world, Eugene is still lying unconscious, making everyone worried. Noah shook him and called, "Eugene, wake up, Eugene." Hyuji said he fainted last time too. Noah was angry, "What did you do to him? I heard about what happened in Baver Dungeon, take Han Eugene." Riet interrupted, "That's the problem, because I want him too. It seems he has a lot of useful abilities." Hyuji immediately replied, "People say ants often crawl into candy, but," Noah quickly interrupted Hyuji and Riet's conversation, "Both of you stop, this is not the time to fight, we haven't cleared the dungeon yet, that's what we have to do first." Riet smiled and praised, telling Noah, "You're more mature." Hyuji was still observing Eugene and thinking about something. The system wondered, "Guild leader Jupiter, what's going on?" Hyuji hesitated, Why does he always look like this?" Noah was bewildered and didn't understand. "Ha, what do you mean?" Riet continued, "Once the contract is destroyed, you will be blind." Hyuji thinks to himself that he feels like he used to be older than this, maybe about 5 years older. At this moment, towards Eugene, he felt that the memories he had buried were being dug out little by little. He remembered the moment his younger brother said he was going to the dungeon. He was so worried that he asked, "What, representative?" His younger brother did not understand the reason why he lost his temper like that, so he asked him in bewilderment. He asked me, "What are you talking about? Why do you want to go to Yuyun's dungeon?" Then the memories flowed back to the time he was in the army, when Han Yuyun was not present on his birthday. Everyone behind his back secretly whispered to each other that today was his birthday. Why? His S-level younger brother didn't come to visit. I guess they are not close, he has never even been visited or received a letter of inquiry. Suddenly, my memory flashed back to the time he grabbed a young man's collar and loudly angrily shouted at me, "How many times do I have to tell you? I'm not talking to my younger brother anymore, it's me, I'm fed up with it too." Again, the faint news appeared on the occasion of Christmas and the president's birthday. Yesterday the Abyss Guild held a grand party. Then he sat in prison, receiving Yu Yun's wish of happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, rotten brother, a wish that sounded like a curse. The cursed dragon was dissatisfied with what he saw when searching through his memories and cursed. Why are these painful memories? But in the end it was found, I understand, so you used the wishing stone to turn back time. I guess you also gained curse resistance when you defeated rotters. Eugene didn't care, he secretly hated the smell of blood, he was sick of it. How long had it been? The poisonous cursed dragon continued to torment him, asking how did you do it, did it yourself, when you were just an F-level hunter? It's difficult to extract memories because you have curse resistance, it should be easy if you're just an ordinary F-rank guy. Eugene started to worry, at this rate it was only a matter of time. It will look through all my memories to get the answer, and will kill me. He continued to use words to attack Eugene. What are you doing? Why don't you resist at all? In front of you is the bastard who killed your brother. These words made him extremely miserable, he silently blamed himself for being so weak, that's why Yu Yun didn't say anything to him, it searched his memories. This time is what Sol Simyoung once told him, can you do anything for your younger brother, so you came to pay back the money you borrowed from me, you probably thought this would save your honor. But I'm sure you yourself already know why your younger brother left home right after he woke up. To an S-class hunter and the guildmaster of the Abyss, he was just an older brother not worth relying on. The poisonous cursed dragon gradually lost patience, again unrelated memories, they were endless, don't you think talking about it would be easier for both of you? Eugene clenched his hands and thought. But that's the reason. This time I tried to change. I want to become a real brother that I couldn't in my previous life. Then resolutely answer it, do you have a hobby of asking questions that you already know the answer to? He's playing torture again, so it's okay to say that. Eugene was still thinking about it, telling himself he should think about it, then leading him to another memory, he stopped and wondered what this was, memories of playing football in the army. He sneered, ha, you idiot, why don't you block my skills the same way you blocked using items? Then he continued his train of thought to find a way out, even if it was just a small clue. Cursed Dragon replied, that's good, but skills are also counted as part of perception. Besides, I think the skills of an F-rank hunter are child's play, he said as he let the dragons tear Eugene apart. At the same time, speaking up, in theory, anything can happen because we are in the subconscious, but you humans are not that creative. Humans have never flown, so how can they know how to use their wings? How can an ordinary human being run as fast as the wind? What else can an F-rank guy like you do other than crawl around on the ground? After saying that, it rushed forward and used its claws to squeeze Eugene's face. Surely the fact that you have advanced curse resistance is a surprise, but... Eugene laughed loudly and interrupted him. What the hell is surprising to you, or are you simply too stupid? Being stabbed in the back is said to be unexpected. I'm tired of being tortured and said it's unexpected. After hearing it, he immediately threw Eugene aside and continued to let the dragons tear him apart. Said he can still move his lips, that's impressive. Eugene replied, it's about the same as you. If you had intervened after the gate closed, my brother would not have followed inside, you deliberately sent the Roktors away. He proudly laughed loudly, making Eugene bewildered. What? He said you were so stupid, you really thought the gate was open at that moment. Han Yun borrowed my power to enter the closed dungeon, to save you. This made Eugene completely shocked. He was pleased, your attitude has finally changed, let's talk more about your younger brother. Han Yun coldly asked, why are you here? I thought I said I'm no longer interested in your proposal. The other person tilted his face and replied, don't be so cold, I'm here to tell you important news, you will regret it if you don't listen. It seems there was an error in the dungeon your brother entered. Outside the dungeon doors, the awakened people were extremely panicked when they heard the news of another dungeon error. It seems like this is the first time the gap between hunter level and dungeon level is this big. Isn't there going to be more casualties? If only they had the stone class, a low-level hunter wouldn't have the stone class, look at that. While the situation was extremely confusing, something that surprised them appeared, they looked up into the air, then asked each other it was the president of the Abyss Guild. Hanu Jin ran to the dungeon door and asked the data analysis department how the situation was. The opponent replied that it was quite dangerous, it should be a D-class dungeon, but the mana saturation seems to be very bad. I think it is at least an S-class monster, the gate is closed, so you cannot come in. He impatiently slashed many times at the dungeon door like a madman despite his surroundings trying to stop him. You won't be able to open it that way, you'll need to wait until all the members inside die for it to open. He felt like his heart was on fire, he panicked and thought no, England. Suddenly he heard a strange voice ringing in his ear asking me to let you in. He paused, looking at the image of his brother in danger appearing before his eyes, he stammered, "This is it." The opponent replied that I could bring one person in with my power. He looked at the space door being opened, anxiously trying to rush inside, at the same time shouting loudly for him. A ghostly hand stuck out, pointing at him invitingly, but it also had a price. "Hanu Jin, let's make another contract. I'll let you into that dungeon and you must become my servant." The overall story outside stopped there. Diarma said he didn't even hesitate, it was so simple. Hanu Jin thought it was just some dungeon error, but everything was within my plan, including the Roktors. I made things difficult enough that Hanu Jin wouldn't be able to save you, but not so difficult that his life would be threatened. Once you die in that situation, Hanu Jin will blame himself for his own uselessness, and he is also an S-class hunter, he will want more power to make him easier to control. But who wants an S-level to die so easily? He even sacrificed himself to save his brother. Hanu Jin was dumbfounded, thinking it was all a trap. Because of me, she knew she would be controlled by him, but to save her. Diarma continued to mock him so humiliatingly. "Hanu Jin is finally in my hands, but is just a useless corpse." He asked, "What you mean, a corpse?" The opponent smirked. Yun disappeared from the world. "I can interfere with the bodies based on the contract. It's much simpler to take his body after he cut ties with this world." Hanu Jin stammered, "You have her body." He remembered the past, thinking to himself that he thought he had lost her forever even though it was painful. "I knew my brother was dead and would never come back, so I decided I needed to focus on the present." "But," Diarma said, "I have Hanu Jin's body." "Well, basically someone took his body, but..." At this moment, Hanu Jin could no longer control his emotions, bitterness rose up in his throat, tears rolled down his face, he thought his younger brother. Even if she dies, she can't come back, and... He bowed his head sadly as if he had lost all strength and will to fight. This made the opponent extremely happy and said it seemed quite effective. "If you answer my question, I can tell you more, there." He suddenly said, "I don't want to hear you talk about it." Then emitted a stream of energy powerful enough to burn the two poisonous dragons holding his body. Diarma said in surprise, "This is..." He calmly replied, "Did you say that skills are also counted in this area of consciousness? We're not that creative, but if it's a skill we've experienced before. This isn't the first time we've gone through something like this," then launched an attack. Diarma easily controlled his moves, and at the same time said to a stupid and clever person, "It is still just a human skill." Then increased his attack power, summoning a series of poisonous dragons to climb towards him. On his back, wings sprouted in time. Helping him fly in the air, he quickly dodged the attack. He thought, "Right, I have experienced it many times," felt Noah's wing movement too. He calmly used the technique to fight back against the opponent, and said that anger had made my mind dull, and now it's much easier to use. He reassured himself, "I need to trust my feelings." Level F veteran doubles attack power, natural enemy of Roktors, doubles again. Diarma suddenly said, "Why, this power?" Hanu Jin copies Yerim's skill, Frost Breath, Day Without Darkness. Diarma blocked his attack, saying, "What the hell are you doing?" Then attacked him, leaving him with a large laceration on his abdomen. Added, "Idiot, with just that F-class body, you won't be able to." He didn't answer, he just quietly reached out to touch his torn wound. He put all his strength in the power that had been absorbed inside him. He didn't answer, he just quietly reached out to touch his torn wound. He put all his strength in the power that had been absorbed inside him. The skills of the younger brother he left behind. He focused on performing a black blood fire attack that burned the darkness with blood. Diarma exclaimed, "Damn it." He shouted loudly, "You are nothing." The ultimate reward, double once more. The power of his final attack hit the target, splitting half of his opponent's head. Diarma gritted his teeth angrily and said, "Why, no way, how could you?" He stepped on his opponent. Coldly said, "Thank you for teaching me, it's my turn to read your memories." He thought, "You Yun, I will take you back no matter what." Dharma feels her memories are being mixed up, memories piled up over decades. In my memory, the other clans looked at their poisonous dragon clan with hostility and said they are evil omens, they use poison and curses, kill them, we need to wipe out their species. Like the ancient poisonous cursed dragon. Even if they are extinct, the magic stones and knowledge will still be there. Then, after a series of attacks that massacred their race, Dharma saw countless of his fellow humans being brutally slaughtered. He could only use all his strength to reassure them, saying, "Don't be afraid, all the young animals, and the unhatched eggs will be wrapped in my curse, and all who are born under my hand will be tainted. They will all be afraid when they hear of me." Suddenly Hanu Jin's voice interrupted the chaotic flow of memories flowing through him, "Not these useless memories. Come on, my friend, let me see which memory is more useful." At the end of his sentence, he stabbed and killed a poisonous dragon, making his opponent scream in pain. He didn't stop there, he asked to find the memory he wanted. "It's very difficult, isn't it, Dharma?" Being called by name like that makes the opponent go crazy, releasing a poisonous dragon and shouting loudly, "Don't you dare call me by my name." He dodged the attack quickly. Said, "There is one trick you can't get enough of, you have no ability left other than letting your disciples bite you, what a poor master." He coldly defeated the poisonous dragons that had just been released not long ago. "Your disciples are all gone." Then swung his scythe and said, "And now you will be defeated by an F-rank hunter. If you're my size, just level F like me would be enough to defeat you." He held in his hand the memory he had just collected and faintly said, "Another useless memory." Next, he stepped forward and grabbed Dharma's head and said, "If you don't want your memories to be messed up countless times, Cone must tell you where you took my brother to." The other person replied that, "You said you didn't want to hear those words come out of my mouth." He didn't care, impatiently roaring instead, "Give me that memory." Suddenly he was caught up in the jet black flow of memories, he seemed to be drifting away. He said, "These memories come from another world, there are dungeons and monsters here too. That is the same system, meaning false attainments. Memories of trying to protect a world. Fought against the monsters and the system, but ultimately failed. There are countless worlds that have met such an end, is there no world that can do it? And all the worlds perished. Being swallowed by something. By this tree, it's like being absorbed." He witnessed the entire scene of death, like a slow-motion movie. In front of him appeared an extremely large, ghostly old tree. He wondered what this tree was. I told him to think of the memories of Yu Yun. A white bird appeared before his eyes. A white bird appeared before his eyes. Deep within one of its feathers, there was a glimpse of his younger brother. He reached out his hand to touch his younger brother. But somehow, the memory fades away. He was pulled back to reality. He was angry and irritated. What was that white bird just now? Show me again. Did that bird catch my brother? Answer me, where is that tree? Dharma laughed loudly. I see, if you have seen the bird counting the stars and bringing down the true snow, then I need to kill you. What is he asking? You've already stepped 1 foot into Ghost Gate, you're still planning. Behind Hanu Jin was the sound of space debris cracking. He turned his head in surprise. While he still didn't know what was going on, Dharma proudly said that this is my subconscious, so this body is not my real body. He asked why, so what is your real body? An unbelievably huge monster appeared. He was shocked and said, is this your true form? It's absurd. Dharma says, I praise you for forcing me to this point, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. I will kill you. Then he waved his hand and attacked him. He thought it was impossible, this guy's strength was on a completely different level, I couldn't win against him. Right when he thought he had lost all hope, the system promptly appeared and said he was cheating. He was extremely surprised and wondered who you were. The opponent stared at Dharma and said, using the power of your true form here was cheating. I will connect you to the water monument, big brother. He looked up into the sky and said it was raining. Was that the water feature at that time? Dharma said contemptuously, is an imprisoned false being appearing. I am sure you are well aware that what you are doing now is cheating, there will be punishment for that. Dharma asked, how did you escape, Mermaid Queen? The system said this is what happened in her consciousness. Dharma smiled and said, so you're trying to stop me. As he finished speaking, he rushed forward to attack. The water dam blocked the attack quite smoothly. Says we're not allowed to interfere in real life. Her one move had bound the Dharma, draining most of its mana. Hanu Jin wondered what just happened. System replied, an outsider entering this world is a disaster. He has been weakened by the limitations of the domain, We have also used the power of the system to limit his power to suit the domain. Dharma screams, my body, the system continues to speak in the world in which the system operates. Everyone is required to listen to the system. That has been the law since the beginning. But that's all, you have to deal with it yourself from now on. Glanced at the Dharma's power gradually weakening. Hanu Jin threw his fist at it. At the same time, I said I was glad that I could do something. Who but me wanted him to suffer more? It growled at arrogant humans, how dare you oppose a great being like me? The system notifies you of editing completion, allowing you to open the door. Dharma confidently said, even if I'm weak, I'm still stronger than you. Hanu Jin said, that's good. Then he concentrated all his strength to prepare to attack. He thought, take this. He slashed down hard. Dharma said, you think you can win just by relying on that little skill? What can you do with that weak body? Weak humans, you're just an F-rank guy. You will no longer be able to resist and struggle when I eat you. A poisonous dragon released by Dharma swallowed Hanu Jin. But in less than a few seconds, that poisonous dragon was punched from the abdomen and exploded. He rushed out. Speak a small skill. I guess you rely too much on your pets even when you have a real body. Dharma said so touchingly, I'm sure you want to die by my hands. I will burn you to ashes, so don't worry. The blazing fire seemed to swallow the entire surrounding space. However, Hanu Jin still strongly rushed forward and shouted loudly, this won't work. Suddenly its claws grabbed his body and squeezed him hard. It said, you endured well, but without that skill, what do you have left, you weak F-rank? Why don't you accept your fate of losing? It used force, causing his body to be squeezed so tightly that it bled. It raised its head as if wanting to use his blood to cool the feeling of approaching victory. Suddenly he felt something was wrong. He calmly, without any fear, said, I don't want to say that. Haven't you learned anything? His blood suddenly turned into poisonous fire and fell onto its face, falling straight into its eyes. He shouted loudly at me, then couldn't control himself and let him go. He said, don't you learn anything? My blood can burn you. It's extremely angry. Using thousands of poisonous dragons to tear his body apart. And say you're stupid, I'll let you live worse than die, even if it means recreating the pain of being torn to pieces. However, beyond its expectations, he was not harmed at all, but like a torch, escaped from thousands of poisonous dragons, killed them and rushed towards its body. He was very surprised and said, you still haven't exhausted your strength yet. Even though the burning fire still burned his body, looking at him like a living torch, he still stood up, stubbornly rushed forward and said, as long as I can walk, I will continue to fight. Seeing him rushing towards him, it summoned a poisonous dragon to swallow him. It said, how could you do that? You should have suffered the pain of being torn apart. He did not stop, nor did he dodge. The pain of being bitten made his tears unconsciously flow. Still holding the spear in his hand, he firmly said that people like you always look down on others. Someone like you who always controls and wants to kill my brother will never know. He stabbed it straight in the chest, causing it to scream out in agony. Its power gradually dissipates, it whispers, realizing that it is you, the key to preventing the world from being destroyed. Its essence finally crumbles. The rain became heavier and heavier, covering his body. He panted, not forgetting to pick up its original stone. I stood up and said I had many things to ask. Do you know about the counting stars bird? It took my brother away. There is a prophetic animal called the star-counting bird, also known as the silent snow bird. In this world, it loves only real snow. It often flies around the tree whispering songs and stories that we cannot hear. Is that what took your dead brother? He said, this is what I saw in Dharma's memories, so I am very sure, I must find that bird to bring my brother back. Twi looked at him, feeling extremely confused, and asked why it did that. The system said, but that white bird has long disappeared. He looked down and said, so at least tell me how to find that legendary tree. Twi Tich replied that I cannot do that. He shouted loudly that my younger brother was still there. I couldn't leave him alone in that place, no matter how far away it was. Twi Li looked at him helplessly and explained that it was not a matter of near or far. That tree is the origin of your world, boy, it is not a place where that mortal body of yours can be found. He turned his head, confused about the origin. She replied that place is the center of the universe that covers this world, and is also the starting point of that universe. That place created countless worlds, and even gods. Although this origin has many forms, it continuously creates countless new worlds while countless worlds perish. This true snow tree is the origin of the years, and is also the starting point of the universe that you live in. It continuously devours countless worlds and continuously creates countless new worlds. Older worlds must either flee or be devoured, and the time has come for your world to be devoured. The appearance of dungeons and special abilities is a side effect of that phenomenon. We were the ones who tried to prevent that from happening, so we were imprisoned, and there were those idiots, Hugh, who helped this origin devour worlds. However, that white bird has never taken sides. Although I don't know why he captured your brother, he knew that future, so he must have some reason. We will try our best to find him. In the meantime, let's gather enough years without S-level players, as we requested before. He asked if that would really prevent the world from perishing, but that I had seen. As if understanding his impatience, the system quickly responded to us. Could you, kid? If we keep killing monsters, there will come a time when this origin gets tired and falls into a sleep state. Each time we do this we will gain about 100 years, that is what we call escape. He said, but doing so wouldn't really prevent the world from being destroyed. The system falters and we don't even know how to do it. The water dam continued. Sometimes when we attack this source, it will vomit some worlds out and then hibernate for a while. However, that can only be done when a transcendent existence like us appears. It's okay, but don't forget that's why we're imprisoned. He implicitly understood that, so that was the reason why they were called fallen people. They rebelled against their origin, their parents, and were chased away, which also meant that they only needed their strength by with them. We can reach that place of origin. Seeing his bewildered expression, the system called out, Kid, what do you think? As long as we find 5 S-rank zeros, everyone will be able to safely live out the rest of their lives. He had no choice but to say I understand what you mean, but can we really only do so much? Dharma once told me I was the key to stopping the world's destruction. The system stammered and said maybe it's because we will continue to help you. Tui said but those idiots Hugh will continue to find more people to succeed Dharma. Next time it won't be just cursed dragons anymore, so we can't continue to rely on luck like this time. That's why you have to gather all 5 S-level people and pay special attention to those natural-born S-level people, so they don't sign contracts with those idiots Hugh. But you have to act secretly, don't mention them. The more you mention them, the stronger they will be. He wondered if 5 no S-level, was that really enough? Before sending him back to the world where he lived, the system did not forget to leave a warning. In addition, kid, you must remember this carefully, even if you find your dead brother. He was awakened by Noah's call. He woke up and saw him blinking his eyelids. Noah worriedly asked Yu Jin, are you okay? Sung Hyun Jae said you woke up early, we're still in the dungeon. He stood up, held his head and said damn it. Noah asked in panic, what's wrong Yu Jin? He remembered the last words the system told him, which was that even if you find your dead brother, you won't be able to bring him back. Because he was already in existence cut off from this world, just like Dharma, who had to give up a part of himself to enter the world of you, your younger brother, because he was weaker, we will only gradually lose parts of ourselves until they completely disappear. He thought helplessly that he just wanted to bring his dead brother back. That wasn't a big wish, but he still couldn't do it. He propped himself up, wearily stood up, looked around and asked the sky, what time was it? Noah replied that it hasn't even been a day, we've already finished attacking the dungeon, and the rest are just normal monsters, so it's quite easy. He gave a compliment, well done. Then he looked at his whole body and discovered that his real body was completely fine. Dharma and Vicus's magic stones are in his inventory. In his head, there are also memories he extracted from its mind. There must be something. I will definitely find a way to bring my brother back, no matter what I have to do, just like before when I found a way to win against Dharma. Noah looked at him intently, then asked Yu Jin, are you hurt? You look so pale. He replied okay, I'm fine, let's go. Noah said but, his face was calm and lifeless and he replied that it was okay, I was not injured anywhere. Sung Hyun Jae suddenly shoved a bottle of medicine into his mouth, surprising him and Noah. Noah shouted what are you doing to Yu Jin? Suddenly Yu Jin felt his body felt light, his emotions were indescribable, he thought vaguely about this flavor, then excitedly asked what it was. The other person smiled and replied that it was a new type of orange medicine. What do you think? He said excitedly, it's really great, I mean, it's okay. Sung Hyun Jae said there are times when people can get hurt in places not visible to the naked eye. I won't let you get hurt, whether physically or mentally. Yu Jin cautiously asked because I owe you, is it like that? Sung Hyun Jae walked over, gave him the cloak and said no, that's because you are a perfect gift that the gods gave me, your feet must be very cold, wrap them up to keep them from getting cold. He looked at that guy's enthusiastic expression speechless, muttering to himself. Noah couldn't stand it anymore and said that Yu Jin is a human being. Sung Hyun-jae thought to himself, well, I also want to take advantage of his skills. If it weren't for his personality, then it would be fine if we both took advantage of each other. Hanu Jin grabbed the cloak and said, your gift is starting to get tired, let's go. He wrapped his shirt around his waist, then asked but Riet. Looking at her with great enthusiasm, dragging a long line of something that was covered by dust, he was surprised and asked what the heck she was dragging. Were those Sudam guys? Are they still alive? I thought you killed them all. Sung Hyun-jae smiled and said, well, that's a souvenir, after all, they have to be alive so we can tear them apart. The three of them together with Riet's many amused faces and mischievous smile, she admired the trophy in her bright eyes. Sung Hyun-jae smiled and said, what do you think? But there are still 2 rubber mattresses left from those 2 S-rank guys as gifts for the trip. Hanu Jin paused for a few seconds and thought about pretending to be a tour guide again. Then sighed and said, well, it's fine to keep one as a souvenir, after all, the most interesting part of a tour is always shopping. He thought it was a terrible thing, 2 S-class guys going around killing people. The consequences of this incident must be difficult to resolve. Here, it was the one who attacked first, so we are in big trouble. Depending on the development of the incident, both guild factions may die. Yoon Kyung-soo shouted so damn loud, just you wait. I will definitely take revenge, at least get revenge on you F-level bastard. Even if I have to lose everything, I have to drag it along to cushion my back, I will kidnap it and pull out its nails. Riet angrily kicked Yoon Kyung-soo in the face and shouted back that he even played with picking soft persimmons to squeeze. What a worthless thing. Hanu Jin looked at the dungeon door being opened and felt dizzy. There were a bunch of random things that needed to be resolved. I had to calm down and try my best. First, get a new pair of pants, then go home and deal with Hu-yun and everyone's contract. He praised everyone for doing a great job. Noah looked down at his hands and happily said his body was okay. Hanu Jin looked around and said, it's true that summer is different, it's true Noah. Then he turned his head and asked in surprise, what was that? When we entered that dungeon, we were clearly in the middle of a building, I was sure. Sung Hyun-jae replied that it looked like he had been discovered. Well, there's no way this young master didn't notice, right? From far away, near the edge of peace. Han Yu-yun said with a serious face, it's finally here. Han Yu-jin asked his younger brother the thing is. Yu-yun. How did you do this? Hey, explain. The other person did not answer his question, but only cared about asking if he was injured anywhere. He quickly replied, no, I'm fine. His younger brother really has very sharp eyes. He looked down at his body, frowned and asked, what are you wrapping around your legs? Isn't that the clothes of the president of the Jupiter group? He was a bit panicked, thinking how could he recognize this? Then make excuses because my pants are stuck to this or that. Yu-yun's pet flew to burn the cloak wrapped around his lower body. Peace quickly climbed up to cover him in time. However, in just a moment, his younger brother observed something unusual and asked if it was covered in blood. He helplessly said that you are no different from Sherlock Holmes. Anyway, he wasn't injured anywhere else. Han Yu-yun lost his temper and said, you want me to believe you? 2 S ranks came in. At this time Riet appeared with a group of high-level awakeners whom she captured and tied up. After laughing and talking, what's wrong with this place? Has a dungeon exploded recently? Han Yu-yun said there were 3, not 2, and dozens of high-level hunters. Han Yu-jin's sweat dropped and replied, no, but I think my brother is about to explode. Han Yu-yun frowned and turned his head to ask what happened. Sung Hyun-jae replied, I saved the princess from the dragon that kidnapped her and we danced together. Han Yu-jin shouted loudly, it's not true, he's just making it up, listen to me. The other person kept saying strange things. Unfortunately I couldn't kiss the princess. He exasperatedly shouted, what nonsense are you talking about? Han Yu-yun grabbed Sung Hyun-jae's collar, looked scary, and asked in a harsh voice, what the hell are you talking about? Which princess? Han Yu-jin asked helplessly, please explain properly. But suddenly Riet proudly added that I'm a dragon, I brought the princess to the tower. Suddenly Song T1 came over, handcuffed her at some point, then announced that she had been arrested, Riet Hunter. For the crime of illegally trading a contract once and entering this country illegally. She got angry and said, I just went out and you're already trying to pick a fight with me. You probably want to see the outside world as chaotic as the inside of a dungeon, right? Then you grabbed his collar and threatened. The other side was no less competitive. Han Yu-yun looked at Sung Hyun-jae with unsympathetic eyes and said, you knew you would be ambushed but you still brought my brother along. The atmosphere is super chaotic right now. Noah worriedly said, we need to give first aid to the people in this area. Han Yu-jin sighed and said, calm down, Yu-yun, let's go home. The other person turned his head and said, no, you go home first, I have something to tell the president of the Jupiter group, you. He played a pitiful trick, his pitiful and scared eyes looked at his younger brother coddling him, he was so scared that he didn't dare go home alone. I'm the victim, I'm so tired, because I was captured by a dragon and then had to fight that dragon again, please take me home, I love you the most, okay. Han Yu-yoon was quickly soothed, supporting him and comforting him, okay, let's go home now. Then look at the group of people threatening this matter is not over yet. Hanu Jin turned around and said Riet, you should follow too. She gave the stake and shouted, what's wrong? He said that you will be banned from this country forever if you become evil again, if I get hurt, because you cause trouble, the monster training center will no longer be able to operate, you wanted I raise them, right, just do what they say and then come back and leave your pets to me with peace of mind. She bowed her head, gradually losing her resistance and accepted, then, you called, so I did it. Song T1 felt quite surprised and said Riet Hunter was cooperating. Noah replied I learned this a while ago, a 4-word Asian idiom. Mary Du Kok Kwong. Then they looked at Han Yu-jin's back and secretly appreciated him. They had the same thought as being an F rank, but he could easily solve problems related to S rank, he was really impressive, real statue. When we got back to the apartment, Han Yu-jin said, I will cancel the contract with you, please relax your body, I have already tested it with Yan Jae, so don't worry. His younger brother trusted him very much, sat quietly for him to operate and said okay. He asked, I'm just asking indifferently, but what did you get in exchange? The other person responded to my eyes. He got angry and beat his younger brother, you idiot, why did you do that? Instead of feeling aggrieved, his younger brother worriedly said, calm down, you'll hurt your hand. He concentrated and said I will do this. You know, that's blind kindness. After releasing his younger brother's contract, he gently asked him if he could see. Han Yu-yoon replied yes, I can see it. He sat down on the chair and told him not to do such crazy things again. If you don't know about this, what are you going to do? Han Yu-yoon asked, but how did you do it, the extent of your curse month? He replied leisurely that the effects were twice as strong against the cursed dragon poison. Then in this, it's a magic stone from the guy you signed a contract with, I gave him a beating. Han Yu-yoon panicked and frantically asked what, how, wait, did you meet him? What did you do in there? Did he hurt your leg? Sung Hyun Jae, that bastard, even protecting you wouldn't be enough. Are you okay? Are you sure you only injured your leg? Tell me the truth. Damn, I tried so hard to hide things about him. Looking at his brother's heartbroken face, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. He sadly thought, so have you been worried about me like this all this time? I can't tell you anything, and I endured it alone. I told you not to go to the dungeon, 3 years and then 8 more years, just me. He patted his poor brother's head and reassured him that nothing much had happened, the system had already resolved it all. He lay down on the chair, in Han Yu-yoon's curious eyes he was sure, he immediately changed the subject to appease his brother, then they also told me how to save the world, if we can clear the dungeons in the next few years then we will be safe within 1 no years. The other person asked 1 no, it's okay, he smiled and replied that it's not easy, but if we can hold out for another 5 years, things will get better, and in another year, you and I will be gone. Han Yu-yoon stammered but he said there was no way, he definitely replied, say it like it's not true, but he's dead, so leave him alone. Everything will be fine, the system also said it would help us, we have Myung Woo's mount, item casting skill, and soon Sok Hyun's research results, after that, we just keep going but just rest well. Do you want to do something? Should we go out somewhere? Han Yu-yoon smiled gently and said I don't know, do you have somewhere you want to go? He seriously thought for a moment and then replied where do you want to go, brother? His heart was like a thread, he thought of the ancient tree, which was the key for him to meet his younger brother who had disappeared in another world. Suddenly Yu-yoon called him, pulling him back to reality, bro, he sat up and said, that's right, anywhere is fine, since going out with school until now, I haven't really gone anywhere else, the other person nodded, me too. You can go anywhere, as long as you go with me. Looking at his brother's sincere face, he turned his head to try to hide the thought that he had lied, at this rate, the world will not survive. The destruction of the worlds that I saw in Diarma's memories, even if there were no S-class hunters, I would not be able to withstand it. For some reason the system lied to me, it was true that they were helping me, but that reason alone makes me unable to trust them. Luckily, I have the ability to make hunters stronger, and I also have information I got from Diarma. He reached out and touched the head of Yu-yoon's pet and said that's right, you should name your spirit, he's a precious little boy, in the future, he'll be useful, so, treat him well, with it. The other person replied yes, The food he ate in the security room must now be up to several tens of billions. He shouted loudly and suddenly said, "Sister." He thought that he had knowledge about spirits that this world still did not know, and also nightfall. He quietly prepared the spell and performed the transplant ceremony. Holding a sharp iron bar in his hand, pointing the tip towards his body, he thought knowledge would help him find his younger brother, help him protect him in dangerous situations. I will use this knowledge as a stepping stone forward to find the answer. He thought, the closer I stab to the heart, the greater my knowledge. Then he closed his eyes, thrust his hand hard. Blood dripping on the ground. In his mind now was not pain but focus on the knowledge he received from Dharma, a method of combining two magic stones to create a new cursed dragon. He has the skill set to carry out this method. The stone was merged into his body, as if it wanted to tear his chest apart. Finally successful, the notification system is activating the Dragon Slayer, the ability to receive the magic stone of the cursed dragon and control it. He thought next was Vicus's magic stone, placed it on top of the remaining magic stone and directed the mana to move around. Wherever he thought, he quickly moved his hands to follow his reason. The system is sending a signal that is activating the scary chicken warden. Ability to link two different magic stones. He breathed a sigh of relief and said the implantation part had been completed, but I didn't know if the reproduction part would go smoothly. Because he locked the door, Peace was extremely worried. She tried her best to break the door and rush into his arms. He turned his head to look at it and said, "Is that you? Do you smell blood?" "I'm fine, nothing's wrong." He wore a shirt to cover the large scar on his chest. Thoughts and perfect nanny skills to strengthen the two magic stones in my body, because the magic stones used are from a transcendent level monster, so if it is born well, it will be very strong. And with that, even though this isn't really the method I want to use, the effect of the final appreciation will be doubled, and since it is a poisonous cursed dragon, it will be doubled again. As far as he knows, in the end, when the target affected by the keyword dies, all their skills and stats will be transferred to the user with double the effect. Skill duration 7 days, no can be used twice on the same person. He believes that this is the only method he still possesses to protect his brother in this life, and goes to find his dead brother, hoping this will be useful. He held peace in his heart, his sad eyes looking up at the sky. As far as he observed, the incident was covered up. When excluding the contract between Sung Hyun Jae and Ngo Hyu, the only things left to talk about are the Sudam gang and MKC attacking them. The group concluded that MCK was only temporarily hiring Riet before she discovered all their schemes and left the team. After a short period of control, they decided to give her a light punishment, help Trin punish the Korean dungeon. The day she was set free, she twisted her body with her hands in a very free and comfortable position. Yu Yun was summoned to the association for exploding an A-class dungeon. Yoon Kyung-soo and Sudam's senior hunters were imprisoned in an isolated cell. And MCK was not punished at all. When Yu Jin heard this news, he was extremely dissatisfied. To explain, Song T1 said it was clear that Choi Shokwon had suddenly disappeared. Before his scheduled imprisonment took place, we were looking into the possibility of whether there was any other organization involved. He couldn't believe the truth. How could he be so loudly dissatisfied? The opponent bowed his head helplessly, sighed and said, but it seemed that the superiors were quite satisfied with this matter. They wanted to cover up any matter related to MCK and force Sudam to take full responsibility. They said that if the equality between major guilds is broken, the association will have to shoulder too much. He asked, "So have you all decided to pretend like nothing happened?" Choi Shokwon said sadly, "I'm very ashamed." He continued, "Maintaining the balance of power between guilds is more important than justice and enforcement." Huh? Damn association, it's really not helping anything. They're just playing some political tricks. Song T1 faltered, "I agree with your feelings." Hanu Jin frowned, thinking that the one who got in the way was always the association. Once the chaos caused by the appearance of the dungeon subsides, the responsible staff will be pushed out for the benefit of those who are not qualified. The position of the top of the association has been taken by a certain person, not yet awakened, never been in the holding dungeon. That day there were many changes in the media. A series of newspapers reported, which was the main news advertising tours to dungeons that were overlooking the dangers of dungeons. The chairman of the association recommended to hunters. Angry, the Fake Awakening Center claimed the side effects were a personal matter and refused to take responsibility. Summary: don't waste medicine, safety is not first. Hunter Association president didn't know what about the dungeons. All he did was spew nonsense while siphoning money into his pocket and fighting for power. Returning to the quiet space in the cafe, Song T1 bowed his head and said again, "I sincerely apologize." Han Yu Jin replied that you don't need to feel guilty. Even if it's the association that makes the decisions, you have no choice but to follow their decisions. It's true that the opponent hesitated, but he looked at his brother's awkward expression and suddenly thought that he honestly didn't understand him. Why does he just follow orders when he is so strong? He fully understands that the decisions of his superiors are wrong. The other S-rank hunters were either leaders or working individually, but this guy became the backbone of a rotten organization. He blurted out, "If you were the association president, it would be better." The other person's face did not reveal any thoughts. Calmly asked, "What do you mean?" He said, "If you were the association president, then there would be no need to follow false orders, and since you are also an S-class hunter, you could use that power too." Song T1 looked straight as if to penetrate deep into his mind. His gaze carried an indescribable weight, his hands clenched tightly. Hanu Jin hurriedly explained, "Well, the other S-rank hunters all held high positions. Song T1 immediately dismissed that power that should not fall into my hands." Let's move on to the topic of compensation. This document, Hanu Jin was extremely surprised by the attitude of the man in front of her. What does he think? He just wants to be a loyal civil servant who doesn't care about power. I'm still suspicious. He might have signed a contract with the filial piety because he's also an S-class hunter. But if the Hunter Association continued to hinder the hunters, then the world would fall into doom. If he was aiming for that, he asked the Song department head if he was affiliated with a cult. He hadn't finished his sentence yet when suddenly there was movement. Incoming phone signal, emergency message. Ministry of Administration and National Safety, danger near the solitary confinement center today at 2012 minutes, fire, explosion, exposure, proposed evacuation of people near. Is he panicking at the solitary confinement center? That's where Yoon Kyung-soo and the others are held. Song T1 said, "I think I have to go now." Yerim ran in quickly and said, "Uncle, it's about the solitary confinement center." Hanu Jin turned around and said, "We just saw it." Song T1 reminds that there is a possibility that the prisoner tried to escape. She needs to ensure the safety of Hunter Hanu Jin. She hesitantly replied, "Today the president said that he will be there on business." Hanu Jin seemed to have a motor attached to it. He ran at extremely fast speed, saying so that explosion was, "It's not over, I have to go with him." Song T1 ran after him and said, "Wait for me." He urged, if there was an explosion, the situation would already be quite bad, to get there as quickly as possible. Suddenly a girl with a unique dressing style sat on a motorbike, holding a bouquet of flowers in front of them. "Tell me if you guys are done, I'm here to pick up Hunter Noah." Hanu Jin replied that Noah finished his work yesterday. His words made her fall to her knees. Yerim came to help her up and said, "But at the right time, she gave us a ride." The opponent replied, "No, it was my plan to capture Marshal Ca Wrong." Yerim said, "I will let you meet Noah if you give us a ride." Hearing that made her regain her vitality. She quickly put on her hat for Hanu Jin and said that even if she had to go to the 9 levels of hell, I would still volunteer to escort the two of them. Then she turned on the accelerator and drove Hanu Jin away. Yerim hugged Song T1 and said we should follow closely behind, although he suddenly protested a bit, "Wait a minute." The other girl accelerated and said, "Okay, hold on tight, let's go." The speed was so scary that it made Hanu Jin boo. "You, are you sure this is okay?" She replied, "Don't worry, I've been fined a lot but I've never caused an accident." Right now at the Special Detention Center for High-Level False Awakeners. It was a place where high-ranking hunters who committed serious crimes such as killing people who were not awakened were kept. There were not so humane methods to prevent these hunters from escaping, and the walls here are also layered with materials taken from the dungeon along with very strict guarding. A building made with the highest security that could completely confine false awakenings. Well, at least it used to be that kind of place. An explosion here caused the cell to turn into rubble. Yoon Kyung-soo looked at the man in front of him in such panic that he couldn't speak. Hanu Jin said, "Oh my god, the detention center has been destroyed." "What? Are you trying to escape from here?" "Why, then I guess I have no other choice, I'll have to capture you again." Yoon Kyung-soo got goosebumps and shouted loudly, "You're going to destroy this place yourself? What the hell are you talking about, you psychopath? Don't you know what this is? It's sealed my inventory, I can't even get one out." He waved his hand and slashed the object to seal the opponent's inventory. Said calmly, "It seems like you even broke the seal on your inventory." Yoon Kyung-soo bewilderedly shouted, "Wait," he didn't care. He rushed over and said, "Let's just say I had to kill you because you were too big a threat to this country." Yoon Kyung-soo promptly blocked the sword that was almost slashing his neck and said, "Why did you do that to me? I'm already imprisoned here and haven't suffered enough. I haven't done anything yet. Why are you suddenly like this? Want to kill me?" Hanu Jin coldly said, "Riet already told me what you said. What are you planning to do with my brother's finger?" Since when did Yoon Kyung-soo panic? He increased his strength, lowered his sword. The tip of the sword was close to his opponent's face, just a few centimeters away from saying you should regret not dying in the dungeon that day. The aura of battle emitted caused the ground to shake. What are the other prisoners writing about? An earthquake. On this side, Yoon Kyung-soo used all his strength to fight back. Said, did you really come all this way to kill me, you bastard? Okay, then I'll play with you until the end and see how it goes. You will regret breaking the inventory seal for me. At the same time, slash down and take the initiative to attack. Hanu Jin smirked regretfully, things like that don't matter to me, whether you have access to the inventory or not, you're still not old enough to fight with me. He offered his sword to help. Then signaled the pet to jump on the opponent's head and release a beam of fire. Then he stepped on his opponent and said he would die now. Yoon Kyung-soo helplessly shouted, wait, stop, there's no reason for you to kill me. After all, I haven't even touched a hair of your relative. If your brother hadn't insulted me first, I wouldn't have done anything to him. Why does he suddenly want to kill me? It's always like that, after all, it's always me, what have I done wrong? Hanu Jin said coldly, well, you patted my head and told me to call you brother, that reason is enough to kill you. This answer of his is so domineering that it makes the listener speechless, this type of mental thinking. He slashed hard, trying to take Yoon Kyung-soo's life. Suddenly being close to death made Yoon Kyung-soo's head jump extremely fast, screaming in panic, do something, what about Choi Shokwon? Hanu Jin's powerful slash radiates a strange energy from inside Yoon Kyung-soo's body. He stepped back and said this is. In another development, Hanu Jin's group accelerated towards the dungeon. The girl with her ponytail excitedly turned on the gas to have dinner with Noah's number 2. Then she braked quickly, the light was red, then dragged the wheel, lifted the head, the entire body and car were in the air, she signaled for air support. Yerim promptly rushed over, lifted the whole car and 3 other people suspended in the air, unable to speak, leaving it for me, holding on tight. Hanu Jin said, you're not that heavy, right Yerim? Passers-by looked up admiringly, this was only possible because it was a red light. She turned her head and said to Song T1 more, manager Song is lighter than I thought, as light as a feather. He shyly said, you don't have to say that. Hanu Jin's sweat dropped and asked if this was okay. She smiled and replied that it was an emergency, that she saw them, then turned her eyes towards the explosion. He said he thought things had taken a turn for the worse. The girl with the ponytail observed and looked alarmed, we have to stop them from getting closer. At the same time, he looked at the crowd of passers-by stopping to look at the way through the dungeon. They looked up and asked each other if this road was okay, if not, they would have to take a very long detour if this road was blocked. She rushed towards the crowd and said I would go there to block the way so everyone wouldn't be in danger and then come back later. Yerim agrees okay. The girl approached the crowd and shouted loudly, signaling everyone to pay attention. Be careful of falling rocks here. After saying that, she slashed a path, and rocks fell down, blocking the path in front of her. She said that from this road onwards it will be extremely dangerous, so please don't go any further. Yerim carried the 2 people on his shoulders and said okay, the barrier is complete. Hanu Jin asked if it was okay. Meanwhile, Song T1 raised his hand to signal me to drop me here. She bewilderedly asked the manager, are you planning to jump down from here? He replied that there were prisoners trying to escape. At the same time jumped up and landed on the ground saying I will handle that first and then I will return to the group. He waved his hand to activate the rusty gray gauge, his body weight was increasing. He swept a strong net to capture the prisoners, they held their heads and screamed loudly, what is this? As soon as he landed, he pulled out the phone to ask for support from the other side and clearly heard the reply, this is the head of the Fake Awakening management team, please bring all the escaped prisoners here. The other end of the line quickly replied yes, it's clear. The helpless prisoners lying in the net said how he was so heavy. Yerim caught Hanu Jin, watching from above, feeling extremely confused, what is that, is it a skill? Just now he was still like Hong. Hanu Jin wandered around searching, then signaled Yerim, over there, I found them, Yu Yun and Sudam guild leader. Yerim landed and called out to the guild leader, the current situation. Hanu Jin immediately stopped him from coming closer. Something was very strange, I cut his throat but he let out a strange smoke, and no matter how many times I killed him. A deep voice rang out, what a pity, it's too late to take advantage of him now. Well, he wasn't that strong in the first place, why did we make a contract with him? Yerim stood in front of Hanu Jin to protect him and said, what, is that guy a zombie? Hanu Jin thought to herself, no, that's probably, I can't believe I can see them again right now. The unfamiliar voice continued to say hello, I came to say hello, I am Dharma's successor." He wondered if he was a new crazy person. A new filial idiot, I didn't think I'd be able to meet him so soon. The ghostly voice continued to come from that zombie. "Let me introduce myself, I'm like wait, I look terrible now. Let me change my appearance a bit." After saying that, the worm Kyung Soo's body suddenly emitted blue light. Yi Rim looked at it in surprise and exclaimed, "No way." Bunny Bear shrugged limited edition hidden goods butt shaking version. It was sold out just 2 seconds after it went on sale. The girl said excitedly, "Look how fast it shakes its butt, it's amazing." Duyun next to her heard that and said in bewilderment, "Rabbit Bunny, what are you talking about? That's a very Jin safe and cozy." Duyun looked with fascinated eyes, imagining Jin at home obediently saying, "Ha ha, from now on I will only stay at home." That voice rang out again, "I have changed my appearance to become what you want to see the most." Yi Rim also discovered at this time that it could not be captured with a camera. Jin behind him was standing silently, his face still in shock. "Because standing in front of you right now is the image of you Yun 5 years ago. What do you think? Do you like it, or is that a bit too much, brother?" Being psychologically attacked by illusions, his whole body trembled angrily and said, "How dare you?" Yun saw this and quickly asked worriedly, "Brother, are you okay? Will you go and deal with him?" No, don't." He was trying to calm himself down. "Calm down at all. It's just a psychological attack using an illusion. I won't be fooled by this. You don't like it, so what about this?" After finishing those stupid words, he turned into a cute little Yu Yun in a Santa Claus outfit and a reindeer hat. This piece of trash, in front of Yo Yun's cute cheese stick figure, made Jin fall. "I lost my mind and wanted to hug you immediately. That's a picture from a talent contest that I couldn't take a picture of. Let me hug you, my lovely bear." Yi Rim panicked, hugged Jin to stop. "Uncle, you forgot your integrity." Duyun also quickly added, "Brother, I'm here, I guess it's not this one. So we will return to the old shape." Once again that white smoke appeared, rolling in the air looking like a small vortex. "Let me introduce myself once again, everyone." From the cloud of smoke gradually appeared a woman with white hair. She had sad eyes and fingers that looked like fish fins. "Just call me Hai Trit, I am the successor of Dharma, the master of the plague." Yi Rim asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Seeing her tears keep flowing, Hai Trit immediately replied, "Sorry, I can't reveal information about me, anyway. It's you, the person that the owner of the liquid wants to have." She didn't hesitate to go straight to where Duyun spoke and continued, "Especially this guy, he has an extremely well-trained body, and his soul form is also extremely delicious. How did he get released from the contract? What do you think about making a new contract with me?" Jin immediately stood up to stop him. "Go away if you're here to say such nonsense to my brother. Why do you keep creating trouble for my brother? Don't you know what happened to the one who came before you?" Hai Trit looked at him with eyes full of interest. She calmly replied, "Yes, he just died. I haven't heard any information about him. I only came here to see because there is a person here that I still keep in touch with, that's it. This guy died right when I arrived." Jin frowned, clearly showing hatred towards her. Hai Trit pointed straight at Jin's chest and continued, "Anyway, what is this about? Looks like he left his skills behind. How can anyone learn his skills?" Dharma's successor. Sensing Hai Trit's dangerous move, Yi Rim quickly pulled Jin back, while Duyun immediately swung out a sword to attack. She quickly stepped back and asked, "Did that guy help you? But you are too ordinary for that, and your profession is too low." Yun didn't understand what I was saying, so he asked his brother what he was talking about. Yi Rim also continued in bewilderment, "Do you two understand? What is he talking about?" That idiot continued to say, "Do you know who killed him and how? Why do I have to tell you?" In his heart, the guy thought, "She doesn't know about him or the regression. Okay, that's good, but..." "So you don't answer? I didn't expect to meet another idiot so soon. I still haven't had time to prepare, if people who don't know anything about it get involved." Hai Trit saw that Jin was silent and did not answer, so he added, "Okay, I will return today. I don't like fighting without information about my opponent." Hearing that, Jin immediately thought to herself, "Is she really going? Well, this is good for us anyway." It seemed like everything was resolved easily, but no, she added, "However, I will give you a small gift." Above, a large red gate suddenly appears. She announced excitedly, "A portal about to explode. A valuable gift that I have worked hard to exchange with the owner of this body. Good luck, and send my greetings to the fallen." After saying that, she immediately left, and then from inside the dungeon door, rumbling noises were heard. "Something is coming." The sea water inside the dungeon rushed out like a flash flood. Everyone who took it was extremely scared. Yi Rim quickly flew up high to avoid it. But in the next second she was frightened by the scene below. President, luckily Du Yun was able to hug Yu Jin and run away, but no matter how fast he was, he couldn't keep up with the speed of the water. Suddenly, a wave as high as a tsunami appeared in front of him. Yun's pale face said loudly, "It's chasing us." The fierce wave aimed at Yu Jin and crashed down, drowning both brothers in the sea. In less than a minute, the entire fake awakening prison was flooded with sea water. Yi Rim was so scared that his face was bloodless and he rushed over. She has the attribute of wearing a pair of pressed earrings that allow underwater activities, so she can move around in the water very comfortably. From afar she saw it. Yu Jin and Yu Yun are being sucked into the dungeon by the current. Yerim tried to speed up and chase after him to rescue him, but he couldn't make it in time. Both were sucked inside the gate. By the time she grabbed the hem of her shirt, it was too late. Just like that, all three were dragged into the dungeon. Outside, Kang So Young didn't understand what was going on. She panicked and ran to call their names. Han Yu, Yi Rim. Captain Han was also stunned and exclaimed, "What the hell is going on?" They could only stand there staring at the vicious water. This whole area was a dungeon explosion. I had never seen anything like that before. Fortunately, the water is not toxic, survivors are being saved, but the dangerous situation has not stopped as the water continues to rise constantly, a scared employee said, the manager. "It's so strange, the water level continues to rise, at this rate we don't know what will happen next." Kang So Young suggested, "If we solve the dungeon will this stop? Should we go in there?" Sung Han immediately replied, "No, if we all go in there it will be very dangerous. If it was a dungeon explosion then monsters would definitely spill out, and if the dungeon was flooded, it would be better if hunters with underwater combat skills entered it. Hunter Riet's poison will be weakened when exposed to water, and so will Hunter Moon Yun A's wind technique." So Young quickly took out his phone and dialed the number, then. "There's only one suitable person left. I'll call for help immediately, an electric-type Pokemon is best in water." Inside the dungeon, after being swept away by the strong current, the three were able to stabilize. Yu Jin was weaker so it seemed like he fainted from drinking too much water. Yi Rim called out worriedly, "Uncle." Yun also panicked and said, "Are you okay? Why did you follow? Who made you?" So I stood still and watched him get carried away, he couldn't even stop the fire here. The two kids started bickering with each other, each of them thought they were the best and no one was willing to give in to the other. "I have an item related to water and if it comes to close combat, we're not much different." "Ha, so you think, are you better than me? That's what you mean." Du Jin helplessly sat up and solved this mess. "Don't fight." "Where are we? Have we entered the Sky Gate?" Yun immediately replied, "Yes, I think I'm in the dungeon, but I haven't seen any monsters yet." Yi Rim looked around and said, "What about the bunny bear from before?" "No, that zombie did this." Yo Jin continued with a slightly surprised face, "A power enough to drag us into the dungeon, star." In his heart, he thought to himself, Yi Rim is implicated, even though she is not involved in this, she seems stronger than Dharma. Do we have to continue fighting guys like that? I thought then I continued, Yu Yun maybe you heard, but she said this dungeon was just to test our abilities. The three were discussing when millions of water bubbles continuously rose from the water surface. Yi Rim said warily, "What is this bubble?" Not knowing if this beautiful thing would cause any disadvantage to them, she proactively used her weapon to burst those bubbles and move back. "We don't know what might be inside." But what Yi Rim received surprised her, these bubbles carried their memories. "Is this the day we eat ice cream together? Can we look at memories when we touch them? I think, this is the first time we meet." Yerim is like a naughty child constantly bursting balloons. Seeing that, Du Jin immediately reminded, Yi Rim, "We are inside that dungeon, don't lose concentration," because without paying attention he let a ball touch him and explode. And the memories he saw were the memories of his two brothers as children. It was a white snowy winter day. "It's so cold, why are you waiting here? It's my birthday today." While Yu Jin is attracted by that sweet childhood memory, Ri Rim and Du Yun are still looking for other memories. "It's really nostalgic, isn't it? Ah, this is from Christmas Day, the tree, this is so beautiful, I even went on a picnic that day." It was as if I was entering memories instead of watching videos or looking at photos. I will take another look. That day's temperature, humidity or scent. I can feel every emotion so honestly, the sad memories that she wanted to bury deep, the memories of that dark day that she felt so honestly, the day that Yi Rim's parents passed away when she was very young. Oh God, passed away so soon, now Yerim is alone. But the heiress, her cruel uncle said at that time, does Yi Rim want to live with him from now on? I still need a guardian. I will take care of your house. As for Du Jin, he also started to come up with sad memories. The next news, yesterday on Christmas. To celebrate the president's birthday at the end of the world and celebrate Christmas at the same time, instead of being with his younger brother to enjoy the fun, he locked himself in his room. Looking at his brother through the TV screen, he thought to himself, this is December, Christmas. My brother's birthday. Ha ha, so that's how things turned out. She attacked us by looking into our memories. When I wake up, I already have my memories, nothing new. While trying to calm himself down to get out of this situation, he suddenly saw something from inside the bars. Looking outside, Du Jin saw someone and a familiar figure. He hurriedly ran outside. That's right, you came that day. I remember, you came here. If that day you knew you would still be at peace with me. If I decide not to enter that dungeon, then I wouldn't have died. All can only stop at 2 words if only. Yo Yun's image shattered as soon as Yu Jin touched. It reminded you of the system's words, I told you honey, you can't bring him back, even if you find him. His younger brother will gradually disappear beyond the boundaries of the world. That harsh truth surrounds his mind, causing Du Jin to collapse again from depression. No. I don't want that. I wanted to do everything again, so I went back in time. This is not what I wanted. Let me try again. If I could really go back, I would. Du Jin's nightmare was interrupted by Yi Rim's call, Uncle. Wake up, Uncle, we are inside that dungeon. While fighting, Yun asked if he was okay. It turned out that while Du Jin was in a coma, Yi Rim and Du Yun were still resisting the effects of the dungeon. The little girl tried to block out those damn memory bubbles and said in tears, hug him tightly to escape the cold, President. Yeah, that zombie bastard keeps digging up our memories. Hanu Jin saw that and asked, Yi Rim, are you okay? You must have seen a bad memory too. Yi Rim sniffled and replied, I am, but what can I do? It's happened and I can't change it. If I can't do anything here because of those memories, then I'll just have more bad memories, which is even worse. Everyone is my family. Now is different from before. Now I have the strength to protect the people I love. I don't want to lose anyone because of uselessness anymore. Wipe away the tears. Yi Rim is now a strong and determined girl. People were in a tragic situation and then Mr. Yu Yun threw stones at the conference. I'm Yu Jin's family. Oh my god, can't you read the atmosphere a bit? Yu Jin smiled softly and thought to herself. I think she's just a child who needs help. When did she become an adult? Thank you, I can rely on you too. When I'm having fun, the electric Pokemon god appears from somewhere to join in the fun. 5 of you. Du Jin was startled as if he had encountered a ghost and shouted, ah, this is also the memory. Yi Rim froze him. Yi Rim was also surprised with the presence of Hyun Jae. Why is Uncle Jupito here? Sung Hyun Jae smiled softly and replied, I was told everyone was here. It seems like you really enjoyed the trip to the lake earlier. As a tour guide, I'm very proud. With a snap of his fingers, he summoned countless thunder and lightning, and in just one blow, water bubbles appeared. The surroundings were shattered into dewdrops. Yi Rim exclaimed in surprise, wow, in just one blow. Du Jin was not too interested in Sung Hyun's appearance but spoke up and joked, you're playing the tour guide again. I rated you half a star. It seems like I haven't seen it yet. Sung Hyun Jae replied, I also brought dry clothes and towels. Well then add half a star to make it round. Wow, you're too generous. Looking at 2 older people acting like children also makes Yi Rim and Du Yun bored. What are they talking about? Since when did the 2 become friends? Yu Jin scowled and quickly corrected, you are that deet. The president of the Jupito Guild smiled happily and continued, oh my god, I thought we were friends. Carelessly Hyun Jae also touched the bubble. He calmly said, HK childhood memories, I understand what kind of dungeon this is. You also have a childhood. I thought you were an adult as soon as you crawled out of the mother's womb. While the 4 of them were engrossed in conversation, the water bubbles appeared again. Du Yun wondered, why do they keep appearing? Even if removed, this will happen again? Infinite, Yi Rim suggested, just freeze this place and they won't come anymore, right? Looking around, Yu Jin said, I think this place is limitless. Are you sure? Sung Hyun Jae shared the same opinion as her and said, I also brought this pot of mana. Oh, that's okay. Then Yerim turned to tease Yu Yun. The fire type just sat in the corner and sucked his fingers. Yun's nose was very stinging but he had to try to endure it. And Yu Jin felt quite comfortable and thought to herself, I feel more relieved. That's right, everyone is working together. For now, just face the problem at hand first. The next second, the guy immediately made a plan of action and assigned tasks to everyone. Okay, go ahead, Yi Rim, and that one thing. Receiving the order, Yi Rim to act with a very excited mood. I'm going to freeze this place up, so pay attention under your feet. Receiving orders from Du Jin Yerim to act with great enthusiasm. Here I come. Then she used her spear to rub the surface of the water, killing them all without a scratch. In an instant, the vast water surface was completely frozen. The water bubbles, under the influence of the icy breath skill, turned into ice pellets that fell one after another. Hyun-jae refused to be inferior to a little girl and stepped forward to show off her skills. I will deal with a flood in the air. He waved his hand and called out hundreds of electric lightning bolts to strike down. A series of crisp explosions rang out. Yi Rim also had to admire this skill of his and exclaimed, "Very beautiful, Uncle Ju Pyo." The explosion continued to ring out. Yujin inside Yun's protective barrier said, "They shrink into marbles, that's cool. I don't think they're dangerous." Yun reminded me, "Be careful and don't worry, I've been injured by marbles before. Why did I come here? I should rest at home." Yujin angrily waved his arms and said, "Because you just came here, baby. How dare you destroy the detention center? Do you know how quickly I had to run here? You shouldn't kill Yoon Kyung-soo too." Yu Yun replied calmly, "I have no other choice. He tried to escape, so I had to stop him." "Hide, really? Don't let your brother ask any more." Yoon quickly thought of doing something else to beat the village drum. "Yes, and here, it will help him cool down." Yo Jin took the fire crystal from his brother's hand and thought to himself, he probably died in the dungeon, but, stroking the red lizard, Du Jin said, "Have you named it yet?" Yun immediately replied, "No, your requests keep getting rejected. What kind of name did you suggest?" "I thought of one." Before the discussion was finished, Yi Rim's loud call interrupted, "Uncle, the road here is blocked." At this time, Yi Rim and Hyun-jae were standing in front of a towering ice wall. Yujin asked in surprise, "Is this the end of the dungeon?" Hyun-jae immediately replied, "I know this is a dungeon divided into many areas, but this is." Coming closer to observe, Yujin realized that the ground was also frozen there. "Ah, you were right. The ice that is created here also appears over there. This is, yeah, I also think this is, isn't it, is this?" Yi Rim said triumphantly, "Proof of my excellent skills." The two uncles pretended to ignore and said, "Is an example, a mirror." Hearing that, Yi Rim immediately rolled over and lamented, "I know, but we weren't so reflexive." Suddenly another water ball appeared. It immediately attracted the attention of Yujin and Hyun-jae. Pointing at that ball of water, Yujin added, "Maybe that drop of water reflected our information. Can you shoot it and explode it?" Yi Rim got into a response position. "Okay. That's it, what's next?" But everything seemed to take a turn for the worse after the sphere broke. The reflections also immediately disappeared, and the twisted air there could be seen clearly with the naked eye. Everyone said loudly in surprise, "The mirror is showing, the boss is about to appear." "Ah, isn't that the Baver from before?" A silhouette gradually appeared that was the S-level supergiant toad that they had cooperated to destroy last time. The whole group felt a bit confused. "Why is it here? We don't have enough people this time." The incident did not end there. From the Five Va's mouth something seemed to be erupting outside. It was the exclusive Dragon King, a monster with extremely terrifying power. Looking at the object that had just come out of her father's mouth, Yi Rim screamed in horror. There was something in there. "A dragon, so big, Mom," Hyun-jae said calmly, "I've seen it before. It's like, it became the strongest enemy in our memories." When Yujin heard that, he suddenly realized something and thought to himself, "Wait a minute. The strongest enemy in memory." The Dragon King's mouth opened wide, and from it another entity emerged. That huge arm was tearing the poisonous Dragon King's throat to escape. Everyone exclaimed in shock, "There! A mermaid!" Yujin's face turned pale and she silently screamed, "I've seen something too strong." Hyun-jae also smiled sadly and exclaimed, "I wonder who that memory came from." Yi Rim next to me said in surprise, "Ah, that earring. Similar to the one I have." A super powerful entity, a fallen man, appeared. Because it was just an irrational copy, it immediately attacked below. With just a slight wave of her hand, she created a tsunami tens of meters high. Collapsed on Yujin's group. Everyone in the group quickly jumped together and ran away. "What's wrong?" Everyone ran. That wave continued to chase them, writhing like a water dragon waiting to devour the delicious prey in front of it. Du Jin ran while looking back to observe the situation and then exclaimed, "The water is chasing us." At this moment, Yu Yun suddenly saw the fire star crawling out. He frowned and said, "The same trick cannot be used twice. Although it is small, its fire is not ordinary." A huge fire flared up to block the rushing wave. Yujin asked in surprise, "Did you evaporate it with fire? That's so good." Yun took the opportunity to give it the name crispy and spicy snack. "Okay, just like that spicy crunchy snack." Seeing that he didn't agree, Yun happily added, "So you also don't like that name? You're too picky." The fire chimpanzee turned off his fire and the water immediately came back. Yi Rim used his ice power to defend while whining, "Give it a proper name." She turned into an ice wall to block that fierce wave. Yujin immediately said, "Yi Rim kid can do it, if I use the doubling skill." Yi Rim quickly replied, "I don't think it will work. This is a different dimension, her ice is constantly being broken, if she continues to use it, her mana will eventually run out." Yi Rim's strength is still nothing compared to the water dam. Looking at her expression, it shows that she is having a hard time defending herself. The water dam on the other side is still constantly swinging her stick, creating many tsunamis that hit each wave after another, consecutive attacks. Seeing this, Yujin was terrified and held his head and screamed, "So are we going to die?" Seeing death approaching, Yi Rim immediately expressed his sincere words, "Thank you for everything up to now, the haul too, I don't know, I don't hate you that much. I even thought you were handsome when I first met you, Uncle Jupito. Farewell, let's meet again in a world without dungeons." Just as they finished their thoughts, the ice wall shattered into pieces, but somewhere a pink protective barrier suddenly appeared, blocking the large flow of water to protect them. A protective barrier was quickly set up to create a safe space for the whole group. Yi Rim said bewilderedly, "What is it, a protective barrier, this is?" No one yet knew what had happened when the system appeared and said, "Are you okay, honey? We opened a passage as soon as we saw them interfering." Yi Rim gasped at the system and exclaimed, "What is it, a ball?" Yujin quickly hugged the system and begged, "Do something, an heir created this damn dungeon, and say it's a gift." Sung Yun Jae was also surprised by these strange entities but saw Du Yun not reacting, so he knew it was safe. Yun said, "No harm done, no need to worry." The system replied cheekily, "We didn't think we would find you so soon, I'm glad the baby is okay. I'm sure she didn't mean to kill you in this dungeon, but it seems my presence caused the problem. This is just a bad copy, but with the power you have now you still can't defeat it." When Yujin heard that, he immediately thought to himself, "A dungeon to test us has already posed a danger to us. It seems that she is not a simple opponent, there is no other way but to ask for help, so help us." The system immediately replied, "You know too honey, we can't interfere." Yujin added, "I didn't say you have to fight, how about a reward?" "A reward, just consider it a reward for defeating the lizard master that you forgot to give me. You helped me, but I was the one who finished him, I didn't get anything besides some magic stones." The system retorted, "But it happened outside the system." Another system appeared and said, "I guess you have an idea. Please give me a skill that can solve this situation, Mermaid Queen of the Deep Blue Sea." "You guys are the owners of Yi Rim's earrings, right?" he thought to himself, "I need to strengthen myself. The first time I saw the earrings, I ignored their similarities. About appearance, name, water drop as well as skills," he continued, "it doesn't matter if it's ice or water. Just consider it fate and lend your strength to this girl." Yi Rim, who has no experience and is still quite young compared to other S levels, has grown stronger faster than I imagined. I need support so he can protect himself, and, when someone deceives me and makes me work for them, I will take back as much as I can from them. Yi Rim, who was still relatively immature and inexperienced compared to other S-class heroes, had begun to grow stronger and faster than expected. In addition, she must be the type of person who will sit still and watch others protect him. I need to support her so she can grow stronger. Then Yujin immediately told the system, "Please lend her your skills." The system immediately replied, "Honey, this request is a bit excessive. If I accept this request I also want to have something equivalent in exchange." Du Jin walked away as if he didn't hear. He patted Yi Rim said, "Say hello kid, this is the old owner of the earrings you're wearing." Knowing that she was the owner of the earrings you were wearing, the kid was really excited, quickly said, "Hello. Thank you for your help, are you the Mermaid Queen of the Deep Blue Sea? Are you really the owner of these earrings? I'm starting to get used to using them, they're really great." The system replied, "Yes, those are the earrings I used to wear when I was young." It felt like meeting an idol. She jumped up and down. "That's really cool, it's a celebrity's item, this is cool, what kind of royal item is it?" "Okay, I'll give you this, just think of it as fate." A moment later, a ball of water suddenly appeared in Yi Rim's hand. Looking closely, inside the water ball was something like a flower. By the time the surrounding water completely disappeared, it was a beautiful pearl of deep blue color. This was the ruler of the water, legendary level, the mermaid queen of the deep blue sea had gathered concentrated water power around the world to form this item, a single-use item. Yi Rim suddenly felt frantic. Look at the item level. Jin thanked her on behalf of her. That's good, thank you very much. The system interrupted without letting him finish. Don't express your gratitude too quickly. This is not simply a gift, it is a negotiation. With this I will feel less uneasy about you. Hearing that, Jin immediately thought to herself, why are you uneasy? Why, no, actually. Because she said a little, does that mean I can get more out of the rest of the restlessness? Looking at the sinister face of the system guy, he scowled and said, don't look at me like that. I cannot give skills to you consistently, you can only use it once, but if you know how to use it wisely it will be a huge help. Everyone can use it, everything will depend on this child's efforts and talent. The elephant asked the two ladies to show it while Yi Rim was learning how to use it. The young man was still begging for more. Let's make 10 of them. He took his regular eyes to look at it. This one looks good, looks like it will fit in here and there. She tried the pearl on and it fit very well. As soon as the pearl was installed, a super powerful stream of water was shot out from the spear, pushing the girl away like an intercontinental ballistic missile. That power is even strong enough to break the system's barrier. Not knowing how to use it made her unable to control her power. The stream of water shot out like a rocket, causing Yi Rim to fly like a bird in the sky with cries for help. Ah, what is this? What is going on? I see this. What am I doing? Save my life. Jin stood below and called out, Yi Rim, feel the flow of mana, read the Mermaid Queen's skill and adjust it with your own skill. But my skill is ice, right? It's not water. It doesn't matter, focus on the power in your palm. If the attribute is right you can learn or combine it well. That's what I did. Jin continuously instructed how to use and control, but receiving such a great source of power at once was not easy. Yi Rim cried loudly and shouted, ah, why do you think I'm doing that? Looking at Yi Rim flying around makes the people eating melons below sweat. Some ingredients are prone to being sprayed on the face with water. The system saw this and immediately commented, I think the skill level is too high. Jin knelt on the ground helplessly thinking, no, I can't let this opportunity slip away. If she can see how to use it then. An idea suddenly occurred to Jin and he raised his face to observe the situation. That's right. Basically they were all using the same power. The guy hastily activated the Chick Warden skill. Yi Rim exclaimed in surprise, oh uncle, wait. If I transfer the senses of that fake mermaid queen then. But the problem happened the very next second. Jin was almost submerged in the sea of water and swallowed whole. He was slowly sinking in surprise. What? No. I will be swallowed whole. Jin collapsed and vomited all over water, making Yun extremely worried. I'm fine. What do you mean I'm fine? What did you do? The guy wiped the water from his mouth thinking, I guess the prison guard skill won't be effective, if that's the case. Thinking of a new plan, Jin immediately grabbed Hyun Jae's arm who was standing next to him. Hey tour guide, please show your skills. Song Hyun Jae smiled teasingly, looking like he would faint if I refused. Hey don't be like that, we're close, I didn't say we were friends, friends are supposed to help each other. Hyun Jae replied coldly, I have never made friends with anyone in my whole life, life is so difficult. If I can't transfer the senses directly then I'll take a detour, I'll use the Warden skill to link Yi Rim and Sung Yun Jae, then transfer the fake Mermaid Queen's movements and senses with clairvoyant war strategy. As planned, everything went quite smoothly. Immediately afterward Yi Rim's face lit up without the initial fear. Everything in front of my eyes suddenly moved as slow as a gallop. Yi Rim himself exclaimed in surprise, ha! I can see, little by little. The water magician swung his arms back, preparing to attack. Jin worriedly shouted a reminder, Yi Rim. I couldn't see her figure anywhere but her voice came from somewhere and immediately responded to the guy, I'm okay. I realized it. At that moment, Yi Rim was able to control the power of the water flow, her movements were smooth and graceful and she spoke, like using a weapon to create a musical instrument, and also using a violin to play music, play a piano piece. Senses when controlling the new skill with my power. There is no difference or difficulty at all, every drop of water in the air will listen to me. Yi Rim at this moment is no different from a sea god, the water here must separate under her every step. Now she is the water king. Step by step, gently move on the water. Like a wind. Then continued, all the countries in the universe worship me. So I can control them however I want. Yi Rim swung his spear high, causing the surrounding water to be sucked in as well. In just a moment, it gathered into a giant ball of water. The girl said loudly, behind you. Yi Rim swung her spear high, the surrounding water was also sucked in, and in just a moment it gathered into a giant ball of water. She said loudly, right behind him. Her hands tightly grasped the spear and swung it forward, causing the giant ball of water to follow suit and collapse onto the body of the dam. Big waves surrounded the fake water, not giving her a chance to act. The attack was so powerful that it even caused the space inside the dungeon to crack into pieces. The water that was thrown into the sky is now falling together, creating a heavy rain. In that rain, only Yerim remained. The fake water feature was completely destroyed. The little girl happily turned around to seek a compliment from Jin. Uncle, I did. Before 10 seconds of joy, her eyes suddenly showed fear. The uncle Jin below had fainted a long time ago, and moreover, he looked like he was very tired. Jin's mind was once again being swallowed by the water. He was only vaguely aware of the outside world. Jin was feeling his body slowly sinking. His body was heavy. Oh, how's the boss? It seems like the gate is opened. Has he defeated it yet? I feel like I'm sinking. No, more intense than last time. Yi Rim's loud call made Jin wake up from her coma. She is extremely worried about you, Jin. Please wake up. Why did you do that? We defeated the boss thanks to the water miracle. The system appeared and said, the price to give away the skill to work the water pool fell asleep. Ah really? Yi Rim angrily snapped. Tell me, you knew this when you gave away the skill, right? Yi Rim's pressure made Jin's hand tremble. He thought to himself, fear resistance doesn't work because this is a mythical level skill. It was clear that Yi Rim was standing in front of me, but it felt like a huge wave was swallowing me. After a while, Jin calmed down a bit. He told Yi Rim, but to make him understand how the oven works. Yi Rim angrily punched his uncle and interrupted him, so he did that for me. Jin turned to ask for help from his brother, but it seemed like he was leaving again, but this time, Yun shared the same opinion as the girl, so he coldly replied, I have no opinion. At last resort, Jin turned to the handsome Pikachu, but Song Hyun-jae immediately ignored him. I also support him. Jin silently whined helplessly, no. At this moment the system gate suddenly appeared. The guy rushed over. Oh look, the gate is open. Let's get out of here, we can leave. And then a wave blocked in front of him, knocking Jin back. Yi Rim frowned and said, do you think you can avoid the question like that? Jin cried and lay on the ground whining, you're a quick learner. Why don't you calmly sit down and, angry, pick up Jin's neck and throw it away? How can I calm down? You're still shaking. How dare you use this skill when you already know the consequences? This is exactly what it did to you. Last time with Baver, if you didn't know, it's acceptable. I can understand how to use it if you explain, even if it takes time, but if not, we can just use the stone. But, what's worse is we're all dead, but that's it. Did you think about me when you saw you exhausted like that? Just come back so I can use you more easily. Do you know how scared I am of losing you? Saying this, the girl's tears fell like rain because of fear. She bowed her head and said with a trembling voice, promise that you won't do that again, never again. Seeing her like that, Jin realized, that's right, that kid had lost his entire family before. He put his hand on her shoulder to reassure her. He was sorry, he hadn't thought of it. He whispered in his heart, but he has lost too many people around him, so he wants him to be stronger so he can protect himself. He promises he won't do that again, but... He continued, I'm sorry for making you worry, so Yi Rim, I think the skill is still active. Why don't you practice a little more? When you're full of emotions, start practicing. Yi Rim shouted angrily, have you lost your mind? While everyone was making trouble and didn't notice that Hai Trit was standing from afar watching, she said, that's a surprise. I didn't expect to meet the Mermaid Queen. She was so close to the Fallen One that he could know her true form. Well, this information is valuable, see you later. Anyway, everyone got out of there safely. The lake that had become the gate and the detention center had both disappeared when we left the dungeon. Manager Song had to work overtime. Thanks to that, there was a gate open, but now it's gone, so we don't have to explain what Yun did. We told those two that the ball and the water feature are system managers. Yi Rim said excitedly, a system manager ball. I know the earth is round. Jin cried stone. Are you sure I understand correctly? What about skills? You shouldn't forget them. Remember the things that happened in the dungeon today? The kid nodded repeatedly and replied, yes. I will remember every detail and never forget. At this point, she suddenly remembered her cheesy words when she thought we were all about to die. That is a testament to my great skills. I thought, you're handsome, let's meet again in a world without dungeons. Remembering what I said to Yun made Yi Rim blush and shy. The president was ugly and ugly, Yun quickly blocked the attack and said incomprehensibly, "Suddenly you got angry at me." Jin was next to you. Next to him smiled contentedly and thought to himself, he has mastered the skill. Ignore the other two people, Sung Hyun Jae still cares. Give Do Jin a towel and dry yourself. And remember to increase my rating by half a star. Jin saw that and immediately replied, "Ah yes, that's good." He added as he wiped his head, "Let's talk about something else. We need to deal with Choi Sol 1, I heard the ball say before leaving there. The system said that humans who had contracted with the lizard's owner would continue to sign a contract with the new heir. So the less people sign contracts to go to the sea philosophies, the more limited they will be. They need contracts to be able to intervene in the world. If they don't have any or too few, they need to sign more contracts." Jin continued thoughtfully, "Come up from tomorrow, we need it." Hyun Jae quickly jumped and ran hearing this and understood what Jin wanted. He immediately interrupted the guy, "It will take a while." Why? Hyun Jae said with one hand on his side. He was hiding, and even if he was found it would be difficult for him to do anything outside the dungeon. "I'm sure he's strengthening his defenses, because of your sister's reckless actions." "Reckless? What do you mean?" She said there was no other way. "But just find him." "Why are you in such a hurry?" "Yeah, I've been in the dungeon for a few days now." "That's not the problem, I'm not injured anywhere, and there are countless things to do, but if we find him and deal with the contract, let Jin be in a hurry." And Hyun Jae coldly walk away, "Hey, a bit worried. I need to recover the debt, and you have to try 5 times harder. It will be a disadvantage for me if you try too hard and get hurt." The two kids who were fighting so hard heard about Do Jin's debt and stopped. Again, both of them were now on the same front line, turning to Jin and asking, "Why? You are in debt. How much? What did you do? Why did you help him?" Jin quickly replied, "No, it's nothing." "Then you dragged the uncle away to avoid contact with that handsome guy." "Rest, I'm just forcing you, just a normal person." "He's right, you should rest." Look at Hyun Jae stood far away smiling and waving to me. Jin thought to himself, this bastard was aiming for him. What is his plan? It can't be because he's worried about himself. He already knows the world will end. Why is he so relaxed? He is the most suspicious person. The system said that, but luckily the contract between Diarma and Chain was destroyed. Chain, that's right, the innate S-class you destroyed the contract. A Sung Hyun Jae, because he uses a skill like a chain, so why call me baby? The system added, I'm a bit worried because the crescent moon isn't here, but you are. Hearing this strange name, Jin immediately asked again, Crescent Moon, one of us, she helped in terminating the contract between the chain and the lizard owner. What? I don't know the details, she was sleeping, then the chain was involved in your regression so he didn't remember that either. But honey, you can stop speaking in honorifics. The system's revelation made Do Jin startled to realize something. Before the system finished speaking, he grabbed it and squeezed it. What, so Sung Hyun Jae is, the system continued helplessly, okay, you can call me anytime honey. Is he involved in the downfall of feigning ignorance? What the hell did he do before I regressed? Returning from the scandal in the dungeon due to once again using the chicken herding skill to the point that Jin fainted and had to stay home, that was how I was forced to retire. Until you go back to work, until I return from the dungeon, not taking a single step out of the house, remembering what Yi Rim and Jin said, I also understand why these two are worried. But what can I do if I lie down and rest all day? There are billions of things I need to research. Jin is still busy with the tablet taking notes, both the beginning and the end of the universe, a hybrid creature that wants to swallow the whole world, the true snow hybrid, and even the snow bird, possessing his younger brother's body as well, the star-counting bird, the silent snow bird, the fallen is currently managing the system and resisting the origin, who are like their parents, and preventing the end of the world. On the contrary, ignorance helps to quickly destroy the world. Very dangerous names, be sure to call them by their correct nickname, and, this person is making me think. Piece's feet suddenly landed on Hyun Jae's face in the tablet screen. Jin looked at it and asked, do you also think he's suspicious? But in the next second the computer was kicked to the floor. Jin said with a resigned face, I know, you're asking me to rest. It's the same as Yi Rim and Do Yun, he wants Do Jin to just rest, he even massages Do Jin remotely, so good, so comfortable, you're going to make me cry. Sung Hyun Jae, who is between the two sides of ignorance and misfortune. At this time, before my regression, I couldn't ask him directly, and he had already broken ties with Diarma. Could it be that he was on the side of the fallen? Wow, that doesn't sound like something he would do, or is he just bored, too tired of lizards? I think that makes more sense. How can I find more clues? While thinking, the robot in the house gave a message. Error, please remove the obstacle. Yujin went out to take a look. The Roomba was broken again. I pulled out all of Peace's feathers. Please remove the obstacle. Yujin froze when he saw the robot sucking Myung-woo's hair because he was lying down on the floor. He hurriedly rushed forward to take out the robot. Oh no, he would die from overwork. 911, oh no, where is the healer? Myung-woo was exhausted to the point of being exhausted but still alert enough to answer. Dude, I'm fine, there's so little mana left. Here, take this, I've finally completed it. Myung-woo gave Yujin an item he had just crafted. It's a beautiful shaped sword, this is it. Is that the sword you're forging? It looks like a decoration. Myung-woo immediately replied, that's just its basic shape, nothing special other than the fact that this sword cannot be destroyed. Suddenly it automatically transformed and wrapped around Yujin's arm. Now it has become a bracelet, an extremely fine piece of jewelry, but if he transformed to carry it with him. Looking at the sparkling bracelet on Yujin's hand, he immediately exclaimed, wow, this design is. Myung smiled softly and said, I can't do anything about its shape. The blue smoke then gathered and transformed into a bird with blue feathers like the color of the sky. Myung-woo added, it was the original being, its name was Eun-hae. The system now also displayed the information of the sword, Eun-hae, the legendary Dragon King level and the sword born from the magic stone of Masterpiece Charlotte, the contractor Hanu Jin. Eun-hae, that sounds like a human name, does that bird come with equipment? Yeah, wait. He was startled and looked at Myung-woo and asked, legendary level. You created a legendary level equipment. My friend smiled wryly and pedaled, yes, I also didn't expect to be able to do it. The effect is still neutralizing damage like before, but this time it's not a one-time effect. If you give it a magic stone, it will cool down again. After cooldown it will negate legendary level damage for an hour. I can last about 10 minutes if you don't want to be level limited. Hearing this, Yujin immediately turned pale and was extremely scared. It was okay to have such terrible stats. So with this I can fight the boss in the final dungeon. No, even if the real mermaid queen attacks me, I'll still be invincible for 10 minutes. Myung-woo added, it's a growth type so there will be other effects later, what else? I have to limit it to the point that only the contracted person can use this item, so it can become legendary level. So, such a top-notch item like this is my exclusive equipment. It made Yujin jump for joy, he couldn't stop screaming, the only one who could use it was me. Hey, go ahead and make one for yourself and someone else. Haha, I can't do it. Just making one is impossible for me. I was able to make this because of his moir, a spirit that possesses the fire of Charlotte, the marble you gave me too. That's right, it's Charlotte, that's the name of the owner of the old gold smithy. After they died, they left behind a magic stone. I used it to create this sword. The marbles I gave you are also pieces that fell when forging the sword. I was able to create this because of that ingredient and also by chance. Even if my level were higher, I wouldn't be able to create something like this again. This bird looks like Charlotte when she was young. This is the symbol of Myung-woo's potential that Hanu Jin helped unlock. The most wonderful masterpiece that potential creates. That's why its name is Eun-hae. I created it while praying for your safety, Yujin exclaimed emotionally, what a precious thing. Why don't you use it, why give it to me? Myung-woo smiled lightly and replied, I didn't make it to hear those words from you. I don't go into dungeons and if something happens I can just hide in the smithy, but you always put yourself in danger. I don't have the power to protect you by fighting side by side like everyone else, but I can help you in this way. So I want to give it to you, instead of saying I should keep it. You can say other things as a friend. Receiving sincere concern from Myung-woo, Do-hin smiled warmly, he looked at Uncle Chom and burst out laughing. Yes, thank you very much Myung-woo, you are number one, a wonderful person. The blacksmith guy rubbed his head and replied wryly, ha okay, I also think I must be very good, create this. Looking at the bird Yujin said, Eun-hae, nice to meet you, also, can you make the design a little simpler? That's its shape. It's so classy, let's make it simpler. Suddenly the chick looked at Do-jin and chirped continuously, chirping. It stared at Eun-hae. Then, showing fear, he ran to the boss. Looking at it in panic, Yujin said in wonder, Chippy. Holding it in her arms but that white cotton ball still cried out continuously. Myung-woo next to her confusedly said, why is it crying? Yujin immediately calmed down, is it because it is also a flightless bird? Calm down, come on, it's just that your wings are too small. Myung-woo took out some item. Then attach it to the chicken's leg, that's it. This will at least help it float in the air." Seeing the chick's extremely satisfied expression, Yujin immediately exclaimed, "You are the best, Myung-woo. Chippy also has new equipment." And they also successfully unified the design. Scene changed to the Hunter Association. They were having an important meeting. Everyone present was extremely confused when the screen displayed information about Yoon Kyung-soo and Choi Sok-won. What's going on? Yoon Kyung-soo is dead and Choi Sok-won is missing. We have lost 2 national S-rank hunters at the same time. This is serious damage to the nation's potential, and dungeon management and safety are also issues, but it seems the public is reacting quite violently. There are all kinds of rumors about the disappearance of the detention center. Hunter Association President Uncle Kwon Jin-hyuk spoke up, "I know everyone is very worried, that's why we're here. The solution is very simple, we only need new S-level hunters. Everyone is wondering, do you want to recruit force-level hunters from abroad, but the price will be, not, the same as the Du Pai Guild Silk recruits Hunter Evelyn." The chairman replied sternly, "I don't intend to recruit, we will train such a person, we just need to promote the plan a little sooner. So Korea will have more high-level hunters, as well as transform into the country with the most high-level hunters. Go back to the ABYSS Guild the next day, Diyun is practicing with Yujin right now, come up here." After saying that, my brother immediately rushed forward at lightning speed. Yujin jumped high and launched an attack. The sword that Yujin just possessed seems to have helped him become quite strong when he was able to block Yun's sword. The younger brother said, "This must be it." Yujin interrupted triumphantly, "What are you thinking? You think you're really strong, right? With this, you don't need to worry about what's wrong with me." Looking at Yujin being thrown away for about a meter, Yun immediately replied, "I just got thrown out too, but I'm super fine, it's okay." Thanks to its effect of neutralizing the damage, nothing happened to him, only his clothes were torn a bit, exposing his whole leg. Yujin excitedly ran to Yun and said, "What do you think? You won't have to worry about me anymore, will you?" The younger brother replied, "That won't stop me from being captured, and it will be easier to deal with me in many ways because I can't be hurt." And above all, as he spoke, Yun took the bracelet from Yujin's hand. "Now you can no longer defend yourself." But amazingly, with its defensive power, Firestar was also attracted by the bracelet that came out from Yujin's eyes. It did not hesitate to bite the bracelet with its teeth. Seeing that, Yujin immediately reminded him, "Don't eat it, don't Aeun-hei, spit it out and it belongs to my brother, Yurin." The fire spirit finally had a name, although it took a while for us to find one he liked. An angry blue bird appeared from the sword and clashed with the fire star. Yujin smiled softly and called, "Okay Aeun-hei, come here, you must be scared, what an ugly lizard." Aeun-hei suddenly exclaimed, "Chip, evil lizard." Aeun-hei could speak human language and the two of us were extremely surprised. He could speak, I heard he was almost an adult, but I guess he could learn to talk, say ba ba, but Aeun-hei only kept repeating in one sentence, "Evil lizard." Yujin cried out, "That's all you can say." Looking at the fire spirit, Diyun said thoughtfully, "Why don't you try to respond?" Yujin immediately continued, "Raise it well, who knows if it can grow up and speak. After all, Yurin is a spirit, the first soul in our world, so I'm sure it will be a great help to everyone." "That's right, have you contacted the ABYSS Guild Equipment Management Team yet?" Yun immediately replied, "Yes, everyone is disappointed about that." Dujin smiled with satisfaction and continued, "That's right, everyone has to be disappointed about that. Who wouldn't be disappointed when it was Myung-woo's research last night?" When Dujin and Myung-woo were cooking together in the kitchen, Myung-woo shared that I thought about it while creating Aeun-hei. I think it's a bad idea to get too involved in the description of the system. At my level I shouldn't have created Aeun-hei, but I did. It means someone can do more than what is written in the system's description window, same with skills, for example, even if the description says you can only use basic fire. That means he can cook food faster, avoid the cold or light up a place. Hearing that, Yujin thought to himself, skill extension. It has the same principle when I imitate Diarma's explosive skill, but that is possible because I have been explained about Diarma's system and memories. But he's self-taught, so smart. Myung-woo continued thoughtfully, so if I apply that to equipment creation, then wouldn't the skills of all the blacksmiths in the equipment manufacturing management team be strong enough to create higher level equipment? They all have the skills to handle basic equipment. If that's possible. Yujin continued, if that works then we will set up an equipment making shop, and that will be a great deal. The survival rate and total force of all hunters will be the same, is increased, it will be a technological revolution. Back to the present, Yujin happily said, our Myung-woo is definitely great, you should start being nice to him too, take some equipment from him too. Yun didn't think too much, immediately replied, I thought it would be faster to get it from you. Myung-woo, who has no fighting talent, will bring a new era for hunters by making equipment. I will find more people with special skills like him, so that people with unique talents, so that it is not forgotten, to prepare for the future. That's what I was thinking. A few days later, a hot announcement was broadcast on television that the Fake Awakening Center would open next month. Oh, you unawakened people in the country, pay attention. This summer, we can all become hunters. Now anyone can safely awaken under the association's management. Maybe you guys will be the future S-level hunters. They used very attractive reasons to invite them to show how hunters change their lives after awakening by bringing up a specific person. I used to be unemployed, but my life changed in a very sober center. Say goodbye to the days without a space bag. Let's do it together, an era where all citizens of the country are awakened. Register today. Right now we are accepting pre-registrations. Please refer to the association's page for more details. When Du Jin heard this news, he was so shocked that he exclaimed, why is this registration already open? The very next day, Du Jin went directly to the Fake Awakening Center with Chief Slim Young. The association president Uncle happily said, hello Hunter Hanu Jin, Captain Sok Slim Young. It's nice to see you here. I didn't think you'd be interested in that Fake Awakening Center. The Very Awakening Center is a facility where the association safely awakens the residents, the chairman Uncle said as he led everyone inside. It's not perfect yet, but it will be done soon. Yujin thought to himself, normally it would have been 6 months by now. Kwon Jin-hyuk continued, we're checking the system, do you want to take a look? After saying that, he immediately brought a cube box like a Rubik's Cube and said, the principle is quite simple, we used one of the psychological devices, the illusion maze. It allows us to see a very real illusion for those who are not yet awakened. We activate this. The awakened person inside is ready, after starting the maze of illusions that took him to a new world. Looking at the scene around him, he exclaimed in admiration, wow, what is that? It was so real, I thought I was really in the forest. While he was absent-minded, a security guard appeared and shouted loudly, it's dangerous, you need to get out of there right away, it's a faulty device, end of test, end of test. This is not an illusion, it is a real dungeon appearing in. Before he finished speaking, he was turned into breakfast by a monster. The sight of the guard being torn to pieces scared the other guy to death. After dealing with the security guard, he immediately turned to attack the other guy. The guy stood motionless and trembled and said, wait, this isn't real, right? Looking at the big bears rushing towards him, he suddenly stepped back, really? And of course he couldn't resist that huge bear. Don't stop, stop. Successful testing. So what just happened was a complete illusion. After the guy returned to reality, he immediately collapsed on the ground trembling. The people at the center continued, we showed them the illusion of being attacked by monsters to awaken safely. Sok Slim Young turned to ask Yujin, is he okay? The chairman calmly smiled and said, clearly it won't harm people's minds, as long as we don't let it last longer 30 minutes. The limit is 30 minutes per person, and it can be used by up to 30 people at a time. The testing capacity we plan to start with 1,000 people a day and gradually increase the number to 3,000. Yujin didn't say anything but silently looked at the information on the system and pondered. The result was clear, he was an F level and didn't receive any newbie skills. The biggest problem is that the Awakening Center is specialized for fighting. They just put everyone in the same dangerous situation without realizing each person's different potential, so most people awaken skills related to fighting skills for survival. It is a forced awakening and does not take into account each individual's strengths, that is like throwing singers or philosophers into a boxing ring. This won't help me find talent like Myung-woo, it will only bury everyone's talent. Therefore, thinking of this, Yujin said in a low voice to the chairman, are you planning to do this for all the citizens? Do you realize what consequences you could cause? That's not the only problem, I know very well how harmful this kind of system is, after all I've been through it. Before the regression, a week after the Awakening Center opened, many people were lying on the ground. A voice shouted to take them away. Another person shouted, we'll all die if we back down, there's more medicine in a bit, hold on, the people here are fighting a spider monster. The purple-haired man angrily continued to shout, hey, newbie, what are you doing, go quickly, what are you doing, newbie? Before that scolding, Eugene could only stay silent because he was too scared. Eugene's thoughts appeared, within just 1 month, everything became chaotic. People lined up day and night to awaken, and within just 2 days, the Awakening Center reached 3,000 people. The newspaper headlines said, the number of awakenings in the first month had exceeded 10,000, working even on holidays. Among them, only 1% received skills above level E. Thousands of new hunters appeared in just 1 month, and the consequences of that. Back to the present, Eugene is explaining, we don't have enough equipment or items anymore, especially for low-level hunters. Are you prepared for that? If someone rushes into the dungeon without any equipment, the chairman still sits calmly sipping coffee. He replied, there is no one like that. Sok Simyoung next to him also said, that's right, new hunters have been required to train for a week already. Eugene thought angrily, there are tons of people outside that was like that, it changed so quickly, I didn't even have time to realize it. The chairman calmly continued, equipment, we can require them to have equipment in the safety instructions. Eugene shouted again, what, how can everyone have equipment when the warehouse is still there, is missing? He still only answered superficially, the association is not responsible for individuals who do not follow the law. Eugene became even angrier, so who is responsible is not the issue here. I'm talking about the fact that we need to be more alert, we should postpone the opening date of the awakening room, until we have enough supplies or at least limit the number of awakened people. Hearing that, the chairman just said, okay Hunter Han Eugene. Eugene thought he understood him and lowered his voice to call, association president. Yet the chairman still calmly said, you are afraid of unemployment if there are more hunters, right? Don't be so selfish, we need more hunters for the world. The chairman patted Eugene's shoulder and continued, I'm sure you don't realize it because you've already awakened, but these are the necessary results so we can become stronger. Eugene angrily clenched his fists and thought, you bastard, I've worked hard here for 5 years. Sok Simyoung went behind and whispered to Eugene, there was actually a political reason behind that action. The media is making a fuss so he's trying to direct it elsewhere, but if we limit the number of people, his support rate will decrease. Eugene asked in bewilderment, his support rate is the problem here. Sok Simyoung continued explaining, in addition, there are many hunters who already know the effect of the illusion labyrinth, so once the media knows about it, we won't be able to lie about the maximum number of awakenings. Furthermore, someone else can acquire these techniques and establish another false awakening center themselves. In reality, this problem is very difficult to prevent, they can do it in the dark and cannot be detected. Above all, we must consider the future. The difficulty level of the dungeon is increasing, so we need to increase the number of high-level hunters to fight it. We can't do anything about the low-level hunters appearing more and more through the hub awake. I'm sure at first there will be a bit of chaos, then it will be okay. Eugene at this time did not accept what Sok Simyoung just said. Eugene replied, only in strong guilds can they have the power to destroy just a dungeon. Sok Simyoung bewilderedly asked again, why? Eugene silently thought, a little chaos, for someone who has experienced it, where will low-level hunters go? The E-level hunter bulletin board displayed today's dungeon accident report. There were 51 dead, 115 injured, and 68 missing. Every day is a battle. Eugene stood silently in front of the notice board. The cries of mourning next to the photos of those who passed away. Inside Eugene was a stream of thoughts. Half of the low-level hunters, especially the F rank, had gone missing or fled. The remaining half that hadn't died had died, disabled. And blame suffering everywhere. At that time, Eugene took a full hit. The victims' families angrily yelled at Eugene, why are you the only one who's okay? Everyone's not dead or disabled, so why are you the only one who's okay? I bet your younger brother protected you, right? I heard you had a complaint from him. Eugene replied immediately, what the hell are you talking about? I'm not the one who did that. Those people lied but gave those equipment to me as soon as I became F rank. The victim's family threw another punch at Eugene's face. He shouted, in the first place they only approached you because you are the brother of the famous Han Yu-yoon. Eugene was constantly beaten. In his mind he was only thinking, everyone is criticizing me, who always survived, and to my younger brother, who was suspected of supporting me. In the newspapers, there were only headlines, the brother of the guild president A-Bit was given priority treatment for the dungeon conquest, suspected of fraud, the brother of the guild president A-Bit was caught up in another scandal, low-level hunter Han Eugene, what does he know about conquering dungeons without support? There are also malicious speculations and rumors. I heard that idiot dropped out of school as soon as his parents he passed away. Does anyone know about that? Did he do something bad? That's why he had to drop out of school. I heard that his younger brother was top of the school before he woke up. I have an official who studied with Han before. Eugene, they said you wanted to study medicine. What a waste, what a waste. An S degree is more famous than being a doctor. Is that why that bastard dropped out of school? To take advantage of his younger brother. Eugene, facing the rumors, only thought, even the Abbott group, which had grown rapidly without help, became an object of hatred. That's when people started calling him derogatory nicknames. Eugene always has to cover up her whole body to go out. That was also when I was hurt by others and my hands were stained with blood. Back to the present, Sok Simyoung's call startled Eugene out of his thoughts. Looking at Du Chi's tense face, Sok Simyoung immediately asked, "Are you okay? You don't look very well. Is there any reason for you to worry?" Eugene replied, "Even if the Awakening Center opens and things don't go as you expected, you won't lose anything." Eugene quietly replied, "I don't know that." At this time, the chairman returned. He was happy, waved from afar and said, "Oh, sorry for keeping you waiting." The chairman immediately introduced, "This is the association's advertising team, it's about television programs." Sok Simyoung quickly said, "Chairman, I'm sure we have already rejected this proposal." The chairman smiled and replied, But I want to ask Hunter Han Eugene one more time." Suddenly Eugene's eyes were shocked and surprised. Sok Simyoung also looked surprised at Eugene's reaction. Sok Simyoung quickly asked, "Uncle Han Eugene, right now Eugene is just thinking, that bastard, there's no way I can forget him." Eugene remembers the past. While Eugene was lying on the battlefield, a voice said, "Why are you so stubborn? There are a lot of bastards standing around Eugene, they're insulting. Should I break your eyebrows? There won't be any evidence if I use recovery medicine afterwards. You can just cooperate with Tap, right? You are his brother. I'm sure he will give you necessary items if you open your mouth to ask." Eugene remembered the look on that guy's face. He was the one who kidnapped me 4 years ago, I mean, a whole year, and I killed him. The other person gave Eugene his business card and introduced himself. "I'm Lee Dongwan from the Hunter Association's propaganda team. This is a business card." Eugene picked up the business card and looked at it. He thought to himself, "Calm down, he doesn't know me, it hasn't happened in this world yet." "But why is he here? He's a propaganda team," Lee Dongwan continued. "I really hope you join the program. The president said you're very worried about low-level hunters. I think you're the best candidate for the program." Eugene asked again in wonder, "What do you mean?" Lee Dongwan replied, "Our purpose is to illuminate every corner, so we are looking for as many low-level hunters and unawakened people as possible." Eugene wondered, he was in the association, but wanted to find low-level and unawakened hunters. Dongwan continued smiling, "He's an F-rank hunter but gets a lot of media attention, and the other guests we'd really like this. Just once, just need to increase the number of views, that will create an opportunity to promote the Awakening Center." Sok Simyoung immediately objected, "Don't force him, he is on vacation, and the center's business awakened." Suddenly Eugene said again, "Okay." Sok Simyoung seemed surprised and asked again, "Han Eugene?" Eugene smiled and said, "Appearing on a show is not difficult at all." Sok Simyoung asked in bewilderment, "What will you do?" Sok Simyoung screamed with a headache, What should I say to the president?" And the president and Lee Dongwan were dancing excitedly. "Thank you, I will set a filming date immediately." Lee Dongwan reached out his hand happily, "So I'm looking forward to working with you, Hunter Han Eugene." At this moment Eugene thought to himself, "At that time, I thought he and the others were evil people who specialized in kidnapping an F-grade threat, but now, looks like the association is more corrupt than I thought." Eugene held Dongwan's hand in his calculations. "I remember the rank D dungeon conquering team, Gazan. A group of people were going into the dungeon together. One of the group said, 'Should we rest a bit, wait for me to arrange the items, quickly?' At that moment, Eugene stepped up from behind and gave them to me to take. Eugene said cheerfully, 'You brought me into this dungeon, I should at least help a little.'" The train of thought explained, "This is a team famous for often leading and helping low-level hunters, outside the team." One person in the team took Eugene's shoulder, "Hey, you make me shy." Another one complimented, "Eugene, your personality is really good." In Eugene's flashback there are 2 C-level people and 5 D-level people. The membership organization is pretty good, and they have a nice image too, because no one knows about their side business. The person holding Eugene's shoulder immediately said, "But you don't need to feel grateful, we brought you here for our own benefit." Hearing that, Eugene was a bit stunned. Right now, something rushed towards Eugene. Blood splashed around. Eugene collapsed and vomited blood. One of them held an iron pestle in his hand. He arrogantly said, Hey, don't make a fuss, if monsters come, we won't protect you. Now bring everything out of your bag, your brother must have given you a stone or something to save your life." Eugene's eyes widened in fear. "Those guys are overbearing and threatening. Why are you looking at us like that, bringing an F-rank support guy into a D-rank dungeon? Do you really think we're doing this out of kindness?" Eugene explains, like, targeting unawakened humans, or valuable low-level hunters, is their side job, and MC started introducing, Today's new guest is the father of the beasts, Hunter Hanu Jin, and his cute baby Peace. Eugene thought to himself, not expecting that a person in that group would interact with the Hunter Association. The MC continued to say, "This is a pitch from the Fire Master Peace, along with the first appearance of the Chirpy." Peace demonstrated his poses and skills. Eugene sat aside thinking, honestly, I wonder if I really need to do this. To take revenge? No, I already took revenge. I took all of their lives before. I had to work very hard to do it. Remember that time Sok Simyoung said, "Is there any reason for you to worry? You won't lose anything." Like Sok Simyoung said, there's no way I could have anything to do with them like last time, and even if the Awakening Center was opened, it wouldn't have anything to do with me. Peace's shot missed the basket. But really, that's all there is to it. Chirple suddenly spread its wings and flew up. It flew into the basket by itself to the surprise of everyone and even the MC. Peace and Chirple raised their thumbs after that beautiful combination. MC exclaimed, "Here it is, a goal that breaks all laws of physics." Eugene was still thinking, if I just kept my eyes open and closed my eyes. Suddenly the person next to me screamed, startling Eugene, "Wow, you guys are so great, you did it, Peace, give me a high five." That person suddenly rushed towards him, making Peace bewildered. Eugene quickly stopped him. If he suddenly approaches him like that. Peace instinctively launched a deadly kick. People in the studio quickly shouted to each other, turned off the cameras, called 911, "No, bring the medicinal water out here." Eugene hugged Peace inside his body, continuously bowing his head and apologizing, "I'm sorry, I'm sure it wasn't intentional." "You just said your name is Park Hyul, are you okay?" Hyul replied with a friendly smile, "Haha, I'm fine, the medicinal water has completely cured me." "And that part will be cut." Eugene bowed his head again to apologize, but his face is the most important thing in his work. Hyul quickly interrupted, "It was my fault for startling Peace, I'm the one who should apologize." Eugene was extremely grateful for Hyul's heart and thought to himself, he is so kind. Hyul continued, "To be honest, being scratched by Peace was like a favor. If I weren't a famous person, I would have cherished this scratch." Hearing that, Eugene could only ignore it and be speechless. "Becoming a hunter is my dream. I want to join the Abyss Guild to work as a janitor." Hyul's expression was extremely excited. Eugene was bewildered. What a janitor, he thought to himself. He looks like he's a good guy, but a bit weird, and after all, there are many people who dream of becoming hunters. Suddenly Eugene saw something. This person's starting skills are excellent. He has 3 A-level skills. It sounds like they are all skills related to his appearance. He won't be able to get these skills at the Awakening Center. It's a shame, but if I use keywords then. Eugene leaned closer and shyly said, "Park Hyul, me. I just wanted to know if you had your wisdom teeth pulled out yet." Hyul replied, "Well, my wisdom teeth grow straight, so I didn't pull them out." Eugene thought to himself, there are too many people looking here. Hyul's radiant face was constantly complimented by many people around him. Hyul is really handsome. He just debuted, but he has already won the main role in a movie. If we give that movie to a museum, they would probably display it too. Eugene could only stand next to it bewildered. He thought to himself, I don't think he needs any more skills. I feel like with that face he can do whatever he wants. But why don't I remember meeting him before? If he's that famous, I must have seen him somewhere. Suddenly someone came closer and asked, "Hyul, is your wound okay?" "I'm really sorry about this, I'm the one who invited you here." Hyul happily replied, "Dongwan, I'm fine, I'm very happy that you gave me the opportunity to meet Peace." Eugene was startled and asked, "What, brother, are you two very close?" Hyul replied, Today was the first time we met." Dongwan also said, "There are still many opportunities for us to work together in the future. We plan to support him as much as possible can." Eugene thought to himself, that doesn't sound like a good thing. Looking at Hyul smiling at Dongwan, Eugene thought, for him, Hyul is just a money-making machine, and Fyul is easy to control. Because of his desire to become a hunter, maybe he will also become a delicious prey for the Gazan team. If that was the reason why Park Hyul couldn't become famous in his previous life, then, Eugene turned to Hyul and said, "I have a stuffed animal made of Peace's fur at home. Do you want it, Hyul?" They both happily replied, "Really, can I get such a precious thing?" Eugene smiled, "I'm very happy that you like Peace so much. If you give me your phone number, I will contact you later." Actually, Eugene is thinking, this could be an opportunity for me to approach you, Gazan. And then that opportunity came so quickly. Eugene happily exclaimed, "Found it, the stuffed piece that Yera made." Remembering the time Yera meticulously knitted teddy bears, Eugene thought to himself, is this Peace? Whatever, I'll use this to contact him, and then ask him to notify me if the association's advertising team gets in touch. Eugene sent a picture of a teddy bear to Hyle with a text message. Did you get home safely? It's Han Eugene, I found a stuffed piece. Hyle texted back, it's so cute. Eugene thought, oh, he answered really quickly. Hyle texted again, thank you very much for helping me awaken and also this stuffed animal. Eugene was a bit confused when he received it. When Eugene received it, he was a bit confused. Eugene immediately texted back, what awakening? Hyle continued texting, yes, Dongwan came to see me because you asked. He said that you will let me experience a dungeon that is being developed before it officially opens. Eugene was very confused but still texted back, I had never said anything like that, and had never heard of that dungeon. At this time even Hyle felt strange and asked again, really? Eugene thought, wait for this. Eugene quickly texted Hyle, where are you now? Hyle replied briefly, now I have to turn off the phone. Eugene forced himself to ask, can you turn on the location? Park Hyle. Eugene immediately switched to calling, but on the other end of the line was the voice of the subscriber you just called and was temporarily unreachable. Eugene became extremely worried, those bastards, they really took him away. Even used his own name, at Hyle's place, his phone was snatched away. That person also said, save the battery, who knows how long it will take to go there once you get in there out. Dongwan gave the phone to the driver and said, there's no service in the dungeon, so we'll leave the phone here. Hyle just called Dongwan confused. Does it really take that long? Can I really tell the manager? Dongwan replied, of course not, he tried to stop you, he will think that if you become a hunter, you will give up being a celebrity. Hyle slowly got out of the car. As soon as he opened the door, he said, don't worry, I'm an employee of the association so I won't take you to dangerous places. Go inside, when you come out you will be a false awakener, you will become a hunter like what you always dreamed of. In front of Hyle is a gate with many people wearing very shady masks. Wait. However, hearing those introductions, Hyle was extremely excited and exclaimed, wow, this is a real sewer. Okay, I trust you. At this time, Eugene was still trying to call Hyle but only received the subscriber's voice. Eugene mumbled to himself, if he's already reached the dungeon, then I have to go in there too before the dungeon closes. Eugene scratched his head and thought about what to do. Should he call the police? No, because he's a celebrity, it would only cause a stir, but if it got involved with the association, things wouldn't go away. To where? Is there any way to find him without calling the police? I hope his phone number is still the same, another acquaintance from my previous life, he is probably still running a normal detective agency at this time. The person on the other end of the line picked up the phone. Hello Hamster Company, how can I help you? Eugene chuckled smugly, because Hamin, information dealer, expert in finding people. Are all bad relationships in my past life, I will use this bad relationship to deal with that bad relationship. Eugene immediately said, hi, I want to find someone. Because Hamin was feeding the hamster while asking for more information. Name Park Hyle and nothing noteworthy, okay, and can you give me his phone number? Duhamin activates the skill, connection wire. Duhamin's skill allows him to calculate the location of the object through numbers related to the object. He quickly became an informant among hunters, and the reason for knowing him in his previous life was quite complicated. After a while of calculating and writing, Duhamin pointed to a point on the map and said, see, I will send you his location after you pay. If you transfer money, there will be an additional 10% fee. Eugene thought while transferring money, what a robber. Eugene picked up the phone again, his skills were still impressive as usual. See you later. Because of Hamin, Hamin immediately jumped in surprise and exclaimed, what? Duhamin quickly asked again, who are you, how do you know my name? Eugene hung up the phone and put on his hat. He said to himself, near Wonhyo Bridge, take the bus to get there quickly. Activate hidden objects. Hidden objects will make it difficult for the user to find even if they concentrate on searching. Eugene remembered, this skill I got when going down to the dungeon alone, I will use it to quickly get there. Right now in the dungeon many giant snakes are attacking. The group of people are frantically fighting. Hyle was scared, holding his head and sitting in a corner. Hyle could only continuously scream in fear, this dungeon is crazy, One guy in the group kicked Hyle to the ground and kept shouting, shut up and stay there instead of provoking the monsters anymore. Do you want to attract attention because you're a celebrity? Hyle hugged himself in pain. Dongwan stood next to him and reminded his subordinates, hey, don't be so rude, he hasn't woken up yet, you're scaring him. As soon as Dongwan finished speaking, he helped Hyle up. Hyle quickly said, I'm okay. I will wake up later, so I should learn first, the subordinate said in surprise. Oh, look who's good. Dongwon was also surprised by Hyul. Dongwon put his hand on Hyul's head and said, "You are so naive, how can you live in this society? If it weren't for us, someone would trick you away." Hyul was a bit confused hearing that. The subordinate looked at his watch and said, "I think it's time." Dongwon immediately said, "Oh, then let's start." Hyul wondered again, "What time is it?" When it was time to close the gate, Dongwon shouted and hit Hyul on the head with a stick. The Gossam team's modus operandi is to bring the target to the dungeon and wait until the gate closes. Dongwon still calmly looks at Hyul and says, "Oh, look at him flying, watch out for the monsters." "Now you can't run anymore, what are you going to do?" Hyul groggily sat up, hugged his wound and asked again, Why did you do that? What did I do wrong?" Dongwon came closer and replied, No, you didn't do anything wrong. It's just because you're bad." The leader of Team Gazan, Kim Yongjin, stood in front of Hyul and said, "Your name is Park Hyul, right, just you?" Hyul was startled because Yongjin grabbed his collar. Yongjin came closer. He was the richest and easiest target. On my Awakening Center's skill list, activated the wire, this was the captain's brainwashing skill. Yongjin hurled insults. "We would do the same to the others, so don't be sad. The reason you're here is because you trust people too much, isn't that right?" Hyul's eyes were manipulated and he could only answer, yes. Yongjin continued to say, "You look beautiful, you already have a facade and still want to wake up, you should be grateful for the things you have." Hyul just kept saying, "Yes, I'm sorry." Yongjin continued, "A dream is just a dream, your job is to be a celebrity, okay?" Hyul, who was completely manipulated, just stammered and said, "You're right." Yongjin continued, "Shouldn't you be grateful for my advice?" Hyul kept replying, yes. Yongjin continued, "Participating in TV shows, commercials, whatever, and giving, we earn 90% of our income." Hyul shed tears. He cried and still tried to speak, "But I still wanted to become a hunter." Yongjin was a bit surprised. Can he resist? It's rare. Yongjin continued to use his ability. Some people in the group talk to each other. "I heard that you guys are famous for having strong nerves. It must be true. Just write the contract. I will leave evidence. This is the best way. Team, Chief, don't hit me in the face anymore. What if the medicine can't cure it?" Yongjin stopped and angrily said, "I've already given up. This guy makes me so angry." Yongjin sighed. "This skill is best when the target's spirit is hurt. Should I continue? I don't know how long this guy can last." Some guys in the group were interested and immediately said, "I bet 1 million for how many minutes?" Another guy said, 5 million for 1 hour. "Why are you guys discriminating like that?" The group was startled and looked behind to see who had spoken. Seeing someone appear, everyone was startled and exclaimed, "What?" Eugene slowly took off his hat and said, "You guys had been playing for at least 5 hours when I said I was awake. Remove the seal." Yongjin was angry. Bastard." Hyul cried and tried to call, "How to do it, Hunter Han Eugene." Everyone in the group kept saying, "Is it Han Eugene? Did you bring him here, Dongwon?" Dongwon shouted, "Are you crazy? I don't want to be killed by his younger brother. Are you sure the Abyss group isn't here?" Eugene caught Hyul and asked, "Are you okay? Do you have any broken bones?" Hyul replied, "I'm fine." "Did the Abyss really come to save me?" Eugene replied, No, I didn't bring anyone with me." Hyul said in fear, "Ha, so you came here alone?" Eugene replied, "I don't think you want many people to witness it." A guy suddenly sneak attacked behind Eugene. Hyul fainted from hitting Eugene's head, and Eugene still calmly said, Look, I just came." The sneak attacker was scared and trembling because the iron stick that hit Eugene was deformed. He exclaimed, "It's still okay, I think it's level F." Dongwon shouted, "I'm sure, I've checked his records." Yongjin shouted angrily, "He must have some defensive item. It seems he's alone. If he's with anyone, who is he? That has already appeared." Yongjin pointed his weapon at Eugene's direction. Eugene still calmly said, "I came here to see if you guys are still doing the same thing. It seems like it's still the same. We've met before, even if you don't believe it." The whole Gazan group was bewildered. "I saw him on TV." Eugene continued, "I thought it would be okay to ignore you guys." Eugene took out an earring and said, "But you guys continue to cause harm to others." In front of Hyul's face, a hexagonal screen suddenly appeared. Eugene continued, "Including Dongwon's disclosure of other people's personal information. I can't let it go." Dongwon was a bit shy. Eugene said again, "Why don't you guys fight animals, live a new life?" some guys in the group angrily rushed up and said, "What the hell is he talking about?" A guy grabbed Eugene's neck and shouted, "We'll get double the money. You can bring equipment or whatever, but with an F level, raising your stats to C level is enough." While holding Eugene tightly, he said, "You guys wade down and take it down." These guys eagerly said, "The equipment from the Abyss Guild would be very valuable, take the equipment down first." One guy was suddenly startled by a firecracker exploding. He covered his face in pain and backed away. Yongjin blurted out in bewilderment, "What? Fire, is it hiding a weapon?" Somewhere else, someone opened his phone and said, "We lost 2 S-class hunters." A woman was speaking, "It's not a serious problem, unless it affects our ability to deal with dungeons, but it's not like we have a new wave of S-class hunters awakening and migrating, come." The man sitting at the table also said, "Yes, Noah and Riet will also return to Korea for a while. And you also visited Jupiter, Miss Evelyn Miller." The other man continued to say, "It's our duty, everyone wants to rely on this to increase their influence." Evelyn Miller replied, "Even if the world changes, these things will remain the same." Man holding up a glass of wine. "Yes, but because the association has crossed the line, we should prepare to cut off the rotten parts of society before it's too late, the bait is ready." Evelyn Miller asked again, "Bait, you mean Hunter Hanu Jin? Can that F-level boy do it? He's really good but," the man interrupted, "just wait and see, you too will find it interesting." That man remembered, Hunter Kang Soyoung was also very surprised about the dungeon incident a few days ago. She said it seemed like he was very happy that day and the two looked very close. Evelyn Miller asked curiously, "Isn't he F rank? If he goes to the dungeon with you, wouldn't he be afraid of becoming close to you?" The man replied, "That's interesting, he's very special, special." The man was extremely excited when talking about Han Eugene. Instead of being brave, he. Back at Han Eugene's place, he's giving the Gazan a terrible beating. One by one they were knocked down by Eugene. Some of the group were afraid to say, "What is that?" Yongjin caught a stab from Eugene, he exclaimed in surprise, thinking he had only recently awakened. The other guys immediately rushed in and used their weapons to attack. They shouted at each other, "Stab him, don't be subjective, stab him." When a guy stabbed into Eugene, there was a protective shield behind him. Those guys were scared and exclaimed, "Ha, what kind of defensive equipment is this?" Eugene swung his leg and kicked a guy. Then used a knife to slash another guy. Another guy with the power of fire jumped up and tried to sneak attack Eugene. He shouted, "Damn it." He pressed Eugene's head to the ground. He said confidently, "Defensive equipment won't be able to stop this shot, I will strangle you." As soon as he spoke, the other guy felt a giant foot hitting him. Peace appeared and kicked that guy to death. Eugene stood up and said, "Leave him alone, Peace, you have to save your strength to fight the dungeon." Eugene rushed up to attack and shouted loudly, "I must personally take revenge on these guys." Back at Evelyn Miller's party, the man said, "Strangely enough. From the information gathered, he had no criminal record, and just lived a mediocre life. But there are times when his eyes look like someone who has killed countless people." Eugene wiped the blood off his body and said coldly, "I guess I don't need to use my appreciation skill because I'm in a different environment. I had a hard time in my past life." Eugene looked up at the sky. Below his feet were the remains of the battle, all killed. Looking at the crowd of people lying around, Eugene thought to himself, "Unlike then, I have better stats now because I have good equipment, and I also have Ayunhei to neutralize damage, I also have peace, and also 5 years of experience and." The normal thought would be to call the police, but that's not possible. If there's an association, the police can't get involved. If I let them investigate my connection to the association, no, I have to erase all evidence of myself. No, I have to admit, in the end, I can't forget many things. Eugene patted Peace's head. All the hatred accumulated in my heart since then. Eugene opened his mouth, "Sorry for making you see something like this. If cleared, the dungeon will be restarted, these corpses will disappear and no evidence will remain, and..." Hyul started to wake up, he was speechless. Eugene immediately asked, "Are you awake?" Hyul asked bewilderedly, "Hunter Han Eugene, those people." Suddenly Hyul shouted, "Oh Peace." Eugene explained, "The association took them away, it has nothing to do with you." The association said, "Because this is top secret news so we can't say anything." Hyul's eyes were filled with gratitude, his mouth stammered, "Am I writing Peace? Great, I'll keep it a secret, this will be the most precious memory of my life." Eugene thought in bewilderment, he's really positive. Hyul was silent for a moment, he thought to himself, I really saw it. Hyul recalls that at that time, he did not faint but woke up. Hyul witnessed everything Eugene did. Hyul closed his eyes in fear, he had killed someone. He did it to protect himself, the best hunter, the hero who hides his power. Hyul turned around and said to Eugene, "Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret, can I call you Hyung?" Eugene hesitantly replied, "Okay." Eugene thought to himself, "I deleted my number and messages from Park Hyul's phone, I will have to get involved with him again, but that is a matter for later." Return to the modern city. Eugene was lying on a warm bed, scrolling through the information on the screen. Eugene chose a skill, he remembered, the final gratitude, what his previous life said was called the final compensation. Eugene remembered the past, Yongjin grabbed his head and joked, "Ha ha, so funny, I thought if you flattered us with a few words we would let you go." At the moment Eugene was murdered, activate the effect of the title, Nurturer, activate the final compensation skill. The opponent's skills and stats were being transmitted to the twofold player. At that time Eugene woke up and defeated everyone. The guys around panicked, "No way, what's going on? Why did that F-rank guy suddenly become so strong?" Eugene's eyes were no longer as kind as before. "That was the only time I had the intention of killing someone to steal a skill," Eugene teased with the phone in his hand. He pondered again, "But whether he likes it or not, he's been able to live this long thanks to this skill. I planned to forget him and live because I thought I wouldn't have to get involved with him anymore." Eugene picked up the phone to call someone. The voice on the other side rang out, "Hello." Eugene didn't know what to say. Then suddenly he felt embarrassed. Thoughts popped into his head, he was still alive, those who raised their hands to help me overcome everything, those who sacrificed. In the past, there was someone who comforted Eugene, saying, "It's okay, don't worry. Come back now," Eugene thought, "the rumors will gradually fade away." Eugene, the voice I thought I would never hear again, the image of that person covered in injuries while dying, still trying to speak, and Eugene running away, appeared in his mind again. The other end of the line asked again, "Hello, who's calling?" Eugene didn't say anything, then he suddenly said, "Sorry, wrong number, live happily." Eugene put the phone down on the bed, he thought again, "We don't even know each other anymore." But at that time, we all had to struggle to risk our lives to enter the dungeon. If the Awakening Center opened, we would probably all turn back into hunters and continue to enter the dungeon. I remember all those people. If I can't forget, I can't stand by and watch them enter danger. The next morning at the association's headquarters, Eugene entered the office and said, "Sorry for coming so early, you two have already arrived." The person sitting on the chair was surprised. Eugene said immediately, "I have something to discuss with you two about the Awakening Center." Sok Simyoung frantically replied, "Han Eugene, don't be like that, I understand you're worried but..." Eugene shook his head, "If you really need a high-level awakener, then I can find the Awakening Center faster." Sin Young was extremely surprised. "Ha, what?" Eugene immediately said, "There is a way to awaken a person's ability instead of forcing them to fight." Yu Hyun slammed the table and shouted, "Will you reveal it?" Eugene said again, "I have a hidden skill, please convey my request to the association, please cooperate with me to slow down the progress of the Awakening Center. And this will be the beginning of the process of amending the association." Hanu Jin looked at everyone and then said their ranks. When he talked about there being a few other C-level people, Yerim suddenly said that person was a pretty famous online teacher recently. He suddenly replied that if that's the case then he's quite lucky because choose the right career that suits you. Then he turned around shyly and said, "Anyway, why do so many people come here?" Before he could say anything, So Young picked up a cake and stuffed it straight into his face and said, "Look, this is bingsu in the shape of a dragon." The president immediately asked Eugene, "I came here to see you show off your skills. When did you get this observation skill from other people's awakening?" He thought to himself, "This is a skill that allows me to see the awakened ability of an unawakened person and along with making the initial skill most suitable for them. I never meant to tell anyone different from Yu Yun before but..." He remembered before when he tried talking to the Abyss manager, in which he exclaimed, "Can you see the ability to see the hidden power of an unawakened person? If there weren't any restrictions then. Doesn't it mean you can find people with special skills like you or Hunter Yu Myung Woo again? Your skills are truly a gift. Did you discover Hunter Park Yerim and Yu Myung Woo using it?" He replied, "Half of the reason is also because of coincidence. I will suggest using this skill to cooperate with the association. While you weren't paying attention to my brother who was standing behind you with red eyes, you said you would go rest now, but what are you planning to do now?" Han Yu Jin interrupted his brother's words and replied, "Putting that aside, Let's hear what I have to say. We will divide the group of people who will come to the Awakening Center. The waiting time will be longer for the group of people who will come to me. But they will know what their most optimal skills are, and for those who have the ability to awaken particularly advanced skills, we will help them awaken by adjusting the environment to suit them. Management responded, we can reduce the number of people coming to the Awakening Center while prioritizing diversity and skills. But your workload will also increase a lot. When the younger brother behind saw his brother talking too much, he tied his hands, but his brother still tried to say more. I will only evaluate and comment on him, that's all. Other jobs will be given to each person for 10 seconds each. Working for only 1 hour each day is too reasonable, right? Back to the present, he thought, that's what I learned from using the skill until now, but more than half of the people I met were above level E, only 1% of them achieved hunter standards to be able to reach the Awakening Center. Well, doesn't that mean that many people's talents are being buried? If that's the case, then if I advertise it like this, most people will choose to go to the latter, and after that, surely the number of people going to the Awakening Center will be less and less. But that's exactly what I think. Suddenly the president of the company woke up and brought a mandate form and said, what do you think? We can let you be the representative. We'll let everyone stop by your place to check first. This is, before he could finish speaking, he interrupted and replied coolly, that's not what we agreed on. I also can't do that much work because I'm an F level, so I also not having too much mana to spare. Suddenly he put his hand on my shoulder and said, don't say that, I believe you can do it. A young man full of vitality like you should devote yourself to the good of society. When I was your age I often had to work hard and only come home when the sun had just risen. His shining eyes praised his wonderful response. Returning to the party, while he was still overthinking, the guild leader burst out laughing and said, those old bastards at the guild are really greedy. And then what did you do? You abandoned everything, that and then accept that. Yujin picked up the mana potion and gently tried to dodge. Those people don't give up easily. Seeing her say that, Yerim asked, what do you mean by that? She asked, how many high-ranking people have you met in the past few days? He replied, 7 B-rank people with special skills plus 1 A-rank person, and a B-rank person with fighting skills. I sent them to the association and they also successfully awakened. She raised her fork at him and said, do you understand that a high-level sub-level squad was formed in just a few days? That's an extremely scary skill that doesn't even cost as much as raising some people, another monster. If you use it well, it will only be a matter of time before your guild becomes one of the 5 largest guilds in the country. I'm sure the association is looking for a way to tie you to the same boat as them. Yerim heard that, slammed the table, stood up and said, they will never be able to do that with us here. Don't worry, we will protect the boss. When you hear that everyone intends to protect you closely, you stand up and thank everyone. The guild leader continued, if they couldn't approach him directly they followed the people around him. They were already working privately with your younger brother. Yerim and Yujin immediately said, what happened to my brother? Hey sis, the boss needs to rest, you shouldn't talk about it now. She replied, why not? That's the problem. About family, you really don't know anything. Why don't you watch the news online? It's very explosive, there's so much attention here. Look. He shyly scratched his head and said, I only watch breaking news on TV because I don't like the comment section on other news sources very much. When he saw it on his phone, he was very surprised. That news article mainly talked about the Guildmaster Abyss as well as Yujin's younger brother. She said this has been the last news for a few days now. Most of the time high-level hunters can get away with most of the problems they cause as long as there is no civilian damage. Building up the image of them becoming a dangerous person will only cause fear and anxiety in everyone. But they haven't hidden anything, little brother, these past few days. Yerim immediately said so they will turn him into a bad guy if the boss doesn't cooperate. Noah replied after hearing the shocking news, that was also true with the instigation of the media as well. To put it bluntly, they are silently telling you to come forward and solve all the problems your brother has caused. The existence of an S-level something is worrying. So they're trying to provoke us and get your brother to actually do something crazy. If he did, it would be enough to send the media into a frenzy. Instead of you Jinxie, because he was surrounded by S-class people and didn't often appear in public. They will use your younger brother to manipulate you. The president immediately said, I'm sure you won't let yourself be manipulated like that, but that association president is a cunning snake full of venom. Soon one of them will probably be one of them, will do something. Suddenly there was information on the phone. High-ranking hunter went on a rampage in the forbidden area. On the TV, information appeared, the Hunter Association built by the Awakening Center has been destroyed, this area has been closed so please pay attention there. After hearing the news, she said, What a nonsense, I should have warned you sooner. Suddenly he said, it wasn't his younger brother's doing. Hearing that, she was very surprised. His eyes lit up and said, my little brother would never cause such little damage, everyone is wondering what the hell he's talking about. He shouted, I will be there immediately, Noah thanks you this time. While everyone around was busy taking photos to post online. Then my brother was riding Noah and headed straight there. As he walked, he thought, I could volunteer to use my skills to help the association, but why do they keep forcing me like that? They want to use my brother to deal with me, I'll let them know what will happen if they want to do that to me. While Noah was trying his best to fly there, Jin immediately said, it's the building where they built the Awakening Center, okay then leave the rest over there. No matter what happens, I will take responsibility. After hanging up the phone, he immediately thought, the scandalous things my brother did were all because he was worried about me. If my brother's position was shaken because of that, it would be no different from my previous life. I won't let myself touch his feet again. Right below there's a crew trying to deal with the fire. They said the fire wouldn't spread because of the rain, let it go, it's better to let it spread to the Awakening Center. The association asked us to just destroy this building. If we overdo it they will make you pay compensation. There. Suddenly, a figure appeared above their heads. Then slowly Noah helped Jin land here. When they saw him they immediately disappeared. Hanu Jin. Why did you come here? We blocked the entrance. Hearing that Jin turned around and asked them, did the association force you to do that? Noah immediately approached and knocked them unconscious. Then said, I knocked them out and it would be best to tie them up in one place and drag them away, right? Suddenly a group of people came, they shouted, look, that's Hunter Hanu Jin, right? They asked continuously, are you here to persuade your younger brother? Please say a few words. Jin heard that and immediately screamed, it's not like my younger brother is like that. When he saw the fainting people they screamed, they were attacked by Hunter Han Yun, right? Did Hunter Han Johan run away? I heard that the special detention camp for high-level awakened rankers was also caused by him. Jin shyly replied, the reason was because the dungeon had appeared there. Before he could finish speaking they replied, but wasn't he the one who burned down the whole dungeon Sudam, and the President Sudam had already arrested for committing a crime. The concern of the unawakened community is growing because of the Abyss Guild's S-level hunter crimes. Is there any way to reduce the guild leader's hold? Noah gave a hint about this and Jin already knew. They didn't come here to report that this was a trap. They already have a conclusion, but who is behind these reporters? Meanwhile Yuian and Song T1 were talking to each other. Yuian said, I didn't know the Hunter Association had degraded to this level, do you see that? T1 replied, I just came to ask you about something personal. Please don't give the association any more reasons to act. Yuian heard that and immediately wondered about what he said. T1 replied, I know you did those things on purpose so they could attack you. There is a force inside the association that wants to capture Hunter Han Jin. You intend to take them all down every time they strike, right? I will prevent what you are worried about from happening. I will also request a review report on the destruction of the association headquarters, so I hope you will cooperate with me so that the association does not target you anymore. Yuian pressed his hand hard on the table and said, you mean you're just going to cover up the corrupt members of the association? You're going to keep it from ever getting out again, are you? This seems meaningless, I'm leaving. Before leaving you said one last thing to T1, I don't care if you want to be a hunting dog for the association or not, I just want to eliminate anything that threatens my brother. Brother Song asked, is that why you killed Yoon Kyung-soo? In response, I found Sung Hyunji to solve the problem. If he had been killed in the dungeon I wouldn't have had to do anything. Mr. T1 wants to keep him. A fire immediately blocked his hand. Yuian turned around with red eyes and asked, did the association ask you to come and delay the time? If you want I can burn it all to ashes and make those rumors come true. The two looked at each other. In T1's mind, he was now aware of the situation. Is confronting someone who is very brutal. He commented that compared to other hunters, Han Yuan was very cruel. How can I get them to relax their guard? Even if these wild beasts wanted to be bound, they couldn't, so the association's rope was necessary, but still. If that rope is rotten, what should I do? Suddenly on TV there was an announcement about his brother that caught his attention, the brother of the Abyss Guild leader. Han Jin just appeared on the scene. Hearing that, he exclaimed excitedly, thinking he was resting, but why did he come here? Seeing that, T1 thought, his attitude changed for a moment. Not only his younger brother was involved with Han Jin, everyone's attitude was wrong. Riet accepted being arrested. Even Sung Hyunji treated him well. Park Yerim too, maybe raised by the monster Hanu Jin, and he's also close to MANHUA. Luckily it wasn't a big deal, I guess that's why the association joined Hanu Jin, at least we could use words to talk to him. Back to Hanu Jin. Eugene covered half his face in sadness and said, knowing they would be like this from the beginning, I chose the simpler way. The guys around asked, Han Jin, what do you say about the current situation? Eugene replied, yes, it's very scary. It seemed the building had completely collapsed, of course not because of my brother, but because the dungeon had not been cleared recently. Yes, you still haven't seen it, right? A giant dragon. Suddenly he shouted, you poor bastards. If you want to write an article about the Abyss Guild leader being the translator who caused chaos, then at least it has to go this far. The reporters saw this and ran away screaming, that dragon must be at least a level A dungeon. So it was Riet. Riet immediately said, I'm here, honey, I helped you and from now on you have to take care of my pets. Riet in the form of a huge dragon. He raised his paws, raised his claws, and thudded the ground, causing people to panic and run away screaming, exploding the dungeon and running away. Han Yuji excitedly says, see, the news about the Abyss Guild master going on a rampage is fake news. Noah looked up at his sister and asked if he was sure this was okay. He propped himself up and said confidently, we have made sure that there is no one left in that building. By the way, let's destroy the Awakening Center, Riet. She cheerfully replied, obey the princess's orders. He thought to himself, I should have done this from the beginning. This is the simplest way to prevent the Awakening Center from opening. You just need to destroy the Awakening Center, you greedy person. Under the rain, looking at the Association Center being destroyed, Song T1's face changed color, taking on an indescribably gloomy color. The others ran towards him calling him here, the dragon is gone, we are looking to see if the monster is still there. He turned his attention to Han Yujin's group. At this moment, Han Yun came and called out to him. At the same time, holding an umbrella, obediently moved closer to cover his brother, eyes full of love, asking why he was in the rain. Han Yujin turned around and smiled gently, look at this place, is there anywhere else you can take shelter from the rain? Why did you come here? I thought you had a day off today, the other person replied, I saw you on the news so I came. Let's back home. Han Yujin glanced at Noah and suggested sharing this box. Noah shyly refused, there was no need. He said that again to share the car with us. Han Yun coldly interrupted the car, which only had 2 seats. Noah replied shyly, it's okay, I'll go home myself. He glanced at Song T1's expression. Then pretended like nothing happened, joking around with Noah, then you can sit on my lap. His joke made him shyly wave his hand and say okay, no need. Song T1 looked at the backs of the 3 of them leaving, thinking what? I thought they were putting a shackle around an F-level player's neck and playing with him like a child playing with a pet. But what I saw looked like an F-rank person taming a ferocious beast to become submissive to him. After getting in the car, there were only 2 brothers left, determining that the current conversation space was quite private. Han Yun said I was just about to talk to the department head, but it seemed like he didn't want to cooperate. Han Yujin seemed to have guessed it, and said nonchalantly that it was no surprise. If he had done that, he wouldn't have reacted like that. I heard what Miss Yuna said, lately the association is bothering you a lot, right? I'll do my best to take care of that. So, the other person replied, no, you don't need to worry about that. To be precise, I was the one who lured them into doing it. He turned to his brother in surprise and asked on purpose, why? Han Yun replied that if you tell me, I will interfere again in this matter. He enthusiastically replied that even if you don't say it, I will still do the same, so just say it. It took a few seconds of hesitation before this younger brother decided to tell him that in the association there was a group of people trying to use him to negotiate with a country. He was quite shocked by this information. He stammered. Are they going to sell you, buy and sell people, association how to do that? What the hell, I thought they were just planning to use me for the association's personal purposes. Han Yun continued, it seems like there is division within the association. There are people who want to do what Moon Yun said, I can handle those people, but if they want to send you to another country to gain something, that's a different story. He wondered why the association, a government organization, buys and sells humans, and is also a hunter with special skills. Then he shut his mouth and then lowered the volume as if talking to himself. I don't have it myself, there are also people who can sell the country. Han Yun replied yes, it's basically a betrayal of the country, it's a very big crime. So if we find out about it, we could cause great harm to the association. the guild leader Jupiter has cooperated with me on a number of cases, and has revealed to me exactly what they are, what the association wants to do. He was surprised and asked Sung Hyun Jae, where did he get this information from? Hanu Jin replied that he has relationships abroad. By the way, that's why you keep doing things that will cause scandals. Since you have a castle of guardians around, I think they will definitely target me if I make them see me as an easier target. He rubbed his forehead with his hand, thinking that this matter seemed to be getting more and more complicated. I think the association wants me more because I've shown my promising skills. But, according to the media's direction, the news articles were all aimed at his younger brother. The content of the posts mostly revolved around an A-class dungeon breaking out in the Sudan building, the reason being the Abyss Guild captain, another scandal between the guilds. The Abyss Guild captain did not appear at the guild conference after the conquest of the S-class dungeon. He said thoughtfully, but your image has been ruined because of me. I can't let everyone hate you because of me. Hanu Jin nonchalantly said he didn't care. He bowed his head, took out his phone as if he was secretly planning to call someone. While waiting for the connection, he said, now we just need to make them take the bait, right? The other end has a connection signal. He quickly said hello, department head. I confess that just now I told Hunter Noah to defeat the other hunters at the association, then turned off the phone. With a mysterious smile on his lips, Hanu Jin was startled and loudly asked me, what are you doing? He smiled mischievously and said, to end this, don't drag it out any longer. They were the ones who tricked us first, so we have to retaliate. The next morning, in front of many reporters, Hanu Jin appeared to be happily playing with the high-level animals, making the crowd admire her. In real life, she looked even better. The only monster tamer in the world, Hunter Hanu Jin. It's impressive how he can connect with these cute monsters. Do you have any tips for nurturing them? He smiled and replied, I don't have any secret, just give them love and care for them. From afar, Hanu Jin appeared. I waved my hand and called you with a smile, I'm here, have you had lunch yet? Everyone was surprised that an unexpected character appeared at the recording session. Abyss Guild leader, Hanu Jin turned around and ran excitedly saying, little brother, I'm here. The two of them ran to greet each other in a cute and lovely style. Looking at them made them feel extremely warm. Hanu Jin raised his hand and said, but I'm still filming, it's live broadcast. Hanu Jin looked surprised and shyly said, really, I thought you finished filming. The reporters took the opportunity to come closer and said, it's nice to meet you here. Great, you're a completely different person than the one we know on the news. Hanu Jin expressed concern and gently said, I was just trying to be trustworthy in the eyes of the media. All eyes were focused on this talented young man with an unexpected charm. This was the true personality of the ageless 2 guild leader. A female reporter approached and asked if the two brothers seemed very close. Hanu Jin smiled proudly and said, we are a family. I'm very proud of her, I always worry about her. Hanu Jin continued, so what, you're like her parents? He shyly replied to everyone, you probably already know that. Sometimes my younger brother acts a bit rough, that's because he's worried about me. Because of my job, I have to meet a lot of high-ranking hunters. So I'm really sorry about that. I feel like she's being hated because of me. The crowd suddenly said, we didn't know that. Hanu Jin cooperated with him and stepped forward to comfort me. Don't say that. Hanu Jin continued to act pitifully, saying it was all my fault, because I was just a fragile F-level person. Hanu Jin grabbed his hand and said deeply, don't say that, even though you're fragile and weak, just a normal, intelligent citizen, I still love you. His eyes sparkled, chokingly calling for his younger brother. From afar, a mysterious man appeared to interrupt the intense brotherly love. That was Song T1. He aggressively approached and handcuffed Hanu Jin and said sorry for interrupting. Everyone present wondered if he was the president of Song T1, from the Awakening management team. Why did you come here? Without saying a word, Song T1 announced Hunter Hanu Jin, I'm arresting you for harming 3 high-ranking hunters. He looked surprised and asked me. Hanu Jin worriedly said, no way, why would you accuse him like that, harming a high-level hunter? My brother is just an F-level person. The crowd suddenly became chaotic. What's going on? Hunter Hanu Jin was captured right on TV. Meanwhile, he bowed his head and smiled sinisterly. As he expected, the crowd's reaction to the live session was very intense. The online community's comments on the post are almost all positive, including the surprisingly charming drawing. This is the true personality of the 20-year-old guild master. Why, I've never seen the guild president smile. I thought they were in a bad state. So cute. Are they pretending to be old? Why are they so young? They don't argue because they don't burden each other. I'm sorry, I finally see his smile. The guild master's rare smile was captured in an interview with the only tamer in the world. He's usually handsome and then smiles. They're the best pair of brothers. it's said that they protect each other, but growing up, so touching, Hanu Jin, I'm your #1 fan, our brotherly love is so close, I admire it so much, where's the chirpier? Song T1's appearance, according to his plan, was followed by an unexpected event. Seeing him being restrained in handcuffs, the community began to stir up what happened, arrest. He looked bewildered, what's going on? I'm harming a high-ranking hunter. Song T1 coldly dragged him to the consultation room, looking at him trembling. It was impossible for his younger brother to lose his temper. How could my brother do that? Brother, don't go, I will handle this case. He stopped Hanu Jin, I'm a guild leader, I can't involve you, I'll be back soon. Hanu Jin performed the helpless scene extremely well. From afar, Noah and Myung-woo ran back with tears in their eyes and said to him, don't be too harsh on him, our Yujin is only F level. Why do you have to handcuff him? He's so fragile, the prison will be stuffy, it's still summer, because Myung-woo is experienced, he understands the situation better than anyone else. Hanu Jin choked everyone with tears. Blue innocently rushed over and said, Dad, where are you going? Who is that person? Hanu Jin dodged the car and said, no, I can't let the kids see me being caught. P stood in front of him and said, Blue signaled to come here. Dad will go to America on business and buy a lot of food for us. Blue asks, really, how much sleep will it take for Dad to come back? Peace trembled, with tears in her eyes, saying that one day if she studies well and is obedient, then one day her father will definitely be there. Blue replied seriously, I promise I'll be good, Dad, I'll wait for you to come home soon. Leaving his loved ones and pets behind, he and Song T1 headed towards the prison. And then the media got excited. What are the crowds of people commenting enthusiastically on all forums? How can an F level be able to harm an A level? Are you guys crazy? With this kind of behavior on air just because of that damn organization? Let's protest. At this rate, those who haven't woken up will be treated unfairly. There is an implicit rule 3B as follows. 3B is to describe such people. Beautiful like Hanu Jin and Noah. Beasts like Peace and Blue. And recently added the B word, which is Yerim. She used tears and cooing in front of the media. Oh no, you were arrested while I was still in the dungeon. Whiny burst into tears as soon as she got out of the dungeon. She said, I promised to protect him. Why? I'm worried that he won't be able to eat properly in the prison. In another development, looking at the situation outside through the TV screen, with a pile of delicious food on the table. Hanu Jin leisurely said, get out of here, I guess I'm fat because of Myung-woo's lunch boxes, do you want some? Song T1 coldly said no, thank you. The guild leader's reputation has been rising in recent days, but on the contrary, the guild is complaining. Hanu Jin nodded in satisfaction, very good news. Song T1 frowned, I don't agree to let things go this far. He chewed deliciously while looking at Song T1 and said, now how can you say that? You already agreed to participate in cutting off the association's ulcers. He remembered that while in the car with his younger brother, he picked up the phone and told the plan he had proposed to the manager, but he will act as bait to lure out the association's kidnappers. If he leaves the absolutely safe place to act as bait, then those who want to sell him will not miss this opportunity. This hunter detention center is part of the association, which is the best place they can go to capture him. Song T1 said, I agreed with ambushing them when they intended to kidnap him, but I did not agree with ruining the association's reputation. He calmly said, retribution. Song T1 said, I wouldn't have needed to go this far if it wasn't for the association that started it first, but your answer is causing too much noise. I can end this plan and send you back. He said, God, I'm impatient. I silently wondered that they kept putting pressure on the awakening centers without any preparation, then manipulated the media. Last time they even concealed Choi Shokwan's incident. You've seen all the dirty things they do, so why are you still on their side? That's why you died in my previous life. He crossed his arms and said, you were a government employee, you should put the people first. Song T1 lost his temper and banged on the table, saying, what's wrong with the people? If the association collapses as you wish, then S-class guys will go around causing trouble. Isn't it the people who will bear the consequences of those monsters? It's up to you how you want the world to be, but if you think you're on the same level as those F-level people, you're wrong. Hanu Jin said with a serious face that he was the one who was misunderstanding here. We never wanted to destroy the association, we just wanted it to return to normal. It wasn't like that from the start, it only got worse when the bad guys came to power. So when we get rid of them, we'll let the right people lead. The position of president, of course. A person like you is always beautiful, he said as he skewered the food into a neat skewer. A roar rang out. Piles of food lying on the ground, tables and chairs knocked over. Song T1 grabbed Hanu Jin's collar, but Hanu Jin didn't pay much attention to his actions, just calmly said, "It's true that in the blink of an eye you really acted differently. It's not a waste of my talent. Do you want to kneel before someone else? Even if an F-level guy like me is still doing this, the right thing to do is for someone like you to take the lead." Song T1 was annoyed and asked me, "Just because I was an S-level? Why do you want me in that position?" He smiled and said, "World peace." Song T1 threatened him if he talked nonsense again. He glared, coldly interrupting me to be serious. "If the association still only focuses on personal interests, we can prevent the dungeon and the apocalypse. We will need the right people to lead the association to change according to the world's changes. But even so, you still refuse to use your inherent power. You once said I shouldn't have that much power, and you even deny that you have it. What I want is so that Yu Yun can have a normal student life. Make friends, date. Coming home drunk after a night out with friends, and me cursing him. That's the kind of life I want. I should be the one to teach him how to eat and drink because I'm older, but because he's an S-level, I can't. I think what I want is the same as you, no dungeons, no hunters, just like before. But we cannot turn back time." Song T1 paused for a few seconds at his words. Let go of his collar. Gave him the key and said it was an alarm. Click when they appear, then turn around and leave quietly. He looked at his big back and thought to himself that the world has changed. The kind of thing where you wish time back didn't exist, and act like you don't have any power. Like stuffing yourself into a small car, then taking the subway to accept this rotten association. You already have great power in your hands, so. At night, a man came to his cell, opened the door and said, "Hunter Hanu Jin. You will be taken to another center." He left the key behind the alarm, followed quietly, and answered at the same time. He thought I told the manager that when the kidnappers came, I would raise the alarm to ambush them at the right time. Song T1 ran quickly to the cell when he knew Hanu Jin was being taken away. But when he arrived, the room was empty and there were no people left. On the table is the alarm key lying alone. "But I'm sorry, I'll let myself be kidnapped without giving the association a chance to atone." After taking him to the car. "Strange man, please call and inform us, we will withdraw now. There is no need for a police car or bus escort." The car rolled away. He tilted his head and asked the driver, "Are you sure you won't take me somewhere strange? Am I about to have my organs sold?" "Ah, I'm blood type B, what about you?" The opponent spoke up threateningly. "What are you talking about? Shut up." He smiled and said, "What's wrong? Yu Yun's younger brother is blood type AB, no one knew that." Silently, the curse of psychological trauma had been activated due to the breach of contract. The curse of psychological trauma has been compensated for by curse resistance. He smiled slightly, pleased that he had written about the curse contract to make a communication device before coming here. "I can let the Abyss Guild know about my situation by breaking a specific contract. I wrote the contract so that the conditions do not make others suspicious. The main idea of the contract I made, it's forbidden to talk about what type of blood it is. When you say it, it means that the kidnappers are all here." From the air, Noah used his stealth skill to secretly follow the car and capture Hanu Jin. "You reported about the Abyss Guild, that's right, we were following him. They were heading to Gongso-gu, they changed cars midway. The license plate is B," Hanu Yun replied. "Okay, we will look up the license plate." Then turned around and signaled, "Please, Captain Seo." Seo Sim Dung excitedly knocked on the edge repeatedly and said, "Leave it to me, I'm looking into it." Noah worriedly asked if he would be okay. "Should I save him now?" They stopped again. In a split second, this group of new people and Hanu Jin disappeared completely. Noah panicked and said he was gone, teleported. They were now on the specialized plane. The female assassin grabbed Hanu Jin's head and slammed it on the floor. "Tell him he fainted, take his equipment." Hanu Jin screaming, "What?" Her teammates approached and gently reminded him, "If he was injured anywhere, we would be Lu." Hanu Jin silently wondered what to do. It seemed like he was on a plane, teleporting in a plane. Who is behind this? Suddenly the girl stripped him of all his clothes and equipment, first tearing off his shirt. He covered his body with both hands, panicking. "Wait, don't strip me, besides, this is a crime." She replied that if we kidnapped you, it would be a crime. The young man approached and bowed his head to observe carefully, leaving the earring alone, a defensive item. "This item is fine." While Hanu Jin was still screaming in vain, she said that if I got hurt, she would lose money. Suddenly the chirpy jumped out of him, making him and the strangers extremely surprised. They looked at each other and asked, "Monster, F-class monster, I've seen it on the internet, are you hiding it in your shirt?" He was worried, thinking I left it at home. Could it teleport here? I couldn't check because the status window was corrupted. Current status is level F, possible awakening. Looking at its weak state, he was so worried that he shouted chirpy, a magic stone, someone, can you give it to me quickly, it's about to die, if possible, a high-level magic stone will save it, get it. The two hunters hurriedly gave the magic stone to the chirpy to absorb and grumbled that this is very expensive, eat this too, he cried silently, tear them away chirpy. The girl in the group stood up and said fine, we can add that to the customer fee, this monster will be a good decoration when we give him the list. He was confused and asked what the list was. What did she mean? She lifted his chin and said, do you think you can get on a private plane just to go to the detention center? Your destination is a human auction site. There are many powerful people in the world who want your skills, now people from all over the world are gathering to buy you. In a few days you will be sold in a top secret manner and you will be marked as missing forever, your records will disappear from the system. He pretended to be scared and said, oh no, I'm scared, let me go. Does he think human auction is worse than human trafficking? But now my location is being tracked by everyone. I have prepared that in case something complicated like this happens. At the Abyss Guild, looking at the map, Hanu Jin urgently requested my brother's current location right now, please look it up, Yerim is beside you cheering for your talented friend, keep fighting, because Hamin felt a bit pressured, sweat dropped and replied yes. Meanwhile, on the plane, Hanu Jin said that, where are you guys taking me? In another development, because Hamin had detected his location, he quietly spoke up, his location is, this is, Hong Kong. Looking at the magnificent streets. Hanu Jin smiled bitterly, did my international trip happen because I was kidnapped, in addition? He turned his head to look at the unfamiliar face of Henry Gregson, the other person said calmly, please relax, Hunter Hanu Jin, we sincerely welcome you. He felt a little uncomfortable thinking that he was in the same car as this bastard kidnapper. Holding the chirpy in his arms to protect him, he asked if he was the one behind the kidnapping. Henry Gregson replied, of course not, I'm just an intermediary. I'm the manager in charge of finding fake awakened people with useful skills. Hearing those nonsense words aimed at psychological manipulation, he thought, to me, that's called human traffickers. Henry Gregson said Hong Kong suffered a lot from the dungeon explosions because the number of people here was too large but the land area was quite small, so many people were affected by that. There used to be high-level hunters, but most of them were captured by the mainland. Now the defense here is more difficult, so the population also decreased a bit after such dungeon explosions. Now people live more easily. It can be said that there is no better place than here for people from all over the world to gather to do business. So for people like us, this is the land of opportunity. He thought Eugene absent-mindedly thought he had many opportunities to commit a crime. Henry Gregson smiled and said, I have quite high hopes for you. It is estimated that the auction will still bring in that huge amount of money. I hope you will have good memories until the auction takes place. Hanu Jin felt goosebumps thinking this guy had lost his mind, creating memories while being kidnapped and about to be sold. He thought that the image of human trafficking would be someone repeatedly using a whip and torturing him to make him submit. Then he reassured himself that it was okay. He still had the earrings, and Eunhye even hides in the equipment warehouse, no matter what the situation is. He was taken to a luxurious place. His mind wondered if it was a 5-star luxury hotel. Henry Gregson generously told you to relax. He asked, will it be okay if I do everything? The other party replied comfortably, of course, we don't need to be aggressive or anything because your strength is level F, and you need to be in the best condition until the auction. Feel free to use up all the things in the hotel. Oh, there's also a security guard outside the door, so give up trying to escape from here. Watching the group leave, he was alone in the luxurious, comfortable room. He mumbled good memories of the auction, then sent a signal to the abyss by destroying the curse. Breach of contract triggers protest, notice to arrive safely. He cursed under his breath, what the hell are you bidding on? Once I get hold of those association bastards, I'll find a way to get out of here. But before that, I'll create some happy memories for this vacation. After that, he comfortably enjoyed the luxurious services from this place. He turned on the news, listening to the media report that the search for the missing hunter Hanu Jin continued. Amid lamentations about the Hunter Association, the social and financial losses that we will have to go through it because Hanu Jin is still missing, he leisurely analyzed the situation. Then, the association guys are all in an emergency state. I'm glad this is on Korean news. Once they track down the people involved in this case, Noah must be the one who comes to save me. If he did that, the auction would be over. He opened the dish, preparing to enjoy the delicious food. Suddenly inside was a secret message changing the plan. He was surprised and said he changed the plan. What? It's in Korean. Someone called the door from outside and brought me some fruit juice. Hanu Jin was surprised when it was Sung Hyun Jae. He closed the door to calm his mind. Then open it again to make sure you don't get dizzy. He asked, why are you here? Are you with them? Sung Hyun Jae calmly walked in and replied, I'm just a normal guest here. He asked, you always treated me like a commodity. Are you now part of the human traffickers too? Sung Hyun Jae reassured him not to worry. I'm not interested in such a simple transaction. I'm sure the young master and young lady have heard about me being here. Maybe they've already infiltrated this place. I came here to ask you a favor. I will use one of the 3 favors I promised when I gave Noah to you. I want one more thing from you and your plan. He was surprised by the sudden request from the other person and thought to himself, what, suddenly appeared from where? What do you want me to do now? The scene transitioned to the next morning, sunbathing in the luxurious swimming pool, looking at the panoramic view of the beautiful city. Hanu Jin said, kidnapping like this is so impressive. I rented the entire pool, infinity swimming and all. He glanced at his pet and said even the chirpy was enjoying himself. Maybe this is why people spend so much money on tourist hotels. The waiter came over to give him the drink and said, here's your mango juice. He raised his head politely and said, thank you. The waiter next to his ear said, is Chirpy really here? I'm here, uncle. Then he took off his camouflage glasses and smiled at him. He realized that the face was extremely familiar, then nervously looked towards the bodyguards and said, Yerim, wouldn't it be too careless to only wear glasses to disguise like that? She replied that they can't recognize my real face. This is an item created by Uncle Myung-woo. It helps me borrow another person's appearance to disguise myself. I knocked out a hotel employee and then changed it. There, Noah helped me. The guild master has infiltrated under the guise of being an auction customer. Everyone is rushing to prepare, so there's a lot of work to do. How could all of this happen? And why is Uncle Sung Hyun Jae here? He stammered, the thing is. Then remembered the night before, when he and Sung Hyun Jae talked in a private room. Sung Hyun Jae said that I received an invitation. A precious item will appear soon, so why don't you go take a look? And the precious item was him. He munched on the delicious food, and at the same time asked the Jupiter Guild if they also accepted the invitation to traffic people. Sung Hyun Jae replied no, the invitation was sent under my other identity. Using multiple identities is convenient. At that event, powerful figures who are not awakened fakers will gather more than the guilds. Important people will not appear themselves but will send their representatives, so I decided to send Kang Go be my representative. He asked if you mean representing him, then thought to himself, then that status must be very high and important to receive an invitation. How far-reaching is this name's reputation? He said, well, let's see, I won't go to the auction. Sung Hyun Jae makes a request, I want you to participate in the auction. He spit out the food in his mouth because he choked because he was surprised by Sung Hyun Jae's suggestion. He asked, do you want me to be sold? Sung Hyun Jae smiled and said, if it's true then I will be responsible for buying you back, but more importantly. Jar of honey, take this opportunity to publicize the corruption in the association, and of the officials who dare to bring false awakening to trade. Hanu Jin would be the perfect prey for this, right? Returning to reality, Yerim said, so now that we're here, let's go clean up this human trafficking auction house, right? Uncle Sung Hyun Jae seems kinder than he looks, isn't he? Hanu Jin was a little annoyed and said, not really, please forgive me. Offering yourself as a commodity is not fun at all of your rights are taken away. She radiated a terrifying anger, cracked her knuckles and said, then it's time to clean up the underworld. I can help you by killing all the participants, right? He choked on his water at her calm words, panicked and said, hey, that middle school brat, what are you talking about? We'll call for backup. I've adjusted the plan a bit. She stopped and asked for assistance. He softly told her about the new plan. Yes, so your job is, he thought he agreed to kick all the human traffickers' asses. I'm the victim, so I don't need to be merciful, and this place is perfect to turn the tables with one shot. Returning to the room, he was forced to change into suitable clothes, restrained in handcuffs. Henry Gregson warmly opened the door and walked in saying, let's get ready, good luck, and the outfit I have prepared is just beautiful for you. He asked, is it necessary to dress like this? Henry Gregson said, not really, just wear it to suit a luxurious event like this. This is where billions or even trillions of dollars are invested. Tycoons around the world want to own plants brought back from dungeons, or pets that are magical creatures. Businessmen want low-level hunters to be tied to dungeon mining slave contracts. Famous names and assistants will secretly gather here tonight. He cursed under his breath for a trashy party. Henry Gregson is still talking, and among them the main character of the event is Hunter Hanu Jin. Tonight's auction is for him. Pre-auction performance, he suggested it was truly a highlight. I'm looking forward to it. He said, well, since I'm about to be shot, I want to think of a way to protect myself. Thanks to that, I can find a better master, right? Henry Gregson smiled and said, no matter who you are, you will receive great treatment. This way, let's go up together. Everyone is waiting for Hunter Hanu Jin. Then the two of them stepped onto the teleportation matrix to the auction stage. While Hanu Jin was still feeling quite confused by the scene below, Henry Gregson was quick to speak up. Thanks for waiting, finally today's last special auction item is here. The only beast tamer in the world. Even S rank was well protected, but I still brought him here, including the recently discovered fake unawakened appraisal skill. The crowd below was making noise. Is the bird on his head also a monster? Let's try some tricks. Owning this character will change the balance of power in the world. The starting price is $1 billion, let's see how much it will amount to. Henry Gregson introduces Hanu Jin from Korea. 100 hearings are not as good as one seeing. Suddenly Hanu Jin grabbed the microphone and said, oh, illegal auction participants and high-ranking people. Why, I'm so surprised that the auction item can talk. From now on I will also be human like you. At this moment, I don't want to be sold to anyone, and due to the nature of my skills, forcing me won't be effective. So for the auction I will add a condition, with the consent of auctioneer Henry Gregson. A woman sitting cross-legged said condescendingly from the auction floor, who do you think you are to be so presumptuous? Are you not aware of your own position? That item, he was sure it worked, the protest was happening. Then said I was a unique item, so this is it, she pointed and shouted at the special item, why, you're not even worth my attention. I thought he could tame all the monsters in the dungeon, but it would take resources to raise pets and take care of them, too much trouble. It was true that the crowd followed suit, his face was not even as handsome as my brother's. He smiled thinking they wouldn't bid. Then spoke again, miss, even animal tamers don't catch tigers in the wild, she's upset, his attitude is the problem, don't act like you're special. In the end, if you were thrown into a dungeon, you would be torn to pieces by monsters. Now what? She reached out and cut the chain of the beast she was carrying, ordering it to attack him before the shocked eyes of so many people. Henry Gregson quickly stopped. No, she couldn't do that. She is determined to do as she pleases, tame this monster, show your value. As soon as she finished speaking, the monster seemed to have lost its reason and flew to attack Hanu Jin. He fell back suddenly. What? Henry Gregson shouted, crazy, have you lost your mind? Guard, do something. Hanu Jin put her hands in front of her chest thinking at least a shield or barrier from hyena or earrings. Suddenly a hand pulled him back. The stranger stood in front of him, using his hand to block the monster. Surrounded people suddenly said to each other, wait, aren't you Ian Holton, you are an unawakened fake. He turned his head and whispered to Hanu Jin, that's why I stopped you from volunteering to be bait, brother. He paused for a moment, then realized it was Yu Yun. He wondered if she had infiltrated the auction floor using the identity of an old man. Auctioneer Ian Holton had been replaced by his younger brother. Is that chaotic crowd Sir Ian Holton? The man who only hesitated yesterday, but now he can stop that monster with just one hand. Henry Gregson stepped forward, still panicked, stammering and asking Sir Ian, what is that thing? As Ian Holton, Yu Yun told me to use defense gear. Henry Gregson said in surprise, what, just an item, I thought you had awakened. Hanu Jin thinks this is it. Then knelt down, held Ian Holton's hand and said, thank you sir, you said your name is Ian Holton right, in my opinion if you awakened your power you must definitely be S level. The crowd was extremely surprised, seriously. The girl who caused trouble just pointed her finger in disdain and said hey, trying to attract attention with other skills is too obvious, the possibility of an S level awakening is extremely low, do you think we will believe it? What about that? More unless someone threw a 90-year-old man into a dungeon. Hanu Jin interrupted her, to show gratitude for saving us, I will help you awaken here right now, what are people gasping for? He said again, although my monster taming skills alone aren't strong enough, my emotion control skills don't just stop at feeling emotions. Hanu Jin looked confused and asked what he was trying to do, he whispered a bluff, just do as I tell you, secretly thinking that there's no need to worry about information leaking out, this auction is top secret, all communication devices are banned and soon, well, the participants will. He shouted loudly, so let's start, 1, 2. A large stream of energy was emitted, blinding light flashed. Then a person below the stands pointed and shouted, look, Sir Ian. He looks noticeably stronger. Ian Holton captures the beast. He threw himself heavily onto the floor in the surprise of many people present. They said in surprise that he attacked monsters with his bare hands. He helped him awaken. Does that mean he can actually awaken others? The crowd cheered excitedly. Henry Gregson smiled contentedly, thinking how amazing it was. Most of the customers who came to this secret item auction to buy the desired item, they were people with power but not false awakenings, found it too difficult to enter the dungeon on their own. For them, the ability to awaken is more important than taming monsters. With their power and skills, they not only awakened their power but also bought other young unawakened people, brainwashed them, and commanding an entire army of high-ranking awakened fakes. The winner of the auction can hold enough power to destroy an entire country, and the commission he receives from the auction will skyrocket. Sasha Ryu proudly pointed his finger and said, "I admit I like it, no matter how much it costs, I will win this auction, so get ready." Hanu Jin greeted. "Say, who said that? I want to use one of my refusal rights on that person," and at the same time pointed straight at her. She bewilderedly refused. He laughed and said she should have listened to the final conclusion first. Henry Gregson stood up to speak about today's special item. Hunter Hanu Jin was granted 3 rights of refusal to add to the drama. Everyone should consider cooperating with the item a bit. He can use the right of refusal on a bidder he does not like, or to ensure that the bidder he likes wins. In other words, if you want to own this item, money is not an issue, what matters is your sincerity. Sasha Ryu here caused trouble in the auction house, and she was rejected, so she can no longer participate in this auction. She shouted angrily, "What?" Hanu Jin said this was the first time she was rejected by an item, right, but tonight everyone will have to work hard to catch the eye of this unique item. The crowd booed. "So what do you want us to do, show you a trick or whatever?" He said. "It sounds interesting, but good wood is better than good paint. Since this is the first time we meet, we don't know much about each other's personalities, so let's evaluate who has the potential to own me through items. Show me the items that everyone owns that they think are the most special. Bring out whatever item you are most confident with, show your bravery, bring everything you have here, show me that you are worthy of having my skills. We will of course return it when the auction ends." The bidders looked at each other, paused and hesitated, asking to show the high-level item. "Isn't it too dangerous? If you just recklessly showed it like that, someone would steal it. Why?" "Wait a minute everyone, if no one brings the item then this auction will return to normal, even so this is still an opportunity." He frowned, thinking it seemed like everyone was still hesitating whether to take this opportunity or not. In times like these, the right thing to do is. Suddenly there was a chain tied around his body. He seemed to know in advance who did it, so he didn't resist but thought he could play dumb for a bit. Sung Hyun Jae appeared, holding the other end of the chain and shouted loudly. "Goods must behave like a good." Hanu Jin thinks, what kind of situation is this? Then speaking up, "This kind of treatment is a bit excessive, we're all acquaintances." The other person replied, "That's why I have to correct your attitude. Hanu Jin has been too arrogant since the first meeting." The crowd went from one surprise to another during the auction session, surprised and said, "Oh my god, the president of the Jupiter Guild is here. What you say makes a lot of sense, he is as true as the rumors say." "That's right, quickly teach him a lesson." Hanu Jin was dissatisfied and thought, what the hell are they talking about? Where are the democratic rights? Where have these people's consciences gone? They don't even try to save their despair. That's why they came, place like this. In another identity, but Hanu Yun's domineering power was not lost. He gave a threatening look, grabbed the chain on his brother's body and said, "Let's stop here. In front of me, you still dare to act rudely, so why? I don't think you are allowed to treat items so harshly like this." The crowd of people at the auction shivered slightly, standing from such a distance but still feeling this pressure. A 90-year-old man dares to compete in strength with the Jupiter Guildmaster. It really is true that the influence of the awakening terrible. Sung Hyun Jae let go. "You said I'd just let him wear a leash like that to guarantee my payment, right? An SS class weapon, even if he pulled out all the items of the people here, he wouldn't be able to compete with them. Being willing to bring it out like this, psychologically speaking, he has lost a lot of weight, the obstacle is gone." Hanu Jin pulled out the refusal card and said, "You've caused all kinds of trouble with me, do you think that's the end? I want to use the second right of refusal." He thought of adding a right of refusal to be used on the person most likely to be a competitor. "In the name of Ian, Yu Yun gave his brother this grade A bracelet, which is all I have." Hanu Jin took it, smiled and said, "Even so, I still quite like it." Then came the next competitor with an A-grade item. He asked if there was no other item left. The crowd was excited to follow his plan. They thought this was, well, worth a try. Then take turns offering the high-level treasures they brought with them, S-level items. "How about this witch's shawl, do you like it?" The third, Lady Grey, held out the witch's shawl. Other people rush to the auction floor to bid on me too. This is an S-grade bracelet that's completely different from the A-grade bracelet just now. What about this rope? You can have it. It's extremely useful in everyday life. Yes, if you put this pair of grade A earrings near them, they will automatically put them on your ears. How do you feel about this necklace? It's S-grade. Henry Gregson led the auction, excitedly announcing that Lord Marcel Bordeaux offered a ring, Lord Sergei Arshavin an S-class necklace. Hanu Jin looked at them with disdain. For these people, even if you don't go into the dungeon, where will you get that jewelry? Not to mention the hunters who had to confront the monsters, while struggling with the skyrocketing prices of equipment, their eyes shining brightly due to their lust for power that far exceeded their skills. Let's start. Then a few guys looked around and asked each other, where did the guild leader Jupiter go? Because he used his right to refuse, he probably went home, but this item. From the roof of the mansion, standing with Noah. Sung Hyun Jae smiled and observed, then said so according to Hanu Jin's orders. Should we start cleaning up a bit? A thunderclap echoed across the sky, dispelling the quiet atmosphere of the night here. A lady present at the auction was startled and exclaimed, "Oh my God, I was shocked. Was it thunder? Has it rained recently? The weather forecast didn't say that." Sung Hyun Jae silently cast magic. And thought I've adjusted all the lightning rods in the neighboring buildings, and also scattered magic stones along the beach according to Eugene words. So the buildings around here were in darkness. The only building with lights on was the hotel where the auction took place. Yerim poked his head out onto the balcony to report that I had turned on all the electricity and turned on the lights as instructed. The purpose was to create a scene. Located toweringly above the water. It is the auction building that shines before the sea. Makes everything look magnificent and beautiful even from the bottom of the sea. Hanu Jin took the treasures and said there were so many jewels, they looked more valuable than my body. It's time to start the real game. By the way, before that, is there anyone willing to let me go even if Chen Thang will let me go? Henry Gregson turned bewildered and asked to let him go. It means, he said I was sold, but I consider the rabbits like family. It's okay to create a friendly relationship without human trafficking, isn't that way more humane? The crowd below laughed loudly and mocked him. What did he say? It seems like the valuable prize on stage still doesn't know its position. If they wanted to release you, why would they come here? He bowed his head and said that must be it. Thanks to that, I know that you are all accomplices. I will be careful, put this jewelry in my pocket. And distribute it to the hunters fighting in the dungeon if they need it. Hearing his statement shocked the auction participants. Why did you leave the bag? It was just a show, you said you would return it. Suddenly Yerim appeared, embracing the fake awakenings that were seen as goods piled up in iron cages and ran through the crowd. A woman discovered and shouted, "Who are you?" This guy dragged all the slaves, I bought it already. She said, "Oh my God, leave me alone, I'm here to clean up." Her grandmother scowled, why the hell was cleaning up? The dissatisfied crowd shouted, "What is this? Explain, surely before the auction started, you sent all the staff away." Hanu Jin replied, "What else? Now start cleaning it all up, then look into the distance." Noah burst in through the glass door, causing the whole scene to become a mess. As he raised his foot to knock over the tables and chairs, that light spit out poison. Everyone shouted to each other to run for their lives. What is going on? Is the dungeon exploding? It's poisonous, stay away. Hanu Jin, his younger brother and Chirpy jumped on Noah's back. He complimented him for coming at the right time. Noah turned his head and reminded me, I'm about to knock down that door, so hold on tight. They all flew out of the building where the auction was taking place. Hanu Jin turned around and called Yerim. She screamed because Henry Gregson wrapped her legs. Kick him out for me. Henry Gregson angrily hugged her leg, his hostile look directed at Hanu Jin and shouted, "At you brat, my son. You said you were alone, but it turns out this was your plan. You thought I would let you go after you made fun of my guests. If this gets out, the upper class won't let you go. Where's the peace?" Hanu Jin turned around and smiled and said not to worry. There's no way it could be exposed, because that thing that just fell from the sky would swallow them all whole. Henry Gregson turned around and looked back. Wondering where the force came from when he saw a dark tornado, he asked in bewilderment, "Who is this?" Hanu Jin asked Yerim for help. "For now, please let him hold on for a bit." Meanwhile, Henry Gregson, who had not yet recovered from his panic, shouted what was going on. The black whirlpool. It was a kraken, it wiped out the whole hotel. Hanu Jin thinks Hong Kong has always been a densely populated city with many dungeons. In the future before my regression, there was only one explosion that caused this place to collapse. It's the underground dungeons that appear on the seashore. Most dungeon explosions go undetected. monsters bury their bodies in the deep sea, but he remembered the conversation that night with Sung Hyun-jae. He told a secret that was found late last year, an S-class dungeon boss, 2 A-class giant sea monsters named Kraken. Sung Hyun-jae asked the underground water monster, "I'm pretty sure it can't be defeated, it's only underwater." He replied, "Yes, but I know its habits. This is the perfect place to lure it out." At times like this, he thought, of course he had to take advantage of the clues from the regression. About a year after a dungeon explosion occurred at a beach in Hong Kong. The explosion was not noticeable, but that night, after everyone had evacuated, the seaport was dark. There was only one lighted building that temporarily sheltered the hunters. When the Kraken crawled ashore and used its tentacles to destroy everything in sight, this incident became a symbol of the fall of Hong Kong before its regression. And now, he looked up at it embracing the house. Destroyed with long tentacles in the blink of an eye. He said that I have already arranged the environment exactly like that, and also scattered magic stones along the coast to increase the effect. "It will definitely work," shouted Henry Gregson, auction house, "my client, my bowl of rice." Sung Hyun-jae used a chain to glue this noisy guy down. Yerim breathed a sigh of relief and looked down to see that he was a member of the Jupiter group. Sung Hyun-jae said, "You are the auction organizer, throw this guy here and deal with it later." Yerim spoke up, "You see, that octopus must be as big as that hotel." Hanu Jin looked at her and signaled her to get ready. "Once the Kraken destroys the hotel, we'll capture it before it returns to the sea. Do you remember what to do? We must gather equipment, eliminate human traffickers, and save Hong Kong's future while we can. Catch all the termites and then go home." He remembered that before his regression, Hong Kong's biggest threat was the Kraken rank monster. The main reason why hunting it failed for half a year was because of its habit of escaping deep into the ocean and hiding, when faced with its disadvantage. So, the key to preserving it is to use light and make it fully visible. He signaled everyone to time it accurately. Coordinate with the flow of water to deliver electric shock. Yerim smiled. "The ice bead has been activated. If we freeze it with pure ice before dispersing, then snow and ice embracing electric shock." Surrounded by golden crystal balls were launched. Hanu Jin exclaimed that it looks so beautiful, just like a Christmas party. "That's right, Christmas is not too far from Yu Yun's birthday." Yerim glanced at him and said, "Oh, again, not suitable for times like these." Sung Hyun-jae comfortably revealed that my birthday is the 30th of August, not much longer to come. Hanu Jin ignored. "No one asked that. Why are you talking nonsense right now?" The other person laughed and replied that hypocrisy looks like that. Then turned his eyes to observe the Kraken as it moved. Now it was completely on the ground. Yerim stepped forward and said to hold it back, "Uncle Sung." Sung Hyun-jae spoke in coordination with the young lady's wishes. At the same time, deliver electric shock. She dodged the monster's attack. Says if cold and electric shock are ineffective because of their nature, then we'll freeze the building's debris and hold it together. She threw blows, slashed hard. High-rise buildings seemed to turn into ice barriers to keep monsters at bay. Hanu Jin excitedly said, "Well done, our Yerim, really very smart. But it will be difficult to hold it for long, so let's defeat it in one blow." Yu Yun, his younger brother, asked in bewilderment, "What a blow?" He replied, "I can do it. This boy will give me more strength. He is the first fire spirit with the purest fire in our world. Attack skill effects on the target will be doubled. I will share my senses, so close your eyes." Hanu Yun obeyed and slowly closed his eyes. Put pressure on feeling the movement of Yerim's body. He gave the same instructions as when Yerim received the Mermaid Queen's skills without any water skills. Accept Yerim's power and make it yours. Hanu Yun said, "I understand, brother," then seemed to become one with his pet, exuding a strong fire energy. He looked at the color change in his brother's eyes. Thinking about those eyes. The other person looked at his pet and signaled, "Then, let's go, Irin." Around Hanu Yun the fire burned with scorching heat. Hanu Yun was also surprised that the flame could do that much with just one impact. Then signaled to warn everyone to stay away immediately when possible. Hanu Yun wrapped the flame around his weapon. Then cut off the monster's tentacles. He thought regular fire had a hard time maintaining a specific shape. Normally it can only increase its skill level and reach the black fire state before it regresses. I simply need to control the fire throughout my body with my will. Now I have complete control over it. He stabbed hard with his sword. The monster was immediately defeated. Noah sweat dropped and said, "Defeat the Kraken with just one blow." Yerim said, "It's not just Kraken, but the entire area was wiped out." Hanu Jin looked at the rubble below and thought that even without using double attack skill power, the power of the spirit alone was already huge. The water evaporated and the fire disappeared, leaving no trace or evidence. Due to this, the auction participants all died from the dungeon explosion, and the monsters were dealt with by Yu Yun, the guild master who came to save his brother. Han Yu Yun and Sung Hyun Jae will take care of rescuing the other low-level awakened fakes. As for the items obtained, Han Yu Jin called Sung Hyun Jae and said, "Yes, I will give you a chain for this." The other party asked what this was. He explained the Noble Seeker's chain, adding a level to its holder, a mythical level, a chain forged in the deepest moonlight of the crescent moon, looking like it was made of metal, but its essence is light. He thought to himself that the chain was forged under the light of the crescent moon. The crescent moon that the new recruit mentioned, and mentioned its keeper. The crescent moon helped break the contract with the lizard master, so Sung Hyun Jae had a contract with those traders. "I heard I lost my memories because of regression." He asked Sung Hyun Jae, "Do you know about the crescent moon?" Sung Hyun Jae replied, "Crescent moon? I'm not sure. If you're talking about the moon in the sky, then it's the crescent moon." Han Yu Jin faltered, "I know that, that's not what I meant." Han Yu Yun said, "No, it seems like the battle isn't over yet." Han Yu Jin turned around and asked, "What do you mean?" Han Yu Yun hugged his brother, jumped to the ground and said, "I appreciate you personally delivering me here." But at the same time glanced at Sung Hyun Jae with sharp eyes filled with hatred. Han Yu Jin said in surprise that this was the effect of double the attack skill power. Han Yu Yun replied, "I activated it immediately. Come to think of it, back in the Barbar prison, when you tried to take my brother away. Me, Peace and Park Yerim, Sung Hankim, Hyuna Moon, and everyone, you planned to kill them all right." Han Yu Jin was surprised and asked what you were talking about. Meanwhile, Sung Hyun Jae just smiled faintly. "You seem to have realized it, right?" A loud explosion. The people of Hong Kong seem to have gone through a lot of shock tonight, running around screaming yet another dungeon breakout. Evacuate, evacuate quickly. It looks like lightning in the clear sky, what's going on?" Han Yu Jin was lifted up in his younger brother's arms. He panicked and stopped him. "Wait, Yu Yun, let's negotiate, both of you, let's talk." "I said let's talk, why do we keep getting into a fight?" Watching the two of them fight, he thought to himself that this is the first time sharing dual effects for attack skills. Is Sung Hyun Jae trying to kill everyone? All of that happened while I was unconscious. But then, even when sharing the same skill, there were no such signs. If he really intended to harm everyone, the final grace effect would not leave him alone. He spoke up to stop Yu Yun again. "Please stop and negotiate a bit." The other person's face was cold, his voice was loud, and he asked, "Why is that so?" "The fact that this guy is a danger to you is undeniable. Everything that happened, from entering Sudam dungeon, to participating in this auction, was all caused by him." Han Yu Jin hesitated. "Well, that's true, but..." Yerim and Noah approached and asked why they were suddenly fighting. However, Han Yu Yun accidentally strayed and flew towards the two of them. She was so startled that she screamed loudly, "Has the president lost his mind?" Han Yu Jin is struggling. "What are you doing?" attacking both Noah and Yerim. Han Yu Yun muttered annoyingly, "If they interfere, anyone won't be able to rest in peace." His brother turned around and said, "What?" He growled, "If we leave Sung Hyun Jae alone, second brother will continue to be injured, and continue to be in danger, so, everything that threatens second brother must be burned and eliminated." Han Yu Jin grabbed his younger brother's shirt and shouted, "Wait, hey, what are you going to do?" He secretly wondered what was wrong with this guy. It seemed like he had lost his mind. These eyes, they've been red for a while, Iran's not even in them, Iran's different from usual. Is this a side effect of receiving power from Iran? Then he hugged Iran and said, "Come here, that lizard." He thought that just like when it was a dragon man, now if I dig deeper into Iran's mind I might find something. The chick class teacher notification system is activated. He feels so hot, this is it. Then fainted. Han Yu Yun glanced worriedly and called, "Mr. Hi." Yerim impatiently ran over and called out loudly, "Uncle, what did the president do?" Han Yu Yun slashed hard, the fire spread, strongly attacking her. Fortunately, Sung Hyun Jae stood in front of her to block this fatal blow. It's better to be gentle and careful, the dual effect of the attack skill is still in effect. She raised her head and suddenly called Uncle Sung Hyun Jae. Noah used both hands to hug the chirpy to shield it, and at the same time said he still intended to continue even though Yu Jin had fainted. Hunter Han Yu Yun. Yu Yun looked up with bloodshot eyes and replied, "Yes, clean up, I have to end this before my brother wakes up. When he wakes up, he will probably be very happy. Yerim was disgruntled and said this guy was crazy, he was planning to burn down the house while cleaning, I thought I could stop all three of them. During this time Hanu Jin was teleported to a house. He opened his eyes wide and said this is the place, the ceiling is so familiar, this is the old house we used to live in. Before the dungeon appeared, and Yun awakened, this house was where the two of us used to live together. What's going on, why am I here? Suddenly there was a call to say hello. He turned his head and looked down at the little monster and asked who you were, Irin. He replied yes, it's Irin. He wondered how, could you also use mental skills, and reached out to receive it. She warmly rushed into his arms and said no, this is your skill. He stroked it with his hand and said what, I don't have such skills. Its face was filled with a feeling of comfort. It said you have that power, it seems you haven't been able to use it properly, so Irin lent a hand. He suddenly remembered, this was originally the skill of Dharma's successor. Come to think of it, that jellyfish also said the same thing, because he penetrated Dharma's memories, so I also received the ability to use abilities. Are there other skills? No, that doesn't matter now, he asked Irin. Yun is behaving strangely, what have you done? He smiled mischievously and replied. That's because Yun received Irin's power. The souls have pure power. It's like he became more honest after receiving my soul power. He wants to avoid trouble for you, and now that he has the power to do so, he won't hold back. Outside, different from the atmosphere of his intimate conversation with Irin, Hanu Jin was like a madman, not distinguishing between enemy or enemy, desperately attacking Sung Hyun-jae, Yerim and Noah. Anyone who resisted was attacked. Hanu Jin asked Irin what do you mean, she has power and is losing control, she herself will not restrain herself and burn everything, it's unreasonable. It's because of the fire of hatred, it can't be helped, it's because of his personality, he's a bit explosive, just like he wants to protect you. He said indignantly that he had done so, but it was just a little, Anyway, I will solve the Sung Hyun-jae problem, don't worry, okay, so please calm down Yun. He shrugged his shoulders, expressing helplessness, saying that alone won't solve anything. Yun, you're still worried and don't know what to do in this situation, and the only person who can solve this is you. He asked me bewilderedly, what should I do, or should I just hit his head and knock him out? Outside, in the coastal area of Hong Kong, Yerim gradually exhausted himself and shouted loudly, those two people are too fast. Noah said I will help, let's start with tying his feet. She nodded, then threw a move at the shadow, the move notification system is activated. However, her move was immediately stopped, she silently cursed a pillar of fire. Damn it, I can't even get close, what should I do now? Sung Hyun-jae asks if it's okay to just touch any object, right? She replied yes, even throwing something would be fine, but with that defensive firewall. Sung Hyun-jae gave her griffin's feather saying it would separate the wind to temporarily open the fire, this might distract him for a while. So let me try to create something similar to the previous light, things that don't burn easily in fire. But this is like gambling, that defense skill is too strong, if the timing is just a little bit different, it will be considered useless, so you need to be careful. Yerim was a little hesitant, thinking that the fire had burned the Kraken monster in an instant, he didn't have any good fire resistance skills. But she still confidently said, but I have no intention of backing down. He smiled and replied okay, since you have that idea then let's go. Let's try it once, she rushed forward and said I'm confident we can repel the president. Noah looked at the chirpy that was slowly melting and worriedly said peep peep. Yerim turned around and signaled to take Sung Hyun-jae and go to a safe place first, Uncle Noah. I can't get close with my bare hands, why is the president acting like that? Meanwhile, the conversation between Hanu Jin and Irin was not over yet, he asked Yun why he changed because he was worried. No way, why is the youngest S-class president? Irin shouted loudly it was because of his brother. Had just made up and gotten closer to his brother again, yet his brother took a stranger home and treated him like family. Bring another stranger and treat him as a friend. Injured in the neck, then injured in the dungeon. And until his brother was kidnapped and auctioned off, he searched his memories, then secretly felt that something was wrong with him. He said yes, that's right, after listening to everything I realized I was wrong. Irin said he knew he couldn't blindly oppose what his brother did, but he couldn't afford to lose his brother, or have someone take it away from him. Yun only has his brother by his side, his brother is the only person he cherishes, he said, no, there will be someone else by her side, life will go on, she can make friends, and date. He interrupted him, you don't understand, Yun will never have friends in the future. He won't date, No one else will approach him, no one. Looking at its determined expression, he thought this was a joke, right? He still insisted that's why he was afraid. He was afraid of losing his only brother, especially since Sung Hyun-jae appeared, trying to kill those who were a threat to him, his son. Sung Hyun-jae rushed closer to Han Yu-yun, provoking his jealousy stronger than I thought. Han Yu-yun growled even more angry, why would you be jealous of a thief? A thief should only be punished. Then he swung his fire sword and slashed hard. Sung Hyun-jae thought it was time. Then fanned vigorously. Yerim rushed up from behind, he signaled to her that the fire had been blown away, now was the chance, let's go. She came closer, coordinated with him to attack Han Yu-yun and said take this, President, combine the storm with Uncle Sung Hyun-jae. Han Yu-yun gently raised his hand to block. The attack was blown away instantly. Sung Hyun-jae landed on the ground and said he was vaporized even before he touched him, isn't ice cold enough? Han Yu-yun rushed towards Sung Hyun-jae. But he suddenly realized that something was holding him from behind. He turned his head, it was Yerim. She confidently said she knew that would happen, so I didn't just prepare the ice, even if the ice melted, the pebbles inside wouldn't burn and shoot out. You think it's just pieces of stone infused with normal magic power, right? Sung Hyun-jae said now your legs are locked, I can defeat you easily. Then attack Yu-yun with lightning with extremely strong damage. Noah looked at the explosion below wondering if it would hit, at this level, even S-class couldn't be safe. After the fire, Han Yu-yun was still safe and sound. Sung Hyun-jae observed and implicitly understood that this was. Use the sword as a lightning rod. That weapon absorbs electricity. When it is impacted, it will create a huge explosion. Han Yu-yun returned the lightning attack towards Sung Hyun-jae. Hearing the movement, Han Yu-jin asked what was going on, something was shaking. Irin replied that it was nothing, they were just fighting out there, his confusion isn't like it's nothing, we need to stop the battle quickly, so, how can we calm her fear? He smiled and said simply. Reassure Yu-hyung, tell him that he is the most precious younger brother, and that he loves him. He paused, embarrassed to say that a bit. Irin shed tears of self-pity and asked why, don't you love Yu-yun? He quickly said no, it's not like that, but it's not normal to say things like that, especially when you're this old. It urged him to say that it's okay, I'm not lying, that's a good thing. On the other hand, no one hates being loved by Viet, whether human or any other creature. Carrying his brother on his shoulders, Yu-yun looked at his opponent holding his bleeding arm, disgustedly saying he was still alive, he really lived long. It doesn't matter. With this move I can crush him without leaving a trace. Then execute the sword. Thousands of fiery swords flew into the air and rushed towards the opponent. Sung Hyun-jae smiled softly and calmly said. Looks like the little lady has finished her preparations. Han Yu-yun was startled and looked down at the ground, thinking to himself, this vibration is not for my skill, this is. A wave of ice-cold ocean water hugged his entire body, engulfing him. Meanwhile, Han Yu-jin hugged Irin, asking in another space if I soothed her, would she be better? She won't react in time when I use the skill, right? Irin said that's right, he's still not used to Rin. When things get more serious, pouring water on him calms him down. Outside, Yerim used ice to destroy the fire surrounding Han Yu-yun. Mixing with Han Yu-jin's scream cooled my head. Yerim immediately rushed to approach Yu-yun, making him unable to react in time. She reached out and grabbed Eugene's collar. And Yu-yun grabbed his leg to hold him back. While the two were arguing, suddenly Eugene woke up. I've returned to reality, what about the others? Right now next to him are Yerim and his younger brother Yu-yun who are still sleeping. Yu-yun just fell asleep calling Yerim. Yerim also replied in a panic, the bastard commanding the guild should go up. Yu-yun calls Eugene, Hyung. Eugene sat up on his hands and reassured his younger brother, yes, it's okay, just go to sleep. Then he looked down at the floor and saw that Noah was also muttering something, they didn't need humans, I almost missed the sea monster. He thought to himself that it seemed like these two people had fought while he was sleeping, right? It appears that no one was injured. He walked and thought, where am I? This is still Hong Kong, right? I moved to another hotel, well, the place I stayed at yesterday was destroyed. While he was still thinking, the sound of the TV caught his attention. With the appearance of the sea monster last night, Hong Kong was experiencing a huge shock. The hotel was completely submerged, the ground was flooded more than 10 meters. Most of the missing guests registered with aliases, making the investigation difficult. When Eugene heard such shocking news, he was extremely surprised. These guys were causing more trouble than that sea monster. Well, at least I caught the sea monster, so no more damage will happen, but there is still a problem. Sung Hyunj, we have to deal with this guy immediately. Then he remembered Yu Yun's words asking Hyunj, when you tried to take me to the Barbar dungeon, did you intend to kill everyone there? He thought if what he said was true. No matter how useful his skill in predicting the world's destruction is, if he continues to threaten me, I can't keep him around. He was the type of person who would level the entire hotel if anyone upset him. I have to go check on him, and if it's dangerous, I have to destroy him immediately. I can't be complacent and ignore that danger. Eugene was still deep in thought when suddenly he heard Hyunj speak. He woke up. Do you want breakfast? There's fruit and bacon, and eggs. Do you want them hard-boiled or soft-boiled? Eugene blankly replied, I want to please. No, wait. What is that burn? Then he pointed at the large burn that spread from the ear to Hyunj's body. Hyunj calmly pointed at his burn and said this. The fire from that guy is quite ferocious. He's a spirit, right? That attack had the power to slow down recovery, so it would take a few days for me to fully recover. Eugene wondered, what about that fireproof shirt, those Silekia wings? Hyunj said I lent it to a little girl so she wouldn't get hurt. He continued to ask, should I lend it to Yerim? Then I secretly didn't understand why the person who wanted to kill everyone at the Barbar would now ignore danger to protect others. Hyunj happily joked and asked him, you don't think I'm a good person, right? Eugene was alert, raised the fork he was holding in his hand towards him and replied, stop talking nonsense. Hyunj continued, really disappointed. Just consider it part of what I need to do to gain trust, he said as he placed the food on the plate. I know she will be in trouble if she gets injured by that fire. It will also have a huge impact on Hanu Jin. He gave him the food while continuing to say provocatively, that jacket of mine should not have broken so soon. I rarely use such an item, so I hope it can be of some use, so I lent it to that child. Eugene thinks he is that kind of person. Then said it's not yours, so don't possess it like that. Anyway, thank you for protecting Yerim, and after. If you cause trouble with my relatives and something happens, then I will kill you with my skills, remember, Eugene said as he stuck the fork into the egg yolk that Hyunj gave as if to torment him. Hyunj continued to provoke, that's interesting. What skill can kill me? Should I find out? The battle of wits officially begins. Eugene thought of the scene of two people fighting and then quickly dismissed that thought. Things shouldn't go that way. Hyunj asked what about the future? Eugene secretly thought it would be best for him to maintain a relationship with him as a non-threatening F-rank person. Maybe he was arrogant because he was a higher level than him. Thinking about it, he replied, I will tell you a way to keep that item safe and use it well. Don't touch my family. He looked at Hyunj seriously and continued to say, have a limit, I believe you understand that limit better than me. Hyunj smiled and teased him, so let's just consider that as a limit for your relatives. What about Han Eugene's limit? Eugene quietly sat down to eat, thinking that adults would know how to adapt when problems arise. He was like a water bird, he would know how to adapt to the situation. Hyunj was also surprised by what Eugene just showed. He thought it was a sudden reaction, usually. At this moment, a loud scream from the room interrupted Hyunj's thoughts. It's Han Yu-yoon. Everyone woke up and went downstairs together. Yerim ran down and asked Eugene, Uncle, when did you wake up? Eugene told him to wake up a while ago. Come here and eat. What trouble did you cause yesterday? Why did an S-level person get beaten up like that? Yerim angrily pointed at Yu-yoon and said it was all because I had to stop Yu-yoon. Yu-yoon was startled and looked at Eugene, calling him. Then came closer and said, I'm sorry, I was wrong yesterday. Even though I tried to stop you, you still acted rashly. Eugene looked at Irin on his brother's shoulder and wondered, has Irin also returned to her normal appearance? She can't say it. Then happily patted Yu-yoon's shoulder. It wasn't my fault, I was divided so my panic turned into violence. You'll be fine, so don't worry too much, and. But he knew that Yu-yoon was really worried. And he remembered what Irin said, you and your brother have been separated emotionally for many years. Living together again in this house will make your brother feel more secure, he asked in this house. Then looked around the brother's old house, so that's why this place was arranged like that. Irin happily replied, yes, Rin chose it, this is Yu-yoon's favorite place. Because this is the house he lives in with his brother, Rin also likes it here. Eugene immediately said, I understand. And hug Irin in my arms, I will live with her in this house. Then he remembered when Yu-yoon left home, thinking that he had left the house before and lived well, in a very good new place, but it turns out she's still attached to this place, always. And then returning to reality, Eugene patted his younger brother's head. gently telling him, "Listen, Yu-yoon. No matter what happens, you're still my little brother, and I love you very much, understand?" Yu-yoon looked at him emotionally. "Hyung." He continued his train of thought, "Then I should try to make up for the time spent away from him, and comfort my brother not to worry. No one was injured, so it's okay to cause a little trouble," Hyung interjected and said, "But I'm injured," and Eugene replied sharply, "As long as you don't die, it's okay." Yerim was angry, "Ah, uncle, your arm is too bent, it will break." Then turned to envy Yu-yoon, "Hey Guildmaster, we've worked hard, go fry some eggs for us." "Well done," but Yu-yoon told her to wait a minute, making her angry. "Ha, aren't you planning on frying eggs?" Suddenly Hyung looked outside and said. So Peace and So-young have arrived. Eugene was happy. Peace also came to Hong Kong. To celebrate the resolution of the case, we would like to introduce Peace a pet to Hong Kong for entertainment. Peace was extremely happy to be hugged by Eugene. He was still surprised, asking, "How did you get here, So-young?" She said it was an order from the army commander. "I couldn't bring Blue," but Peace was very irritable when he wasn't around, so keeping it up was tiring. Hyung walked closer to Eugene. "How about you give this tour guide more stars?" So-young continued, "It was really hard." Then she turned around and saw Noah and shouted happily, "Noah! Ah, I missed that devil so much." The house now became much more bustling. There was the sound of Yerim scolding, "Hey Han Yu-yoon, I said the eggs were well cooked." Then there was the sound of Yu-yoon responding, "My family only eats soft-boiled eggs." Eugene could only sigh, "Ah, seriously." So the kidnapping case in Hong Kong was solved. We had a very happy gathering, and visited many fun places here, thanks to the tour guide. Of course, in addition to sightseeing. Now is the time to prepare to hunt down and deal with the association of those involved in this. Of course, from kidnapping to auction, a lot happened, but the reason and purpose of this is to overthrow the association. The newspaper was now full of news related to the association, such as the disappearance of Hunter Eugene Han, missing for 30 minutes, in prison that night, security holes in the association were revealed and suspected by insiders, the guild's ability to stem the tide, economic damage on a massive scale suddenly attracted international attention as a foreign exchange earning asset whose stable dungeon management was expected to attract investment. During the press conference demanding clarification and punishment of the individuals responsible for the disappearance of Hunter Eugene Han, Sol Seung stood up to speak, while our president was mobilizing to search for the missing Hunter, Cum. In the end, the location we discovered was a trap. The search team was attacked by Kraken, and now we are confirming the number of survivors. Hope Hunter Eugene Han is safe. I should have protected him. Hick hick hick. And the president of the Hunter Association was in the office watching the press conference. Those people really added fuel to the fire. The employee next to him said that public sentiment towards the association was worrying, and rumors said it was all due to insiders. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the association president. He said, "Why would there be news like this? Don't be influenced by rumors." The employee was skeptical. "What do you mean?" The chairman asked with a sinister smile. The captured Hunter Eugene Han had made a mistake during the supervision process at the detention center, and who was responsible for the supervision? The employee replied, "Head of Department Taiwan Song." That answer made the chairman satisfied. "Correct, isn't it clear whose fault it is?" He himself also agreed to take responsibility. "What else can we do?" At the same time, he began to compile this information. Head of Taiwan Song Department, Department of Management and Security, name Taiwan Song, position of Head of Fake Awakening Management Department. Immediately there was an article that put all the responsibility on Taiwan, the Hunter Association, for a thorough investigation and strict punishment for those responsible for the director of Taiwan Song, who was absent in the disappearance. There was possibility related to the case. Eugene also updated the above information at this time, telling Hyung that was what was written in the report, but the director also admitted his responsibility. He was angry and didn't understand why he had to live like that. He wished he would kick that dirty place and leave. Hyung went to get a bottle of wine, saying that doing everything to protect the association had become his instinct. "I've tried to probe him countless times, but his nature hasn't changed," Hyung thought to himself, "especially when it comes to Eugene Han. He won't do anything to threaten his life, or rather, he tried to protect him unreasonably. And Eugene thinks so as long as I'm still F level, he won't try to kill me." Hyung poured wine and asked Eugene, "What's the plan now? The association is always behind everything. If you need any help, just say it. I'm not good at handling young people, but I can help old people." Eugene was pleased. "Don't worry, just watch, I'm good at handling both. Can I borrow your phone? I left mine in Korea. Do you have T1 Song's personal phone number saved?" Hyung gave him the phone. of course, I saved it under the name Shepherd Dog with a Heart. Eugene took the phone and shouted in surprise, "What the hell? No, why did you save my number as your own?" He was angry, scolding Hyunj while correcting his name. "Didn't I tell you not to use possessive adjectives?" Hyunj regrets. Why did he bother to fix it? While Eugene was still engrossed in calling, he was observing him and thinking, usually people feel sad when they are treated like objects rather than possessive adjectives, like just now. Feeling doesn't being treated like that bother you? Or do you have a goal for which you also have to use yourself as a tool? At this time, Taiwan picked up the phone on the other end and asked what was going on at this hour. Before he could finish his sentence, Eugene interrupted, "Oh, who is this? Is it the Taiwan Song department head who kidnapped an F rank?" Taiwan was surprised and called Eugene Han's name. Hearing that, he teased, "Eugene Han, who is that? I'm just an anonymous blackmailer." The next morning, at Incheon Airport. The flight back here had just landed. Everyone was crowded and expecting Eugene's appearance. Some people even wore signs that said, "We hope Hunter Eugene Han returns safely." The reporters on the side were also talking very enthusiastically. "It was Hunter Eugene Han, right?" A reporter said. "Someone said he was put up for auction with fake awakenings." The reporter next to me also speculated from there that the association was involved in this case. The girl immediately reminded him, hey, they can hear." Then looked next to Taiwan Song, head of the Fake Awakening Management Department. Everyone turned their attention to him and started taking out their phones, guessing he had come to apologize in person. His staff was extremely angry, standing next to him and telling him it was unfair. "Department manager, why did the department manager have to endure attacks from the media?" Taiwan didn't say anything, just stood still and remembered what Eugene said last night. He said, "If you don't show up at the airport, I can't guarantee what I said about the association." He thought to himself, "Come directly here to show your submissive attitude." Hunter Eugene Han. Voluntarily kidnapped, pretended to be victims for the whole country to see, and then used them to sway the association. He was busy thinking when suddenly someone threw a potato at him. It was an old man. He rushed to criticize him. "Just looking at the manager's face made me nauseous. You captured a powerless F-rank person with violence and locked him up, but got him kidnapped right under your nose. Isn't he just a corrupt official?" Everyone rushed to stop. "Elder, please calm down." The employee quickly brought a tissue to wipe Taiwan. "Are you okay, Manager Song?" Taiwan bowed his head. "I'm fine. What he said was completely right. It was my fault," and thought to himself that I will accept all the criticism. Eugene finally appeared. Everyone kept buzzing. "Here he is, the group of Hunter Han Eugene, who was kidnapped. Eugene Han, please look here. Do you remember the kidnapper's face? We heard you were rescued from the Fake Awakening auction. Can you add?" Eugene showed a panicked expression. Yu next to him helped his brother and said loudly, "He needs to rest. Please ask later." Eugene whispered to Yu, walking closer, looking more pitiful. At this moment Taiwan walked towards the two of them. He bowed. Everyone was surprised. This was the first time I saw an S-rank bow like that. "Hey, this is going to be a money shot." Taiwan spoke up. "I sincerely apologize to Hunter Eugene Han." He thought, "All of this is nothing to me. Even if I am criticized by the entire nation or have to bow my head in front of a live broadcast. We'll stop the malicious intentions aimed at the association, Hunter Eugene Han, no matter how you try to destroy the association, as long as I'm still standing." Unexpectedly, at this moment, Eugene knelt down and held his hand, telling him to stand up. "Manager Song. Why are you bowing down? To me, Department Head Song is a very good person." Taiwan is confused. "What? And everyone present there too. What's going on?" "Gratitude," Eugene continued, "accepting the blame to save me. I don't know what else to say. Being forced to accept all the guilt of the association due to being the accuser." His words confused everyone and forced them to accept them. Then Eugene hugged his head and collapsed. Yu next to him supported him and said, "Brother, you shouldn't say that here." He continued to look sad and falter, "But, it wasn't fair." The performance just now succeeded in causing confusion in public opinion. People began to talk excitedly. The accuser, so the department head was not at fault. "Please explain what you mean, department head, that the denunciation is related to the collapse within the association." "So, I knew right away there was something very strange. You endured this humiliation because of the accuser." Taiwan stuttered to explain. "Wait, there was a misunderstanding." People around him continued to speculate, so there really was a faction within the association that cooperated with the kidnappers, and he was turned into a pawn to cover up this incident. The level of corruption of the association. Is the illegal Fake Awakening auction taking place in Hong Kong also related to the association? Manager Song, what should I say? At this time, the group of people on Eugene's side had left. He left Taiwan behind with a series of questions from everyone, accompanied by a very satisfied smile. T1 understood everything, was extremely angry and emitted a fiery murderous aura, causing everyone around him to collapse, successfully dispersing the noisy crowd. So that's it, he planned it from the beginning. Eugene's group was traveling in the car. He looked like he was not okay, making Yuyun extremely worried. Brother, are you okay? You look very pale. Eugene coughed and told his younger brother to wait a moment. He had just turned off his fear resistance. Then pointed at the phone screen and said, but look, thanks to him, this video is extremely pitiful. And so the internet is full of news about an innocent victim being kidnapped, and most of the words of the onlookers are accusers, despicable people, and pawns. This will shift public opinion from individual Song Taiwan to the corruption within the association. Seoul Simyoung turned down and asked Eugene, are you okay? I heard you don't like being the center of attention. He replied that if you plan on someone, you must be mentally prepared to pay the price. Make sure to spread the most offensive articles. Today's slave exchange, auction prices start at $1 billion, powerful people buy and sell awakenings at prices like slaves. Then he thought to himself, I'm sorry, Taiwan Song, for at least a week, wherever you go, I want them to gossip about you and the association. I'd rather destroy that association than deal with you. While reading the newspaper related to recent news, Hanu Jin thought to himself, after shifting the arrow of attack from Taiwan Song to the association is criticized and complained about every day. Everyone in the association was busy with this sudden news. Even the leaders of the association were equally busy calling their acquaintances to resolve this scandal. Hastily shouted to his subordinates, everyone, think of a solution. By all means start releasing articles. Immediately after that, many articles were posted to grab headlines and distract readers with titles revealing part of the truth in the internal denunciation, Taiwan Song's participation, and a blindside to help. The investigation process, Hunter Hanu Jin's misunderstanding, seems to be delirious shock after being kidnapped. Seeing that she was being told that, Hanu Jin was lying on the sofa reading the newspaper next to her beloved newborn fire horn monster, while calmly commenting, oh really, am I really delirious? Let's see if my memories are still intact. Then Hanu Jin got bored and considered it a trivial matter. He sat up and called the journalists so they could publish the truth. To be honest, these things should have been discovered 2 years later, but to finding the perpetrator is quite easy if you know who the subject is. Very quickly after that, hot articles about the recent incident that everyone was interested in were posted on the front page. After being informed by Hanu Jin, many articles with hot headlines, news was brought up such as, smuggling of items from the dungeon, including S-class equipment, shock of the current Hunter Association Executive Board being arrested, public condemnation of the betrayal following the incident, kidnapping of fake awakenings. The Executive Board of the current Hunter Association is involved in illegal dungeon trading. The Illegal Auction Association colludes with the Domestic Fake Awakening Association, continuously exposing. The scandal of the Hunter Association's collapse has been exposed. And Hanu Jin looked at these articles with satisfaction. He said seriously and challengingly, to see who could drown this matter when he stirred up the murky water at the right time. While reading the news about his organization's bad deeds being exposed by the media, the current president of the Hunter Association was confused and frightened and said to Hanu Jin, what's wrong? I can handle it. You're threatening us with the weakness in your hand, aren't you? However, Hanu Jin was very calm when facing and responding to him, as if he had prepared himself. Hanu Jin very confidently smiled and spoke to the president of the Hunter Association, incumbent, threatening, this is what you caused. I was planning on dropping a public opinion bomb, but contacting you will make things easier. Why don't you retire and appoint someone else to succeed you? That's best for everyone. Hearing that, the current president of the Hunter Association immediately angrily banged the table and shouted at Hanu Jin that he wanted to install someone to control the association. You think I would allow this to happen, if I reported you for threatening me? And when they saw that the president dared to raise his voice to Hanu Jin, both Hanu Yun and Slave immediately looked at him with murderous intent. Seeing that, the president was immediately scared and closed his mouth. While Hanu Jin was proud to have 2 guards like that, he immediately looked at the president with an arrogant expression, and at the same time said to Hanu Yun and No, calm down, calm down. Then Hanu Jin continued to seriously talk to the current president of the Hunter Association. Even if you reveal this, it won't be a problem for me. Even the original board of directors, even if you investigate, has nothing to do with me, and I don't think the media will believe that story. Even if it causes me trouble, I'm just stuck at home, raising monsters for the day, right? Seeing Hanu Jin reason like that, the other president became even more upset when he couldn't fight against Hanu Jin. Then Hanu Jin went straight to the weak point of the current Hunter Association president and told him, "Meanwhile, if I denounce your current behavior, what will happen?" Hearing that, the current Hunter Association president was startled, he began to waver and bewildered, and he became more and more confused and scared when Hanu Jin told him, "Let's see, was everyone stoned and kicked out of his current position, or did he want to voluntarily leave the station with a clean image and have the opportunity to try another job? Which one will you choose?" While the cool and confident Hanu Jin was offering conditions for the current Hunter Association president to choose, Hanu Yun on the side reminded and told Hanu Yun, "You, crossing your legs is not good for your health." But Hanu Jin didn't care about that little thing. He continued to threaten and tell the current president of the Hunter Association that the group of successors was more competitive than him when handling work, so there's no need to worry about anything else. Hearing Hanu Jin say that, knowing that he was lacking in reason and perhaps felt humiliated and unfair, the president of the Hunter Association immediately sobbed in fear and ran out of the room. Looking at such a scene, the people of the other current Hunter Association sitting in the waiting line couldn't help but tremble in fear when they saw that their future would be as pathetic as the other presidents and couldn't help but turn black. Seeing that everything was going according to her wishes, Hanu Jin immediately felt more secure and thought, and so the situation gradually changed, and then the station also released information and updates on the latest current situation, with the title of the news article as follows, followed by a resignation letter from the association's executives, extremely apologetic, and accompanied by the image of the other executives answering the reporter's interview. "I take full responsibility for the current state of the association, and invite the predecessors to return." Looking at the news on the news, Hanu Jin was playing with his fire lion and said calmly, "Oh, that's so fast, it's effective. How much is left now?" However, at this moment, the doorbell rang again, and footsteps approached. Hanu Jin immediately turned around and said suspiciously, "Who would come at this hour? Yu Yun, you got off work early." This mysterious person came with quick steps, and after each step left a black mark on the floor. It was unclear whether it was blood or what. And then Hanu Jin was confused when he saw the person standing in front of him. It was again the head of the department Song Tae-woo with a murderous expression on his face and raised his bloody fist towards Hanu Jin. Seeing that, the newborn fire-horned monk immediately became alert, became larger and more alert, growled and looked in the direction of the manager Song Tae-won. As for Hanu Jin, he was surprised and confused and asked the name of manager Song Tae-won. "Manager Song, how did you get in?" And then when he saw the blood stains on the fist of department head Song Tae-won, Hanu Jin was confused and thought, "I'm not the one who came here to eliminate the association's obstacle. Where did the blood come from? You said you wouldn't kill me." But at this time, department head Song Tae-won gave Hanu Jin a card from his bloody hand and said to Hanu Jin, "Here, take it. It is a key made by the secret association director. I got it back before it fell into the hands of those targeting you, but be careful this time." Hanu Jin was confused, looking at the bloodstained key in his hand. It seemed that in order to get it, they had shed a lot of blood. Then he bewilderedly raised his head and asked the name of the department head Song Tae-won, the owner of this key now. The manager, Song Tae-won, immediately turned around. It seemed like he had something to hide without facing him directly, so he turned away and said to Hanu Jin, "I'm still alive, I have to use a little strength to get it." Hearing that, Hanu Jin was confused and thought, "So what you mean is, you stabbed back and pointed the knife against the association's executive board to protect me. My safety is more important than the association's prosperity." And then when he saw the department head Song Tae-won call out Hanu Jin, with eyes full of murderous intent. Hanu Jin's pet monster, the fire master, and the stuffed bird immediately stood up. They angrily growled and looked towards the manager Song Tae-won, as if protecting Hanu Jin as well as warning him, "Song Tae-won. It's true that he has reason to be so confident, being able to control many tamed monsters. But, compared to adult monsters, he is still very young and weak. Just one bite and you'll be swallowed whole, remember." Hearing that, Hanu Jin was also uncomfortable and spoke up to the manager Song Tae-won, "My kids don't bite." The manager, Song Tae-won, was about to leave but turned around and said to Hanu Jin, "I don't either." After the manager Song Tae-won left, looking at the card in his hand that he gave him, Hanu Jin immediately wondered and thought, maybe he didn't really do that. The fact that you didn't clean up the blood before bringing it here seemed like a warning that even high-ranking people will be betrayed if necessary. But it also means, Tae-won Song has not yet fully become the association's hunting dog. Then Hanu Jin pointed at his neck with one hand, stroked the fur to comfort his pet fire lion, and confidently and proudly said to the manager Song Tae-won, "That's good, after all, I've been bitten once." There have been 4 people who have expressed their intention to resign. If this continues, the quality of the association as well as your working environment will improve. I won't try to put a leash on you, this is just the foundation. If you agree, you can help more people." Even though he had heard that, the manager, Song Tae-won, remained silent. But spoke up to Hanu Jin, so it was also more troublesome. Then when Hanu Jin was surprised by this statement, the manager Song Tae-won turned around and left and told Hanu Jin, "Just be satisfied with the current situation in the association." But when department manager Song Tae-won was walking back like that, Hanu Jin suddenly ran up to stop him, put his hand on department manager Song Tae-won's shoulder and spoke to him with sharp and cunning eyes. "Even though you're here, you're still planning on going somewhere." Looking at this attitude of Hanu Jin, manager Song Tae-won could not help but be confused and scared. And Hanu Jin was full of cunning and thought, "You're curious, aren't you? You're definitely very curious, right?" Then Hanu Jin immediately calmed down as if nothing had happened and enthusiastically told the manager Song Tae-won, "Have you had dinner? Stay and eat and then go home." Looking at this enthusiastic attitude of Hanu Jin, manager Song Tae-won couldn't help but be confused. Hanu Jin was full of plans and thought, "Great, if we have the ability then we should build trust. Yes, I also made friends with Pi 11 through eating and drinking." When he saw that Hanu Jin and department head Song Tae-won seemed to be getting closer to each other, feeling that there was no longer any danger or threat to Hanu Jin, the fire-horned master Pai Zai immediately transformed back into his newborn form. It was full of confusion when looking at the scene of Hanu Jin pulling the manager Song Tae-won's hand away, and the manager, Song Tae-won, was also confused and spoke to Hanu Jin, talking about dinner in this situation. But Hanu Jin was still cheerful and innocent, pulling the hand of department head Song Tae-won away and telling him, "It's okay, I had a conflict with the association, not with department manager Song." In his heart, Hanu Jin whispered and thought, "He is a bit conflicted but not a bad person." Outside, Hanu Jin smiled happily and said to the manager Song Tae-won, "I will order chicken, beer will be delivered soon, we will eat while talking about Yoon Jae-sung." Hearing that, department head Song Tae-won was surprised. And the manager Song Tae-won told Hanu Jin, "After eating I have to leave early." Seeing that department manager Song Tae-won had agreed, Hanu Jin was immediately happy and thought, fortunately department manager Song did not refuse. People make friends faster when they have common enemies. At the same time, on the other side, inside a luxurious room of an expensive hotel, where there were windows overlooking the entire city at night, Sung Jae-hin was admiring the scenery while holding a glass of wine, on hand. He smiled proudly and said, suddenly feeling ticklish. Meanwhile, the results of the scandal within the association not only affected the organization, but also the people behind it. When looking at the headlines of today's hottest newspapers, a series of resignation letters from the executive board of the Hunter Association, the predecessors returned to take office. Meanwhile, inside an office, where papers are scattered everywhere, Sok-won, the president of the Poker Association, was confused when he heard the person on the other end of the line tell him that things had turned out like this. It was very difficult to continue to hide it from him. Hearing that, Choi Sok-won was confused and scared and said to the other person, "Wait a minute boss, if you do that now, boss, hello." And seeing that the other person didn't want to listen or anything but hung up the phone, he intended to abandon and leave me alone. When the situation boiled over, Choi Sok-won immediately got angry. Throw the phone away and say, "Damn it." Sok-won, the president of the poker club, after failing to eliminate Sung Jae-yun and Hanu Jin in the Su-Dam Guild dungeon, he tried to escape just before being captured. While on the run, his association gradually declined. After the association scandal, the high-ranking people who had hidden him also disappeared. Seeing such an unfavorable situation, Choi Sok-won was scared and worried, scratching his head to think of a solution, and thinking in confusion, "Damn it, why did things turn out like that?" However, at this moment, a beam of light appeared, a thin piece of cloth and a voice full of charm and intrigue spoke to the name Choi Sok-won. Failing to complete the given mission, lost all the union fees that were built up. What reason do I have to keep the life of a useless loser like you? Then this mysterious girl tried to kill Choi Sok-won. He was immediately scared and hastily spoke to this mysterious girl, "Please give me a little more time, I still have manpower and financial resources abroad, I will use them to reorganize the guild." Hearing Choi Sok-won say that, the girl immediately thought about it and said to Choi Sok-won, "Okay, I will let you live for now. It's true that I need a chess piece for long-term use. But if you fail again, I need a backup plan. Giving losers like you a chance to choose is too merciful. Also make a new deal." As she spoke, the mysterious girl rushed forward to attack Choi Sok-won. To his surprise, this girl showed a mysterious and equally dangerous expression looking at Choi Sok-won, and transmitted some kind of force into his head, and then Choi Sok-won's eyes gradually became tense with fear, tears flowed uncontrollably. Take your life as collateral. And the situation at that time inside the internal meeting room, looking at the headlines of the new articles released this morning, everyone couldn't help but have a headache about this issue. Everyone was tense and fighting over each other, discuss and speak to each other, resign, resign. Damn, usually this would end well, but community opinion has made things go out of control. There is also a requirement to inspect all personnel in the association. The story of establishing a special inspection team, just kidding, who would want to see themselves dismissed, standing in the middle of this situation. Only the Hunter Association president remained silent until now. In his mind, he was pondering everything and thinking, at this point, it's only a matter of time before I'm severely criticized. That guy Song Tae-won even returned the key to Hanu Jin's house space. I thought he was a loyal dog. Damn, I can't trust anyone anymore. On the other hand, the officials in the Hunter Association are constantly discussing plans to deal with each other and say, we can't continue anymore, we have to direct public opinion to another issue, but emotional scandals are not enough. At this moment, the door of the conference room opened suddenly and rudely. It was the president of Sok-won Poker Association. He was angry and loudly said to everyone in the room, "What are you doing? Are you guys just going to sit still and wait for your ass to be kicked?" Seeing the president of the Poker Association Choi Sok-won coming, everyone was surprised and said to him, "Choi Sok-won, aren't you standing still? Why is the dungeon director here?" It turns out that Choi Sok-won, when he came here, brought another person with him, and then Choi Sok-won threw that person out and said loudly and sternly to the people in this room, it doesn't matter if there's talk about the association scandal or whatever, when real danger emerges from the dungeons, public attention will turn towards that direction. Right, director, this sentence was given by Choi Sok-won to the director of the dungeon. Before Choi Sok-won's question, he was confused and hesitated for a moment. Then he spoke up and told Choi Sok-won that there was an illegal level A dungeon co-managed by me. I stopped touching it because of the current situation, but if we do, cause the dungeon to explode. Hearing that, the people in this room were a little hesitant and confused and discussed among themselves. Blasting the dungeon, a high-level dungeon like that, yes, the impact will be very serious on the people, but... Now, upon hearing this plan proposed by Choi Sok-won and the dungeon manager, the Hunter Association president immediately smiled brightly and said to them, "This guy, why did he intentionally cause the dungeon to break? Yes." But Choi Sok-won stiffened his face and used judgmental eyes to say to the president of the Hunter Association, "You should hide that bright smile." Hearing that, the Hunter Association president quickly covered his mouth. Then Choi Sok-won immediately pointed his finger at the president of the Hunter Association and told him, "You guys are planning to delay the scandal of the association. Don't you think I don't know? So, instead of being moral, you should be grateful to me for coming up with a more practical solution. No matter what, you will have to try your best to ensure my safety when performing this mission." Scene change, on the other side, in the garden of Hanu Jin's pet monsters, the black dragon Komet yawned after waking up from a deep sleep. And the white bird Chirpy was jumped by the eagle to eat his hidden food. The Chirpy immediately panicked and screamed, and the eagle laughed with satisfaction. And Hanu Jin spoke up and told her, "Kid, you told me not to steal your food." Looking at this peaceful life as usual, Hanu Jin immediately felt reassured. He just fed his horses and told them, "Ka mong I, ha yang I, you guys eat." In Hanu Jin's heart, he remembered everything recently. He felt reassured, worried, but also a little relaxed, thinking to himself, "Since returning, I have been taking care of my friends to make up for not being able to play with them. It's very difficult to go out because all the news is about me. While the association is busy, everyone is worrying about their own business." Myung-woo actually opened his own blacksmith shop. He recruited members of the Ha-yun equipment management team, built a workshop, and was determined to teach. Sung-han also built a laboratory and devoted himself to researching the gate. Somehow everyone is in a semi-dead state. Do Ha-min, questioned after the accident in Hong Kong, moved to live in the building of the care facility. After finishing drawing a beautiful picture, Do Ha-min proudly and happily smiled and told Hanu Jin, the sign was completed. A shop takes in abandoned hamsters and finds them new homes. Hearing that, Hanu Jin was immediately suspicious and asked again because Ha-min, isn't that the same as saying shelter? Are you doing a non-profit? Do Ha-min happily and calmly told Hanu Jin, yes, that's why it was built next to that detective office. But now they are free. Looking at Do Ha-min so happy and positive, Hanu Jin was also happy. He happily and peacefully stood with his arms crossed and thought, well, if you consider it a care facility, then that's what it is. And surprisingly, Du Ha Min's work is actually very useful for research. It turns out that every time Sok Ha Yan is exhausted from the huge and hard work, she feels exhausted, it's too hard. Then suddenly a soft yellow object appeared in Sok Ha Yan's hand, causing Sok Ha Yan to be confused and say, "Oh, this is it." And then she suddenly saw Du Ha Min with the soft and cute little silk hamsters in his hand. He smiled wearing the banner, "Don't be too difficult, ham silk." Sok Ha Yan seemed to have more motivation, all the fatigue disappeared. The other researchers were the same, looking at the cute little hamster trying to run on the experimental wheel. The researchers seemed to have more motivation to work and shouted happily and excitedly, "Let's work hard for our taste, I will create a safe world for Injon Mi." Looking at them being so passionate about silk hamsters, Hanu Jin also felt helpless and thought, this place is about to turn into a silk hamster care facility, and returning to the real situation, Park Yi Rim excitedly and happily told Hanu Jin, he finally became an S-rank hunter. After the incident in Hong Kong, Yi Rim officially contributed to the S-rank dungeon raid. President Yu Yun has decided that Park Yi Rim is mature enough, and Han Yu Yun was on the side looking at Park Yi Rim and felt a little insecure. Hanu Jin was also worried and asked Park Yi Rim, "Is it really okay?" Park Yi Rim confidently and excitedly said to Hanu Jin, "Of course, I'm on par with the president now. I fought on equal terms with the president back in Hong Kong." Hearing that, Hanu Jin was helpless and speechless as he told Park Yi Rim that it was 3 against 1 young mother. Hearing that, Park Yi Rim angrily pointed at Han Yu Yun and told him, "I carried the entire team that match, thanks to you, I have increased my attack power." Han Yu Yun also did not accept defeat or inferiority. He immediately responded to Park Yi Rim with a blank face and said to Park Yi Rim, while she only relied on elemental buds, borrowed stats, ocean environment, clothes, fire resistance, support from President Sejong. Hearing that, Park Yi Rim became even angrier and shouted at Han Yu Yun, "Shut up, you want a newbie with 2 months of experience to be equal to a veteran with 3 years of experience." On the other side, ignoring the two people, Park Yi Rim and Han Yu Yun, arguing, Han Yu Jin on the other side gently patted the head of Fire Horner Pai Zai and told him, "Take care." The fire-horned monk Pai 11 immediately felt sad and rubbed against Han Yu Jin's body. Then Han Yu Jin was a little worried and turned to Han Yu Yun and Park Yi Rim, both of them, "Don't fight each other in the dungeon. You two know I love you both, remember, safety comes first." After being warmly patted and comforted by Han Yu Jin, and Han Yu Yun and Park Yi Rim both felt reassured and excited, Han Yu Yun obediently replied to Han Yu Jin, "Yes sir." Then, before the two entered the dungeon, Park Yi Rim happily waved and told Han Yu Jin, "2, remember to stay indoors." Han Yu Yun also worriedly told Han Yu Jin, "It won't take long, so don't go anywhere." Han Yu Jin happily waved goodbye and told the two of them, he didn't intend to go out when all the news was about him. After seeing Han Yu Yun and Park Yi Rim off, Han Yu Jin happily turned around and said, "Now, it's time for my guests to arrive." And as soon as Han Yu Jin finished speaking, the door was opened. The other person immediately said to Han Yu Jin, "Am I here too early?" Han Yu Jin happily took the gift from manager Song Tae-won's hand and told him, "No, what are you talking about, just in time, welcome manager Song." Hearing that, Song Tae-won suddenly showed a rare smile, which rarely appeared on his stiff face, but with a bit of helplessness he sighed and said to Han Yu Jin, "Because the whole association is in turmoil, I'm gone, do it early." Han Yu Jin happily thought back on what happened and thought, since then I kept in touch with the director but, surprisingly, when I talked normally with this guy, he was really compatible, bro, honestly, he is the most conscious among the S-rankers. Of course, as long as the conversation stays like this. And now Han Yu Jin and Song Tae-won are both in costume. Han Yu Jin angrily put the glass of water down on the table and said to Song Tae-won, "The future of the country is like a candle in the middle of a storm." People's screams were echoing in all directions. For their sake, he must be promoted to a more responsible position. But Song Tae-won refused and raised his hand to protest and told Han Yu Jin that having great power but being hasty will only lead to greater chaos. Then Han Yu Jin was like a panicked rabbit pointing at the fire burning next to him and telling the bear calmly lying next to Song Tae-won. The whole forest was engulfed in flames. He was still planning to sit still. "How long will you stay in the cave?" Song Tae-won, like a bear looking at the fire as if it had nothing to do with him, calmly told Han Yu Jin, "Monsters aren't allowed to roam freely outside, right? I just lie in one place like this." Hearing Song Tae-won say that, Han Yu Jin became even angrier. The fire in his heart also burned and thought, "There is no way I will let that happen." Rejecting such power, he is clearly not the type to side with bad people. It turns out that currently both Hanu Jin and Song Tae-won have had conversations with the same content as what Hanu Jin imagined earlier. With this unexpected question from Hanu Jin, Song Tae-won remained calm and indifferent. He smiled schemingly as if he had nothing to say to Hanu Jin. Then, no matter what, the result was still the same, will be the same. As a leader, the end result is still destruction. Seeing that director Song Tae-won was still stubborn, refusing to change his mind, still maintaining the same path, Hanu Jin immediately felt miserable. He couldn't help but grab his hair. Me. Then the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Hanu Jin immediately took a sip and put the big beer cup in her hand and thought, "Why are you like that? Oh my god, should I take action? Try to convince him to become president." Looking at Hanu Jin suddenly angrily drinking so much beer, director Song Tae-won couldn't help but feel confused by this action. But Hanu Jin still ignored it. He was still immersed in his calculating way of thinking. But he almost died trying to persuade. What will happen if I impulsively persuade the person who will strangle me when we meet? At this point, it will be difficult to hope for cooperation even if I tell the truth. For now, I should just communicate normally and understand this person first. Then Hanu Jin continued to pour beer for director Song Tae-won and told him, "Director Song, just slowly get to know each other, okay?" Hearing that, even though director Song Tae-won didn't understand what Hanu Jin was trying to say, he still responded and said to Hanu Jin, "Yes, if Hanu Jin wants." Hanu Jin immediately got excited and told the director Song Tae-won. Now he was exhausted, and so, the days of peaceful communication continued. Hanu Jin was holding a large glass of beer in his hand. His face had turned pink without realizing it. It seemed like Hanu Jin was already tipsy. He laughed loudly and said to the director Song Tae-won, "Really?" Director Song Tae-won calmly drank beer and said to Hanu Jin, "Yeah, an association executive thinks I'm younger than him because of President Sejong, and when I preached, talking about respecting my seniors got me into quite a bit of trouble." Hearing that, Hanu Jin seemed to hear a funny story. He laughed until his stomach hurt and tears flowed from his eyes as he told the director Song Tae-won, "He looks so young." "So, he's concerned about looking too young." That conversation was a bit too much. You're probably thinking he's at least hanging around for nothing. It turns out the person the two of them were talking about was Sung Hyun Jae. Director Song Tae-won also happily talked to Hanu Jin. Well, the way he talks has just changed recently. Hearing that, Hanu Jin immediately widened his eyes in surprise and asked the name of director Song Tae-won. Wasn't he born saying aha? Director Song Tae-won immediately told Hanu Jin, "It suits him in its own way." But the way of talking changed to what it is now about 2 months ago, when Hanu Jin woke up. Hearing that, Hanu Jin didn't pay any attention and smiled triumphantly and said to director Song Tae-won, "So it turns out it's a bonus." Then he seemed to sober up when he saw something was wrong. Hanu Jin immediately felt confused and scared along with confusion and thought, wait, when I regress, after regressing back to 5 years ago, I spoke in an older way, the newbie certainly said so. Would someone extremely sensitive notice the separation? Is it because he feels distant from his 5 years younger self after the regression? So I unconsciously tried to eliminate the conversation gap. If Sung Hyun Jae really felt like that, if he somehow recalled his memories and realized he had regressed. At that moment, there was a noise, a phone ringing that interrupted Hanu Jin's train of thought and broke the quiet atmosphere here, making everyone startled. And they were all confused and curious looking at the vibrating phone on the table. On the phone screen was an emergency notification with the following content: Emergency disaster announcement, City Hall, Seoul just detected a dungeon explosion near Gangseo, performing traffic control. Looking at this notification message, Hanu Jin immediately panicked and suddenly exclaimed, "High-level dungeon broke." Director Song Tae-won also checked his phone and told Hanu Jin, "I have to go check." The other S-rank hunters were still in the dungeon. As for Hanu Jin, he had a feeling it wasn't right. He was suspicious and asked the director Song Tae-won's name again. Wasn't the timing a bit too good? While the S-rank hunters were absent, and right when Yi Rim and Yu Yun, who could do wide area attacks, entered the dungeon, this happened. As soon as he heard Hanu Jin analyze and say it like that, director Song Tae-won seemed to understand something. He was surprised and also suspicious. And tell Hanu Jin, maybe. Hanu Jin was a little worried but still calmly told director Song Tae-won, hoping it was just a coincidence, otherwise, the person who would benefit the most from this dungeon break. The person Hanu Jin was referring to was the president of the Hunter Association. Then Hanu Jin became even more determined to solve this case completely. He grabbed his shirt and put it on. And seriously told the director Song Tae-won, "Let's go together, because the traffic is being controlled, it will be faster to drive together. If it is intentional, the more damage they do, the more they benefit. I'll help try to stop that from happening." but looking at the expression on director Song Tae-won's face, it seemed like he didn't agree with Hanu Jin's proposal at all. He was still hesitant about something. Seoul Gang Seo District where the dungeon outbreak took place. This place where the dungeon outbreak took place. Level A hunters are currently moving there to help. People should quickly evacuate to find safe shelters immediately. Outside, monsters are attacking very strongly. Level A hunters are currently moving. Move there to rescue. People should quickly evacuate and find a safe shelter immediately. Outside, the monster is attacking very strongly. Everyone is scared and running away. A man was exhausted from running away. He had to stop. The hand holding the sword was shaking non-stop. Each panting sound was emitted. He stopped, stood in front of his teammates. Okay, it'll be fine. I'm also a rank hunter. Around him there were many giant monsters in the shape of ferocious bees. Then they rushed to attack him strongly. He could only scream, I will hold out and wait for other higher level hunters to come to the rescue. But the beast's trunk stabbed him so hard that he bled violently, each drop of blood dripping to the ground, causing the hunters hiding under the rock to cry in fear, no, please someone come save us. Just when these hunters thought they couldn't stand it anymore, another man's hand waved towards them. He punched the giant monster's body hard, causing it to split into several pieces. He also ran over to take the rock away from the hunters and asked them, can you still walk? Yes, I'm fine. The man hastily ordered before the next group of wasp monsters rushed to attack, quickly move to a safe place, leave this place to us. Noah in the form of a dragon god also began to flap his wings and speak, let's take down all these monsters. Those weak hunters also realized, it was a dragon, so was that hunter Hanu Jin, thank you, the power of dragons is always the best. Hanu Jin smiled happily, satisfied, okay, everyone quickly move to a safe place, this place is very dangerous. Then Hanu Jin turned down and said to Song Tae-won, Director Song, you don't seem to have any flying skills, so please take this sharing skill from me for now, and accompany Noah in this fight. But Tae-won just coldly replied, okay, thank you but it's not necessary, this is fine with me. After saying that, Song Tae-won gained momentum on the ground and then jumped up into the air. Wherever he jumped, the ground burst into flames. Song Tae-won aimed straight at the monster's position and hit it, making it unable to react. Hanu Jin's face was slightly surprised, he didn't think he was that strong, that strength was truly unimaginable. Even though he doesn't have any attack skills, he still fights monsters and clears them out pretty quickly. Just like a monster hunting, but Tae-won also used this monster's body as a weapon to attack the next monster, an extremely skillful move. Noah the dragon is connected to Hanu Jin. By the way, why haven't I seen an explosive dungeon recently with bee monsters like this? Hanu Jin explained, maybe this is a dungeon that has been won, some organization managed it without informing the association. They secretly controlled it, but it couldn't lead to a dungeon outbreak like this. There are quite a few dungeons that cannot be managed and do not have this type of information. These organizations want to benefit themselves, so it is difficult to control them. This is also a difficult problem for the association. But for dungeons that have monster bees, we can sometimes find information on the trading market because their honey bees will be tradable in many forums. If we follow the clues about that honey, you can find dungeons like this. There was another large swarm of monster bees rushing to attack, causing Hanu Jin to fall off the dragon man Noah's body. Wow, the swarm of bees gathered to attack. This made them extremely panicked. When Hanu Jin fell down, he screamed loudly, oh be careful, I'm falling, hurry up and help him. Noah quickly used both legs to catch him as if he were holding a child. Okay, it's okay, baby, catch him quickly. But when Noah had just caught Hanu Jin, behind them there was a huge swarm of monster bees with thousands of them coming. They were flying in the air like a big red silk strip, extremely scary. Noah, smack your mouth. Damn, it's not good because we're flying high and attracting too many bees, but thanks to them chasing us, the people down there have more time to move to their destination, safe. Noah began to use his body to attack the monster bee, his tail alone could defeat one. Seeing that, the other bees also began to angrily rush towards them, really ferociously like an army. Noah panicked, why are there so many of them gathered? If there are too many, we will be in danger. Seeing that, Noah had to carry Hanu Jin and fly around in the sky. The guy was in Noah's arms and always covered his mouth with his hand. He was flying too much and was dizzy. Seeing that, Noah worriedly asked, are you okay? It was just a little poison, I just secreted. Thanks to that the bees will be less aggressive, that's the way it is, but if I do that, it will have an impact on other villagers and hunters. That way doesn't work, we need to find another way. Suddenly a strange object appeared in the sky, there was a gate over there. Probably the queen bee, and indeed it is a class A red queen bee. Venom A, fighting in S-class groups makes Hanu Jin extremely panicked. It is that Queen Bee. It also realized that the enemy was the group of Hanu Jin and Noah and immediately rushed forward angrily, wanting to attack them. Then the bees immediately gathered in a circle around them. Hanu Jin shouted in fear, "It's not good, thanks to the appearance of the Queen Bee, the bees are now much stronger, if they can't defeat her, if the bees have a Queen Bee, they will be more dangerous." Song Tae-won raised his face to the sky and with all his speed he ran towards this direction. Death was too high up there was no way I could jump up there to rescue them. Suddenly, Noah curled up in the air, leaving only his tail and wings visible. Hanu Jin also realized that the situation was not good and shouted loudly, "Please take my sharing skills quickly, Director Song." After that, Song Tae-won immediately received a stream of spiritual energy shining through him. He felt as if Noah's dragon soul was burning with energy around him. Song Tae-won was surprised in his heart, this feeling is Noah's. After that, Song Tae-won seemed to be given more strength. He strongly jumped onto Noah's body in the air as if he had been given 1,000 strength. The Song Tae-won guy still asked suspiciously, "Hanu Jin, this is..." Hanu Jin only knows how to cover his mouth with his hand. The machine can say a few words. "Okay, Noah will fight with me, let's deal with those people, that poisonous bee, director, pay attention to that Queen Bee." Song Tae-won calmly accepted the mission. "Okay, just leave it to me." Having said that, he waved his fist in determination to repel the vicious monster bees. I only saw Noah flying quickly towards where the bees were gathering in long strips emitting a bright light. With the director's strength, when combined with Noah's intelligence, he will definitely be able to defeat all of these bees. Sure enough, Song Tae-won strongly punched down each wasp, guessing they would deal with the queen bee quickly. After a while of fighting with the small worker bees, Song Tae-won had to confront the super dangerous queen bee, which also looked at him without the slightest hesitation. The queen bee ordered, the surrounding worker bees immediately rushed forward, and the one in the middle aimed straight at the sharp spikes in the lower part that shot towards Song Tae-won, causing him to leave Noah's support. When the sharp yellow thorn shines brightly, gradually moving towards Song Tae-won, Hanu Jin quickly shouted, "Be careful of its venom." But the queen bee's poisonous spine still rushed to Song Tae-won's place, hitting it and causing it to explode like a bomb. Hanu Jin fell into Noah's arms, both of them opened their eyes wide in surprise. It seemed like Song Tae-won didn't have too many problems. He immediately used the giant powerful fist in his hand to swing this way to attack. His hand went straight to its head and then held it tightly. His other hand used his boxing fist to swing strongly, only to see that his hand holding the boxing fist had turned invisible. Just one punch from him pushed the queen bee back. That's why he was hit hard on the ground. The head was broken into many small pieces, that alone caused it to be defeated. When the worker bees saw this, they were frightened. Hanu Jin looked down, "Okay, maybe one more hit and it will be over." Song Tae-won calmly took out his phone and dialed, "It's quiet now, maybe we will have some free time before new monsters appear. Other level A hunters along with the association will quickly come here to deal with the situation." "Just this picture," Noah asked worriedly, "Are you hurt, Eugene?" "It's okay, just a little dizzy." Hanu Jin silently assessed, it was truly unbelievable that the director could handle this difficult situation so quickly, that strength was truly immeasurable. Maybe it's because he has many advanced single target skills along with the ability to resist adverse effects, that's why he's so strong. Noah showed his face close to where Hanu Jin said, "But why do those bees keep following and not letting go? Even though they landed, they still didn't let go." He also smiled gently, "Well, it's not strange. Before that, we fly high to attract them. When we land, they already consider us an enemy. Maybe they see Noah flying up and think they are an opponent." Noah laughed generously, "That's probably true, but I don't want them to follow me like that." Suddenly there was a stream of power coming, aiming in Noah's direction, causing Noah to jump up in surprise. Then Noah fell to the ground. "Ah, what?" There was another beast with the shape of a silver wolf. Its eyes were bloodshot, its fangs bared sharp, it pressed Eugene under its body ferociously. Song Tae-won frowned. The monsters appeared again, Hanu Jin explained. "No, it didn't look like it appeared from the gate." Noah asked, "Are you okay?" The depressed guy replied as if of course, for the time being it's okay, because he has items that reduce damage caused by monsters, but I don't understand why this wolf, where did her come from? It looks pretty terrible. Or it seems like you attracted them while I was here. It must be an S-class monster. The werewolf is nicknamed the Voracious Wolf. After leaving the unmanaged dungeon, it should have fallen asleep for a long time and appeared, 1 year later in my previous life. Fortunately, Its level is high but it doesn't cause much damage, because it only cares about magic stones, at least before. The current situation doesn't seem to be like that, just grazing its claws could injure him, but the magic stone was created by a S-class dragon and the magic stone of a super existence, Vietnamese combined into. The silver wolf even used its mouth to lick Hanu Jin's head, making his whole face covered in its sticky saliva. Hanu Jin was in a dilemma in this pressed body. Is that why these bees and monsters are so attracted to us? After I regressed, I became monster food, but Taewon even stuck his head out and said, the story's title changed. Then Noah asked him if he was okay. Hanu Jin just smiled bitterly, his face was covered in more drool from the monster. I was still fine. Thanks to Yunhei's damage neutralization, I'm fine, but... His bracelet shined bright blue in the middle of the ground. Noah was suddenly attacked and couldn't react in time, so he received a scratch on his neck, blood from there dripped to the ground. Noah still spoke majestically, that bastard, activated without a sound. The opponent will suffer twice as much pain from the wound. The rainbow light that shines on the silver wolf's feet also causes its feet to bleed immediately. The silver wolf immediately let go of Hanu Jin and fell to the ground, rolling in pain. Noah worriedly called his name, but Taewon quickly ran towards that direction. Please protect Jin, I will take care of him. Song Taewon then approached and punched the silver wolf with his glowing fist. But then he discovered that no matter how strong his fist was, he couldn't hurt it. Its skin changes. Wherever Song Taewon's fist goes, his skin will soften, causing him no major harm. Then the wolf roared and lunged forward, causing Song Taewon to be thrown away. He also quickly regained his balance so as not to fall. His shirt had a large tear. I don't know if he was injured inside, but Taewon was shocked. How could that be possible? Hanu Jin, after being helped up by Noah, also approached that side and explained to Song Taewon, that's his skill, Jin. He continued, the S-level defensive skill Blackstone Lightning, as long as it uses this skill, most attacks will not be effective against it. Information about the character Silver Wolf, Level 1 Werewolf Blackstone King, classification of current level at, possible awakening level at, optimal starting skills, Blackstone at achieved, Sharp Claws at has been achieved, Giantization has been achieved. Parameters that made Song Taewon panic. How low was the S level? Suddenly a bright red dungeon door appeared in the sky, the gate opens, the next wave of monsters has arrived. Hanu Jin quickly ordered, Noah, you handle the gate. Noah quickly do it, okay, just leave it to me. As for the department head, please deal with that werewolf, that black smoke when you fought the queen bee, it was a disabling skill, right? Song Taewon answered a bit hesitantly, it was true, but I'm not sure if it works on S level. I will share the skill that can double the effectiveness with you, but Taewon refuses. You don't have to, Hanu Jin said, the situation has come to this, you can't refuse somewhere. Before he could finish his sentence, that wolf monster rose up again. Hanu Jin supported Song Taewon's back, quickly accept my skill. Having said that, Hanu Jin used all his strength to convert his skills, but Taewon also used the invisible hand conversion technique to prepare his fists to attack that monster. Activating the 1+1 veteran pressure level, the attack skill of the exposed target will be effectively doubled. Then Song Taewon strongly rushed forward with his fist and kicked the monster's body. Just a light fist will cause the monster to be wrestled backwards. Song Taewon was extremely surprised with this power. The silver wolf monster was then kicked thousands of miles away. Hanu Jin saw that and praised it, very good, it's effective on S level, please stick with me. This skill is only effective when we come into contact but with my strength. This time, before he could finish speaking, someone pushed Hanu Jin upside down. Turns out that person was Song Taewon. He lifted Hanu Jin up and put him on his shoulder. Hanu Jin panicked, hey, are you carrying me on your shoulder? Song Taewon just calmly said, so let's go. Then, before waiting for Hanu Jin to agree, Song Taewon ran as fast as a rocket towards the silver wolf monster. The wolf did not give up and raised its front paws with sharp claws, its mouth full of drool, wanting to attack them. Song Taewon calmly attacked the beast in many different directions. His attacks were all very fierce, causing Hanu Jin to panic. Normally the range of this skill is very small, I couldn't use it like this before. But Taewon unleashed another powerful blow on the silver wolf's body, the attack lit up the entire area, and the wolf was also extremely surprised. Then Song Taewon used his hand to hold its head. Then use it as a springboard to perform an artistic somersault. Song Taewon also realized that right now I can only use one hand to fight because I have to hold Jin, but I'm still not at a disadvantage at all. Actually, I feel much stronger. Song Tae-won then kicked the monster's body so hard that it could only open its mouth and howl in pain. Activate the rusty gray scale, increasing body weight. But when Song Tae-won lowered his feet to the ground, the whole space seemed to be in a state of destruction. Blinding lights and cracks began to appear. Song Tae-won calmly looked down at his feet. The monster was not only defeated but also had its flesh and bones shattered. It was just smoke. It was definitely an S-class monster, yet it was defeated so easily. The monster's blood splashed all over Hanu Jin and Song Tae-won's bodies. Wow, blood is all over my body. Hanu Jin used his hands to wipe away the blood, but thanks to sharing skills, he finished the fight really quickly. Then he pulled Song Tae-won away. So let's go to the gate. I will disarm skill sharing, so you can release me now. Song Tae-won held his hand and said, even though he was trapped under the werewolf's clutches, he still remained calm. Is that also a skill that helps him not to feel scared? Hanu Jin was surprised, unexpectedly because of this question. He exclaimed, "Ha! You have so many useful skills, now I understand why the president of Dupedo wants you so much." Hanu Jin thought in panic, hunting monsters. I don't think he was actually talking about monsters. Did he intend to kill everyone there? He didn't intend to kill all the other S ranks just because he had experienced the skill, is this right? Hanu Jin said as if he was so upset that he was about to cry, "Come on, let me go, you keep joking around," and with the wound on your chest, a ball of water bubbles was immediately created. With a bang, that water bubble flew straight into Hanu Jin's head. Pouring medicinal water on it doesn't matter, the wound is like a healed scar. Hanu Jin was confused. That is, Song Tae-won took the medicine bottle and said, "You have an item that helps neutralize damage, so that wound is not from today's battle. When you went to visit Noah you also doesn't have it, so you must have been injured recently. I could feel a very faint energy radiating from the wound. Many of those monsters were aimed at you, or rather at your chest. Was it related to your injuries?" Paused for a few seconds, but Tae-won asked again, "Answer me, what have you done?" His skills are too useful compared to a normal pressure level. "No, it's not just his skills, he's definitely hiding something," Song Tae-won growled. "Hanu Jin, who are you anyway? What the hell are you?" Song Tae-won's hand still holds Hanu Jin's wrist and doesn't let go. With his strength he can turn an already strong person into stronger. "I can't just let someone like you, we are free." Hanu Jin asked in a very innocent way, "What do you mean?" But Tae-won kept asking rapid questions, answering me, "How should I treat you? Are you a force I need to protect from all the S ranks around me, or are you a threat to the association, someone who can control other S ranks even though you're only a force, that I have to destroy?" Song Tae-won started to lose his temper, his hand holding Hanu Jin's wrist started to use force. Choose. Hanu Jin's hand felt like it was about to break in half. From under Song Tae-won's feet emitted an extremely dangerous dark light. Hanu Jin panicked, "What are you doing?" Song Tae-won explains, "My skill, Gentle Plunder, allows me to reduce the target's skill level by 1. Normally, it will reduce 3 levels. This sentence made Hanu Jin panic. He opened his eyes wide. What? Fear resistance skill level has decreased. Fear resistance is ignored. Hanu Jin still doesn't understand what's going on. Wait, I'm still sharing skills with him. Fear resistance eek. That means 2 times of 3 levels. A series of skills began to be lowered. Fear resistance level A, fear resistance level CAF, fear resistance level 1. Hanu Jin was scared and shouted at department head Song, "Get off me." Hanu Jin also started to feel short of breath. The smell of blood and corpses around me and in front of him. Hanu Jin glanced forward. A deadly hand was gradually reaching in front of him. Hanu Jin was scared and knelt to the ground. His head also bowed down like a shrimp. The booming voice sounded full of death. "Yes, fear. Refuse to be dragged into places that endanger your life, and stop acting like a coercion that can dictate other S-classes, before I destroy you. Stop dealing with S-class, live like a normal person." At this time, Hanu Jin's energy also began to gradually drain away. He weakly spoke up, "He was lying. You did that to me just because you wanted my skills. Using saying that I can use other S ranks as I wish as an excuse to say that you want my skills. You are the one who is scared because my skills can do it." Hanu Jin raised her trembling hand. "I have lived for 5 years without fear. Do you think I will stay home just because you threaten me a little? Whether I'm afraid or not, I will complete my mission." Song Tae-won also lowered himself to sit face to face with Hanu Jin. "If you continue to stubbornly live like this, then I will do everything I can to erase your influence, so that you will never block my path again. I'll tie you down to a menial job and make sure no one ever asks you again, so you can live like a shadow for the rest of your life. You will have to do everything the powerful people tell you to do, and it has nothing to do with me anymore. Song Tae-won's voice was dangerous. You're really difficult to deal with. Then he discovered that he had a bracelet on his hand. But Tae-won immediately pulled the bracelet out of his hand without hesitation. If you keep going like this, I'll have to deal with this here. But Tae-won immediately used force to squeeze the bracelet. Immediately there was a burst of strength that caused both of them to lift their arms to shield their faces. He said he wouldn't go out. Hanu Jin's face also flashed a bit of panic. This is. Hanu Yun's figure appeared majestically like a red flame. What are you doing here now? Hanu Jin panicked as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Yu Yun. Why are you here? Hanu Yun explained. You borrowed Yu Jin's power. You can go anywhere after the incident in Hong Kong ended. You let Yi Rim sleep next to me so you can stay awake, wake up whenever Yun Hei wants. Noah in his adorable little form appeared at Hanu Jin's hand. Hanu Yun said again, but I can't stay long with this form, so please contact the president of the Do-Pito Guild immediately. Sung Yun Jae is probably in the dungeon. I heard all the other S ranks are conquering. Just on the surface, he should send Yi Wei Lin instead. He will land in Korea after processing manager in Hong Kong. Do you have a phone? Hanu Yun said with a fire, call him. I don't know what's going on, but the current department head. He was kneeling on the ground with an appearance like he was about to run away. His powerful fist also caused the ground to crack. It seems like he wants to end everything here. The fiery Hanu Yun confronts the incredibly sinister Song Tae-won. The two of them fought each other with intense red and black moves. One of Song Tae-won's moves was released, the fire there disappeared, a fire flared up again, but Tae-won was not the same, he also used a terrifying dark fist. Hanu Yun then strongly used a fire attack to push him back, the fire flared up in a bright red area. Song Tae-won was shot thousands of miles away, smashing into the rocks behind him. There was still a bit of fire left on his body, a corner of his jacket was also burning brightly. Is it because the resistance to fear has been weakened? It's already difficult to see. I don't want any more S ranks here. The person on the other end said, it's an honor that you called me first. Hanu Jin called his name, Sung Yun Jae. Can you go to the side of the dungeon explosion right now? Isn't department head Song enough? I think he can handle things easily. Department manager Song is the problem. Hanu Jin said a bit hastily, you should come here quickly if you don't want to see your items destroyed. Dragging Sung Yun Jae into this situation might add more trouble, but on the other side, Noah is using his hands to suppress a small monster in the dungeon. I don't know when these monsters will end. It would be easier if I could use poison. Then Noah looked to the side and saw the fire burning and asked, What is that fire burning over there? He was fighting with those annoying little white monsters and had to stop. Yu Jin, the guild leader Bai, Song Tae-won and Hanu Jin were fighting very intensely. What's going on? Has the department head become an enemy? I need to intervene, but I'm too weak, so Noah ran around in circles full of confusion. Well, at times like this, Noah puts up his wings. I have to create a distraction to attract their attention. The annoying little white monsters also had to run away because of Noah's scream. They ran towards Song Tae-won and Hanu Yun, who were fighting fiercely. When Hanu Jin raised his face to the sky, he saw a monster jumping from the sky to his place. Hanu Yun's younger brother immediately appeared to support his brother, and the beast was immediately blown away, but Tae-won quickly jumped out to fight these monsters. Hanu Yun angrily said, What are you doing? Are you protecting him after stealing his bracelet? But Tae-won said frankly, he is a boss, so he is weak against monsters, need to protect him. Hanu Jin's face lit up and she thought, I understand. He doesn't understand how to treat me. Am I weak and need him to protect me, or am I a dangerous bomb for the association that he needs to deal with? So as long as I make him believe that I am weak, if I'm weak, I'll be safe. Hanu Yun raised his fire hand. I guess it's time to disappear. Be careful, Yu Jin. I'll be back as soon as I can. Hanu Jin also replied, Yeah, it's fine. Just deal with the dungeon. I think I can handle it myself. Even though it was annoying, the person I just called was the best person who could nail my image to someone who was weak and needed protection. Immediately, a huge explosion caused the monsters to scatter in space, the brilliance of the dungeon. The monsters on the ground must also light up. Their bodies are only corpses lying at the feet of Song Tae-won and Sung Yun Jae. It seems my lucky charm is a bit too much for you. Sung Yun Jae casually put his hand on his head. Right, department head Song. His figure is tall and steady between heaven and earth. Sung Hyung stuffed his hands in his pockets and appeared like a god. It seems like my seduction item worked a bit too well for you, didn't it, Manager Song? Hanu Jin was made dizzy by the S-class aura on his body, covered his mouth and nauseated. This is the first time I felt Sung Hyung's strong pressure, his strength. Is he always under pressure? I don't want to meet him at all when my fear resistance skills are weak like this. Where? But right now Song Tae-won is deciding whether to protect me or kill me too. To make sure he will protect me, Sung Hyung is needed here. He is the best person who makes me feel like a weakness needs protection. Sung Hyung reminded him, not too salty, not too lightly, that if he picked up a lost item, he should return it intact to the owner, a person who always treats himself like an item. Sung Hyung glanced, if you want to thank me for finding my item. But he saw Hanu Jin cowering and trembling. Hanu Jin. Sung Hyung was confused, what are you doing? But Tae-won reassured, this is normal when seeing an S-rank person, please calm down. Yujin's hand on the ground trembled. I don't need to pretend to be scared anymore, he said, I'm sorry, I was only forcing myself to be weak. Your face is pale, please stay away from me, President Jupiter, we've performed together before. So maybe he will immediately understand and act like me. Looking at Sung Hyung satisfied expression, I knew he would understand immediately. That's right, this will be a side story to our action in Hong Kong first. The item containing 2 ounces of Sung Hyung's golden chain was released. It rushed straight towards Yujin. But Tae-won grabbed the chain with one hand. He didn't let it touch Yujin. What is this, Hunter Sung Hyung? Sung Hyung is arrogant, you don't understand why, I'm just taking back what belongs to me, but Tae-won warns, don't you see he told you to stay away. Sung Hyung was indifferent, what's wrong, so what's the reason you came out to help me with an item? Song Tae-won was angry, Hanu Jin is not an item of yours, I won't let you do whatever you want with him. Hanu Jin thought to himself, it's a success. If I pretended to be bullied by S-class monsters, Song Tae-won would have no choice but to protect me. I feel a bit sorry for lying to him like this, but it's just because he's so stubborn, I had to do that. Song Tae-won's fist tightened and broke the link of the golden chain. If you don't give up, we both need to solve this here. Song Tae-won's fist tightened and broke the link of the golden chain. If you don't give up, then we both need to settle it here. Yujin was bewildered. Sung Hyung created some new threads. He really looks like this. It's been a while since the two of us fought. Yujin panicked. Oh well. Song Tae-won's fist is strengthened. Stay back Hanu Jin, this place is quite dangerous. Yujin is confused. Hey, wait. He panicked. He didn't want them to fight like that, but Tae-won punched the ground hard. The powerful energy spread to Sung Hyung's feet and then kicked up the ground. He jumped up high. So you want to protect an important item of mine that much? It's really touching, but I don't know when Tae-won appeared right behind him with his own move. Hyung was kicked hard and hit the ground. He slid on the ground for a while, his clothes were covered in dirt. He was stronger than me in terms of speed and strength. Even if I used clairvoyant tactics to predict his actions, I couldn't do anything, beat him. Tae-won jumped down from the air. He swung the full weight of his fist down. However, Sung Hyung leisurely smiled. Song Tae-won's arms were tied with golden chains. The other end of the chains wrapped around a several-ton dump truck. Song Tae-won's movements immediately stopped. Sung Hyung was proud. You should also take care of my things when fighting. I'm afraid the new chain will be created towards Hanu Jin, because after all, my purpose will be to take back what belongs to me. But Tae-won used his other hand to catch the chain, damn it. But this action left him vulnerable. Sung Hyung kicked Song Tae-won hard in the face. The force was so strong that he immediately flew away and crashed into the rubble. Sung Hyung leisurely, it's hard to fight hard when there's something to protect. I'm sorry for you, but I'll get my things back. Before he could finish his sentence, Song Tae-won's actions caught his attention. The car was lifted off the ground. But Tae-won used force to throw it towards Sung Hyung. Sung Hyung is happy, ha ha. The entire war vehicle weighing several tons crashed into the ground, causing everything to shake. Sung Hyung split the car in half and rushed out. Song Tae-won rushed forward and wanted to punch him directly. The vigor created by two S-rank hunters fighting each other made it difficult for Hanu Jin to resist. His face was pale. This matter probably couldn't be resolved peacefully, but he didn't expect such a fierce battle to happen. My fear resistance has reduced its effectiveness a lot, but it's a high level, but so I can still endure it. There's a voice calling for you, Yudin. Noah suddenly appeared behind you. I won't handle these monsters anymore. There are too many. Yujin was startled. Help. Poor Noah shrank back. Yujin, why? Yujin felt guilty. It was Noah, sorry, I startled you. Noah was worried when he saw the wound on your chest. Are you okay? Oh, you're really hurt. Let me see. He started treating Yujin. But found the problem. What is this? Why can't it be healed? Yujin smiled wryly. Ha, because it's a unique wound. Can you step back a bit? This statement of Yujin caught Sung Hyunji's attention. He mumbled, only you, how? He said, it seems like there's a problem with my item. That's the end for today. But Taiwan thought he heard wrong. What? The golden chains turned into arrows sticking up from the ground. I thought I needed to interrogate this object to see if he was hiding any secrets. Song Taiwan was stunned. One end of the golden chain gathered at a point like a cage. I will take Han Yujin away. Bright yellow light flashed. The thunder and lightning bombarded the Taiwan River, lighting up the entire area. But he quickly escaped from there and rushed to Sung Hyunji. Don't hesitate, just stand there. Song Taiwan's eyes widened. Fresh blood dripped down. Steel bars stuck into Song Taiwan's back like a hedgehog, some bars even pierced Song Taiwan's chest. Fresh blood flowed out of his mouth. But Taiwan knelt down. The magnetic field caused the chains to attract the iron bars. Sung Hyunji expressed, it seems like I've achieved my goal by coming here. He smiled brightly, I was very happy, Chief Song. Looking at the scene before him made Han Yujin exclaim, this terrible pressure. Noah gasped, how could that be possible? I had never seen that attack before. Yujin was also scared, he couldn't imagine it, he has such terrible power. But Taiwan coughed up blood, I can't let you take Han Yujin away. Sung Hyunji's eyes looked towards Yujin, I understand what you mean, now you have achieved your goal, what are you planning to do next? Yujin thought, my purpose is to appear weak so that Taiwan won't take me away, won't turn me into an object that needs to be destroyed but an object that needs to be protected, but now he's like that, I can't leave him like that. You stand up, Noah, now I still have magic power to heal the chief but no, Noah doubts, are you sure, he just attacked you a moment ago. Yujin spoke softly, there are many things you don't understand. Noah replied, yes, it's true that I don't fully understand many human things. But Taiwan is stubborn, you need to stay here, that guy is quite dangerous, you can't let him take you away. Yujin frankly, there is something I need to tell you, I had the intention of calling him here to deceive you even though I knew how dangerous he was, the basic reason is that I'm afraid he will accuse me of endangering others and then use me as a target to destroy. But now that I see you protecting me like this, I can't let you stay here like this, I can't leave you because of what you did before, if you still keep the thought of stopping me, if you disturb my life, you will still be in danger, but today is just one of them, after today, although I know you may not be able to return to your previous life, everything must continue. Song Taiwan was stunned. Yujin continued, don't think about forcing me to do anything like that anymore, in other words, you are no different from those people who always threaten my life with violence and force me to listen to their ideas. Song Taiwan recalls the images from the past. The ashtray was thrown at his head along with hateful curses, you barbaric monster, it was all because of it, he killed both me and his mother, that bastard. Everyone had to stop the man he called father from intending to kill him, they all had to die because of this bastard. Through such painful past episodes, I told myself that with the power I have, I need to be careful in every action, even if I try to control my power, inside I still have a monster has always existed. If I can't control it, I'll be just like them, a cruel, cold-blooded person. Song Taiwan said, I understand, in the future I will think before taking any action, you can rest assured. Sung Hyunji looked at him and couldn't help but think, even if he tried to restrain his strength to live obediently like a sheep living in harmony in that peaceful sheep environment, he himself could not give up his true self, actually, I'm still a cruel wolf. Song Taiwan lowered his head, even though he knew he had great power in this person, but he was unable to control it, he always wanted to live peacefully like other ordinary people, but unfortunately he did not, it can't be like that, now I can't go back to the way it was before. Noah approached and suggested, let me look at that wound of the head of the department, Mr. Sung. He conducts therapy for Song Taiwan. He suddenly asked, so after today, you won't contact me anymore. Yujin frowned and sweated, you treated me like that, you scared me to no end, my skills have dropped because of you, now you ask if we can meet again and talk later, and drink beer and eat fried chicken together. Noah announced, okay, first I need to remove the iron bars stuck in your body, but without letting him touch, Song Taiwan removed it himself. Yujin was startled. He panicked, he was really taking a risk, He didn't need painkillers or anything, but Taiwan was calm, he didn't need to worry about anything. S-level injuries like this wouldn't be too serious, Yujin protested, knowing that, but still. Song Taiwan explained, we have incredible strength, so when fighting enemies like this we often encounter injuries. Yujin was stunned, I understand now. He tried to endure even if the injury was more serious, even with an S rank like the department head, his strength was something I couldn't measure. I thought the peaceful life he experienced when talking to me was what he always wanted. For a person who has too many burdens on him, wanting to live a life like a normal person is impossible. He sighed, he probably always wanted to have a peaceful and quiet life like that, that's why he always wanted to contact and connect with me even though deep down he was still under a lot of pressure from the association. Through this, I've learned more about him, and even more so, I can't leave him like that. You reach out your hand, you stand up, I will still keep in contact with you from now on. But don't try to force me to do things I don't want to do. Even though he comes from different backgrounds and circumstances, he has something in common, like wanting to live a peaceful life. Yujin warmly said, I'm just an ordinary weak person, so in the future I hope you will help protect me, you and I will live like normal people again, no matter what happens in the future, let's figure it out later, now raise your hand so we can continue together like before. Song Taiwan was momentarily bewildered. Then he held Yujin's hand, thank you, through the recent difficulties I have seen that you are truly a good person. Yujin is satisfied, now he understands me better, he won't attack me anymore, however. A hand placed on Yujin's shoulder. Sung Hyunji smiled, Han Yujin, we need to talk a bit, there's still a troublesome guy here. Sung Hyunji, wow, you're really good at acting. Han Yujin, I also admire you. Yujin flew to the side, okay, thank you for coming here, everything's over, who's going home, let's talk later, I thought, I need to buy some time for fear resistance skills. Just restore it to the way it was before, it will be fine. Sung Hyunji suggested, okay, I drove here, if there's anything I'll take you home. Yujin immediately refused, no need, how dare you bother me like that, I'll call a taxi to go home, okay, but unfortunately the phone is dead again. Yujin smiled wryly, oh my god. He raced towards a nearby store, oh, wait for me to go to the store to charge my phone and call a taxi, you can go home first, no need to wait. He was sweating profusely. I needed to get away now or I'd die if I didn't stay there, just talking to him was terrifying enough, my fear resistance skills still hadn't recovered. I looked around, where was my phone? He quickly dialed the number, hello, please give me a car to the explosive dungeon in the city center. The girl on the switchboard replied, sorry, that place is quite dangerous right now so we can't send a car there. Yujin said quickly, it's okay, that place is okay now, I'm nearby, it's okay. The sound of footsteps approaching, okay, I found you quite strange that day. The sound of footsteps approaching, okay, I found you quite strange that day. Yujin smiled wryly, well of course everyone has their own moments, today I'm a bit tired so you can see I'm a little different. Sung Hyunji took his time, I guess it must have been the manager who influenced him, something. He thought, your brave and fearless personality is only due to the effect of your skills, now you seem quite scared when talking to me. Surely your skills have been recognized by the department head, already weakened. Yujin panicked, what the hell, how could this guy know that? He denied it, I didn't understand anything he said, the manager and I only talked a little, I already called a car, you should go home first if you have anything. Sung Hyunji approached, strange, so what was that flame from before, who could make Song Taiwan do that? Yujin quickly interrupted, yes that's right, that was when the dungeon broke out, that's why it was like that. I couldn't stop sweating. He only vaguely guessed that I had some fear resistance skill but couldn't confirm it yet, of course I'll keep it a secret and won't talk about it anymore, now the question is, the problem now is how to escape the urgent situation when facing him. Sung Hyunji didn't seem to ask, can I make some scars on your chest now? Yujin scolded loudly, what are you planning to do, you crazy thing? Sung Hyunji's hand reached out. Yujin's chest was grabbed, don't worry, I have a hand to listen to and you won't feel any pain or bleeding, it's called fun. If you don't want to, you can explain a few of my questions, how about me? Today here I feel like. Sung Hyunji smiled, you will be able to answer every question I ask. He said, I hope you will answer all my questions honestly today. I want to ask about the wound, on your chest first. Yujin felt Sung Hyunji's pressure. He is trying to take this opportunity to get more information about me, he will know everything as soon as I let my guard down, my skills, the magic stone I am carrying, my relationships, my existence, because of that transcendence and even the fact that I had regressed. If he knew that, how would people view me? I wouldn't be a weak F rank anymore, but would be considered a threat, need to be removed. I will change the subject by all means. So he made an excuse, I was cutting onions and slipped because of that. Sung Hyung of course didn't believe it, he cut it so much that Noah's recovery skill had no effect. Yujin still tried to argue, that onion was S rank. He thought, at least he won't kill me like Song Taewon. If I continue to avoid his questions, Yujin chased away cleverly, it seems like you're very busy, you should go back to the guild now, I also have something to do. Sung Hyung curled his mouth, you brought it on yourself. The overwhelming force locked Yujin's body, his vision blurred as the sky and earth tilted. Yujin knelt down with his hands on the ground, he opened his mouth wide to inhale air, he couldn't breathe. Nausea settled in my stomach. No way, he overwhelmed me completely. Sung Hyung put his hand on the top of his head, Yujin. Then lifted his chin. You should be honest, Yujin realized, I can't disobey his orders. Sung Hyung asked, why did you get a chest injury? Yujin unconsciously blurted out, kicking magic, gagging, dizziness made him gag. Sung Hyung regretfully, that's bad, if you had listened to me, it would have been much better. Yujin tried to move his fingers, move. Even if the gap between my strength and his is too great, this pressure is nothing, compared to the things I have experienced. The real fear is. Sung Hyung frowned, he stopped breathing. Yujin bowed his head. I cannot resist this pressure with just the strength of a bully, this huge gap cannot be filled with my will. But if I can't do it with the power of a bully. The light under Yujin's hand flashed. Then glowed brightly. Yurin said he's still there. Diana's psychological skills are superb. Sung Hyung frowned, this is, to escape an S rank, I would have to use the power of a higher rank. Even though I'm not very proficient yet, maybe I can still do it. I will recreate the memories like he did and show them. The terrifying presence of creatures that I have encountered before. Malice poured towards Sung Hyung. Yujin's eyes were full of determination, compared to them, he was nothing. Sung Hyung, you damn bastard. A huge amount of energy poured down on him. But surprisingly, Duke Yujin was still aggressive. The next moment he fell to the ground. The casting skill also disappeared. Sung Hae was confused, what just happened? I felt a huge source of mana just swept over me, what did he do this time? Yujin's face was filled with tears and snot. He lay on the ground glaring up, what are you looking at, you're just plain, just an ordinary S-class guy. Sung Hyung covered his mouth and laughed, he's really interesting. I will never see him bored, he grabbed Yujin's shirt and picked him up, sorry, I want to dissect him and look at the things I'm curious about, but I'm sure letting him live would be much more entertaining. Sung Hae hugged Yujin's waist and walked out, I'll write off a debt you owe me, both of you, just pretend it's nothing, you're being too rude to an S-class person, I'll also drive you home free of charge. I parked my car nearby. The last word stuck when he saw his car was completely ruined. He remembered, oh yes. Manager Song ruined it. Song Taewon asked Noah, if his skills can heal mind damage. Noah was a bit surprised, no, why did he ask? Song Taewon's mood was comfortable, nothing happened, I just felt like I had just let go of a huge burden that I had to carry all my life. Sung Hyung decided, I will call a new car. Yujin cried, where is the manager Song? He will definitely come back to take revenge, anyway, the dungeon has been resolved. Thanking myself, I baited the monsters, although reluctantly, the poisonous flying insects and rat-like monsters were easily destroyed, avoiding harm to the residents. Yujin calculated, we can't end this here just because the damage is insignificant, we need to report this to the association and find the organization behind it. His expression was serious, it was quite difficult to find the people involved because it was an unregistered dungeon, but most of the monsters in there were bees, so we could find clues through the forms, sell honey at the market. Sung Hyung said, I'll try to find it, I'll make all the arrangements for you, rest a bit and then contact me. And then, I arrived home. As soon as he entered the door, Yujin collapsed, he's home, Peepo ran out to greet him. Yujin looked at him as if he was comforted, you were waiting for 3 stars, I came back a bit late, sorry, too many things happened. I'm also glad that he still doesn't know anything about the wound on my chest. The darkness covered Yujin's body, the wound on his chest. Yuyun was worried, what did you do this time? Yujin was so tired that he fell asleep, not knowing that his younger brother had seen the scar on his chest. The sound of the rain outside was blocked by the glass door, you don't need to worry about that, the manager's problem has been resolved. Yuyun frowned, so what about the wound on my brother's chest? Even high-level pharmaceuticals can't heal it. The other person said, oh, I guess I didn't tell you. Even Noah's healing skills couldn't be recovered, he didn't want to explain it either. I don't know anything more about the magic stone being related to that. If you concentrate on feeling it, you will find it filled with energy. Yuyun placed his hand on the scar. Based on the fact that we can feel that wound, it must be at least a first rank, or possibly even higher, to cause. Yuyun frowned. All the monsters were chasing him. I heard that monsters can sense the presence of magic stones. It's incomprehensible that a body of a first class contains high-grade magic stones. What happened? Sung Hyunji on the other end of the line said, well, can you send me one of your S ranks? Who knows what happened, maybe he was injured while helping, but before he could finish speaking, Yuyun hung up on him. He tilted his head up slightly, wondering what Hanu Jin was planning to do. He makes life more interesting, even from school. Sung Hyunji wondered, had he always been this proficient at controlling magnetic fields? I just learned it, but what I did that day was so powerful, like I've been studying it for many years. At least, 5 years. Hanu Jin's body is gradually sinking, snow is falling, snow and white branches everywhere. This place is, the real snow tree, the fifth root. The fifth root, where the white bird, the star-counting bird, resides. His eyes widened when he saw Peepoo. Yujin is confused, is this a dream? Chirpy is also white, but still. He thought, maybe I can see it because this is a dream. Of his death, small bird's feet lined up in a crooked line on the snow. Chirpy goes to a place. Yujin's eyes dimmed. His 25-year-old brother was taken away by the white bird. Han Yuyun lay there silently, the snow falling on his body in a thin layer of ice. Yuyun shouted silently. I know, she won't wake up, dead people don't know the cold, but this is a dream. The snow wind grew stronger, pushing Yujin's body away. He tried to reach out towards his younger brother. So let me come a little longer, so I can hug you one more time. I can only stand and watch her from afar, helpless. Yuyun's figure became smaller and smaller. Then disappeared. The reality is that I have always been like that, I don't ask for anything anymore. Yuyun's voice called out, hey, are you awake? He sat by the bed and looked at Yujin with wide eyes. He needed to eat something. Yujin stood up. He grabbed Yuyun. How did you get here? Yuyun was a bit confused by his brother's actions. He used the stone door to go out. He went out early because it was probably okay if he didn't need him. Yujin woke up. This was not his dead younger brother. He was only 20 years old. Yuyun called confusingly, Yujin. Yujin held his head. That's right, that's right. Yuyun was worried. What's wrong? You don't look very well. Yujin replied, no, he just had a nightmare. I think it's because my fear resistance level has decreased. Now only the boss level remains. I shared this skill with the manager, and he even used the skill to lower my fear resistance. It will take a few days to adapt. Yuyun shouted, what, are you using that skill again? Yujin rubbed his neck. He didn't think things would be like this. Seeing Chirpy lying wet on the bed made Yujin startled. Chirpy. He lifted it up. You're hungry, eat some magic stone. Why are you so wet? You went out in the rain like this. Where are you going? Yuyun's tone was low, so that's why President Jupiter said he was in a strange situation. And what is the wound on your chest? Is it related to magic stone? Yujin looked over. Ah, have you heard about it? Turning his head to the side angrily, he continued to put himself in danger without saying anything to me. Yujin realized, I made her worry again. Before the regression, I made her worry all the time, and I still do that to this day. He patted Yuyun's head. I'm sorry, I was about to tell you, listen, it's a type of skill. Yuyun was surprised. What, you put a magic stone in your body? A second-rate dragon and a stupid filial, what do you put in there? Is it okay to do that? Yujin took off his shirt. Of course, they are rare goods. If they could be safely spawned, they would be at least weak, and he would have another powerful monster to obey him. What you didn't say is that if it spawns safely, I'd be a bit worried when nothing happens even though I've put it in for a while, but it takes too long because the level is too high, right? He put on a new shirt. After all, it was all for his safety. Yuyun was still worried, but that monster would be attracted to him again. Wouldn't it be better for him to stay home? Yujin refused. He had many things to do instead of staying at home and watching the news. The screen turned on. Last night, a high-level dungeon exploded near the Gongso area. We will announce the situation instead of the scheduled program. Yujin said, look, they're talking about yesterday. It's obvious they're going to do it to cover up Hong Kong. I'll make them pay. They will be finished if we reveal that the association intentionally caused the dungeon explosion. I will go see Sung Hyunji to collect documents. Yu Yun jumped up. What, are you still planning to go out? It's very dangerous. My fear resistance has dropped very low. Yujin doesn't care much. Normal people don't have fear resistance either. Yu Yun stopped him, but he was not a normal person. Do you know what a level hunter is like? For someone like you, I just need to lose control a little bit. Yujin harshly gave his younger brother a slap on the forehead. You were going too far, and acted like he was afraid. I'll be fine, and I'm not afraid of you. You're my younger brother. Even before the regression, I never felt afraid of Yu Yun. Is it because I was the one who raised him? I've also seen her craziest side. Yu Yun's eyes looked at his brother's sparkling light. Yujin said, lend me your phone, my phone is broken, I don't know if the SIM card can still be used. After the regression, my goal was to live a normal, blissful life, but I realize now that there is something I need to do, even if it's dangerous, to prevent the end of the world and prevent my brother from dying, must die, to prevent the death of 25-year-old Yu Yun, there are many things I must do. Yujin was suspicious. Hey, why didn't he pick up the phone? He was busy. Broken phone screen. Broken phone screen. In the room, there were still electric rays in the air. Sung Hyunji knelt on the ground. He looked at the images in the broken glass. What memory is this? I never experienced it. No, I forgot it. The future, memories of 5 years from now. Sung Hae was confused. These were memories from 5 years ago. I haven't been through these things before. Ah, no, maybe I forgot. The future, Sung Hyunji is like sinking into another dimension. This is. A person appeared from behind him, and he finally paid attention. That period of time has been interfered with. Another Sung Hyunji appeared. It's time for us to change roles. Yujin was suspicious. Sung Hyunji didn't answer the phone. The girl said on the phone, that's why I called him. He's still at home this morning. I don't know what to say, he's very strange. Can you come here and take a look? If not, tomorrow is fine. Yujin agreed. Well, he thought, now was an important time for the online political confrontation with the association. What if something happened during his absence? Yu Yun asked, do you need me to come with you? You might be in danger. Yujin asked, are you sure? You said you were in a dungeon? Yu Yun replied, you have a costume, you just pretend to be a normal member/then. The hunter assisted the calf. Kim Min Yui was surprised. You want to take my identity? I met him in a few dungeons, Kim introduced. This is the place hunter Kim Min Yui suggested. He's the same age as you, Yujin. One thing, this place is full of people your age. The same person who asked Kim Sung Han to come here. Kim Min Yui asked, so what am I doing here? Sleeping. The manager said you will be provided with a support item, so don't worry. Kim Min Yui hesitated, but giving her identity to someone else, the salary is triple, with additional fees. Kim Min Yui replied, interesting, I agree, Yujin thought, deciding really quickly. He had a request. Well, there's one thing I know you won't do, but don't do bad things. I don't want to wake up and become a criminal. Yujin agreed, don't worry, we won't do anything illegal, they will do everything except illegal. The two of you sit in the car and let's go. The others saw that and were confused. Was it okay? Yujin saw, they looked so worried. Yuyun explained, because they saw me as Kim Min Eon, a calf level hunter. Was it okay for me to point out let a senior person protect you? What if you get kidnapped again? Yujin relax, it'll be fine, this Kim Min Yui is quite trustworthy. Yuyun didn't understand, why did we have to go all the way there, can't we stay there and see? Yujin looked out the car window, we had to see the operating status of the market. The Abbot Guild is growing quite quickly, but if we talk about fields other than dungeon conquering, it's pretty bad. On the other hand, the Jupiter Guild has captured most of the market both domestically and internationally. Yuyun affirmed, I will develop my association faster, so that you don't need to ask for his help. Yujin patted his brother's back. You've worked hard, but you're only 20, don't such a rush. Announcement box, last night's dungeon explosion has been handled by the Hunter Association. The association said that it would try its best to bring peace to everyone. Yujin laughed, did you hear that? What is that? Only the manager of the song department. A truck rushed in and crashed their car. Yuyun quickly kicked open the side door. He asked Yujin to jump out. A terrible collision. Yujin gasped. Yuyun is worried, are you okay? The male lead replied, I'm okay. The truck was cut in half by Yuyun. This was not an accident, this happened after the news that he was with a hunter was revealed. That truck driver, he's dead. I didn't think they would be so aggressive. Call the guild so they can come handle this, Yujin said. Try to protect the residents first. Yuyun was stunned. Yujin, the male lead, affirmed that this was definitely done by that association. Yuyun, I mean Min, you can save the injured people, and clean up the corpses too. This will be the last time the association does this. If they continue to stage the next accident, it will be very easy to be exposed. Jupiter's guild main hall, you were hit by a truck. The girl was scared. Who would dare to do that? Are you really not injured anywhere? Yujin reassured. Ha ha, I'm completely fine. Yumin, a calf-level hunter protected me. The girl was startled. Sorry, are you okay? After confirming that there was nothing wrong, she said, ha ha, you should rest assured. Follow me, I will lead you to the president's place. She said, I'm sorry, hunters from the guild are not allowed to enter here. Yuyun disagreed. I can't let Yujin go in there alone. Yujin reassured, it's okay, I'll be fine, I'll call you if anything happens. Yurin took advantage of the situation and crawled onto his hand. I'll bring Yurin, and also Ayun-hei, my fear resistance skill is still weak, but I don't think he'll do anything reckless here. Yujin comes inside. Hello. I was surprised. Wow, this place, he lives here alone. Sung Hyunji, are you here? Where are you? I should at least know which floor you are on. The golden chain wrapped around his leg and pulled him away. Yujin shouted, what the hell? Wait. Yujin was dragged on the ground, smashed against several pots. Then spinning around on the floor, clacking on the stairs. Hey! Sung Hyunji, hey, there's the stairs, damn, oh my god. The chain finally stopped. Yujin shouted, help, this staircase doesn't need to be cleaned like that. There are also brooms here, right? Sung Hyunji grabbed the other end of the chain. Yujin's whole body was suspended in a star aquarium. There was a glass surface so I wouldn't fall into it, right? Sung Hyunji said coldly, Han Yujin, the brother of the guild president, Abbot. Is the reason my things are here because of me? Yujin scolded, I told you not to treat my things as yours. He frowned, something was wrong. Why doesn't he joke back? He's not normal, he looks very different. He shouted, letting me go, but then shouted loudly and was pulled by Sung Hyunji's ear, ah. He frowned, where did you get this pair of piercings? I've never given or sold them to anyone. Yujin was angry, what is it, have you lost your memory? You gave it to me without remembering. His whole body was thrown into the lake. Countless air bubbles appeared, what the hell, I can't block this blow. His body sank slowly, what the hell was wrong with him? It was as if he had lost all memory of himself. Hello, today, we will learn how to entertain guests to our home. It would be awkward if you let a fox drink from a long-necked bottle, wouldn't it? Or even let a bird with a long beak drink from a saucer. Even if you don't know if I drink from a bottle or a cup, you shouldn't put me in a whole tank. Yujin spit out a lot of water, geez, please take note for next time. His whole body was soaked, this welcome was really bad. Sung Hyunji sat on the chair, are you awake? You almost drowned, but you didn't even bother to resist, do you really believe that I won't hurt you? We are very close. He replied, our relationship is like a tour guide with a customer has to slowly heal himself because his customer service is horribly bad. Hyunji threatened, you want to drink water again, right? He shouted loudly, slowly, calm down. He turned pale, let me explain slowly, he thought, it's not temporary amnesia syndrome, does he have some problem with memory? First of all, his tone is still the same, Hyunji warned, explain in a reasonable way, Han Yujin, but Sung Hye changed the way he behaved towards me, proving that I have lost part of my memory. Yujin took out his phone. Luckily my phone is waterproof, so it's not damaged, put the phone down on the table, look here, do you remember anything? Sung Hyunji looked at a bunch of news, no, I don't remember anything. Yujin said, we have an alliance together, in addition, we also teamed up to defeat two S-class monsters. Hyunji asked, aren't you just a level force? Yujin replied, then most the credit belongs to you. I even helped him break the Lizard King's seal, let's see, Hyunji discovered that the seal was indeed childless. He looked confused, if this is really the case, and I keep treating you like this, Yujin smiled evilly and thought, that's right, change this attitude immediately and be grateful to me. But Hyunji said, why don't I tie you up and make you listen to me later? Yujin scolded silently, this damn guy. Anyway, what you said also helped me realize, he doesn't remember any memories of me, is he suffering from dementia, but why did he only lose memories of me? I have to check again to be sure. So he scratched his head. I don't know why, but I have a psychological skill. With it, I can go deep into your memories and dig up lost memories. Sung Hyunji is cold, you make up stories very well. The chain wrapped around Yujin's neck. His head was pulled and hit hard on the table. Do you want to rely on that method to get information from me? It seems I'm not cruel enough to you yet. Yujin frowned. Okay now. I know he reminds me a little of my memories. But he was too cautious, making it difficult for me to handle him. However, I'm used to this situation. In that dungeon, he also threatened me to break the seal for him. Yujin pulled the chain. Less than a month ago, he did the same thing to me. If that's what you want, then I'll comply with you. But then, you will regret it. You're not the type to give up easily, right? Do you wonder the truth behind this incident? Hyunji curled his lips. Okay, it's a deal, Yujin sighed. This guy. If he comes closer, you will temporarily lose consciousness. It'll be quick, so don't resist. Yujin entered the space of consciousness. Welcome there, Hanu Jin. Sung Hyunji greeted with a smile. I'm sure you came here to find me. Seeing Yujin being wary, he guessed, I think I myself am acting a bit strange towards you out there. Yujin breathed a sigh of relief. This is the original version of Sung Hyunji. He jumped up and down. Something strange. I was thrown into the aquarium. I had to swallow a bunch of water. Where was it? Hyunji felt guilty. Oh my god, I'm sorry, Yujin yelled. Tell me what you did, what happened? Sung Hyunji sighed. Actually, I don't know anymore. 2 months ago, I kept feeling uncomfortable. Every early morning, some vague memories appear in my head. When I try to remember what they are, everything suddenly spins. Then I fell into the trap, lost control of my body. Yujin was stunned. Everything suddenly turned crazy. People say regression is not just going back in time, but also changing events that took place in previous lives. The discomfort he felt came from the chaos of his memories changing, leading to his personality being born. That's why the other self has no memories of me after the regression. Now I have to see how serious this is. He asked, then, did you notice anything? Hyunji thought, as I see it. Han Yujin was about 30 years old. The memories were so chaotic that I couldn't see anything. Yujin realized, it was 5 years after my regression. I tried to remember the things that happened in my previous life, but I still couldn't explain this. Yujin's hand changed. Maybe you have the ability to predict the future, Hyunji replied. I don't want to be a prophet. He was surprised. What's with that hand gesture? Yujin explained, what is it? This is Noah's hand. Because we are in the mental realm, we can synchronize our senses, and I can freely use the skills I have seen. I plan to use this ability as to help you. Hyunji was stunned. I saw the way he prepared to help me. Yujin cheered. That is a method I learned from Dharma. He scratched a mark on his chest. Hyunji frowned. This is. Yujin said, how do you feel? Memories come back quickly, right? With this method, we can extract memories. To return everything to normal, I will take all your memories and arrange them in order. Yujin creates a water bridge. Hyunji complimented. It seemed quite useful. Do these things work on emotions? Yujin is happy. I don't know, just try it. He laughed cruelly. What's coming will be quite painful, but it won't leave any scars. Sung Hyunji, I hope you'll be obedient and let me work. Try the feeling of being submerged by the water, the whirlpool rushing down. Within the realm of the mind. Yujin shouted, this is cheating. Obviously I had the upper hand at first. Hyunji stood on the hard block he created. The original plan was to extract millions of these memories. Separate the memories before my regression and quietly return Sung Hyunji. He released ice needles, but why did it turn into a fight? Hyunji replied, I must thank Han Yujin for helping me dig up those memories, so I could remember my fighting skills. The ice was shattered by lightning. Why didn't I remember that it would be dangerous for me? He shouted loudly, what kind of explosion is this? Why can't we do it? Hyunji was proud. I created a Hydoro explosion through electrolysis. It was thanks to Yujin that I remembered this method. Moreover, a hole appeared under Yujin's feet. He fell into the lava below. Hyunji was happy. It seems I even know how to control space in this mental realm. Dragon wings grew out of Yujin's back and he flew up. Wow, I know he's good. Just be quiet and let me get your memories out first, Hyunji replied. So Han Yujin, do you know that staying silent and being teased is something I don't like? Yujin replied, of course I don't like that. But if you don't want to, I'll just have to keep you quiet. The space under Hyunji's feet changed. Oh no, is it Noah's paralysis toxin? Yujin frowned. Did the location change again? They were all spaces associated with Sung Hyunji's memories before his regression. He suddenly appeared on top of your head. If it was a detox, then it would be simple for me. Yujin was grabbed tightly by him across the stomach. Ack. The two of them rushed down. Wow, let go. Hyunji was happy. I will borrow the anti-poison ability from the item that is you. He carried Yujin and landed on a luxurious ship at sea. Yujin flicked his claws and disappeared. Hyunji dodged. The detox was really effective. The two just kept fighting with each other. You're making me angry, this damn Sung Hyunji. Yes, I understand. Ha ha, what the hell are you talking about? Are you crazy? No, it would be better if both became 1 star. Hyunji created a new space. Thanks to you my memories came back very vividly, because our understanding of fighting was to cancel each other out. This joy of fighting also felt quite new. Yujin gritted his teeth. This guy, he looked so happy, it made me more uncomfortable. He looked at the surroundings. Oh, this is where I used to live. Have you passed by there before? Hyunji replied. Well, it's more than that, Han Yujin. If you're here, why don't you try using the emotion sharing skill? Yujin asked again. Warden skill. Hyunji said, once we go out and return to reality, the memories here will be forgotten. But if it's fighting skills, if you remember that feeling, can you pass it on to me when we go out, or not? Yujin activates the skill. That's really useful. He made a cut on his arm, but still. A spear was drawn. It wouldn't work with just those words. Hyunji gradually synchronized. I remember, your black fire. Yujin hit me, just 3 times. No. Just 10 times. Strong black fire flared up. Yujin was surprised. This, Hyunji's arm is enhanced. This is. Rob slowly. This is the skill of the song department head. Hyunji confirmed. That's right. Yujin threw a spear. Why do you have this skill? He replied. I'm not sure, but it seems I received it as a gift. Yujin didn't believe it. It's unreasonable. Come here quickly so I can check it out. Hyunji's voice was grumpy. He didn't like it. The girl frowned. No way. All hunters from other guilds are banned from entering the guildmaster's residence. Yuyun insisted. There must be something wrong with Han Yujin. Guild leader Jupiter did something right. The girl insisted. It's too much. I mean, our president harmed him. Yuyun asked again. Are you sure? The girl felt guilty. Well, not really. He's the type to cause trouble. Suddenly I felt like we had to check the situation again. Yuyun was worried. When his brother entered, he felt very strange. It would be great to enter as a flame like that time, but if I use that skill, my body here will be defenseless. He moved forward. I needed to go inside to check directly. The girl stopped me. Wait. The security guard came to stop him, and the gold mink hunter stood still, if he continued to advance. His arm was grabbed. Yuyun wrestled him to the floor and restrained him. Girl kicking her legs. What the hell are you doing? Yuyun pushed the guard aside, forcing the girl's feet to stop. She was startled when she saw the gold miner hunter gliding away like that. Why suddenly? Yuyun held up the key, just saying that I stole the space key and went there myself. The girl is in a hurry. Contact the president immediately. The security guard dials the number. Yes. Kim Min Falcon Hunter, he's definitely hiding some power. The two were confused. He didn't answer. Oh my god, President, what the hell are you doing in there? Yujin lay down on the grass. I'm going to die. My magic power seems to be completely drained. That's enough, Hyunji comforted. It's been hard for you. Thanks to you, it seems like my messy memories have been sorted out. Yujin looked at him. You say so. He thought, I was even more suspicious when I entered his room. Before the regression, I was just a normal level-headed mechanic, so I didn't have much information. If I could dig deep into Sung Hyunji's memories at that time, I might be able to learn more about the transcendent existence, and this world. Above all, that plundering skill, why does he have it? Before the future regression, Department Head Song had passed away and Sung Hyunji had disappeared. There was no reason for Department Manager Song to pass on this skill while still alive. So whether Sung Hyunji killed Song Taiwan to steal the skill or was able to exchange that skill, it's clear that Sung Hyunji had something to do with Song Taiwan's death. I want to go deeper into that memory, but this guy won't cooperate at all. I'm curious, but where are we? It's also a memory, Sung Hyunji. Hyunji replied, Switzerland, the last memory I know. It seems like he was wandering abroad, Yujin said, leisurely, so he killed the Song department head, took his skills and fled abroad. Hyunji reminded me, I have no reason to kill the department head, but is there such a rumor spreading in the country? Yujin replied, yes, after the death of the department head, he suddenly disappeared. Yujin was startled, he realized something was different, right? Hyunji slowly replied, well, it's not just the ability to predict. Han Yujin, you can use the skills that you have experienced, but black fire does not exist at this time. That means, Han Yujin went through that in the future. So, this time you don't plan to tell me, the reason why I have these future memories, and the truth that Han Yujin you are hiding. Tell me Han Yujin, what are you hiding? Yujin, some lip machines. Don't try to force me this time. Hyunji stood up, even if I forced you to say it, I would forget it. He performed a series of actions. If I would have my memory, I would have investigated who this weak Han Yujin was, then, Ta cut his throat. Yujin snapped, wow, you're so nice. Hyunji suggested, can I change to the bamboo forest? Keeping everything forever is not good. Yujin thought, I guess it'll be okay if I say it here. Even if I were allowed to say everything, you still wouldn't remember. I won't have to worry about being hurt or misunderstood. Then you have to hide those past and keep them in your heart. This time, I'll tell the truth. You're serious, I'm from the future, 5 years later. Hyunji asked, did you time travel? Yujin replied, no, I only had one regression. Besides, this is not time travel after all. The story before I returned to the past was replaced with the story of 5 years ago, so those who were still alive during my regression also knew the events before my regression. Even though they didn't recognize me, I still lived on, but I didn't know why he acted so differently towards me. Hyunji understood, that's why, there was a 5-year gap. So department head Song died and I disappeared. Yujin replied, yes, there are rumors that you killed him. They said you did it to purge the Hunter Association. Hyunji was dumbfounded, I don't think so, talented people like him can't be killed for such trivial reasons. When you leave, remember to ask the manager Song, why did he give me his powers? I'll die. Yujin laughed, ha ha, if I asked that question I would be strangled. Don't you think it's annoying to be involved in this regression? You must have worked very hard those 5 years, but just because of me, all your efforts went to waste. Hyunji replied, not at all. I just feel sorry for myself in the past, having to listen to nonsense from other people talking about me. It's obviously boring. Yujin is speechless, acting like you and that person are not the same person. You from the past and me of the present is one. He breathed a sigh of relief. I was a bit worried before telling everything, but things weren't as bad as I thought. He scratched his head, my life was very normal back then, so I have nothing to reveal to you anymore. Now let's get out of here. Sung Hyunji wanted to know, so Han Yujin's regression was to bring his younger brother back to life. Yujin stiffened. He stammered, why, I remember. Hyunji replied, I don't remember anything, I just guessed. If you have the chance to go back to the past, the first thing you want to do is definitely correct your mistakes and regrets. With my current condition, Han Yujin must have returned to time 2 months ago. At that time, the relationship between him and his younger brother suddenly changed. That's also why he was extremely protective of his younger brother and tried to meet all the association's requirements. Perhaps, this was what he wanted the most. Sung Hyunji was naturally stunned. He laughed softly. Yujin confirmed, that's right, Hyunji is sincere. Congratulations to you and your younger brother getting closer together. Yujin said neither salty nor blandly, oh, thank you. Hyunji looked at the changes in his body, wishing we could talk longer. But next time I'll hear you tell it in more detail out there. Yujin judge, you think I'll say it? I regret it, I shouldn't have said anything, I was really tired. When thinking about the reasons and what to do during the regression, I no longer have the confidence to tell everything anymore. Hyunji created a ball, hoping he would remember the time here. He gave it to Yujin, the truth of everything here was also clear. But, because I told a story that I couldn't tell anyone. I feel a little, just a little, peaceful. He looked at the ball in his hand. Anyway, the memory of Sung Hyunji before his regression would be buried here. As for Sung Hyunji, who was brought out safely, his memories before the regression and now will be merged into one like anyone else's. The ball suddenly changed. Yujin was stunned. What? A body appeared. Sung Hyunji spoke up, hello, Han Yujin. Yujin was stunned. What, you still remember? Sung Hyunji in reality slowly opened his eyes. He rubbed his head, but so what? That person is you, it's definitely you. Yuyun took off his glasses and walked over. What are you doing in my house, Yuyun? He released the pressure. I came to ask, what did you do to my brother? Sung Hyunji was also shocked. What did I do? He looked to the side and saw Yujin tied up with a golden chain lying unconscious on the floor. Ah. His image at this moment can be summed up in a few words: wet, pale face, chained. Sung Hyunji is complete, this. He didn't know what to say. In the end, I had to innocently scratch my head. I don't remember. Yuyun was furious and rushed forward. A rumbling sound came out. In the world of his mind, Yujin was frightened when he saw Sung Hyunji standing in front of him. What is this? I thought you were out, why are you still here? Sung Hyunji spoke up. If I have to say it, the reason is that we didn't merge. According to you, the information from the two timelines before the regression and the present will merge into one, but I see that the two have differences and contradict each other. Although in theory we are one, in reality we are not the same. So it's because of me or the being out there that this conflict has arisen. But in the end we were not able to unite. And it seemed like we became two separate existences. Yujin was scared. You criticize, you can't be one with yourself, it's just weird, how do you have to be for something like that to happen? Sung Hyunji said, even if we exist separately, we can't make a complete entity. I'm just a mosaic of pieces of my memories are not complete, I only had my complete memories 5 years before the merger. If it's like this, like whatever I do will be absorbed and disappear. Yujin breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the two of them supported each other in everything. He waved his hand. I don't know, but this is your problem. I'm leaving, wish you the rest of your short life. Sung Hyunji pulled him back. Wait, do you want me to disappear like this? Yujin asked again. So what, if you don't like it then let's become one? Sung Hyunji said. There is a way, Han Yujin. Way to keep me from disappearing, you know. In order for me not to disappear, I need something, and you have that thing, quickly give it to me. In other words, give me your body, I need a body to enter. Yujin jumped. This bastard, do you want to steal my body? Sung Hyunji saw Yujin's expression and was speechless. No, his body was too weak. Yujin was not convinced. Hey, pressure is still stronger than normal people. Sung Hyunji clarified, I can't steal someone else's body, but that crystal in your body, if I could get into it, that would be a different story. Yujin was stunned. What, how? Sung Hyunji explained, I still have memories of Dharma. Then I found out, you put that mana stone in you because you wanted to give birth to a new monster, is that right? But on that mana stone there was a crack, the mana was slowly flowing out of the stone. Let me stay in there, I will use my mana to make up for the mana that was released, if so then it will come out safely within a month. Yujin wavered, well, then, if you enter this mana stone, what will come out safely, you? Thinking about the scene of little Hyunji calling for dad made him pale. Yuen cried, no way, go away. Sung Hyunji was speechless by Yujin's train of thought. Your reaction hurts me. He assured me, don't worry, it wasn't me who was born. If that's the case then that would be great, but that won't happen, even if my mana is inside. What will be born will be a human, no, a completely different monster. Yujin still wasn't very reassured. Really, there's nothing to be gained from that, so what's the difference with you being absorbed? Sung Hyunji replied, I just don't like to give up. What do you think? The offer is beneficial for you too. With the current state of the mana stone, that monster won't survive. Yujin shook. It was true that the mana stone had not reacted at all until now. He asked, so, can you guarantee that the monster will be born? Sung Hyunji affirmed, yes. Yujin agreed, okay, then do as you say, if you do anything I will open your chest again and dig you out. Sung Hyunji praised, it was the right decision. Now you just need to accept me to go in and go out. I can move inside the mana stone on my own. Yujin put his hand on his chest, I don't feel 100% sure, but this is better than wasting this mana stone. Even though it's just a fragment, with the addition of Hyunji's power, perhaps the monster's stats will also increase. It's best to have more power anyway. Yujin opened his eyes. He looked at the strange ceiling. Where is this? He sat up to check his body. Am I back yet? I still can't feel anything from the mana stone. But right after that he trembled. Oh my god, my body hurts so much. His face was pale. I was exhausted. I used too much mana. I used all my strength to fight thinking it was like fighting against Dharma, but in fact I caused myself to suffer great damage because this time I am the creator of the mental realm. He stepped on the ground. Where was Sung Hyunji? But there was a hole under his foot, causing him to miss a step and fall down. Yujin shouted loudly, Yuyun caught me, I woke up. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Yujin doubted, Yuyun, I thought you were waiting outside. The star has a hole in it. He looked at the tragic state of the room and couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell, what happened?" Sung Hyunji looked sad. "I tried to put out the fire," Yujin guessed. "While I was not here, maybe they fought." "But it seems the original Sung Hyunji has returned," he asked. "Hey Sung Hyunji, do you remember?" Yuyun reminded. "You, be careful, there are only fish around here." Yujin was startled. Sorry, encountering such an insignificant person must be very difficult to live with." Yuyun was worried. If he stepped on it he would slip. Sung Hyunji seemed to have discovered something. "There." He raised his finger in front of Yujin. "Han Yujin, how many fingers am I holding up?" Yujin replied, 3 fingers. Sung Hyunji replied, "You are wrong." Yujin pulled his hand closer. These are 3 fingers, I can still see clearly." Suin Hyunji exposed, "If you need to pull my hand closer to check, then your eyesight definitely has a problem." Yuyun jumped up. "Yujin, what happened? Can't you see clearly?" Yujin shrank back. "You're fine, it's not a big deal." Yuyun doesn't think so. "This is nothing, big huh?" Yujin found a substitute goat. Basically it was all because of Sung Hyunji. Things like this happen when low-level hunters get sucked into mana by monsters, and he had to use his skills to save this guy here. "Rest a bit and you'll feel better soon." Yuyun's face looked like he was constipated. "You saved him?" Yujin glared. "You don't remember anything, really?" Sung Hyunji replied, "Unfortunately no." Yujin was excited. "I'm so happy, with my mouth. I'm really ungrateful. I worked so hard to save you and you don't even remember. Now I'm your benefactor, you better respect me. As you can see, because of you I almost drowned." I reassured my brother. "Yuyun, please calm down, after all, I had to go through so many hardships and still help you. So please cancel Noah's debt, and hand over the documents tracking the honey trade from the dungeon, along with the investigation of the truck crash, and also have clothes for my brothers to change into." Sung Hyunji stupidly, "Oh, listen to him completely." Yujin called, "Oh yeah, I was about to give you this." Sung Hyunji asked, "What is it?" "That is," Yujin whispered, "the fighting skill. With the 5 years of experience before my regression, I intended to pass on to him the feeling when using that skill." The abacus in his head kept rattling, but I couldn't give it to him for free, so he said, "I'll add some materials for you to practice knitting to prevent memory loss, bright pink for you." Yujin thought, "If I have a chance in the future I will extract a lot of money from you." Sung Hyunji must have felt confused because he didn't have any memories, but he still did as he was told. Everyone gasped. "The fish tank, it shouldn't have been able to break." Sung Hyunji said, "Well, it broke." Yujin scratched his head sheepishly. "We used it to put out the fire, ha ha ha." The other two looked at Yuyun in the image of Kim Min Eagle with fearful eyes. "Don't tell me he caused all of this." "The guild's Kim Min Eagle hunter. Who exactly are you?" On the way back, the guild manager Jupiter was respectful. "Hunter Kim Min Eagle, if you don't mind please take our business card." Yujin was stunned. What a recruitment invitation. "What have you been doing all this time wearing Kim Min's face?" Yuyun asked his brother, "Are we going home?" Yujin replied, "No, I have to go see the department head." But Yuyun didn't agree. In this condition." Yujin reassured, "I told you, I have a lot of things to deal with, besides I can still see as usual." He pressed his face to the phone. "This is the manager's number," but Yuyun couldn't speak, he really needed it. Yujin looked over. Yuyun gave up. "That's it, on the way there let's stop by the eyeglasses store." Yujin replied, "Oh, okay." Yuyun gently squeezed the steering wheel, the reason he tried so hard but didn't take care of himself. "Definitely because." Sung Hyunji said, "You are not trustworthy at all. I guess that's why he came here again today, he wanted to remember me doing something he couldn't do." Yuyun gritted his teeth. "It's just temporary, soon I will never have to rely on Jupiter Guild." Hyunji said, "No, that's not the problem. No matter how much stronger you become, or how much bigger your guild becomes, you will always be his younger brother, someone he needs to protect." Yuyun didn't understand. What he meant was, Sung Hyunji brushed his shirt off, he probably knew well about his beloved brother's bad habits. Habit of protecting those around him no matter what the cost. For S level, that kind of sentiment is very welcome. But that also means, even if Han Yujin has to face danger on his own, then he will never rely on you or share his burden with you. Han Yujin put on his glasses and excitedly said, "Now, we're having a few small accidents, it's time to serve the Karma Association." Han Yujin in Kim Min's form said softly. At this time, Song T1 spoke up and asked Yujin, "Are you nearsighted? What happened to you?" He smiled foolishly and replied, "It's nothing, Just need a few days of rest and everything will be fine. Kim Min looked down and said he didn't get a break. Song T1 turned to stare at Kim Min and asked, but why are you in disguise, Hunter Hanu Yun? This question made the other two startled. Hanu Jin said, head of department recognized her right away. After a moment of silence listening to the explanation, Song T1 stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, I see, an arranged dungeon explosion and a truck accident. Hanu Jin seriously replied that the association is increasingly going beyond its limits, so I think this is a suitable opportunity for us. If we can get proof, then we can get all the embezzlers out of the association. Although I know this is not what you want, this will greatly affect the trust of everyone in the association. That's why I want to ask you first, how will you do it? Will you cooperate or stand in our way, or will you ignore us? Song T1 paused for a few seconds, then rubbed his eyes repeatedly, thinking, maybe he's too absorbed. A second later, he stood up and firmly said, I have decided to protect you. Moreover, this matter directly affects everyone's danger. I will cooperate with you too. Hanu Jin clearly showed excitement and said, I knew right away, that's great. Song T1 squinted at him and said that he was planning to investigate the person behind it. It wouldn't be easy. He looked at the phone and said, oh, you don't need to worry about that, my people are handling it. I also asked Sung Hyun Jae for help. At this moment, a lady walked in with her entourage, speaking up, hello, Sung Hyun Jae contacted me. According to what he said, a woman with special abilities will help us investigate the truck incident, and the origin of the poisonous bee dungeon explosion. The lady politely introduced me as Min Ji-soo. Where is the body? I became a false awakener after stepping on a monster's corpse during a dungeon explosion. At first I thought that skill would allow me to read the monster's information. But then one day, Sung Hyun Jae came to ask me to read information about a person's body. According to what she said while they were on their way to the morgue, Hanu Jin curiously asked, you must be very upset, did he force you? The other person immediately showed his respect and admiration for Sung Hyun Jae, saying, never before, he's very good, he's very handsome, he even let me touch his face, it's better to see it with my own eyes. Handsome means good, right? He hesitated, I understand. Finally the door containing the corpse was opened. She reached out towards the corpse and said the skill allowed me to read the person's information through text, so I didn't need to see the corpse, plus I can also see things other people can't see. During this time, Kim Min whispered that Park Yerim also has a similar skill. When she comes back, please ask her. Hanu Jin replied, we can't do that, she's too young to do this. The other person nodded in agreement, everything depends on her. Then looked at the woman in front of him. A few seconds later, Min Ji-soo smiled and spoke up, see, the truck driver's customer, his name is Kim Jun-bae, he is also a hunter. After finding the information, they went to Do Hamin to ask him to find information about that guy. He turned around and said, Kim Jun-bae, I think I've seen that name somewhere before. Then he quickly searched through the pile of documents piled up on his desk and said, wait, it's definitely on this list. After a while of flipping through, he happily shouted and saw that he belonged to the Nationwide Delivery Management Guild specializing in transporting honey. The guild's location was. The scene quickly changed to a quiet night, standing in front of an old building, but T1 ordered his subordinates to take down everyone inside. They replied clearly, and at the same time prepared to rush inside. But everyone didn't need to act yet, but the T1 had already approached. Kicking the door, creating a loud noise, they looked at each other in panic. What was this? With the power of the song T1, one kick caused everyone in the building to faint. The subordinates' job is just to suppress and arrest the unconscious people. They reported that they had all collapsed. Song T1 glanced at a notebook he had just found and picked up the phone to call Hanu Jin. We have received the list of customers. I will send photos immediately. Are you sure you're okay? If we make it too obvious, the people involved will notice. Hanu Jin confidently said, it's okay, I have to inform them, so. In another development, Kim Jun-bae drove his car like flying on the highway, screaming loudly into the damn phone. How did they know? How could they see? It's only been a day. We have to erase all evidence related to us. We have to move everything before. While he hadn't finished his sentence, Noah's foot poked in and lifted the car up, grabbed him by the neck and controlled him. And contacted Hanu Jin and said, he caught me. I also got the illegal dungeon contract as well as the magic stones he was paid for. I also had to pick up some evidence from the scene. This guy, he shipped it himself, so it must be this one. Tell me the location. Hanu Jin hugged Do Hamin intimately and said, I heard right. Next location, let's work. The other person avoided his overly intimate actions and stammered, I know that. And although everything was quite noisy, the mission was still kept secret. Standing in front of the arrested people, Hanu Jin clapped his hands and said that the association executives had illegally monopolized the dungeon, causing a dungeon explosion and then stabbing people in trucks. You guys were really the ones who caused it, out all of that. Kim Jun-bae shouted loudly, do you think you will be left alone after doing all this? Hanu Jin laughed and said, oh my god, you should take care of yourself first, in just a few hours the news about you guys will spread everywhere. At this point, there will be many people who will treat you like terrorists, even if you are sent to prison. Don't worry about the guild's future. These people will maintain that guild on your behalf. Those who maintained the guild from the beginning but were forced to leave by you guys, I have brought them back. As he spoke, he pointed to the people standing behind him, then he signaled to those people, now everyone can do what they couldn't do before. The orange-haired young man bent down and roared at the director of the dungeon management department, you kicked me out of my position to do these things, huh? Look at the things you guys have caused, I will never let you guys manipulate the association again, and shake him hard. During this time, a woman looked at Hanu Jin warily and said, who knows what will happen. They brought us here to replace these captured people. I think they want something from us, maybe they want to control us to make the guild work for them. He smiled and replied that she was smart. You think you can get your position back for free? The rule of this world is give and take. If you want to regain your position, sign this contract. This is a contract bound by an S-class curse, so it cannot be destroyed. Everyone must follow this contract while working in the association festival. As soon as he finished speaking, he handed the contracts to the old guild management board. The orange-haired boy read it from top to bottom and then said in surprise that nothing had changed. This is it. In the contract, it is written that the development of the Awakening Center will be delayed until the safety of the awakening process is determined and enough equipment is available, and low-level hunters will work with the support group until they have enough experience. Ownership of items between guilds conquering dungeons will be negotiated before conquering to avoid conflicts. They secretly judge it too fairly. Is this a written oath? The orange-haired young man said, I thought you would get involved in the association's affairs. What did Hanu Jin say angrily? You guys want me to continue working? I'm busy enough already. You guys want me to work until I die. Kim Min rolled her eyes and followed suit. That's right, make him unemployed, that's what everyone should do. Hanu Jin said, wait, don't. That's right, what everyone heard today must be kept secret, then I have nothing to do with it anymore, it all depends on everyone. He laughed loudly, thinking to himself, surely they understand that if they don't want to end up like those bastards, they will have to work extremely hard, for the future hunters of the country, and you guys, embezzlement is not allowed. They sweated at his strange expression, thinking this was a threat, right? Hanu Jin asked quietly, what about the association president? That guy is definitely involved in this case. Noah replied, that was strange. We found evidence, but couldn't find him, because Ha Min calculated many times, but still couldn't know his whereabouts. Meanwhile, looking at the rotting corpse before my eyes, Choi Shokwon was shocked, sweat poured out like a shower, saying, how is that possible, damn it. Hai Trit smiled devilishly and said, I just wanted to lightly touch him, but he was already dead, so I probably didn't need him anymore, right? So what are you going to do now? Surely you have forgotten. The more you fail, the closer you are to death. Time went back a few hours ago. The president of the Hunter Association was busy running in a cloud of smoke. He gasped and shouted, hey, Choi Shokwon, get me out of here, let's talk clearly. A voice echoed from nowhere, you're the one who said that we were the ones who caused the tunnel explosion, prison first. He denied that you guys did that, I never agreed to that, it's not my fault. As soon as he finished speaking, his feet collided with each other and he fell down. The old man fumbled for his glasses and put them on, his hair falling down and breathing heavily, saying the fog made it impossible to see anything. He turned around and saw a transparent hand groping. Grabbed him, his body melted into slimy substance. He blurted out, what is this? My arms, my legs. Then he reassured himself, I understand, this is an illusion, I know it, I have used an illusion item before, I know this is what you guys did, so please let me out of here, go. Please let me out, I'm begging, please let me out. Then he bowed his head and turned into a dry corpse. Returning to reality, Hai Trit waved his shoulders and said, the memories of an unawakened person, at least I have some information about this world, although it is not very useful. Are you sure it's okay to kill him like this? The organization is your only lifeline. Choi Shokwon bowed his head and thought for a long time, then replied that anyway, the association was over, even if I let him live, he would blame all the blame on me. Hai Trit rushed closer to him and said, I can understand that you have given up. No, he backed away in panic and said, not yet, I told you, I have contact with foreign countries. The negotiations on the terms have been completed, just hand him over, I can get the money and get a few S-rank hunters. As he spoke, he pointed to the screen with Hanu Jin's photo. He said that if everything goes well, MCK will grow again. Ended their conversation, returned to the real world, the media was hotter than ever, the association president was missing. And the media didn't get much out of this, because as soon as the sun rose, the whole country fell into chaos because of other news, a deliberate dungeon explosion, the dungeon management admitting to the deal illegal, continued revelations about the corruption of the Hunter Association. People believe that the association's chairman fled after being exposed for corruption. Hanu Jin wanted department head Song to take over, but he firmly refused, so much so that there was no one to replace him. The vacant executive positions were filled by those who initially filled the position at the Hunter Association's returning officer appointment certificate ceremony. Replacing the vacant positions was an urgent matter, and the public gave them high praise. The other employees of the association welcomed their return. The orange-haired boy bowed his head and whispered to the purple-haired girl next to him, I bet if we tell this story, no one will believe it. The kidnapping victim that the whole country felt sorry for did all these things. She hit him hard on the head and shouted, this is an absolutely secret contract. Do you want to die for violating the terms of the contract? The two men in the backstage turned to look at each other in disgust. Are there really any requests? I thought he was going to ask for extra privileges or something. Maybe he really had the goodwill to do this. The purple-haired girl smiled kindly. I don't know what he was thinking when he brought us back to our old position like this. We're back to our old positions, but we should focus on doing our job well. He showed us what happens to corrupt people. If we do it wrong, we face the same fate. In another development, watching the ceremony on the screen, holding a cup of tea in her hand, Hanu Jin mumbled that you must try your best. I will observe you. Hanu Yun pulled him back and reminded him, I told him not to watch TV so close. What about my glasses? When will my eyesight return to normal? He turned around and said soon, I just need to rest, Comet, and get my glasses. Hanu Yun walked towards Comet, snatched the glasses from his hand and said, please rest at home, don't go out, I beg you. He obediently nodded, yes, don't worry. I won't leave the house today. Hanu Jin was extremely surprised by his unexpected cooperative attitude and asked really. He said yes, but, we will have a guest. The doorbell rang, Riet appeared, brightly saying honey, how are you? I came to visit you as promised. Hanu Jin looked at his younger brother's dissatisfied attitude and asked in bewilderment, what, how? I didn't leave the house, I told you not to go out. But T1 came closer and whispered in his ear, are you sure? It's because of me that your fear resistance is still weak. He trembled and said, it's okay, Riet is a scary person even if she's not S-class. He glanced at the caged animal that the girl in front of him was cradling in her arms, thinking it was Riet's monster that he promised to raise to repay her for stopping the Awakening Center from opening. She opened the cage door and spoke up to tell the truth, I don't need a monster to move, but my little Ballare is not for riding. Ballare is a D-class monster, possible awakening levels from A to S, with skills such as possessing A-level poison fangs, possessing B-level poison resistance, and possessing SS-level fossil weapons, can be obtained after growth, and level B scale enhancement can be obtained after growth. Hanu Jin came closer to observe and said that the purple fang and anti-poison, and also the stone weapon, she proudly looked at it with loving eyes and said it could turn its body into an SS-level weapon when it grew up. The only SS-grade weapon we know about right now is that bastard Sung Hyun-jae's chain. So once Ballare grows up, I'll try to fight him. Looking at her eyes filled with the desire to win, he said if you fight, go to the dungeon and fight, don't bully the snake like that. She told you to take good care of it, is this the master's badge? Then hugged him and said something more, baby trembled and chilled, even your heart beat, this is love right, you finally want to do it with me, is that so? He replied no, please let me go. Hanu Yun rushed in and pushed Riet away, shouting to stay away from him. She happily smiled and said you want to play with me, because he was afraid of another conflict. Song T1 quickly moved forward to stop Hunter Riet, please stop. Meanwhile, when people aren't paying attention, Ballare rushed forward and bit hard on Chirpy's body. Hanu Jin and Song T1 quickly ran back, removed its mouth from the little bird's body, and at the same time shouted loudly, oh my god, Ballare is poisonous. Song T1 said I will remove it, get the antidote. However, Hanu Jin suddenly stopped and realized Chirpy's ignorance and steady state. He said it was okay. Is it because its fur is too fluffy? Chirpy jumped. Then he pressed his body onto the little snake's head, making it dizzy. Hanu Jin wondered Chirpy's revenge. What is it? Chirpy be good, okay, Chirpy. While he was extremely worried, Riet seemed very interested and said, are they fighting? Saw the chirpy with his hips up threateningly. What? With the submissive attitude of the pet I brought, when I bowed my head to the other person and replied no, sir, she happily clapped her hands in praise. Great, so grow up quickly, Balare. Hanu Jin asked if she liked this way of teaching. Did they just talk, and then, Balare became a part of our family. He thought this day would end peacefully, but seeing him take the glasses from the comet, his younger brother frowned in discomfort. He didn't notice the sharp look from him because he was busy running after his pet and screaming you took my glasses, while Balare was seen as a mount by the Chirpy running around the house. He yelled, Chirpy, don't go near my feet anymore. His younger brother lost all patience and asked when he was going to rest, so. He turned around and replied that he was resting right now. The other person grabbed the comet and squeezed it tightly, telling him not to rest at all, at least let these monsters go to the center and go to sleep. He caressed Balare and said I'm fine, I'm not even sleepy. Besides, I have a lot of work to do, I need to find Choi Shokwan. Now is the best time because the association won't protect him anymore, you need to find him and cancel his contract with High Trit. You're very healthy, you don't have any pain anywhere, and you only need to wear glasses. His younger brother coldly crushed the glass as if to extinguish his reason, he shouted loudly. Hanu Yun said I don't think you're okay at all, you should at least restore your eyesight first. He interrupted, I just need to do this, look. If you share your eyesight with Balare when using the Warden skill then you can see super clearly, you can even detect heat sources, now you can see very clearly, if starting from tomorrow. Suddenly blood poured out from my nose. He felt dizzy and fainted, in his ears, the last thing he heard was Hanu Jin's panic scream asking if he was okay, he also wondered if he had pushed himself too hard, already. He was taken to the hospital. After waking up, he scratched his head and laughed that he only had a little nosebleed. The hospital said there was nothing unusual. After all, I've rested for a whole day, so it's okay, Hanu Jin said worriedly. That's what you call resting? Why, you always work too hard and then say you're fine. While eating, I'm busy preparing food for the monsters first. At home, you have to play with them endlessly. Not only during the day, but even at night, I can't sleep properly, he stammered at that. Hanu Yun was right, just last night. Then slowly remembered, late at night, while he was sleeping soundly. His brother ran in and opened the door, his face drained of blood. Grab a pillow and rush into his bed, climb up and lie next to him, saying I'll sleep here too, let's go to sleep quickly, leave him bewildered and refuse, there's no need. His brother still had a puzzled expression, constantly reaching out to pat him like a child. With each gentle caress, his brother said to breathe evenly, quickly. That's right, just like that, my heart beats so fast. At the end of the flashback, he said you kept doing that until early morning, isn't there a problem? Hanu Jin scratched his head and said that because he couldn't see clearly, he couldn't sleep. Hanu Yun said just close your eyes and sleep, what's the problem? Hanu Jin thought to himself because I can't tell that my fear resistance has been reduced so I keep dreaming of you dying. Hanu Yun bowed his head and said not only that, do you know how strange you've been lately, ever since the broken dungeon? No, even before that. Even though he couldn't see clearly, he always told everyone to increase their workload. Even when he was hit by a truck, he didn't take care of himself. There was no need for him to go to that dungeon in the first place. Hanu Jin argued that if he didn't go there, the people's houses would be seriously destroyed. His younger brother still insisted that even then it's not your responsibility, if it's an F level then you shouldn't have gone there but should have evacuated first, why do you continue to interfere, what if nothing happens? Saw his brother hesitate, that, Hanu Yun sadly asked because he couldn't rely on this younger brother. That's why I did everything myself without telling you. You're very strong, it's very difficult to get hurt, but I'm not. Hanu Jin patted his younger brother's head and said no, you are trustworthy to me. I just didn't want you to get into trouble, but in the end it made you worry. That won't happen again, from now on I will try to handle everything well, so you don't need to worry. Suddenly Hanu Yun locked him in an iron cage. He suddenly shouted hey, what are you doing? Hanu Yun replied try your best, if things continue like this then you will have to imprison me, he begged, calm down and let him go. At this moment, Sung Hyun Jae beamed, holding a bouquet of fresh flowers, opened the door, walked in, and said this was a hospital for hunters or veterinarians. Initially I intended to give flowers as a gift to celebrate the success of the association. Hanu Yun glared and said, fresh flowers are harmful to the patient's health. Sung Hyun Jae laughed so this is not a suitable gift for a sick visit. Hanu Jin asked how do you know this place, the other person replied that I received a call so I just came, he asked who was calling. Sung Hyun Jae said more accurately, I brought this as a gift along with that bouquet of flowers. This is a hunter's watch that can be kept in storage. He took the watch box and said that the hunter watch is a product where each part is made from items dropped from the dungeon so it can be used as an inventory. He thought to himself that in the dungeon both watches and phones were quickly broken in battle, so there was nothing more convenient than being able to keep it in storage at all times, even in the dungeon, which was extremely expensive, and it is said that owning one is like picking stars from the sky. He stammered and said, "No, what gift, you don't have two." From behind the cage, Hanu Jin sighed and mumbled, "I ordered it too." He immediately reached out and returned the item saying, "No, I don't need it, my heart is fine." Sung Hyun-jae raised his hand to receive it and said, "Really?" Hanu Jin felt awkward thinking that his little brother also gave this to him. "My little brother, you ordered that for me." He secretly imagined the boy taking money to buy things, blushing thinking that his little brother Yu Yun was going to buy gifts, knowing how to use his savings to buy delicious food. He was really grown up. "Anyway, younger brother is the best." Hanu Jin lifted him up and said to check his status. "Then pass it to Sung Hyun-jae." The other person raised his hand to support himself and said, "It doesn't seem so good. Has he lost weight again?" Hanu Jin said, "I don't think he will listen, not resting at home but taking care of monsters all day. Leaving him at home like that won't get any better, so please keep an eye on him for a while, then let your brother put him in a cage." Hanu Jin screamed. "What do you mean by keeping an eye on me? I'm not a pet." Hanu Jin ignored it and said, "Just for a little while, this is the only way for me to rest." Then turned to the man next to discuss, "I will write a personal protection contract. If you endanger him again like last time, you will have to bleed with me." Sung Hyun-jae replied, "Don't worry, I have never broken my reputation in transactions." The two of them, Hanu Jin, were screaming, "There is such a thing as human rights law in this world." "No way, Hanu Jin, you." Hanu Jin still coldly said that, "I don't want this to happen to this extent. But no matter what you say, I will do everything myself, so you won't listen to me anymore and do it your own way. Please rest, in the meantime I will handle some work as Kim Min and come back later." After finishing speaking, he walked towards the door and quickly left. Hanu Jin called out, "What are you going to do?" Sung Hyun-jae affectionately said, "The roses were burned and the watch was thrown away, so at least I will take care of you wholeheartedly." Hanu Jin angrily, "Go away, get out of here." "Hanu Jin, do you know what kind of person I just entrusted you to?" The next morning, Hanu Jin returned to the office. He told the whole story to his HR captain. The other person was surprised and asked what he said. "Entrust Hanu Jin to Sung Hyun." "What, Jay?" He said if he left him at the breeding facility or the beach he would try to take care of the monsters by any means possible. Seo Sim-dong is right that if you want to entrust him to outsiders, there is no other choice. But it's hard to trust other guilds due to the influence of sponsors from other parties. Sejong is the only place the guild can completely control. Suddenly he interrupted the other person and asked further, "Captain Seo Sim-dong, how is Choi Shokwon's side these days?" The captain replied that A was correct, the result was as expected. "When I spread the rumor according to your instructions, he seemed to be in a hurry to take the bait. Can now find Choi Shokwon's location immediately. But is it really okay at this point, even though he entrusted Yujin to Sejong?" Hanu Jin closed the computer. "And say every action will be much more convenient for you." He thought at least he wouldn't have to take care of Choi Shokwon. The others can't either, not Park Yeram, not Noah either. And his brother's personality, he returned home. "Use your hands to squeeze the monsters." And said I would try to take care of them and protect them. Not only humans but also animals with a single purpose. Is to eliminate them as quickly as possible. He held them tightly, his eyes filled with murderous intent, then his heart sank. He told himself that if that happened, he would be very sad. Nurturer, which is a relatively common title given to awakened nurturers of level C or above. Why did it increase so much? Could the things he wanted to care for and nurture, even if they weren't normal things? Is it because I raised you that I'm not human? Only wearing human guise, with unusual characteristics, like the existence of alien creatures. That you raised me long before awakening. Isn't it a human being? From the very beginning, he was born and was not adapted to anything else. He remembered, a long, long time ago, in the blurry memory of the day he woke up about 3 years ago. He and the group of people who had not yet awakened ran away from the place where the monsters appeared. Everyone screamed, "What are those monsters? Help me." His phone was dropped behind by the crowd. He helplessly screamed at my phone. He turned back to get the phone from the ground. Accidentally the monster attacked the man standing near him. He raised his hand to shield him and pushed it away. Contrary to everyone's guess, he can fight the monster, controlling it with his bare hands. They looked at him and wondered if he was a student, how could he be so strong? He remembered that at that moment his mind was filled not with fear but with excitement. Feeling of freedom. It was like he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. His body can protect against fire. Create a huge explosion. People nearby turned around in surprise, curious as to what had just happened. From afar, the monsters rushed towards him. Everyone panicked and ran away, they were coming again. As for him, unlike before, with fiery power flowing through his body, he rushed forward. Attack the monsters. The firepower he emitted was so powerful, everyone present was extremely surprised that this fire broke out from somewhere, then signaled everyone to step back. If this happened they would burn to death. He seemed to be out of control, unable to control his power, killing both monsters and innocent people. His mind was filled with strange thoughts. I want to burn everything, leaving nothing behind. Everything will eventually return to its original form, everything will disappear as if it never existed. Then suddenly he stopped, a ray of reason returned, he looked at the scene in front of him, panicked and could not understand why he had become like this. Everyone looked at him curiously and asked what was wrong. He remembered how helpless he was at that time. He only had one wish, he raised his hand to his chest and said no. I want to return home. Go home with my brother, I want to have dinner with him. In my phone, the last message he sent was a promise he sent that I would come home early today. Following that message, his brother quickly responded and said, let's have dinner together soon. He stood silently in the fire telling himself he had to return home. What I feel here. This is the explosion after a long time of being emotionally suppressed. The system notifies you that you have received the 5th level Black Fire skill. The Awakener Hanu Jin has been revealed. Returning to reality, he silently wiped his glasses with his hand and thought that if he acted on instinct, he could burn everything. Everything in my sight will burn like a torch, everyone will stay away from me, only my brother will be willing to give me his warm arms to protect me. Therefore, I need to take care of him when I have enough strength, not to let him be in danger or overworked. There are rumors everywhere about his new identity. Do you know anything about Hunter Kim Min? He's always been hiding his true strength. I heard he can even confront that S-class hunter. So, he's the one who escorts the president, so he must be the one who have more power than others. A man stood in front of him, blocking his way. As soon as he saw him, he greeted him friendly. He didn't answer, just coldly swept his sharp eyes over the other man. The aura radiating from his body made everyone even more excited and rumored that a strong person was indeed suitable to follow the president. If he was that strong, he needed a higher salary to gain that loyalty. If he doesn't get good treatment, he might move to another guild. He thought to himself, it seemed like the rumors had spread. I received many invitations from other guilds after I caused a bit of extreme action the other day, but it's okay now that everyone knows Kim Min's true strength, then everything will be fine. You will have to be more careful with yourself, and your brother will be safer. To be fair, combat skills are far superior to auxiliary skills, so now under this identity I can express all my desired power. If the person who protected him before intended to leave, then Choi Shokwon would definitely take the opportunity to follow him. He looked at the tracking location and guessed that the guy still thought he was still conquering the dungeon. This opportunity was very rare. So I have prepared everything. The trap will be set soon. I just need to wait for the prey to enter the trap to end everything, so he will be safer in the future. In another event, in the garden, in front of the dining table, Sung Hyun Jae asked if it was delicious. Hanu Jin dejectedly said that if he could stay home and rest now, he would be much more comfortable. The other person put his chin in his hand and said he needed to stay here until he recovered before he could go back there. He stuffed a mouthful of food and said angrily, "Then I will eat to recover quickly." Sung Hyun Jae smiled happily watching you eat like this. "I'm so happy, why aren't you obedient like that and keep opposing me?" he thought to himself, looking at him. We were already angry enough, so how could we be sincere towards each other? The reason he kept clinging to me and not letting go was probably because he thought I owed him too much in my previous life. He took him everywhere, including visiting the guild with the guildmaster, a professional hairdresser for famous hunters. High-level fitness training center. Medical care for rehabilitation after injury, he mused. It's true that, thanks to him alone, I was taken care of wholeheartedly, but that also meant that I couldn't escape from here. He completely paid attention to me, not giving me any chance to escape at all. Sung Hyun Jae excitedly brought up his phone and said, "Sit still so I can take a picture and send it to your brother." He reluctantly complied and asked if he was the president and could work freely without worrying about anything. Sung Hyun Jae replied honestly, "I only do important things. Right now my guild is attacking the dungeon, so I don't have anything to do." He said, "Don't you need to go there to help them? Sung Hyun-jae replied with peace of mind, my guild can take care of those places. Hanu Jin bowed his head and said in resignation that he honestly didn't think why my sister would entrust me to you like this. My sister trusted you too much, and I had absolutely no faith in you at all. Sung Hyun-jae picked up a cup of hot tea and leisurely enjoyed it while saying, of course, to gain your brother's trust, I have to create something reputable with him. To talk about that, probably from the first days of establishing the guild until now I have helped and taken advantage of trust with everyone. Hanu Jin said that to you. I just see that you're intentionally keeping me here. I don't see any safety here. Sung Hyun-jae slowly replied that you're talking too much about me. Okay. I can do what you believe in me. You're here. You just need to recover. I'll take care of everything. But don't worry, I've sent back the things I received from you Yun, already. He frowned and said, but aren't there still things you haven't received yet? I'll pay you money or something, so just tell me if you have anything. If you keep me like this, you're also unintentionally putting pressure on my brother. Sung Hyun-jae firmly told me he has something to deal with. He has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Don't worry about everything. You don't need to take all the responsibility on yourself. You're still just an F-rank hunter, so please let your brother work freely as he wishes. Hanu Jin sadly said that when my sister first awakened, she already had remarkable powers. She ran away from home in first grade with no desire to create a strong guild to protect her weak brother. She always tried to work and hide her fatigue every time, overworked. I can't do anything to help her, I'm her brother and can't do anything. I have to let her take care of everything. 3 years, then 5 years. Now although I have some strength, what I want is to share her fatigue. Sung Hyun-jae sighed. Then pushed the pile of books towards him. Okay, you read this, he asked what list is this? After receiving it, he was extremely surprised and said, what is this? These are books with the content of leaving the desolate western land, the love of parents taking care of their children properly. Sung Hyun-jae told you to read those books to relax your mind, he said dissatisfiedly, these books. Sung Hyun-jae smiled and thought his two brothers were really similar, they both tried to be independent and wanted to take care of others. Then speak up, if you want to reduce the stress or burden on your brother, you need to recover first. While you're here, relax, don't think too much, if you're tired, just go to sleep, don't worry, I won't, did nothing to you. Hanu Jin thinks everything is too comfortable for me now here. But that night, an uninvited guest has appeared. Chirpy and Balare have arrived. It seems Yu Yun read my message and brought these two kids here. He hugged his pet and happily said he missed you guys so much. Hurry up and eat the mana stone. Chirpy, you came here alone because you're the boss, right? Eat a lot and then teleport me away, then Sung Hyun-jae in the other room won't know. However, as soon as she worried, her stomach rolled over in his arms and she fell asleep. He said, after eating, I immediately fell asleep. Is there no other way but to stay up all night, and I don't have a phone, TV or anything else? Every time I sleep I have the same dream. The reason I can live normally is because of my level L fear resistance ability. As soon as that ability disappeared I couldn't sleep normally anymore. Isn't it time for that ability to slowly recover? What's wrong, Yu Yun? It's okay to come back a few days late, it's embarrassing to say it, but right now I can't sleep without you. Chirpy rubbed his eyes with his wings. He looked at it with concern and asked, is it too bright? Okay, let me change it to ambient light. Controller. Suddenly a hand came to him and said here. He glanced and said, thank you. When he saw Hydrid in his younger brother's form, he asked why he was surprised. I tried to come see you earlier, but there were always people around you. He sweated thinking about a dream. No, this is. Hydrid went around behind him, put his hand on his shoulder and said it's okay, I won't hurt you. I can't intervene without going through the person who signed the contract. He thought to himself an illusion created by the sea philosophy. After that, I couldn't hide my trembling and stammering. Why you take on my younger brother's appearance, she said, because this is the most convenient appearance for me, the appearance of someone whom my enemies cherish the most. What do you see? I think you will easily agree to my proposal in this form. Sign a contract with me. If you dedicate yourself to me, I will save those you love from this world that is being destroyed. He stared at her thinking you are very good at copying other people's looks. She kept talking nonstop in his ear. He looked at it a lot, and you aroused my interest for the first time. He seemed hypnotized, thinking far away that the boy smiled at me with a face at that age. Then pushed her away. Then stepped back and shouted, nonsense, do you think I'll fall for a trap just because you look like my younger brother? Why, I'm only F-class, that kind of contract can only be made with S-class. She said yes, but you're a bit special, a nanny who loved and raised an S-class guy. What he said, The title of nanny is also common. She stared at him. That's right, but a nanny raising an S-level child from birth is extremely rare. Most of the time when we find them, they are already dead, and they simply do not exist in other universes. The first source is the highest mountain. The second source is Endless Wings, temporarily called Endless Wings. And the third source is Deep Spring, temporarily called Prolonged Spring. In the fourth season, the colorful stone is a multicolored stone. And the fifth season Summer Snow Tree, which is the only place where S-level nannies appear since birth, the tree is covered with snow. If the title is related to the characteristics of the sources, then we can find there's something to be gained by digging deep into you. He cautiously asked, "Do you want to learn about the origin? I thought your goal was to destroy this world." She replied that destruction is not my goal. I'm just curious to learn everything about their origin. I helped them because I was curious to see what would happen if the world was swallowed up. And you are what I want, brother. Since you are only an F rank, I won't be able to get you out of this world safely, but I will cherish and take care of you as best I can.
Luckily, almost all of the people you consider precious are S-class. Even if I don't have to cry S, I can still save a few people with this power.
Anyway, it is impossible to prevent this world from falling into ruin. There is no need to cling to fragile hopes and then despair, right? Therefore, when he was fascinated and almost signed the contract, the Chirpy woke up. Destroy the contract. He worriedly hugged it and said, "Chirpy, stop it, you'll hurt yourself." Trit was startled and said, "What's wrong with this bird? Where did it come from?" Hanu Jin thought to herself, "What is she talking about? The Chirpy was in my hand the whole time." She reached out and tried to snatch the Chirpy and said, "Give it to me, I seem to have seen it somewhere before." He held it tightly in his arms and shouted loudly, "Don't touch the Chirpy. Stay away from Chirpies." At this moment, Sung Hyun-jae was promptly present. Naval attack. At the same time, he pulled Hanu Jin towards him and hugged him tightly. "Trit asked you." Sung Hyun-jae replied to the homeowner, "You shouldn't put your thoughts on things that already have owners." Hanu Jin struggled and put me down. The chain stuck tightly into her body, causing Trit to show its true form. She looked at it intently and said, "This chain. The light of the crescent moon. I see, so what the waning moon chose." At the same time, he rushed to attack Sung Hyun-jae. He raised his hand to block the attack and at the same time launched an electric lightning attack. Trit decided to leave. Before leaving, he left a message, "It's a shame, I still want to talk. Next time we meet, think carefully, I won't give up easily." Sung Hyun-jae waited for her to leave before asking if he was going to sign a contract with that thing. Hanu Jin asked him how he saw it. "I asked him what it looked like." Sung Hyun-jae replied, "It seems like in your eyes it looks like Yun." He said, "If you see differently than me, then put me down quickly." Sung Hyun-jae repeated the question again, "Do you intend to sign a contract with him? That contract cannot be broken like Dharma. Are you planning to sacrifice yourself like always?" He replied, "It was only a matter of time. I think we can negotiate. Please let me go." "Nothing happened," she said. "She couldn't cause us any harm." "Come here, Chirpy." He sat down in a corner and hugged his pet. Looking at him huddled like that, Sung Hyun-jae wondered if it was true. His shoulders trembled. He thought, "Damn it, I know it's fake, but it's still the same as that time. I can't be fooled. I need to calmly look at the situation." Second in Gu Hugh, Trit will continue to act. What we need to do is now. He stood up and firmly said, "I had to go find Choi Shokwon. It says that it cannot exercise its power without going through the contractor, so the first priority is to find him as quickly as possible and end the contract." Right above sunrise, Sung Hyun-jae said no. He asked again, "What?" Sung Hyun-jae smiled and said, "You can't go anywhere." Hanu Jin got angry thinking, what the hell is he talking about? Eugene was screaming inside right now because he was grounded by Hyunji. He refused to let him go even until sunrise. He kept begging Hyunji but it didn't work. When he was brushing his teeth, he asked to go find Shokwon. Even when eating, "I play Shokwon. Shokwon, sock." And finally he couldn't control himself and got angry at Hyunji. "Sock, it's been 2 days, why don't you let me go?" Hyunji just smiled and gently replied, "In the contract I signed with the young master, it was written that I was not allowed to release you." Eugene tried to persuade again, "I see the philosophy, we should do something." Hyunji said, "We also heard that she wouldn't be able to do much without her contractor. If things are really that dangerous, then there's even more reason to lock you here. But it seems like you've gotten a lot better during your time here, even though you look sleep deprived." Eugene is angry, "It's because you destroyed my bedroom." Then he thought to himself, "I guess I look better because my fear resistance has been restored, and my eyesight has almost completely recovered, although this is much better than going out there and trying to force yourself. He thought, then he stood up and grabbed Hyunji's phone and said, it's almost time to let me out. I feel like I've been locked here for a week. Give me your phone, I'll talk to Yoon, the person you want to contact now. Not being able to call Yoon makes him impatient. What is he doing turning off his phone like that? Seeing this, Hyunji smiled and said, why don't you trust your younger brother? You won't have to worry about Choi Shokwan. Eugene asked in surprise, was he following Choi Shokwan, but Hyunji didn't reveal anything more, just said that I was told not to talk about anything related to work. Eugene immediately got angry, you really are, then pointed a finger at Hyunji, why don't you go arrest that person? Why do you stay at home like that? Go to work, Guildmaster, Hyunji clarified, I'm not lying around at home, I'm taking care of my belongings. Plus, the public thinks I'm in a dungeon. Hyunji was talking when his phone vibrated, it was a notification, oh, the dungeon conquest is over. Eugene was happy, the opportunity was here. Hyunji said, it looks like I'll have to go out to let everyone know I'm still alive. Can you sit here like a good boy? Eugene happily replied, ha ha ha, where can an F-level person like me hide? Just go to work. And just like that, Sung Hyunji appointed a class A combat hunter to replace him. He introduced, I've been entrusted with protecting you today, nice to meet you. Eugene replied while playing music with Chirpy and Bel Air, welcome, sorry, now it's time to practice music. Then he reached out his sweaty hand to shake hands with the other boy and said, oh my god, playing with these kids is so tiring. I'm going to take a shower now, you're not going to keep an eye on me in there, are you? The level A hunter said no, but please leave the door unlocked. Eugene turned back and said to Chirpy, now I'll leave this drum solo to you, Chirpy. Chirpy happily la chirp. Then madly beat the drums. While the hunter was sitting watching Chirpy play the drums, there was a knock on the door outside, food delivery. Where is Hunter Hanu Jin? He ordered snacks. The grade A boy replied to the employee instead of Eugene, he's taking a shower right now. Did that grade F boy order a snack? The guildmaster is trying his best to take care of him. Isn't his monster taming skill that strong? Hell, I might as well raise cockroaches or something in the guildmaster's house. The employee laughed and said that if you do that, you will be grilled into a barbecue. Here, I brought this too, take it. I'm so happy, wow, thank you. The employee said, I have to go now, have fun. Then she pushed the cart heavily. Why is the cart so heavy today?
She didn't know when Eugene had been sitting on her food cart. He thought it was lucky that the stealth skill worked on hunters below level A. I think Sung Hyunji won't always follow me. After all, he couldn't have left so early, he probably just arrived at the scene right now.
Meanwhile, at the scene where Hyunji was, on the big screen it was showing that the Jupiter Guild's S-Class dungeon conquest had been completed today. Everyone around cheered with admiration. Guildmaster Jupiter and Hunter Evelyn, having just completed their conquest, looked surprisingly calm. It was hard to believe they had just completed a dungeon. Evelyn said to Hyunji, pretending we just finished a dungeon together was more annoying than I thought. Hyunji replied, I respect your consideration. Evelyn continued, so, are you happy about sending me to work instead? Hyunji said, thanks to you I saw many interesting things. Han Eugene was actually at my house. Evelyn was surprised, oh, why, I want to meet him too. Hyunji said, I would be happy to introduce him to you, but I'm not sure if he'll be home when I return. Evelyn wondered why, he was an F-rank hunter, wouldn't it be easy to lock him up? Hyunji said, I already appointed a level A combat type hunter for protection, but somehow, I see. At this moment, he had the phone, and as soon as he picked it up, he heard a panicked voice on the other end of the line, Guildmaster, Hunter Han Eugene. He ran away. He covered his own voice with monsters drumming and the sound of bathroom water. I think he must have hidden when his food was delivered. Not only that. Back to the time Eugene escaped, he was in the car thinking, today's tip I got from a professional kidnapper. If you want to kidnap someone, stun them or cover their eyes, otherwise they will know where you and the car keys are. Then he started turning the lock, adjusting the rearview mirror. Happily said Bel Air, let's go. As for my driver's license, I'll have it in a few years, so it's okay. Then he drove the car through the barrier to escape. Thank you very much for the trip. Continuing what the hunter said earlier, he even took your car. Evelyn giggled and exclaimed, wow, Hyunji is helpless, he must have a hidden item or skill higher than level A, he always knows how to surprise me. Meanwhile, Eugene was on his way to find his younger brother. He thought he meant that she would go find Choi Shokwan while pretending to be Kim Min Yui. But even if she finds Choi Shokwan, breaking the contract with filial piety without her skills is too dangerous. If things turn bad, It will repeat what happened to Kyung-soo. What are you planning to do without me, Han Yu-yoon? As for Yu-yoon, he was looking like Kim Min-yui to a place that looked dilapidated, so he was hiding here. It doesn't look like there are many guild members here. Then he looked around and saw something. He approached it, that is. A statue, no, it was a human being that had been melted. Suddenly there was a voice behind him, how wonderful, he came here himself. Your name is Kim Min-yui, right? So that person is the guildmaster Choi Shokwon. Yu-yoon replied, it was an honor to meet you, he said, well, usually you have to go through a few steps to meet me, but that's not necessary. It's not like I called you here to actually recruit you or anything. Yu-yoon was surprised, what do you mean, you didn't contact me to recruit me? Shokwon laughed loudly, ha ha, why would I do that? I know you're hiding your identity. Yu-yoon hesitantly asked, who are you? He continued, I am an S-class hunter and the owner of a large guild, that's all I can say. But you crawled all the way here, without even realizing that I knew. Then he came and put his hand on his shoulder and smiled sinisterly, he had dug his own grave. Yu-yoon tried to stay calm, President Choi Shokwon, how did you know that? Shokwon said it so easily. It's not hard to see that the rumor that he's an S-class is a lie. Yu-yoon breathed a sigh of relief and thought, ah, that's it, Shokwon continued, if that rumor was true, the Abyss Guild would have let the whole world know to increase their reputation, but they wouldn't have left him alone like this and then be taken away by another guild. I guess you're a B or a class or something, your plan is to spread the rumor that you're an S-class to avoid being ambushed by others. Yu-yoon immediately followed, what a good conclusion, it is indeed the President Choi Shokwon, so why did you call me here today? Shokwon poured the wine and said, well, I need your cooperation. Help me kidnap Hanu Jin, if you agree to cooperate, I will give you a generous amount. Yu-yoon was surprised, Hanu Jin, he said yes, you must have come here with the intention of destroying the Abyss Guild. Yu-yoon asked what his purpose was, MKC doesn't have a devil leader, he intended to hand him over to another group to get money. Shokwon doesn't understand, what, why do you need to know the reason? Yu-yoon explained, I need to check first, you said you would pay me a large amount of money, but MCK is on the verge of collapse, so I have to make sure I get the money, you must be desperate to tell me these things. Shokwon angrily threw the glass of wine he was holding in his hand. He grabbed Yu-yoon's collar and shouted, I'm being very nice, what the fuck is wrong with you, looks like you're mistaken, you don't have the right to refuse my offer here, just give me a price and I'll pay. Before he could finish his sentence, Shokwon was attacked. He realized there was poison. When did Noah appear from behind and grab his neck so he couldn't move? Yu-yoon pulled out his sword and said, I thought it would take longer, but I didn't expect you to be so unprepared, Shokwon is angry, you. When he looked up, he exclaimed in surprise, Han Yu-yoon, he was no longer Kim Min-yui but had returned to his true form. He screamed, is there anyone outside, someone, but he did not know that his men had all been defeated. Yu-yoon said you're the only MCK survivor here. He angrily shouted, you son of a bitch, die. Without hesitation, Yu-yoon immediately cut off one of his arms. Then sent him flying into the wall, causing him to scream miserably. Then he stabbed the sword into the wall, close to his face and said, I will find the person who dares to attack him. First, break your contract with filial piety, then I will let you live, as long as there is still a contract, I will not kill you. Shokwon was angry, damn, you thought I would believe it, while talking to me with such disdainful eyes. Yu-yoon said it's not what I want, it's him, I promised him I wouldn't commit any crimes while using Kim Min-yui's identity. Shokwon laughed mockingly, ha ha ha, it's your brother again, crazy guy. You always act like a lone wolf, even when your parents were killed right in front of you, you don't even blink an eye, but now you suddenly change to clinging to your brother's ass, damn it, if it doesn't involve your damn brother, me. Yu-yoon didn't pay attention, pointed the sword at his face, so what about the contract, are you trying to die? Shokwon gave a sinister smile, if I break the contract, I will die too, no matter what I do, I will die. Hai Trit has taken this opportunity to appear, so now, let's make a new contract, I will give you a choice, in case you fail again and also to amuse me, if you die while still making a contract with me, your body will be mine, but if you break the contract and choose death, I will grant you a special favor, I would love to watch humanity burn. Shokwon grabbed Yu-yoon's sword and said okay, I choose special favor, I have to die anyway. Then at least I'll drag you along. I refuse to contract with Luga Peya. Yu-yoon doesn't understand what's going on, mist, what is it? Around him now appeared a cloud of smoke and strange monsters. Where did they come from? Yu-Yun slashed the monsters and thought Choi Shokwon definitely didn't have this kind of skill. Could he have gotten it from that jellyfish? I didn't expect this to happen. I have to end this before my brother finds out, or just kill him and be done with it. But that's the dungeon. Damn, then leaving my brother at Sung Hyunji's place won't do anything. Suddenly he stopped. Oh, who? As for Eugene, he was driving Hyunji's car to a bank. That car attracted the attention of everyone around. They were talking, wow, look at that car, it's a custom car, right? There is only one in the whole country, probably belonging to the president of the Jupiter Guild. As they said, they gathered around to take pictures. Then Eugene got out of the car, he coughed and said sorry, it's my car. Everyone was surprised. Ha, Hunter Han Eugene. He covered his face with his hands and turned to talk to everyone, not taking pictures. One of the guys immediately stood up and said, stop taking pictures and delete them quickly. What are you guys doing? The other people just had to delete the photo. Ha, yeah, I'm deleting it. Suddenly the guy's phone just displayed a message. Eugene accidentally saw it and asked, urgent announcement, is the dungeon broken? The other guy replied, actually it was some incident involving a high-ranking hunter. Eugene took out a large amount of money and said to the other guy, if it's okay, can I borrow your phone? I'll pay it back tomorrow. I'll pay. The other guy immediately gave him the phone with bright eyes. Oh my god. Please include some pictures when you return it. So he took the phone and left. I guess this would be better than a public phone. And then he started calling, Abyss Guild right, please connect me with Captain Sok Simyoung. The other end of the line asked who he was, if he was a salesman. He replied, I'm Han Eugene, please say I have something to ask about Kim Min Yui. The other side switched the phone, it's Sok Simyoung, I thought you were at Jupiter. Eugene hurriedly asked Captain Sok, where is Hunter Kim Min Yui now? Does it have anything to do with the emergency message? Simyoung said he's sleeping now. What do you mean? Eugene seriously said you know that's not what I meant. The situation could get dangerous. I'm sure Yu-Yun told him not to tell me because he was worried about me, but shouldn't he prioritize the Abyss Guild up front? My safety okay? Simyoung is still hesitant. Yes but. Eugene continued, I'm driving a car that was just stolen, and also without a license. If you don't tell me where he is, I will cause an accident and be considered a criminal. The news will. Simyoung panicked. Only now did he reveal, okay, you're right, he went with Hunter Noah to meet MCK, he thought to himself, he knew right away. Then said give me the address, and also give my location to the director of the song department in Jupiter. He thought he needed to prepare in case this was not an easy enemy to deal with. He shouted Ayun Hey. Then crashed straight, passing the construction site. If Hai Trit uses power through Choi Shokwon, who knows what will happen this time?